Reborn 3 days before the zombie outbreak, I immediately sold my useless father's real estate. When the interworld restaurant opened in the palm of my hand, the relatives who once pushed me into the zombie crowd knelt down to beg. Please give us some food. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Yao, since you're still in school, why not just listen to Grandpa and transfer that restaurant to your uncle? At the end of the year, we'll give you dividends. You won't have to do anything but make money. What a good deal. Jiang Yao, your grandfather is speaking to you. Did you hear him? Jiang Yao was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, when someone gave her a hard push. It felt as if she was just snapping back to reality. She looked at the scene before her with disbelief. The bright room, the soft leather sofa, and the steaming tea on the coffee table. Everything told her one thing. She had been reborn. Jiang Yao lifted her head. Facing her, 3 people were sitting on the sofa. In the middle was an old man with white hair. Next to him were a middle-aged man and woman. Seeing that her mind was wandering, the old man frowned deeply and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A trace of disdain flashed across his lined face. Jiang Yao tightened her fists until her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she didn't notice. This scene was so familiar. In her previous life, right before the apocalypse broke out, relatives from her father's side had conspired together to deceive her into handing over the restaurant her mother left behind. Yao, the old man softened his tone. Just listen to your grandfather. That restaurant is all the way in North City. You're about to take the college entrance exams. You should focus on studying. Besides, your grandfather will guarantee everything. If your uncle and aunt mistreat you, I'll definitely be the first one to handle them for you. At this point, Jiang Yao sitting on the sofa let out a bitter laugh at the irony. Her parents divorced when she was 13. Her mom, who had been a housewife for over a decade without the ability to support her financially, was given custody by the court to her father. Her father's family tightly controlled her. Every time she visited her mom, it had to be done secretly. Until half a month ago, her mom died in a car accident, leaving her a will and a real estate certificate. That was when she found out that her mother had opened a restaurant in B City years ago and clearly specified that the restaurant would only be left to Jiang Yao. Uncle Tu's family somehow got wind of this news and set their sights on the restaurant. After much persuasion, they even brought out her grandfather and father to try and convince Jiang Yao to hand over the restaurant to them. Last lifetime, moved by their sudden show of affection, she agreed to transfer the restaurant over. A few days later, zombies broke out, turning High City into a sea of corpses overnight. North City, however, under swift official control, became the safest post-apocalyptic survival base in the country. Jiang Yao and her foolishly filial father struggled hard to escape from High City and seek help from Uncle Tu's family. They treated her politely on the surface. Yet, during one supply collection mission outside the base, when they encountered a horde of zombies, they unhesitatingly pushed her into the zombie crowd to be their sacrifice. It only provided their family with a chance to escape. And her father, upon hearing her cries of agony, he simply covered his ears and fled forward, not daring to look back. Was this what he called taking care of her? Were these truly her relatives? Jiang Yao regretted ever being blind last lifetime, realizing too late just how hypocritical their faces really were. Jiang Yao, what kind of expression is that? How did you turn into such a person? Hurry up and apologize to your grandfather. Jiang's father furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, slapping the coffee table hard in front of him. Oh, elder brother, Yao is still a child. Why are you scolding her like that? Why can't you talk things out nicely? Before Jiang Yao could respond, Aunt Tu hit her father's arm gently with mock annoyance. Jiang Yao watched Aunt Tu, still elegant despite being over 40, with cold eyes. Had it not been for being reborn, she probably wouldn't have realized that this loving aunt was actually the one who wanted her dead. She and her despicable father had already gotten involved together. They couldn't wait for her death so they could naturally seize all the inheritance her mother left behind. Looking at Uncle Tu, she wondered whether he knew about the relationship between his wife and his elder brother. When Uncle Tu met Jiang Yao's meaningful gaze, he furrowed his brows uncertainly. He was just about to ask something when Jiang Yao had already shifted her eyes away. Without hesitation, she retorted coldly to her father. Since you're so filial, why don't you transfer the house you're currently living in to Uncle Tu? It's worth more than that little restaurant. What did you say? Jiang's father erupted in rage, his face turning from red to black. You disobedient daughter. The house was his most valuable possession, and she casually suggested transferring it to someone else. Had she gone mad? Are you serious? But Aunt Tu quickly caught on and started scheming. Though the restaurant was in B City, its location was far too remote and small compared to this prime property located in the city center's second ring. This house was a full 100 square meters and could easily fetch several million yuan if sold. Jiang Yao nodded. If my father agrees, I definitely have no objections. When Jiang Yao's mother got divorced, she didn't take anything with her except to add Jiang Yao's name on the property title. So, this house was half owned by Jiang Yao. Uncle Tu's family had not always thought about acquiring this house, but Jiang Yao had always believed that it was the only thing her mother left for her. No matter how much they pleaded, she refused. Jiang's father naturally pushed all the blame onto Jiang Yao. Now that Jiang Yao loosened her lips, Uncle Tu's family was like a dog that had been hungry for a long time and saw a big bone. Their greedy hearts began to stir. Uncle Tu immediately grabbed the old man's arm. Unexpectedly, they were originally only aiming for that restaurant, but faithfully, she was willing to transfer the house to them. The old man, who favored his youngest son the most, instantly understood what he meant. He looked at Jiang Yao seriously. Yao, are you serious about this? This kind of thing can't be joked about. Jiang Yao nodded. She was certainly serious. After all, in another week, City C would be overrun by zombies. Since they liked it here so much, let them stay here and dance with the zombies. Inheritance transfer is fine. I want 3 million yuan. Give me the money, and I'll hand over the property. 3 million. Why don't you just go rob someone? Aunt 2 screamed. She originally thought she could get it for free, never expecting that Jiang Yao would ask for 3 million yuan. 3 million. That was all the savings they had accumulated over the years. I've checked the market price of this house. It's worth at least 8 million to 10 million. 3 million is already a friendship price. If you don't want it, forget it. Jiang Yao stood up directly, pretending to be impatient, and turning around as if to walk back into her room. Seeing this, Uncle Tu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Don't leave. 3 million it is, 3 million. We'll go handle the transfer this afternoon. The old man also rushed to calm things down. That's right, Yao Yao. Don't hold a grudge against your second aunt. She doesn't understand anything as a housewife. 3 million. I'll settle this for you right now with Uncle Tu's family. Dad. John's father suddenly stood up and looked at the old man. He vaguely felt something was off, but years of blind filial piety made him unable to contradict his father. You sit down. Is it your turn to speak? The old man glared at him, and John's father immediately became submissive. Jiang Yao's eyes turned icy, completely erasing the last shred of hope she had left for her father. She opened the door. At 3 p.m. today, come and pick me up with the documents and money. Walking out of the real estate bureau, Aunt Tu kept pinching the newly minted property certificate, never stopping smiling for a moment. John's father's face was slightly pale, looking at the daughter ahead of him, feeling extremely aggrieved. Finally, he couldn't help but call out to Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, where do you plan to go now? Jiang Yao happily recounted the amount that arrived in her bank card several times. Hearing the sound, she turned her head, her eyes flashing with a fleeting sinister light. It was fast enough to make John's father doubt whether he had imagined it or not. Jiang Yao spoke in the same timid tone as before. I'm not planning to go to school anymore. Today, I'll buy a ticket to be city. The restaurant mom left cannot remain without an heir. You take care of your health. Take excellent care of yourself. Otherwise, how are you going to serve as cannon fodder for Uncle Tu's family later? Upon hearing this, John's father's face flushed with some guilt. He had actually just been suspicious if his daughter had changed. His lips fidgeted a few times, intending to say something caring. But in the end, he didn't manage to say anything. Oh, brother-in-law, why worry about her? That little brat has her own plans. With 3 million, she won't starve to death anytime soon. With the house secured, Aunt Tu didn't bother pretending anymore. She wore a sour and condescending look, her eyes glaring at Jiang Yao as if they carried fire. That 3 million emptied all their savings. To gather that money, even the small house they originally lived in was sold at a discount. Now, aside from this house, their family had nothing left. Chapter 2 System. In her view, when things could have been obtained for free, it was a loss to spend so much money. Now she found everything about Jiang Yao unpleasant. The old man, supported by his second uncle and walking at the back, heard these words and struck his cane heavily on the ground. That's enough. No more talking. Are we afraid of being laughed at? Seeing her second aunt closing her mouth reluctantly, the old man turned to Jiang Yao. Hurry up and pack your stuff today. Tomorrow, your second uncle's family will move in. All right. Jiang Yao nodded, having already received the money, and didn't want to waste time with them. With a few operations on her phone, she directly booked a moving company. She had only sold the house, but not the furniture. The movers came quickly, and Jiang Yao had one requirement. Take away everything you can. Sell off anything you cannot take, even if you need to destroy it. Anyway, no matter what, there was no way she would leave those items for her second uncle's family. Thus, the next day, when her second aunt returned to collect things, she let out an angry roar seeing the house resembling a rough, unfinished room. Jiang Yao, you devil. By this point, however, Jiang Yao had already disembarked from the plane and arrived in Beishur. The restaurant left by her mother wasn't in a great location, near a suburban hospital outside the 3rd Ring Road. Jiang Yao stepped down from the taxi with her luggage case and quietly sighed in relief upon seeing the dilapidated 2-story, small building in front of her. It wouldn't be long before this place became the largest and safest base in the entire country. There would be squads of special ability users patrolling night and day, as well as strict entry requirements. And in this life, having seized the opportunity, ridding herself of those relatives of poor quality, she was certain she could live better and longer than in her previous life. Taking the key out of her pocket and opening the door, the wind chime hanging on the door rang melodiously with a series of clear sounds. Upon entering, her eyes immediately caught the 5 or 6 red wooden tables and chairs. Behind the tables and chairs lay a semi-open kitchen, next to which was a narrow staircase leading upstairs to a small bedroom. The bedroom door was unlocked, and upon pushing it open, she immediately saw a large window across from her. Light streamed in from outside, swaying the light yellow curtains and bringing a faint coolness. Under the window was a small bed laid horizontally. Beside it was a desk. Various books were scattered carelessly on it, and there was a table lamp. An original wooden wardrobe also stood at the foot of the bed. Due to its long disuse, the books were covered with a thin layer of dust. Jiang Yao placed her suitcase against the wall, picked up a book, dusted off the dirt, flipped through the pages, revealing a cookbook, with some annotations and opinions written on it in graceful handwriting, likely from her mother. Her fingers lightly traced the writing, as if seeing her mother's figure bending over at the desk, dust swirling in the beams of light, dissolving swiftly in the speed of light. A A short while later, all traces of sadness in Jiang Yao's eyes vanished, and without hesitation, she closed the book, tidied it up, and began preparing to thoroughly clean the house from top to bottom. As she just put the blanket into the wardrobe, she noticed something spherical bulging beneath the thin mattress. What is this? Jiang Yao lifted the mattress and saw a transparent crystal ball firmly lodged in the gap between the beds. Jiang Yao picked up the crystal ball, which was icy to the touch. Inside it was a miniature figure standing in front of a restaurant entrance. The figure seemed strangely familiar to her in terms of both build and clothing. The more Jiang Yao looked, the more it resembled herself. She extended her hand and touched it, only to have her finger penetrate straight through the crystal ball. Ding! Congratulations on activating the interworld restaurant system. Binding is in progress. Binding successful. The interworld channel has been activated, transmitting the first diner. Ingredients have been automatically placed in the kitchen. An icy mechanical sound rang out in her ears, and a blinding flash of light passed through her vision. Suddenly, her hands felt lighter. When she opened her eyes again, the crystal ball had disappeared, and the bedroom space was at least twice as large as before. Jiang Yao was filled with joy in her heart. The system. Having read so many novels, she naturally understood what this was. She went out to look, and beside the bedroom on the wall, there appeared a silver-white door at some point. Walking up, she tried to pull it hard, but it wouldn't budge. System? Suddenly, a stream of information flooded her mind. The full name of the system was the Interworld Business System. After binding with her restaurant, it became the Interworld Restaurant System. By selling food from the restaurant and collecting enough points, it would allow her to upgrade the restaurant. Jiang Yao opened the main interface of the system. There were only two modules on the main interface, the restaurant interface and the system mall. Jiang Yao clicked on the restaurant interface. Restaurant level, level 1. Restaurant owner, Jiang Yao. Restaurant points, 0. Number of customers received, 0. Then she clicked on the system mall. The lower left corner displayed mall points, 0. The items in the mall were dazzling, and they could be redeemed as long as one had enough points. Good heavens, was this immense wealth finally her turn to receive? At that moment, the back door creaked open. A handsome man wrapped in animal skin walked in, gripping a long knife made from bones. Seeing Jiang Yao, the man froze in shock, dropping the long knife with a clatter onto the ground. Beast God, are you the Beast God? He had never seen such a beautiful female before. Her skin glowed white, and she wore exquisite clothing. In his imagination, only the Beast God could have such an appearance. Jiang Yao instantly saw the man's basic information in her mind. He was from the Orc continent, the leader of the White Tiger tribe, by Yun. No, I'm not. I'm the owner of this restaurant. Call me Boss Jiang. So, what would you like to eat? Jiang Yao led him down from the second floor to the first floor, but then hesitated at the cash register. This orc clearly had no money. How was he going to pay for his food? I'll eat. Bai Yun looked up at the vividly illustrated menu, instinctively swallowing. Everything looked so delicious, he wanted to try each one. What should he do? Seeing his gaze darting across the menu, Jiang Yao quickly tapped on the counter and pointed toward a small blackboard by the door. Our restaurant is currently only offering 2 dishes today, sizzling fish fragrance pork over rice and stir-fried potato with meat over rice. This was stipulated by the system. Currently, she was limited to selling these 2 meals, with only 10 portions available for each dish per day. Mainly because these were the only 2 dishes Jiang Yao knew how to cook, which her mother had taught her when she was alive. Money? I don't have any, but can I use this instead? Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, then reached into his fur wrap, pulling out a ginseng root about the size of his palm. Let me see. Wiping the water off her hands, Jiang Yao carefully took the ginseng. It was intact, plump all over, looking somewhat like a chubby little baby. Even though she wasn't an expert in herbs, she could tell it was quite valuable. Ding, high-quality wild ginseng detected, worth 100 points. This works. Jiang Yao placed the ginseng into the system space. If the system said it was valuable, then it definitely was. In that case, let's start with a portion of stir-fried potato with meat over rice. Bai Yun deliberated for a while, choosing the one that seemed to have more meat. All right, take a seat first. Jiang Yao headed into the kitchen. Earlier, the system had prompted her that the ingredients had been placed in the fridge inside the kitchen. The fridge had 3 doors and was neatly tucked into the corner of the kitchen. Opening the fridge, the top layer was for fresh produce, peppers, green onions, carrots. Below that were chunks of fresh pork cut into blocks. Next to the fridge was a small basket full of seasonings. Ginger, garlic, etc. Jiang Yao took out fresh pork from the fridge, slicing it thinly, and placing it in a bowl to marinate. Then, she picked out some potatoes still covered in dirt, washed them, peeled them, sliced them into thin pieces, and soaked them in water to remove the starch. These vegetables and seasonings were provided by the system, all looking fresh, so she directly used them. She heated up oil in a pan and tossed in the marinated meat, quickly flipping until it turned color. Soon, a strong aroma wafted out from the kitchen and filled the entire restaurant. Bai Yun eagerly watched Jiang Yao's smooth movements, the rich scent making his stomach growl repeatedly. After stir-frying the meat until nearly cooked, she added the drained potato slices and continued flipping. Finally, she added bright red and green chili shreds and chopped green onions as garnish, piling it heavily atop steaming rice. A large serving of potato and meat over rice was now ready. As soon as it was served, Bai Yun couldn't wait, scooping up a big spoonful without concern for the heat and stuffing it all into his mouth. The meat was tender, the potatoes soft, and the rice chewy. It was truly a top-notch enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the meal was already in his stomach. His starving stomach, which had been convulsing, was now soothed by the warm food. Bai Yun glanced at the remaining rice and raised a hand. From his chest, he pulled out several more large ginseng roots. Boss Jiang, give me 5 more portions. I want to take them back for my tribespeople to taste. With the amount of ginseng he offered, Jiang Yao naturally wouldn't refuse. She directly returned to the kitchen, processing the remaining ingredients and beginning to cook batch after batch. The fragrance of the meals drifted out through the ventilation ducts. On the street, a teenage girl in a leather jacket was riding her motorcycle, searching for something to eat. Lately, for some reason, she had always felt incredibly hungry, regardless of how much she ate. Her stomach was always empty, and being woken up in the middle of the night due to hunger was common. Sometimes, just shortly after finishing a meal, she'd be hungry again. She deliberately skipped breakfast today to go to the hospital for a checkup, but the doctor told her she was perfectly healthy. She was simply very hungry, with a fast metabolism. Just eat properly. But even with a fast metabolism, could it really be possible to digest food while eating? As soon as she stepped out of the hospital, Li Ningyu felt a bit dizzy, as if her blood sugar was dropping. But it was already 3 in the afternoon, and she wasn't sure if any restaurants were still open. Chapter 3. True Fragrance. Not long after she had left, she smelled the aroma of food wafting through the air. This scent penetrated her nostrils, making her stomach churn with hunger. Following the street straight ahead, she eventually found the source of the fragrance. It was a small and rustic eatery, its signboard reading, Myriad Worlds Restaurant. What an unusual name, but she didn't give it much thought. In this era, strange names were common, all just gimmicks to attract customers. Li Ningyu parked her motorcycle nearby, keys jingling in her hand as she approached the restaurant. The small eatery was tucked between 2 shops. Behind the transparent glass door, the interior was clearly visible, its entire layout exposed. The white walls were adorned with a few cute oil paintings. Below them were a few simple tables and chairs. At the back was an open kitchen where a young girl stood busy at work, her head bowed over tasks. Seeing that the cook was so young, Li Ningyu felt half deflated already. But being too hungry to bear, she decided against searching for another restaurant, thinking she might as well eat something here. With that in mind, she pushed open the glass door, causing the wind chimes by the entrance to tinkle melodiously. At the sound, Jiang Yao looked up and greeted her. Welcome. What would you like to have? As soon as she entered, the aroma became even more intense. Li Ningyu instinctively swallowed and craned her neck to see what kind of meal Bai Yun was preparing. Owner, I'll have whatever he's having. Start with 2 portions for me. Sure, pork slices with potatoes rice bowl, 45 each, payment when picking up. Jiang Yao worked non-stop, washing pans, stir-frying dishes, packing meals. Li Ningyu glanced up at the bill, noticing how expensive the meals here were, almost twice as much as other places outside. Although her family was wealthy, she wasn't stupid. 50 yuan for a single dish of rice bowl, was it worth it? It was definitely worth it. Li Ningyu grudgingly stuffed the last bite into her mouth and extended her hand toward Jiang Yao, who was browsing on her phone beside the counter. Owner, bring me 2 more servings, and pack one of them. Frankly speaking, Li Ningyu patted her belly for the first time feeling full, tears almost brimming with gratitude. For so long, it was the first time she truly felt like she'd eaten enough. She wondered how long this sensation would last. She might as well grab another portion before leaving and have one packed just in case she got hungry again in the middle of the night. On the other side, Bai Yun eyed the meal already neatly packed on the dining table, the smell still inviting. He couldn't resist opening another box. Alright, he wouldn't bring this one for Bai Yu this time. And forget about Bai Ling for now too. One led to another until Bai Yun finished eating 3 of the 5 prepared meals, finally reacting after being thoroughly sated. Looking at the leftovers on the table, he scratched his head in slight embarrassment and said to Jiang Yao, Boss, can you pack me 3 more to take away? Jiang Yao shook her head. There are only 2 pork slices left, already reserved by the lady. Bai Yun turned to glance at Li Ningyu and could only sigh silently. Alright then, boss, give me 3 sweet and sour pork rice bowls and pack them. Saying that, fearing they wouldn't be enough, he fished out 2 palm-sized ginseng roots from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Sure. Jiang Yao collected the ginseng and switched the meal ticket for the remaining 5 orders. Finally returning to the kitchen, she washed the pots and prepared for cooking again. Li Ningyu finished the last serving of food and sprawled back onto the chair, belching contentedly. Goodness, this bloated yet satisfied feeling had been missing for so long. Finally, she was healed. No longer needing to munch on snacks incessantly, like some ravenous beast endlessly devouring everything in sight. Tomorrow, she must come here to eat again. After resting for a bit, she paid and picked up her meal to leave. At this point, the first fresh plate of sweet and sour pork emerged from Jiang Yao's kitchen. Its potent mix of sweetness and spiciness instantly won Li Ningyu's heart. Who understands? As a typical waterside native, her favorite dish was always the sweet-spicy combination of sweet and sour pork. Her feet paused mid-step as she spun around, saying, Boss, please pack me 2 sweet and sour pork rice bowls. Even if she couldn't finish, it could go to her parents. Bai Yun's stomach was nearly bursting, yet upon smelling this fragrance, he still wanted to eat a few more bites. He forcibly controlled himself, grabbing the takeaway bag and heading upstairs. If he didn't leave immediately, he feared he might die from overeating in this little eatery. As soon as the door opened, he returned to the Beastman continent, darkness immediately engulfing his surroundings. Towering trees, thicker than 3 men could encircle, loomed densely around him. their thick canopy blotting out most of the sunlight. Unhesitating, he followed the path he came, finally reaching a mountain cave. Inside the cave, several beastmen around his age gathered, roasting monster meat by a campfire. These individuals were members of his clan's hunting team, brothers and sisters he had faced life and death struggles with countless times. Their mission this time was to travel to the coastal tribes to trade for enough coarse salt to sustain their tribe through the winter. Without salt, their tribe of beastmen could hardly survive the long winter. Upon seeing Bai Yun's return, the beastmen gathered around him. The overwhelming aroma of food emanated from his hands and filled everyone's nostrils. "Leader, what is this? It smells so good. It's rice, it has salt, eat it quickly." As he spoke, he placed the packaging on the ground, and the transparent food boxes were lined up in a row. Salt. The beastmen were evidently astonished. They all knew how hard it was to get salt. Where had the leader found food that smelled so good, and even contained salt? At this moment, a young boy had already picked up a box of sliced meat rice at random from the ground, lifted the lid, and an inviting aroma wafted out as the steaming hot dish revealed itself, causing everyone to swallow their saliva simultaneously. So fragrant. Unable to resist, the boy picked up his chopsticks and shoveled the food into his mouth. The others couldn't help themselves either. They directly grabbed the food, one portion for each person. In no time, the cave was filled with the scent of meals. On the other hand, after Jiang Yao bid farewell to her customers, she closed the door. Today's tasks had been successfully completed. Not only had she made money, but also several valuable ginseng roots. Even if the system deducted dozens of points for the raw materials, the remaining ginseng would be more than she could use. She converted half of the ginseng into points, while wrapping the other half in red cloth. Jiang Yao changed her clothes and was about to head to the pharmacy. She intended to exchange the ginseng for common drugs that would be useful in the apocalypse, such as painkillers, antipyretics, cold medicine, and antibiotics. Those things in the post-apocalypse world were important resources strictly controlled by the authorities. Besides food, medicine was the most precious resource. Before leaving the door, however, she heard a ding in her mind, and a system notification informed her that restaurant-obtained supplies could only be used within the restaurant. Her steps paused momentarily, revealing a look of regret. All right then, she'd just make the ginseng into dishes and sell them later in exchange for crystal cores. Anyway, she still had 2 or 3 million unused. Tomorrow, she'd buy some essential items with that money. After the apocalypse, a transparent crystal would appear in the brains of zombies, commonly known as crystal cores. Crystal cores were the primary source of energy for zombies and an essential tool for helping psychics upgrade. Later on, crystal cores replaced the renminbi as the universal currency between bases. Having understood this, Jiang Yao immediately turned back to the kitchen and chopped a piece of ginseng to cook herself a bowl of porridge for nourishment. This body hadn't consumed anything nutritious since childhood. Although she inherited her mother's height, a tall figure of 172 centimeters, her weight was barely over 100 kilograms. In the apocalypse, such a body couldn't carry heavy loads or wield tools effectively, making it the most useless physique. During the disaster escape after the apocalypse began, what she envied most were those with muscles. With one swing of an axe, they could sever a zombie's head. Chapter 4. Supply Meal Cart. She calculated that her weight would only feel somewhat secure if she could at least reach 130 gene. The hot pot was cleaned, and the yellow millet washed before being placed inside with water added. Sliced ginseng was neatly arranged on top, the timer set for a slow simmer over a low flame. A light medicinal aroma mingled with the rich fragrance of rice porridge as it flowed gently. Lifting the lid, she stirred it with a wooden spoon. The sweetness of the millet carried a faint bitterness. Estimating 10 more minutes of cooking would be sufficient, Jiang Yao opened the door, pulled up a small stool, and sat by the entrance to enjoy the breeze. Autumn, nearing dusk, cool wind swept through. There was no smell of blood or decay, no cries of woe echoing all around, no strict control measures, and no worries about life or death in the future. For Jiang Yao, who had lived through the apocalypse for 3 or 4 years, there was no moment more pleasant than this. The Li family villa was brightly lit. Li Ningyu was sprawled out on the living room sofa watching TV. A young, handsome man approached with a thermos cup. Seeing her disheveled appearance, he instinctively frowned. "Ningyu, sit properly. What kind of posture is that?" Li Ningyu glanced up, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "Brother, when did you come back?" Li Feng placed the thermos on the coffee table, pulling her up while casually grabbing a pillow to cover her short sleeve pants. "I just returned from above, now sit properly." "Brother, why are you still so old-fashioned?" Li Ningyu swung her fist, lightly tapping his shoulder. "Ouch, what have you been eating, girl? Why do you have such strength? Are you faking it? I didn't even use much force. This is me using real strength. Here's a punch." Li Ningyu threw a powerful punch, and Li Feng instinctively caught it. Snap! His wrist was fractured. Li Feng looked in shock at his younger sister, then recalled the force he'd just felt. Not possible. What's going on? Li Ningyu, however, stared anxiously at her brother's already twisted hand, her voice trembling with distress. "Brother, are you okay? Driver, to the hospital immediately." After a flurry of chaos. In a private hospital ward, Li Feng was sitting casually on the hospital bed with his right hand wrapped like a white cocoon. Li Ningyu sat on the sofa peeling an apple for him. Li Feng's eyes were locked on his sister. "Explain. What's going on?" Li Ningyu handed him the apple, looking astonished when she heard the question. "I should be asking you what's going on. What did you do during this time that has made you so fragile?" "Don't pretend. Your strength is too strange. Your last punch had at least 200 kilograms of force behind it. Don't you find that odd? Huh? I don't know anything about this. Brother, I really didn't mean to injure you. Li Feng, observing his sister's confused expression, momentarily found himself speechless. He cleared his throat and spoke again carefully. I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but tell me, have any unusual things happened recently? Or did you eat anything peculiar? Li Feng had long served in the military and was rather sensitive to events like these. Recently, significant moves were happening at higher levels, and resource allocations in the country were unusually frequent. Even personnel from confidential units, like himself, were called back to the capital city, North City. Thus, he had a vague suspicion that something big might be happening. Coincidentally, his own sister encountered this peculiar incident, leading him to suspect that some truths might soon reveal themselves. Unusual things. Li Ningyu tapped her forehead with her fingers. Does always being hungry count? Li Feng initially thought she was joking, but he quickly realized she wasn't the type to do so. If she thought it was strange, it definitely wasn't just ordinary hunger. It's like I'm always starving, regardless of how much I eat. It feels as if 3 or 4 people's portions are consumed, but still leave me as though I haven't eaten a thing. This feeling has persisted for quite some time now, and I never gave it much thought. And are you hungry now? Not really. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Li Ningyu clapped her hands together. Alright, after dining at the multiverse restaurant today, I haven't felt hungry since. And after eating their food, my strength increased. Multiverse restaurant. I'll have someone investigate tomorrow. You should go there again tomorrow, and before you do, try eating regular meals first to see if you still feel insatiable. Okay. At the restaurant. Jiang Yao had no idea she was already under someone's watchful eye. She was currently drinking her porridge and haggling with her system. My porridge turns out so well, why can't it be listed for sale? Are you targeting me intentionally? Insufficient skill proficiency. I don't care. I want it listed right away. If we keep selling just those 2 dishes day after day, soon no one will come. Hurry up and list it. Insufficient skill proficiency. Crap. Jiang Yao was truly at her wit's end with this system, which insisted that she had to successfully make something at least 20 times before it could be listed for sale. Where was she supposed to get so many ingredients to waste? Didn't the system realize how precious resources were in the post-apocalyptic world? Meal cart delivery has been arranged. Points have been deducted. As if able to hear her thoughts, the system dinged again. The next second, the door on the second floor opened once more. Jiang Yao rushed up and sure enough, saw a silver-white automatic meal cart behind the door. Upon noticing her approach, the display screen on the cart transformed into squinting eyes. Pretty high-tech. Jiang Yao inspected the supplies. Most of them were staples like rice, flour, cooking oil, etc., along with a small bag of shrimp she had purchased from the system mall yesterday. After signing for the delivery, she moved everything bit by bit down to the freezer downstairs. These supplies would last for only 3 days at most. The cart would return in 3 days to restock. A dreamless night. It was likely due to that bowl of millet porridge that Jiang Yao had an unprecedentedly good sleep quality. Waking up just after 7, she felt boundless energy coursing through her body. As soon as she went downstairs, she noticed a familiar figure waiting outside the door. It was the young girl who came to eat yesterday afternoon. Jiang Yao opened the door, and the girl walked in, casually removing her coat and placing it on a chair. She called out loudly, "Boss, do you have fish-flavored shredded pork today?" "Sorry, we don't open for breakfast. We currently only sell lunch," Jiang Yao replied, remembering that she had forgotten to put up a sign last night. It was quite impressive that the young girl had come so early today, mainly because Jiang Yao didn't know how to make breakfast food, like steamed buns or fried dough sticks, and her proficiency levels for such dishes weren't high enough to list them for sale. Taking out half of the ginseng left over from yesterday and selecting several large shrimp from the delivered food, she decided to prepare herself a seafood ginseng congee for breakfast. No breakfast. Li Ningyu sat lazily on the chair in disappointment. This morning, she had already tried eating other foods but found that they still couldn't fill her hunger. She was so hungry now that her stomach pressed against her spine, and she felt too weak even to stand up. Jiang Yao thought Li Ningyu would leave on her own, so she ignored her and crouched down to process the ingredients. Huge shrimp, the size of her palm, were cut along their backs to remove the vein. A diagonal cut was made at their heads, then cleaned. The shrimp heads were placed in the pot to stir-fry the shrimp oil. Hot water was added, boiled, and then rice was mixed in. The fresh aroma wafted through the air. Li Ningyu smelled the savory scent emanating from the kitchen, her mouth almost watering uncontrollably. This fragrance was completely different from the dish from yesterday. The shrimp carried no trace of muddy flavor, indicating they were raised in clean water. The millet was fragrant and rich with a distinct scent, clearly authentic black soil farm produce. 30 minutes later, the fire was turned off, and the porridge was served. Jiang Yao sat on a counter with a spoon stirring the porridge, glancing up to see Li Ningyu still sitting at the entrance. Why hadn't the kid left yet? Hadn't she said that they weren't open yet? Chapter 5. The Mutant Wild Chicken. Seeing the covetous look on her face, Jiang Yao smiled politely but kept a distance. Or, should I give you a bowl too? Really? Great. Li Ningyu didn't know what polite words were. Her eyes lit up instantly. When she looked into those clear eyes, Jiang Yao seemed to remember the little Samoyed named Gun Gun that she had raised as a child. Every time Gun Gun heard about going out to play or having dinner, it showed this kind of expression. But later, after her parents' divorce, Gun Gun was sold by her father. I'll serve you a bowl. Jiang Yao pulled herself back from reminiscing and helplessly shook her head, then took a small bowl from the sterilizer cabinet and handed her a full bowl. Thank you, boss. After Li Ningyu expressed her gratitude with both hands clasped together, she took a spoon from the sterilizer and sat down at the table for a bite. The freshly cooked congee was still steaming hot. Li Ningyu didn't even blow on it before stuffing it into her mouth, immediately scalding her eyes red. But she rather chose to exhale repeatedly than spit it out. Pooh, pooh. Delicious, so delicious. Even better than what our French chef makes. Phew. This look of enjoyment pleased Jiang Yao immensely. However, she didn't take such praise too seriously, thinking the other was just flattering her. After all, people who can afford French chefs wouldn't eat at her little broken-down restaurant. She wasn't arrogant enough to believe her amateur skills could surpass those of seasoned chefs with years of experience. What she didn't know was that the ingredients given by the system were all carefully selected premium ones. Not only did they have a fresh taste, but they were also rich in energy, impossible to make unpalatable no matter how casually cooked. For someone like Li Ningyu who had gone through partial awakening, eating them would not only feel incredibly delicious, but would also speed up her awakening process and enhance the intensity of her awakened abilities. As Li Ningyu ate, she thought of her older brother who had been hospitalized after being struck by her. Boss, can you sell me another portion? Said Li Ningyu. Someone in my family is sick and I want him to taste such delicious food too. Sorry, the porridge isn't available on the menu yet and won't be sold externally, replied Jiang Yao calmly as she looked at Li Ningyu. Mainly because each meal she made was only enough for herself. Giving one bowl to her already considered their regular patronage, there simply wasn't any more left to spare. Well, then, when do you start work at noon? I could pack 2 portions and bring them home for him to try. Li Ningyu had expected this result and thus wasn't too disappointed. Having eaten someone else's free bowl of rice, she couldn't possibly keep pestering for another portion shamelessly. At 11 o'clock, it will be more than 3 hours. You can come over again at noon. All right. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Ningyu quickly finished her porridge and rode off on her little motorcycle. In a single ward of the North City Military Hospital, Li Feng sat on the sofa reviewing reports compiled by his subordinates concerning the information about the all-world restaurant. The restaurant opened 5 years ago, originally owned by a woman named Shenrong. Half a month ago, Shenrong met with a car accident, and according to her last will, she passed the restaurant on to her only daughter, Jiang Yao. The restaurant had stopped operating for more than half a month until a few days ago it officially reopened. All procedures were completed properly, health certificates and business licenses updated with the new owner. It looked just like any ordinary small restaurant. At this point, he furrowed his brows. Li Ningyu distinctly mentioned that only the food here gave her a feeling of fullness, and only her dishes prompted a rapid increase in her physical strength. He conducted a complete physical examination on Ningyu yesterday. The test results indicated she was healthy, even healthier than himself. Oddly enough, some small pre-existing conditions, including nearsightedness, had inexplicably healed. Years of intuition made Li Feng acutely sense something was amiss. Combining this with recent, increasingly frequent actions above, he decided it was best if he personally went to investigate the situation at the restaurant. If there was truly anything wrong with the restaurant, he would need to report it promptly to prevent any trouble. At exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, the restaurant resumed operations. After delivering the bowl of congee in the morning and receiving a compliment from Li Ningyu, Jiang Yao was surprised to find that her skill level in making congee had increased by 5 points. She felt like she had discovered a new world and specially prepared another pot of congee at noon, intending to give it away to customers who came to dine that day. Once again, the door upstairs opened. Bai Yun emerged, covered in blood, holding a large wild chicken whose neck had been twisted off. Dragging it by its neck, this wild chicken was about as long as half his body. The long feathers, under the light, shone with an iridescent hue, especially the tail feathers at the back, vivid and majestic, looking just like the legendary phoenix. Jiang Yao was startled. She had never seen such a large chicken before. It was comparable in size to an adult ostrich. Bai Yun, looking exhausted, skillfully took out several ginseng roots and placed them on the counter, then sat down at his usual spot with a hoarse voice. Boss, give me 10 portions of potato and meat slices rice bowl, 6 to go. Yesterday, those 2 portions of potato and meat slices were snatched up by his teammates, especially the potatoes, which tasted soft and slightly spicy, offering a thrilling kick. On the other hand, they weren't too fond of the sweet fish-flavored shredded pork. Therefore, today before setting off, everyone specially reminded Bai Yun to exchange more portions of potato and meat slices with the beast god. They would dig for more medicinal herbs after he left. However, during today's pursuit of their prey, their formation was accidentally scattered by a giant wild boar. Had he not spotted the mysterious door appearing again while trying to find his way, he probably would have fallen straight off the cliff. Noticing her gaze fixated on the chicken in his hand, Bai Yun thought she wanted it. After some consideration, he simply pushed it forward. Boss, do you want this mutant beast? Here, take it. Jiang Yao instinctively reached out and picked it up, estimating its weight. It must weigh at least 20 jin. Chapter 6. First Encounter. Looking at the wild pheasant's vibrant tail feathers, her mind froze for a moment. System, is this thing edible? One mutated wild pheasant detected. Do you want it to be automatically disassembled? It will cost 10 points. Can it really process ingredients automatically? Pretty considerate. Jiang Yao chose yes, and in the next second, the pheasant disappeared from her hands. 3 seconds later, a large bowl full of pheasant meat appeared on the stove. Jiang Yao stored a portion in the freezer and left the rest soaking in water, preparing to make several dishes of diced chicken with hot pepper for lunch. Later when customers came, she would give each of them a small portion, so she could quickly accumulate proficiency by noon, enabling her to put the dish on the menu the next day. Baiyun didn't seem surprised by the disappearance of an entire chicken. Instead, he frowned as he saw Jiang Yao washing the chicken meat. Boss, are you going to eat its meat? What's wrong? Upon hearing his question, Jiang Yao looked up at him in surprise. The system clearly said it was edible. It doesn't taste good. The meat is bitter and very dry. We usually don't like to eat it. We just take the tail feathers. Baiyun explained seriously, looking straight into Jiang Yao's eyes. Bitter? Jiang Yao pinched a piece of meat, smelled it at her nose tip, and found no bitterness, just the normal smell of fresh meat. It even had less fishiness than supermarket meat, and carried a hint of fresh grass aroma. System, can this really be eaten? Toxins have been removed. It's edible. That's good. Once she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the meat, Jiang Yao felt reassured. She then explained gently to Baiyun. Don't worry, the bitterness in mutant animal meat comes from toxins, but after removing the toxins, it's fine to eat. You can try some later. Actually, Baiyun regretted his bluntness as soon as he spoke. This is the Lord of Beasts, after all. Just because we don't eat it doesn't mean the Lord wouldn't. Asking such a question sounded like questioning the Lord's ability. But seeing that Jiang Yao wasn't angry and instead explained kindly to him, Baiyun felt warmth welling up inside him. The Lord of Beasts was truly amazing, both beautiful and powerful. When he returned, he would certainly spread great tales of the Lord of Beasts to his clan. Jiang Yao had no idea that in this customer's heart, she was already a deity-like figure. At this moment, all she cared about was cooking, earning money, and building her business. While Baiyun was having his meal, the girl from yesterday entered with a strange man. The man was tall, full of muscles. However, his right hand was suspended around his neck with white cloth, making him look quite ridiculous. At the same time, Li Feng also immediately spotted Baiyun dressed in primitive fur. His sharp gaze swept over Baiyun and finally clashed with the other man's fierce stare. Li Feng narrowed his eyes alertly, subconsciously clenching his fingers into a fist. This man was clearly one who had fought in bloody battles, definitely not a simple character. Their eyes met in the air for a brief confrontation before they both turned away. Brother, this is the shop I told you about, and that person over there is the boss. Li Ningyu, always somewhat absent-minded, failed to notice the tension between them. She pulled Li Feng directly to the counter and pointed at Jiang Yao while introducing her. Hello, what would you like to eat? Jiang Yao raised her head from the frying pan, her eyebrows lifting slightly upon seeing the man in front of her. Having lived through the apocalypse for a few years, she instantly sensed something unusual about this man. His aura was too distinct. It reminded her only of the members of hunting teams from official bases in her previous life. If forced to describe it, his aura exuded righteousness verging on eerie, so the identity of this man was becoming clear. But did he come here merely to eat? Or had there been some glitch in the system that made the officials suspect something? Though she didn't fear these situations, she remained invincible as long as she stayed within the restaurant. She still believed getting involved with the authorities would be troublesome. Those people had too many rules, which she always despised. Hello, boss. Li Feng's gaze was sharp like a blade, fixed intently on Jiang Yao's face, careful not to miss any expression or detail. Perhaps he should reassess this unassuming little restaurant? For starters, the oddly dressed man eating inside was definitely not someone ordinary. Jiang Yao gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, her face unchanged as she leisurely transferred the stir-fried chicken to a basin to cool down. The rich and exotic aroma of the meat floated out, wafting through the half-open door to the outside. Swallow. Li Ningyu caught a whiff of the scent, feeling her stomach tighten with hunger. It smells so good. She's so hungry. She reached out to order. Boss, give me 2 servings of this meat, and 2 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork. Jiang Yao still shook her head. This is not for sale today. It's our new item, and I can offer you 2 servings to try. Wow, boss, you're too nice. You even let customers taste the new dish first. Huh. If it weren't for the damn system forcing her to practice, she wouldn't waste these ingredients on such a good deed. But Jiang Yao couldn't say this, so she awkwardly laughed twice, quickly cleaned the pot, and then stir-fried the ingredients that she had prepared earlier in the morning. Finally, she served the fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken onto Li Ningyu's table. Brother, try it fast. It's really delicious. When the food was served, Li Ningyu signaled at Li Feng with winking eyes. Actually, she had originally planned to take 2 servings to the hospital after eating herself, but when he heard they were having lunch here, he insisted on coming along after finding a doctor to confirm his hand wasn't serious. Unable to argue with her brother, Li Ningyu had the driver bring both of them here. When the food arrived, he didn't eat, just stared at the little boss, making it seem like he had a crush on her. Li Ningyu didn't bother understanding her brother, instead taking a deep sniff of the rice aroma and shoveling a large mouthful into her mouth. So fragrant, so delicious. Can't go on, stayed up all day and night. I'm almost going to drop dead. Let's eat something quick and go back to sleep. Wrong way this side. This side is the snack street. On the street, 2 young men of different heights, looking exhausted, walked out from the neighboring internet cafe, leaning on each other as they moved forward. The tall Zhang Jing rubbed his dry, heavy eyelids and yawned widely, his elbow pressing directly on Li Yang's neck, secretly deciding never to pull an all-nighter again. Li Yang, shorter than Zhang Jing, almost fell when pressed by his shoulder. Zhang Jing reacted quickly and pulled his arm. I don't know how Zhao San and Zhao Si are doing. There were so many people on the bus home, they might catch the flu. Li Yang shook his head. It's already been 2 days off. They must have made it home by now. We'll call them after we wake up. Yeah, they should be fine. They were students at C University. The flu had been severe recently, so the school gave them a few days off. Instead of going home, they had been gaming in the internet cafe. After an entire all-nighter, Zhang Jing now felt dizzy, his heart thumping irregularly, his stomach rumbling. Let's find somewhere to eat first, and then go back to the dormitory to sleep. Zhang Jing massaged his sore eyes, pulling out his glasses from his pocket and putting them on, then raised his head and frowned while looking around. They often came to this street. It was close to the school, and the internet cafe was cheap, only 5 yuan per hour. But all the places they could eat here had already been tried, and there was nothing new to explore. Chapter 7. Salt Exchange. How about some rice noodles? Don't feel like eating. What about bibimbap? No appetite. Zhang Jing sighed. Not just him, even himself had grown tired of the food on this street. Most of it was pre-prepared dishes. Well, I guess we'll head back to the dorm and order a burger just to get by. Whatever. Liang nodded casually, his eyelids practically glued together. To be honest, all he wanted to do right now was go back and sleep. Just then, a strong aroma of fried chicken wafted into his nose, instantly reviving Li Yang's spirit. So fragrant. How much technology and tough talk must have gone into that? He unconsciously made a couple of jokes, but still pulled Zhang Jing bit by bit, searching for the source of the scent. Finally, in an inconspicuous gap, they saw a small restaurant. The aroma was coming from this very inn. 10,000 Worlds Restaurant. That name sounds interesting. It seems like a new place. Shall we give it a try? Let's go. Zhang Jing smoothed his hair with his hand and walked straight into the store. As soon as they entered, they saw several guests already seated inside. After scanning the room, they sat down at a corner table, looking up at the menu. Liang spent quite some time examining the menu but couldn't figure out where the delicious smell was coming from. The dishes listed all seemed so ordinary. Boss, do you still sell fried chicken here? It smells amazing. We don't sell fried chicken. You're probably talking about this dish called spicy diced chicken. If you eat here today, we can offer you a free portion. Jiang Yao had actually completed more than half of her sales target for the day, and she wanted to keep the remaining few portions for herself to eat later. After drinking kanji for 2 consecutive days, tonight she wanted to indulge in something oily. Zhang Jing felt disappointed in his heart, thinking this shop might have sold something special after all. He had seen too many of these kinds of tactics, using signature dishes to lure people in, only to serve tasteless pre-prepared dishes. Glancing at the price list, he quietly complained, "Why are things so expensive? A set meal costs 40 or 50. Liang waved his hand. A 40-50 yuan set meal? I absolutely want to try how it tastes. Zhang Jing somewhat wanted to leave, but the aroma of the chicken was too inviting, and he couldn't resist the temptation. After pondering, he obediently sat there, thinking, let's try. It's at most this once. If it doesn't taste good, he won't come back again. Boss, let's have 2 sets of potato slices and meat cover rice. Sure. Very soon, 2 colorful sets of rice and 2 small bowls of oil-drenched spicy diced chicken were served on the table. Liang drew a pair of disposable chopsticks from the bunch, tore open the packaging, and directly used them to pick up a large piece of chicken. This chicken was deep-fried twice, crisp yet not dry, accompanied by bright red dried chili peppers and green Sichuan peppercorns, providing a numbing and spicy flavor that matched exactly with his expectations. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not. While eating, he could always feel heat surging from his abdomen to the rest of his body. Delicious, you should try it quickly. He pushed the dish towards Zhang Jing, who was still regretting spending money. Zhang Jing followed suit, picking up a fragrant piece of meat and tossing it into his mouth. Just after chewing it twice, he broke out in a sweat all over his head. The previously heavy sensation in his chest seemed like it had suddenly been relieved, and the slight dull pain also reduced significantly. Without exchanging words, they stuffed their mouths one bite after another. The bowl of chicken pieces emptied quickly, not even sparing the dried chili peppers used as ingredients. Zhang Jing licked his lips in satisfaction, but wasn't full yet. The bowls were too small, just enough to whet his appetite. Seeing the set meals on the table initially planned to be packed away for dinner, he directly threw away the chopsticks, picked up the plate with a spoon, and ate a mouthful of rice. The fresh, juicy meat burst with fragrance on the tip of the tongue, while the soft, sweet potatoes tasted endlessly satisfying. He just couldn't stop. This is too delicious. Compared to this, what he'd eaten before were just pig feeds. After being busy all morning, Jiang Yao was starving too. She looked outside, estimating that there wouldn't be any more customers at this hour, so she simply used the leftover ingredients to make herself a potato slice and meat set meal. Squatting by the counter with her plate, she turned on a TV drama that helped improve appetite while eating. Indeed, the ingredients provided by the system were really excellent, surpassing those hothouse vegetables cultivated in greenhouses by a wide margin. And that chicken, it was simply incomparably delicious. She finished off a whole small basin alone. Shoveling another piece of meat into her mouth, Jiang Yao watched Bai Yun eating wild chicken behind her back, contemplating in her heart whether the other beast meats from their place tasted just as good. Could he bring over more? Bai Yun, eating the wild chicken, was also pondering the same question, since the divine beast, no, store master, could turn such an unappetizing wild chicken into something so delectable. Could the game meat they hunted also be brought over for the shop owner to process? Would she even agree? Just as Jiang Yao finished her meal, she saw Bai Yun preparing to leave with his takeout. As he passed by her, she hesitated for a moment before calling him back. Bai Yun, there's something I want to discuss with you. Unexpectedly, he turned around and addressed her too. Boss, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Yao was surprised. You go first. But Bai Yun looked equally startled. No, you go first. The two spoke in unison and fell silent at the same time. Finally, Jiang Yao snapped her fingers. All right, let me speak first. Bai Yun nodded obediently and listened attentively. Li Feng, who was still leisurely savoring his food on the dining table, perked up instantly, tilting his head slightly backward to listen. Jiang Yao glanced toward the living room and pulled Bai Yun's wrist, leading him to the back. Come, I'll see you off. Okay. Although puzzled, Bai Yun didn't ask further. Only when Jiang Yao led him to the second floor entrance did she softly begin. Do you have other kinds of strange beasts or wild vegetables that can be eaten? If so, you can bring them here. I can purchase them from you. What do you want? I can help arrange it for you. Bai Yun's eyes brightened repeatedly. Anything at all. Jiang Yao wasn't quite sure what he wanted exactly, so she refrained from making promises without evidence. Tell me what you want first. Can I exchange some salt? The kind you put in your cooking? Salt. Jiang Yao paused briefly before realizing that their beast world was still in the raw meat and blood stage. It was completely normal to lack salt and various trace elements at this time. Iodized salt sold in the supermarket wasn't expensive, and these things could also be exchanged in the system mall. If they were lacking in these basic necessities, then she might establish long-term cooperation with them. Moreover, this would be an exclusive supply channel just for her, similar to the ingredients provided by the system. Chapter 8. Interview? Not interested. She immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, just exchange for the exotic beast meat, food, and medicinal herbs from your place. That's great. Then I'll go back today and have my tribespeople prepare. Bai Yun was truly very happy. They had crossed mountains and rivers just to go to the coast to trade for salt. Now, meeting Jiang Yao meant they could get salt without leaving their tribe. That way, they could use more time hunting and preparing supplies for winter. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and continued. We don't just need exotic beasts. Anything you think is edible can be brought over. For example, the ginseng you brought. That's something I can also take. Jiang Yao thought that the wild chickens and ginseng from their place looked almost identical to those in modern society, and probably other herbal medicines would look the same too. Later, she'd buy 2 boxes of salt from the supermarket, then purchase a few illustrated books on wild delicacies from the library. She would ask the beast people to help collect and process ingredients so that her restaurant would soon have a stable supply chain of wild game. Alright, Bai Yun didn't understand what book meant, but he only needed to listen to Jiang Yao's words and nod along, so he agreed without hesitation. Then you'd better go back first, and be careful on the way. Watching Bai Yun's figure disappear behind the door, she happily hummed a song as she went downstairs and returned to the counter. The shop gradually saw the arrival of 2 or 3 more customers, all attracted by the aroma of the wild chicken. However, upon hearing that the wild chicken wasn't available today, some turned around after seeing the price and left, leaving only an elderly couple. The rice porridge cooked in the casserole was bubbling up with water bubbles. Seeing that it was ready, Jiang Yao served it out and delivered a small portion to each table according to the number of diners. An old man who appeared to be 60 or 70 years old took out a small bottle of liquor from his pocket, savoring a few small bites while eating the spicy chicken cubes. Once the alcohol hit his stomach, redness instantly spread across his face as he revealed a satisfied expression. Boss, this meat is really good. Just one bite and I know it's not from a farm, but from a mountain chicken, right? It is. Jiang Yao, recognizing his discernment, nodded accordingly. Back when I was a chef at state banquets, everything we ate, drank, and used were the best things from across the country. I knew as soon as I tasted this chicken how many months it had been raised. The old man seemed slightly drunk, speaking with a bit of a lisp. Shoo shoo, eat your food already. Why do you start talking nonsense again after having some drinks? The old lady sitting beside him smiled warmly and turned to glance at Jiang Yao. Dear girl, don't mind him. He has a poor tolerance for alcohol but loves drinking anyway, and when he gets drunk, he likes to babble nonsense. Jiang Yao certainly didn't care, shaking her head. She heard the old lady continue. Your porridge is really well made, delicious. It gives off a faintly bitter fragrance upon entering your mouth, followed by a sweet taste that doesn't feel greasy. Is that so? Let me try. Upon hearing this, the old man reached for the spoon, scooping up a spoonful of the porridge into his mouth, and his eyes widened instantly. This porridge. After swallowing a mouthful, unbelieving, he gulped down another large sip, thumping his thigh regretfully. Oh dear, this porridge, such a waste of fine ingredients. What a waste. To use such high-quality herbs to make porridge. Herbs? Everyone hadn't expected that this unassuming bowl of porridge contained herbs. These words startled everyone momentarily before they all snatched up their spoons and stuffed some porridge into their mouths. In an instant, everyone was conquered by its refreshing sweetness, feeling like they had suddenly stepped into a forest after the rain, full of fresh oxygen-filled air hitting them in the chest. Taking a deep breath, it felt as if the stagnant energy in their chests had been expelled. They kept taking bites nonstop. Even Li Ningyu, who had already eaten until her belly was full, wouldn't let go of the bowl in her hand. The cooking skill for millet porridge improved +5+5+5. In no time, the skills for both the porridge and the chili chicken cubes were leveled up to the 20s or 30s. Unexpectedly, they would be able to sell them tomorrow. The old gentleman had already swallowed all the porridge in a few quick gulps, then stared intently at Jiang Yao behind the counter. Young girl, how many of these wild ginseng roots older than 100 years do you still have? Would you consider selling a few to me? Whatever price you want, just name it. Hiss. A collective intake of cold air echoed through the air. This free bowl of porridge actually contained century-old ginseng? Well, one's at that. Was this true? After all, most of the ginseng sold on the market now was artificially cultivated to mature within 1 or 2 years, and those wild ginsengs were all collected by experts for safekeeping. Normally, they wouldn't even catch a glimpse of them. Leon carefully savored a mouthful of the plain-looking millet porridge, then nudged his brother's arm. What are you standing there frozen for? Hurry up and eat. This porridge is tasty. It even contains ginseng. Our boss is too generous. I don't like porridge. If you want to drink it, then I'll give mine to you. Zhang Jing looked at the people around him who clearly had been fooled, and he gave a disdainful sneer, feeling as though he were the only sober person in the world. Nowadays, these shop owners always talk nonsense, thinking they can fool people by planting a few decoys. With this porridge, he wouldn't drink it even if it was given to him for free, let alone with century-old ginseng. Why not say millennium-old while they're at it? Are you sure you won't drink? Then I will. Liang didn't bother being polite with him, directly taking his small bowl of porridge and dumping it into his own. Hey, no wonder this guy doesn't have any taste buds, wasting such good porridge without drinking a single sip. He might as well enjoy it himself. Zhang Yao completely missed their exchange. She was preoccupied because the elder man was persistently trying to buy Baiyun's ginseng. But this ginseng couldn't be taken out of the store, and even if she wanted to sell it, her hands were tied. Seeing Zhang Yao's resolute expression, the elder man paused thoughtfully. All right, young lady, I won't let you lose out. Just give me one root. At that point, my daughter will give your place a free special interview. My daughter's name is Zhou Shuya. You must know her. She works for the provincial TV station. This would be a great free promotion. Think about it. Once on TV, your business will get so many more customers. The elder had planned everything out neatly. The shop was practical, and all its offerings were of high quality. Promoting this store would provide a trending topic for his daughter's work, plus the quality of the ginseng was really excellent, and he was truly tempted. It was a triple win. TV station? Not interested. Zhang Yao didn't even look up. It was almost time for the apocalypse now. What was the fuss about promotion or no promotion? When later everyone struggled for food, her shop would naturally become the best-known brand, and there would never be a lack of customers. The elder realized her firmness and understood he wouldn't get the ginseng from the shop owner today. His eyes twinkled with calculation, then he chuckled. All right, I won't buy today. Tomorrow, he'd directly send his daughter here for a meal, for an undercover investigation. Once the store gained popularity, this young girl would see the benefits of marketing. Zhang Yao didn't bother paying attention to him. She was currently listing items based on the hoarding checklist she had found online. In the afternoon, she had to make a trip to the supermarket and spend those $3 million+. If she didn't do it now, after a few days when the apocalypse hits, the money would become worthless paper. Chapter 9, Frequent Influenza. By the afternoon, most of the guests had left, and Zhang Yao tidied up the utensils, hanging a sign at the door that said closed. She doesn't have a car right now, so she hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the nearest department store. All right, buckle up. Sitting in the car, she reviewed her supply checklist again. It was all basic necessities like clothes, blankets, tissues, sanitary pads, laundry powder, etc. That's right, she added an off-road vehicle to the list. After the apocalypse, all public transportation broke down, and after several large-scale earthquakes, the roads became uneven and rugged. Only large trucks and high-clearance off-road vehicles could barely navigate the roads. In the previous life, when she first escaped from her housing estate and tried to leave High City, the lack of a car caused her great trouble. She narrowly avoided a wave of zombies, only to encounter a group of robbers who had awakened special powers. If she hadn't also awakened with abilities and killed those people in retaliation, she would probably have already been dead in their hands. As soon as Zhang Yao got out of the taxi, she saw a long queue that stretched from the entrance of the department store all the way onto the street. What's going on? Why are there so many people in front of such a large supermarket? For a moment, Zhang Yao thought she might be hallucinating. She rubbed her eyes hard and looked again, but it was still the same chaotic scene of masses of people. At this point, an old man overseeing order outside noticed her standing at the door and came over to dissuade her. Are you here to buy things too? Don't bother coming today. There's nothing for you here. Why? Ho ho, don't you know yet? Recently, they announced on the news that the virus has mutated again, and they're about to seal off the city. All schools and businesses have halted classes and work. Even traffic between cities has been suspended by more than half. Seal the city? Zhang Yao was full of questions in her mind. She was certain that in her previous life, she had never heard any mention of sealing the city. So the authorities must have received the letter she sent a few days ago and trusted her words enough to prepare early for the apocalypse. Or could it be that she wasn't the only one who came back to this life? The elderly security guard continued sipping his tea nonchalantly. Starting these past few days, everything in our mall is strictly rationed. Even if you start queuing up now, you won't be able to buy much anyway. You should check out other places instead. The city closure and the restrictions on purchases made Zhang Yao even more confident in her thoughts. There were definitely others who returned from the apocalypse, besides herself. But for her, this was actually a good thing. Restaurants rely on customers to exist. The more people survive, the better her restaurant can develop. Realizing all this, she raised her hand to hail another taxi, deciding to visit a 4S dealership first. On the way, she saw every large mall looking overwhelmed by crowds, which further solidified her thoughts. She opened a social media app, where a big trending topic appeared. Influenza virus mutation leads to accelerated transmission speed. Everyone is urged not to go out in the short term and try to stockpile food and water. Classes and work halted, relevant departments respond. Turning off her phone, Jiang Yao opened the System Mall. She wanted to see what the System Mall offered. She searched for tissues. A list of tissue brands appeared, priced from high to low, with the cheapest costing 4 points. To her relief, the goods available for purchase inside were relatively complete, with various daily necessities, though the only downside was the price, still within acceptable limits. Alright, expensive or not, having access to supplies was good enough. Closing the system, she looked out the window, noticing that within a short while, there were increasingly more cars on the road. After driving along the main road for 10 minutes or so, she arrived at the largest 4S store in the city. It was very quiet inside, with few customers. The staff had been gathered chatting, assuming that someone had arrived for business when they saw a car park outside. Prepared to approach eagerly, they paused upon seeing an 18 or 19-year-old girl get out, then turned and walked away without even greeting her. Jiang Yao entered just as a round-faced female salesperson greeted her warmly with a cup of hot tea in hand. Hello, little sister. Are you here to buy a car? Little sister? This was the first time Jiang Yao had ever been called that. She glanced at the woman's name badge. It read Wang Qiao, age 23, intern. Right? She forgot for a moment that she was technically only a 17 or 18-year-old high school student now. She nodded at the intern named Wang Qiao. Yes, I'm here to buy a car, cash on delivery today. The full amount in cash. Oh. Wang Qiao covered her mouth in surprise, really just asking out of routine because, after all, their cars weren't among the highest-end ones, rather mid to high range. Even the lowest models cost no less than 500,000 yuan. It's not unheard of for kids Jiang Yao's age to buy a car, but usually their parents or nannies and bodyguards accompany them, unlike Jiang Yao who walked in by herself claiming she wanted to buy a car. So what kind of car are you looking for? Let me introduce you to some options. Wang Qiao was still somewhat skeptical, but she didn't intentionally dampen Jiang Yao's enthusiasm. Besides, the store was empty at the moment, so serving anyone would do. An off-road vehicle, good performance, spacious. Budget within 3 million yuan. Jiang Yao casually glanced at the cars inside and frowned in dissatisfaction. No, these cars were too ordinary. They didn't seem crash-resistant enough just by appearance. 3 million. Wang Qiao was shocked by Jiang Yao's calm tone, as if 3 million came out of her mouth like 20,000. She felt unsure. Judging from Jiang Yao's outfit, it looked like the total cost wouldn't even reach 1,000 yuan. Could she really come up with 3 million? Jiang Yao gave her a cold look. Don't waste my time. Show me the cars. Wang Qiao snapped to attention, feeling how fierce this girl's gaze was. Instinctively, she bent her knees slightly into a half-crouch, leading Jiang Yao towards the central showroom in a respectful posture while introducing the models. Then check out our newly released model. There are only 2 in the country, designed exclusively for off-road enthusiasts, capable of mountain climbing and water crossings without issue. It can tackle any slope below 70 degrees easily. The tires are. She led Jiang Yao toward the VIP exhibition area where there was an actual car on display. The entire car was black, with thick tires that obviously had strong grip. The chassis was also high, ideal for crushing zombies. Opening the door revealed a large interior space, and the rear seats could be easily dismantled, perfect for transporting supplies, or something else entirely. Jiang Yao grew increasingly satisfied and decided right then and there. Wang Qiao grinned from ear to ear, never expecting to close such a big deal out of nowhere. This sale alone would allow her direct promotion and a bonus of tens of thousands. At the thought, the lines on her face deepened genuinely. She guided Jiang Yao into the VIP lounge. Please wait here a moment while I go fetch the manager to help you sign the contract. And she hurried out. As Jiang Yao sat brushing through her phone, she heard a particularly familiar voice from outside the door. Xiao, I've already picked it out. If we get married, just let your parents contribute this car as dowry. We've already bought a house, a massive flat in high city worth 7 or 8 million. The car is only worth over 1 million, so technically it's still a better deal for you guys. That tone, that voice, wasn't that Jiang Yaozu, the only son of Uncle Jiang? Jiang Yao peeked out, and sure enough, a tall and slender man had just walked in, accompanied by a well-dressed young woman. This man was pointing at the exact off-road vehicle she had just chosen in the central showroom, lecturing animatedly. With his sharp features and sly expression, he could be none other than Jiang Yaozu, the only child of her second uncle. Hatred surged within Jiang Yao as a smirk curved her lips. So, they thought they'd been drained of all their wealth, making them behave for a while. She hadn't even gone after him yet, and he had shown up on his own. Chapter 10, Collecting Interest First. She took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent within her. Just wait a bit longer. The apocalypse hasn't come yet. Let him live a few more days for now. Just as Jiang Yao was about to close the door and go inside, she heard a shout from behind. Jiang Yao? Is that really you, Jiang Yao? What are you doing here? Hey, sir, the second floor is the VIP area. You can't go up. The male sales associate standing by the counter instantly rushed over to stop him. Get out of the way, that's my sister in there. I saw her, so get off me already. Jiang Yao, it's your brother Jiang Yao. A series of noisy voices rang out in the first floor hall, and Jiang Yao closed her eyes impatiently, her heart brimming with hostility. Might as well find an opportunity to kill him. She glanced at the security camera. System, can you handle this? 10 points have been deducted, and I will temporarily take control of the camera permissions. Upon hearing the system's affirmative reply, she opened the door and walked out, standing at the railing on the second floor and looking down, Jiang Yaozu. Hearing his name, Jiang Yaozu turned around and shoved the salesperson away. What do you mean not let me pass? I've already said that's my sister. Didn't you hear her calling me? Miss Jiang. The male sales associate looked at Jiang Yao, confused. Let him come over. Jiang Yao nodded, and only then did he let go and return to his position. Jiang Yaozu held his head high, patted non-existent dust off his clothes, narrowed his eyes, and scanned Jiang Yao from head to toe. He couldn't help but feel that after just a few months apart, his younger cousin had grown even prettier. He stroked his chin, laughing lewdly. Yao Yao, are you here to buy a car too? Jiang Yao ignored him and turned back into the room. After giving a quick instruction to the woman beside him, Jiang Yaoyu ran upstairs and entered the room. As soon as he got inside, he sat on the sofa, grinning widely. What a coincidence, meeting you here. You haven't answered me yet. Did you come here to buy a car? Jiang Yao walked over and tightly shut the door. Swinging her wrist twice, she spoke calmly. Cousin, you're too noisy. I'm planning to knock your teeth out. You? Knock my teeth out? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yaoyu burst out laughing as if he'd heard something incredibly funny. His laughter shook him so hard that he almost bent over. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. With no expression, Jiang Yao took 2 steps forward and grabbed his hair, pulling his head backward toward the couch. Jiang Yaoyu winced from the scalp pain and tried to hit her face. How could someone like Jiang Yao, who'd struggled through the post-apocalypse era for so long, possibly lose to him? With one swift motion, she caught his wrist, while her other hand swung a round punch directly into his face. There was a crisp snapping sound, and Jiang Yaoyu was sent flying. His face felt a sharp wave of pain, and 2 streams of warmth flowed down from his nose. Wiping his fingers under his nose, he found them covered in blood. I'm going to kill you, you bitch. Jiang Yaoyu, having never been beaten in his life, couldn't endure such humiliation. In a fury, he stood up and swung a slap at Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao wouldn't stand for that. She directly grabbed his thin arm, and with her other hand, slapped him forcefully. Jiang Yaoyu was once again thrown sideways to the ground. His already broken nasal bone twisted completely askew, and blood spattered all over the lower half of his face. Jiang Yao landed the blow but wasn't ready to stop. Looking at his ugly mug always triggered unpleasant memories for her. She grabbed his hair with one hand and pressed his face under the sofa, her other hand busy punching relentlessly at his back and head. For a time, the room filled with dull blows and thuds. Jiang Yaoyu's attempts to beg for mercy were blocked by the sofa cushion. Racked with pain, he could only emit umph sounds. After what seemed like forever, when he finally ceased struggling, Jiang Yao let out a heavy sigh and stopped her assault. Looking at the nearly unconscious Jiang Yaoyu, she shook her tingling wrist and flipped him onto his back, checking his pulse. The breath was faint, almost non-existent. Damn, didn't she kill him, did she? What a waste. How pathetic, to give up after just 2 hits, and yet dare challenge her. Who gave him the courage? After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a small piece of dry ginseng from her pocket and rudely shoved it into his mouth. This piece of ginseng had fallen on the floor when she cooked porridge before, originally intended for feeding stray dogs. Now it benefited this trash instead. It would be inconvenient if he died now, better leave him alive for a few more days. At that moment, there was a creaking sound. The door opened. Wang Xiao, entering with a contract, was shocked at the scene, and quickly came to separate the 2 people. Miss Jiang, are you alright? Wang Xiao placed the contract on the table and worriedly helped his wealthy client up without giving Jiang Yaoyu a single glance. I'm fine. Bring the contract over. Let's sign it now. Jiang Yao was indeed unharmed. After consuming those herbal medicines and supplements in recent days, her body had grown far stronger than before. Jiang Yaoyu, that despicable dog, hadn't gained even the slightest advantage. What mattered most was that she felt great. Although this beating only amounted to collecting a bit of interest, she truly felt much more at ease. At the mere thought of how the apocalypse would give her a chance to deal with all these dogs, she almost couldn't contain her excitement. She just needed to wait 2 more days. Only 2 days. After 2 days, the Black Rain would begin the apocalypse. When that time comes, those who humiliated her in her previous life wouldn't die at the hands of zombies. They would die by her own hand. Jiang Yao massaged her elbow, then picked up the pen and signed her name on the document below. The manager had just reached the door when he saw the chaotic scene ahead, breaking out into cold sweat immediately. He didn't even dare to step inside, quickly leaving with his subordinates to check the surveillance footage inside the room. Once they realized the video showed Jiang Yaoyu attacking first, the manager breathed a deep sigh of relief, straightening his posture. Contact the legal department right away. How dare someone commit violence in our store? It seems he doesn't want to live. Hurrying back to the office, he swore repeatedly to Jiang Yao, promising full responsibility for dealing with the person who attacked her and ensuring they paid the price. Jiang Yao nodded. Naturally, she welcomed their assistance. Her time was valuable, and she couldn't waste it on scum like him. She declined the manager's offer to take her to the hospital, instead leaving her address so they could deliver the car to the restaurant entrance. After washing her face, she rode a shared bicycle toward the bookstore. But what no one noticed was that as soon as Jiang Yao left, Jiang Yaoyu lying on the sofa had swallowed the ginseng without anyone seeing. Moments later, his palm emitted a faint green light, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ambulance took Jiang Yaoyu to the hospital for a full-body examination, but oddly enough, not a single scratch or bruise was found on him. The 2 police officers standing by his bedside stared at each other dumbfounded as the man jumped around energetically, loudly demanding that his sister be sent to jail. Chapter 11, Superpowers. There were only 2 days left before the zombie outbreak. The sky was overcast, and a drizzle began to fall. At 8 o'clock in the morning, inside the male dormitory of C University. After returning from breakfast, Zhang Jing and Li Yang had been lying in bed catching up on sleep. They had slept from the afternoon of the previous day until dawn broke. Bang bang bang. A series of urgent knocks on the door rang out, followed by a familiar male voice. Oldly, are you awake? I've come to borrow something. Who is it? Li Yang hadn't rested well. He felt as though his whole body was burning hot, like being in bed with underfloor heating turned on, while also roasted by a high-powered electric heater. He was drenched in sweat. It's me, Lu Xuan. Wait, I'm coming. Li Yang threw off the covers, rubbing his eyes and sat up in bed, groggy as he prepared to get up and open the door for someone. Zhang Jing was awakened by the noise and also felt uncomfortable. In his dreams, he kept falling into a deep bottomless sea. His body was wet, damp, and cold, and he couldn't dry off no matter what. He struggled to open his eyes, reaching for his phone, but instead touched a cool, soaking patch. Shit, who did this? He cursed and suddenly sat up, finding that the quilt covering him was soaked through. Water flowed down the edge of the bed and had pooled slightly on the floor. What the hell? Who poured all this water onto his bed? No wonder he had felt so cold. What's going on? Li Yang dragged his slippers forward a couple of steps, startled upon seeing this scene. Who the hell is this cruel? Pouring water on your bed? What kind of person does that? Zhang Jing, however, felt that something wasn't quite right. They had locked the door before sleeping, meaning there was no way anyone could have entered the room from the doorway. So where did the water come from? Li Yang. He wanted to say something about checking the surveillance cameras with the dorm supervisor, but paused abruptly upon looking at Li Yang. Li Yang? Is your head on fire? Zhang Jing's voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment. Huh? On fire? Quick, extinguish it. Panicking, Li Yang reached up to touch his head, but aside from it feeling a little warm, he didn't sense anything else. He also didn't smell the stench of burnt hair. Zhang Jing, how dare you fool around with your old man? Annoyed, Li Yang moved to pull off Zhang Jing's blanket. No, your head really is on fire. Zhang Jing immediately jumped down from the upper bunk and picked up the mirror from the table, holding it up in front of Li Yang. Shit, it's really on fire. In the mirror, Li Yang saw a small flame dancing on top of his head. As he moved, the tiny flame grew twice its size instantly with the rise of his emotions, engulfing his entire head, looking terrifying. But why did he not feel any pain at all? Carefully, Li Yang extended his hand, trying to extinguish the flame on his head, only to discover that the flame had no temperature, and he felt nothing when he probed his fingers into it. No sensation? Both he and Zhang Jing stared at each other blankly. Let me try. Zhang Jing thrust his hand toward Li Yang's head. Hot. The moment his fingers touched the flame, they got burned slightly and reflexively pulled back. Then, a thin stream of water flowed from Zhang Jing's fingertip, easing the pain caused by the scorching flames. Li Yang looked at Zhang Jing's hand with incredulous eyes, then switched his gaze between his own head and Zhang Jing's hand repeatedly. So, what's going on here? Spiritual abilities? Zhang Jing's throat tightened, swallowing hard. His fingers twitched, causing another stream of water to flow out. Meanwhile, a similar scene was happening inside the Li family villa. Since returning from the restaurant yesterday after eating, Li Feng had felt unwell. He couldn't keep his eyes open and throughout the night experienced alternating sensations of extreme heat and cold, as if suffering from a fever. Miserably, he lay in bed for nearly 10 hours and finally woke up the next morning with a throbbing headache. Through the dim light outside the window, he raised his wrist to check his watch, only to find the hands motionless. It had stopped working sometime without him noticing. He fumbled around trying to switch on the lights. As soon as his fingers touched the switch, an electric current surged from his palm, creating a sharp flash as the hanging light exploded above him. Avoiding falling shards of glass, Li Feng watched the darkened room while staring at his fingertips still sparking with electricity, shivering uncontrollably. Brother, are you alright? I think I heard something explode. Not until Li Ningyu entered along with the housekeeper, intending to approach him, did he react instinctively, shouting fiercely, "Don't come near me." Li Ningyu froze, confused. Brother? What's wrong? Li Feng remained standing in place, gripping his palm tightly. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Go fetch a pair of insulated gloves for me. He had guessed correctly. There was indeed something amiss about that restaurant. Ningyu's mysterious surge of immense strength must certainly be connected to those foods as well. The only thing he didn't know was whether others who had eaten at the restaurant these days had awakened to such abilities. It seemed that he must go and find the commander. Jiang Yao hadn't even gotten out of bed when she heard a ding. Ding, store points balance has accumulated to 1,000. Beginner task completed. Reward for beginners is being distributed. The next second, a colorful big wheel appeared. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and stared at the wheel for a while. Beginner reward is just a lottery? Could you possibly be stingier? Considering it's the host's first draw, probability has been adjusted to 80% chance of winning the grand prize. Good luck to you. After this sentence, the system disappeared again. No matter how Jiang Yao shouted, it stayed silent, pretending to be dead. Jiang Yao was already accustomed to the system's quirks. She rolled up her sleeves, got out of bed, washed her hands thoroughly, muttered prayers for half a minute, and finally sat on the bed before clicking draw. The black needle kept spinning on the wheel. After several seconds, a dazzling multicolored light flashed. Congratulations on drawing the grand prize. Interdimensional teleportation door. Interdimensional teleportation door, after setting anchor point, can transport the host to the dimension where diners reside. Single use time, 3 hours. Cool down time, 1 week. So she could now go to the beast world. For 1 week, she could stay there for 3 hours. At this thought, Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. This meant she could freely explore the beast world, meaning she could do a lot more. This was truly having someone deliver a pillow right when you're feeling sleepy. She had been thinking yesterday about how to take advantage of the good environmental conditions in the beast world. Unexpectedly, she drew this today. Who said the system was bad? This system was really great. Jiang Yao walked around the room and eventually placed the door on the one by Yun used. The silver glow receded, and a line of blanks appeared on the door. Placement successful. Please input teleportation coordinates anchor point. Coordinate anchor point? So apparently she could use the anchor point to teleport to different places, thus she needed to find some time to ask by Yun. At noon, the restaurant opened for business as usual. Perhaps because the city was going to be locked down, there weren't many people eating at the restaurant today. Not long after opening, the old man who insisted on buying her ginseng from yesterday entered with a young man. Little boss, I've brought you a new customer today. Jiang Yao glanced at them and nodded with a smile. Then thank you, sir. I'll send you more porridge later. All right. The old man came here precisely for the medicinal porridge. The ginseng was indeed a fine item. After drinking that bowl of porridge yesterday, he felt his years-long ailments were somewhat better. Even with the weather so gloomy recently, his arthritis hadn't flared up. Chapter 12, An Uninvited Guest. Following the elder was a young woman with an expressionless face. Jiang Yao guessed that this was his daughter who worked at the television station, as he had mentioned yesterday. What was her name again? Zhou Shuya? As soon as Zhou Shuya entered, she used her finger to lightly wipe the dining table and then nodded in satisfaction. Very clean, no oil stains on the table, the floor underfoot was shining bright, and there were no grease marks in the corners. She followed her old man to the front desk and tiptoed to take a look at the kitchen behind. The stainless steel meal cabinet was spotlessly clean, with pre-prepared ingredients neatly placed on it. Everything was in perfect order and clear at a glance. Finally, her eyes landed on the price list on the counter. Potato and meat slice rice bowl, 45 per serving. Fragrant pork silk rice bowl, 45 per serving. Spicy diced chicken, 180 per serving, limited to 15 servings. Millet porridge, 300 per serving, limited to 10 servings. The moment she saw the prices, she froze. Isn't this basically robbery? Selling meals so expensively? A bowl of millet porridge for 300? Jiang Yao also felt helpless looking at her expression. These prices were set by the system. Aside from the first 2 ingredients sourced from the system mall, the other 2 were brought back by Yun from the end times. The system said these ingredients have unique functions, thus their worth. Heaven knows how much she regretted giving away all those bowls of free porridge. Spendthrift. She will never do such wasteful things ever again, not even once. Oh yeah, this price is pretty good. That's what it should be. It's worth it. Let us each have a bowl, and then bring a serving of spicy diced chicken. The old man has now become a loyal supporter of Jiang Yao. Instead of being dissatisfied with the price of the millet porridge, he praised it repeatedly and chose a seat closest to the kitchen. Zhou Shuya, tight-lipped, wanted to say something, but seeing the elder's happiness, didn't want to ruin the elderly man's mood. So, she could only swallow her words and sat down accordingly. Jiang Yao skillfully served 3 bowls of congee and placed them on the table. The congee had been simmering on low heat in the pot since early morning. Upon lifting the lid of the clay pot, white mist surged out. Just after setting the bowls on the table, 2 figures walked through the door. They were none other than the brother and sister duo, Li Feng and Li Ningyu. Li Ningyu now relied on meals cooked by Jiang Yao to sustain life. Otherwise, she would starve painfully. As for Li Feng, he came because of a mission. That very morning, he drove to the military zone and showcased his new ability only to find the old commander deeply pondering for a while with no surprise on his face at all. He handed him a research report, the front page of which was an anonymous letter. The first line of the letter read, "I am a reborn person from the future." The letter accurately predicted major events like the catastrophic wildfires in Beautiful Country, the eruption of Mount Fuji, and an 8-magnitude earthquake in Mean Country. It was so accurate that it could pinpoint a certain time on a certain day. After the prophecies, the letter went on to issue warnings. On the night of September 23, 3087, a black rain would sweep across the globe, zombies would break out, and global changes would commence. September 23rd is the day after tomorrow, and the date of dispatchment of the letter was 7 days ago. They've almost tried every method possible, but couldn't trace the person who sent the letter. He seemed to vanish completely, leaving not even a trace behind. If it were before, Li Feng would surely assume it to be some sort of prank. But he indeed awakened his own power, the lightning-type ability. His hands can emit massive amounts of electric force. And Li Ningyu, she already has a punching strength exceeding 500 kilograms. According to what was mentioned in the letter, she likely awakened a strength-based type of ability, and it might already be upgraded to level 2. All of this told him it was true. The world's apocalypse is coming. Boss, what would you like to eat? What are you doing, bro? Li Ningyu had asked him several times, but she got no response. When she turned around, she saw her older brother staring at Miss Jiang with a glazed look. His eyes looked lost. In anger, she kicked her brother lightly. Ouch, what's wrong? Li Feng felt as if his foot had been hit by a huge rock, and he instantly became alert. He then looked at his younger sister. I'm asking you a question. What do you want to eat? Li Ningyu secretly cursed her brother in her heart. Just because he liked someone, did he have to look so foolishly captivated? Especially when he was still an officer with rank. So embarrassing. Get 2 sets of each dish, 1 to take out. Li Feng paid with his phone, picked a spot to sit down first, and began to space out again. The old commander asked if he knew why his powers suddenly awakened, and if there were any warning signs. After deep thought, he still believed the answer lay within the food here at this shop. Today, he planned to pack each dish and send it to the lab for testing. Let's see if they can find any clues. I'll have one set, please. Since her psychic abilities had upgraded, Li Ningyu's appetite had also increased. Previously, a single bowl of rice would satisfy her, but now she felt like she could devour 2 bowls. Jiang Yao sequentially served them their meals. Just as she was about to sit down for a brief rest, she saw another black Range Rover parked outside with the license plate number, Bay 888888. An official car? Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, unsure why officials would come looking for her at this time. This couldn't possibly be just for dinner at her little shop, right? The car door opened, and a tall man in a black trench coat stepped in, holding a black umbrella, his presence commanding awe. The man shook off the water droplets from the umbrella, closed it, placed it by the door, and then took out an individually wrapped alcohol wipe to carefully clean his fingers. Hello, may I take your order? He practically blocked most of the light at the entrance. Jiang Yao had to initiate the greeting, trying to get him to move slightly. Upon hearing her voice, the man seemed to react as if he just noticed her. He casually threw the wipe into the trash and smiled gently. Sorry, I'm not here for food. I'm looking for someone. Who are you looking for? Jiang Yao, is Manager Jiang available? Though it was phrased as a question, his hawk-like eyes were already fixed on Jiang Yao, much like a cat who'd found its prey, full of mockery and interest. So he was here for her. Jiang Yao felt uneasy, unsure of the man's purpose. What do you want with her? Before Jiang Yao could respond, Li Feng stood up first, stepping in front of her to shield her from the man's prying gaze. The man glanced at him briefly, a flicker of interest crossing his mind. From the Li family? How's your father's leg injury? You know my father? Li Feng looked surprised, only then noticing the official car outside. That license plate number belonged to the Special Affairs Bureau? So he must be. Chapter 13, Protective Shield. The man took out an ID from his pocket. Special Affairs Bureau, Wang Huayuan. It really was him. Director Wang. Li Feng was surprised for a moment, bowed, then quietly sat down. The Special Affairs Bureau was established a few days ago by the old leader and was not subordinate to any party, directly reporting to the old leader. By logic, since he had awakened with special abilities, he should have been transferred to the Special Affairs Bureau under the management of this Wang Huayuan. But since the old leader hadn't mentioned it, neither did he. However, he had done some background checks in advance on the Special Affairs Bureau. This Wang Huayuan was indeed the current director, in charge of all affairs of the Bureau. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yao felt it sounded familiar somehow. In her previous life, she must have heard of this person. Who could it be? Jiang Yao looked up and locked eyes with the man in front of her, trying hard to associate this face with someone from her past life. Wang Huayuan. Huayuan. Wang Yuan. Jiang Yao's whole body suddenly shuddered as she remembered. Wang Yuan, a well-known mental energy user from the Beijing base. A living Yama feared by all who knew about him. He had extremely distinctive triangular eyes. She had never seen Wang Yuan, as she only arrived in Beijing 3 years after the end times began from High City. By that time, he had already died in a laboratory explosion accident. It was because of that accident that everyone truly realized the true nature of this venomous snake. During his lifetime, he had mercilessly captured and induced psychics, using living humans as experiments, all in order to strip them of their special abilities for his own use. In just 2 short years, thousands of psychics were known to have died in those experiments. These were elites of the bases who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and yet they were so easily toyed with at his whim. Most importantly, there were rumors that he had actually succeeded. The explosion was a scheme of his own, planned so he could leave the base smoothly. A person like this now had his sights set on her. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding fiercely as she tried to steady herself. Host, don't be afraid. He can't harm you. It wasn't until the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out in her mind that she realized how drenched in cold sweat her back had become. The fact that he can't hurt you in the restaurant doesn't mean he can't later. After a brief silence, the system responded. Ding, new mission released. Obtain a 1,000-year-old ginseng plant completely. Reward, 1 permanent portable protective shield. Portable protective shield, carried invisibly without a trace. It can immunize against all physical harm and reflects 100% of received damage back onto the attacker. Gift card, 3-hour experience included. Would you like to use it now? Jiang Yao clenched her teeth. Damn system, why didn't it pull out something this good earlier, letting her worry for so long? After releasing the mission, the system disappeared once again without a word. Seeing that 3-hour trial card, Jiang Yao's worries lifted significantly. The appearance and location of the 1,000-year-old ginseng had already been transmitted into her brain by the system. This afternoon, she would go complete the task. She despised anyone threatening her more than anything else in her life. Wang Yuan, prepare to die? Wang Yuan glanced at her slight movements and smirked with disdain. Trouble, Ms. Jiang, coming with me for a bit. Then, turning around, he said, please leave everyone. This store will temporarily close its doors. To apologize, I will pay for your meal today. The old man stood up, intending to say something, but was pulled out by his daughter and wife who covered his mouth. Li Ningyu, confused, remained seated motionless. Li Feng was about to leave, but after looking at Jiang Yao, thought of something and sat back down. The rain was falling harder and harder. Droplets splashed inside from the doorway onto Wang Yuan's body. Disgusted, he brushed the water droplets off himself and took a few steps inside. Why? Jiang Yao stood in place, tugging at the corner of her lips. This was her store. Did he even have the right? And she was such a good person, hadn't broken any laws or killed anyone. Even the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't arbitrarily take her away like this. Besides, she was currently in the restaurant, on her own turf. Surely this man wasn't going to resort to violence here, was he? Guessing Jiang Yao might say this, Wang Yuan directly pulled out a video halfway, played from his pocket. He skillfully scrolled it back to the beginning and handed it over to Jiang Yao. Seeing Jiang Yao standing there motionless, his hand extended even further. Jiang Yao's gaze fell on the screen of the phone. The opening showed chaotic sounds, the camera shaking wildly before settling down. Someone shouted, "Begin," and everything went quiet. The camera flipped, revealing the back view, a high-tech lab. On a white bed lay a man. Her eyes would never forget the face of this man. It was precisely Jiang Yaizu, whom she had beaten yesterday. Jiang Yao looked questioningly toward Wang Yuan, who promptly reached out and stopped the video, rewinding it precisely a few minutes. When Jiang Yaizu woke up, he realized his situation and immediately panicked. As he struggled with all his might, a hint of tender green sprouted from his palm. The tender green swiftly grew, turning into a thick vine in just a few minutes. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with surprise. She truly hadn't expected that after being beaten by her, Jiang Yaizu would awaken his special ability prematurely. Does this seem like something you're not entirely surprised by, Miss Jiang? Wang Yuan chuckled confidently before speaking. So what if it is? Jiang Yao stared at him matter-of-factly. Even if she knew, so what? Was there any law stating she had to report this? Wang Yuan nodded solemnly. We have no ill intentions. We merely hope Miss Jiang will cooperate with our work. To be honest, reincarnators or prophets aren't only limited to you, Miss Jiang. Regarding this disaster, higher-ups began deploying plans long ago. My coming here today is to genuinely invite you, Miss Jiang, to join our special investigation unit. Join you. Jiang Yao seemed to hear something interesting, like how Jiang Yaizu was tied down in the lab to cooperate with your experiments. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan wasn't angered. He leisurely pocketed his phone and began wiping it clean with alcohol-soaked wipes. Your father is in High City, right? And also your grandfather. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yao glared fiercely, staring harshly at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan smiled. We've already brought them all to Beijing. There's no need to pretend, Miss Jiang. Give me what I want, and I'll help you get what you want. It's a very fair deal, isn't it? What are you talking about? You brought them all to Beijing. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth, repeating the words bitterly. It felt as though a thunderclap had exploded in her mind, shattering everything. The sky seemed to collapse. Damn. She had gone through great lengths to ensure they stayed in High City to meet their fate. But this devil had actually brought them all to Beijing? Wang Yuan looked at her face and revealed a confident smirk. Rest assured, they're currently safe. But if Miss Jiang doesn't come with me today, I can't guarantee anything else. Chapter 14. Journey to the Beast World. But Jiang Yao instantly understood his meaning. And because she understood, she was even more infuriated. Very safe. Jiang Yao's lungs were about to explode with anger. All she wanted now was to smash this stupid dog-faced man's head with one punch. Control yourself, Jiang Yao. Control yourself. You can't defeat him now. Control yourself. After dozens of deep breaths, Jiang Yao closed her eyes tightly for a while before calming down. She looked at Wang Yuan, who grinned maliciously, pressing her tongue hard against the upper side of her cheek. Finally, she took a long breath and said word by word, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Miss Jiang is really... Speak plainly, or I'll make you leave. Wang Yuan finally stood up straight and pulled out another video from his phone. What did you feed him? Jiang Yao immediately recognized it as the piece of ginseng she had fed to Jiang Yaozu yesterday in the 4S store. So they found her because of this video? How could they suspect that her ginseng was the main reason for Jiang Yaozu's awakening of superpowers? If it could awaken superpowers, wouldn't I have already awakened if I ate it every day? Would it be anyone else's turn then? Is this person brain dead? Wang Yuan immediately read her expression and questioned himself for a moment. Could it really have nothing to do with her? But then he grew firm again. It's impossible not to involve her. They reviewed all of Jiang Yaozu's actions these past few days, analyzed them one by one, and ultimately focused on the thing Jiang Yao fed him. The problem must lie there. His data won't fail. Hawthorn chips. What? Wang Yuan thought he hadn't heard correctly. I said what I fed him were hawthorn chips. See, this kind. If you want, here are 2 pieces. Jiang Yao exchanged 2 specially processed hawthorn chips from the system store and threw them over. Wang Yuan accepted them, checking them thoroughly wrapped in a napkin, sniffing them twice at his nose tip, confirming that they were indeed ordinary hawthorns. But the color and shape of the item in his hand certainly matched the video completely. Jiang Yao fished around her pockets again, turning all 4 of her pockets inside out to show she truly only had some hawthorn chips left. Are you fooling me? Wang Yuan tightly held the hawthorn chip in his hand, naturally unwilling to believe it was just an ordinary hawthorn chip. Why would I fool you? There's no benefit in it for me. Jiang Yao's face was sincerely innocent. Come with me to the lab right now. Seeing her defiance didn't work, Wang Yuan's expression suddenly darkened, and he reached out to grab Jiang Yao. No matter what, dragging her to the lab and examining her with instruments would reveal everything. Are you suicidal? Jiang Yao stepped back immediately, standing in the middle of the restaurant, emotionlessly staring at him. Wang Yuan stepped in, but just before he entered, a chill ran down his spine. Looking at Jiang Yao's fearless expression, he suddenly realized he overlooked something important. If that object was so miraculous, then Jiang Yao had likely already awakened to superpowers herself. How about it? Scared to enter? Is this the kind of courage expected from the director of the Special Adjustment Bureau? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yuan, who was previously boiling with rage, suddenly calmed down. This kind of provocation has no effect on me. If you're afraid to come out, does your power have something to do with this restaurant? Jiang Yao's heart missed a beat. Judging by her expression, Wang Yuan wiped his fingers. Let me guess again. In this space, you're invincible? Jiang Yao remained silent. Wang Yuan chuckled lightly, looking deeply at Jiang Yao once, then turned around directly. All right, I get it. Maybe we'll meet again. Watching his figure gradually move away, Jiang Yao's heart sank into despair. This man clearly wouldn't let this go easily. A strong sense of crisis hung over Jiang Yao's head, feeling like a giant guillotine sitting on her neck, unknown when it might fall. No, she couldn't wait any longer. She needed to transfer to the beast world immediately and obtain the protective shield early. Otherwise, she was truly afraid that she'd walk perfectly fine on the road, only to be suddenly kidnapped. Boss, are you alright? Li Ningyu looked at Jiang Yao, whose complexion kept changing, and worriedly asked a question. Jiang Yao only then noticed that there was still someone left in the room. She grabbed some takeaway boxes from the kitchen and handed them over. Sorry, closing time. Please take it to go. Boss, Li Ningyu wanted to say we can help you, but was covered by Li Feng's hand. Thank you. Li Feng expressed gratitude, took the packed lunchbox, and quickly boxed up all the food. Then, he held the leftovers in one hand and pulled Li Ningyu out the door with the other. He wasn't yet clear about the stance towards Jiang Yao from higher-ups, so he couldn't take sides and offer her help. Li Ningyu and he were inseparable. He couldn't allow Li Ningyu to act foolishly either. Let's just take her back first and deal with it later. Just as Jiang Yao closed the outer door, there came a bang from upstairs, as the door on the second floor was opened again. Jiang Yao walked up to see what appeared to be a human-shaped rack entirely laden with food. Around the neck were multiple strands of ginseng and antler, strung together in 3 massive strings. In both hands, he carried 3 or 4 wild chickens that had been bound together. Around his waist was a huge wild rabbit wrapped securely. Jiang Yao momentarily stared wide-eyed. Good heavens. This haul would likely supply the restaurant with meat for at least a week. Boss, can you give me a hand? Bai Yun smiled naively. It wasn't until then that Jiang Yao realized and quickly moved to help unload the items he carried. Seeing so much quality produce, she couldn't bear letting him leave right away. She quietly descended the stairs and cooked all the leftover ingredients from the fridge in one pot to make a hearty mixed stew. Then she scooped out some rice into a smaller basin. Finally, she exchanged 200 points with the system for a box of salt. All done. Let's go. By the time she finished, it was already 2:30 p.m. She looked at the clock, shoved the box toward Bai Yun. The 2 basins were stacked on top of the box, and she pulled him upstairs. Where are we going? Bai Yun hadn't fully grasped what was happening, yet his arms were already filled with items. Hadn't they agreed today's trip was just to exchange for salt? Why was he being rushed off now? I'm heading to the beast world. You go home first. To the beast world? Are you saying you want to come to our tribe? I'll take you. Bai Yun half understood what Jiang Yao said, but somehow figured she wanted to return with him. Though unsure why the boss wanted this, Bai Yun had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Yao. Since Jiang Yao wanted to go, he'd follow along. Jiang Yao didn't bother explaining her mission to him. Standing by the door, ready to open it, she suddenly saw a blank frame appear above the handle. Please input coordinate anchor point latitude and longitude. Following the system's given position, Jiang Yao entered the data, and with a click, the door unlocked from within. Let's go. Jiang Yao glanced at Bai Yun and stepped inside first. With a flash, when they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing amidst an enormous primeval forest. Above them loomed towering ancient trees, and sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of leaves, creating countless tiny spots of light. Underfoot lay thick layers of dry branches, decaying leaves, and twisted tree roots, with green moss clinging tightly to bark and root systems. The mist swirled around, weaving a natural maze. The woods were dim and heavy, with a distinct forest decay smell invading their nostrils, as if warning all intruders to become their nutrients. Chapter 15. First Exploration of the Beast World. Jiang Yao immediately activated her protective shield as soon as her foot stepped on a dry branch. 5 seconds later, a white bubble suddenly popped out and wrapped around her. It then became transparent, shrinking smaller and smaller until it directly adhered to Jiang Yao's entire body, transforming into an invisible barrier. She stood in place for a while observing, ensuring the shield had taken effect before exchanging for an antitoxic mask from the system mall and putting it on. Finally, she swapped out her weapon for a machete, taking it in her hand and casually swinging it twice. Excellent. Both defensive and offensive capabilities meant she should be absolutely safe now. Jiang Yao opened up the system-transmitted map, enlarging the red dot marked by the system. That was the location of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Ginseng prefers shade over sunlight, so this time, the target was about 800 to 900 meters to her left, under a deciduous broadleaf forest. As she confirmed the direction and took a few steps forward, a blinding light flashed brightly, and Bai Yun appeared completely bewildered as he walked out of the door. Jiang Yao, Bai Yun. Boss, be careful. Seeing something, Bai Yun's expression suddenly changed. Holding on to whatever he had in his hands, he wanted to rush towards her. A sharp whistling sound came from behind her head, and Jiang Yao instinctively turned around. The blade in her hand trembled lightly, and with a flash of cold light, a wrist-thick venomous snake was cleanly sliced in half, splitting into 2 parts that fell to the ground. With a flick of her knife handle, dark red blood dripped off the blade without leaving any stains. She inwardly praised how effective the system-provided items truly were, expensive for good reasons. Bai Yun was shocked speechless, his jaw hanging down as he stood motionless, staring at the silver-white knife in Zhang Yao's hand, his eyes full of admiration. Weapons in their beast world were made either from bones of strange beasts or some small, thin and sharp stones polished into tools. Though not entirely useless, they couldn't compare to what Zhang Yao held. Zhang Yao put away her knife and turned to look at Bai Yun. Didn't I tell you to go back? This place is very close to our tribe. Bai Yun moved forward, offering an explanation. Zhang Yao nodded understandingly. Then go back first. I still have things to find. Find things? Bai Yun carefully thought it through. There didn't seem to be anything special around here. Then I'll accompany you. I'm familiar with this area. If you want anything, I'll help you look for it. Zhang Yao glanced at him, unsure why he was being so obliging. But having someone willing to assist voluntarily, she definitely wouldn't refuse, especially since Bai Yun was a native of the beast world. Having him along would certainly make her exploration faster than doing it alone. She nodded, moving forward to take the food he was carrying into her space. I'll hold it for you first. Let's finish this quickly. Bai Yun marveled again at this miraculous feat, looking at Zhang Yao's slender arms and legs, then perceptively laid down directly on the ground, transforming into his beast form. A massive white tiger appeared in front of Zhang Yao, startling her enough to retreat several steps. Even though she knew this was the beast continent and had mentally prepared herself for such a sight, Zhang Yao realized her preparation wasn't sufficient enough. This white tiger was at least 7 or 8 meters long and 4 or 5 meters high. Standing there, it resembled a small hill. Her small figure wouldn't even fill the gap between its teeth. Seeing Zhang Yao dazed, Bai Yun assumed she found it difficult to climb up, so he reduced his size by half. The whole tiger crouched low, displaying a submissive demeanor. Zhang Yao understood his meaning, grabbing his coarse hair and jumping onto the big tiger's neck. Feeling the person on his back steady themselves, Bai Yun slowly rose to his feet and started walking in the direction indicated by Zhang Yao. From here, heading east for half a day's journey will bring us to our white tiger tribe. Actually, we rarely come to this area. We generally only hunt near the outskirts of the tribe, cleaning out wild animals and strange beasts. As they walked, Bai Yun began introducing the situation of the beast continent to Zhang Yao. From his narrative, Zhang Yao pieced together that the beast continent was divided into 3 major sections with varying terrains: ocean, mountain, and plain. Land-dwelling creatures like white tigers, lions, black bears, etc. lived in the plains areas. Moving west leads to highlands, and the easternmost side was the ocean. Beast people expend significant energy during hunts, typically eating wild animal meat to replenish their strength. Here, there was no distinction between carnivores and herbivores. Beasts who don't eat meat would weaken daily and eventually die. Zhang Yao guessed that they must be similar to humans. Without sufficient protein intake, they would suffer malnutrition. Poor nutrition weakens physical constitutions, and with a lack of medical care here, weaker constitutions couldn't last long. Besides beast people, there were also powerful strange beasts and wild animals here. Both strange beasts and beast people preyed on wild animals. Like the huge wild chicken Bai Yun had brought before, it was one type of strange beast. Strange beasts usually have their own territorial ranges, and unless extraordinary circumstances arise, they wouldn't venture out. Like that wild chicken from last time, it was because they had stolen its eggs. It chased them relentlessly to find its offspring. Of course, the consequence was that it was killed by their combined efforts. When Zhang Yao heard this, she actually detected a strange sense of pride in Bai Yun's tone. Our tiger tribe mostly stays within our own territory. We only go to the coast when winter is approaching, to trade with the sea race for salt to bring back to the tribe. As he spoke, Bai Yun's tone became increasingly cheerful. Fortunately, we met you, Boss Jiang. In the future, we won't need to travel so far to exchange for salt. Zhang Yao listened with great interest, and, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded her head. For them, this was indeed a good thing. However, she was more concerned about something else. So, is it autumn for you now? Yes. Zhang Yao had indeed seen quite a few edible wild mushrooms and fruits in the forest along the way. She had already marked their locations, and if she came near here again next time, she could collect them. The speed of the Beastman was much faster than Zhang Yao walking by herself. The bushes beneath his feet were like small grass, trampled into disarray. Zhang Yao swung her machete to cut through intertwined branches blocking their path ahead, all while checking the map to guide their direction adjustments. What was supposed to be a half-hour journey, they completed 7 or 8/10 of it in just 10 minutes. Then, Bai Yun stopped. Zhang Yao looked up and saw before her a vast expanse of marshland. The ground was covered with reeds, which obscured the forward view, swaying gently in the wind. Zhang Yao opened the map and studied it. This swamp stretched across several dozen kilometers. If they took a detour, it would take at least another hour to walk around. There wasn't enough time, but if they didn't detour, they would need to cross directly through the marsh. Bai Yun, have you been here before? What's inside? No, we live to the east where there's water and plains. We usually don't venture deep into the mountains and forests. This was a deeply ingrained warning passed down among their people. The deeper into the forest, the stronger the strange beasts become. These beasts not only have unpalatable meat, but they hold grudges, and the tribe generally doesn't provoke them without reason. All right, put me down. Zhang Yao patted the tiger's head, and Bai Yun understood, stopping to crouch on the ground. Once Zhang Yao had safely jumped off, Bai Yun transformed back into human form again. Boss, shall we swim to the other side? Bai Yun tiptoed and looked into the depths of the reeds, silently calculating the possibility of swimming from one end to the other. SSSSH, don't talk. Jiang Yao covered Baiyun's mouth with her hand and pulled him back a few steps. A rustling sound was coming constantly from in front of them, as though some kind of crawling creature was quickly approaching. Jiang Yao took a few steps backward, picked up a large stone by her feet, and threw it toward the source of the sound. There was a muffled thud, clearly hitting some thick-skinned animal. The sound paused for a few seconds, then quickly advanced even faster. Within just a few seconds, Jiang Yao and Baiyun saw the reeds in front of them get flattened. A bumpy black head emerged, its mouth opening wide as it lunged at Jiang Yao and Baiyun. It's a ground dragon. Run! Baiyun immediately recognized this strange beast and pulled Jiang Yao toward the shore. Ground dragons were tricky not because of their powerful attacks, but mainly because they were pack animals. When you saw one on the ground, dozens more often surrounded you already. And they had tremendous strength. Once they clamped onto their prey, they wouldn't let go. But the ground dragon moved even faster. It rolled directly behind Baiyun, stretching its neck to bite Jiang Yao's calf. Boss, run fast. Baiyun's eyes blazed with anger as he struck the creature's head with a wooden stick. The crocodile-like beast closed its mouth suddenly due to the blow, momentarily stunned before scrambling forward with its four stubby legs. At that exact moment, Jiang Yao calmly drew her longsword and swung it with force. In the blink of an eye, all it managed to do was scrape a shallow white mark on the crocodile's thick skin. Jiang Yao sheathed her sword, clearly understanding. It was too tough. Ordinary blades couldn't penetrate its armor. Before she could react further, the crocodile snapped its jaws onto Jiang Yao's calf. In an instant, it tried to initiate a death roll, but instead there came a sharp crack. Contrary to Baiyun's imagining, a bloody scene where his boss's calf would be bitten off. Nothing happened. Instead, the ground dragon screamed in pain, all of its sharp teeth falling out completely. A hint of confusion flashed in the fierce crocodile's eyes. Never in its life had it experienced something like this. After all, they relied on their teeth for both eating and hunting. But now its teeth were gone. Gone. Jiang Yao reached out to pat its head. The crocodile, insulted, stubbornly bit down on her arm. Bang! It was flung several meters away, landing hard on the ground. Jiang Yao touched her completely unharmed arm and eyed the massive crocodile with interest. This protective shield was amazing, especially with its ability to deflect damage. It deserved 5 stars. Seeing the crocodile trying to escape, Jiang Yao rushed over in 2 quick steps, pulling out a rope to tightly tie its gaping mouth shut. Then she turned to Baiyun. What are you standing there for? Come help hold it. Half an hour later, Baiyun and Jiang Yao stood on a homemade wooden plank with dozens of toothless crocodiles tied to the front, rapidly crossing the swamp towards the opposite side. The sound of the wooden plank gliding over the water startled a flock of birds, many of which were fat wild chickens and ducks. Baiyun controlled the direction with the rope in his hands, glancing between the crocodiles ahead and Jiang Yao beside him, his face full of doubt about the meaning of life. What exactly was going on inside Boss Zhang's mind? How could she come up with such unconventional methods? Every time he thought they were doomed, Jiang Yao showed him otherwise with some unexpected move, making everything seem easy. The swamp was long but only about 10 meters wide. With the crocodiles leading the way, they quickly reached the opposite bank. By then, the protection spell still had around an hour and a half left. Jiang Yao jumped from the raft onto the shore, just managing to stand steady when Baiyun grabbed her arm. Boss, we can't go in there. Jiang Yao looked at the cluster of bright red umbrella-shaped flowers under the tree nearby, surrounded as if by the stars of heaven. Underneath the flowers were uniformly distributed large palmate compound leaves, layer upon layer, connected in the middle to a thick root stem. The whole plant measured over half a meter tall, dominating most of the space under the big tree. Jiang Yao almost instantly determined that this was her target, a genuine 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Boss, it's dangerous in there. We really shouldn't enter. If you want ginseng, I can collect some more for you. After standing here for only a few short minutes, Baiyun began to feel his mind grow hazy. He bit his tongue hard, drawing blood in an effort to stay alert, wanting to take Jiang Yao away from this place. Jiang Yao paid him no mind, nor did she step forward. Instead, she picked up another stone from the ground and hurled it toward the ginseng. With a dull thud, the rock struck the leaves. Jiang Yao pulled Baiyun several steps backward, her eyes fixed intently on the area around the ginseng. But after observing for a long while, there was still no movement at all. She turned her head to ask Baiyun why it was dangerous, but noticed that his once rosy face had turned a ghastly bluish purple. His pupils were red with bloodshot veins, his gaze unfocused as he panted heavily, streaks of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was bad. He'd been poisoned by miasma gas. Jiang Yao had assumed that indigenous residents like Baiyun had a natural resistance to such toxic air. She herself had been wearing an anti-toxic mask all along and hadn't felt a thing. So it hadn't occurred to her to switch masks for his use until now, and thus he had fallen victim to the gas. She quickly exchanged a protective mask from the store and placed it over Baiyun's face. Fortunately, he hadn't been poisoned for too long. After inhaling several deep breaths of fresh oxygen, the bluish hue of his face gradually faded, his gaze returning from confusion to clarity. Boss, you were poisoned by the miasma earlier. Are you feeling better now? Baiyun nodded, never expecting the miasma gas to be so potent. He hadn't realized he'd been poisoned at all. He silently upgraded the danger level of this region in his mind. Once they returned, he would certainly warn his people. This place must absolutely be avoided. By this time, Jiang Yao had already taken several steps forward while clutching a wooden stick, and Baiyun hurriedly followed. Their feet trampled through piles of dried twigs and decaying leaves, which crackled underfoot. But strangely enough, apart from their own sounds, the forest around them was eerily silent. Not a single chirp or buzz broke the quiet. Something wasn't right. Given the scenes they had encountered along the way, the forest shouldn't be like this, unless... Clang! A metallic clashing sound erupted from behind them. Jiang Yao whirled around sharply to see a string of sparks flashing. It was Baiyun, holding the large machete Jiang Yao had thrown to him. He was swinging it forcefully toward the tree. The emerald green vines actually writhed slowly, sending a chill down Jiang Yao's spine. Chapter 17, The Anaconda. That was no vine at all, but clearly a giant gray anaconda. Its entire body was coiled around the nearby tree, with its massive head buried among the branches. Eyes as large as lanterns were glaring at them fiercely, just waiting to swallow them whole. This was why there wasn't a single sound in this forest. It was the domain of this anaconda. Baiyun, come back quickly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao rushed forward to grab Baiyun, and her voice alerted the anaconda that it had been discovered. Before they could react, the anaconda's whole body immediately tensed up, its enormous snake head lunging out, half its body springing off the tree. The moment it flicked its tongue, it instantly confirmed the positions of Jiang Yao and the other person, sweeping its tail toward them. Jiang Yao firmly shielded Baiyun. Bang! The damage rebounded, thanks to the protective barrier on Jiang Yao. Its tail was powerfully flung back by a thousand-fold force, and the tailbone obviously fractured, hanging limply. Baiyun took the chance to swing his blade down, but only a piercing screech was heard. The originally sharp, heavy sword had become blunt and failed to penetrate the defense of the huge snake. The anaconda felt pain, and its scales suddenly stood upright. Its forked tongue darted out, opening its massive mouth to dive down. A huge shadow loomed over the two of them. Run! Jiang Yao decisively grabbed the knife from Baiyun and kicked him out of the anaconda's attack range. In just a few seconds, when Baiyun realized what had happened, the anaconda had already swallowed Jiang Yao entirely and straightened itself, coming after them. Baiyun looked incredulously at the now empty ground. Was she dead? Could Jiang Yao be dead? This beast. It must die too. Recognizing this truth, Baiyun was instantly overwhelmed with fury. He clenched his fists tightly, removing his antitoxin mask. His muscles bulged massively almost instantly, and an immense white tiger stood confronting the anaconda. He couldn't care less about toxins anymore, directly colliding head-on with the anaconda. Although the anaconda's body was cumbersome, its speed was not inferior to Baiyun in his beast form. It swerved out of the collision and recoiled back onto the trunk, emitting a warning hiss towards Baiyun. Relying on extraordinary instincts, it reached this enormous size. If it weren't injured, perhaps it could deal with the white tiger before it. But with its injuries, it definitely wasn't the white tiger's match. It tried to drive Baiyun away, but Baiyun had resolved himself. Even if he had to die, he would make sure this beast accompanied Jiang Yao to the grave. Roar! The great tiger roared furiously, dashing again with such force that the massive tree the anaconda perched on collapsed. The anaconda bore the impact painfully and angrily, unleashing its wild nature. With one sweep of its tail, it tightly coiled around Baiyun. Baiyun didn't have the speed to dodge in time, getting his neck wrapped up. Desperately rolling on the ground to break free, the anaconda tightened even more without letting go. At this point, Jiang Yao entered the most vulnerable part of the anaconda, the interior of its mouth, relying on the force of her protective shield. She thrust her long sword in place, stabilizing herself. The anaconda's throat convulsed violently in intense pain. A second later, a green gas surged from its esophagus. Jiang Yao was relieved that she had consistently worn her antitoxin mask. Otherwise, the anaconda's breath might have suffocated her. As Baiyun thought he was about to choke to death, he suddenly noticed the pressure slowly easing off. Jiang Yao fixed her left hand for balance and swiftly rotated her right hand. A sharp dagger appeared in her palm, and she started wildly slashing within the anaconda's gargantuan mouth. Tender soft tissues cut open, spilling blood profusely, forcing the anaconda to frantically curl its body, incessantly bashing its head against the trees. Yet it was powerless against Jiang Yao inside its body. Jiang Yao pulled the knife's handle, tearing sideways, splitting a large wound into the anaconda's head. Smelling the blood, Baiyun also reacted in shock, jumping up and pulling at the wound with all his strength, enlarging it further. Blood soaked the earth, and the concentrated scent of blood instantly wafted over dozens of miles, attracting restless beasts from deeper within the forest. Finally, upon sensing that the anaconda had died completely and ceased movement, Baiyun relaxed and collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Baiyun, are you alright? Suddenly, Baiyun thought he heard Boss Zhang's voice. Had he already died? Otherwise, how could Boss Zhang possibly still be alive? Jiang Yao frowned as she stared at the unconscious Baiyun. The smell of blood here was too overwhelming. They likely couldn't stay any longer. Without hesitation, she leapt onto Baiyun's head, untied the anaconda's tail from the tiger's head, and slapped him hard on the back of his head. You're not dead. This is reality. Snap out of it. Baiyun felt the pain in his ears as the voice grew clearer. He slowly opened his eyes to see a familiar face, Jiang Yao. She was really alive. Boss, it's really you. You're safe. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yao jumped down from the head of the white tiger. Baiyun transformed back into his human form. Jiang Yao stared at the purple bruise on his neck for a long time and said, I'll remember your heart. Had she returned just a moment later, this man might have been strangled to death. Baiyun touched his neck and smiled casually. I didn't think much about it. Only you had the salt. I just wanted to try saving you. His sincerity and straightforwardness made Jiang Yao start to regard this beast differently. The years living through the apocalypse taught her one thing. Human hearts are the scariest things in this world. Never underestimate anyone's determination to survive. She'd once witnessed a 5 or 6-year-old girl stabbing a robust adult man to death for a sip of clean water. Because of that, she refused to fully trust anyone. Relationships like the mutually beneficial arrangement with Baiyun made her feel more at ease. Jiang Yao glanced up at the sky. She had wasted too much time inside the anaconda's stomach. Now, the protection barrier only had several minutes left. We need to hurry up and grab the ginseng before we leave. All right, let me handle it. Baiyun turned his hand into a clawed beast paw, drawing a circle around the ginseng within half a meter's radius. The sharp claws sank deep into the ground, quickly flipping over the earth to perfectly separate out the soil blocks. Jiang Yao stepped forward, grabbing the branches and leaves above the ginseng. A system chime sounded. Mission completed. Reward distributed. 5 seconds later, the ginseng was collected into the system space. A transparent orb flickered around Jiang Yao's body. The countdown disappeared, and her status changed to permanently owned. Detected a 3rd-level mutated beast corpse. Decompose. Before Jiang Yao could focus on these changes, the system chimed again. She looked at the snake whose abdomen she had slashed open. Did this thing have a level? Jiang Yao clicked yes. The next moment, the corpse vanished, replaced by a palm-sized pale green crystal. Jiang Yao walked over and picked up the crystal core. It was cold but cool to the touch, and its material was unclear. Resisting the urge, she squeezed it a little and discovered it had elasticity, while a mysterious scent emanated from the crystal. For no apparent reason, she felt an urge to taste it. It's a mutated beast crystal core. Baiyun couldn't hide his envy. Only mutated beasts of the 3rd level and above can produce crystal cores. However, beasts of this rank possess intelligence and are incredibly strong and hard to catch. Given the size of this crystal stone, it must have been produced by a 4th-level mutated beast or higher. What's it used for? Can we eat it? Jiang Yao swallowed saliva. The scent became increasingly potent, and her whole body seemed to scream for her to eat it. Yes, eating it can activate one's latent ability completely. Baiyun smelled it too and feared losing control. He quickly put on his gas mask and retreated dozens of meters, only managing to block the aroma after doing so. Chapter 18. Awakening of Strange Abilities. Jiang Yao didn't care about anything else as soon as she heard it was edible. She immediately put the crystal core into her mouth. The originally palm-sized stone, once inside, transformed into a warm stream. A strange yet familiar sensation swept over her entire body. With a wave of Jiang Yao's hand, a sharp black eye spike followed her thoughts and shot out from the palm. Bang! The force was so strong that it directly pierced through the small tree in front. The branches trembled incessantly, and withered yellow leaves flew everywhere, laying down a thin layer on the ground. Fantastic! Jiang Yao happily clasped her palms. Her strange ability had returned. She had originally thought that, like in her previous life, she would awaken her abilities only after 2 or 3 months post-apocalypse. But unexpectedly, this one monster crystal core let her skip right past the awakening phase, becoming a first-rank user of extraordinary powers. What happened, Boss Jiang? Baiyun heard the commotion and thought another strange beast appeared, turning around quickly to offer help. This. Has Boss Jiang awakened an ice affinity talent? Seeing the small tree ahead that had been penetrated, he was instantly stunned wide-eyed. Jiang Yao waved her hand to indicate all was well and was about to open her mouth to explain. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in her mind. 3 hours are up, preparing for transfer back to the restaurant. 10, 9, 8. Hastily, Jiang Yao took the meals and salt from the space out and placed them on the ground. After pondering, she still took out a large chunk of snake meat and placed it down as well. All these had gone through the system's processing, and they should be edible. The sky was dim, approaching dusk. 765. Baiyun knew well the danger of the deep forest at night, calling from afar to Jiang Yao. Boss, let's leave here first. This was originally the territory of the Sunran boa constrictor. Now the Sunran boa was dead, and the ginseng had been picked by them. It was likely other beasts would come to inhabit soon. Therefore, it would be safer to return to the tribe earlier. Jiang Yao shook her head. You go back first. When I, 210. A flash of light passed, Jiang Yao's body swayed. Once she opened her eyes, she was back on the 2nd floor of the familiar restaurant. How fast? She hadn't finished her sentence yet. Luckily, she hadn't listened to Baiyun's advice before to let those crocodiles loose, but instead tethered them near a tree. Baiyun could now ride the crocodile back. Just as Jiang Yao relaxed her taut nerves, she suddenly felt somewhat hungry. All right, have a meal first. The snake meat was cut into small chunks, marinated with seasonings. Jiang Yao fetched a baking tray, washed it thoroughly clean, then placed it on the table, switching the electricity on. With small pieces of marinated snake meat skewered, she placed them onto the baking tray. The snow-white and compact snake meat wasn't long before being roasted till it sizzled with oil. Once brushed with sauce, the meat shone brightly, enticing one's appetite. Not caring about the heat, Jiang Yao hurriedly picked up a skewer and popped it eagerly into her mouth. Each bite of fatty yet chewy meat filled her with a sense of fullness and happiness. Too good. Better than what those barbecue stalls outside can offer by tens of times over. Jiang Yao kept gobbling down the entire piece of snake meat non-stop, finally letting out a satisfied belch. It was unknown whether it was just a feeling or not, but after the snake meat went down, there seemed to flow a warm current within her stomach, moving towards every direction. Jiang Yao felt her strange power might have grown even stronger. After dinner, she pulled out her yoga mat and set herself a training plan. Today's fight with that Sunran boa made her deeply aware of her own shortcomings. The physical fitness of this body really wasn't too good. Poor endurance, slow speed. Though her strength had increased compared to before, it was still far behind what it was in her previous life. If it weren't for the protection dome from the system, honestly speaking, she wouldn't have dared to risk hard fighting that strange beast. She practiced according to the physical training method she'd figured out in her last life, striving for perfection in every single move. In just a few short minutes, Jiang Yao already started sweating. However, during the breaks between each set of moves, she rested for a few dozen seconds. After 2 hours, Jiang Yao collapsed completely on the ground, her entire body sore from the muscle ache. She knew very well that exercise couldn't be rushed. Supporting her body, she took a hot water bath and lay on the bed to check on today's harvest. More than 1,000 caddies of mutated snake meat, a small part turned into points, a larger portion remained stored in space. The 1,000-year-old ginseng, the treasure she obtained with great effort, was too precious to trade for points. So she decided to keep it for now, seeing if there'd be any use for it later. And also the reward received upon completing the task, the super ultimate safety protective dome. In the future, she could casually step out to fight zombies or strange beasts, collecting crystal cores and upgrading her own strange powers. She couldn't solely rely on the system. You need solid iron yourself when forging. The only thing she could rely on was her own strength. Finally, she opened the system store. Removing the points spent today on purchasing equipment and tools, she still had over 2,380 points left. Upgrading the restaurant to level 2 required 5,000 points, a long and arduous journey indeed. After reaching level 2, not only will the restaurant's space double, but delivery services would also be enabled. Most importantly, the time for traveling to the other world had directly increased from 3 hours to 3 days. That was a full 3 days. She could carefully explore the Shou Person continent and look for some new ingredients. Bai Yun watched Jiang Yao disappear before his eyes, and after a moment of shock, he realized that Jiang Yao had already left. All kinds of noises sounded around him. He knew that these were all attracted by the smell of the strange beast's blood and flesh. He quickly moved forward, picked up the food left by Jiang Yao, and hurried back to his tribe along the path they came from. The Tiger tribe's settlement was located in a mountain hollow. The group size wasn't large. There were only 2 or 3 dozen households, and counting the newborn cubs, barely over 100 people. As Bai Yun stepped over a small trail, he saw the tribespeople staring eagerly at the food he was holding. When he returned with the hunting team yesterday, he had told the tribespeople that he would go today to exchange with Lord Beast God for some salt. Although some questioned it, with the hunting team members vouching for him, most of the tribes believed Bai Yun's words. Chapter 19, The Black Rain Comes. Clan Leader, you're finally back. Where's the Beast God? Didn't he come with you? Bai Chao, an orc, looked behind Bai Yun for a long time and saw that he had returned alone, his face instantly filled with disappointment. He was one of the hunting team members who previously accompanied Bai Yun to the coastal tribes to trade for salt. Ever since Bai Yun told them about the miracles of the Beast God, he had been eager to see the figure of the Beast God with his own eyes. Clan Leader, where's the salt? Did you bring back any salt? A robust ant pushed her way through the crowd in front of her, her eyes scanning over the things Bai Yun had brought back, but not spotting the familiar clay jars. Her eyes revealed understanding. I've said it before, this so-called Beast God is all a lie meant to deceive us. Winter is coming soon. You should depart early tomorrow to trade with the sea creatures for salt. Otherwise, how will we survive this winter? That's right. Yes, that's true. Bai Yun wasn't irritated by these words. He knew everyone only had the tribe's welfare in mind. With some urgency in his heart, he gestured to quieten them down. Everyone, please don't be anxious. I've already brought the salt back. Now look, what is this? Facing the tribespeople covered in furs, Bai Yun directly placed the large basin he was holding on the ground, lifting the lid in one go. Instantly, a fragrant smell wafted out of the basin, drawing bright-eyed stares from the tribe. So fragrant. What kind of meat is in here? They crowded tightly around the big basin, indulging in its scent, their expressions full of admiration. They'd never smelled such a flavor before. Could stewing meat also make it this aromatic? Get a large basin. Today we'll have a good meal. Bai Yun added some water into the basin again, placing it on a stone slab to heat up. An even more overpowering aroma spread. The noodles were chewy, the cabbage fresh and sweet, and the various fried pieces of meat combined together emitted a salty, appetizing smell. At this moment, Bai Ling's eyes landed on the pure white snake meat on the lid. This meat appeared firm yet tender, somewhat resembling the snake meat they had eaten before. Big brother, what is this? Is it edible? Bai Ling's question reminded Bai Yun. He looked at the snake meat in front of him, unsure how to tell the tribe people that this was the meat of a third-level abnormal beast. This is the reward from the Beast God. It should be edible. Hearing that it was something Jiang Yao gave them, Bai Ling became extremely excited, hugging the meat and heading home. No shares left. Follow me. Tonight we're eating grilled meat. The adults didn't seem too concerned, but the young ones quickly followed Bai Ling when they noticed she was leaving with the meat. Bai Yun smiled, shook his head, and signaled his teammates to help distribute the salt among the tribe. After each family received a bag, Bai Yun did as Jiang Yao taught him, tearing open the bag at the opening, pouring out the crystal clear, fine salt. Under the glow of firelight, the salt seemed to shine. This salt, it's so fine, so white. Good heavens, this must surely be a divine gift from the Beast God. That's correct. These salts are far better than those dried by the sea tribe people, and there's no bitterness at all. Someone tore open the bag carefully and took a small bite, looking at Bai Yun with bright eyes. Just then, shouts of surprise came from the nearby children roasting meat. Clan leader, Bai Ling seems to be awakening her talent. Really? Hearing this, Bai Yun couldn't care about anything else and rushed forward in a few strides. Blue Star, one day remained until the zombie outbreak. The sky was gloomy, raining constantly. Jiang Yao was awakened by the constant noise of a loudspeaker. Police cars carrying megaphones circled around various streets, driving people back home whenever they saw anyone out. Severe flu cases are reported recently. The entire city has suspended work and school. We hope the citizens will cooperate with our measures and stay home safely, isolating themselves in individual rooms and avoid sneaking out. Reiterating, do not sneak out. If there are any issues, please call the Citizen Service Center hotline. Jiang Yao stretched lazily, sat on the bed listening for a while, then pulled the curtains to look outside. The sky seemed like a hole had been punctured, torrential rain falling heavily and smacking against the glass with a popping sound. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and lightning danced wildly. Yet Jiang Yao just stared at the dark water marks on the glass, lost in thought. She knew this rain would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Initially, people merely thought it was an ordinary abnormal climate. Later, after the rain stopped, everyone would discover that during these 3 days, the virus had spread silently through the rainwater, turning countless people into undead zombies. Only by completely decapitating the head and destroying its central nervous system could it be killed entirely. Though it was only 7 in the morning, it looked like midnight outside. With weather like this, there wouldn't obviously be any customers. She lay on the bed, opening her phone and clicking on the music app, where the first video to pop up was an official live stream. The formally dressed host stood in the live broadcast room, appealing to everyone not to go out during the thunderstorm and to stock up on supplies while waiting patiently at home for government rescue. Below, a string of barrage comments read, "Trust the official sources." Jiang Yao watched for a while, then got up from her bed with her phone and went downstairs. She wanted to promote her restaurant before the base stations were destroyed and the internet was still usable. Using yesterday's snake meat, she cooked a pot of soup, stir-fried a few hearty dishes, and steamed a large pot of rice. Serving them out, she arranged them neatly on the dining table and took several good-looking photos and videos. Caption: "Lucky me that my family runs a restaurant. No matter how long we're sealed down, there's no risk of going hungry." She intentionally included the location of the restaurant below and clicked send. Finally, she turned off the app, found a comedy to play, and enjoyed her meal. At this time, not far from here, in a nearby residential area, in a dimly lit bedroom, a man lay on the bed scrolling through short videos. He tapped the local section, where the first video he saw was one Jiang Yao had just uploaded. Looking at the abundant lunch on the table in the video, he scoffed inwardly. How could someone still have the heart to advertise at a time like this? Opening the comment section, only a few scattered reviews were visible, all praising the blogger's food as looking delicious. A few mentioned trying it once the quarantine was lifted. The lower left corner marked the address, which he glanced at casually. Not too far from his place, but he decisively scrolled past the video. At Zhou Shiya's house. Because of the continuous heavy rainstorms recently, the TV station gave everyone a day off. Her parents hadn't hurried over to wake her up, allowing Zhou Shiya a rare good night's sleep. When she woke up, it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock. She slowly got up, changed her clothes. However, upon descending the stairs, she realized the living room was strangely quiet today, without any sound. Considering that her parents were older and usually slept lightly, they should have woken up by 5 or 6 o'clock according to their habits, made breakfast, and sat on the couch watching some news broadcasts afterward. Without a second thought, she rushed into the elderly couple's room, only to find them lying in bed shivering. She felt them, and they were burning hot. They both had fevers. Recalling the highly contagious flu emphasized repeatedly by the authorities lately, she quickly grabbed her phone and dialed 120. However, she was informed that all hospitals in the city were completely overwhelmed, unable to spare personnel to send an ambulance. If the symptoms weren't severe, it was suggested to stay at home and treat oneself with medicine, because the situation at the hospital might be even more detrimental to the recovery of the elderly. Following the advice of the operator, Zhou Shiya searched the medicine box for the fever-reducing ibuprofen suspension. She divided it and fed it to both elders, boiled a pot of hot water, and took out clean towels to dampen and place on their foreheads to control the temperature. Chapter 20. The deal. Every so often, they were fed salt water to replenish electrolytes. They endured until the afternoon, when the heat in their parents' bodies finally subsided a little. On the other side, in the military district, countless soldiers were quarantined in narrow rooms, only able to come out after the black rain stopped. As time passed second by second, some of the soldiers began to show symptoms of becoming zombies. The veins on their foreheads bulged, and their eyes shifted from bright to dark, their sanity eroded bit by bit. Within just 10 minutes, a roar sounded. The apocalypse had officially begun. Before entering the rooms, they all signed documents of life and death. If they turned into zombies, they would be shot on the spot. If they awakened with special abilities, they would be assigned to eliminate the zombies according to restricted areas and rescue survivors. This was the best method they could devise after discussion to minimize the rapid spread of the zombie virus. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. This was the fate of the entire Chinese population. The old general locked himself in his office. Through the camera, he watched his children with tears in his eyes. These children were the pillars of China, the last hope for Beijing. At this moment, even a firm materialist couldn't help but pray, pleading for the gods to protect them all, until a call came from the Li family. Li Feng's excited voice came through the phone. "General, Those foods have already been subjected to the highest level of testing. There are no harmful factors in it for the body. In fact, its nutritional value is dozens of times higher than our usual food. Especially the ginseng and chicken, our researchers detected a mysterious substance in them. This substance can promote significant evolution in human physical condition. It might even allow people to awaken natural control abilities, the superpowers commonly known as hetero abilities. Good, good, good. The old general immediately stood up, his voice full of excitement. Go find the owner of that restaurant immediately. No matter what price, get that kind of food. Hurry, our soldiers will be saved. Yes. Li Feng dared not waste a second. He immediately left with Ningyu Li for the underground garage, driving through the rain toward Jiang Yao's restaurant. Jiang Yao was savoring her soup upstairs when footsteps echoed down the second-floor stairs. Boss. Baiyun emerged from behind a curtain, smiling at her as he greeted her. After taking back the batch of salt yesterday, the entire tribe was thrilled. 50 bags of fine salt. This was more than they could use in a whole year. And those foods, once distributed among the clan members, left them in disbelief. It was the meat of mutated creatures. Not only was it not bitter, but it was extremely fresh and delicious. Moreover, on that very night, several cubs who ate that snake meat awoke their latent abilities, including his sister, Bilan. Without absorbing crystal cores, they just ate a few pieces of the snake meat Jiang Yao left behind, and yet their powers awakened. The clan's folk went crazy with joy. So early this morning, they brought collected ginseng and herbs to her cave, hoping to trade for more supplies from Jiang Yao, especially the specially processed meat of mutated creatures. He said he would first come here to check the situation, finally calming the agitated clansmen. Want to join me for some? Jiang Yao now regarded Baiyun as a friend. She was always generous with her friends, and inviting him to a meal was no issue. Baiyun hesitated for a while, then finally picked up the chopsticks and sat down. Thank you, boss. Jiang Yao handed him a bowl of soup, and Baiyun took a sip, instantly overwhelmed by its freshness. He drank several mouthfuls before reluctantly setting the bowl down. Boss, we want to exchange for more of that snake meat from yesterday. Baiyun opened somewhat awkwardly. After all, although he was there yesterday, he didn't contribute much. And this was the meat of a level 3 mutated creature. Its rarity matched that of a crystal core. Do you just want the snake meat? The system space in Jiang Yao contained hundreds of pounds of snake meat. She wasn't sure when it would all be used. She was willing to give, but wanted to know why he specifically didn't choose other meats. Was there something special about the snake meat? Yes. After eating that snake meat last night, the cubs in our tribe awoke to superpowers, so Baiyun didn't deliberately withhold any information from Jiang Yao, telling her everything truthfully. He believed that Jiang Yao disliked deceit and going around in circles. Being straightforward offered a better chance of success, whereas trickery might get him tossed out. If Jiang Yao could hear his inner thoughts, she'd definitely praise him. A good young man indeed judged people accurately. But at this moment, she had no such thoughts. Recalling the first time she ate grilled snake meat yesterday, she remembered feeling a warm current flow through her body. At the time, she thought it was an illusion, but she didn't expect it to be real. System? What's going on? Why didn't you tell me that mutant animals' meat had this function? As expected, the system's cold and calm voice induced a slight sense of dread. You didn't ask. Jiang Yao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Good, good, good. So stubborn that not even 2 sticks could make it fart. However, this time the system didn't wait for her to ask. It directly explained. The meat of mutated creatures contains a high-dimensional substance that humans haven't evolved enough to absorb yet. After purification by the system, everyone can successfully absorb the benefits. Jiang Yao tentatively asked. Then what about the mutant animal meat we sold earlier? Those were from low-level mutants and had little effect on Beastmen. After saying that, before Jiang Yao could sigh in relief, it added, when paired with ginseng, they can deliver 80% of the intended effect. On Beastmen. On humans. Jiang Yao paused her breathing, recalling the video Wang Yuan had shown her. No wonder Wang Yuan was so sure. It must have been due to her ancestor Jiang Yao awakening the special abilities, all thanks to the ginseng provided by her. I can only trade 100 pounds of snake meat with you, and I need you to regularly help me find various resources and mutant creatures. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered as she pulled out several books from her space pocket and handed them over. These were ones she bought from the bookstore previously, complete with detailed pictures and descriptions of various ingredients including fungi, herbs, and also methods for setting traps. Chapter 21, 30,000 Orders. Baiyun took the books, flipped through them for a while. Most of the herbs and mushrooms in the books were familiar to him. He just didn't know initially whether they could be eaten or not. With these books, their recipes would become more varied, and they could also gather herbs themselves to treat ailments. In particular, those precise trap-making methods meant that from now on, they could hunt with half the effort for double the result. Baiyun instantly treasured these books and tightly tucked them into his chest. Thank you, boss. I've noted this matter down, and I will inform my tribesmen once I return. Jiang Yao nodded. After sending Baiyun off, she turned and went to the kitchen to re-stew a pot of soup using ginseng combined with snake meat. Not knowing the benefits of this stuff before was one thing, but now that she knew, she certainly had to eat the best herself. The soup was just done when she hadn't even managed to take a sip yet, and 2 more guests walked in. At first, Jiang Yao was somewhat puzzled. How could people dare to risk going out at this time? But then, upon looking up, it turned out to be Li Feng and his siblings. What do you want to eat? She ladled out the ginseng snake meat soup and rinsed the clay pot. The system's recipe menu had updated again. Omelette fried rice, 30 points. Shredded pork with potatoes over rice, 38 points. Garden pea and minced meat over rice, 45 points. Diced chicken with chili sauce, 180 points. Ginseng porridge with millet, 300 points. Ginseng stewed chicken soup, 400 points. Ginseng snake meat soup, 600 points, coming soon. Li Feng's eyes scanned over the price tags one by one, finally stopping on Jiang Yao. We need food that can awaken superpowers, 30,000 portions. 30,000 portions? Jiang Yao's breathing quickened slightly. What are you planning to trade for it? Jiang Yao naturally wanted to do this big business deal, 30,000 portions. She could directly upgrade her restaurant to level 2. But there was currently no crystal core appearing in the zombies' brains. What could they use to exchange for food? It wasn't reasonable for them to say they'd use money, right? Attention, limited time mission issued. Complete 30,000 order transactions within 7 days to gain substantial points. Reward for the mission. Upgrade protective shield function. New zombie ally function unlocked. Takeout system unlocked. Task deadline, 7 days. Zombie ally. Within 3 meters, all individuals around you will be recognized as kindred species by zombies. Delivery permission temporarily activated. Jiang Yao. Does zombie ally have a trial period? System remains silent. Alright, the system is still stingy as always. However, such rewards are hard to resist. Forget about that zombie ally for a moment. Upgrading her restaurant alone makes it hard for her to refuse. She has long felt that the current restaurant area is too small. Upgrading would provide over 200 square meters of space on both levels, and she could earn a bit more by delivering takeout orders. Clicked confirm task. Raw materials have been placed in the system space. What do you want? Li Feng also knew that their request was indeed quite demanding, but the warriors were waiting now, and he had no time left. 3 million level 1 crystal cores. All Jiang Yao wanted were crystal cores. With crystal cores, she could upgrade her restaurant faster and unlock more functions. Crystal cores? Li Feng frowned and looked at Jiang Yao a few times. He thought that the other party might take advantage of this situation to seek official protection, or perhaps ask for money or power. So long as it wasn't excessive, he could agree. However, she actually wanted crystal cores? Zombies had only just appeared. Where could they find crystal cores to exchange? But the chief had already ordered beforehand that, no matter what the cost, these warriors must be preserved. Can we sign an IOU first? Once we have them, we'll send them to you immediately. Host, accept him. I can help draft a contract for you. Rarely did the usually indifferent system sound urgent. Jiang Yao paused, frowning deeply. Was this an illusion? Why did it feel like the system cared so much about official matters? Boss Jiang. Li Feng saw her expression and assumed she was dissatisfied with the method he proposed. He was somewhat anxious. What else would Boss Jiang want as compensation? If it's something we can do, I will definitely agree to it. Weapons. What? Li Feng thought he had misheard and asked again. Weapons. I want you to give me priority access to all thermal weapons developed for research. In less than 20 seconds, Jiang Yao's thoughts had shifted from the abnormality of the system to how she could use this event to get the most benefit for herself. But in reality, what the official sector could offer her was very little. Weapons like guns and ammunition might threaten ordinary people in the apocalypse, but truly devastating high-energy weapons should be those later ones designed using the energy from crystal cores. Her goal was precisely these kinds of things. Yes, we agree. Li Feng didn't hesitate to agree to this condition. He wasn't unaware of the consequences of doing this, but he had no choice. Preserving their lives is essential for the future. If the warriors all turned into zombies, they wouldn't even have the qualification to discuss the future. What use would those weapons be to them if they were left behind? Jiang Yao had the system draft the contract according to her intentions, 1 copy for her and Baiyun each. After carefully checking everything, they both pressed their fingerprints on it. Finally, after putting away the contract, Jiang Yao packed up her things and closed the door. Let's go. Li Feng was taken aback. Aren't you bringing the ingredients? They're already with me. Didn't you say we're short on time and the task is heavy? Are we not leaving yet? Li Feng remained silent as he opened the car door and started the vehicle. The car sped through the deserted streets. As soon as Jiang Yao stepped into the enclosed gate, she smelled a familiar stench of blood and decay. The cries of the zombies roared incessantly. The iron doors were being pounded upon with loud crashes. They all smelled the scent of fresh food. It was humans. Some of the warriors who hadn't yet turned into zombies had already developed fevers, while the rest who neither had a fever nor awakened abilities stayed obediently in their rooms, waiting for their final moments. By the time Jiang Yao arrived, several large pots had already been set up in the courtyard. Time now was life, so Jiang Yao didn't waste a second. She took out all the beast meat that Baiyun had brought from the space, let the system help cut it into small chunks, and threw it into the pot. Slices of ginseng were added directly, making for a full pot of stew. Li Feng and Li Ningyu were responsible for adding wood and keeping the fire going, cooking for a solid 40 to 50 minutes. The aroma of the strange beasts was rich and tempting. As soon as it was done, Li Feng ladled the bowl into a box and instructed Li Ningyu to take it away. Jiang Yao glanced, but didn't ask. Once this pot was cooked, it was immediately served by Li Feng to the warriors who hadn't yet become zombies. After drinking the broth, the warriors realized they wouldn't be infected, instantly erupting in joy. They all came out of their houses to help, chopping wood, firing boilers, and processing ingredients. Soon, more people gathered in the yard, but around Jiang Yao there remained an empty space no one dared enter. All of them knew she was their savior and didn't dare disturb her easily. The ashes at the bottom of the pot piled layer after layer, while bowls of soup were delivered into the hands of warriors in smaller rooms. Ginseng snake meat soup proficiency upgraded to level 2, rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Ginseng chicken soup proficiency upgraded to level 3, rewarded with a gold treasure chest. It wasn't until 11 or 12 o'clock at night that Jiang Yao finally found time to drink some water. This round had completely drained all her food reserves, leaving only the few hundred kilograms of snake meat behind, which she ultimately didn't bring along. Just as Li Feng was ladling out the last pot of porridge to be sent to other sealed zones, he noticed Jiang Yao looking tired, sitting on a stool with her eyes closed. He hesitated before handing her a bowl of porridge. "Miss Jiang, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yao rested for a moment, quickly drank the porridge, feeling a bit stronger before standing up. "I need to go back." Chapter 22, Zombie Outbreak. "I'll send you off." Li Feng called a comrade over and handed his work to him, arranging everything before once again rushing into the downpour with Jiang Yao. The sky had turned completely dark, making it impossible to distinguish day from night. Li Feng set the headlights to their brightest setting. With a skillful drift, he avoided a tree that had been blown down by the wind and sped forward like a black arrow, carrying Jiang Yao steadily toward the front. Screech. Suddenly applying the brakes hard, Jiang Yao, who had been resting in the back seat, nearly got thrown to the floor. "What happened?" Jiang Yao sat up, rubbing her eyes twice. "There's someone ahead." Li Feng quickly undid his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car to check. Jiang Yao stretched her head out to look. Sure enough, ahead of them stood a couple waving to stop their car. As soon as the car stopped, they immediately ran over and stood next to the back seat, waiting for Jiang Yao to open the door for them. "Save us. My husband is injured. Please take us to the hospital. We beg you." At that moment, through the car window, Jiang Yao noticed that the man's fingernails were starting to turn pitch black. "Don't open the door," Jiang Yao exclaimed furiously. "That man has been infected." Li Feng's hand paused just as he was about to open the door. After knocking on the car window for quite a while and seeing no one open the door, the woman realized these people had no intention of saving them. She immediately became furious and hammered on the window loudly. "You are not human if you won't help those in need. Animals, you despicable animals. Do you know who this person next to me is? He's the son of the police bureau director. Don't you want to end up in jail? You lowlifes. Open the door for us. Quickly, open the door." As if in response, the man outside trembled all over, his limbs twisting uncontrollably. He suddenly straightened up, lunged and clung tightly to the woman's neck. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Almost at the same time, the woman collapsed on the ground, her face contorted in anguish. After the male zombie consumed her, it pressed its decaying face against the glass, with maggots wriggling around in its eye sockets. "Ha. Humans, living humans. So fragrant, I must eat." Its mouth opened impossibly wide and leaped onto the hood, sinking its teeth into the windshield. Li Feng had never seen such a disgusting scene. His throat clenched, and he felt as though his stomach was churning violently. These two zombies completely blocked the view ahead. If they didn't kill them, neither of them would be able to leave. Jiang Yao pulled out a large sword and reached for the door to step out. "What are you doing?" Li Feng immediately panicked. Was she trying to commit suicide by going out there? Jiang Yao looked at him curiously, now somewhat doubting whether this man's brain functioned properly. This area is all residential. Her implication was clear. If they didn't deal with the zombie and left this place, their situation would become even more dangerous. "I'll go. Give me the sword." Li Feng clearly understood what she meant, but as a man and a soldier, it made no sense to let civilians protect him. Besides, Jiang Yao was right. They couldn't remain stuck on the road forever. The areas surrounding this road were all residential neighborhoods. If they didn't hurry up and leave, they risked being surrounded and killed by zombies. Having heard that, Jiang Yao didn't insist any longer, directly handing over the sword. "Then you go." She was exhausted from a whole day's work and didn't really feel like moving anymore. Thinking for a moment, she gave some instructions nonetheless. These are only basic level zombies. Be careful not to be bitten or scratched. A single strike to sever its head works. Anything else won't affect it. Li Feng remembered every word she said. Clutching the heavy blade tightly, he swiftly opened the car door and jumped out. As if smelling fresh human blood instantly, the zombie followed by jumping down from the hood, lunging towards the source of the scent. Its sharp nails gleaming bluish-black swung toward Li Feng. Li Feng swiftly used the sword to block, stepping back several steps. A flash of light appeared in his palm. In one powerful leap, his blade, emitting lightning-like sparks, struck down. A burnt smell spread in the air as the zombie's hands were charred into coal, then cleanly split into two halves, dropping onto the ground. Indeed, as Jiang Yao had said, the zombie lacked pain sensation completely. Without hesitation, it chased after Li Feng. Li Feng's heart sank as the blade glinted coldly in his grip. The next second, the zombie's head was entirely severed. By now, the woman was fully infected by the zombie virus, dragging her intestines that had been bitten off as she slowly rose from the ground. Black blood dripped and was then washed away by the rain. Li Feng was already soaked from head to toe. He stood there breathing heavily, gripping the sword tightly. "Go? What are you hesitating for?" By this point, Jiang Yao had already leapt from the back seat to the driver's seat. She yanked open the car door, grabbing his collar forcefully, and pulled him inside. With a buzz, the car shot forward, speeding several hundred meters away in an instant. The female zombie was immediately thrown to the ground. Letting out two eerie cries, she sniffed the air for the scent of living beings and staggered toward the surrounding residential areas. 2 a.m. Residents confined at home heard gnawing sounds outside their doors. As soon as they opened them to check, they were instantly pounced upon by zombies that had been waiting outside for long periods. A few minutes later, they transformed into new zombie carriers and joined the zombie horde in searching for other humans who hadn't yet been infected. Scenes like this were happening every single moment. Everyone was plunged into overwhelming panic. The world had fallen without anyone noticing. Zoom. Jiang Yao slammed her foot on the gas pedal, sending the sports car roaring down the road while kicking up large clouds of exhaust behind it. The closer she got to home, the more vehicles there were visibly on the road. Countless cars passed Jiang Yao in the opposite direction, everyone rushing to the hospital, which was already completely blocked. She had to return to the restaurant before everyone else realized what was happening. She didn't want to confront the tide of zombies now. It would be pointless. These current zombies were merely level 0. Their brains hadn't even started forming crystal cores. Killing them would just waste time. For the effort, she'd rather go to Beast Continent and hunt a few high-level creatures. Jiang Yao didn't touch the brakes at all along the way. When she encountered obstacles in the road, she simply rammed right through them. Living people knew how to dodge. Those who couldn't move out of the way were zombies. Hitting them was no big deal. 2:40 a.m. The radio in the car suddenly crackled to life. Static. Nationwide. Static. Highly contagious outbreak. Zombies stand by. 3rd Military District. It took Jiang Yao several attempts to piece together the message amidst the intermittent bursts of static. There had been a large-scale viral outbreak across the country, and survivors were urged to stay indoors. The 3rd Military District in Bay City had already begun clearing zombies and rescuing survivors. This matched exactly what she had experienced in her previous life. At first, military units really did send out troops to clear certain zones, treating these places as safety bases. But eventually, the government would realize the speed at which the zombie virus spread far exceeded their capacity to combat it, a mere drop in the ocean. Adding the collapse of both the internet and power grid, all they could do was search for supplies within cities while occasionally rescuing survivors and bringing them back to the safety bases. Jiang Yao turned off the car radio outright, continuing her reckless drive forward. Chapter 23, Blocking the Road. Li Feng didn't have the mood to lecture her at this moment. He sat honestly in the passenger seat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also made a call to the old commanding officer, briefly reporting the situation about zombies that Jiang Yao had mentioned. Upon learning that most of the warriors had successfully awakened their special abilities and had set off overnight to the nearest area to eliminate the zombies, his mind was at ease for the most part. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. 3:20 a.m. Jiang Yao smoothly drove out of the last overpass and returned to the small road leading to her family restaurant. This area belonged to the old city district, where there weren't many residents, mainly college students and the elderly. At this time, there was only one car on the road, Jiang Yao's. Continuing straight along the main road, it would take only a few minutes to get home. Just at that moment, there was a boom sound. The speed of the car dropped instantly. Shit. Jiang Yao quickly realized that the tire of the car she was driving had burst. Creak, creak. Subtle sounds continued to arise around the body of the car. Jiang Yao turned on the phone light and shone it all around, her back turning cold. There were countless green vines by the side of the road, continuously moving and waving in front of the car window. Those sounds came precisely from these vine collisions. At the same time, a thick vine struck the side glass with force. Bang. The car window shattered completely, shards falling everywhere. The vines started climbing in through the broken glass. What is this thing? Li Feng reacted quickly, grabbing the long knife and chopping at the vines. Although the vines were very flexible, they clearly lacked resilience. With one strike of the knife, greenish juice flowed out, and the vines seemed to recoil from the pain, instantly retracting their tentacles. But more tentacles kept squeezing through the cracked glass. The vines appeared to have discovered a breakthrough, and after indiscriminately smashing against the glass, they swarmed into the car, trying to wrap themselves around Jiang Yao and Li Feng. Even though Jiang Yao wasn't afraid of being attacked by these things, if they stayed blocked in the car like this, she would eventually suffocate due to lack of oxygen. She was already feeling somewhat short of breath. No, she needed to find a way to break open a gap. Chopping away at the tentacles continuously rushing in, Jiang Yao's gaze scanned the car interior. When she saw the cooking oil on the back seat that she had brought but not used up, her eyes lit up. Li Feng. Oil. If she hadn't mistaken, plants in the apocalypse naturally feared fire. I'll hold them off, you quickly go get it. Jiang Yao opened the system store and bought a lighter, aiming at those tentacles and scorching them. Sure enough, as soon as the tentacles touched the flame, they immediately recoiled. Seeing the other tentacles deliberately bypassing this small range, Li Feng's pupils contracted. He understood what Jiang Yao meant. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately adjusted the seat to its maximum backward position, unfastened his seatbelt, and crawled towards the back. Just when he was about to reach the oil in the back seat, bang. The back window couldn't withstand it any longer and finally exploded under the assault of the vines. Small pieces of glass fell all over him, and the vines immediately reacted, quickly wrapping around Li Feng's arms and pulling him out forcefully. Jiang Yao gathered a cluster of fine ice needles in her palm, each needle precisely cutting through the vines wrapped around Li Feng. Ignoring the pain, Li Feng aimed for the oil's location, rolled on the ground, and landed entirely in the back seat. Here, he threw the remaining half bucket of oil forcefully towards Jiang Yao. The vines extended long strips to grab the bucket of oil, and Jiang Yao was a bit too slow, failing to seize it. Seeing the oil being pulled into the mass of vines, Jiang Yao shot out countless slender ice needles, directly puncturing the oil barrel. In the next second, she tossed the lighter into the pile of oil. Boom. Flames surged instantly. The vines twisted and waved wildly in the air. The more they waved, the bigger the fire grew. All the vines smeared with oil joined in and became kindling for this fire. Go! Jiang Yao took the opportunity to push the car door open on Li Feng's side. As soon as the door opened, a long knife was already positioned across her chest. There weren't many weapons available in the system store, and the ones she handled most skillfully were long knives. So after returning from the beast world, she exchanged 4 or 5 and kept them in her space, just in case. It was something she didn't expect, but the one she'd swapped just 2 days ago was now put to use. With a snap, one clean cut chopped the vines trying to intercept her in two. She delivered a powerful kick, sending that lump of unrecognizable charcoal flying far away. Jiang Yao, die, die, die. A voice filled with hatred rang out. Jiang Yao looked up sharply and saw Jiang Yaozu nearby, his whole body writhing with vines, staring directly at her. In the dark night, his 2 eyes emitted terrifying red light. It looks like we won't be able to go back unless we kill him. Li Feng stood firmly beside Jiang Yao, drawing an exquisite silver pistol from his waist. After deftly loading the gun, the pitch-black muzzle was pointed directly at Jiang Yaozu. Bang! A thunderous roar pierced through the sky. The bullet sliced through the air with an incomparable killing intent, roaring as it sped forward. Roar! Jiang Yaozu seemed to have completely lost his mind, having only one thought in his brain, killing Jiang Yao. Not only did he not dodge the bullet, but instead, he rushed straight toward it. Countless thick vines quickly surrounded him, wrapping his entire body into a massive and sturdy cocoon. The impact was gradually dampened as the bullet pierced through layers of vines, only to be finally stopped inside the cocoon. The cocoon then opened again, revealing its inhabitant unscathed. Li Feng furrowed his brows tightly and infused the power of lightning into his handgun, causing a dark purple glow to illuminate. In the next moment, bang bang bang, several bullets shot toward Jiang Yaozu in unison. The vines once again attempted their previous trick, but they convulsed as if electrocuted upon making contact with the bullets. Jiang Yaozu's whole body went numb for a few seconds, but he soon recovered, leaping backward while using the same method to block the bullets that followed. Chapter 24, Restaurant Upgrade. Li Feng obviously didn't expect that even after using his psychic powers, he still couldn't kill this person. Reluctantly, he reloaded his gun again. How could Jiang Yaozu give him such a chance? With all his might, the vines around his body surged forth chaotically and thrust towards Li Feng and his companion. Li Feng dodged with agility, avoiding the attack. The blue stone slab shattered instantly. The position where he stood just now had been pierced by the vines, leaving black holes the size of fists. Don't waste your energy. Plants are not afraid of electricity. I have an idea. Jiang Yao twirled the machete in her hand, her tone full of killing intent. Jiang Yaozu, he has already lived long enough with my permission. Li Feng put away his handgun and gripped the long knife tightly like Jiang Yao. Both moved simultaneously, their long knives chopping down hard on the vines. Numerous thick vines were cut and fell to the ground. Invisible frost seeped slowly into the depths of the vines through the cuts. Jiang Yao was not afraid of being hit by the vines. She had a protective shield. Anything attacking her would receive 100-fold retaliation. With determined steps, she did not defend, only attacked. She quickly carved out a large vacuum in front of herself. Those vines weren't dead objects without pain. They shared the pain with Jiang Yaozu. Cutting them was equivalent to cutting Jiang Yaozu's flesh. This could be judged from the occasional cries of pain from Jiang Yaozu. Therefore, Jiang Yao's means became increasingly cruel. Vine sap splashed all over her. By the end, the sky filled with vines no longer dared to strike at her. Not only did they not dare, they subconsciously retreated and avoided her. Li Feng was miserable, unable to move against Jiang Yao. Jiang Yaozu vented all his anger on Li Feng. The pressure Li Feng bore was dozens of times more than Jiang Yao's. If it hadn't been for his psychic powers, he probably would have been pierced into dice by the vines. Jiang Yao can't hold on any longer. Another vine pierced through his shoulder, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Blood spurted out from the wound, washed onto the ground by the rain. His clothes were shredded into thin strips hanging loosely on his arms. Jiang Yao spared a glance at him, truly finding him in a pitiful state. Avoiding the vines that almost pierced his heart with great difficulty, he raised the long sword and charged forward once more. Finally, here he comes. Jiang Yao gathered a huge ice ball in the palm of her hand, unleashing her entire psychic power and activating the frost planted deep inside the vines. She threw it forcefully toward the direction of Jiang Yaozu, simultaneously as Li Feng activated his psychic ability, wrapping the electric current around the ice ball. The sound of crackling electricity continued endlessly. A strong smell of burning spread around. Instinctively, Jiang Yaozu stretched out his tentacles to block it, but soon realized his entire body stiffened. It was too late when he sensed something was wrong. The vines on his body were frozen solid from the root, freezing rapidly. It wasn't long before he was turned into a colossal ice sculpture. Li Feng followed up by firing another shot, this time unobstructed. As his mouth opened wide due to extreme fear before it could close, with a crack, the ice chunks broke apart, and along with them, so did Jiang Yaozu himself, turning into shattered ice on the ground. Seeing him finally dead, Li Feng felt completely drained, collapsing onto the ground. A minuscule grass seed rolled into his sleeve. It was exactly 5 o'clock, and dawn broke. The short-lived night had passed, and a prolonged darkness had arrived. Dawn came. Jiang Yao glanced up at the red clouds on the horizon. If we don't leave soon, we really might not get away. Zombies erupt during the night, but everyone rests at night, which limits the scope of infection. That's why the authorities have always emphasized clearing zombies as quickly as possible, even if it means overtime work. Once daylight breaks, humans start moving around. The spread and speed of zombie contagion is no longer restricted. This is the most dangerous time. You might be walking on the road, and suddenly, from some hidden corner, a zombie jumps out and bites you. Li Feng trailed behind Jiang Yao, dragging his wounded body. He needed to replenish his strength, to rest, and more importantly, he needed a car. It was quite near to Jiang Yao's restaurant. Go there first to regroup and find a way to contact the commander to take him back. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao and Li Feng sat quietly eating on the first floor of the restaurant. Given that Li Feng suffered these misfortunes because of her, Jiang Yao painfully tore off some roots from the 1,000-year-old ginseng and stewed a big pot of meat porridge. The system said the ginseng roots could replenish blood and energy, accelerate Li Feng's recovery, similar to small red bottles in games. When paired with snake meat, it could increase stamina bars too. After both of them hastily finished eating, Jiang Yao carried a reclining sofa downstairs and allowed Li Feng to temporarily rest on the first floor. She herself returned upstairs, washing the blood off her body before lying on the soft bed. Upon turning on her phone, an extremely shocking livestream image appeared. Zombie outbreak. End of the world. How should ordinary people save themselves? The image showed a zombie covered in blood, facing off against a well-trained police officer. The officer held a baseball bat, and with one swing, struck the zombie's head. The zombie instantly lost its ability to move. Meanwhile, the female host's voice came from off-screen. She explained the transmission characteristics of the zombie virus, the onset period, prevention methods, as well as the signs before abilities awakened after being scratched by a zombie. At the end of the video, there was an appeal for everyone not to give up on rescue efforts, as official military forces had been dispatched to clear zombies from the city. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao turned off her phone and lay down on the bed. Apparently, this was the conclusion the authorities had drawn based on the letter she had sent, combined with their own observations about the zombies. In the previous life, these conclusions began to spread only 6 months after the apocalypse. Within those 6 months, the number of survivors across the country plummeted drastically, from over 1 billion to just 5 or 600 million. And more than half a year later, the zombies in Beijing were finally completely eradicated, establishing the nation's first large-scale survivor base. In this reincarnation, all these developments had occurred 6 months earlier. Jiang Yao believed that she had done everything within her power, and the rest was up to them. The next morning, Jiang Yao woke up feeling refreshed and sat up in bed. The sky, which had been gloomy for days, finally cleared up. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, bringing the unique chill of late autumn and winter. If you could ignore the zombies aimlessly wandering outside, today would have been a perfect day for an outdoor excursion. Touching her grumbling stomach, Jiang Yao got up and went downstairs to prepare some food. As soon as she entered the first floor, she noticed that the reclining sofa placed at the center of the table yesterday had been moved and leaned upright near the staircase. There was no one on the first floor, meaning Li Feng must have left already. Jiang Yao moved the reclining sofa to the cash register area, then walked to the door, opening it, and taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside. It was a clear and invigorating morning, though her hunger lingered. She returned to the kitchen entrance, sitting on the sofa to check the current supplies in her storage space. However, she realized that there seemed to be nothing edible left besides the various staple foods and seasonings provided by the system and the hundreds of pounds of snake meat she still had. Scratching her head, Jiang Yao thought that she'd need to visit the beast realm again in the afternoon to collect supplies. There were still some leftover noodles in the freezer. Jiang Yao took out a piece of snake, meat weighing 2 or 3 pounds from her space. She deboned it, sliced it into thin strips, and made a large pot of snake meat noodle soup. The moment the fresh-smelling noodle soup touched her lips, Jiang Yao closed her eyes in satisfaction. Picking up a mouthful of the fragrant, slightly spicy meat strips, she savored its salty aroma and chewy texture. Nothing was more comforting than this simple, smoky meal. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yao put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher and then sat back on the sofa to review the rewards she had obtained this time. Mission completed, protective shield successfully upgraded. Delivery function activated. As soon as she opened the system panel, a series of prompt sounds rang out. Jiang Yao tapped on the personal information section and discovered that the protective shield indeed gained a new, zombie-friendly feature. Her points had also increased from over 2,000 to over 8,000, enough now to fully upgrade her restaurant to level 2. Jiang Yao tapped on the restaurant interface and located the Upgrade button in the lower right corner, which had changed from gray, indicating locked, to red. Directly clicking Upgrade. Restaurant upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Recruitment function unlocked. 2 otherworldly waiters can be recruited per level. Now she could recruit waiters, meaning she didn't necessarily have to stay home all the time anymore. Chapter 25, a second-rank restaurant. In the next moment, her surroundings underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The space expanded several times over. All of the old facilities in the small restaurant had been renovated. The tiny air conditioner that was tucked away in a corner was gone, replaced by a central air conditioning system installed on the ceiling. The floor changed from concrete to clean and tidy tiles. Several small tables disappeared, replaced by large round tables. The stools evolved into soft sofas. The restaurant was even equipped with a self-cleaning function. Behind her, the kitchen also became larger. The freezer was as clean as new. All kinds of kitchen utensils had turned into a uniform original wood color, looking much more sophisticated. Not far from the kitchen were several private rooms added. Jiang Yao pushed open a door and discovered that the walls were adorned with paintings. There was even an elegant fragrance scent in the air. Jiang Yao walked around the hall, observing carefully for a long time. This was nothing but the look of a high-end restaurant lobby, wasn't it? A second-rank restaurant was actually only a bit bigger than before, cleaner, more lavishly decorated, and also came with a delivery service. Other than that, there wasn't much else new about it. Oh yes, there was still something. She could now stay in the beast world for 3 days. Jiang Yao brought up the interface and sure enough found that the cooldown time for the portal had arrived. The usage time went from 3 o'clock to 72:00, 3 whole days and nights. Jiang Yao's heart leapt with joy. Perfect. What she lacked most at the moment were ingredients, and this refresh of the teleportation gate came at just the right time. Going up the stairs, the scene on the second floor had also undergone a complete transformation. The narrow staircase had widened more than twice its original size. Upon walking up to the second floor, she noticed that the teleportation gate, which was originally placed on the right side of the bedroom, had been moved to the wall near the entrance of the stairs. On the left side of the teleportation gate was a wooden door with a fingerprint lock. Placing her finger on the lock, it emitted 2 beeps, and the lock popped open. Pushing the door, inside was a rather cozy living room, fully equipped with sofas and a television. There were also 2 bedrooms and a restroom adjacent to it. The master bedroom had the largest space, completely decorated according to Jiang Yao's aesthetic preferences. The light yellow walls radiated warmth and healing energy. The window had also grown several times in size. The white window veils allowed light in without revealing the people inside, fluttering gracefully in the wind. The single-person bed that used to be tiny had transformed into a queen-sized double bed measuring 1.8 meters by 1.5 meters. At the corner of the bed stood a wardrobe that remained there, but was now entirely brand new. Opening the wardrobe doors, all the clothes were meticulously organized and neatly hung, properly stored within. At the very bottom was a shoe cabinet filled with her shoes, protected against dust. Above the study desk, a row of bookshelves had appeared, and the books that were previously scattered on the table were now neatly arranged on them. Below the shelves sat a brand new computer, which currently displayed the surveillance footage of the first floor. Jiang Yao walked along the edge of the wall and plopped down on the bed. With a vigorous shake, the mattress was both soft and bouncy. One could easily imagine how comfortable it would be sleeping on it. The second floor had already become a little sanctuary entirely belonging to herself. No one other than her could enter. Jiang Yao was extremely satisfied with these arrangements and would have loved to lie down here for an entire day, if not for some pressing matters. Right. She suddenly remembered something. Jiang Yao flipped off the bed with a swift move. It seemed that she still had quite a few treasure chests unopened. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Jiang Yao opened the system space. Indeed, she saw several treasure chests placed in the grid spaces. Silver treasure chest. High probability of yielding silver-class treasures. 10 silver chests can be combined into 1 gold chest. Combine. Gold treasure chest. High probability of yielding gold-class treasures. 10 gold chests can be combined into 1 platinum chest. Combine. Besides these 2 introductions, there was nothing else. Jiang Yao directly opened a silver chest, and with a flash of light. Thanks for visiting. Jiang Yao, this bad luck? Are there empty boxes? Not convinced, she directly opened a golden chest, causing a burst of golden light. Congratulations. You've obtained a golden treasure map. The golden light faded, revealing a sheepskin scroll inside the box. Jiang Yao reached out and took the sheepskin scroll, spreading it out. On it was a simple map, showing a brook, a forest, and a hillside. Marked on the treasure location was a small chest. Jiang Yao flipped to the back of the sheepskin scroll casually, finding a string of coordinates written there. Treasure map? She thought. Her luck couldn't be so bad, hitting empty chests every time. Rubbing her palms together, she wondered what good things could be inside a platinum chest since the golden chest yielded a map. Jiang Yao directly combined all the silver treasure chests into 2 or 3 golden chests, then synthesized those golden chests into a platinum chest. Thus, she obtained a single platinum chest. After performing a customary set of prayers, she clicked to open it. The next second, no light flashed. It was a plain and simple opening. Inside the chest appeared a small and exquisite black sleeve arrow. Heavy crossbow cuff arrow, a long-range attack weapon that combines the power of a heavy crossbow with the compactness of a cuff arrow. Automatically calibrates when aiming at prey. Produces 10 arrows with paralysis effects daily. Note: arrows can be reused. The finely crafted and weighty black cuff arrow landed in her palm. Jiang Yao weighed it, estimating it to be about 3 to 4 caddies heavy, but still manageable. She slapped it on her arm, and 2 mechanisms popped out from under the cuff, firmly gripping her sleeve. When she put on an outer layer, it was impossible to tell that she was carrying concealed weapons. A thin rope dropped down from the mechanism into her hand. Once she spotted prey, all she had to do was lift her arm and pull the rope, sending an arrow coated with paralyzing drugs flying out. Although there was a limit on the number of arrows, only 10 could be produced daily. If used sparingly, it would be more than enough. Jiang Yao couldn't stop admiring it. Last time she went to the beast world, she regretted not having enough experience, watching helplessly as several wild rabbits and pheasants escaped right before her eyes. Now with the cuff arrow, hunting would be much easier. She took out a set of long-sleeved clothes and pants from the cabinet and changed into them. After some thought, she spent 10 points to buy a pair of long leather boots from the store. This time, she was well prepared, putting on her anti-toxicity mask in advance and gripping a long knife tightly in her hand. She made sure she was completely covered from head to toe. After one last check to ensure there were no overlooked areas, she walked towards the teleportation gate. A faint light flickered on the gate. Please input coordinate anchor point. Jiang Yao typed in the coordinates from the back of the sheepskin scroll, and the gate opened. Jiang Yao checked the status of her protective shield once more, took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The familiar sensation of weightlessness came over her, and the scene in front of her suddenly brightened. The salty sea breeze lifted the ends of her hair. Soft sand stretched endlessly where the boundless ocean met the shore. Waves crashed onto the beach, bringing beautiful seashells and palm-sized crabs. Jiang Yao cautiously circled around the beach and confirmed that she had been teleported to a small island. Her gaze swept across the beach, past the tall coconut trees not far behind her. The waves washed up to the shore in succession, bringing along treasures with every retreat and arrival. Chapter 26, Sweetberry Forest. The vegetation at the edge of the island was not particularly lush, with most of it consisting of rocks and gravel. Following the mountain path upwards, after walking for about 10 minutes, she finally saw a dense forest. Each tree was laden with heavy red fruits that emitted an irresistible sweet aroma. System notice, medium density, sweet berry forest detected. Edible. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up when she realized these berries were actually edible. Sweet berries must be a special food from the beast world. She thought to herself, the system couldn't possibly have transported her to some desolate place where nothing grew. But these trees were so tall, how was she supposed to pick these fruits? Even considering both lives she had lived, she had never learned how to climb trees. Wait, cuff arrows. She could use these fruits to test the power and accuracy of her cuff arrows. Decisively, Jiang Yao raised her arm and aimed at a large cluster of fruit in front of her, activating the mechanism. Whoosh. The powerful recoil forced Jiang Yao to take several steps backward. The arrow shot straight towards the fruit on the tree in front of her. Pop. A string of bright red fruits fell from the branches. After stabilizing herself, Jiang Yao ran over in the direction of the fallen fruits. Sure enough, the arrowhead was deeply embedded into the ground along with the branch. Jiang Yao moved forward, exerting force to pull out the arrow. A small hole, around 3 inches deep, remained in the ground. After wiping off the arrow cleanly, Jiang Yao reinserted it into the mechanism of the cuff arrow for reuse. Then, bending down, she picked up the string of red sweet berries. The berries looked somewhat like little apples from Blue Star, but were larger than apples. Some bore marks from insect or bird pecks. Jiang Yao selected one that appeared relatively intact, washed it with water, then popped it into her mouth. Sweet. Thin skin, thick flesh, juice overflowing, refreshing throat. After simply washing and removing the core, it could be juiced directly without adding extra sugar. Chirp chirp. Ouch. Who threw something at me? Just as Jiang Yao was about to pluck another berry to eat, she felt something land near her feet. Looking back, she noticed that there were already several monkey-like creatures about half a man's height standing on the tree behind her. Seeing her eating the berries, those monkeys immediately started throwing the berries nonstop. Chirp chirp. As she looked up, the monkeys jumped around restlessly on the tree, and a few even showed their red monkey bottoms, shaking them in her direction as a provocation. This was blatant provocation. However, Jiang Yao wasn't angry. Instead, she found this group of monkeys timely and interesting. Upon closer observation, there were roughly 30 of these monkeys. One of them had a patch of white fur on its head and was clearly larger than the others. It stood in the center, well protected by the group of monkeys. It was evident that this was the Monkey King. Jiang Yao took a few steps back and leaned against a big tree. Then, aiming at the thigh of the Monkey King, she pulled the mechanism and shot an arrow. Boom. Oops. Sorry. Jiang Yao nervously touched her nose. She didn't have good aim this time. The shot missed slightly and only grazed past the Monkey King. Try again. Lifting her hand once more and aiming at the Monkey King, she swayed left and right, holding back the trigger. Chirp. Attack her. Seeing the penetrating arrow embed itself into wood, the Monkey King jumped 3 feet high in fear and quickly leapt onto another nearby tree. At its command, the other monkeys hurriedly picked fruits, leaves, and twigs and kept throwing them at Jiang Yao. With her protective shield activated, Jiang Yao naturally didn't fear their attacks. She placed a big hemp sack from her space onto the ground and hid behind the tree. Most of the fruits thrown ended up hitting the sack. When the monkeys got tired of throwing, she would gather the good ones and put them into her space. Standing on the trees, the monkeys crossed their arms and proudly yelled several times, "Throw! Smash this beast to death! Smash her!" Seeing that the fruits on the ground had already piled up in thick layers, Jiang Yao secretly reached out to absorb entire fruit-laden branches into her space. In a blink, a heap was collected. By the end, she was exhausted, so she only chose the branches loaded with big fruits, ignoring smaller ones entirely. Ha ha ha, what a haul. Wouldn't it be great if this happened every day? The rain of fruits continued for nearly an hour. Whenever they tired themselves out and wanted to stop, Jiang Yao would lift her arm and shoot an arrow at the Monkey King to intimidate it. Furious, the Monkey King would then order its troop to keep throwing things, behaving like a broken machine. Almost all the fruits on the trees nearby Jiang Yao were depleted, leaving only bare branches. The monkeys were so exhausted that they were lying on the branches, tongues sticking out as they panted heavily. Yet, when they turned their heads, they saw that the beast they attacked was not only unscathed but was casually sitting under the tree munching on the fruits. The Monkey King was furious but dared not let its troop get close to Jiang Yao. She had that powerful weapon, which almost broke its thigh several times. Chirp chirp, stop. Everyone stop immediately. The little monkey brains couldn't understand Jiang Yao's intentions. However, the Monkey King, who had more experience dealing with Beastmen, instantly realized her strategy and angrily ordered its group to cease fire. Beastmen were indeed devious and cunning. The Monkey King's mind quickly came up with a good plan. Since stones seemed stronger than fruit, they would throw stones instead. Chirp chirp, pick up stones, hit her. Before Jiang Yao could collect all the fruits on the ground, she saw them one by one jumping onto the ground, picking up stones, and launching another wave of attacks. Boom. Bang. A series of loud sounds erupted. As soon as the stones touched Jiang Yao, they were bounced back by her protective shield, hitting one after another of the attacking monkeys. The group of monkeys started yelling in panic, especially the Monkey King, whose strongest force got the highest counterattack. A stone directly rebounded onto its head, causing it to swell up in a big lump. Pained, it kept clutching its head while jumping around. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh endlessly. These monkeys were just too funny. Chirp chirp, you will pay for this. Chirp, let's go. The Monkey King hesitated at Jiang Yao one last time, then chirped a couple of times before leading its troop up the tree and fleeing. Jiang Yao sat under the tree and watched as the monkeys gradually disappeared among the branches following their king. Ha ha ha. She burst out laughing, covering her face with tears streaming down. How absurd could these monkeys be? After finally stopping laughing, she wiped away her tears and stood up from the ground. Snap. The shadows of the nearby trees moved, making faint rustling sounds. Who's there? Jiang Yao was startled, thinking the group of monkeys might have come back for a second round, so she pulled the mechanism and shot an arrow straight away. Bang! The arrow shot out, tightly embedding itself into the tree trunk. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. A childish voice pleaded from behind the tree. Come out. Jiang Yao put away her smile. There was no village or house around here. Where did this young Beastman come from? As soon as she finished speaking, a very thin girl peeked timidly out from behind the tree. Her hair resembled seaweed, adorned with various pearl shells. Her ears were pointed, and transparent fish fins reflected all kinds of colors in the light. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy. I just... Jiang Yao looked at the gender-ambiguous small Beastman before her. This outfit, it must be a Sea Clan Beastman? Chapter 27, The Undersea Treasure. Are you a mermaid? Jiang Yao's eyes involuntarily glanced down at her lower body. She had never seen a mermaid before. Were this girl's legs truly a fishtail? The little mermaid Hong Yu's sky-blue eyes immediately opened wide as she stammered. How do you know? She had just seen how powerful this person was. The weapon in her hand could drive away the Monkey King. Since I came for you all, though Jiang Yao only thought that to herself. She acted mysteriously and nodded. She went over and retrieved the arrows from the tree trunk, then tossed a fruit she was holding to the girl. Eat it. This little mermaid must have been starving, because her eyes were glued to the berries in Jiang Yao's hand. Given to me? Thank you. The little mermaid stared in surprise and took the fruit without eating it. After politely thanking her, she carefully placed the fruit into a small bag on her back. Jiang Yao no longer looked at her or asked why she didn't eat. Instead, she squatted down and continued gathering the fruits. She guessed that she had likely been transported to a certain region inhabited by mermaids. As Bayun described, mermaids have slow tempers and have thin bloodline connections. Adult mermaids are cast out of their homes to find their own maritime living spaces. Also, before differentiation, they are androgynous, only able to choose their gender after reaching adulthood. Besides sun-drying salt, their tears can transform into spiritual pearls known as jiaozhu, which help land creatures survive in the ocean. Their fabric is soft and smooth, shining with 7 colors under sunlight, called jiaoxiao. It is impermeable to water and fire, immune to blades. It's a rare and precious thing worth its weight in gold. But the little one in front of her was clearly not an adult yet. How could she be alone here? Where was the merman ruler of this sea area? Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, maybe these mermaids could lead her to the location of the treasure. Thinking of this, she grinned like someone about to deceive a child, exchanged some fruit-flavored candy from the system mall, and placed them on the ground. Hey kid, do you want some candy? The mermaid's innocent gaze blinked, as if contemplating whether she should trust this sister who appeared suddenly. But moments later, after sniffing and detecting the sweet fruity scent, she couldn't resist the temptation. Thank you, sister. The little mermaid cautiously observed for a while before finally summoning up the courage to step out from behind the tree trunk. To Jiang Yao's disappointment, there wasn't the expected shimmering fishtail. The young mermaid wore a short skirt, below which were long, slender legs. When she saw her pick up a few fruits and hand them over, Jiang Yao took them effortlessly. Seeing that Jiang Yao did not refuse, the little mermaid lit up with joy, suddenly realizing this sister was not as ferocious as she imagined. After some consideration, she picked up a piece of candy from the ground, placed it in her mouth, and enjoyed it with her eyes closed. Her mother had taught her not to accept benefits from others freely. By helping this sister gather the fruits, she wouldn't feel indebted anymore. Jiang Yao squatted down, collecting fruits while coaxing the little mermaid and probing for information. What's your name? Hong Yu, but Grandpa usually calls me Xiaoyu. You can call me that too, sister. Eating the sweet candy, Hong Yu spoke sweetly. After all, she was just a child. Once her guard was down, words poured forth, and she turned out to be quite amicable. Jiang Yao chuckled softly and nodded. Looks like she was right. This really was the territory of a merman. That merman Hong Yu called Grandpa was likely the lord of this sea area. Thinking of this, she pulled out the treasure map from her space. Xiaoyu, do you know where this place is? Hong Yu held the candy on her tongue and leaned forward to take a look. Isn't this just the little island beneath our feet? Look, this is that hill in front, this is the berry grove, and this, it's that stream I've seen. Jiang Yao followed her finger and compared positions on the map to those on the island, quickly deducing her current location. The treasure was on the easternmost part of the island, and she was currently on the southern side of the island. If I want to cross through this berry grove to this spot, Jiang Yao tapped the position of the small treasure chest. Do you know the fastest way? Hong Yu's brows instantly furrowed together. This place. What's wrong? Jiang Yao was puzzled. Could there be danger? This place is deep underwater. If you're not a marine beast person, you might not be able to get there. And there are terrifying beasts over there. My grandfather was wounded by him and hasn't fully recovered yet. Underwater. This posed a bit of a dilemma for Jiang Yao. She opened the system mall and flipped through it, but found nothing that could keep her dry. If it was truly underwater, then getting down there would be quite a challenge. Unless, there's a Jiaozhu. Hong Yu crunched the candy in her mouth and didn't say anything more. Instead, she bent down to help Jiang Yao pick up the fruits from the ground and pile them onto the burlap sack. Not long after, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Sister, are you from the land? Yes. Jiang Yao nodded. Then, does the land have a lot of delicious food? I heard Grandpa say that on land there are many beast people without fishtails. Then how do they swim underwater? Hong Yu had never left the deep sea. In her imagination, the land should be similar to the ocean. There are a lot of islands, but most of the time life is still underwater. So when her grandpa mentioned those people having no fishtails, Hong Yu was curious. How could they swim without tails? Jiang Yao quickly pieced together some useful information from her. Baiyun had said that the Jiaran were the children of the sea. They spent most of their lives in the water, which enhances their strength. But Hong Yu mentioned her grandfather was injured by an unusual creature and forced to live on the shore. From this, it was clear that the unusual creature was no ordinary foe. It seemed like she needed to meet the leader of the Jiaran, investigate the strength of the unusual sea creature, and if possible, get him to join her for the dive into the depths. Thinking of this, she looked at Hong Yu with even gentler eyes. No need to swim. On land, places with such deep water are rare. Most of it is like where we are now land. Though Hong Yu only understood part of what she said, hearing about the land made her excited, her face turning red with anticipation. A gust of wind blew through, lifting the fallen leaves off the ground. A few of them landed on Hong Yu's head. Without thinking, Jiang Yao reached out to brush the leaves off Hong Yu's head. Hong Yu's face instantly turned red. Even the tips of her ears, with their delicate fins, changed from transparent to red. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of a growling stomach disrupted the moment, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 28, Potato Stewed Chicken. Hong Yu bashfully covered her small belly. She could have held out a little longer, but she had just eaten a candy. And with the sweet smell of berries in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a bit hungry. Are you hungry? Jiang Yao looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and it was probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She was also feeling hungry. She patted Hong Yu's head and pointed to an open area not far away. Go find some dry firewood and place it there. Sister will treat you to a feast soon. Really? Is it food from the mainland? I've never tasted it before. Hong Yu twisted her clothing ties, hesitating for a moment, then blushed as she asked. Of course. Jiang Yao chuckled as she pinched her cheeks, watching her face turn red again. Aya's sister. Blushing furiously, Hong Yu rushed off. Jiang Yao called out a couple more reminders. Don't go too deep. Watch out for snakes in the woods, and shout if there's any danger. I know. Watching Hong Yu's delighted back disappear into the distance, Jiang Yao felt her heart soften. After all, she's still just a child. A single meal makes her this happy. Turning around, she looked at the fruits that had fallen to the ground. What a pity. So many fruits are crushed now. After pondering for a moment, she walked over and pulled out an arrow, then used the arrow to dig a hole. Next, she picked up several sticks, sharpened both ends, and crossed them horizontally, inserting them into the hole. Finally, she laid a layer of branches and leaves on top. Jiang Yao set it up as a rudimentary trap. If any wild rabbits or chickens come to steal food, they'll step on it and fall in. The sharpened sticks would prevent them from escaping. After covering all the footprints around with dirt, she ventured further into the forest. Based on her experience, there should be some wild mushrooms here. Flap, flap. Suddenly, a colorful wild chicken darted out from the nearby bushes. Dragging its long tail feathers, it goo-goo-goo clucked and ran toward the trap Jiang Yao had just set up. It was obviously attracted by the smell of the sweet berries that had fallen on the ground. Chicken meat. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up instantly. She took a step forward, aimed at the wild chicken, and fired an arrow. The alert wild chicken flapped its wings and flew half a meter high. Undeterred by the missed shot, she followed the bird through the grass patches, predicting its next position, and fired another arrow. Hit. This time, the arrow pierced directly into its shoulder, causing the bird to goo-goo-goo, cry out painfully as its body sank halfway. Jiang Yao walked over, pulled out the arrow, and grabbed its wing. A common wild chicken has been detected. Do you wish to process it? Process. Jiang Yao didn't hesitate. Without tools, using points to let the system handle it was definitely more convenient. Unfortunately, it wasn't a strange beast, so besides filling her stomach, there were no extra abilities gained. Processing successful. Obtained 5 pounds of wild chicken meat, placed in system space. 5 pounds of meat, good enough. It would do. Jiang Yao wandered further in and found some edible wild mushrooms. But most of them were incomplete, probably eaten by the beasts here. Throwing away the stems of the mushrooms in her hand, she stood up and dusted off her clothes. Forget it, it seemed unlikely to find anything else worthwhile. Having wild chicken meat today was good enough already. Sighing, she turned around and exited the forest, arriving at the patch of soil she'd pointed out to Hong Yu earlier. The position was high with a broad view. If there was any movement in the surroundings, she would be able to react promptly. After all, this was the beast world, so it was better to stay vigilant. Her shield might repel physical damage, but not chemical hazards like toxins. Jiang Yao collected some stones from around the area, forming a circle, and placed her iron pot on the makeshift stone stove she built. She stuffed some dry grass that would ignite easily inside. Standing up, she scanned the surrounding area once more, only to be momentarily dazzled by a flash of yellow-green. Wait a minute, what is that? On the side of the slope, there stood a cluster of adult calf-height plants with yellow leaves layered like feathers. Potatoes. Jiang Yao's expression brightened. Roughly estimating, there were 3 or 4 dozen tubers. She never expected to find potatoes here. Potatoes were indeed a wonderful thing. Healthy, low in fat, easy to digest, and had a strong satiety effect, making them an excellent source of carbohydrates. Most importantly, they were easy to grow. As long as there was soil and water, a single potato could sprout numerous seedlings. Gripping the long knife in her hand, Jiang Yao jumped down the slope. Spicy sour potato shreds, mashed potatoes, potato stewed chicken. Here she comes. This was a patch of sandy soil, looking like it had been washed ashore during the tide. The earth was soft. Pulling forcefully at the root of the potato plant, a whole chain of potatoes came loose. There were at least a dozen potatoes of various sizes, all round and plump, growing beneath this single sprout. Even the smallest was about the size of an adult's fist. Jiang Yao picked and pulled away more than half of the small patch, gathering nearly 100 pounds in total. After setting aside part for the restaurant, she still had to reserve some for Baiyun and others as seeds. Sister, I'm back. At that moment, little Hong Yu emerged from the woods, arms full of a large bundle of dry firewood. Just as she placed the pile of wood beside the stone stove, she noticed Jiang Yao climbing up with her hands full of a string of potatoes. Sister, what is this? Hong Yu dutifully stepped forward and took the potatoes from Jiang Yao's hands. Potatoes, food. Jiang Yao set a large bucket of fresh water on the ground. These potatoes had grown beneath the nearby sand and rocks, only lightly covered with sand grains. They weren't very dirty. A quick rinse left them clean and ready for peeling and cutting into chunks, which she placed aside for later. Meanwhile, she stuffed the dry firewood Hong Yu had brought back into the stone stove. Some pieces were too large, so she placed them underfoot, applying pressure until they snapped into 2 smaller segments. Finally, she used her lighter to ignite the dry grass underneath. Aya, it's a celestial punishment. Sister, be careful. Upon seeing the rising flames, Hong Yu immediately panicked, covering her eyes and stepping backward. To the sea folk, fire was something terrifying. They preferred moist environments. Such flames were only seen in the cloud layers during thunderstorms over the ocean. When lightning tore across the sky, it would bring down celestial punishment onto islands, burning everything. Her grandfather had taught her since childhood, when encountering islands glowing with fiery red light, one must stay far, far away. It's just fire. If you're afraid, stay further back. The droplets in the pot had already evaporated. Jiang Yao retrieved the wild chicken meat from her storage space, rinsed it under water, then dumped it into the pot, stirring briefly until the aroma of cooked meat began wafting out. It smells amazing, Hong Yu murmured, sniffing the air before cautiously inching closer. Jiang Yao's movements never paused as she added salt and seasoning, continuing to stir-fry. Once the oil was fully rendered out of the wild chicken, she added the pre-cut potato chunks, cooking them until translucent. She poured in water until it submerged the chicken meat. Covering the pot, she fed more dry wood to the fire, increasing the heat. The sounds of bubbling soon filled the air. As steam rose, Hong Yu, drawn by the irresistible fragrance, slowly approached step by step until she crouched near the ground, watching intently as Jiang Yao worked. Jiang Yao looked happily at the pot of steaming chicken soup. It smelled absolutely incredible. Chapter 29, The Mermaid Red Leaf. Suddenly, she remembered the scenes from her previous life. In her previous life, for those so-called relatives, she had endured her fear of zombies and run to the convenience store downstairs in her apartment complex, returning with a backpack full of food. In the end, she didn't even have a few bites of that food. Enough food for 2 people to eat for 7 or 8 days was finished in just 2 days by Uncle Jiang and her grandfather. At that time, those two still complained about the tasteless instant noodles, insisting that Jiang Yao bring more chicken legs and meat next time. Now they're in Wang Yuan's hands, and not long ago, Wang Yuan suffered a setback at her hands. She could guess that according to his nature of seeking revenge for even small grievances, that family wouldn't have an easy time. The fire burned for half an hour, filling the air with the aroma of meat. Jiang Yao refocused her thoughts. She took out a pair of bowls and chopsticks from her spatial ring, rinsed them with water, scooped a piece of meat into her mouth, and her eyes lit up instantly. The chicken was soft, falling off the bone with a bite. Delicious. She then took out another pair of bowls and chopsticks, scooping some of the meat into one bowl and handing it to Hong Yu. Can you use chopsticks? Jiang Yao stood up and served herself a bowl as well. No. Seeing Hong Yu shake her head, Jiang Yao retrieved a stainless steel fork from her spatial ring and handed it over. Then you can use this to eat. Thank you, sister. Hong Yu was starving and immediately grabbed the fork Jiang Yao handed her, shoving a piece of potato into her mouth. The tender potato melted in her mouth as soon as it entered, scalding her enough to make her hiss as she flicked her tongue. After some consideration, Jiang Yao portioned out the remaining meat into a large bowl. Finally, she pulled out her big food bowl, serving all the meals into it. These two sat on the hillside, taking turns slurping the delicious chicken soup, bite by bite. By the time lunch was finished, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao extinguished the fire in the stone stove and cleaned the pots, pans, and dishes. Sister, I need to go back to find Grandpa. Hong Yu said her reluctant goodbyes. She was reluctant to leave this sister who was not only kind, but also a great cook. If only she could follow her home. Suddenly, she remembered something, her eyes brightening. That's right. Sister, aren't you planning to go down to the sea? My grandpa has mermaid pearls. Would you like to come back with me? Mermaid Pearl. Jiang Yao was just considering how to propose seeing her grandpa when Hong Yu unexpectedly spoke up first. Naturally, she readily agreed to Hong Yu's invitation. Sure. Seeing her agree, Hong Yu was overjoyed, not knowing how best to express her excitement. Sister, please follow me. I'll take you there. Jiang Yao, however, looked up at the sky. It was still early, so she planned to check the traps she set earlier in the woods. I wonder if I caught any wild rabbits. You wait here for me while I check the trap I laid earlier in the woods. Okay. Hearing her crisp agreement, Jiang Yao re-entered the berry grove. Before she reached the area, she noticed many birds pecking at the berries around the trap. Those little sparrows didn't seem very smart, showing no signs of fleeing when she approached. Instead, they continued greedily eating the crushed berries on the ground. Jiang Yao approached closer and observed. The branches and leaves above the trap had been messed up. There were various footprints scattered around, big and small. She cleared away the grass and looked down. The originally sharp wooden sticks inside the trap had been tangled together chaotically, now piled up in the pit. As she squatted down and picked up a stick, traces of dark red blood were visible on its surface, yet no animal remained trapped in the pit. It seemed an animal had fallen in but managed to escape because the pit wasn't dug deep enough. Jiang Yao didn't dwell on it. If she couldn't catch anything, that's fine. At least now she knew that sweet berries would be the most effective bait for such traps. She straightened the sticks, shaved several longer and sharper ones, and dug the pit deeper by a few inches until it reached about the length of her lower leg. Finally, she skillfully covered the pit with grass and branches again, selecting a few berries to crush and sprinkle over it, instantly releasing an irresistible sweet fragrance through the forest. After finishing this, she walked through the woods. Hong Yu was still waiting for her atop the hill. Let's go, said Jiang Yao, leaning heavily on her long knife as she struggled to cross the steep hill in front of her, which was taller than both of them. Just from gathering so many potatoes and berries today, her harvest wasn't small. The only regret was not hunting down more meat. She planned to return here later to check again and set up more traps. Jiang Yao contemplated catching a live pair of wild chickens or rabbits before leaving, which Baiyun and the others could raise. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs turn into more chickens. From now on, she would have countless chicken meat and eggs to eat. As they walked, Jiang Yao patted the small radish head, who wasn't even as tall as her waist. By the way, Xiaoyuer, I still don't know your grandfather's name. They had already eaten together, yet Jiang Yao didn't even know what the other person was called, which was somewhat impolite. Hongya, she has a beautiful bright red fishtail. Hong Yu carefully held the bowl of food in her hands, afraid that the delicious food inside would spill out. This was what Sister Jiang Yao gave to Grandpa. It mustn't be wasted. When Jiang Yao asked her, Hong Yu thought for a while before slowly speaking. Jiang Yao nodded. How long have you lived on land? Does staying out of water affect your body? She was genuinely curious about this point. Would mermen feel very dry if they didn't stay underwater? At the mention of this, Hong Yu's pretty eyes immediately dimmed. Just as Jiang Yao thought she wouldn't answer, after about half a minute, she finally spoke softly. Before Grandpa got injured, we lived at the bottom of the sea. Life on land is possible, but it feels drier here, and we need to soak in water frequently. The two chatted away as they passed the time, and Jiang Yao learned from her that several months ago, a huge monster intruded into these waters. It had many tentacles and could spew poison. To protect their territory, Hongya fought it fiercely. Later, Hongya was poisoned by it, and, to escape that beast, had no choice but to bring Hong Yu ashore. Ever since, they had been living on this small island. Because Hongya's wound had been tainted by the toxins from that creature's mouth, it hadn't healed for a long time. Before Jiang Yao arrived, the two had barely managed survival, with Hong Yu picking fruits and mushrooms under the trees. Speaking of this, Hong Yu's face filled with anger. Sister, you don't know how vicious those monkeys are. Every time I went to that forest, they would throw branches at me. It really hurts when they hit me, so every time, I had to sneak around quietly, pick a few fruits, and then run away. Thinking of this, she anxiously patted her chest. Who would have thought that when she went there today, seeing all those monkeys gathered there terrified her to the point where she felt like her heart might stop. Still, Sister Jiang Yao was impressive. She not only managed to snatch the fruits from the monkeys, but also scared them so much they fled holding their heads. If she could become as skilled as Sister Jiang Yao, that would be great. Thinking about this, her gaze toward Jiang Yao grew increasingly admiring. Jiang Yao said nothing, just reached out and gently ruffled Hong Yu's long hair. The two continued forward along the slope, passing through countless low bushes until they finally reached the mountain cave where Hong Yu's grandfather was hiding. Jiang Yao stood at the entrance and looked inside. In the dim, damp cave, an old man lay on a stone slab bed in the corner. He had his eyes half closed, his cheeks deeply sunken in. His skin hung loose and sagging, showing an almost wax-yellow hue. A thin mermaid veil did little to hide his skeletal form. Most shocking was the red fish tail on the lower part of his body. It was covered with mottled scars and dark red bloodstains. A piece of its large tail fin was missing, and the wound had turned green-blue. This former master of the seas, who once roamed freely in the ocean, was now aged and close to death. Seeming to hear the noise, Merman Redleaf struggled to open his eyes, his rough voice weak. Xiaoyuer, you're back. Chapter 30, Healing. Hearing the call, Hong Yu carefully walked over with a bowl in her arms. Look, I've brought you lots of good food. Eat more, and your wound will surely heal quickly. Hongya tried to lift his arm to pat Hong Yu's little head, but failed after several attempts. He could only give up. With a long sigh, he gently said to Hong Yu, yet with a hint of loneliness in his voice. Our little Yuer has grown up and can take care of herself from now on. I can also take care of I. Hong Yu nodded hard and placed the meal carefully at the foot of the bed. Then she turned around and fetched some clean water from a stone trough in the corner to wipe the wound on Icetail Fin where pus had oozed out again. If these were not cleaned up in time, the pus would coagulate into hard lumps, and within a day, I would experience fever and convulsions. Jiang Yao took a few steps towards the bed, glancing at the wounds on his body. These wounds didn't seem too severe. The main issue appeared to be those green toxins. The toxins continued to spread, slowing down the healing process of the wounds and easily leading to bacterial infections. After removing the toxins and trimming off the necrotic flesh, followed by taking some antibiotics, it should recover quickly. Hong Ye became aware of the noise and realized there was someone else in the room. He shifted his gaze from Hong Yu and saw Jiang Yao standing in front of him, with an alert and distant expression in his eyes. Little Yuer, do we have a visitor? Hong Yu squeezed the water out of a beast's skin, finally remembering about Jiang Yao who had been forgotten in her mind. She hurriedly ran over and pulled Jiang Yao to I's side, introducing her to her grandfather. Today I met a very powerful sister. Her name is Jiang Yao, and all this delicious food was given to us by her. Then she pointed at Hong Ye and introduced him to Jiang Yao. Sister Jiang Yao, this is my Ai. After hearing this, the wariness in Hong Ye's eyes did not dissipate. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao. Are you a Luzu Beastman? How did you end up here? Jiang Yao nodded slightly. To be honest with the elder, I came here looking for something. I'll leave once I find it. Upon hearing this, Hong Ye seemed lost in thought. He then turned and said to Hong Yu, Little Yuer, bring me the box hidden in the rock crevice. All right. Hong Yu was just about to feed her grandfather when she heard this and obediently put down the bowl, heading out of the cave. After sending Hong Yu away, Hong Ye, with his elbow propped on the stone bed, struggled to sit up but was completely exhausted, breathing heavily. Seeing his intention, Jiang Yao hurriedly went over to help. She used her hands to support Hong Ye, letting him lean against the stone wall, sitting semi-upright on the bed. Hong Ye panted for a long while and eventually regained his breath. Closing his eyes, he leaned back against the wall to rest. What clan are you from? Jiang Yao watched him panting harder as he barely held on. She retrieved a bowl of water from her spatial ring and handed it over. Tiger Clan. So far, apart from Baiyun, the only Tiger Clan member she'd encountered, saying she belonged to the Tiger Clan wasn't entirely deceptive. Hong Ye shook his head. Thank you, Jiang Yao. What do you want? Jiang Yao obligingly retracted her hand. Sharp pearl. Hong Ye's eyelids fluttered violently, and his tone carried slight tremors, whether out of excitement or nervousness. You want to go underwater? Jiang Yao looked at his face, indistinguishable in gender, and replied expressionlessly. Yes. Hong Ye sneered. And why should I give it to you? Because I can cure your wound. Silence. An eerie silence. Jiang Yao didn't rush. Instead, she glanced around, found a smooth stone stool in the corner, and dragged it to the stone bed. She sat right in front of him. Do you really have the confidence to cure me? Do you know what hurt my tail? Hong Ye finally opened his eyes fully. These were the vertical pupils belonging to a Beastman. His eyes were different from Hong Yu's. If Hong Yu's eyes were the color of sky blue seawater, then his were rubies under shadow, the flowing blood in the seawater. Sinister and chilling. Jiang Yao tried to ignore the strange disharmony between his eyes and his face. Only poisoning, it can be solved. Her words were calm, and Hong Ye, seeing her certainty, truly harbored some anticipation. Can you really solve it? Depends on if you believe me. Hong Ye lowered his head, thinking for a long time, and ultimately nodded at Jiang Yao, a flash of ferocity passing through his eyes. If you cannot save me, I will kill you. Jiang Yao remained unconcerned, still having great confidence in the efficacy of the medicine system products. Even worst-case scenario, if she really couldn't solve it, she was sure she could leave safely. Are you prepared to contend with that strange sea creature alone? Hong Ye seemingly unintentionally asked. Jiang Yao felt somewhat amused. Who said I'm the only one? Wouldn't it be better for you to kill that strange sea creature rather than letting little Yuer stay on the coast, barely surviving? He really was sharp as he grew old. Even though she had already promised to cure his wound, he now wanted her to face that strange sea creature alone. This way, if successful, he could reap the benefits. If not, he would suffer no losses, right? Nice try. Jiang Yao saw through his intentions clearly. The sharp pearl was her compensation for treating his injuries. Killing the sea creature wasn't solely her responsibility. Even if she decided to abandon the treasure, could Hong Yu and Hong Ye remain on shore forever? Seeing his little scheme uncovered, Hong Ye's lips curled slightly. Fine, this Beastman seemed intelligent enough. Perhaps collaborating with him might truly resolve the problem of the strange sea creature. When Jiang Yao mentioned Hong Yu, a flicker of something unusual flashed in Hong Ye's eyes. Before Jiang Yao could think further, he closed his eyes as if exhausted again. His tone was calm. If you can really heal my injury, I'll give you a sharp pearl and join you in killing the sea creature. Pausing briefly, he continued, but don't blame me for not warning you. That sea creature is at least a level 3 abnormal beast, extremely difficult to handle. Once we're underwater, I won't be able to take care of you. I have my own methods. Jiang Yao was highly confident. With the system's protective shield, all physical attacks would bounce back. The only concern now might be if the sea creature released toxins, for which she would need to prepare some antidotal materials beforehand. Jiang Yao spent 50 points and exchanged them for a vial of antidote. It was because she had seen this in her system space that she had been so sure about her ability to treat Hong Ye's wound. Antidote. Neutralizes most poisons. Purchase limit 5/5. Here, drink it. Jiang Yao handed over the glass tube containing the antidote. Hong Ye looked at the transparent liquid in her hand, housed in a container he had never seen before. Chapter 31, You Can't Go. A cool sensation touched his lips, and Hongya instinctively opened his mouth. Jiang Yao then leaned forward. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, and after a moment, the emerald green toxin that had seeped deep into his flesh and bone began to gradually dissipate. He clenched and unclenched his fists, surprised to find that he had regained some of his strength. Jiang Yao was also very satisfied with the result and nodded. The poison had been removed. The next step was to cut away the rotten flesh. She took out a dagger from her spatial pouch and waved it around Hongya's tail, as if contemplating where to make the first cut. Next, I'm going to help you remove the rotten flesh from your tail. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. As she swung the gleaming dagger near his tail, Hongya's heart began to tighten more and more. This person, wasn't she planning to cut him alive? Here then, Jiang Yao had already chosen the position and was about to make the cut with her dagger on the wound. Wait, I'll do it myself. Hongya curled his tail to avoid her wrist. Oh, alright then. Jiang Yao looked slightly disappointed. She thought she would get the chance to dissect a merman for the first time. Hongya summoned a stream of water in the palm of his hand and started washing his wound. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound, mingling with water and flowing off the stone bed onto the ground, forming a shallow puddle. Though in pain, with a pale face, Hongya did not withdraw his hand but instead increased the flow of water, accelerating the speed until all the rotting flesh was completely washed away, revealing the white fish bones underneath. Drink this. Seeing this, Jiang Yao directly shoved another bottle of restorative potion into Hongya's mouth. This time, she had really splurged. 100 points exchanged for these 2 vials. If they couldn't kill that strange beast and obtain the treasure, she would definitely be at a loss. After swallowing the potion, Hongya's wounds began to heal rapidly. Flesh grew back over the white fish bones, and the damaged scales regrew as well. His silvery hair turned back into fiery red curls, and even his appearance transformed, from an old man nearing death into a middle-aged woman. Jiang Yao. She felt as if she had been tricked. Wasn't he supposed to be grandpa? Wasn't he more than 400 years old? What was happening here? Hongya's fishtail morphed into a pair of long, white legs, her waist becoming curvaceous, her chest ample, all dressed in a simple mermaid silk miniskirt that accentuated her excellent proportions. Cheerfully, she stretched out her hand, summoning a stream of water to wash away the dirty water on the floor, then conjured a floating water mirror in front of her to admire her beautiful face. When she finally lifted her eyes to Jiang Yao, all the caution in them had disappeared, replaced by gratitude and joy. This single dose of the restorative potion had restored more than half of her vitality, bringing her back to how she used to look before she was injured. Just who exactly is this beastkin before her eyes? How could she have such extraordinary powers? You, aren't you? More than 400 years old? Why do you look like someone in their 30s or 40s? Jiang Yao doubted her own understanding of life. Hongya looked at her with surprise, as if not understanding why she would ask such a question. Merfolk live for thousands of years. I am only just over 400 years old, naturally in my prime. Jiang Yao's mouth twitched. She didn't know this. Bai Yun hadn't told her this kind of information. So, Hongyu, she is merely a child of 70-odd years. As Hongya faced the water mirror, she adjusted the pearl decorations in her hair. Having lain in bed for so many days, she felt that her beauty had faded somewhat. Merfolk loved beauty, and now that she was healed, her first action was to look in the mirror. 70-odd years only. Jiang Yao felt a sense of disillusionment. So, that cute little one calling her sister? Combined, they'd lived longer than twice her entire lifetime. She was actually older than her grandma. The veins on Jiang Yao's forehead bulged, and she bounced up and down a couple of times. She reached up to rub the corners of her eyes. All right, priorities come first. Let's go, there's no time to waste. We need to deal with that strange beast. There was a loud clang. Hongyu, who had just returned holding a wooden box, loosened her grip, causing the box to fall directly to the ground. Her gaze swept from Jiang Yao to Hongya lying in bed. Hey, little you has come back. Come here, and let your grandpa see you. Look how skinny you've gotten from hunger these past days. Poor thing. Hongya got down from the bed and walked barefoot toward Hongyu, reaching out to stroke her head. What's wrong? Staring blankly? Aren't you happy to see Grandpa better? Hongya pinched her cheeks and smiled dazzlingly. Grandpa, you're really better. Woo. Hongyu suddenly reacted, rushing forward and flinging herself into Hongya's arms, crying endlessly like a little train in motion. That's enough. Hongya pointed at Jiang Yao behind her, indicating that someone else was watching. Hongyu hiccuped through her tears and met Jiang Yao's eyes, blushing slightly in embarrassment. She wiped away her tears and tried to change the subject casually. What were you two talking about earlier? Both Hongya and Jiang Yao noticed, but didn't reveal her attempt. Hongya smiled, picked up the box, and with one hand led her to sit down by the bed. Your Jiang elder sister and I are going to the bottom of the sea. We're going to kill that strange beast and reclaim our territory. No way. As soon as Hongyu heard this, she immediately opposed it with a pale face, as if recalling something unpleasant. Hongya tightened his grip on Hongyu's hand. Startled, Hongyu suddenly realized she had reacted too obviously. She looked up, meeting Hongya's smiling gaze, and shivered slightly. Why can't we go? Jiang Yao watched their silent communication, her confusion growing deeper. Hongya slowly loosened his hold. Hongyu bit her lips and rushed forward in a few quick steps, tightly grabbing Jiang Yao's hand. Sister Jiang Yao, could you not go? Why shouldn't she go? Jiang Yao instinctively felt that both of their reactions were somewhat odd, but couldn't figure out why. Her eyes flickered toward the black box placed on the bed. The box had some fine golden patterns on it, barely noticeable unless examined closely. For some reason, she thought these patterns seemed familiar, as though she'd seen them somewhere before. Hongyu followed her gaze and quickly stepped forward to block her view. She spoke rapidly. You really shouldn't go. Grandpa couldn't even defeat that beast, and you'll surely get gravely injured if you try. You might never come back. Is that all? Just concerned for her? Chapter 32, Hongyu's Secret. Jiang Yao gave Hongya a suspicious glance, but saw her smiling indulgently and not speaking to stop her. Jiang Yao kept this matter in mind, her alertness rising slightly within her heart. Relax, I'll be back safely, she said calmly, comforting Hongyu patiently. She had the system's protective shield, plus crossbow arrows and special abilities. Added to Hongya's strength, there should be an 80% chance of dealing with that strange beast. The only shortcoming now was that she couldn't stay underwater for a long time. If only there was a mermaid pearl to assist, the chances of success would probably be greater. As if understanding Jiang Yao's thoughts, Hongya directly broke the silence. Little Yuer, stop fooling around. Come over here. Hongyu worriedly glanced at Jiang Yao, but still obediently walked to the bedside, standing before it. Open the box. Hongya softly guided. Hongyu bit her lips, showing confusion on her face. In the end, she chose to follow Hongya's words. She waved her hand, and the box automatically snapped open. Blinding light emerged, revealing a box full of mermaid pearls and mermaid silk inside. Give the red mermaid pearl to your elder sister Jiang Yao. Aya. Hongyu's face turned red from urgency. The creature under the sea wasn't something even her own grandfather could handle. Elder sister Jiang Yao, being so young, however powerful, couldn't possibly kill that strange beast by herself. Not to mention, it could spew poison. This mermaid pearl would be of little use to her. Give it to her. Hongya reached out her hand wanting to grab the top mermaid pearl, but withdrew just as her fingertips were about to touch the box. Aya, please. Hongyu stood by stomping her feet. Give it to her. Hongya quietly repeated the same words again. Helpless, Hongyu could only take out the largest and brightest pearl from the box. Then she drew some mermaid silk from the box, weaving it very quickly into a delicate bracelet. Finally, she held the bracelet walking to Jiang Yao. Elder sister Jiang Yao, are you really going? She has lived for so long, and the first land beastman she ever met was Jiang Yao. She didn't want to lose such a good friend. Seeing Jiang Yao nod without hesitation, all she could do was sigh deeply, handing over the mermaid pearl. This is a gift for you. Let me help you wear it. Jiang Yao, looking at the bright red mermaid pearl, extended her arm. She didn't know why Hongyu was so resistant to her going underwater. Perhaps it was out of concern for her safety. But after everything she has already done, how could she withdraw? Thank you. Jiang Yao stretched out her hand, letting Hongyu tightly tie several knots around her wrist. She shook her wrist. It's quite sturdy. This thing looks extremely valuable. It was right to tie a few more knots for sure. Hongyu wouldn't give up, still trying to persuade Jiang Yao one more time. Sister, are you really going? That strange beast is very dangerous. It's huge. One bite can eat you up. Jiang Yao pinched Hongyu's cheek while smiling, took out a small bunch of sweet fruits and a handful of potatoes from her space pocket. After thinking for a moment, she placed a piece of snake meat on the ground. I will cook something delicious for you when I get back. Hongyu's eyes became reddened, but also realized that Jiang Yao had made up her mind, wiping away tears with force. Then you be careful. I will wait for you to come back. Hongya walked over and squeezed Hongyu's hand. Stay well at home. I will catch fish for you when I return. At the cave entrance, she turned around and glanced at Jiang Yao. Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? I will take you there now. That strange beast often roamed the eastern seas near this island. It was also the place where she and Hongyu surfaced from the bottom of the sea. It's not close to here. All right. Jiang Yao followed. Just before leaving the cave, she turned to look at Hongyu one last time inside the cave. She didn't know why, but she felt that Hongyu's expression seemed somewhat strange. Why did she insist so strongly that she not go down to the sea? Besides the strange beasts undersea, is there anything else? She turned to follow Hongya. No matter what, once she dives down, she'll find out. Right after the two left successively, Hongyu remained standing firmly, staring at the pile of food on the ground for a long time. After struggling internally for over 10 minutes, she finally decided. She picked through the box and selected a white pearl, closed the wooden box, and turned to dive into the forest. The sky was getting darker. Jiang Yao walked roughly 2 to 3 hours following Hongya. As the sky was about to turn black, they eventually arrived at a downward sloping place. Looking out along the coast, there was nothing but endless seawater ahead. The swift current below constantly surged upwards, eroding the hard rocks by the shore, forming a unique sea-erosion cliff terrain. Jiang Yao looked down to see large coral reefs growing beneath the coastline, and glowing microorganisms floated on the surface of the sea, looking glittering silver, incredibly beautiful. This is the place. Initially, Hongya and I surfaced from here. Hongya gazed at the scenery before her with a yearning look in her eyes. As a sea beast man, she was the daughter of the ocean, born to roam the vast seas. If it weren't for that strange beast, she should be deep underwater teaching her daughter how to hunt and survive right now. How could it ever? At this thought, her eyes briefly flickered with a hint of ruthlessness. Jiang Yao, don't blame me. If anyone's to blame, it can only be you for coincidentally bumping into this situation. Jiang Yao lightly touched the mermaid pearl wrapped around her wrist, feeling warmth radiate beneath her fingertips. Time was running short. She now wanted to dive down and explore, while also testing the effects of this pearl she had traded for using 100 points. Let's go, we'll check it out first. Hongya glanced at her and leaped into the water first. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao took a deep breath and similarly dove into the water. As soon as she entered, The mermaid pearl on her wrist emitted a soft red glow, creating a spherical bubble of air around her about 2 or 3 meters in diameter. The bubble completely isolated her from the underwater pressure and provided ample oxygen. Jiang Yao slowly swam a few meters forward, her movements smooth and effortless, making her feel as if she were still on land. How does it feel? The pearl works well, right? Hongya swam beside Jiang Yao, propelling herself with graceful strokes of her fish tail. Her figure was slender, her large red tail radiant and dazzling. Her seaweed-like long hair floated gracefully in the water, and the shell and pearl decorations on her body gleamed with a warm luster. Jiang Yao nodded approvingly. It was indeed impressive. After testing the pearl's effect, Jiang Yao let herself descend downward with ease. Schools of colorful small fish swam past the bubble surrounding Jiang Yao. Some curious ones even blew bubbles toward her. After descending about 15 more meters, the light from the surface began to fade, leaving the surrounding space increasingly dim. Only the mermaid pearl continued to emit its soft glow, illuminating just the small area immediately around her. Jiang Yao pulled out the large-range flashlight she'd brought from the system's inventory, but found that most of the light was absorbed by the water. The flashlight managed to light up only 2 or 3 meters ahead of her. Blackness stretched endlessly below her, and she relied on the movement sounds around her to gauge the size of nearby fish. Where is it? After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Jiang Yao still hadn't spotted the strange beast mentioned by Hong Yu. Who knows? Maybe it's feeding in another part of the sea. Chapter 33, The Strange Beast Appears. Hong Yu casually grabbed a clownfish and played with it. Her expression relaxed. Compared to Jiang Yao, she looked as if she was here for a leisurely visit. Is there any way to lure it out? Jiang Yao furrowed her brows. They certainly couldn't wait for the strange beast to appear on its own, could they? Wouldn't that be like trying to find a needle in the sea? Who knows when it would come? Lure it out. Hong Yu finally finished playing and let go of the pitiful little fish in her hand. She looked toward Jiang Yao at her side. That probably requires us to go find Xiao Yu. Why look for Hong Yu? Before Jiang Yao could even ask, Hong Yu flicked her fish tail lightly, creating a current that swept both her and Jiang Yao upwards. Jiang Yao stood in the center of the vortex, bracing herself against the edge of the waterproof dome, struggling to keep steady. Inside, however, she was filled with awe. Truly worthy of being a marine therianthrope, her mastery over water had reached a divine level. Even someone like her had been injured by that strange beast, which clearly indicated its rank wasn't low. Without the personal shield granted by the system earlier, to be honest, she wouldn't have dared to confront such a formidable creature now. As these thoughts surged within her, Hong Yu had already swum far ahead with her fish tail. The deep darkness surrounding them seemed to hide endless dangers. Jiang Yao turned her gaze away, reflecting silently. It seemed they'd still have to wait until dawn to go back into the sea. Firstly, it was already night, the ocean devoid of even the tiniest ray of light, seriously obstructing visibility. Secondly, she wanted to see how Hong Yu intended to lure that strange beast closer. And also about Hong Yu. What secrets were hidden within her? On the shore, a small figure paced anxiously back and forth. Hong Yu had somehow arrived by this time, looking worriedly down towards the water. A splash resounded under the clear moonlight, and a graceful figure emerged from the water. Aya, why have you surfaced so quickly? Where's Sister Jiang Yao? She looked behind Hong Yu, but didn't see the person she was expecting. Down there, coming up right away. Hong Yu snorted, her fish tail slapping the water surface, launching her completely out of the water. Her fish tail transformed into human legs, and she once again stood on the shore. Her words hadn't even faded when a translucent water orb glowing red rose from the surface. Jiang Yao climbed onto the shore, and the waterproof dome formed by the mermaid pearl gradually disappeared. With the protection of the waterproof dome, she was as if navigating an invisible submarine underwater, not leaving a single trace of water on her body. Seeing Jiang Yao climbing up the rope, the concerned Hong Yu finally sighed in relief. She helped pull Jiang Yao up. Sister, did you not find that strange beast? Jiang Yao nodded, and once again glanced at the tumultuous sea surface. It was pitch black now, and she didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Let's try again tomorrow. She said this to Hong Yu. Hong Yu shrugged indifferently. Up to you. I'm going back to sleep now. Xiao Yu, let's go. Aya brought you something delicious. Hong Yu looked at Jiang Yao, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, following Hong Yu and leaving together. Watching their figures disappear, Jiang Yao found a flat spot, dug a pit in the ground, and started a fire. She reheated the leftover rice from lunch, roughly filling her stomach before pulling out her tent and sleeping bag, crawling inside. After some thought, she dismantled the sleeve dart on her arm, collecting half of the 8 remaining arrows into her space. She wanted to see whether tomorrow morning the sleeve dart would regenerate 10 arrows based on those lost, or simply create 10 new ones anew. Finally, she opened her system space, only to find the remaining store credits amounted to just 1352. The dining points, however, were still plentiful. After spending 5,000 points during the last upgrade, she had 2,871 left. She then spent 100 store credits to exchange for 2 bottles of antidotes stored in her space, preparing for emergencies. After browsing the system store for a while longer, she didn't find anything new or useful. With no choice, she turned off the system, sticking her hands into her sleeping bag, and drifted off to sleep with the sound of sea breeze and waves. The next morning, Jiang Yao woke up early. Just after waking, the first thing she did was check her equipment. Indeed, the shortfall in her sleeve darts had already been replenished, generating 6 additional arrows. Including the 4 taken yesterday, she now had 14 arrows. Now knowing the rules, it became easy. Henceforth, every night before sleep, she'd remove all the arrows from the sleeve darts. Every morning, after the newly generated arrows appeared, she would collect them into her space. This way, in times of urgent need, she wouldn't worry about a shortage of arrows. After repacking the tent and sleeping bag, she gathered some dry firewood from the forest and reignited the campfire extinguished the previous night. After sitting by the fire for a while, she scooped a handful of millet and placed it in the iron pot to cook. After some thought, she pulled out a few sweet berries, washed them, and cut them into small pieces to add to the porridge. Before long, bubbles started forming in the porridge. Just as the porridge was cooked and she hadn't even had a sip yet, Hongya arrived leisurely with Hongyu. Jiang Yao instinctively ladled a small bowl of porridge for Hongyu and handed it over. Seeing Hongyu happily take the bowl and slowly drink it, Jiang Yao finally picked up her own bowl and took 2 sips. The warm millet fruit porridge was sweet and aromatic, simply dispelling the chill of the morning sea breeze. Hongya clearly wasn't interested in the porridge. She remembered the piece of snake meat she had eaten earlier that morning and licked her lips. The piece of meat left by Jiang Yao had been delicious, though she didn't know what kind of beast it was from. After eating, she felt her control over her talent seemed to have enhanced somewhat. Jiang Yao had only prepared such a small amount of rice, originally not intending to include her. In a few bites, she finished the food in her bowl, then customarily put out the fire. Standing up, she looked at Hongya. Hongya, what is this method you mentioned yesterday to attract the strange beast? Hearing this, Hongya took a good look at her, turned around, and beckoned Hongyu with 2 gestures. Xiaoyu, come on. Hongyu held her bowl, opening her mouth as if wanting to say something, but stopped herself. Jiang Yao continued to observe the way they interacted. She always felt that these two didn't seem like family members, but more like a boss and subordinate. Was it an illusion? Come on. Hongya didn't get angry. Standing there, she tilted her head to look at Hongyu until she set down her bowl and walked to their side. Jiang Yao's confused gaze followed her until she extended her delicate white arm toward her. What does this mean? Jiang Yao looked at Hongya. Use my blood. Hongyu's face was calm, but Jiang Yao could see a hint of fear and reluctance in her eyes. Even before Jiang Yao could respond, Hongyu further explained. The strange beast that time was unintentionally attracted by the bloody smell I emitted. Her blood? Did it have a unique attraction to strange beasts? Jiang Yao was quite surprised. No wonder Hongya was so confident they could definitely lure the strange beast. Using my blood, it will come. Hongyu tightly closed her eyes and extended her wrist further. Hongya reached out and grabbed her arm. Her sharp nails grew rapidly, turning into animal-like claws. She was about to cut directly into Hongyu's vein. Wait. Startled, Jiang Yao immediately pushed Hongya away. She finally understood Hongya's intention. She really planned to use Hongyu's blood to lure that strange beast. And Hongyu, evidently, had already become accustomed to such things. But weren't they mother and daughter? Even if blood ties were thin, how could she just stand by without showing any concern for her child's pain? How about it? Don't you have a better idea? Hongya stepped back a few steps, making room while keeping a faint smile on her lips. I'll do it. Jiang Yao went over, pinched Hongyu's fingertip, and swiftly made a cut with her dagger. Hongyu trembled, opening her eyes slightly to find Jiang Yao had already pulled her grandfather aside and taken his place. Unlike expected severe pain, there was merely a tingling sensation. Jiang Yao squeezed her finger, and a droplet of blood fell from the tip. Jiang Yao conjured an iced bead in her palm to catch the droplet of blood and shot it into the seawater below the cliff. It was instantly diluted and dispersed by the water. Hongyu looked up in astonishment at her grandfather, only to see a flash of mockery on her face. The expression disappeared in an instant, causing Hongyu to momentarily think it might be her imagination. By this time, Jiang Yao had already put away her small dagger and tore off a band-aid to wrap around her wound. Young girls should be careful. Scars don't look nice. You should cherish yourself. Hongyu felt a mix of emotions, staring at her properly wrapped finger, unsure what she was thinking about. Until Hongya exclaimed, "It's here." Jiang Yao looked up and indeed saw a huge red tentacle appear in the sea waves, covered with saucer-sized suckers. Is this an octopus? That's it. Hongyu nodded firmly at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes towards the sea surface, seeing a large red head rise from the water. Chapter 34, Luring the Octopus. Jiang Yao raised her head and, sure enough, saw a huge red tentacle appear amidst the waves. The tentacle was covered in suckers the size of plates. Is this an octopus? Just one tentacle is already as thick as half a paint bucket. It's this one. Hongyu nodded firmly at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sea surface, where a massive red head rose from the water. 2 eyes, as large as lanterns, were tightly fixed on Jiang Yao, who stood by the shore, assessing the distance between them. Jiang Yao gripped the long blade in her hand and swung it twice, but felt that close combat with this creature wouldn't be handled easily. She tried several different lengths of knives before finally deciding to hold her dagger firmly in her palm. The dagger was fast and sharp, preventing herself from being entangled by the strange beast, and should have an unusual effect against it. That octopus had already swum to the place where the smell of blood was the strongest, right under the rock where Jiang Yao and the others were standing. It kept waving its long tentacles, trying hard to create huge waves, wanting to use the power of the waves to knock all of them into the sea. This octopus is highly intelligent. Jiang Yao's heart raced. She then pulled the arrow on her arm, aimed at the giant eye on the sea surface, and shot an arrow towards it. The octopus seemed unfamiliar with such things, merely gently waving its tentacles to try to knock the arrow away. But it underestimated the impact, force, and speed of the arrow. Its thick tentacle was directly pierced through. The arrow went straight without any hindrance, penetrating right into its eye socket. Bang! Bright red blood spurted out, staining the surrounding seawater red. The octopus's red brain-like had instantly turned dark. One of its eyes was now blind. It angrily slapped around on the sea surface, causing massive waves, and then dived underwater holding its head. Jiang Yao had originally intended to take another chance to shoot it, intending to make it lose its other eye too. Wait! Hongya suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Snap! An arrow went astray, splashing up a large wave of water. Jiang Yao looked questioningly only to see Hongya transformed into a mermaid, her giant tail moving surrounded by countless ripples of water vapor. We'll meet it underwater. After saying this, she actually directly pulled Jiang Yao's arm, dragging her into the water. The mermaid pearl reacted once it touched the water, creating the same waterproof barrier as yesterday. Jiang Yao stabilized herself and looked around, but discovered that the octopus was incredibly fast, having darted away dozens of meters within a blink of an eye. It realized it was injured and couldn't defeat Jiang Yao and the others, so without hesitation it sprayed ink to obscure their view, diving deep underwater. On the sea surface, there were only a series of black ink trails left behind. Hurry and chase it. Realizing the situation wasn't good, Jiang Yao immediately rushed forward, fearing that the strange creature would really take the opportunity to escape. If they failed to deal with it this time, with its intelligence, it might be much harder next time to lure it over. Perhaps not even enough blood would work. Hong Yu stood on the shore, watching the two gradually disappear beneath the sea surface. As if remembering something suddenly, she quickly shouted towards the sea surface, "Sister Jiang, be careful of the red." A splash of water hit the shore like a warning, breaking off the remaining half of her sentence. Already dragged along by Hongya, Jiang Yao was chasing the octopus, quickly diving down tens of meters. She never heard Hong Yu's warning for her. The deeper down, the more restricted the vision became. The traces of blood which were the only clue to the octopus location were completely absorbed by the darkness, vanishing. They had lost it again. Jiang Yao silently regretted not blinding its other eye. What's the rush? It'll come out eventually. It's injured, it can't run far, scoffed Hongya, no longer caring about her, and plunging downward like a swift sword. Fast as lightning, Jiang Yao followed the whirlpool caused by Hongya, unsure how deep they had descended. Suddenly, her foot touched solid ground. Jiang Yao felt her soul brush against something soft, like sand particles. Could this be the bottom of the island? She cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Everything around her was completely different now, the winding seaweed drifting below her feet with the current. All sorts of strangely shaped fish swam past Jiang Yao. Just luminescent anglerfish, she'd already seen several. A dull yellow light appeared ahead again. Jiang Yao instinctively wanted to slightly sidestep to avoid it, but she caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Not right. Without hesitation, she dodged sideways and noticed that the light still charged straight toward her. Swish! With a tremendous sound. Sure enough, a flash of bright red came lashing towards her face. Jiang Yao was prepared. She rapidly retreated while slashing the tentacle with her dagger. The dagger was clearly sharper than those big swords. Swoosh! One cut, and the tentacle was severed. The octopus quickly retracted its tentacle, which hadn't been completely severed, and once again concealed itself in the dark depths of the ocean. Jiang Yao squeezed the tentacle in her hand. Its flesh was chewy, and the wound was thicker than her arm. Sniffing it, she detected a faint smell of seafood unique to fish. She immediately became thrilled. This octopus's meat was so plump. It would be perfect for braised octopus. Detected strange beast octopus meat. Do you want to decompose it? Yes. Jiang Yao nodded without hesitation. Decomposition successful. Obtained 5 pounds of fresh octopus meat. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with longing for seafood as she deliberately slowed down. Controlling her body to fall from the surface into the seabed, she stood still in place. Who knew where that red leaf had run off to? Could she really not hear all the commotion happening here? That octopus was surprisingly patient. Seeing that she didn't move, it stayed motionless too. This wouldn't do. Jiang Yao immediately took out the antidote potion from her space storage and gulped it down. Then she retrieved the leftover rooster blood. Chapter 35, Octopus Slaughter. A flash of cold light in her hand, and a cup made of thin ice appeared, into which she poured the still steaming chicken blood. She then hurled it with all her might. Bang! The ice shattered upon impact with one of the red tentacles. The crimson blood visibly scattered everywhere. Upon catching this scent, the octopus started to move restlessly. It immediately clamped Jiang Yao between two thick tentacles, attempting to flatten her like a sandwich cookie. Jiang Yao had already prepared for this. A dagger appeared in her other hand, and after a powerful push-off with her feet, she swam directly towards the massive body of the octopus. In the next second, a burst of ink-like fluid erupted from behind the octopus. It violently shook its body, quickly leaving Jiang Yao's side. Even though the ink was completely blocked by the Pearl of Mermaid's protective shield, Jiang Yao remained motionless in place. She didn't believe that the octopus would truly leave. Sure enough, seeing her state, the multiple brains within the octopus coordinated with each other. They unanimously concluded that Jiang Yao's vision was obscured by its ink. Stealthily moving behind Jiang Yao, the octopus swung its tentacles, trying to wrap around the glowing sphere on Jiang Yao's body. Jiang Yao's palm emitted a brilliant light, and black frost instantly adhered to the octopus tentacle. She tightly grabbed onto the tentacle and swung with great force. Her whole body drifted towards the front of the octopus. The octopus rapidly retreated, trying to distance itself from Jiang Yao, while simultaneously exerting all its strength to strike her with the tentacles. Bang! Her protective shield trembled violently, beginning to crack slightly. Jiang Yao swung her knife again, cutting another perfectly intact tentacle of the octopus into 2 pieces. The octopus thrashed violently underwater in pain, its tentacles attempting to seize Jiang Yao. The once calm ocean floor was now swirling with sand, all of which was kept at bay by the Pearl of Mermaid's water-repelling cover. Jiang Yao performed a stunning backward flip in the water, like an agile mermaid gracefully weaving around the octopus' long limbs to avoid its attacks. The octopus tried to follow her movements, but suddenly found its own limbs disobeying its commands. Somehow, all 8 of its giant legs had become tangled together and frozen solid by Jiang Yao using ice blocks. Jiang Yao squatted down half-bent at its colossal forehead, gripping tightly onto the arrow embedded deep in its eye socket. No matter how it struggled, she held steadfast and wouldn't let go. During its struggling, its wound grew larger and larger, spreading a strong smell of blood through the seabed. To normal beasts, the blood of strange creatures apparently also had a significant effect. Fish and shrimps that had originally hidden themselves came crawling out, swimming near the octopus to absorb its life essence. The octopus kept rolling relentlessly, desperately striving to break free from the confining force. As time passed second by second, the octopus' strength was swiftly depleting. Jiang Yao had already become utterly exhausted, only able to grit her teeth and firmly anchor herself in place. At this point, the octopus suddenly tore off one of its own tails, wrapping it around a big rock and slamming against it. Jiang Yao gave a start, hurriedly letting go and flinging herself off its back. Not willing to lose any advantage, the octopus pursued with its tentacles. Crack, snap. With a 1,000-fold power rebound, the octopus tentacle directly broke apart and exploded into pieces. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yao felt a pang of regret. TSK, what a pity. She had expended such effort in tugging for so long precisely because she didn't want the octopus meat to go waste, hoping to preserve its full body. Just then, Red Leaf, who had disappeared, reappeared suddenly, striking hard with a massive fishtail aimed right at the octopus head. Bang! The octopus' huge head froze momentarily, its speed slowing down instantly. Red Leaf. Water. Seeing the ice crystals on Jiang Yao's hands, Red Leaf slightly raised an eyebrow, but obediently controlled the water flow, forming a water column connecting Jiang Yao and the octopus. Jiang Yao seized the chance to bend over, pressing both palms on the ground. Frost rapidly spread along the water column, covering and encasing the octopus body. A cacophony of cracking sounds filled the air. The octopus swung its massive body, trying to smash the freezing layer forming on it. But as soon as it moved, it discovered its own tentacles began to shatter piece by piece. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yao quickly swam backward, hiding behind a stone pillar. She extracted a ginseng root tip from her spatial ring and stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her strength. Meanwhile, she raised her arm again, aiming at its other eye. Triggering the mechanism, the crossbow bolt shot out. Swish! The arrow broke through the water current and plunged straight into its remaining solitary eyeball. Instant darkness enveloped the octopus, accompanied by another wave of intense pain. Being blinded in both eyes clearly caused heavy damage to the octopus, making it grow increasingly frenzied as it wildly rolled and collided across the ocean floor. Still, it was merely dying resistance. Jiang Yao accurately shot arrow after arrow into its head, while Red Leaf seized the moment and controlled the water flow to encase the entire body of the octopus. The octopus finally made a desperate splash a few more times before finally falling into the seabed. Jiang Yao was overjoyed upon seeing the octopus finally killed, and her entire body instantly relaxed. She rested where she stood, waiting for the sea surface to gradually calm down, regaining some of her strength before swimming forward. Just as she prepared to let the system break it down, she noticed there was no response from the system at all. Damn! Jiang Yao cursed under her breath. Her body flickered, retreating quickly and breaking free from the attack range of the octopus. Red Leaf had already witnessed this trick and was obviously on guard, having left the area long ago. As Jiang Yao had suspected, a concentrated jet of green liquid sprayed out from the mouth of the octopus, tinging an area of the seabed green in the blink of an eye. Finally, after what appeared to be an exertion, it fell again with a thud. The system then announced that a level 3 alien beast, giant octopus, had been detected. Would you like to disassemble it? Jiang Yao watched as a little fish near her made contact with the green liquid, instantly corroded into a skeletal framework of fish bones. Good grief, the poison was extremely potent. She wasn't sure if the Pearl of Mermaid could withstand it. If it couldn't, wouldn't she end up just like that little fish, dying without leaving a trace? Disassemble. In the blink of an eye, the enormous octopus before her was sucked into the system space. Similarly, the bright yellow crystal core found its way into Jiang Yao's hand. According to Bai Yun's classification of alien beasts, this octopus should be about to reach level 4. Because its crystal core color was much brighter than the one from the boa constrictor they'd encountered before, Jiang Yao didn't eat it right away but stored it in the system space first. She had more important things to do. The treasure indicated by the map should also be somewhere in this part of the seabed. With determination, she dived directly into the spot where the octopus had spewed the toxic fluid. At this moment, however, she realized the mermaid pearl on her wrist had cracked down the middle, forming several noticeable fractures. Hissing. The sound of corrosion came from the protective shield in front of her. It flashed red intermittently, showing signs of instability. Jiang Yao wasn't sure if this shield, now full of cracks, would last until she returned to shore. If the protective shield broke before reaching the surface, she would surely be crushed into pieces by the pressure at the ocean floor. To avoid accidents, she bought an oxygen tube and strapped it on herself first. After another glance at the protective shield before her, she dared not hesitate, giving a powerful kick with her feet to search rapidly for the treasure's location. Chapter 36. True Face. Suddenly, her eyes were blinded by a flash of golden light. She turned her head and began to search inch by inch along the place she had just seen. Sure enough, she spotted a treasure chest, partially buried under the sand, with only a corner of its golden surface exposed. Jiang Yao quickly swam over and used her hands to brush away the sand covering the chest. Beneath it was indeed a golden treasure chest. The chest wasn't locked, but merely loosely covered with a drawstring. Jiang Yao forcefully lifted the lid and opened the chest. Congratulations on obtaining a golden treasure, marine creature breeding box. She didn't have time to thoroughly examine the item's description. She directly stored it in her space. Anyway, she had already acquired it. The top priority now was to reach the shore as soon as possible. The venom was spreading at an alarming speed, and, with the help of water currents, it rapidly dispersed across half of the ocean floor. The fish were clearly more alert than Jiang Yao. They fled from this area in large groups, scattering in all directions. The protective barrier formed by the mermaid pearl showed cracks expanding around its perimeter. A constant sizzling sound could be heard. Jiang Yao's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. This protective shield probably couldn't hold out much longer. Fortunately, before the shield completely disintegrated due to corrosion, she managed to swim away from that area. Jiang Yao sighed in relief, but her gaze lingered on the heavily cracked mermaid pearl in her hand with sorrow. What a pity. This was a valuable item she obtained after spending 100 points. But before she could fully exhale, a massive surge of water came pressing down from above. Jiang Yao, hand over the crystal core to me. Hongya impatiently flicked her tail, staring intently at Jiang Yao in front of her, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Humph. Jiang Yao gave a cold laugh. She thought Hongya had been trying too hard to act. It hadn't even been long since they killed the octopus. Aware that antagonists often meet their end because of verbosity, she acted first without wasting any more words, aiming straight for Hongya's chest and firing an arrow. However, the arrow was mid-flight when a current intercepted it, altering its trajectory. Hongya was well prepared. With a wave of her arm, the water carried the arrow back at Jiang Yao at an even faster speed than before. Jiang Yao fired an ice pillar to deflect the arrow's path. Hongya then lashed out her tail and lunged fiercely toward Jiang Yao. Her slender fingers transformed into strange black beast claws, with tiny scales flashing. Her movement was quick as lightning. Jiang Yao twisted her body while simultaneously drawing out a dagger, attempting to stab Hongya in retaliation. However, Hongya nimbly rolled out of the way, while her massive fishtail swept through the air heavily laden with moisture. There was a crackling sound. The already overburdened waterproof shield finally shattered completely, and Hongya herself was hurled into the deep sea by a tremendous force. The heavy pressure beneath the sea was like an invisible giant hand squeezing every inch of Jiang Yao's skin relentlessly. Exerting all her strength, she tried to swim upward, but her entire body felt as if carrying a mountain. No matter how much she struggled, she only flailed within the same spot. Faint creaks emanated from her bones, and blood trickled from her 7 orifices due to the pressure. All that remained in Jiang Yao's mind were 4 large characters. My life is over. She never imagined that in this rebirth, she wouldn't die at the hands of zombies but would instead perish at the hands of mere people. Sister Jiang Yao. A clear voice reached her ears. Jiang Yao abruptly looked up and saw a figure with a fish's tail and human upper body suddenly appear above her, descending from the water surface. It was Hongyu. How did she come down so suddenly? Hongyu's turquoise-blue fishtail flicked once, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Jiang Yao. At incredible speed, she shoved a mermaid pearl into her hand. A gentle white light shone, slowly relieving the immense pressure upon Jiang Yao's body. A bubble of vacuum appeared around her once again. Hongyu then grabbed Jiang Yao's arm and started swimming towards the shore. I saw many fish floating to the sea surface from the shore, so I guessed it must have been that peculiar creature poisoning the waters again. Sister Jiang Yao, are you alright? I'm fine. The peculiar creature has been dealt with by me. Xiaoye, kill her. Give me the crystal core. Cough cough. Hongya slowly swam upward after stabilizing her body in the depths of the sea. She clenched her teeth tightly as several streaks of fresh red blood, mixed with internal organs, spewed from her mouth. It was obvious that the previous blow inflicted serious injuries on her, yet she paid no attention to them. She kept her sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Yao. As long as she could seize the crystal in Jiang Yao's hand, she could ascend to level 3. Then these injuries would naturally heal without medicine. Kill her. Hurry. Cough. Another round of uncontrollable coughing followed as Hongya covered her mouth. Blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. Jiang Yao quietly gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, maintaining a calm face as she stared at Hongya. Hongyu, however, stopped ascending, standing still in place for some unknown reason. After a brief pause, she suddenly moved at a rapid speed, striking Hongya in the chest with her water arrow. Bang! The water arrow shattered Hongya's barely maintained stance. Her body bent forward again as she spat out another large mouthful of blood. Don't call me Xiaoye, it makes me sick. Hongyu seemed to have completely changed. Her round almond eyes were filled with rolling hatred. Since the day you killed my mother, I've been thinking of ways to kill you every moment. Turns out you've remembered for a long time. Hongya opened her mouth, fresh red blood trickling out. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a deranged smile on her beautiful face. But you remembered too late. That female was killed by me long ago. Her body was eaten by sharks. Let me think. Ah, that's right. She was still calling your name before she died. She even begged me to let you go. Hongyu's grip tightened more and more. But Hongya didn't stop. He continued provoking her nerves. He laughed madly and bloodily, his voice shifting between male and female, his appearance alternating between old and young. It was an extremely eerie sight. But I refused. I insisted on adopting you. I erased your memory and made you recognize me as Grandpa. I used you to take care of me, attracting strange creatures with your blood so that I could upgrade myself. Ha ha, what a wonderful performance of filial piety. Jiang Yao silently handed over the dagger in her hand. If you want revenge, do it yourself. Hongya's face wore a mocking smile. For 2 whole years, he had raised Hongyu. He understood this little mermaid's courage better than anyone else. There was no way she would dare to harm him. Hongya opened his mouth to say something, but the next second, his chest surged with unbearable pain. Warm blood flowed out. Unbelievably, he lowered his head. All he could see was the not quite half-height Hongyu tightly gripping the dagger, stabbing it into his chest, and twisting it twice with all her might. Hongya's lips moved twice, but nothing came out. Yet Hongyu violently pulled out the dagger and stabbed it again and again into his chest. You deserve death. This sentence was forced out from Hongyu's gritted teeth, as if she wished to tear apart the person in front of her. Even after realizing the person in front of her had already lost all breath, she couldn't stop her actions. Jiang Yao quickly swam over, grabbing both the falling mermaid Pearl and her arm, while pulling her towards the water surface. Hongya's corpse floated downward with the current, and was quickly torn apart and consumed by countless sharks attracted by the scent of blood. Chapter 37, Cultivation Box. It was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon when they reached the shore. Jiang Yao lay on her back on the ground, feeling sore all over. She reached down to pat her drumming stomach. She was hungry. She had only eaten a small bowl of kanji that morning, then used up a lot of energy in 2 fights. Her stomach had been churning with acid for some time now. After resting for about half an hour, she got up, lit a fire, and boiled a pot of hot water. Once the water boiled, she poured some into a basin, dipped a towel in the warm water, and cleaned herself quickly before changing into clean clothes. When she walked out of the tent, Hongyu was curled up by the campfire, blankly staring at the flames. Xiaoyu. Jiang Yao slowed her steps as she approached. The firelight illuminated half her face, making the fine hairs clearly visible. Hearing her voice, Hongyu's sapphire eyes flickered instinctively, but still no words came. Jiang Yao added another log to the fire and sat down beside her. They were silent for a long while before Hongyu finally spoke. I'm not called Hongyu. My surname is Lan. My name is Lanyu. The wood crackled and spat tiny sparks as it burned. Jiang Yao opened the system store. She didn't feel like cooking today and wanted to see if there was something instant available. Lanyu blinked a few times as she stared at the fire. My mother was a very good female. She would patiently teach me how to hunt. She also taught me to practice my talents. The water arrow you saw yesterday, that was her teaching. Here, she paused, and when she continued, her voice trembled slightly. 2 years ago, Hongya pursued a strange beast near the sea where we lived. He collapsed bleeding at our doorstep and lied to my mother, saying his home had been occupied by beasts. He asked my mother for permission to recuperate in our sea area before leaving. There was no need for Jiang Yao to hear more. It was clear that Lan Yu's blood must have attracted the beast, which caught Hongya's attention. Hongya had thus schemed, killed Lan Yu's mother, and then, using some sort of sorcery, erased Lan Yu's memory, turning her into a puppet. Jiang Yao searched through her storage again. Forget it. She'd better cook seafood rice today and see how those squids taste. Polished rice was washed twice before being placed at the bottom of the pot with a little water and covered. It's my fault. It's all because of me, sobbed Hongyu. No, she should now be referred to as Lanyu, as she cried with her hands covering her face. Tears rolled down her cheeks along with pearls of mermaid tears falling to the ground. Gulping sounds arose from the pot as the steam pushed the lid open slightly. The aroma of rice wafted around. Sitting cross-legged on the ground waiting for the rice to be cooked, Jiang Yao looked at the dagger in Hongyu's hand and comforted her expressionlessly. But you've already avenged your mother by killing your enemy. You've done everything you could. In her past life, she realized grieving accomplished nothing, neither did self-consumption. The real way to honor the dead and console oneself was to wield a blade and slaughter every obstacle in sight, without mercy. Yes, I've already killed him and avenged my mother. Now, she can finally rest in peace. Lanyu suddenly both laughed and cried, wiping away her tears forcefully. Then, holding the pearl in her hand, she presented it to Jiang Yao. So, sister, can you take me in now? The flickering fire cast a glow on her long, curly eyelashes. Jiang Yao lifted the lid. The rice was halfway cooked, giving off a light aroma of caramelized grain. She arranged the chopped squid meat in the pot, added a few green leaves, sprinkled salt and seasonings. Finally, she looked up toward Lanyu. The little mermaid still had red traces under her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pleading. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Your acting is so amateurish. Realizing her intentions were discovered, Lanyu gave a foolish smile and grabbed the corner of Jiang Yao's clothes, gently shaking it. Please, sister, let me follow you. She didn't want to stay alone underwater anymore. She wanted to go ashore and see new scenery, explore another world. And besides, the food cooked by Sister Jiang Yao smelled so fragrant. It truly made her crave something other than raw fish. Jiang Yao took away the mermaid pearls from her hand and turned them over with a spatula. The layer of rice at the bottom had turned golden brown. The tender octopus meat looked bright and flavorful. Jiang Yao fetched a small bowl from her space and handed it to Lan Yu. She first filled her own bowl brimming full and casually asked, "Do you want the crispy part of the pot?" "Definitely." Jiang Yao's eyes instantly lit up at hearing this, clutching her bowl and moving closer. What was pot rice? Whatever it was sure to be delicious. "I want pot rice too." The squid was tender, bouncy, and combined perfectly with the spicy sauce, bursting with flavor. The crispy rice brought its unique aroma, and each bite was crunchy. Both girls ate greedily, completely absorbed and forgetting conversation. After dinner, Jiang Yao pulled out a contract, pressed her fingerprint on it, and passed it over. "Sign it." This was a contract that came automatically with the restaurant's promotion to level 2, in duplicate. She could hire 2 people from other worlds to work as waiters in her restaurant. Since she hadn't met anyone suitable before, the matter had been put on hold until now when someone volunteered. Of course, she wasn't about to refuse. Lan Yu followed her example and pressed her fingerprint onto the white paper, completing the recruitment contract for the restaurant and officially becoming one of its waitresses. Jiang Yao took out a treasure she had found underwater, and a transparent square box appeared on the ground, glowing golden so brightly it almost blinded her. Jiang Yao turned her face away from the light and opened the description. Ocean Creature Cultivation Box. Upgradable initial size is 10 cubic meters. Filling it with seawater will fully simulate the marine environment, and collecting enough sea creatures can expand its internal area. Level 2 Cultivation Box size. 100 cubic meters. Requires collecting 10 kinds of marine creatures. Level 3 size. 1,000 cubic meters. Requires collecting 100 kinds of marine creatures. So as the number of collected marine creatures grew, the cultivation box's area would increase exponentially. Please bind the user to activate the cultivation box. User? Jiang Yao entered her own name. The next second, 4 large bright red characters lit up. Binding successful. Please bind a caretaker. Note: limited to sea-race beast folk only. Caretaker? Looks like she didn't have a choice here. She only had Lan Yu as her employee. Jiang Yao inputted Lan Yu's name. In the next second, the golden light faded, and the transparent water tank shrank, appearing in Lan Yu's hand. What is this? Lan Yu was very excited, examining it curiously from all angles. With a single thought, the box obeyed her will, shrinking or expanding at her command. She had never seen anything like this before and played with it enthusiastically. She could feel an intangible connection forming between herself and the cultivation box. Collecting marine life. Wasn't this her forte? Big sister, can I sleep inside this thing from now on? Jiang Yao paused, then nodded. Of course you can. So Lan Yu also counted as a type of marine creature? This cultivation box was pretty meticulous. Lan Yu obviously felt delighted. Then I'll go fill this box with some water now, and catch some delicious fish and shrimp to put inside. Go ahead. Seeing her so diligent and proactive, Jiang Yao felt reassured. Not bad. She didn't regret taking this little employee under her wing. After exchanging a few simple words, Lan Yu grabbed the cultivation box and leapt back into the sea. Since the strange beasts beneath the ocean had already been killed, Jiang Yao wasn't worried about her safety. After spending so long on these tasks, she should check the traps she'd set up earlier. It had been a full day since she laid them, and she wondered if they had caught any wild chickens yet. Chirp chirp, it's a beastkin. That beastkin has come again. Chirp chirp chirp. Leader, hurry. As soon as Jiang Yao stepped into the berry grove, she saw a clever little monkey perched on a branch, shouting wildly at her. Jiang Yao ignored it and headed directly to where her traps were set. But moments later, the monkey leader appeared on a tree branch, his fluffy tail dangling down and swinging lightly, eyes fixed on Jiang Yao with an expression of human-like caution. Chapter 38. Eggs and Chestnuts. They met on a narrow road, the human and the monkey glaring at each other. They stared for quite some time, neither willing to make the first move. Jiang Yao didn't want to waste time on them. She raised her arm and aimed at the monkey king. The monkey, seeing this, panicked, covering its head and jumping away swiftly to avoid Jiang Yao's hand. After waiting for half a while, nothing was shot at it like last time. It let out a couple of squeaks, only to find that Jiang Yao had already turned and left, without making any move against it. Jiang Yao wasn't interested in dealing with the monkey, and continued walking forward for about 5 or 6 minutes. The place where she set the trap before wasn't hard to find. All the branches and leaves on the surrounding trees had been broken by the monkeys, leaving a large bare area. The branches laid over the pit had all fallen inside. In the pit below lay a wild chicken, slightly smaller than the one from the first day. Jiang Yao squatted down and grabbed the chicken by its wings, pulling it out of the pit. The wild chicken gave a few gurgling sounds, but struggled very little. Eggs. To her surprise, after lifting the wild chicken, she found 2 large, white eggs beneath it. So it's a hen. Judging by the situation, it looked like she was hatching eggs. Jiang Yao originally intended to kill the hen so the system could break it down. However, upon seeing the eggs, she changed her mind. This hen can lay eggs, which hatch more chickens, which then lay more eggs. As long as she raises a pair of wild chickens, she would have an endless supply of chicken meat and eggs. She rummaged through the system shop and exchanged something for a cage, stuffing the hen inside. Living things cannot be stored in the system space, and she also planned to take advantage of the remaining time to explore the other side of the island. After considering for a moment, she placed the cage with the hen back into the pit. She added a small bowl of water and millet into the cage. Then, she looked around, found a few large tree branches, and recovered the trap, preventing the group of monkeys from stealing the hen. The monkey king was quite cunning. It might have been watching her from somewhere nearby. Jiang Yao pulled out her machete, checked the map, determined a direction, and pushed aside the waist-high wild grass in front of her, walking step by step. The deeper she went, the sparser the forest became. Ahead was a gentle slope covered with vegetation as high as her calves. Such tall grass is paradise for crawling creatures, so Jiang Yao walked even more cautiously. Along the way, she chopped through these grasses and shrubs with her machete, wary of accidentally stepping on something slippery. Just then, her foot hit something hard. No way, really stepped on something? Jiang Yao bent down and took a look. There were several round and spiky fruit peels scattered on the ground. Under her foot, one had already been pressed into the dirt. Jiang Yao was intrigued. Using the blade of her machete, she inserted it into the fruit and lifted it up for inspection. It was a chestnut peel. The green peel clearly fell not long ago, likely brought here by some animal. The chestnuts inside had already been eaten clean, leaving only a few peels on the ground. There must be a chestnut tree nearby. Chestnuts are such good things. Not only are they delicious, whether steamed or boiled, floury, sweet, and glutinous, they can be stewed with meat or steamed directly. She remembered when she was a child, her mother used to make caramelized chestnuts for her. That flavor, just thinking about it made her mouth water. When she didn't feel like cooking, you could also wash and eat them raw, which was crisp and sweet. Though everyone should avoid eating them raw due to possible parasites. Most importantly, chestnuts have high nutritional value and can serve as a staple food even in lean years. Jiang Yao bent down and parted the grass roots around her. Sure enough, she found a series of fresh small footprints on the ground. She guessed that these chestnuts had been brought here by small animals like field mice. Following the trail of footprints, she occasionally found half-eaten chestnuts along the way. Not long after walking, the footprints suddenly disappeared. Jiang Yao felt elated. It seemed that the chestnut tree was right around here. Looking up, she indeed spotted a large chestnut tree not far away. At least 20 meters tall, with thick branches and deep gray bark. The trunk split into 3 or 4 forks with long, slender leaves hanging heavy with green, prickly balls. Jiang Yao rushed over, finding the ground beneath the tree covered with a thick layer of chestnuts. Most had cracked open with small openings. She immediately got to work, collecting all the chestnuts into her spatial storage to deal with later. While picking the chestnuts, Jiang Yao noticed that there were many saplings growing under this large chestnut tree, with the largest being almost half a meter tall. These must be seedlings sprouting from the chestnut seeds. Given this trend, in a few years, this area would become a chestnut grove. Jiang Yao circled the base of the tree, gathering nearly 70 to 80 pounds of chestnuts. Prepared to leave, she thought it over and returned to dig up 2 larger chestnut seedlings. She would take them back and plant them by the entrance. They should survive. Today was another day of returning fully loaded. After finishing these tasks, she was just about to turn and leave when a sudden, pungent stench hit her nose. Hiss! Jiang Yao looked up, only to see an enormous lizard charging straight at her. She dropped the chestnut saplings, sidestepped quickly, and immediately drew her long knife for defense. What an ugly creature. Its body was covered with interlocking pitch-black scales, its limbs were robust and powerful, its triangular head wide and large, and its mouth continuously flicking its forked tongue. It looked somewhat like a hybrid of a snake and a gecko. Its sinister vertical pupils were filled with wild ferocity, causing Jiang Yao's skin to crawl. Since childhood, Jiang Yao had never liked such crawling creatures, let alone this one that was easily over 2 meters long and larger than a human. In an instant, her arms erupted with goosebumps. The lizard hissed again, snapping 2 chestnut saplings underfoot before suddenly changing direction and ramming toward Jiang Yao once more. Jiang Yao activated her system. Level 3 mutated lizard. Figures, it was indeed a mutant beast. Jiang Yao pulled the mechanism in her hand and shot an arrow directly at the lizard. The lizard obviously sensed danger and twisted its body away just in time. Boom. The arrow pierced deep into the lizard's abdomen. Hiss. The lizard roared in pain, its savage nature unleashed as it lunged straight at Jiang Yao. As Jiang Yao circled the chestnut tree, she had an idea and began dodging around the tree while luring the lizard to chase her. Bang, bang, bang. Each time the lizard collided with the tree, countless chestnuts fell from above. With a whooshing sound, it rained down sharp, spiky shells. Chapter 39, The Evolution of the Cultivation Box. Jiang Yao quickly avoided the falling chestnut shells, as they were spiky and would surely cause bleeding if they hit her head. Feeling that there were already enough chestnuts on the ground, Jiang Yao aimed directly at its stomach and shot another arrow. The lizard instinctively sidestepped to avoid it, trying to block her arrow with its tail. The result was predictable. Another large hole appeared on its other side of the abdomen. Perfect. One on each side. Very symmetrical. Jiang Yao praised silently. These bracer-mounted arrows were truly powerful, effortlessly dealing with mutant beasts below level 4. So far, there has been no defense it couldn't break. The lizard became completely enraged now. With a loud roar, it charged forward with an open mouth. Seeing the lizard charge toward her, Jiang Yao remained unfazed. She lightly leaped out of the way, simultaneously shooting another arrow straight into its gaping mouth. Bang! The lizard's soft mouth had no defense whatsoever, and was thrown several meters away by the force of the arrow, before finally crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. In the next moment, the grass on the ground began visibly turning yellow, until it was entirely corroded into a pile of black charcoal. Its blood actually contained such a potent toxin? Jiang Yao felt a flicker of interest. If she could collect some of the lizard's toxic blood and smear it on her weapons, wouldn't her knives and arrows then come with automatic armor piercing and damage reduction? The lizard lay motionless on the ground, looking dead. Having learned from the previous mistake with the octopus, this time she dared not go check it immediately. She waited until the system prompt sounded before approaching. Dissection successful. Obtained. 50 pounds of lizard meat, 1 piece of lizard skin, 3L of poisonous blood, 1 level 3 mutant beast crystal core. Jiang Yao did not dare eat the lizard's meat, and directly exchanged it for points through the system, keeping only its blood and skin. Jiang Yao took a bit of the blood, and carefully soaked the tip of an arrow in it. In the next second, the arrow's description changed. Arrow dipped in blood. After piercing defenses, can paralyze prey for 3 seconds, with strong corrosive properties. It really worked. Jiang Yao put away the arrow, and inserted it back into the bracer. This was truly an unexpected delight. Hunting mutant beasts in the future will certainly not require close combat. She could just poison them from afar, exhausting their strength before stepping up to finish them off. She walked under the chestnut tree, regretfully eyeing the 2 saplings broken in half at the waist. These were already the largest 2 saplings in this area. The rest were too small, and she wasn't even sure if they could survive being transplanted. Well, let's not take them. There are chestnuts here. Maybe there are more elsewhere. She crouched down again, picking up more than half of the chestnuts the lizard had knocked down and storing them into her space. Looking at the chestnuts piled up like a small mountain in her space, memory started warning of shortage. Reluctantly, she pulled her hand back. Why does the system space have limits? Jiang Yao was quite dissatisfied. Initial space is 300 square meters. 100 points can unlock 100 more square meters. Do you want to unlock it? Checkpoints. Esteemed host, your mall points are 1825. Restaurant points are 465. The lizard meat was directly exchanged for nearly 500 points, which was much more profitable than selling meals at the restaurant. But it was unfortunate that mall points couldn't be used to upgrade or draw prizes at the restaurant. Those were 2 different point systems. Exchange for 100 square meter space. Points deducted. Your current points are 1725. With another 100 square meters of space available, Jiang Yao immediately stored more than half of the chestnuts again. Only after that did she pick up her large cleaver and start heading back along the same route. On the way back, Jiang Yao incidentally caught a rooster and found a nest of eggs in the area where it often appeared. After locking both chickens in a cage, Jiang Yao grilled a piece of snake meat to fill her stomach. At night, the sky was filled with stars. Lan Yu still hadn't returned. After eating dinner, Jiang Yao was lying in the tent counting her supplies. First were the weapons. 2 large machetes, 1 dagger, 1 short knife. 1 bracer-mounted arrow set, 18 arrows. Then came the food. 250 kilograms of grade 4 mutated snake meat, 250 kilograms of grade 4 mutated squid, 42 kilograms of sweet berries. Also, 70 kilograms of chestnuts found this afternoon, plus about 3 kilograms of wild chicken meat left. Finally, the livestock. A pair of live wild chickens, 10 fertilized eggs. The physical strain over these few days was akin to participating in an uninterrupted sports meet. Not long after counting everything, Jiang Yao fell asleep in her sleeping bag. She didn't even know when Lan Yu returned. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day in the beast world. When Jiang Yao woke up, Lan Yu had already caught several fat large shrimps and was boiling them in the pot. Seeing Jiang Yao come out from the tent, she happily greeted, "Sister, you're awake. Come on, these are the big shrimps I caught yesterday after swimming a long way." Ding, the cultivation box has been upgraded to level 3, and its area has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Do you want to activate the automatic evolution device? Automatic evolution device automatically creates living environments suited to the different habits of various creatures, perfectly reproducing marine ecology. When Jiang Yao heard the system's prompt, she hadn't yet realized that Lan Yu had already collected 1,000 species of marine life in just one night. That was too impressive. And this automatic evolution device, she could only say it lived up to being produced by the system. It sounded so high-tech. Activate. Activation successful. Evolving. Evolution complete. Hey, as the caretaker, Lan Yu very sharply perceived the current state inside the cultivation box. She exclaimed, "The cultivation box looks exactly like the underwater environment near my place. How magical." Jiang Yao waved her hand without saying anything, choosing to remain modest. The large dragon shrimp in the pot, with their rippling patterns, emitted an intense fragrance. Lan Yu picked the largest one and handed it over. Its originally gray shell had been boiled until it turned slightly red. Jiang Yao took the still steaming shrimp, rinsed it in cold water once, and peeled off the shell. The shrimp meat was as delicate and white as sheep fat, with segmented textures on its surface. There was no need to dip it in anything. She simply placed it directly into her mouth. The tender shrimp meat dispersed between her teeth and lips, a burst of fresh sweetness flooding onto her tongue. With chewing, the elasticity of the shrimp meat resonated between her lips and teeth. There was no rush to discard the shrimp head, either, as the golden roe inside was both fresh and soft. Using a spoon, Lan Yu scooped up a full, large bite. "How is it, sister? Is the shrimp delicious?" Lan Yu had already eaten her fill earlier, and now sat happily next to Jiang Yao as she savored the delicious shrimp. Jiang Yao ate very quickly, a habit formed during the apocalypse. Upon hearing Lan Yu's question, she swallowed the shrimp meat in her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Delicious. It was so fresh she felt like swallowing her tongue. She picked up another lobster and gave Lan Yu a thumbs up. Chapter 40. Back to Blue Star. She picked up another lobster and gave Lan Yu a thumbs up. "Good job, little you. You really deserve it." Lan Yu understood her meaning, smiling so much that her big eyes narrowed. It's good as long as it tastes good. She was worth the effort she had spent on it. After finishing the meal, the two cleaned up the dishes. Seeing it was still early, they estimated they would have to wait another 4 or 5 hours before being teleported back to the restaurant. Jiang Yao suggested that Lan Yu take her around the island. Little Yu, are there any medicinal herbs or similar plants on the island? Lan Yu touched her chin, thinking for a moment. Medicinal herbs? You mean the kind of herbs used for treating injuries, right? I think I know where they are. When Hongya was injured, she once collected a type of grass to stop bleeding for Hongya. So she remembered that there was indeed such medicinal herb in a place on this island that Jiang Yao mentioned. Really? Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. She didn't actually expect much from this matter. After all, this was just a small island. Having such a large chestnut tree was already quite astonishing. Unexpectedly, Little Yu said she knew where there were herbal medicines. Indeed, follow me. Lan Yu grabbed Jiang Yao's hand and walked along the brook. As they walked, Jiang Yao observed the surroundings. The terrain on the southern side of the island was higher than the eastern side, and the temperature was also warmer on the south side. Relatively speaking, the vegetation on the south side was richer than on the east side. After walking for not long, they saw a patch of fresh green medicinal herbs ahead. System notification, detected moderate-grade medicinal plant, century-old Panax ginseng, one of the raw materials for making detoxifying agents. It's actually Sanchi ginseng, and can be used to make a detoxifying agent, the one that costs 50 credits with limited purchase. Jiang Yao felt delighted at first, but soon became a little disheartened. She didn't have the recipe for the detoxifying agent. Even if she knew this could be used to create a detoxifying agent, without the formula, she couldn't do anything about it. Where would she get the recipe? Draw lots maybe? But she quickly rallied her spirits. Regardless of the detoxifying agent, ginseng itself was also a famous miraculous hemostatic medicine. It has functions of promoting blood circulation, stopping bleeding, and relieving pain, and is said to be the main ingredient of a very well-known yun by pharmacological product on Blue Star. Moreover, these plants in front of her were all over 100 years old wild medicinal herbs. Their efficacy could only be better, not worse, compared to those on Blue Star. Even if she couldn't use them, she could sell them back to Li Feng and his team, or trade them for points with the Xing system. While contemplating, Jiang Yao slowly approached the herb field. Arriving at the edge of the herbs, Jiang Yao dug out 5 or 6 smaller ones with her dagger first, and traded them to the system. Unsurprisingly, each was worth 100 points. Jiang Yao's current points already reached more than 2,300, and she gradually began to understand the pricing in the system shop. Food was the cheapest, items like rice, noodles, cooking oil, etc., could exchange for a lot of stuff with just a few points. Expensive were special function things, such as ginseng and ginseng medicinal herbs over 100 years old, mostly 100 points per stock. There were also various beast meats and crystals. 20 pounds of meat from a level 3 beast could be exchanged for 100 points. For a level 4 beast, it was 10 pounds for 100 points, and level 5 probably would be 2 pounds, or even 1 pound exchanging for 100 points. The higher the level of the beasts, the greater the addition to the eater's energy, and thus more points could be earned. However, until now, she hadn't encountered any beast above level 4, indicating that beasts of level 4 were extremely rare on the beast continent. Of course, it might also be due to her low exploration degree on the beast continent since, so far, she had only been to 2 places. With Lan Yu's help, after more than an hour, most of the herbs here had been gathered by Jiang Yao. She left the smaller ones untouched, leaving them to regenerate in the future. Having finished, Jiang Yao brushed off the dirt from her clothes, picked up the cage containing wild chickens, summoned the portal, and was ready to return. She hadn't known what was going on in Beishir City after being out for a few days. Lan Yu followed Jiang Yao obediently. Both entered the teleportation gate. A flash of light passed through. When they opened their eyes again, they were back at the familiar second floor of the restaurant. Jiang Yao led Lan Yu and entered her fingerprints onto the door. After teaching her how to open the door, she pointed to the room next to the master bedroom. The room on the right is yours, and the one on the left is mine. Familiarize yourself with the environment, while I tidy up. All right, Lan Yu nodded obediently, watching Jiang Yao enter her room before exploring curiously herself. Jiang Yao went directly to her own room, took a comfortable hot shower, and finally lay down on the bed, dreamless all night. The next morning, after tidying up, Jiang Yao went downstairs, arranged the staple food delivered by the system, and placed the 2 wild chickens into the kitchen first. Then she moved the remaining meat from the space, putting it into a huge freezer. After most of the items from the space were transferred and properly organized, she then walked to the door, pushed it open to ventilate. The warm sunlight fell on her, and Jiang Yao squinted as she adjusted to the light. The shop is open. Finally, this place is open again. As soon as the door opened, a man nearby shouted with delight. Jiang Yao looked up to see that the restaurant had been surrounded by people of all kinds. Men, women, elders, children, some with families in tow and some alone. They were split into 2 groups, standing on either side of the doorway. Every face around the entrance was marred with scratches, glaring at each other with wary expressions. Wooden sticks they held were covered in mud and fresh blood. It seemed that there had been a violent fight here just moments ago. At the sound of the door opening, those who were less injured gripped their weapons tightly, stepped forward, shielding their companions behind them while turning to look at Jiang Yao. Beyond a 2-meter radius of the restaurant stood a crowded group of zombies. The zombies swayed from side to side, their mouths opening and closing. Rotting flesh occasionally fell off their bodies, releasing an overpowering stench. It was obvious that these zombies had been attracted by the group of people near the door. They must have discovered that within 2 meters of the restaurant was absolutely safe, so they stayed close for protection. Move aside. From within the crowd, a tall and burly man pushed past others and stepped forward. Boss, boss, you're here. The people on the right greeted him immediately, quickly gathering behind him in a protective stance. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes. He must be the leader of these people. Upon seeing the frail young girl who came out, the man spat onto the ground. Damn it. Turns out to be just a little slut. Made me wait so long. His eyes gleamed with lust as they roamed over Jiang Yao's figure. Then, smirking lewdly with a mouthful of yellow teeth, he said, "You look pretty tender. We'll have some fun for days." Jiang Yao's gaze shifted from the zombies back to the man. Without saying a word, her dagger moved in a blur, cutting swiftly across the man's carotid artery before he even realized what happened. He didn't have time to react. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and in the next second, he collapsed lifelessly on the ground. The blood hadn't even hit the ground before it was automatically cleaned away by the self-cleaning function. Her cold expression swept across the crowd as she arrogantly challenged them. "Anyone else? Let's go then." But the previously raucous crowd suddenly went silent. Not one person in the entire scene could figure out how exactly Jiang Yao had made her move. The former followers of the now-dead man weren't about to step forward and fight for him. Seeing their leader gone, many were actually relieved rather than willing to die for him. Jiang Yao smirked wryly. She'd encountered far too many of these types in her previous life. All cowards who followed the strong only to betray when things got tough. In the apocalypse, the collapse of order would magnify everyone's greed and desires. People's hearts were scarier than zombies. Until the authorities officially regained control of the area, such occurrences would only increase, not decrease. To stop such incidents, a decisive and intimidating first strike was necessary to make them fear her presence. "Miss Jiang." After a long silence, a voice called out from the crowd. A tall, thin man wearing glasses stepped forward. With a polite smile on his youthful face, he extended his hand. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang." Chapter 41, Tier 1 Crystal Core. Jiang Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Zhang Jing. You remember me." Zhang Jing was both surprised and smug. Jiang Yao sheathed her dagger, crossed her arms, leaned against the doorframe, and gave a lethargic nod. When the restaurant first opened, there was often a college student named Li Yang who would come with another man to eat. She had some memory of them. In recent days, because of his special abilities, Zhang Jing had been lifted up high by others. But upon seeing Jiang Yao once more, he wasn't happy. Seeing that she didn't have the intention to shake hands with him, though his expression didn't change, his eyes revealed an ominous look. What he didn't know was that all these small actions were clearly observed by Jiang Yao. He activated his power, and water surged in his palms. After leaving here initially, both Li Yang and I awakened our powers. My power is control over water. Every day, I can produce nearly 5 liters of clean water. No wonder he looked so clean. He was a water-type energy user. Jiang Yao thought about it, and realized it must be because of the ginseng porridge and a serving of mutant animal meat she had given away. Most people who ate at the restaurant that day seemed to have awakened their powers. She yawned loudly. "Can you just say what you want?" She found people who beat around the bush and pretended annoying. Zhang Jing's face changed slightly. "Here's the thing, we want some food and drinks." Actually, they had intended to directly come and take it by force, but after going through great difficulties, they found they simply couldn't enter the restaurant. If it weren't for the fact that zombies couldn't get in either, they might already have become part of the zombie army outside. Jiang Yao understood. It was about wanting her subordinates to also awaken their abilities. Trade zombie crystal cores for it. Otherwise, forget it. Zhang Jing felt like his polite smile was almost hard to maintain. This woman, she actually dared to throw this opportunity back in his face. What is a crystal core? He had never heard of such a thing. It must be some excuse she made up to reject him. His ability was water. Now all the city's water sources were polluted. Even if her shop had stored water, how long could it last? Clean water was more precious than gold. Not only did she not try to flatter him, but she actually dared to embarrass him like this. But when his eyes caught sight of the man still lying on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. That man's ability was full-body metallization, with a hardness comparable to steel when metallized. Yet he was struck down by Jiang Yao in one move, showing her non-trivial strength. "Boss Jiang, I said, besides the crystal cores, everything else is off the table. Or, do you want free stuff?" Jiang Yao grew impatient as she straightened up, a ferocious gleam in her eyes. She disliked nothing more than others trying to take advantage of her, and this man hit every one of her sore spots. "The crystal core, is this what you're talking about?" While they were arguing, a frail woman came running out of the crowd, covered from head to toe in thick black mud, emitting an overwhelming stench. The woman caused everyone to instinctively move aside to avoid her odor. The woman paid no heed to the disgusted looks around her and pulled out a transparent crystal from her chest, holding it up and offering it to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao glanced at her, wincing slightly from the smell. She subtly held her breath as she took the crystal from the woman's hands. Tier 1 Zombie Crystal Core, 100 points. "Yes. Would you like to come in and eat?" Jiang Yao eyed the muddy mess on the woman, unsure which dirty ditch she'd crawled out from. Smart move, knowing it could protect herself. "Can I?" The woman swallowed nervously, asking incredulously if she could really enter. This crystal core was something she discovered in the brain of a zombie she had killed. At the time, she inexplicably felt it might be useful, so she kept it tucked in her clothing pocket. Until now, she'd only found one. Listening to the argument between Jiang Yao and Zhang Jing earlier, she realized Jiang Yao was probably referring to this object, so she boldly approached to ask. And indeed it was. "Come in." Jiang Yao turned and entered the restaurant, putting the crystal core into the cash register. A black card slid out. Remaining points, 100. Hesitantly following Jiang Yao a few steps, The woman noticed that the barrier previously blocking her disappeared smoothly, allowing her to walk unimpeded into the restaurant. She went in. We can go in too. Seeing this, those outside instantly went wild. They followed her and rushed toward the building entrance, only to be repelled one after another. Hold it. Being intelligent, Zhang Jing quickly stopped the group, realizing only Jiang Yao's approval could allow access here. To gain her approval, one needed to possess a crystal core. Damn it, where did that woman's crystal core come from? When she came out, he would have to thoroughly question her. The woman knew that standing up at this time meant she would inevitably draw the attention of Zhang Jing and his people. But she had no choice. She could only come in. If what Zhang Jing and his group said was true, as long as she could awaken a more powerful ability than Zhang Jing's inside the restaurant, those people would never be able to control her again. Place your order. Jiang Yao tapped on the menu board in front of her, and the system adjusted the prices according to the rarity of ingredients. Rice bowl with potato and meat slices, 18 points per serving. Rice bowl with fish-flavored shredded pork, 20 points per serving. Third level snake meat soup, 58 points per serving 0/20. Spicy chicken cubes, 78 points per serving 0/30, out of stock. Third level spicy stir-fried octopus rice bowl, 88 points per serving 0/15. Ginseng millet porridge, 150 points per serving, out of stock. New items in the shop. Danguei chicken soup, 180 points per serving 0/30. The woman held the black card and stared at it for a long time. She wiped some cracked dirt from her face with her hand and asked, "Is there any food that guarantees 100% awakening of powers?" Jiang Yao sat behind the cash register, charging her phone. Other than the first two dishes, the rest do have the effects you're talking about, but I can't guarantee 100%. The woman glanced repeatedly at the millet porridge, which required a large number of points. According to what they had said, this item was the best. However, she eventually chose the spicy stir-fried octopus rice bowl within her point limit. All right, find a place to sit and wait a bit. Seeing her finished ordering, the system directly deducted the points from her card. Jiang Yao put on an apron and walked to the kitchen, taking out some octopus meat from the freezer and slicing it into thin pieces. She lit the fire. From the kimchi jar, she grabbed a handful of sour and spicy pickled peppers, cutting each one diagonally in half, preparing the ginger shreds and garlic crumbs. She heated up the pan, added oil, threw in the octopus pieces, stir-fried until they turned color and became cooked, then took them out, added all the seasonings, and finally poured the octopus back in. The fresh, hot, and pungent smell attracted Lan Yu, who was still sleeping upstairs. She sniffed and ran down. Unexpectedly, just when she arrived at the first floor, she was almost made to vomit by a foul stench. Lifting her head, she saw that the restaurant had a guest. Chapter 42, Taro sends Baiyun. The woman tried to sit as far away from the kitchen as possible, waiting outside the door. Upon hearing some movement, she saw a girl with pointy ears and bright blue eyes walking gracefully down the stairs. The beautiful big eyes of the little girl scanned around the room and finally rested on her. "Sister, would you like to take a shower?" I. The woman blushed slightly, knowing her current appearance was far from pleasant. But only by looking this way could she protect herself from those beasts. To keep herself from becoming their plaything. Blue Yu, don't fool around. Fortunately, Jiang Yao appeared in time holding a plate, seeing Blue Yu coming downstairs. She scolded her. Blue Yu stuck out her tongue at her and turned back to play with her fish and shrimps. It was too smelly on the first floor. Unbearable. Jiang Yao opened her mouth apologetically. "She is my newly recruited employee in the store, still young and inexperienced. Here, let me give you a cup of water as an apology." "No, it's fine, I haven't." The woman didn't finish her sentence when she saw Jiang Yao went to the water dispenser in the corner and took a glass of water over. The water dispenser was awarded after the mall upgrade, but the large bucket of water on top was purchased by Jiang Yao with points, about 10L for 2 restaurant points. The disposable cups outside were given by the system. A cup could hold about 300 milliliters of water, priced at 3 points per cup. For days, even though the woman had been moving together with the group, she hadn't truly been absorbed into their ranks. Those people kept her purely so that she could be used as cannon fodder to stall zombies when they encountered danger. The women and elderly who were captured with her earlier all died this way. So the people in the team only gave her the most basic food and water to ensure she wouldn't starve, but they wouldn't let her live well. Seeing the clear, clean water in Jiang Yao's hand and smelling the aroma of the dishes before her, her eyes involuntarily reddened. "Thank you." The woman spoke through a choked voice, accepting the water and gulping down a large sip quickly, then wolfing down the rice in the plate. She feared if she didn't eat something immediately to fill her stomach, tears would start falling. Jiang Yao shook her head and returned to sit behind the cash register. Beast Continent. Baiyun was sitting inside a cave filled with food reading a book. "Brother, hasn't Beast God summoned you yet?" In Bai Ling's arms was a crooked black long stick. With her furry ears pricked up, she bounced in from outside. Baiyun raised his head. "Beast God might be busy, so he temporarily hasn't summoned me. However, I'm worried these things will spoil if not dealt with soon." Bai Ling's gaze swept toward the inside of the cave. Mounds of wild rabbits, wild chickens, fresh mushrooms, wild fruits, and medicinal herbs such as ginseng and angelica. So much. She was amazed, having been practicing innate abilities with her partners recently. She hadn't noticed when exactly this cave had accumulated so many things. Baiyun sighed deeply. His clansmen all wanted to exchange these foods for meat that could help them awaken their innate talents under Beast God's possession. Moreover, the books granted by Beast God on setting traps and identifying food have greatly expanded their knowledge. In recent days, the clansmen have gone crazy in collecting food. They set out hunting and gathering very early every morning and came back late at night. And the prey they obtained each day, they left only a small portion as family rations, bringing everything else over here. Slowly, the materials in this cave naturally accumulated more and more. He gathered his wandering thoughts and looked at Bai Ling. Why did you come? Did something happen to Bai Chao? It wasn't surprising for him to think this way, since his younger sister was the first among these younglings to awaken innate talent and became their unofficial leader, responsible for helping them awaken their abilities and training their talents daily. Nope, I just came to see you. Bai Ling casually threw the stick onto the ground. She walked to Bai Yun and sat down. Brother, tell me again how Beast God chose you among all the beast people. All right, Bai Yun closed his book gently with soft eyes. I remember, that day was sunny, and I was with the hunting team. Brother, you said the silver thing was this, right? Bai Ling interrupted Bai Yun, excitedly patting his shoulders. What? Bai Yun turned around and found that there was a silver-white gate behind him at some unknown time. Beast God is calling me. Quick, help me stuff all those things into these big bamboo baskets. System reminder. Interdimensional guest is being teleported. Jiang Yao opened her tablet and watched a comedy drama imported by the system. While watching, the system reminder suddenly sounded. It was Bai Yun coming. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that she had given all the books she bought from the bookstore to him last time and wondered how they were doing with their studies. Ding-ling. The door on the second floor opened, and heavy footsteps came down the stairs. Jiang Yao stood up and went upstairs. She immediately saw Bai Yun, whose appearance was quite distinctive. In front of and behind him were two huge baskets each, and he carried two more in his hands. All four large baskets were packed full, and the contents were thoughtfully sorted. Vegetables and wild fruits in one basket, mushrooms in another, medicinal herbs in a third, and fur-covered animals in the last one. What's all this? Jiang Yao's mouth twitched at the corner as she momentarily lost her words. Was this guy moving his house here? In just 3 days, they managed to collect so much stuff? Did they not need to eat or sleep normally? Bai Yun put down the baskets in his hands, scratched his head, and gave Jiang Yao a sheepish grin. Boss, can we sell these to you? Jiang Yao numbly nodded. If he'd brought it all here, there wasn't much she could do but take it. System, estimate the value. Wild mushrooms 30 pounds, worth 300 points. Centenarian ginseng 23 roots, worth 2,300 points. Ordinary wild beasts 6, exotic beasts 8, worth 3,000 points. Wild fruits 60 pounds, worth 300 points. A total of 5,900 points. Bai Yun coming here was worth more than half a month of her selling meals. Do you need anything else? Or would you like to exchange everything for points cards? Jiang Yao looked at Bai Yun. We also need salt, a lot of it. And meat that helps people awaken powers. Oh, and those books you gave me before. Could you give me some more? Jiang Yao stroked her chin. Salt is no problem. It's cheap and plentiful in the system store. But books? Jiang Yao opened the system mall and searched for keywords. Agriculture, books. Sorry, the item you searched for is temporarily out of stock. Alright, it only sold daily necessities. It seemed like she'd have to find an opportunity to raid a bookstore. Also, she needed to check specialized stores for farming tools designed for land reclamation. Speaking of which, she could actually ask Li Feng about this. Li Feng still owed her a lot of crystal cores. Letting him help acquire these items would definitely be more convenient than doing it herself. Can you grow crops? As soon as Jiang Yao asked this question, she noticed the puzzled expression on Bai Yun's face. She understood. He didn't know what farming was. Their level of civilization was still in the raw meat and blood era. They probably didn't even use fire much. Jiang Yao let the system take away and process the items in the basket, then poured half a basket of potatoes from her storage space. She picked up a big one and handed it to Bai Yun. Have you seen this before? Chapter 43, Little Elephant Butler. Bai Yun curiously took it over and pinched it with his hand. It was a little hard. He placed it under his nose and smelled it twice. There was a smell of sandy soil, mixed with a faint fishy odor. Just as he was about to stuff it into his mouth, Jiang Yao quickly stopped him. This is a potato. It's very delicious. But you have to wash it, then boil or roast it in the fire. These you can take back for everyone to try. If you like eating it, I hope you can learn to cultivate a piece of land, plant this crop. You can sell any leftover potatoes to me. I'll always buy them. Reclaiming land? Planting. Bai Yun's eyes grew even more confused. They had never done such things before. Although the forest was dangerous, the fruits and wild animals inside were enough for their consumption. Reclaiming land means clearing away all kinds of grass and stones from the land, turning the soil so that it becomes suitable for planting. Planting is cutting this potato into small pieces, placing them in the ground. Then cover it with soil, water frequently, and when it matures, many such potatoes will grow. Jiang Yao explained this matter as simply as possible to him, but saw that he still didn't fully understand. She sighed helplessly. All right, wait until I find some books for you to look at, then you'll understand. When choosing books, Jiang Yao generally picked those with pictures so that even children who couldn't read could understand. As soon as Bai Yun heard about books, his eyes lit up. Although he didn't understand what Lord Beast was talking about regarding farming and land reclamation, he just knew that Lord Beast would never harm them. Jiang Yao filled the rest of his half-full basket with chestnuts. She also gave 1/4 of the remaining snake meat to Bai Yun to take back, and put a large piece of octopus meat in his basket. Finally, she exchanged several hundred bags of fine salt from her storage space, and packed Bai Yun's basket full again. There was one basket left empty. At Bai Yun's strong request, they added 20 portions of stir-fried potato with meat, 20 portions of sweet and sour shredded pork, 30 portions of chili chicken dices, and 15 portions of octopus donburi. Finally, 10 portions of ginseng millet porridge were requested. Jiang Yao sold over 3,600 restaurant points in one afternoon. He alone covered the entire cost of today's ingredients. Jiang Yao returned to the kitchen and kept working non-stop. Though busy, everything was done orderly. The ingredients had been prepared early in the morning. Only the millet porridge needed to be boiled immediately, and it took nearly 40 minutes. After she finished cooking, Lan Yu helped pack everything well and placed it on the table. After feeding himself, Bai Yun let Lan Yu directly place the leftovers in the basket so he could take them back for his tribesmen to taste. After finishing the last few meals, Jiang Yao collapsed onto the soft couch in front of the cash register. So tired, if only she could hire a chef. Or if the restaurant could invent an automatic dish-making machine, where she could place ingredients, and it would automatically serve after a while. Ding! Detected stir-fried potato with meat proficiency reached 50, rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Ding! Detected proficiency in preparing sweet and sour shredded pork reached 50, rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Ding! Detected proficiency in making chili chicken dices reached max level, rewarded with a platinum treasure chest. Ding! Detected 5 max level recipes arrived, awarded 1 lottery spinning chance. Huh. Jiang Yao immediately jumped up from the sofa. A platinum treasure chest? Isn't this the treasure chest that rewards dart-like throwing weapons? She clacked her way into the kitchen to wash her hands, then checked herself in the mirror, smoothing her hair. After completing these steps, she sat back on the sofa, taking out the platinum treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. The lid suddenly popped open. Pop! A dazzling burst of fireworks sprang out of the chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1 all-smart butler chip. Please choose the object to fuse with. A chip glowing with silver light appeared at the bottom of the box. All-smart butler chip. Select your desired fusion target, and the chip will grant it life. Let it become your personal butler, protecting your home and family. Hint: confuse with dolls, action figures, robots, and other lifeless objects. Higher intimacy results in higher loyalty. Action figure, robot, intimacy? She didn't have any of these things. No. She seemed to remember having a stuffed toy. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that when she was a child, her mother had given her a stuffed animal for her birthday. It was a little gray elephant that was half as tall as a person. It seemed pretty expensive, costing several thousand yuan. When she moved out, she found it while sorting through things in the storage room. She originally thought of throwing it away because it was torn up and dirty beyond recognition. Later, she couldn't bear to throw it away, thinking that it wouldn't cost much anyway, so she stuffed it into a large carton and had it shipped over. These items were piled on the shelves of her old small house. Later, when the restaurant upgraded, it was moved to the storeroom opposite the bedroom. There was no need for anything at home, so she never opened it to take a look. Jiang Yao stored the treasure chest into her space and stood up to pull open the storeroom door. The room was packed with shelves. The bottom 2 layers of shelves were all loaded with things she brought from the seaside city. They were all boxed in cartons, with the ceiling strips still intact. Fortunately, each carton had a label noting what was inside, saving her from having to search through each one individually. Jiang Yao briefly appreciated the professionalism of the moving company before beginning to check the boxes sequentially from the entrance. Not long after, on the 3rd shelf, she found the carton containing the little elephant stuffed toy. She pulled out the carton and lightly patted the dust off it. Oh, that's right, there was no dust. Taking a small knife, she jabbed it into the adhesive tape seal and sliced it cleanly from end to end. Snap! The carton burst open, revealing the vacuum-packed little elephant lying quietly in its plastic bag. Jiang Yao pulled open the plastic bag, and as air slowly filled the elephant, it grew plump once more. However, it was full of stains. One of its eyes dangled precariously, and the cotton stuffing wasn't as resilient as it used to be. She activated the system. A worn-out little elephant filled with mom's love. Confirm if chip installation is desired. Confirm. She took the chip from her storage space and slapped it onto the little elephant's head. A flash of golden light passed over it, instantly cleaning all the dirt and replenishing the missing cotton. Its entire body stretched, and it rose to its feet from the ground, towering a full head taller than Jiang Yao. Its glossy black eyes blinked rapidly, its long trunk swaying gently. Its ear flaps flapped twice, and an androgynous mechanical voice emerged from its chest cavity. Master. Jiang Yao opened the system notification. Name: Little Elephant Jiang. Type: Stuffed Toy. Function: Thoughtful Butler. All household matters can be entrusted to him. Loyalty: 100%. Jiang Yao closed the system interface and walked around the giant elephant once. It stood patiently in place, allowing her to observe it fully. Jiang Yao pinched its hand, finding it soft and bouncy. Can you cook? A flash of red light crossed the little elephant's eyes, and within moments, most recipes had been downloaded into its memory. What would Master like to eat? Wanting to test its abilities, Jiang Yao pondered for a while before speaking. Let's make a seafood noodle dish then. I'll go with you. She wanted to see if this little elephant could handle the chef's position. Chapter 44, Seafood Noodles. She would go out from time to time to collect food, hunt, or do some chores. If possible, she wanted Little Elephant to take over the chef's position. Most importantly, have you ever seen a restaurant owner who cooks every day themselves? She should be doing promotion and attracting customers for her restaurant, spreading its reputation around. All right. Little Elephant flapped its nose and skillfully walked downstairs to the restaurant. As the butler, it could freely use all household supplies. Jiang Yao followed slowly behind, watching Little Elephant put on gloves, wear a blue floral apron, grab a basin, and enter Lan Yu's room. It took a few large shrimps, some clams, and a squid from the breeding tank, then brought them to the kitchen downstairs. Then it picked a wild chicken from the freezer, shaved the meat clean, used the chicken bones to make a rich soup, and let it simmer on the gas stove. Not sure where it pulled out a clock from. It set the timer and placed it aside before turning around to handle the seafood. The lobster was cleaned thoroughly, the urine released, and the intestinal tract removed. The clams were placed in salt water to expel sand, the squid washed and cut open, and finally, a piece of octopus leg sliced into small pieces and prepared for cooking. Seeing how methodical it was, Jiang Yao turned around and went back to the cashier counter. The system had just prompted her that she had another chance to draw a prize. She remembered drawing a portal during her first lottery, which was considered an epic-level treasure. Only with this portal could she travel freely between the two dimensions. She didn't know what kind of treasure she might draw this time. Jiang Yao clicked to start the lottery, and a massive roulette wheel popped up. After spinning many rounds, it finally stopped. Congratulations. You've won an automatic vending machine. Level 1 automatic vending machine. Store pre-made meals in the vending machine. The vending machine can ensure 100% preservation of the taste and flavor of the meals, allowing customers to swipe their cards and pick up their orders at any time. Upgrades require points. Level 1 vending machines can store 100 servings. Level 2 500 servings. Level 3 1000 servings. This was great too. In the future, she could have Little Elephant cook many portions at once and place them in the vending machine, guiding guests to purchase by themselves. All she'd need to do is replenish what was missing. Jiang Yao placed the vending machine in front of the side of the cash register, next to the water dispenser. Her phone was fully charged now. As soon as it turned on, Jiang Yao received a string of WeChat message notifications. She opened her WeChat app, and the little circle on the screen spun for a while before displaying the interface. There were already 999 plus messages in the class group, and her mentions had exploded. Jiang Yao opened the conversation that had the most messages sent to her. It was from someone named Love Eating, Hate Dreaming. Love Eating, Hate Dreaming. Jiang, how are you? Suddenly our teacher announced that you're no longer attending school and not participating in the college entrance exam. What? Jiang, why don't you reply to my messages? Haven't you seen them? I can only get my phone on weekends. Please respond when you see this. A message from October 27th at 2 p.m. Jiang. School is finally on break. We're planning to go to the North City for a short trip. Where are you? I went to your house, but your dad said you had left already. I want to find you and hang out. Jiang, I've arrived in North City. Why does it feel like they're checking so strictly here? From 2 days ago, it's really scary outside. Zombies have broken out, and there are zombies everywhere in the stairwells. So terrifying. Where are you? Are you okay? I'm alone in a hotel and really scared. Jiang. Jiang Yao stared at the words tightly, her mind swirling with thoughts. Li Meng, her best friend from her previous life and a classmate in school. In the last world when the apocalypse happened, they lost contact. She didn't know if Li Meng survived or passed away. After years of struggling in that post-apocalyptic world and taking care of her father to survive, her energy had been nearly drained. Later, in the northern city base, she had daily missions to fight for supplies among zombies, leaving her little thought for Li Meng. But Jiang Yao felt something wasn't quite right deep down. Didn't Northern City announce a lockdown long ago? How did Li Meng manage to come here? And from her messages, it seemed she wasn't alone. Many classmates had also come along. After pondering for a moment, she opened the class group chat. Messages were still popping up from time to time. Zhang Shuai, help. My internet at home is about to die. I haven't been able to refresh my messages for hours. Lu Yong, me too. Does anyone have food or drink at home? We can pay money for it, whatever price you ask for. Li Bingbing, I'm going out to look for supplies. Who wants to join me? We can't stay at home doing nothing and waiting to die. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse has begun. They were all nonsense. Jiang Yao closed the group chat and reopened the messaging window with Li Meng. Hesitantly, she sent a message. How many of you came together? How are you doing now? Which hotel are you staying at? The message rotated for a bit before successfully sending. After waiting for a while without seeing any replies, Jiang Yao threw her phone on the table. Little Elephant had been busy for nearly an hour and finally brought out a large steaming bowl of seafood noodles from the kitchen. The big shrimp had already been considerately peeled, their bodies curled as they hung on the rim of the bowl. The fatty crabs were cracked open, revealing the succulent crab roe and tender white crab meat. The bright red squid was curled up, and the bottom of the bowl was filled with plump clams. Leaning in closer to the bowl, a powerful aroma of freshness hit her nose. The seafood was perfectly blended with rich broth, creating a savory yet slightly sweet taste. Jiang Yao pulled out her chopsticks and picked up a bite of noodles, placing them in her mouth. The noodles were smooth and chewy, carrying the flavorful essence of the seafood broth. The texture of the shrimp was firm and juicy, bursting with the fresh flavor of the sea with every bite. The crab meat was delicate, sweet, and melted in her mouth. The squid was elastic and full of chew, while the clam's meat was fresh and succulent, carrying a faint taste of seawater. The essence of the seafood noodle soup also lay in its broth. With each sip, warmth spread throughout her body, as if every taste bud on her tongue was awakened. Delicious. Jiang Yao could only manage to affirm Little Elephant's culinary skills before diving headfirst back into the bowl of noodles. Happy, Little Elephant's ears flapped and its eyes sparkled brightly. This irresistible and intense aroma drew Blue Jade, who came running over like a hungry cat, drooling at the sight of the food in Jiang Yao's bowl. Even the woman eating nearby licked her lips and instantly felt her own meal lose its appeal. Sister, it smells so good. What are you eating? I want some too. Blue Jade stared greedily at Jiang Yao's bowl, her hunger almost tangible. Chapter 45, The Takeout Bracelet. Let Xiaoxiang make you another bowl. Jiang Yao relished the last sip of soup in her bowl, lounging back on the soft couch with a satisfied belch. This life, truly blissful. All right, master. Xiaoxiang received the message, nodded, and picked up the bowls and chopsticks. He then turned and went to the kitchen to cook noodles for Lanyu. Lanyu's curious eyes scanned over Xiaoxiang, but wisely asked nothing. She simply followed Xiaoxiang into the kitchen. Seafood noodle proficiency plus 10. Seafood noodle proficiency plus 10. Seafood noodles now available. Jiang Yao suddenly sat up straight and opened the system interface. Could meals made by Xiaoxiang also accumulate proficiency levels? And each time it was twice as much as when she cooked. Heaven selected chef. This was her heaven selected chef. You have received a new takeout order. Please process it promptly. Before she could revel in the thought too long, the system notification rang out. Takeout. Right. After the restaurant upgraded to level 2, the takeout function seemed to be unlocked. But how could she see who placed the order? The takeout bracelet has been issued. Takeout bracelet. When consumption points at this store exceed 1,000, the points card automatically converts into a bracelet. Open the meal ordering interface to select the takeout function. A delivery fee of 2 points is charged per meal. The takeout bracelet allows you to enjoy all the delicacies of the world without leaving your home. 1,000 points. Jiang Yao opened the member's consumption point table. Level 1 member. Li Feng, 2532/3000, 1 million points pending confirmation. Bai Yun, 2245/3000. Level 2 members. Zhang Yi, 890/890. Liang, 56560. Zhang Jing, 15150. Currently, there weren't many people who met this condition. Only Li Feng and Bai Yun qualified. Who placed the order? A sky blue bracelet appeared in Jiang Yao's hand. Jiang Yao pressed the middle button of the bracelet, and a massive blue screen popped up. The screen was empty except for one food ordering app. There was a little red dot on the ordering interface. Jiang Yao adjusted the screen size to tablet-sized, then opened the food ordering interface and clicked on the red dot. It displayed. Orderer, Li Feng. Order quantity, 1. Food ordered, seafood noodles x1. Send. Jiang Yao had Xiaoxiang pack a portion of seafood noodles on the table, then clicked send. The bracelet emitted a light towards the seafood noodles, and in the blink of an eye, the noodles vanished from the table, and the interface showed sent. Jiang Yao excitedly touched the bracelet and checked the system interface. Sure enough, the restaurant points increased by 52. This bracelet was so convenient. She originally thought that takeout meant driving herself to deliver meals. But turns out the bracelet can directly teleport the food. Jiang Yao envied slightly. If only this teleportation function could transport her to wherever she wanted to go to. Of course, she knew this was just wishful thinking. If such functionality existed, the system would have already put a price tag on it. It wouldn't miss the opportunity to milk her resources. She pulled Xiaoxiang's arm and gave him the bracelet. She was off and away, so Xiaoxiang was going to be the official chef of the restaurant now. This bracelet belonged to him, rightly deserved. After teaching Xiaoxiang how to use the bracelet, he received another order, still from Li Feng, still for seafood noodles. Watching Xiaoxiang return to the kitchen again, Jiang Yao lay back down comfortably. Lanyu was sitting nearby slurping her soup noodles, occasionally exclaiming with praise. Her phone continued playing her favorite sitcom, and Jiang Yao lay on the soft couch behind the cash register and fell asleep. Xiaoxiang thoughtfully took a blanket from upstairs and covered her with it. The woman finished eating but didn't leave, sitting at the dining table lost in thought about something. At this moment, far away, in the base, Li Feng was startled by the sudden appearance of the seafood noodles in front of him. He merely noticed that the card Jiang Yao sent him had inexplicably turned into a bracelet. Curious, and noticing the store had a new menu update, he wondered if it really could handle takeout orders, so he placed a trial order. To his amazement, it not only worked but the food teleported instantly. The seafood noodles on his table were even still steaming. Without hesitation, he picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of shrimp meat into his mouth, instantly captivated by its fresh and sweet taste. Ever since Small Days began discharging nuclear wastewater years ago, he hadn't tasted seafood this good. He decided to place 2 more orders, for the old general and others to try. And while he was at it, asked Jiang Yao about when the crystal cores could be delivered. Not knowing how long she had slept, the sky grew darker. The sun retreated into the clouds, and the sky turned gloomy once again. The cold wind howled outside the restaurant, and those people at the door, without crystal cores, dared not enter. They could only huddle together to keep warm, their envious eyes fixed on the restaurant behind them. The electricity outside had long been cut off, and the whole street was left in darkness, except for Jiang Yao's restaurant, which remained brightly lit, warm as spring. Just then, Jiang Yao's phone began to vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yao was awoken by the noise, struggling to pry her heavy eyelids open and stretching her hand toward the table to grab the phone. A video call popped up. It was Li Meng. Jiang Yao tapped to accept the call. Jiang Jiang. A faint cry came through. After forcing herself to focus for a while, Jiang Yao still couldn't make out anything from the dark screen of the video. Li Meng seemed to realize this too, covering her mouth and shaking her head before whispering softly. Wait a moment. Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yao strained her eyes for a moment, hearing rustling sounds before some light finally appeared on the phone. On the other end, a young girl revealed half her face, her expression terrified as she tightly cowered in the corner of the wall, shivering uncontrollably. Crackle. Jiang Jiang, save me. I'm so scared. Wah, crackle. Jiang Yao's mind, still groggy from sleep, snapped instantly awake upon hearing this. She looked at Li Meng for a second, immediately sitting upright. She propped her phone up vertically on the table facing her, then stood up and grabbed an overcoat. Where are you? Tell me, and I'll come get you now. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes brightened with surprise, and she hurriedly leaned close to the phone, speaking quietly. Where? Crackle. I'm in. Jingheng. Crackle. On the 6th floor. You. Be careful. Come quick. Her signal was poor, and after all the talking, Jiang Yao still didn't understand where exactly she was. Roar. A heavy, guttural roar suddenly erupted from the phone. The zombies outside Li Ming's door seemed to have heard the commotion inside and began pounding fiercely on the door. Don't cry anymore. Come help. Move all the stuff over here to block the door. A duck-like voice came faintly through the phone, sounding like a young boy who hadn't fully gone through puberty yet. Yes, class leader. Another girl responded. Then came the creaking sound of drawers being moved. Li Ming glanced at the door but didn't move. Instead, she trembled, pulling herself further into the corner. She wrapped herself entirely in a thick blanket. She stared into the phone's camera lens, silently weeping with tears pooling in her eyes. Her lips quivered open and shut repeatedly, but no sound came out. Jiang Yao struggled for a while to discern what Li Ming truly wanted to say. Finally, she understood. Run away. Don't come. I'll wait for you. Jiang Yao shouted into the phone. Chapter 46. Trap. Ming Ming, don't worry. Protect yourself. I will definitely come to save you soon, and you must wait for me. Bang. Before the other person could start talking, she directly hung up the phone. Li Ming looked completely baffled at the disconnected mobile phone, her eyes turning toward a few classmates who were desperately trying to block the door. What's going on? Will she come? Class leader Lu Jiahao, upon seeing this, quietly asked a question. She said she'll be here soon. We should just wait patiently. Li Ming stammered while speaking. She thought that Jiang Yao might not have heard the address clearly, but she didn't dare say this to the class leader and others. The reason why she was there was because she had been deceived by them. These people lied to her, saying they could help her awaken her superpower. That's why she came all the way from High City to Bay City, going through so much trouble, just to lure Jiang Yao out. If these people knew that she hadn't accomplished what they wanted, they would probably punish her severely. So she could only act like she and Jiang Yao were very close friends. Only then would they believe that Jiang Yao would go to any lengths to rescue her. Damn it. How much longer do we need to wait? Zhang Shuai, who was helping to block the door beside the class leader, angrily cursed. Class leader, are you sure that man can really help us awaken our superpowers? They received a call on the second day of the zombie outbreak. The man on the phone said that as long as they brought Li Ming to Bay City and managed to contact Jiang Yao, he could help them awaken their powers. At first, they didn't believe it, but that man immediately sent someone to capture their family members and threaten them. With no choice, they had to follow the man's instructions and boarded a plane bound for Bay City. That man indeed had some skills. He bypassed countless obstacles and safely delivered them here. He also left them food, water, and chargers. His only demand was for them to do whatever it took to lure Jiang Yao out. But they've already had Li Ming send messages to Jiang Yao for 3 or 4 days straight, and Jiang Yao never replied once. It wasn't until today at noon that she finally responded to Li Ming. The class leader quickly informed the man about this, and the man told Li Ming to call Jiang Yao and lure her over. After completing this task, he promised not only to release their parents, but also help them awaken their superpowers. But Zhang Shuai always felt something was off about this man, and he couldn't fully trust his words. However, the class leader trusted him, and he was the mainstay of their group. Also, he was the only one who had awakened his powers. They didn't dare disobey him. Jiang Yao tightly gripped her phone, which had gone black. Wang Huayuan. That crafty old fox. This disgusting tactic. Apart from him, she couldn't think of anyone else who would use such a trick. She wasn't stupid either. These people weren't coming early or late, specifically after the zombie outbreak, when they messaged her claiming they were in Bay City. And besides, Bay City lost its power and signal days ago, so why was her phone still able to make calls and send messages? But one couldn't deny, despite how crude this strategy to entrap her seemed, it was quite effective. So what about Li Ming? What role did she play in all this? And the sentence she said, was it genuine, or an elaborate ploy? Jiang Yao tapped her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Judging from what Li Ming had implied, more than just her was trapped in the hotel. Several classmates from the previous life were also there. Moreover, Father Jiang and those relatives were all in Wang Huayuan's hands. When Jiang Yaozu came to confront her before, it was probably under Wang Huayuan's instigation and control. Wang Huayuan was truly cunning. From their last encounter, he had guessed her supernatural ability was related to the restaurant. If she couldn't find a way to finish him off in one blow, who knows what bigger trouble this person would bring her. What's wrong, sister? Lan Yu had just helped Xiao Xiang clean the kitchen and reorganize everything. Upon coming out, she saw Jiang Yao staring constantly at her phone. She thought something had happened. Nothing. Have those people outside the door left? Jiang Yao deeply exhaled and relaxed her wrist. Not yet. I just checked. They're still crouched outside. Lan Yu's big eyes blinked rapidly, with evident impatience on her face. Those people wouldn't come in to spend money, yet they loitered in front of their door, chattering incessantly. Annoying. Jiang Yao looked up at the woman still sitting at the entrance. The woman had clearly heard the whole conversation and was now looking at Jiang Yao with a conflicted expression. After a while, it seemed like she'd finally made up her mind, and she walked towards Jiang Yao. Boss, are you heading to Jinheng Grand Hotel? Jiang Yao didn't answer, silently questioning with her gaze. It's like this, I know the nearest route there. I can guide you. Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows. I hope you could give me a ride along the way. My home is in a nearby neighborhood. My 13-year-old daughter is still at home. I have to go back and find her. Sorry, I don't intend to rescue anyone right now. Jiang Yao cut her off. How foolish did she look? Knowing it was a trap, would she still jump into it? But, the woman wanted to say more, only to see Jiang Yao already turning around and going back upstairs. Her cold voice echoed from the stairway. If you need lodging, 20 credits will get you 1 night in a private room. Little Jade, Xiang, drive away those freeloaders outside. All right, sister. Yes, master. Lan Yu skipped up to the woman, tilting her head and asking, would you like to stay? The woman's face fell with embarrassment. She wanted to stay, but the credits she had on her were nowhere near enough. She shook her head and stepped out of the door under the watchful eyes of Xiang and Lan Yu. As soon as she left, the people at the entrance immediately swarmed around her. Hey, you've been inside all day, how is it really? Can the food inside awaken superpowers? The woman held out her palm, a yellow light glowing within it. In an instant, a nearby zombie was pierced through its foot by a soil spike, emitting an angry roar. It's Earth-type superpower. Oh my god, her power has awakened. This place really has food that can awaken superpowers. Holy crap, I'm gonna go hunt zombies. No one better try to steal my kills. Stop, I'm coming with you. In no time, these people looked at the group of zombies in the distance as though they saw a huge pile of gold mountains. The crowd surrounding the woman quickly gathered weapons of various kinds and advanced toward the zombies. They split up their tasks. Some attracted the zombies, while others used their powers or wielded weapons to chop off the heads of the undead. The rest stayed back, ready to use sticks to extract cores once the zombie heads were severed. Through this entire process, these 100-odd individuals managed to collect dozens of first-grade cores. Xiang stood inside the house, tilting his head to look at the people outside. Lan Yu hugged her chest with a piece of dried meat stuffed in her mouth. This dried meat had been specially made for her by Xiang. Little kid. Zhang Jing noticed the two watching from afar, slowly approaching. Where does your store source its ingredients? Could you tell brother about it? Brother here has some candy. It's really good. He gripped a half-melted alpino lollipop. Lan Yu took it curiously and squeezed it in her hand. It felt soft and unappealing. She threw the lollipop back at Zhang Jing and gave him a disdainful look. Even if we told you, you wouldn't understand. Stop asking unnecessary questions. Chapter 47, Main Quest released. Zhang Jing's face turned slightly unpleasant as he was stifled. This girl really is, just like Jiang Yao, completely unreasonable. This is candy. Do you know how precious it is now? He carefully put the candy back into his pocket and was just about to get closer to Lan Yu again. Then he saw the tall, thin guy who was previously standing next to him clenching his fists and walk over. Big brother, look at what we found. The man extended his fist, his tone incredibly excited. It's a crystal core. We can go eat inside. Zhang Jing snatched the crystal core from his hand and held it between his fingers, examining it under the light by the door. There really is a crystal core? That woman didn't deceive us after all. What? The man didn't hear clearly and asked again. Never mind. Hurry up and arrange for the brothers to go in one by one and grab some food. Zhang Jing shook his head and handed the crystal core back to the man. He looked down at Lan Yu. Little one, now we should be able to go in, right? Lan Yu shrugged and reluctantly stepped aside to let these people with crystal cores go in to eat. Welcome. What would you like to order? Just a reminder, the higher the price, the greater the chance of awakening a special ability. These people, looking at the menu in front of them, caused quite an uproar. I want a rice bowl. Give me a spicy stir-fried octopus rice bowl, extra spicy. Here's my crystal core. No way. This crystal core was obtained by all three of us together. Why are you eating something so expensive on your own? I want an octopus rice bowl too. So what? If it wasn't for me, you'd have been eaten by those zombies long ago. There's no way you're stubbornly arguing with me here. I've decided to eat this meal today, no matter who comes. Screw you. Let's settle it with a fight outside. Whoever wins gets to use it. Let's go. What am I afraid of? Jiang Yao had no idea that below, there was chaos erupting over a single meal, nearly fracturing the small force that Zhang Jing painstakingly gathered due to just one bowl of rice. She lay on the bed, lost in thought staring at a message on her phone. In her mind, she replayed over and over the sentence spoken by Li Meng. She said, "Don't come, leave quickly." What exactly did this mean? Did she have any part in the ambush orchestrated against her? If she hadn't participated, then why was she there? What did Wang Huayuan promise them? Or perhaps a threat? Could it be a threat? Was Li Meng truly unable to avoid it? Then should she take the risk and rescue her? She reasoned for a while, but still couldn't piece anything together. Just when she was at a loss, the system notification rang out. Ding! Main quest released. Within 1 month, accumulate at least 10,000 diners at the restaurant. Reward, 10,000 points. Silver title obtained, somewhat famous. Unlocks the next plane teleportation gate. Side quest released, save your plan. Save your plan. Rescue survivors, and earn their gratitude value. Gratitude value can be used to draw exclusive interdimensional props. Jiang Yao sat up, staring at the 4 large words for the main quest for a long time. Within a month, entertain 10,000 diners, and also save survivors? Is this system really not a savior system? The system, hidden in the corner, trembled. Jiang Yao observed it for a while, and then closed the system interface. Forget about it, take it step by step. Spreading the word about the restaurant is the urgent task. As for that side quest, she'll try her best to carry it out. Interdimensional props, it was the first time she heard of such things, nor did she know what they were good for. Early the next morning, around 8:30 a.m., Jiang Yao yawned, sat up, and opened the system interface. She suddenly realized that last night alone, she had earned nearly 1,000 store points, having entertained close to 100 diners. What's going on? Confused, she walked downstairs and was immediately startled. The restaurant was filled with sleeping people. Master, the little elephant had worked all night and finally filled the vending machine. It was just preparing to go upstairs to rest and recharge its battery. Seeing Jiang Yao rubbing her eyes and coming down the stairs. Elephant, what's going on? Jiang Yao pointed at the people sound asleep on the floor and asked. It's according to what Master instructed yesterday. 20 points as protection fee if they stay overnight in the restaurant. After hearing this, Jiang Yao instantly remembered. She had indeed said that yesterday, but it was just an excuse to drive them away. Not because she actually wanted these people to stay in the restaurant. So they all paid? The little elephant nodded honestly. Yes, even those at the entrance paid. Those who didn't pay were chased away by little Jade. Jiang Yao's mouth twitched. Alright then. System, make some rules for me and post them outside. First, no random fighting or brawls allowed inside the store. Violators will be expelled. Second, business hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. No late arrivals welcomed. Third, customers must show basic respect to the shop assistants. Violators will be kicked out to feed zombies. Fourth, overnight guests must leave before 7 in the morning. Otherwise, they will be forcibly removed. Fifth, haven't thought of anything yet. We'll update when I do. Let's make these rules for now. The system directly set up a conspicuous board on both sides of the wall. Jiang Yao nodded satisfactorily. Little elephant, wake them all up. Make sure they read the rules carefully. Yes, master. The little elephant conscientiously kicked each one, waking everyone up instantly. Jiang Yao walked over to the woman from yesterday, who was already awake, quietly sitting in the corner without speaking. Seeing Jiang Yao approach, she stood up immediately. Boss, good morning. You said yesterday you knew the way to Ginseng Grand Hotel. Are you still willing to go? Boss? Really? The woman was pleasantly surprised, hastily wiping the dried mud off her face. Can you drive? Asked Jiang Yao. I can. The woman nodded without hesitation. Go take a shower first, and then we'll eat and set off. Jiang Yao had carefully considered that she had only lived in Bay City for less than a month. Frankly speaking, she wasn't very familiar with the roads. Having a human navigator would be perfect and save her a lot of time. Thank you, boss, really thank you so much. If you ever need me for anything, just say it. I will go through fire and water and never back down. Upon seeing her agreement, the woman was delighted and began thanking her profusely. It's not necessary for you to go through fire and water. Jiang Yao interrupted the woman's long-winded thanks and summoned Lan Yu. Xiao Yuer, take her for a bath. Then get some clean clothes from my room. Never mind, I'll do it myself later. Before going upstairs, Jiang Yao called out to the woman. What's your name? The woman looked at her with gratitude. My name is Qingyang. Jiang Yao was slightly taken aback and nodded. I'm Jiang Yao. Don't call me boss anymore, call me by my name. Qingyang. Why does this name feel somewhat familiar? Chapter 48, Outing. She always thought she had heard this name somewhere in her previous life. If she couldn't remember, then it didn't matter. She wouldn't torment herself over it. Seeing Qingyang being led upstairs by Xiaoyu, she returned to her own room. She picked out a few clean and tidy outfits and placed them in Xiaoyu's room. Xiaoxiang was standing in the corner of the living room, charging itself. She didn't disturb it and quietly went downstairs, taking half of the meals from the vending machine and putting them into her spatial pocket. This outing would likely last for several days, so preparing food beforehand was more convenient. Thinking about it, she took out 2 boxed meals, one left on the table for Qingyang, the other she opened herself. The aroma wafted up. One chopstick full down, and the tempting shredded meat was wrapped with crisp and sweet shredded carrots, tender wood ears, and slightly spicy pickled peppers. The interwoven sour and sweet flavors stimulated her appetite greatly. Each grain of white rice was distinct and clearly separated. Every bite was an unparalleled pleasure. As she ate, a long-haired woman descended from the second floor. The woman had a pale complexion and a calm demeanor. Her deep-set eyes were like ancient wells, profound and mysterious. If it weren't for the clothes she still wore that Jiang Yao had just given her, Jiang Yao wouldn't have recognized her as the smelly woman from earlier. Manager Jiang. Qingyang greeted Jiang Yao. The clothes look quite fitting. Come and eat first. Jiang Yao pointed to the meal box opposite her. Thank you. The woman politely thanked her and sat across from Jiang Yao without hesitation, quietly eating the boxed meal in front of her. After the meal, the woman proactively threw both their boxes into the trash can. Jiang Yao shared her thoughts on this outing with Qingyang. Firstly, there was the book she promised Baiyun yesterday. She would find a way to get some out of the bookstore. Then there were farming tools, such as plows and hoes. All these things needed to be bought at specialty stores. Ordinary malls didn't sell these. She had previously researched, and even the nearest farmer's market was over 30 kilometers away. She also intended to take some time to visit a supermarket and see if she could scavenge anything useful. She wasn't lacking in food or drinks, but stocking up on daily necessities never hurt. Besides, the system store's pricing was so high, a piece of clothing starting at 50 points. How could it compare to freebies? While the authorities hadn't yet fully taken over the large supermarkets, she decided to search them first. Finally, she planned to go to the farthest Ginseng Grand Hotel from here to rescue Qingyang's daughter. After helping her reunite mother and daughter, Jiang Yao would return to save people in the hotel alone. She suspected that Wang Huayuan might have sent people to ambush around the hotel, ready to catch her off guard. Thus, this road could not involve cars. They had to quietly walk through side roads. Ones filled with zombies would actually be better. Qingyang carefully listened after and asked Jiang Yao for paper and pen, spending quite some time scribbling on the paper. Finally, raising her head to look at Jiang Yao. We should go here first. This is the closest supermarket within 10 kilometers. Seeing Jiang Yao nod, she became more confident, her fingertip lightly shifting. After we leave the supermarket, there is a large gas station about 4 to 5 kilometers away. We can get some supplies there. Then following the main road to the east side of the gas station and continue forward, there is a large farmer's market about 20 kilometers away. There you can find those farming tools you mentioned. Lastly, her fingertip pointed to the hotel symbol. When returning, cross through south side of the farmer's market, pass through a tunnel approximately 2 kilometers long, then turn north about 5 or 6 kilometers, and we'll reach Jinhang Grand Hotel. From the hotel, heading north straight, leads to the largest library in the city. If everything goes as expected, this will be the shortest route in terms of time spent. With full speed, within 2 days at most, we can reach the hotel location. Great. I'll follow your plan. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up repeatedly. She didn't expect that Qingyang was so familiar with the terrain of North City, knowing it almost inside out. She's truly a live navigation system. With her here, all Zhang Yao had to do was collect supplies, ensure the security of the two of them, and provide physical strength output. Zhang Yao emptied all supplies in her space pocket. The two of them reviewed the route map again while seated on the table. 10 minutes later, a purely black off-road vehicle roared out from the underground garage. Chief, what was that? The tall and thin man looked complexly at the off-road car that had only tailpipe fumes left. Nothing else, because when the car engine roared to life making a huge sound, the nearby group of zombies remained unmoving. They all greedily stared at these people, but not a single one followed Zhang Yao running off. What's going on? Zhang Jing had never seen such a scene before. Incredulously, he walked a few steps forward, tentatively stepping out of the protection range of the restaurant. The next second, a fierce growl came again. The zombies smelled the scent of fresh flesh and suddenly became restless, leaping towards Zhang Jing one after another. Boss, be careful. The tall, thin man immediately swung the baseball bat in his hand, sending the zombie that had approached Zhang Jing flying with one blow. Zhang Jing was startled, quickly retreating back into the 2-meter range of the restaurant. After a while, he wiped the blood-streaked glasses from his face and put them back on. He patted the thin, tall man on the shoulder. Zhao Yuan, it seems we underestimated Boss Zhang's abilities. Tell our people to lay low recently. Don't mess with them, or we might not even know how we'll die. I understand. I'll make sure they know. Zhao Yuan nodded forcefully and then continued fighting with his bat. Zhang Yao didn't care what they were thinking. She sat in the passenger seat, casually turning on the car stereo and playing an energetic DJ dance track. With deafening music, Qingyang slammed the gas pedal to the floor, making the car shoot forward like a sharp arrow. The road conditions weren't good, especially on the main road where there had clearly been countless chain reaction traffic accidents. Several cars had their front and rear crumpled from collisions. Even if the people inside could survive, once they got out and faced hordes of zombies covering the ground, breaking through would almost be impossible. This was the result of official early warnings. In her previous life, the highways were far more horrific than this scene. Without hesitation, Qingyang sharply turned the steering wheel, performing a stylish drift to avoid the chain of crashed vehicles by the roadside. The roar of the off-road vehicle startled numerous survivors hiding in residential buildings. They watched through their windows as the car fearlessly tore past zombies, and once again, hope surged in their hearts. Maybe, zombies weren't as terrifying as they imagined. If the rescue team never came, they could also try to save themselves. Another 40 minutes of driving, and the car stopped in front of the nearest supermarket. Chapter 49, Zero Yuan Purchase. Zhang Yao looked at the nearby large mall and got out of the car boldly. There were not a few zombies around the restaurant. As soon as Zhang Yao got out of the car, she encountered a female zombie right ahead. The female zombie's face was purplish blue, her neck mostly bitten off, revealing ghastly white bones. At that moment, she was dragging her own intestines, wandering about with her neck stretched long in search of fresh living people. Zhang Yao scowled and kicked her away with one foot. She was afraid that if she kept looking, she would lose all her sanity points. Qingyang got out of the car and followed closely behind her. Zhang Yao had instructed that he must stay close to her. Otherwise, those zombies would smell her scent and rush towards her. If she were bitten by a zombie, even Zhang Yao couldn't save her. Zhang Yao put the car into the space and went straight inside with Qingyang. The zombies wandering around the entrance of the mall acted as if they couldn't see them. This supermarket was the nearest one from their residence. When Zhang Yao walked over, the lock on the door had already been pried open by someone else. There were many fresh bloodstains at the entrance. It was evident that others had also targeted this place and might have already gone inside. All the doors of the mall were closed with roll-up shutters. When the roll-up shutter was pulled up, there were 2 more glass doors inside that were not locked. Zhang Yao pushed the door open and entered. The vast first floor was desolate. A strong stench of fishy foulness and blood rushed into her nostrils. There was much blood contamination on the ground, and there were many traces of dragging, which indicated that the group who came before had cleaned out the zombies on this floor. When Zhang Yao stepped down, the floor was sticky beneath her feet, but she paid no attention and casually walked towards a large clothing shop. Both sides of the shop had glass doors that were locked from inside. Clothes of all kinds hung on the shelves in the room. The main target for those people should be the underground cold storage, where there were plenty of food and water. Therefore, no one took these clothes. Now it was a bargain for Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao bought 2 large axes from the system store and handed one to Qingyang. She randomly swung the axe a few times to test its feel. Then she violently struck the glass door, but only a small crack appeared on it. Undaunted, Zhang Yao continued aiming at the crack and hit it several more times until the entire glass door was shattered. Zhang Yao pulled Qingyang back a few steps and then kicked with her foot. The broken glass fell onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Only the edge of the doorway remained. Zhang Yao directly stepped on the broken glass and went inside. Qingyang hurriedly caught up with a few quick steps. As soon as they entered, they saw a female zombie sitting in the store. When she noticed Jiang Yao entering, she just moved her nose slightly. Smelling the similar kind of scent, she snorted twice and slowly walked out through the broken door. Qing Yang was terrified as the zombie passed by her. However, as Jiang Yao said, as long as she stayed within 2 meters of her, the zombies wouldn't attack her actively. Thus, she gradually let down her guard, only carefully keeping track of the distance between herself and Jiang Yao, and followed Jiang Yao around while searching for items that could be useful to her. After entering, Jiang Yao took a look around. Most of the clothes on display were winter outfits. Without hesitation, she simply waved her hand and stuffed everything hanging here into her space. Regardless of women's, men's, or children's styles, the key was not to leave anything behind. After finishing with the clothes displayed outside, Jiang Yao discovered another small wooden door locked on the wall inside. Upon opening it, there was a small warehouse inside filled with various clothes. They seemed to be newly arrived goods that the owner hadn't managed to iron and arrange yet. After collecting all the clothes, Jiang Yao opened the cash register drawer and conveniently carried away several irons. Having finished emptying out that room, Jiang Yao used the same method to clear out the adjacent clothing stores. Then, following the stairs upstairs, the second floor was filled with bags and shoes. These luxury items, which she didn't dare glance at in the past when walking by, were now easily stored away into her space. Wherever they went, it was like locusts passing through, nothing left standing. An hour later, Jiang Yao arrived at the third floor of the entire supermarket, her primary target today, the daily necessities area. Jiang Yao walked along the first row of shelves inward, and whatever her fingers touched was instantly sucked into the space. Shampoo, detergent, sanitary napkins, tissues, toothbrushes, toothpaste. After gathering these, she turned left, finding high-end skincare products everywhere. La Mer, SK2, white and black bandages. Whatever she could see was thrown into the space. Qing Yang followed behind Jiang Yao. Her eyes shifted from surprise to admiration, finally turning completely numb. After clearing out these items, they turned to the last station, the snack area. Row after row of chocolates, puffed snacks, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pots. Although she couldn't eat all these things, she planned to keep them for trading cores with Li Feng and others in the future. However, she didn't take too much, only grabbing some of her favorite ones. Qing Yang somehow managed to get 2 backpacks and filled them with food, drinks, and other necessities. She wore one in front and placed another at her back. Bang! Just as Jiang Yao was enjoying the process of collecting items, a loud noise suddenly interrupted her. It sounded like something had been thrown down from upstairs. Husband, I'll fight you to the death. A moment later, a shrill scream echoed through the air. 2 gunshots followed immediately after, cutting the scream short. Next came a dull thud of a body hitting the ground. They were on the top floor. Jiang Yao quickly determined the source of the sound. Sure enough, those people were still here, and they actually had guns. Holding Qing Yang back, Jiang Yao carefully crept along the shelves towards the exit. At the same time, a series of heavy footsteps could be heard descending from the rooftop. That group must have already spotted her and Qing Yang's figures, waiting outside the door to catch them like rabbits. Jiang Yao took several bottles of water and poured them on the ground by the doorway. Then she hid herself behind the door, tightly gripping the axe in her hand while her eyes stared intently at the entrance. She held her breath, silently waiting for the prey to arrive. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. They're coming. 2 minutes later, accompanied by heavy breathing, a burly man appeared at the doorway. Wearing a military green bulletproof vest covered in bloodstains, with black letters marking 5th Military District Rescue Team, his ferocious face featured a knife scar as long as a finger. In his hand, he held a black pistol, cautiously moving forward towards the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yao summoned her abilities, freezing the man's feet into a thick layer of ice. Realizing it was bad, the man immediately pulled the trigger and turned around, attempting to fire a warning shot to signal his companions behind. In that instant, Jiang Yao swung her axe directly towards the man's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. The axe became firmly lodged in the middle of the man's neck, so without hesitation, Jiang Yao abandoned it, launching a powerful kick to knock the gun out of his hand. The black pistol slipped from his grasp and landed at Qing Yang's feet. She quickly picked it up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao dragged the man's corpse further inside and noticed his stained clothes, which made her heart skip a beat. Damn, this group had killed members of the rescue team. No wonder they had the guns. Those people were the elites she had saved bowl by bowl of soup, forming the foundation for her restaurant's future growth and expansion. Yet they had all been murdered by these thugs. Killing intent surged within Jiang Yao. Initially, she had planned to avoid trouble if possible, finding an opportunity to leave quietly. But now, Jiang Yao clenched her teeth tightly. These people must die. Chapter 50, Threat. The group upstairs clearly underestimated the strength of Jiang Yao and her companion, so not many people had come. Except for the man who was just killed who ran a bit faster, the rest were all walking down from upstairs quite leisurely. However, after 5 or 6 minutes, only the sound of laughter outside the door could be heard. Will we ruin the good thing of the third brother now? I just heard the noise, it was pretty big. Ha 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 ha, that can't be determined. I saw those 2 women, they are very attractive. Especially the younger one, she looks very tender. Perhaps the third brother is enjoying himself right now, Zhangde chuckled, his face full of fat squeezed into a lump. Li Er rubbed his hands together, revealing a nostalgic look on his dark and thin face. Hee hee, to be honest, I like these 2 women too. Let me go first later. Last time, that mother and daughter pair, TSK, They were truly exquisite. It's just that they couldn't take much playing with. They died before we were done. Zhangde looked at those two people with regret. He clicked his tongue twice. Hopefully this time these two women will last longer. At least let us have our fun. Wang Si flicked his colorful hair, giving his few brothers a disdainful glance. Go ahead. Look at your bear-like state. Aren't they just women? Since we've been here with Brother One, what kind of women haven't we played with? Their conversation gradually became clearer, indicating they were getting closer to the third floor. Jiang Yao hid behind the door, signaling Qin Yang to hide first and not rush to shoot. Qin Yang nodded, holding the gun and finding a hidden position, standing ready behind Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao took out a bucket of water from her space pocket and poured it into a basin. Just as those several men stepped into the room, Jiang Yao threw a whole basin of water on them. Shit. Zhangde didn't even react yet, only feeling a cool sensation on his chest. In the blink of an eye, the water on his body turned into solid ice blocks. Leader. Wang Si grabbed Li Er trying to retreat, but then came a loud pang sound. Qin Yang shot him in the thigh. Wang Si screamed in pain, covering his leg and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only a slow-reacting Li Er remained, disregarding his several brothers, turning to run. Jiang Yao threw an axe at him accurately. Pang! An axe pierced through his back. Li Er collapsed straight away. Jiang Yao walked over and pulled the axe out of his body. Seeing her coldly killing his own brother without any emotion, Zhangde felt both anger and fear inside. But he was now frozen firmly in the house like an ice sculpture, unable to move except for his head. He twisted his neck, unwilling to see his brother's death, instead suddenly discovering another person lying on the ground. It's Brother 3. Brother 3 is dead. Zhangde shouted in shock. Wang Si followed his gaze and turned around, indeed finding a man lying on the ground wearing a military green bulletproof vest, with a scar on his face. He was exactly their Brother 3. Yet he already had no vital signs. Under his body lay only bright red ice. His neck was half cut, his expression contorted, looking bizarrely creepy. Shut up. If you say another word, you'll go join him. Jiang Yao's hand wavered, sharp ice cones floating between the brows of these two men. As long as she thought about it, these people would die silently. These men were all cowardly henchmen, bullying others only because of the guns in their hands. Once they realized Jiang Yao was stronger than them, they naturally dared not resist. Each of them shivered their teeth with coldness, but they tightly closed their mouths without making a sound. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yao still did not see anyone else coming. After some consideration, she pulled out ropes to tie them together one by one. Then she moved her fingers slightly to dissolve the hard ice covering their bodies. She also tore up a few socks to block their mouths. They must be dealt with at once. Otherwise, more innocent people would fall victim to them in the future. Next, listen to what I say. Agree by nodding. If disagree. Jiang Yao suppressed her eyebrows and drew a line across her neck. These men immediately nodded violently one after another, fearing that Jiang Yao might decide to kill them all in her displeasure. The corpse of Brother 3 was still lying beside them, and their guns had been taken away by another woman. How could they possibly compete with her? Now they deeply regretted everything. There was enough food and drink upstairs. Why did they let their lust get the better of them and decide to clean up these two calamities? When I set you free, you think of ways to bring me up there. Don't disturb others. Not if you can do it. Zhangde nodded eagerly, his eyes flashing with something shady. He hadn't expected this woman to be stupid enough to want to follow them willingly. Once the boss sees them, they wouldn't even know how they'd end up dying. Of course he'd cooperate. The other clearly thought the same, his expression particularly sincere. Boss. Qin Yang furrowed her brows. She did not approve of Jiang Yao's plan. We should just kill them outright to avoid any trouble. Jiang Yao looked at her in surprise, not expecting Qin Yang, who seemed quiet and gentle, to be so decisive and ruthless. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. You do have a point. These don't look like the obedient type. Fine, let's kill them. Wah. Zhangde and the others immediately widened their eyes, shaking their heads anxiously. Jiang Yao curled her lips into a cold smile, conjuring 2 ice beads in her hand. She casually pulled out the sock from Zhangde's mouth. Swallow it, and I'll believe that you won't betray us. If you break your promise, this ice bead will pierce through your internal organs, leaving you neither dead nor alive. Zhangde gritted his teeth hard. What a despicable woman. How dare she play such tricks on them? He swore. If only he wouldn't fall into her hands again, he would surely carve her body into pieces and throw her to the wild dogs. Swallowing might mean death. Refusing to swallow meant dying right away. Ultimately, he chose to open his mouth, letting Jiang Yao shove the ice bead inside. His original plan was to secretly hold the bead under his tongue and spit it out later when no one was watching. However, the bead dissolved as soon as it entered his mouth, giving him no chance to change his mind. Jiang Yao crossed her arms, standing in front of the group. Now speak. Who's your boss? What are his powers? When did you arrive here? And how many people have you killed? Through the words of Zhangde, Jiang Yao pieced together the events clearly. 3 days ago, to escape the zombie wave, the rescue team brought the survivors they had saved into this place. They were also the ones who cleared the zombies out of the mall. Chapter 51, Dual Element Psionics. Zhangde and his group originally escaped from prison after the zombie outbreak. They had many human lives on their hands. Later, when they encountered a horde of zombies, they were rescued by unaware rescue personnel as survivors. They were brought here for temporary settlement. But these people feared that their crimes would be uncovered once they returned to the base. At this time, their criminal leader, whom they called Boss, awakened with fire element psionic abilities. They decided to act decisively, killing the rescue team during the night while they weren't vigilant. They took their clothes and guns, using the supermarket as their base and continuing to live there. In recent days, there have been intermittent survivors coming here for supplies. The men were mostly absorbed into their group, and the women were killed after an initial meeting. You animals. You're not even human. Qingyang couldn't bear it anymore and slapped them across the face. Yes, we are animals, we are animals. Just don't kill us, and we'll do whatever you say. Zhangda endured the slap, smiling obsequiously, even attempting to offer the other cheek. Qingyang raised her axe, ready to chop them down, but was stopped by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao glanced at these two, untied their ropes, and said, "Take us up. If you betray us, none of you will live." Yes. Zhangda rubbed his wrists, which had gone numb from being tied, and bowed down to show Jiang Yao the way. "Big brother, please follow. You go first." These three exchanged nervous glances as they walked forward apprehensively. Jiang Yao told Qingyang to wait here, while she herself followed behind the trio, moving upward along the stairs. The headquarters of these people was located on the top floor in a fished-out hot pot restaurant. Upon entering, they saw a man walking down the corridor on the other side, hugging a nearly half-naked young girl. "Hey, so you really did capture this woman. How was it? Did you enjoy yourself?" The girl appeared indifferent, mechanically chewing the bread in her hand. Hearing the sound, her eyes flickered slightly, looking at Jiang Yao with a hint of compassion. "To hell with you. Who do you think you are to mock me?" Zhangda kicked the man to the ground. Today, Zhangda was already irritable, and seeing this man daring to provoke him only increased his anger. Besides, if he angered Jiang Yao, he himself would suffer the consequences. "Do you want to die, huh?" Enraged by the kick, the man flared up. Noticing the two women watching him, his face turned red with embarrassment. He jumped up and lunged at Zhangda, grappling with him. Li Er quickly dragged his injured leg over to help his elder brother, throwing punches repeatedly onto the man's back. The commotion grew louder, attracting more onlookers. Standing some distance away, Jiang Yao estimated that this group consisted of at least 70 or 80 men, all strong and young adults. After indulging in a satisfying fight, Zhangda spat on the man before disdainfully eyeing him, finally leading his brothers inside. The wounded man touched the corner of his mouth, wincing in pain. Lifting his head, he beckoned the woman standing nearby. Silently, the woman approached and bent her head. Smack! A red mark immediately rose on her pale cheek. Still unsatisfied with the slap, the man cursed. "You dirty slut! What are you looking at? Don't you dare stand there and not help me up." She remained silent, pursing her lips as the man leaned on her to get up. Jiang Yao followed Zhangda and the others inside the room. "Big brother, please wait here for a moment. We'll tell our boss first. We'll be right out." Jiang Yao nodded, making a fist gesture toward them. Zhangda understood. It was a warning not to speak recklessly or risk having their lives taken by Ice Pearl. Although feeling frustrated, he couldn't voice it. With suppressed rage, he made his way to the back door. Jiang Yao casually inspected the environment of the room. All the chairs and tables were gone, replaced by countless stacks of flour, rice, and instant food. Just the food alone filled half the living room. What was strange, though, was that the other half of the room was filled with thriving green plants. Not long after, a man draped in a Western-style jacket emerged with a grim expression, clearly disheveled and unstable in breathing, obviously having done something private just moments ago. Behind him, Zhangda hurriedly followed, covering his stomach. His body was marked with dark shoe prints. "Big brother, this is the new beauty we found for you. She's still a virgin. Let's see if you're satisfied." Zhangda took a few steps forward, intending to grab Jiang Yao's arm. Jiang Yao lowered her eyelashes, masking her expression. Obediently, she followed him towards the man. The man reached out and lifted Jiang Yao's chin, looking at her pretty and innocent face with satisfaction. "Not bad, Zhangda. You've made some progress this time." Zhangda immediately explained upon seeing this. "She's the woman who broke in today. She said she wanted to join us, so I brought her here." "Really?" The man's eyes sparkled with even more interest. "What abilities do you possess? Show me." "My ability? Go ask King Yama down there." The light in Jiang Yao's palm shone brightly as a sharp ice spike appeared. Whoosh! The ice spike shot towards the man's chest faster than lightning. The man quickly stepped back to dodge, but Jiang Yao was too close, and her speed was too fast. There was no way for him to escape. The man directly pulled Zhangda in front of him to use him as a shield. The ice spike pierced through Zhang Da's heart, and then deeply stabbed into the man's shoulder through his chest. Looking for death, the man threw aside the useless Zhang Da and launched a fireball from his hand while a hint of green appeared in the other hand. Branches from nearby potted plants grew wildly, which he grabbed onto. Green light swirled over his wound, rapidly draining the vitality from the plant as it turned from green to yellow. Jiang Yao's expression changed. He could actually absorb the life force of plants to heal himself. So he was a dual-element psionic user. No wonder he acted so confidently. Unfortunately for him, if it hadn't been her today, he might have stood a chance to escape. Jiang Yao didn't flinch or dodge. She just pulled the trigger on the crossbow mechanism on her wrist. At the same time, countless black ice spikes emerged, piercing toward the man. The man's complexion suddenly shifted. He clearly realized that Jiang Yao's psionic level was higher than his own. He knew there was no way he could control that many fireballs at once. But Jiang Yao not only could, she could also control their directions with great precision. Hold on. He tried to negotiate for peace, but Jiang Yao would give him no such chance. Thousands of fireballs along with the black ice spikes were deflected outward. In the blink of an eye, the man's entire body caught fire, transforming him into a giant blazing torch. As he was about to activate his power to pull the flames back, Jiang Yao's arrow struck him. For several seconds, his whole body went numb. In those few brief seconds, the flames erupted around him with intense burning stench coming off his body. Biting his teeth, the man absorbed the life energy from the plants behind him, causing lush green vegetation to wither and turn yellow almost instantly. Jiang Yao raised her hand and aimed directly at his chest, unleashing another fierce blow. In an instant, he collapsed straight onto the ground. Behind him, all the vegetation and parts of the building were engulfed in flames. Smoke quickly filled the 5th floor. Chapter 52, On Fire. Big Brother. The bearded man immediately let out a terrible scream upon seeing the situation. *CK her coldness. Somebody come quick. This woman has killed Big Brother. Upon hearing this, it seemed as if everyone had just snapped back to reality. Men who had been idly watching earlier now approached Jiang Yao with vicious intentions. But staring at the body of their big brother burned into a fiery mess on the ground, none dared to make the first move. What are you all doing? Go already. Avenge our big brother. The bearded man grew increasingly impatient observing their cowardice. How Big Brother has treated us is clear for all to see. Are we going to let him die like this? They glanced nervously at each other. No kidding, the only person with supernatural powers in their team had been killed by this woman. What did they, a group of ordinary people, have to fight her with? Harder heads? I will go myself if none of you dare. In rage, the bearded man snatched an iron rod from a nearby man and charged forward, aiming for Jiang Yao's head. Bang! Jiang Yao swiftly dodged. Since her supernatural abilities had upgraded to level 2, not only had her range of attack increased, but her physical strength had improved considerably too. Now, these men who haven't awakened any supernatural powers appeared no different from toddlers in her eyes. Without support, the man's body plunged forward. Jiang Yao kicked his back with force. The man immediately face-planted onto the ground. Seeing that he was still trying to struggle up, Jiang Yao concentrated her thought. A sharp machete appeared in her hand, which she promptly plunged deep into the man's back. A streak of crimson blurred her vision. She wiped her sleeve against the blood splattered across her face and looked around holding the machete. Her gaze filled with killing intent was icy, like a wolf ready to pounce, hungrily eyeing her prey. The crowd surrounding her stepped further away, backing off. What happened? Unable to wait any longer after waiting for long without anyone appearing, Qin Yang rushed upstairs from the 3rd floor. Boss, look out! Bang! The dark barrel of a gun aimed at Jiang Yao's head. The next second, the trigger was pulled. A bullet whistled past her ear with a shrill roar. A man behind groaned in pain. Are you alright, Miss Jiang? Qin Yang retrieved her trembling hands due to the recoil force. This was her 2nd time firing a gun, and she dreaded making a mistake hitting Jiang Yao. Luckily, because Jiang Yao had trusted her and stayed still, or else it could have been very dangerous. Jiang Yao turned her head for a glance, spotting a man resembling the dead Big Brother, lying there with wide eyes. Fresh red blood seeped out from his chest, and his hand gripped a blade. Thanks. Jiang Yao sincerely thanked her. It's nothing. Qin Yang tightened her lips, shaking her wrist that had gone numb. With the crisis resolved, she finally noticed a burnt smell wafting through the air, both stinging and unpleasant. Only then did Qin Yang have time to turn around and observe the environment. All she could see was a scorched shapeless object on the ground, and black smoke thickening behind the burning house. Had the inside caught fire? If she remembered correctly, most furniture in this store was made of wood. These were highly flammable materials, not to mention the countless dried green plants inside. These were all good fire starters. Qin Yang took a step forward to drag Jiang Yao down the stairs. However, some of these idiots actually intended to block them. She pointed at the flame behind them and shouted loudly. It's on fire. Can't you see? What's wrong with you all? If the building collapses, no one will survive. Qin Yang's words jolted the crowd still fumbling. That's right. Even the supernatural ability wielder, Big Brother, had died. Would they, without supernatural powers, stay here to die pointlessly? They exchanged looks, understanding the same idea from each other's eyes. Run! Nobody knew who screamed first, but the crowd instantly came to their senses. They no longer hesitated, rushing toward the staircase, descending downstairs. Qin Yang, you go down first. Jiang Yao broke free of Qin Yang's grip and lightly pushed her down. She scanned the crowd and directly grabbed the injured companion Zhangde, whose leg couldn't run fast. Where are the people you abducted? They're inside, all tied up with ropes. Wang Xi pointed fearfully at the room behind him. As soon as Zhang Rao released her hold, he dove down to run. At the next moment, an ice spear pierced through his heart. In the chaos, someone kicked his corpse down the stairs unknowingly. Jiang Yao immediately retrieved a gas mask from her spatial ring, wetting a blanket with water, wrapping herself in it, and charging straight into the fire. Jiang Yao, Qin Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. She hadn't expected that Jiang Yao would without hesitation choose to rush in to save people. What is she? She stood there, tangled with conflict for a long time, and still didn't leave. Instead, she searched around and chopped open the fire cabinet with an axe. She grabbed the fire extinguisher inside and sprayed madly at the entrance, preparing to cover Jiang Yao's exit. Jiang Yao pressed forward into the depths. Along the way, she collected supplies from the room that hadn't been burned yet. Through the back door, her eyes immediately fell on a huge bed. Under the bed, dozens of people were curled up naked. There were men and women, even children over 10 years old. All of them had their mouths gagged and were tied together with ropes. If Jiang Yao hadn't come, these people could only be burned alive in this room. Damn! Jiang Yao cursed furiously in her heart. These beasts, not one of them deserves to live. Upon seeing Jiang Yao enter, each one was so scared that they instantly trembled all over. Go, while the fire isn't too big yet. All of you wrap yourselves in blankets and go out. Jiang Yao skillfully cut the ropes, binding them with her knife. Is there anyone else left? In the room. My sister is still in the room. A frail girl pointed to a door behind it. Jiang kicked the door down hard with a powerful kick. The room stank. Apart from lacking a big bed, the scene inside was almost identical to outside. Dozens, even hundreds of people were bound in a small room stark naked. They looked less like humans and more like animals waiting to be slaughtered. She didn't dare to waste any time. First, she poured water onto the blankets on the bed, soaking them completely. She ordered these people to huddle inside the blankets, covering their heads and protecting their mouths and noses. With a large sword in hand, she led the way out ahead, taking everyone to break through towards the outside. But the fire grew fiercer and fiercer. These people were coughing continuously, choked by smoke. Falling sparks blocked the path every now and then. Jiang Yao split the wooden logs blocking their way with a swing of her sword. Stop hesitating and move faster. When they reached the door, Jiang Yao found that the fire here seemed to have lessened significantly. Without hesitation, she dragged those people out directly. As soon as they exited the door, they met Qin Yang, who was extinguishing the fire. Boss. Qin Yang happily pulled her hand, examining her carefully. Good. Apart from some scratches, her clothes hadn't caught any sparks. Chapter 53, Gas Station. Take them out first. Jiang Yao pushed the people towards Qin Yang, handing him a gas mask and a baseball bat as she did. After escorting them down to the third floor, she turned back to the snack area, hastily gathering all the supplies from the supermarket into her spatial ring. Bang! The flames on the fifth floor burned fiercely. The building collapsed with a loud crash. Jiang Yao ran her hand along the shelves, not caring what it was, taking everything she touched first before thinking about anything else, until she noticed the ceiling of the third floor starting to melt. Only then did she follow Qin Yang's steps outside. Qin Yang had a baseball bat in his hand, guarding that group of people as they descended the stairs. When zombies came near, he swung the bat hard, forcefully clearing a path for them. But many of those who went down earlier had been converted into zombies, crawling back up following the scent. With only one person fighting, she soon became exhausted. At this moment, Jiang Yao arrived. The zombies realized the smell had disappeared and initially started becoming restless. They quickly found another target and chased after the group that had initially run away. The original group was now in front, running fast, with zombies chasing them in the middle. Jiang Yao's group was trailing behind, trying their best to escape. Seeing the zombies catching up, these people ran even faster than rabbits, greatly reducing the time it took for Jiang Yao and her team to escape. In just a few short minutes, everyone safely escaped from the supermarket. Jiang Yao looked at the people wrapped in blankets and pulled out dozens of clothes from her space ring, tossing them over. Change your clothes first, then go about your business. After considering, she also took out a small pile of food and water along with dozens of backpacks placed on the ground. Finally, she produced dozens of baseball bats. She then told these people, there is something called a crystal core inside a zombie's brain. It has a chance to help you awaken supernatural abilities, but there is also a risk that it might turn you into a zombie. If you fear the risks of eating the crystal core, head toward the southern part of the city. Find a restaurant called Wanjie Mall near University City. You can use zombie crystal cores to eat there. The food has a good chance of helping you awaken your abilities without side effects. Upon hearing this, these people tightened their grip on the brand new clothes in their hands, their eyes rekindling with hope. If they weren't too weak, how could they have become others' captives within just a few weeks, left at the mercy of others? Now, a broad road to strength lay before them, whether real or false, they would certainly give it a try. Soon, a woman stepped out of the crowd. Without saying a word, she quickly put on her clothes and came up to kowtow loudly several times to Jiang Yao. Ding! Gained 30 points of gratitude. Jiang Yao watched as the woman walked over and grabbed a backpack, stuffing half a pack of food inside. After tearing open the bread and filling her stomach, she picked up the baseball bat and walked toward the south of the city. As soon as she moved away from Jiang Yao, all the zombies attacked her. With all her strength, the woman swung her baseball bat, cleanly decapitating a zombie. She reached into the zombie's brain, stirring it around, and really retrieved a transparent crystal core the size of a fingernail. She wiped the crystal clean and stuffed it into her pocket before continuing on her way. Seeing this, others gradually followed her example, kneeling and kowtowing to Jiang Yao. The system in Jiang Yao's mind continuously announced, gained 30 points of gratitude, 20 points, 30 points. In just the morning, she earned 300 to 400 points of gratitude. After performing their prostrations, they all picked up the backpacks, food, and weapons. Most chose to follow the direction of the woman moving forward together. The few remaining stood there, staring blankly at Jiang Yao, unsure of what they were thinking. Jiang Yao didn't care much for these people. She had already done more than enough by rescuing them despite the dangers involved. A person who doesn't think of self-rescue, no one can save. She directly pulled out the car and sat in the passenger seat. Qin Yang quickly climbed into the vehicle as well. Hey, a man seeing this rushed over wanting to stop Jiang Yao's car. However, he was stopped by the woman next to him grabbing the collar of his shirt and quietly yelling at him. Where do you think you're going? Are you crazy? Don't want to live anymore. Anxious, the man tried to shake off the woman's hand. Sis, why are you stopping me? Didn't you see those two women are leaving? What will we do if they leave? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately released her hold and walked over to pick up a baseball bat. Then go ahead. I'd like to see what you plan on using to stop them. I'm going with everyone to find the restaurant. She had long grown tired of her brother, someone who not only lacked brains, but also only held her back. Had it not been for their parents' final request to take care of him, she wouldn't want to spend even a minute with this fool. Those people had already saved them under dangerous conditions. They had done everything they possibly could for them. Don't you know what time it is? You actually want to latch on to someone else's success and suck their blood. Do you really think the whole world will treat you like your parents do, indulging you forever? The man stopped in his tracks after hearing this. He was so infuriated that he raised his hand, about to slap the woman across the face. The woman swung her stick at his arm with all her might. A crack echoed as the bone broke, and the man fell to the ground clutching his injured arm, beads of sweat rolling down his handsome face. The woman glanced coldly at him before running off after the dozens of people ahead. Jiang Yao didn't witness this scene. Of course, even if she had seen it, she wouldn't have reacted much. She'd already witnessed too many instances of infighting in her previous life. In just a few short minutes, the car had driven out of the supermarket's vicinity. Boss, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Qin Yang said as she steered the wheel, looking at Jiang Yao with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Jiang Yao looked up, meeting her eyes, and instantly felt her skin crawl. What was that look? Admiration? No, not quite. It felt more like an insinuating glance aimed at her. Nothing. Let's get going. Qin Yang glanced down at the map she had procured from the mall. Our next destination is the farmer's market. It'll take us 2.5 hours driving at least. And we may not have enough fuel for such a long journey, so we need to stop by a gas station first. The gas station wasn't far away. They reached it within 15 minutes. Parking outside the gas station, Jiang Yao checked the time. It was around 1:30 p.m. She pulled 2 meals out from her spatial ring and handed one to Qin Yang. They ate hurriedly inside the car, then got out afterward. There were several large fuel pumps on the platform. Behind them stood a building with its doors wide open. During the zombie outbreak, this place must have been partially closed since there was a sliding barrier gate set up at the furthest end of the platform. Inside the barrier gate was a guardhouse, but there was no one inside. Not alive anyway. Only a grandpa zombie. Through the iron fence, everything inside looked rather clean. Several small cars were scattered across the platform, and a few zombies in uniforms wandered around aimlessly. Jiang Yao scaled over the gate and snatched the gas nozzle from the hand of a zombie dressed in employee attire. Pressing the button, seconds later, pale yellow transparent gasoline gushed out of the nozzle and spilled onto the ground. Chapter 54, Mutant Rats. The pungent smell of gasoline wafted through the air. Jiang Yao was a little surprised. She just wanted to try, and she didn't expect that after so long, the fuel pump still had electricity. It seems like there is a generator supplying power here specifically. Having electricity makes everything easier. She wouldn't have to go down into the oil tank to extract it. This gas pump can still be used, but the car can't drive in. You wait inside first, I'll go get the car. Jiang Yao placed the fuel nozzle back into position and climbed out again, bringing the car into the spatial storage. Good. Let me look for something like an oil can inside. We should bring more gasoline with us. Qin Yang told Jiang Yao this briefly, then entered the house with his axe. Jiang Yao parked the car in front of the fuel pump, standing there filling her vehicle as the sound of a motorcycle roared down the street, not too far away. The roar grew louder, followed by the screeching sound of brakes, and 2 people, a man and a woman, jumped off the motorcycle wearing helmets. There's someone inside. Open the door quickly. There are zombies behind us. The woman shouted loudly while waving at Jiang Yao. The man immediately lifted her legs, trying to push her toward the gas station entrance. After hearing the woman's words, he impatiently snapped. Shut up. Stop shouting. Do you think there aren't enough zombies chasing us? Jump over quickly. The woman quickly covered her mouth and jumped over the gate with the help of the man. In just a moment, the zombies began to catch up. Without looking back, the man wildly swung the golden long sword in his hand, severing the hands and heads of the zombies behind him, creating space for himself to escape. Watch out, the woman screamed. Shriek. Just as the man jumped on the motorcycle to enter, the tearing sound of his pants ripped could be heard. No problem. He directly took off his torn pants, revealing several thick pairs underneath. Seeing that the man was unharmed, the woman finally let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest multiple times. She looked up and noticed Jiang Yao still standing there filling her car's tank. Suddenly, she became angry. Taking a few steps closer to Jiang Yao, she started casting her magic, extending her index finger. Why aren't you helping us? Aren't you going to open the door? Can't you see that zombies are chasing us? We're all Chinese. How could you be so cold-blooded? It's none of my business. Having seen enough drama, Jiang Yao turned her head away and shut off the fuel pump. Her car's tank was already full. They were just waiting for Qin Yang to come out with the fuel cans and take some more before setting off. What did you say? How dare you, young lady, be so rude? Didn't your mom teach you manners? The woman assumed Jiang Yao was afraid and moved even closer, pointing accusingly while scolding her continuously. Suddenly, an ice spike shot out from Jiang Yao's hand towards the woman's palm. Realizing the situation, the man instantly grabbed the ice spike with his hand, which shone with a golden glow and was immediately encased in a hard metallic layer. He tightly grasped the ice spike and crushed it into coarse powder. Lifting the visor of his helmet, the man revealed a determined face with strong features. Apologizing with an awkward smile to Jiang Yao, he then turned and said to the woman, "Mom, can you stop being such a troublemaker? Don't you realize how tired I've been dragging you along?" As soon as these words came out, he regretted them. Sure enough, the next second, the woman pointed her finger at his nose and yelled, "What did you just say? What exactly did you say? Are you even treating me as your mother?" Not willing to indulge her anymore, the man roughly pushed her hand away. "Mom, stop causing trouble." Hearing this, the woman immediately got infuriated. She took off her helmet and threw it on the ground before crouching down and crying uncontrollably. "Old Wang, I am sorry to you. The son I worked so hard to raise. He now thinks I'm a burden. Just take me away. What's the point of living if I'm useless? Mom. The man clenched his teeth, standing still for a moment. All right, I'm wrong, Mom. I won't say anything like that again. Please don't be upset. He eventually gave in with a look of frustration, deciding to humor her instead. Jiang Yao was absorbed in watching the commotion unfold. Rat. A loud shout suddenly came from inside. Oh no, Qing Yang was still inside. Jiang Yao dropped the fuel gun and ran toward the building. Before she ran far, Qing Yang appeared, carrying 2 large oil jugs, fleeing from inside in a disheveled state. Jiang Yao, run fast. Behind there are a lot of rats. What? Jiang Yao hurried to pull Qing Yang over and saw countless large gray rats coming out behind him. Each rat was as big as a wild cat. Their eyes glowed with eerie red light. A zombie wobbled to the door, and the rats pounced on it like a swarm. In an instant, the zombie was reduced to nothing but bone fragments. They're mutant rats. Be careful not to get bitten. Jiang Yao took the filled oil jug with one hand and stored it in her spatial storage. With the other hand, she pulled Qing Yang toward the car and, with a wave of her hand, also stored the vehicle inside. She didn't dare leave the car outside. If any wires got chewed through, neither of them knew how to fix it. Let's go. We're getting out of here. Jiang Yao chopped down the first rat rushing at them with an axe. 1 level 1 mutant rat killed. Crystal core has been collected. Mutant beasts? Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Even on Blue Star, there were mutant beasts? A sudden thought flashed through her mind as if she'd grasped something significant. But soon, wave after wave of rats lunged forward, their sheer numbers blanketing the entire platform. Though they couldn't hurt her, they occupied all her attention. With her protective barrier up, the rats could only snap their teeth futilely, shattering their own jaws against it. Qing Yang stood behind her, their backs pressed tightly together. Swinging 2 axes with formidable power, they hacked their way through the sea of hundreds, if not thousands, of rats, carving out a bloody path. System notifications kept ringing out one after another as the 2 finally fought their way to the door. At the same time, the man had arrived at the door while shielding his mother. Their thick clothing and the man's ability to metalize both himself and the woman ensured that unless the rats attacked en masse all at once, they couldn't penetrate their defenses. Mom, go quickly. The man lifted his mother onto the ledge by the door, then turned around to tear off the large rat biting into his buttocks. His hand transformed into a sharp blade, and he deftly swiped downward repeatedly. There are zombies outside. I won't go. I'm scared. Son. The woman sat at the edge of the door, refusing to jump down, kicking her legs helplessly. As the approaching rat horde drew nearer, Jiang Yao observed the situation and moved her palm slightly. Ouch. My ass. You little wretch, how dare you? Chapter 55. Robbery? The ice pick pierced into her, but all of a sudden, and the woman fell down, holding her bottom and cursing repeatedly. Jiang Yao made a decisive decision to jump onto the fence gate. Qing Yang, give me your hand. Qing Yang looked up and handed her hand to Jiang Yao, just about to climb with the help of her strength. The man took a look back, grabbed Qing Yang's leg, and pulled her down, trying to push her towards the rat pack. He intended to use Qing Yang to delay time for himself. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yao's sleeve, and she shot a crossbow arrow fiercely into the man's chest. The man became completely metallic, but was still thrown towards the rat pack by the huge impact. Qing Yang seized the opportunity and broke free from his grip. Taking advantage of the man's struggle with the rat pack, she climbed upward tightly, holding Jiang Yao's hand. A few seconds later, the 2 held hands and jumped off the fence together. Jiang Yao immediately took the car out of her storage space, pulled the door open, and was ready to get in. Quickly get in. Let's go. You can't leave. My son is still inside. How dare you leave first? You've killed my son. You must save him. When the woman heard that, she immediately risked her life to grab Jiang Yao's arm, insisting that Jiang Yao enter to save her son. Get lost. Without saying anything, Qing Yang kicked her down from behind and dragged Jiang Yao into the car. Buzz. Starting the car and stepping on the gas pedal, they turned the steering wheel and left in the predetermined direction. Behind them, the fence gate couldn't stop those rats. Soon, the woman and the man were swallowed by the rat pack. Squeak, squeak. After they left, a giant black-haired rat appeared on the platform, with pitch-black, shiny fur. It was as big as 2 or 3 normal rats. It twitched its pointed nose and smelled around, and after a while, its blood-red eyes lit up, obviously locking onto the direction Jiang Yao and the others fled. It led the rat pack into the sewer and chased after the direction where Jiang Yao had left. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the restaurant. Lao Zhao, are you sure there is food here? Yes, I saw it before on Douyin. The owner here is a young woman who stocked a lot of meat and grain. We'll know once we break in. But, isn't it wrong? This is someone's property. Isn't breaking in illegal? Don't you see what times we're living in? You chicken, if you don't dare to go, scram early. If we find food, there won't be any for you. Clang. The old car door was kicked open. A few burly men wrapped in thick cardboard jumped down aggressively. Each one held 2 kitchen knives. Brothers, follow me. Seeing more than 100 people ahead, the foremost idiot instantly quieted down. The few people behind also looked shocked. What situation is this? Isn't it the apocalypse? Zhang Jing and others, having just finished fighting, held crystal nuclei and were about to go indoors when they heard the commotion and turned their heads to take a look. Oh, new guests have arrived. Both groups stared at each other, looking baffled for half a while, until Zhao Yuan waved his hand to greet them. You also came for food? The eyes of the large idiot widened so much they could match a bell. How ridiculous to talk about eating. They were actually here to rob. Old Zhao? Is this the place you talked about? A plain and ordinary little restaurant. The man named Lao Zhao looked at the queue lined up like a dragon, unbelievably walking forward a few steps to look through the glass. Hearing his companion's inquiry, he murmured repeatedly, "Impossible. How is this possible? When I last saw it online, I deliberately checked the location. It was exactly here. The boss then looked like a girl under 20. How did she get such skills? Why is the restaurant still open? What's going on? Hey, what is that guy doing? Doesn't he understand the rule of first come, first served? Want to cut the line? Do you think I won't beat you?" People waiting in line nearby couldn't make out what he was muttering about. Seeing him blindly trying to squeeze into the line, they kicked him away. Damn it, they had been waiting in line since ages ago, and this guy dared to pretend dumb and cut the line. Like a toad pretending to be a frog. Ugly appearance, yet pretentious behavior. After getting kicked, the man didn't dare to speak and returned silently to his companions. "Lu Lao, what now? Should we continue the robbery?" Lu Lao jumped up and slapped him hard, making his head ring loudly. "Robbery? How do you expect us to rob? With so many people here? I should cut you down right away. Useless, good for nothing. Who do you intend to rob?" Upon hearing this, the group turned around and saw a beautiful young girl in a dress standing beside them, decorated with pearl shells. Her beautiful big eyes blinked, crystal clear, as she tilted her head cutely and looked at them. When old Lu saw that it was a little girl looking over, he sighed with relief. He went up and tried to shove Lan Yu away. "Go on, kid, don't bother with adult affairs." Hiss. The crowd waiting in line saw this, and collectively sucked in a sharp breath of air. This guy could be considered the role model for all. He had dared to call store manager Lan a kid. Soon, these people were about to experience what Shakespearean tragedy really meant. "What did you say?" Lan Yu lifted her head and smiled sweetly at the group of men. For some reason, old Lu looked at the young face before him and felt an ominous chill down his spine. A few minutes later, next to the restaurant, on a rundown liquor building, 4 or 5 thick long ropes hung from the 4th floor all the way down to the 2nd floor. At the bottom end of each rope dangled a middle-aged man. Hordes of zombies gathered beneath their dangling feet, excitedly howling nonstop. One after another, their hands, with green-black nails, reached out attempting to grab the legs swinging above. Lan Yu sat on the windowsill of the 5th floor facing outward, happily swaying her little legs. This was the result of numerous experiments she had conducted at the entrance, finally choosing this optimal punishment spot. These old ones had gotten off easy. Mercy. Miss, please, you're our miss already, aren't you? We won't dare again. The zombie's going to bite my thigh. Help! Old Zhao wailed in fear, shaking his body to evade the claw of a zombie below, and immediately begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face towards Lan Yu. Not respecting the deputy store manager is against our rules. According to the store regulations, all shall be thrown out to feed the zombies. These sly old men, they didn't think she hadn't heard. They had clearly planned to seize her sister's restaurant. Luckily, today she caught them early. Otherwise, little Xiang, so innocent, would definitely have been deceived. Before Sister Jiang Yao returned, she had a duty to protect the restaurant's safety. Alas, she had always said, this household would fall apart without her, little Yu. Old Lu squeezed his eyes shut, too scared even to look, not due to any other reason, but because he had acrophobia. And that brat upstairs had tied them at just the right height. It wouldn't let them truly get killed by zombies, yet every time the zombies almost got close enough to touch their shoe soles, leaving them to suffer under extreme terror. Chapter 56, Level 1 Alert. For someone as timid and afraid of heights as him, if he didn't close his eyes, he would scare himself to death the next second. Lan Yu watched for a long time, feeling somewhat disinterested. When would her sister come back? She missed her. Little Jade, come back for dinner. The next moment, little Xiang called out. Alright, I'm coming. She jumped directly off the windowsill. The moment she landed, she noticed several zombies shuffling towards her. Go away, you stink. Stay away from me. Lan Yu casually shot a water arrow to smash a zombie's head that came too close. Then, she headed straight for the dining hall, fidgeting with her legs. Little Xiang did not need to eat. It just needed to recharge every day. But little Xiang was always busy, cooking meals and then helping her sister organize the remaining supplies, washing clothes and shoes completely clean. Finally, it fed the 2 wild chickens that Jiang Yao had left behind. With nothing else to do, it stood by the door with Lan Yu, gazing like a stone waiting for Yao. The two kept observing the road, watching when Jiang Yao would return. After Zhang Jing ate and drank his fill, he waved a big hand, leading the dozen or so people at the gate into the zombie horde. Come on, brothers, it's time to earn some money. These past few days, they'd been eating the restaurant's food, and everyone had successively awakened with superpowers. After awakening, they realized that the zombie virus no longer infected them. In other words, people with powers basically wouldn't turn into zombies anymore. Their fear of zombies disappeared entirely, and they became particularly reckless when killing zombies. As long as they were still breathing, someone could drag them back to the restaurant for a bowl of millet porridge, and they'd recover within half a day at most. Now, they looked at the crowds of zombies at the entrance as if they were golden mountains, their eyes burning hotly. Save us. Let us go. Help. Old Lu's group screamed themselves hoarse, hoping someone would let them down. But almost no one in the restaurant dared to cross Lan Yu. Kind-hearted little Xiang originally wanted to plead for mercy, but after Lan Yu revealed their purpose, little Xiang stopped mentioning letting them down. Without Lan Yu giving an order, others would never save them. Just hanging there was already a sign of kindness from Ms. Lan. They should be content. Zhao Yuan neatly extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain and placed it into his pocket, silently pondering. The winter night falls earlier than in summer. Jiang Yao and her companion had already been driving on the road for nearly 2 or 3 hours. The smell of blood almost seeped through the car window. If it weren't for the protective shield, they would have immediately become snacks for the zombies as soon as they hit the road. Boss Jiang, let's find a place to set up camp and rest. We'll depart again early tomorrow morning, Qingyang said, full of fatigue. After putting down the car window and blowing cold wind for a while, she felt more alert. Okay. Jiang Yao also wanted to find a place to take a bath and change clothes. Hearing Qingyang's words, she naturally agreed. Both of them were covered in blood, both dry and semi-dry, sticking to their bodies, making them feel sticky and disgusting. Although Jiang Yao didn't have a germ phobia, she still hoped to maintain hygiene as much as possible under good conditions. 10 minutes later, the car stopped outside a hotel that looked relatively intact. Jiang Yao opened the car door and got out, carefully observing outside. The hotel was very dark, located between 2 skyscrapers. If it weren't for the map, they might not have found this place easily. Jiang Yao turned on the flashlight and shone it upward. There was a sign above reading, 7 Days Chain Hotel. She took a few steps forward, allowing the flashlight beam to cover the hotel lobby. It was empty, not even a single zombie inside. A large iron chain locked the door from the bottom. Jiang Yao pushed the door gently, and the sound of the chains colliding made a pata-pata noise. It seemed that there were already people inside. They probably had to find another place to stay. Let's go, we'll look further ahead. Jiang Yao walked to the car and saw Qingyang still resting in the driver's seat. She lightly patted Qingyang's head. I'll drive, go lie down in the back. Woof. Suddenly, Jiang Yao thought she heard a dog bark coming from deep inside the lobby. A dog? How can there be a dog inside? What dog? Qingyang had taken a quick nap earlier, and her mind was still a little dull. Seeing Jiang Yao standing still muttering about dogs and cats, Qingyang got out of the driver's seat and blew some cold wind. Woof woof. Hey, Pingyan, what are you doing? There's no survivor here that needs your rescue. Shut up, stop barking. There really is a dog. Let's go check it out. Qingyang clearly heard the dog barking, seeming to come from inside the lobby. She pulled Jiang Yao back to the hotel entrance, shone the flashlight over, and immediately locked eyes with a black hunting dog that was about half a person's height. It had a broad and large head, a pair of dark brown eyes flitting around left and right alertly, and its ears were upright and highly sensitive. Its strong paws were continuously digging on the ground. A sturdy body was draped in a military green bulletproof vest for dogs. Qingyang carefully illuminated the words written on it. 3rd Military District Rescue Dog, Pingyan. Jiang Yao curled her fingers and made a tisk-tisk sound at it, and sure enough, the dog enthusiastically started scratching at the gate inside. Its tail wagged furiously behind it in excitement. Indeed, no dog could resist the power of TSK. Pingyan, stop. Behind the dog, a young soldier finally caught up, holding a leash, panting hard as he supported himself on his knees from exhaustion. When he finally regained his breath, he looked up and saw, outside the glass, 2 sets of curious eyes watching him. He was covered in bright red blood stains. Beep. There's a zombie. Level 1 alert. The soldier was so startled that he immediately grabbed the whistle around his neck and blew into it sharply. Zombie? Where? That's strange. Jiang Yao was also shocked by his reaction, but she quickly realized, was he referring to them? Jiang Yao instinctively glanced down at herself and Qingyang. Now that she thought about it, they really did look like they'd just bitten into someone. We're not. Jiang Yao hurriedly waved at the soldier, trying to signal that they were humans, not zombies. Beep, beep. The soldier grew even more terrified and blew the whistle twice more in succession. Special level alert. One of them is an intelligent mutated zombie. Jiang Yao Nima. Chapter 57 Destination. The stairs behind the young soldier echoed with hurried footsteps. A minute later, a woman in a black bulletproof vest ran down from upstairs. Xiaoyang, report the situation. The woman was tall, carrying a heavy black sword on her back and a silver gun on her waist. Her solid 6-pack abs were subtly revealed as she moved. Captain, there's a suspected high-level zombie outside the door, preliminarily judged to be an intelligent mutation. Jiang Yao twitched at the corner of her mouth. Isn't it Big Brother? Have you ever seen a zombie talk? 10 minutes later, after numerous checks, Jiang Yao and her companion finally sat inside the hotel. The room was very dark, lit only by a dim yellow desk lamp. Lu Yan took off the heavy sword on his back, placing it casually on the table, and handed each of them a small bread roll from the backpack. We sincerely apologize. It's Xiao Yang's first mission with us, and he is still not proficient in the business, so we mistook you for zombies. The young soldier named Xiao Yang was stroking a dog on one side. Hearing this, he raised his head and gave a shy smile to Jiang Yao. Sorry, girl. I didn't see any zombies chasing you, so I thought you were on the same side as the zombies. It's okay. It's your responsibility. Jiang Yao's eyes scanned over the 2 people and then to other places in the room. The house wasn't large, only having 2 simple beds. Several unconscious soldiers lay horizontally on the beds. Bang bang bang. Before Jiang Yao could ask, the door behind her suddenly started being knocked on. A muffled male voice came through the door from outside. Captain Lu, everyone asked me to come and ask what exactly happened downstairs. Are the zombies attacking? Do we need help? No worries. Lu Yan sitting on the chair spoke out loud. It's not the zombies. Tell everyone to rest assured and get some rest early. We still have to continue our journey tomorrow morning. The man behind the door was silent for a moment, judging the truthfulness of Lu Yan's words. If nothing is wrong, then I will go back. Let us know if there's anything else. Go ahead. Hearing the sound of the man's footsteps disappear down the corridor, Jiang Yao stood up and looked at those soldiers lying on the bed. They all seemed quite young, covered in wounds all over their bodies. Each had flushed faces and furrowed brows, looking like they were enduring tremendous pain. Seeing this, Luyan also stood up. She gently explained. 2 days ago, they were caught by the zombies and then fell into a coma with a high fever ever since. We suspect that they are about to awaken with special abilities, which is why we stayed here to wait for them to wake up. By the way, haven't introduced myself yet. I am the leader of the 3rd Military District Rescue Squad, code number 116 Squad, Captain Lu Yan. The woman extended her hand to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao shook hands with her. Jiang Yao, that's Qin Yang, my partner. Hello, Captain Lu. Qin Yang nodded slightly towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan responded with a smile. Even though the face of the young girl in front of her was covered in blood and barely recognizable, for some reason, she naturally felt a certain kind of affinity for her. Most importantly, this girl named Jiang Yao has an ability that can shield against zombies. If she could be recruited into their team, casualties during future missions would decrease by 80 to 90%. She really wanted to bring her back to the base. With that thought in mind, she did just that. Are you two planning to go out and look for supplies? How about joining us back at the base? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao showed no reaction, but Qin Yang's eyes sparkled, showing obvious interest. Seeing the silence from the two of them, Lu Yan paused, thinking, and then continued to explain the benefits of joining the base to them. All surrounding zombies near the base have been cleared. Normal people can also earn food and water by laboring themselves. If you want to join the rescue team, you may. You just have to pass the ability grade test to enter the rescue team. Although dangerous, the daily supply quota for the rescue team is twice that of ordinary people. In the meantime, members can go out of the base to search for supplies and survivors, accumulating points. Are there any conditions to joining the base? For example, handing over resources? Qin Yang calculated in her mind. She somewhat wanted to bring her daughter together to join the base. After all, the daughter was still young and couldn't wander around with her. In the base, under official jurisdiction, even without much comfort, at least there wouldn't be chaos to worry about. In such a turbulent world, as a woman bringing up a half-grown child, she has already experienced the harshness of survival outside. Lu Yan nodded. If you're an ability user, then measuring the ability grade when entering will do. Level 1 ability users can bring 1 family member. Level 2 can bring 2. As for ordinary people, they must hand over at least 5 pounds of dry rations, regardless of what it is, as long as it's edible. Qin Yang asked again. Then how is the ability level tested? How do we know if our ability is level 1 or level 2? You don't need to worry about that. We have a dedicated ability grade testing machine. As long as you place your hand on the machine and activate your ability, it will detect the strength of your ability and grade it accordingly. Generally, newly awakened abilities are classified as level 1 abilities. Qin Yang was now completely reassured, and she silently noted this down in her mind. That meant she was currently a level 1 ability user, allowing her to bring her daughter into the base. Still, all these plans depended on bringing her daughter out first, and then seeing how things went. Thinking of this, she felt an inexplicable anxiety, wondering how her daughter was faring alone at home. But the daughter was smart and usually liked stockpiling goods. There were plenty of snacks and water stored at home, enough to last 2 people for 2 months. As long as her daughter didn't go outside, nothing should happen. Jiang Yao used Lu Yan's words to piece together the current situation regarding the base's development. It was the same as in the previous life. They started clearing from the military district and gradually expanded outward thanks to the military support. They were taking in survivors. They had already cleaned up a large part of the eastern city and set up many outposts and weapons around the periphery. They were slowly moving toward the west of the city, where Jiang Yao's restaurant was located. To be honest, this progress was much faster than Jiang Yao had anticipated. Within just half a month of the zombie outbreak, things had reached this point, which was beyond Jiang Yao's expectations. She thought it would take the authorities at least 2 months just to quell the unrest. How about it? Take some time to think carefully. Our base really does have good conditions. No matter what, it's better than fighting alone, right? Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. That's true. Give us a little time to consider it. Let's not talk about that for now. I just heard you say you're going to travel tomorrow. Where are you planning to go? Lu Yan blinked, picking up on Jiang Yao's evasive tone. Though slightly disappointed inside, she still understood. Young people with talent often have lofty ambitions, and that's normal. She used to be like that too. Oh, our next destination is the Starlight Plaza in the northern part of the city. We've received word that there are many survivors trapped there. Of course, the most important reason was that it was a large shopping mall, rich in supplies. Their base was desperately short on food and clean water. Chapter 58, Cooling Down. Starry Paradise. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Yao excitedly. What a coincidence. That place was right across from the Jinhang Grand Hotel, and also within the range of their residential area. Really? Are you heading there too? Lu Yan looked at them with some surprise, especially at Jiang Yao. She couldn't help but think, if such a powerful mutant could join them on their mission, they would definitely have bountiful gains. Yes, our destination is there as well. But we plan to visit the farmer's market first to look for some items. Finally, we'll go through the market to reach that area. Qin Yang was delighted beyond measure. She looked into Lu Yan's eyes and said, Do you want to come with us? Lu Yan glanced sideways at Xiaoyang, and seeing him nod, she smiled back at Qin Yang. Sure. Then let's head out together tomorrow. Jiang Yao remained silent. For her, as long as she reached the destination, it didn't matter who she traveled with. Perhaps she could even lure the survivors rescued by Lu Yan's group back to her restaurant. After all, food awakened with special abilities. How could they resist when they saw it? Thus, each group harbored its own schemes, leading to an amicable agreement. Jiang Yao stared at Xiaoyang quietly playing with his dog in the corner for a while until Qin Yang called her to freshen up before turning away. Let's go. Qingyang pulled Jiang Yao's hand and went into another room. Jiang Yao took out 2 folding tubs from her spatial storage, filling them with warm water. Both jumped directly inside and enjoyed a refreshing wash. Jiang Yao wiped her tangled hair, noticing streaks of blood. It seemed she'd need to find a weapon next time that doesn't splatter blood everywhere. It was too revolting otherwise. She rummaged through her spatial storage and pulled out today's received set of cleaning products, tossing one to Qingyang. Then she applied shampoo, massaging her scalp vigorously. After washing out red blood residues finally, she thoroughly rinsed herself with clean water again. In the end, she put on clean clothes, drying her hair with a towel before heading out. Jiang boss, I'd like to follow the rescue team to the base. Before Jiang Yao stepped outside, she heard Qingyang whisper softly behind her. Have you made your decision? Jiang Yao turned her head to look at her. From the start, the two of them were collaborators, taking what they needed. Now going separate ways felt entirely natural. I've decided already. I just wanted to let you know first. You understand, my daughter. Qingyang's emotions were complex. In these past days, she had considered Jiang Yao a close friend. However, her daughter was still too young, and she truly didn't want her to live an unsettled life. Jiang Yao lowered her gaze, contemplating. All right, I've understood. I'll prepare your portion of supplies. I'm not doing this for the supplies. Never mind. Thank you, Jiang boss. Jiang Yao nodded. Since everything was settled, she turned away without further words and returned to the room where Lu Yin and others stayed. Wow. As soon as Lu Yin saw the graceful figure walk in, her eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Yao typically tied her hair into a high ponytail for convenience during action, only letting it down after bathing to dry easily. Her hair had a slight wave at the ends, looking like gentle curls when loose. A petite face framed striking clear eyes that sparkled with vivacity. Even under the dim yellow light, it was obvious she was a refined beauty with rosy lips and cheeks, fair complexion glowing. What's wrong? Jiang Yao looked at her confusedly. She patted her stomach, feeling hungry. Would you like to eat something together? Haha, yes. Lu Yin hadn't even caught the details of what Jiang Yao had said. Her eyes remained glued to her face, unwillingly. You wouldn't expect it from her appearance, outwardly resembling a cold, high and mighty ice queen, but internally being a quirky, overly dramatic goofball. Seeing the instant noodles and bottled water Jiang Yao produced, Lu Yin's eyes sparkled greedily, and she immediately moved closer. You don't know, over these days, we've been so busy rescuing people that we haven't secured much material. Every day, we could only huddle in our rooms eating instant noodles, to the point where my mouth has developed blisters. As she spoke, she pointed at the corner of her mouth showing Jiang Yao. The pale skin bore faint red marks, indicating possible internal heatiness, but not as severe as described. Finally, we can eat something soupy. Thank heavens, I'm so touched. Xiao Yao, you're my savior. She proceeded to flatter Jiang Yao lavishly, and upon finishing, still feeling it wasn't enough, almost tried pulling her into her arms. Sis Lu, here we go again. Xiao Yang covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Their captain was great in every way, except for the fact that she always froze up when she saw good-looking men or women. It wasn't enough that she excessively praised them, she also flirted shamelessly. She was purely lustful. Hearing Xiao Yang's voice, Lu Yin's body stiffened. She immediately stepped back 2 paces and sat down again, using her fist to cover her mouth. Mahem. Haha. I just got a bit excited seeing the little hot pot, you know what I mean. Jiang Yao. She tore open the top package of the portable hot pot and poured water and seasoning packs into it. Steam drifted out from the hole in the lid, carrying with it an aroma of spicy broth. So fragrant. We're having hot pot today. Qingyang walked in from the next room, wearing clean sportswear. As soon as she entered, she smelled the inviting aroma wafting through the air. Hurry. This is the portable hot pot Yao Yao took out. It smells so good. Here, this one's yours. You can soak it yourself. Lu Yin had just stuffed a crispy lotus root slice into her mouth and immediately waved her hand when Qingyang came in. She pushed the remaining unopened box towards Qingyang. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The group surrounded the small table for a delicious meal. After dinner, they exchanged information about tomorrow's route, then returned to their rooms to rest. Only Ping An and Xiao Yang remained in the house, guarding the warriors resting on the bed. In a blink, the next day had arrived. Since her rebirth, Jiang Yao's biological clock had been particularly accurate. Every morning around 7 o'clock, she would naturally wake up. Just as she finished washing up after getting out of bed, she heard Lu Yin calling her outside the door. Yao Yao, are you awake? We're preparing to set off. Awoke. Jiang Yao pulled out the few bread rolls that Lu Yin had given her yesterday from her spatial storage. She shoved the wrapper into her mouth and carried a backpack out the door. Outside, Lu Yin was already munching on a piece of bread. Seeing Jiang Yao come out, she nodded at her. Let's go. Everyone's waiting downstairs. Let's aim to reach Starry Paradise before nightfall today. All right. Jiang Yao nodded, put the bag on her back, and followed Lu Yin downstairs. Just as they reached the gate, Jiang Yao sensed something wasn't right. It was cold. Too cold. The chill seeped even into her bones. Chapter 59, High-Speed Toll Station. It was clear yesterday that putting on a coat at noon still felt a bit hot, but this morning, the sky was already drizzling with light rain. Jiang Yao glanced at the system interface. It was only 8 in the morning, yet the outdoor temperature had already dropped close to 0 degrees Celsius. The cold wind blew icy raindrops onto the two of them, causing Lu Yan's entire body to shiver from the chill. Jiang Yao rubbed her arms, astonished at how quickly the temperature had dropped. She hadn't realized how variable the weather in North City could be. Seeing that Lu Yan's face had turned pale from the cold, she pointed to the car outside the door. It's a bit cold. Would you like me to go into the car and fetch a warmer piece of clothing for you? Fortunately, she had taken a lot of winter clothes from the mall yesterday. Otherwise, they might have frozen stiff. Lu Yan shook his head, hugging his chest and sniffing. No need. We have heating in our car. Once we get inside, it will be fine. All right, sure. Seeing her refusal, Jiang Yao didn't insist any longer. She walked to the edge of her own SUV door when she noticed something. A large military green truck had appeared behind her vehicle. The truck was surrounded by steel and green velvet fabric, with only a back door open to allow people and goods to pass through easily. When he saw them come out, a man stuck his head out from the rear door. Leader Lu, everyone is here. Let's depart now. Jiang Yao recognized him as the same man who came to the gate yesterday asking questions. These survivors were clearly not simple folk. It seemed that before being rescued by the rescue team, they had already formed their own group. This man in front of her seemed to be the small leader of these survivors. Perhaps her defection plan could start with him? The man noticed Jiang Yao's gaze and turned to look at her, only to pause briefly after seeing her face. This woman, why did she seem so familiar? Jiang Yao frowned, also feeling like she'd seen this man somewhere before. However, the man was wearing a mask, obscuring his specific facial features. The figure just seemed familiar. Rao, do you know him? Jiang Yao wanted to take another close look, but she was interrupted by Lu Yan. A bit familiar, like someone I know, but he doesn't recognize me. I must be mistaken, Jiang Yao said, lowering her gaze. Lu Yan looked thoughtful, watching Jiang Yao intently with interest. His name is Liang. He's also an ability user with fire manipulation powers. I heard he was a student at C University. I see. I don't know him then. Guess I made a mistake. Jiang Yao nodded slowly, her eyes slightly lost in thought. In her heart, however, she realized that this must be the man who often went to the restaurant with Zhang Jing. She never imagined he would awaken with a fire element power and end up here, away from C University. Well, that's too bad. Lu Yan shrugged, closing his investigative eyes. Jiang Yao faintly smiled at the corner of her mouth. Not a pity. Fate finds its way. Besides, it's too cold outside. We should hurry up and leave. Agreed. With those words, Lu Yan again felt a breeze blowing against herself. Tightening her neck into her collar, she pointed to the large truck behind and spoke. Rao, would you prefer to sit in the truck with Qingyang? As for your car, let our space manipulators temporarily store it. They can return it once we reach the destination. So there was a space manipulation ability user in their team. That explained why she didn't see any vehicles yesterday when she arrived. They must have been stored in a space pocket. No need. Driving my own car following you guys will suffice. Jiang Yao declined her invitation politely. Since she had her own vehicle, why force herself into a confined space? Additionally, for safety reasons, the truck was almost completely surrounded by iron plates, offering less than 10% visibility. Jiang Yao always felt it wouldn't be very safe sitting inside. Okay, here's a walkie-talkie for you. If anything happens, just announce it through the device, and we'll all hear it. After seeing her rejection, Lu Yan stopped persuading her. Instead, she pulled out a palm-sized white walkie-talkie from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yao. Thank you. Jiang Yao took the walkie-talkie and examined it briefly. It looked somewhat like an ancient big mobile phone. After searching for a while, she finally found the switch. As soon as she turned it on, she heard Xiao Yang's voice coming through. Sister Lu? Can you hear me, Sister Lu? I can hear you. How's everything on your side? Is the audio clear? Crystal clear. Should we start moving now? Sure, I'll be right there. Lu Yan replied over the walkie-talkie. Rao, I'll get in the car first. You can just follow us closely behind. Outside was too cold. The chill made her teeth chatter. With heating in the car, she wanted to return as quickly as possible. All right. After Lu Yan left, Jiang Yao opened the car door, climbed inside, and immediately started the engine, turning on the heating. The car warmed up quickly. Subsequently, the two cars hit the road one after another. The large truck drove ahead, while Jiang Yao followed slowly in her own SUV at a leisurely pace from a distance. With the big vehicle clearing the way, the journey that originally took half an hour was shortened to just over 10 minutes. It seemed they had specially cleared all the zombies in this area when they came. Not until they left this region did Jiang Yao spot a few straggling zombies wandering along the roadside. Yao, we'll be getting onto the highway soon. There might be a horde of zombies at the toll gate. Wear something warmer and get ready to get out of the car. Roger. Jiang Yao responded through the walkie-talkie and gradually slowed down her speed, keeping a distance of about 100 to 200 meters behind the truck. Seeing the truck stop, she followed suit and stopped as well. She first retrieved from space storage an unopened black down jacket and slipped it on, then pulled out a pair of snow boots and put them on. After some deliberation, she also donned a pair of leather gloves and finally placed an axe and a machete on the passenger seat. Get out, Yao. Lu Yan's voice came through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by a creaking sound as his car door opened, indicating that he had jumped out. As Jiang Yao opened her car door, a gust of cold wind hit her face. She glanced at the temperature. Within just under half an hour, it had dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. Gripping the axe and machete tightly, she braved the icy wind and surveyed the situation ahead. The condition of the highway was evidently much worse than in the city. There were numerous pile-up accident vehicles visible at almost every section. Especially around the toll station where the highway started, it was a high accident zone. There were more than 10 cars crashed together in front and back. Additionally, there were several large trucks carrying sand and coal that had overturned, spilling their contents onto the ground. There was a snap sound. Lu Yan had swung his blade and severed a zombie's head. Spotting Jiang Yao emerging from her car, he waved her over. Yao, come here. Jiang Yao squinted and moved forward. Not even a few steps later, she saw a limping old man zombie shuffling toward her. "Oh, Grandpa taking a stroll." Jiang Yao made a jesting remark, then kicked the old man to the ground with one foot. Boom. Her axe struck down, severing the perfectly round head that rolled across the ground for a bit. Jiang Yao split it into two halves with a single slash, uncovering indeed a small, glittering crystal nucleus inside. Wiping the crystal nucleus on the old man's clothes a couple of times, she pocketed it before heading towards Lu Yan. Chapter 60, Third Level Mutated Zombies. Ayo. Most of the abandoned cars on the road locked zombies inside. Smelling the fresh scent of living people like Lu Yan and others, they were fiercely howling non-stop by sticking to the car windows. "What are you yelling for? All of you just shut up." Lu Yan swung her heavy sword with a flash of cold light. Clang! The heads of dozens of zombies in front fell to the ground all at once. Lu Yan was breathing slightly heavily, shaking her somewhat sore wrist. She awakened the physical strength branch of energy abilities. A punch with a second-level strength ability could reach nearly 500 kilograms. A slash would split a person into two halves. Not to mention these weak-skinned zombies. Not a single one could last even one attack from her. Zombies, that's it. She walked and slashed, carrying her heavy sword. After finishing cutting them down, she squatted back and dug through each head for crystals, busying herself without pause. Behind her, a young girl was protected by several energy users. They were busy putting the cars blocking the way into their space storage, then throwing them elsewhere to make a path for the big vehicles. Xiaoyang wasn't idle either. He was wandering around with Pinyin, checking if there were any survivors still alive nearby. Pinyin, with strong powers, protected Xiaoyang. Upon seeing a zombie, it would directly pounce on it and bite its neck off. Xiaoyang would quickly pick up the crystal core, making their cooperation rather seamless. Of course, after such a long time had passed, there were probably no more survivors here. So their mission was reduced to walking around killing zombies. As for those survivors, those with energy abilities disembarked from Li Yang's vehicle, surrounding together to annihilate the zombies. Those without energy abilities obediently stayed in the carriage, not causing any trouble. And as for Jiang Yao, she seemed to be casually strolling along, chopping down any zombie that blocked her way and collecting their crystal cores. For those not blocking her way, she walked slowly, occasionally bowing her head to store some coal into her spatial pocket, showing no signs of panic at all. Through everyone's relentless efforts, half an hour later, the zombies in this area were finally cleared out. Lu Yan directed everyone to get out of the car and start moving the coal. After all, these coals can all be put to great use during the winter. This thing isn't much use for Jiang Yao, but it could be traded to Baiyun and others for surviving the winter. The coal truck loaded nearly 30 tons. Some were spilled underground, leaving about half of the cargo left on the truck. The little girl's spatial pocket probably didn't have much capacity, so she stopped after collecting about half of it. After confirming they didn't want the rest, Jiang Yao directly claimed the remaining half, storing both the coal and the truck into the system space altogether. SSH. Yao. You also have spatial abilities. Lu Yan gasped at the sight. Jiang Yao, terrifyingly powerful. Not only does she possess the superbug kind of ability that allows zombies to ignore her existence, but she is also physically formidable, slicing a small zombie in one swing. Even better, she has a spatial pocket. She is a dual ability user, and her space is even larger than the spatial ability users in their team. Their spatial energy users couldn't possibly fit this large truck into the space. It truly makes people envious and frustrated. If she previously had thoughts of luring Jiang Yao back to base, now those thoughts were becoming weaker and weaker. Honestly speaking, if she were as strong as Jiang Yao, she'd also prefer being a lone wolf. What good is joining a base when bases would only hinder a strong person's quick actions? We should hurry up and continue our journey. I feel the weather getting colder. It looks like it's going to snow. Jiang Yao looked up at the gloomy sky. The drizzle was still falling, but hitting the face felt like ice chips, both painful and cool. The temperature was dropping too fast, and she was a bit worried the car might stall halfway. Lu Yan stretched out her palm, letting the raindrops fall into her hand. SSH, it's really cold. As for me, it's okay. I was active just now, sweating right now. While talking, she glanced at the watch on her wrist to check the time. Strangely, North City usually isn't this cold at this time of year. It's only late October. Could it really start snowing? I think we'd better reach the destination as soon as possible. Damn it. What the hell is this? Xiaoyang, chatting with Li Yang at the back of the car, suddenly let out a roar of anger. Woo. The dog lowered its body, tightly staring at the front, emitting low growls from its throat. This was both a warning and an alert. Jiang Yao and Lu Yan exchanged glances, immediately accelerating their steps toward Xiaoyang. As they went over, the putrid smell hit them straight in the face. About 300 to 400 meters away to the left of the truck, a bizarre large fleshy ball was slowly rolling towards them. The diameter of the meatball was at least 2 meters, looking as though several zombies had fused together. In the center, there were 7 or 8 heads, each different: male, female, young, old. Below the heads were a mess of tangled arms and legs. It was exuding foul-smelling green slime all over its body. As it moved, the slime kept dripping onto the ground, instantly corroding the hard cement and leaving behind large black holes. Jiang Yao's eyes turned cold as she immediately identified the type of zombie, a devouring type mutated zombie, also the most troublesome kind of zombie. It evolved by consuming other zombies. The more zombies it devoured, the higher its rank became. Its defense was incredibly high, and its entire body was covered in highly corrosive necrotic fluid. Once a person came into contact with this liquid, they would instantly be dissolved into blood water. She had encountered this type of zombie during her escape in her previous life. That one was a 4th level zombie, twice the size of this one. At that time, dozens of members in her group were eventually reduced to just 5 or 6 survivors. In their final moment when surrounded by hordes of zombies, it was a 3rd level fire element energy user who chose to self-detonate after embracing the zombie, burning it completely before being consumed himself. The explosion unintentionally ignited one of its heads, destroying its control center and finally killing the zombie. This event made everyone realize that such zombies were not invincible. As long as one could identify the head used to control its central system, it could be killed instantly. But if the wrong head was harmed, the other heads would trigger a berserk state. The zombie's speed and stamina would instantly increase dramatically. By then, they might not have a single chance to escape. Judging by the size of this zombie in front of them, it had likely devoured no less than dozens of 1st-level zombies. Without thinking, Jiang Yao took a few steps forward and quickly explained to everyone. This is at least a 3rd-level mutated zombie. It moves slowly but is extremely poisonous. The slime on its body can dissolve a person into blood water within tens of seconds. 3rd level. Until now, I've rarely seen 3rd-level energy users. And zombies have already evolved to 3rd level. What should we do now? Should we leave as soon as possible? Lu Yin swallowed hard, tightly gripping the heavy sword in her hand. Facing this giant monster, she had no confidence in being able to lead the team out unharmed. Instead of feeling scared, Jiang Yao's whole body was trembling with excitement. The crystal core inside a 3rd-level zombie contained pure and powerful energy. Absorbing this crystal core would allow her powers to upgrade again. She pulled out her axe and grabbed a bucket of oil from the gas station earlier, preparing to approach the zombie. Lu Yin was utterly confused and immediately pulled back Jiang Yao, who was about to rush forward. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Killing the zombie? Digging for the crystal core? Do you really think it will let us go easily? Without turning her head, Jiang Yao briefly explained and directly leaped toward the zombie. Chapter 61, Dividing the Crystal Core. The zombie didn't sense Jiang Yao's killing intent. It completely ignored Jiang Yao, focusing on rolling steadily toward the truck where most people had gathered. Haha, food. So much food. Must eat. Liang, stop pretending to be dead. If you want to live, come out and help. Lu Yin shouted, lifting her heavy sword and rushing forward with Jiang Yao. As soon as she moved, the zombie immediately sensed it and began rolling faster. All the cars in front were crushed beneath it. The zombie fluid corroding the car bodies emitted a creaking sound. Within 2 minutes, a sedan turned into a puddle of molten iron underfoot. Jiang Yao took out from her space dimension a large barrel of gasoline found by Qin Yang at the gas station. She directly chopped off the top oil cap and splashed it onto the zombie ahead. Roar. Haha. The zombie became enraged by this action, stopping its rolling motion instantly. 7 or 8 heads swiveled towards Jiang Yao. Haha. Don't keep chuckling. Here I am, Grandma. Lu Yin shouted, aiming at one of its arms and chopping down. Crack. She cleanly severed the arm that was sticking out. Sizzle. The precious heavy sword in her hands corroded with a crack, forming an unsightly fissure due to the zombie's sticky fluid. Ah, my sword. I will fight you to the death. Lu Yin treasured her heavy sword more than anything else in everyday life. This was a weapon specially crafted by senior artisans for leaders among strength-type abnormals. Replacing it would cost at least 200 points. And now it was destroyed by this thing. She felt an intense surge of anger rise from her feet straight to the top of her head. Today, I'm going to use you to honor my sword, sister. As Lu Yin dragged the zombie away from the truck, Jiang Yao traded a long matchstick from the system store. In just a few steps, she rushed up. Sizzle. The matchstick lit up after being rubbed against the ground, and Jiang Yao threw it backhandedly. The blazing matchstick landed entirely on the zombie's body. Boom. Whoosh. When the flames touched the gasoline on its body, they surged 10 times higher. Roar. Roar. The zombie let out a roar of anger. Since they have no sensation of pain, the flames covering their entire bodies merely restricted their movements. They didn't feel the impending death like humans would. It rolled around like a giant fireball, turning everything in its path into a vast sea of fire. Jiang Yao kept observing the zombie's movements. Finally, when the flames reached its heads, it instinctively used its limbs to protect the central female head. Jiang Yao shot an arrow straight at that head. Pong. Her arrow firmly embedded itself deep into the zombie's head, the dark black arrow tail quivering. Great. Looks like her gamble paid off. The zombie didn't go berserk. Lu Yin, chop off the central head. The position I hit with my arrow is its control center. It's too tall. I can't reach it. I'll help you. Watch the slope in front of the zombie. At this point, Qin Yang, who had appeared beside them without them noticing, held a glowing hand. Lu Yin urgently stopped her movement and turned around immediately. Stepping on the rapidly rising mound of earth, she lifted her heavy sword high and hacked downward forcefully at the middle of the fiery mass behind her. Pong! The heavy sword split right through the top of the zombie's head, cutting this huge meatball in half. Flames stained Lu Yan's body but disappeared in the next second, leaving only slight burns marks in black on her clothes. Liang stood not far from the zombie, focused intently on Lu Yin while holding flickering flames, absorbing the flames off her. Snap, crackle, pop. Rain mixed with fine snow suddenly fell from midair, hitting the group, standing there panting heavily. It also extinguished the burning flames on the ground. Within seconds, a thin layer of snow covered their heads and shoulders. Jiang Yao walked over directly and cleaved the zombie's head open, pulling out a crystal core the size of a fist, pale yellow in color. Ding! A level 3 toxic mutation zombie crystal core has been detected. After purification and absorption, it may awaken toxic abilities. Absorb. The system prompt sounded timely. Jiang Yao tightly clenched the palm holding the crystal core. Toxic ability. Her ice ability is for long-range attack. If coupled with toxic support, her power would surely ascend to a new level. How should we divide this crystal core? Liang stared at the crystal core in Jiang Yao's hand and spoke. Everyone knew the value of a level 3 zombie crystal core, but with only one core available, dividing it posed a challenge. After some tense moments, Qingyang spoke first. I'll pass. I haven't made any significant contributions anyway. After saying that, she tightened her coat and turned back to return to the carriage. After Qingyang stepped back, Liang also felt embarrassed to mention his share. After a moment of thought, he spoke to Jiang Yao. Then give me 6 level 1 crystal cores. 3 for each of you. Jiang Yao glanced at Lu Yan, who held up her fingers. We can only give you 4. All right. Liang immediately agreed. His request for 6 had already left room for negotiation, and 4 was within his acceptable range. Jiang Yao took out 2 crystal cores from her space dimension and tossed them to him, while Lu Yan pulled 2 out from her pocket as well. Liang accepted the crystals and walked away, leaving only Jiang Yao and Lu Yan standing there. Lu Yan's eyes were fixed on the crystal core, her gaze gleaming. Sorry, Yao Yao, I can't let this crystal core go. What do you want? Food? Clothes? Supplies? I can compensate you with those. This might be her best chance to reach level 3. She would get this level 3 crystal core no matter what. In this cruel world, strength is paramount. If she wanted to survive, wanted to live well, she must always stay ahead. She was determined to become a level 3 powerhouse. But Jiang Yao waved the crystal core back into her space. The things you mentioned, I don't lack any of them. But this crystal core, I cannot let it go either. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing the earth in silver. Jiang Yao and Lu Yan stood facing each other. Snap, crackle, pop, silent sparks spread between them. The host still has another unused crystal core, doesn't she? Why not exchange it with her? The system, having watched silently for an unknown period of time, finally interrupted to remind her. Jiang Yao considered this for a moment, spun her wrist, and revealed a deeper yellow crystal core that surpassed the one in her hand. Right at its center glimmered a hint of green. This was the core from the mutated lizard they hunted in the animal zone. This is my offer for the exchange. This is also a level 3 crystal core, and it will work better for you than the one I have. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan froze in shock. Her gaze landed on the crystal core in Jiang Yao's palm, burning with fervor. She could clearly see that the energy within this crystal core far exceeded that within the zombie crystal core. That faint green hue was the best evidence. According to the official guidebook of zombie levels, only level 4 zombies' crystal cores turn green. You are sure? Lu Yan couldn't believe what she was seeing in Jiang Yao's hand. What uncertainty. Just take it. Jiang Yao quickly grabbed her hand and pressed the crystal core into her palm. Holding the crystal, Lu Yan fell silent for a long time. She hadn't expected such kindness from Jiang Yao. Just before, she had been contemplating how to snatch the crystal core back from Jiang Yao. How selfish she'd been. All right then, that's settled. I need to head back to my car soon. I'm freezing. It's really cold today. Shivering, Jiang Yao shoved both hands into her sleeves and turned toward her vehicle. Yao Yao. Lu Yan stood frozen in the snow, her pale lips tightly shut. Jiang Yao turned back to her. In the next second, a roughly stitched gray cloth bag flew from Lu Yan's hand. It contains 50 level 2 crystal cores. Consider it my compensation to you. Thank you. Jiang Yao accepted the bag, her smile slow and gentle. Don't mention it. We are friends after all. The beauty's cherry lips parted softly, like a plum blossom blooming against the chill, breaking through the icy aura around her. Her eyes sparkled, akin to stars falling into the human world. Unconsciously, Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned away, hastily climbing into the driver's seat of the truck ahead. Jiang Yao weighed the fabric bag in her hand, and a quiet grin spread across her face. This deal was profitable, exchanging a level 3 crystal core for another, plus acquiring some extra abilities and so many level 2 cores. As soon as the car got onto the expressway, Jiang Yao set the route and activated the self-driving mode. It was enough just to follow the car ahead. The road was snowy, and progress was slow. Let the car trail along. As soon as the car started, it quickly warmed up. Jiang Yao reclined her seat, stripped off her damp and sticky clothes, and threw them into her space, then changed into a dry outfit. The car slowly moved forward, the sound of hail pinging off the windows filling the air. Jiang Yao looked out the window for a while. For some reason, she felt uneasy inside. She didn't know when the snow would stop. She needed to hurry up and find everything she required and go home. Well, might as well eat something first. She retrieved a steaming hot bowl of seafood noodles from her space. The aroma of food filled the cabin, chopsticks and spoon in hand. She sat cross-legged eating the noodles, each bite mixed with the fresh taste of abalone and lobster. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yao reorganized all the supplies in her space. The current system space was 500 square meters, about the size of a basketball court. Chapter 62, Farmer's Market. In the farthest corner, there was a cargo truck parked, filled with pitch-black coal, about 8 to 9 tons. The clothing and shoes previously collected from the supermarket also occupied a large area. Jiang Yao sorted these clothes by type. She took out 50 sets of long underwear, 50 down jackets, 50 sets of sweaters and sweatpants, 30 leather coats. Then she picked 70 pairs of shoes and piled them together with the clothes, all designed for warmth. They were perfect for this season. Finally, Jiang Yao looked at another pile that was filled with food, snacks, water, rice, flour, oil, various messy things. These items weren't what she needed, so she gathered 20 10-liter drums of peanut oil, 30 bags each of 50 kilograms rice and flour. Then she picked up some instant foods, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot, as well as some chips, spicy sticks, chocolate, etc. She grouped these items along with the clothes together. They were all supplies she prepared to trade with Lu Yan. Jiang Yao then separated 2 layers from her own massive collection of food and water. Most of it consisted of staples such as rice and dry rations. She also prepared 30 sets each of warm clothes, shoes, and undergarments, as well as 2 cases of personal care products. These were for Qingyang. With careful usage, they should be enough for her mother-daughter pair to last for a year. Jiang Yao admitted that though she wasn't a good person, she had basic human decency. Previously, when Qingyang guided her, in exchange, she helped save her daughter. Now that rescue teams were present, saving her daughter couldn't happen. As compensation, giving away some resources seemed appropriate. But this amount was enough. If anyone wanted more, that wouldn't be happening. Firstly, Qingyang didn't have the space to carry too many things. Secondly, these supplies were obtained through dangerous situations by Jiang Yao. There was no way she'd let others benefit without any effort on their part. With 2 layers, she thought it was already plenty. After this division, she planned to keep the rest for her own use. The system space became urgently tight again, with over 80% occupied by supplies, leaving only a few dozen square meters available, clearly insufficient. She still needed to look for farm tools and books. Not much to say about books, but almost no small farm tools were found. Jiang Yao made a decision, choosing to spend more points to double her space. A smaller space was really troublesome. After all, one couldn't empty everything before every trip, right? She spent another 500 points, expanding her space to 1,000 square meters. Now, she had only slightly over 600 points left in her system. Jiang Yao pulled out the crystal cores given by Lu Yan. Detected level 2 crystal core, worth 500 mall points. Jiang Yao traded 10 of them, obtaining a total of 5,000 points. Mall points, 5,632. After some contemplation, she opened the restaurant interface. Restaurant points, 3,845. Task completion rate, 653/10,000. Thinking about the timing, the group of people she saved from the supermarket should have reached the restaurant by now. Plus, there were nearly 100 people staying outside before she left. If they all ate 3 meals a day at the restaurant, there would roughly be such an amount of customer traffic. After finishing those tasks, Jiang Yao took out that poison-type crystal core. Would you like to purify and absorb? Yes. Abundant, yet gentle energy flowed into her body from the crystal core. It only took dozens of seconds, and Jiang Yao felt a refreshing chill. By a mere thought, she summoned the ice spike. The originally pitch-black ice spike now carried an eerie layer of green smoke. Jiang Yao opened the car window and shot the ice spike outwards. Boom. Zzz. A black hole instantly appeared on the ground. Success. Jiang Yao was thrilled. But soon, the cold wind outside stiffened her face, so she quickly drew back her head and closed the window. She didn't know how much time had passed when Lu Yan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Yao Yao, we're approaching the farmer's market. Get ready to exit the highway. Okay, I understand. Jiang Yao returned the seat to its original position, putting on a thick down jacket. She turned off the autopilot and followed behind Lu Yan for another 10 minutes or so. Here, get ready to get out of the car. The truck ahead slowly stopped at the entrance channel of the farmer's market. Built near the subway station, the farmer's market was a large 5-story building. A few small electric vehicles were parked sparsely in the parking shed outside. The main gate facing them was unlocked, with a huge display hanging above, showing black background red lettering. North City Farmer's Market welcomes you. Jiang Yao put on gloves and got out of the car holding her knife. The ground and car body were both covered with a thick layer of snow. Jiang Yao pitted the state of her car and pulled it into the space. System, help clean the ice off my car. 10 points deducted, cleaning in progress. Jiang Yao decisively directed the system to do the work. After these days, she also discovered that as long as she gave it enough points as a cost, the system generally wouldn't refuse for such within-reach small matters. So now she directly used the system as her intelligent butler. Jiang Yao had just walked a few steps when she saw the back door of the truck creak open from the inside. One by one, survivors silently crawled out. Jiang Yao scanned them. There was a dense crowd of black heads. She estimated there were at least 100 people or more. After everyone got down, the truck was stored inside by the spatial anomaly person in their group. Lu Yan, wrapped in a sable coat, wearing sunglasses, stood with great presence on the steps of the gateway. The survivors stood below looking up at her, awaiting instructions. Everyone formed teams. Each team, 20 people. I will assign 2 anomaly wielders to each team and have them lead you all inside to search for supplies. The rules are still the same as before. Saying this, she lifted her wrist to glance at her watch. It's 11:20 now. By 1 p.m., regardless of how many supplies are collected, gather here, no loitering allowed. Do you understand? Yes. Good, let's go. She waved her hand grandly. The next moment, the crowd skillfully grouped according to her words. The anomaly wielders behind Lu Yan stepped forward, leading their respective teams and dispersing, entering sequentially. Qingyang had originally been standing behind Lu Yan unmoving. Seeing Jiang Yao walking towards their side, her eyes lit up. She whispered a few words into Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan glanced at Jiang Yao, nodded. Qingyang then approached Jiang Yao. Miss Jiang, let's go. I'll take you to find farming tools. Thanks. Lu Yan waved at Jiang Yao and followed the space anomaly person walking into the market behind everyone else. Walking last were Jiang Yao and Qin Yang. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled an intense stench of decay. On the first floor was the fresh produce area. Most of the beef and mutton in the freezer had disappeared. The rest had rotted into meat paste, with maggots crawling all over. A fat female zombie who once held a butcher knife lay dead on the ground, killed who knows how long ago. There was a large hole in her head. The brain matter completely dried out. Not far from there, a man lay sprawled on the freezer with a dagger stuck in his back. It seemed he'd been dead for some time too. Jiang Yao's face remained emotionless as she stepped through the sticky, unknown substances on the ground, entering further inside. All the vegetable stalls inside had turned into muddy water, dripping continuously down. On the second floor was daily necessities and hardware stores. Various pots, pans, chopsticks, and whatnot were thrown haphazardly on the ground, shelves knocked over. Zombie corpses lay strewn about on the ground. A little ways off, several teams were searching around. Jiang Yao picked up some sealed tableware and placed them into her space. As for the others exposed and polluted, she didn't dare to take them. Qin Yang also picked up a set of bowls and put it into her backpack. The two passed through the outer area of daily necessities, arriving at the agricultural tools section. Agricultural implements occupied a third of the second floor, arranged neatly by size and purpose. Shovels, various sized hoes, plows, rakes, rototillers, sickles, harvesters, hand trucks, even stone grinders, charcoal ovens. Jiang Yao took everything she saw into her space, without hesitation. As for how to use them, she figured Bai Yun and others could experiment later if needed. Going deeper into the farming tool section, they came upon the furniture and bedding area. All sorts of four-piece sets and mattresses caught their eye and were taken into her space. After collecting these, Jiang Yao and Qin Yang proceeded nonstop straight to the third floor. The third floor had lost power, pitch dark inside. As soon as they entered, a putrid wind rushed toward her face. Jiang Yao immediately pulled Qin Yang backward, simultaneously flashing a cold light in her hand, cutting. Her knife hit something as if blocked. Jiang Yao followed up with a swift kick. A loud boom resounded, as if something had collided with the shelving unit. They heard a dull groan. Is it human? Chapter 63, The Mute Man. Jiang Yao felt an ice spike form in her palm. Qin Yang immediately pulled out a flashlight to illuminate the space in front of him. Sure enough, they saw a man in black lying under the shelves, his chest rising and falling slowly. Qin Yang walked over and took a look at him. He's still breathing, just knocked unconscious. Brother, please don't kill my brother. At this moment, a little girl emerged from the adjacent shelf. The girl knelt down with a thud and shielded the man. Is he your brother? Jiang Yao retracted the ice spike and waved her knife twice in front of the little girl. But he tried to kill me just now. Isn't it fair for me to retaliate? The little girl angrily replied. You're a bad person. It was you who intruded first. My brother and I have been here for several days already. This is our territory. Jiang Yao retorted. By that logic, the zombies were here first. Not only did you two take over their territory, but you also killed all the zombies here. Did you apologize to them? Our. The little girl was left speechless by her rebuttal. Jiang Yao coldly snorted while hugging her knife and turned her head towards Qin Yang standing nearby, watching the drama unfold. Qin Yang, go call Captain Lu up. Let's see what she decides to do with these two survivors. Qin Yang nodded and handed over his stuff to Jiang Yao. Here, take the flashlight. No need. There's no power cut on the third floor. Jiang Yao directly pressed a button on the wall at the corner. Snap. The third floor instantly lit up brightly. Humph. Qin Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. She turned her head and glanced at the brother and sister crouching in the corner, finally nodding at Jiang Yao. All right, I'll go get the captain right away. Seeing Qin Yang leave, Jiang Yao stepped forward, aiming the tip of her blade at the man before her. Get up. I know you're pretending to be unconscious. If you continue this act, I'll kill your sister. Brother? The girl turned back in disbelief. The man remained motionless on the ground. Jiang Yao shrugged, muttering to herself. Okay, looks like he's truly unconscious. The girl was furious. You, how dare you suspect my brother of faking it? If it wasn't for you, my brother wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang Yao sent a sharp glare, which immediately silenced her. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes and waved her knife emphatically at her. Look after your brother well. Someone will come shortly to deal with you too. Don't disturb me while I'm handling things. Otherwise, the blade in my hand might lose control. After routinely threatening the little girl, she went inside holding her knife. The third floor was filled with all kinds of local specialties and seeds. Preserved meats, sausages, vacuum-packed Dao roasted chicken. Jiang Yao collected some of the items she liked. They were all ready-made meals, but none as good as what Xiaoxiang cooked. Passing through the special product area, she arrived at the final seed section. On shelves as tall as a person were neatly arranged various crop seeds. Peanuts, corn, wheat, rice. Collect. Cotton with seeds. Collect. Seeds packed in bags of vegetables and fruits. Collect. Jiang Yao strolled past, collecting everything in her path, leaving nothing behind. There was no elevator for tourists on the fourth floor or above, only a freight lift against the wall. She pressed the button, finding that an employee card was required to open it. Forget it, there probably isn't much good stuff upstairs anyway. She turned around and circled the third floor again, stuffing some Sichuan-style cured sausages and cured pork ribs into her storage space. Finally, she walked back to the staircase where she had ascended. That man had already awakened, hugging his sister and sitting in the corner, silently observing Jiang Yao. His hair hung down covering his eyes, making his expression unreadable to Jiang Yao. However, she could sense a lot of caution and hostility from his demeanor. That was understandable. Those who survived the apocalypse weren't exactly benevolent folks. Yao Yao, I'm here. Where are the survivors? Lu Yin bounded up 3 steps at a time from the second floor, the little girl with spatial abilities following closely behind. Xingyang, standing at the bottom of the stairs, having already located her target, didn't follow up together. She nodded at Jiang Yao and then left to search for supplies. Lu Yin looked at the brother and sister in the corner for a moment, pulling out a badge from her pocket and showing it to the man. We are the military rescue team, here to save survivors. Are there any others besides you two? The man stared at Lu Yan's badge for a while, silent and shaking his head. Upon seeing this, the little girl squirmed out of her brother's arms. No one else, my brother and I have been here for several days. So far, we've only met you people coming here. Lu Yan put her credentials back into her coat, her gaze stern. All right, next is the standard questioning. What's your relationship with each other? Which district are you from? Did either of you awaken any special abilities? Do you want to come back to our base with us? At the mention of base, the man finally moved slightly. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yan, gently pushing his sister towards her. Brother? The little girl turned around in surprise, but the man quickly looked away, refusing to make eye contact. Jiang Yao noticed something was off. Is your brother unable to speak? The little girl glared at Jiang Yao angrily, refusing to answer her question. So he really is mute, huh? Lu Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully, waving at the little girl. Hey, little girl, come here, I want to ask you something. My brother is not mute. You're all bad people. I will never separate from my brother. The girl stubbornly turned her head and buried herself back in her brother's arms. Jiang Yao smirked faintly. Nobody said anything about separating you two. Why are you so eager? Or do you actually want to leave your brother? What a melodramatic performance. There wasn't even one person here who suggested splitting them up. Zhou Shengsheng gritted her teeth. This person was even more annoying than zombies, and yet she couldn't argue back. Humph. She lifted her head, deciding secretly that she wouldn't respond to anything this woman said anymore. Fine, don't talk then. Captain Lu, I just saw there's an elevator shaft inside, but it can't be opened. I wonder if there's anything valuable upstairs. Jiang Yao pointed to the end of the shelves. She didn't plan to go any higher. She had already found everything she needed. If Lu Yan wanted to check, they could go ahead. Clatter. Zhou Bushi pulled something out of his pocket and threw it at their feet. Lu Yan bent down and took a look. This is an employee card? Zhou Bushi nodded toward her. Chapter 64, Li Yang's Hardship. Lu Yan picked up the pale blue card from the ground and walked forward to press it against the elevator switch. The elevator slowly opened to the sides. Lu Yan put away the card. Yao Yao, let's go. Jiang Yao shook her head. I won't go. I'll wait for you down here. Be careful. I'll check upstairs first. Lu Yan went into the elevator with that spatial ability user. The elevator doors closed in front of Jiang Yao. She was bored and turned around, seeing a safety exit gate. Jiang Yao pushed it a couple of times, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the outside. Hurry, hurry, brotherly. I just saw Captain Lu go to the 3rd floor. There must be plenty of food on the 3rd floor. Let's quickly go up and take a look. We can't let her and that woman with spatial abilities take everything. Li Yang's voice came from the staircase. Then let's take a look. Captain Lu is a good person and might be willing to give us a little bit. The man beside him had an idea and intentionally raised his voice several times. Exactly. Captain Lu's character is truly beyond reproach. A captain who is so kind and amiable during these tough times is rare in this world. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and took a few steps toward the staircase. She wanted to see what exactly Li Yang intended to do. Just as Li Yang was about to go upstairs, he felt a shadow cast over his head. He looked up and saw Jiang Yao. Boss Jiang, what are you doing here? Ting. Jiang Yao flicked her finger, causing the blade to hum lightly and quiver. Li Yang immediately got the shivers all over. He remembered perfectly well how fiercely Jiang Yao had dealt with those zombies. He originally thought he could get away by pretending to be foolish, but it was Jiang Yao who directly exposed his intentions. Jiang Yao looked down at the 2 people downstairs. So, you still remember me? At the sight of Jiang Yao's haughty demeanor, the yellow-haired man lost his temper instantly. What attitude do you have towards our boss? Don't you? Kneel down and apologize. Shut up. Huh. Li Yang turned around and slapped him hard across the face, cutting off the rest of his words. Instantly, 5 red and swollen handprints appeared on the yellow-haired man's face. The yellow-haired man was stunned, looking incredulously at his own boss, as if asking why he would hit him for the sake of some unrelated woman. Only hearing Li Yang shout angrily, "If you want to live, quickly apologize to Boss Jiang." Then he looked up at Jiang Yao on the floor above and forced a stiff smile. My younger brother speaks without filter, but Boss Jiang has great tolerance. Please don't hold it against him. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man understood completely. This last-name Jiang woman must be extremely powerful, or else she wouldn't have made their boss so wary. Thinking about it, he became suddenly frightened. Thankfully, his boss acted swiftly. Otherwise, once his words were spoken, there's no telling when that boss knife would have been wiped across his neck. Boss Jiang, forgive me for being blind like a dog. Please forgive me, Boss Jiang. Before Jiang Yao could say anything, Li Yang quickly joined in with a laugh, trying to smooth over the earlier words. My and Zhang Jing's special abilities both come from your restaurant. This favor we naturally will never forget. How could I not remember you? Jiang Yao didn't actually intend to haggle with a mere child. Since Li Yang initiated the offer, she decided to go along with it. But she was still very curious why Li Yang would show up in the Eastern District. After all, the Eastern District was dozens of kilometers away from the Western District. Taking the subway would take at least half an hour. Plus, with so many zombies blocking the way along the route, why did he run so far? Jiang Yao asked curiously. Li Yang, I remember you used to be together with Zhang Jing. How come Zhang Jing is still in the West District while you end up in this part of the East District? Zhang Jing. Hearing this name, Li Yang's pupils constricted sharply. He rushed upstairs, skipping several steps, looking agitated and disordered as he asked, "You mean Zhang Jing is still alive? Did you encounter Zhang Jing? How is he now?" Jiang Yao tilted her head. She had originally assumed that they split due to an argument. Now seeing how worried Li Yang seemed, there must be another reason behind this. In that case, it would be simple. Jiang Yao cleared her throat. He's doing fine. Plenty to eat and drink, and a safe place to stay. Zhang Jing was already leading a group of over 100 people. Every day, he leads people around catching zombies near the restaurant, and the restaurant provides him with free meals and accommodation. However, things are certainly going better for him than most survivors. Definitely much better than for Li Yang's group. Hearing this, Li Yang sighed with relief, as if a big burden had been lifted from his shoulders. That's good, that's good. When the zombies first broke out, both of us awakened our special abilities. My power was stronger than his offensive one, so we worked together. I led people to find supplies, while he stayed behind at the school cafeteria to stabilize the rear. That day, when I came back from outside, everyone said that he had been captured by a group of parapsychics called Zheqian Gang. After that, I led a team and looked for him all over the place. But for some reason, I couldn't get any information on that gang. Later on, I coincidentally met a survivor who came from the Western District. He told me that there used to be a small gang of delinquents in the Western District called Zheqian Gang. So, I brought my group here from the Eastern District. At this point, he raised his finger toward the young man beside him with dyed yellow hair, anger seeping through his tone. Who would have guessed that when I got to the Western District, I found out their supposed Zheqian Gang was nothing but a loser gaming clique. They were just a bunch of middle school losers pretending to be badasses and living together in rented apartments. They weren't the same ones who took Zhang Jing. In a rage, I stormed into their hideout, intending to slaughter them all. But as soon as I arrived, I discovered that their leader had already been bitten by zombies and was about to turn. So, I used my powers to eliminate the threat and unintentionally save the rest of them. By accident, I became their new leader. With no other choice, I could only lead these people and struggle alongside the classmates I'd originally come with. Oh, Jiang Yao gave a face-saving hum in response. Li Yang reached up to wipe an imaginary tear away. Who understands? Who could truly comprehend all of what he described? It was only himself who really understood it all. Although it sounds funny now, back then he endured quite a bit of hardship. He supported such a large group on his own without even having a single spatial ability user to assist him. Every time they went searching for supplies, they had to be careful not to get ambushed by zombies at home base. But none of that mattered anymore. Now that they'd encountered the official rescue team, this bitter period was soon going to be over. So, are you willing to bring your group back with me to the restaurant? Maybe Zhang Jing is still waiting for you to go find him. Jiang Yao delivered a well-meaning, but distracted, piece of advice. Back to the Western District? Li Yang furrowed his brows tightly. He had promised his brothers to find them a safe shelter. If he left, what would happen to these brothers of his? Boss, the yellow-haired man scratched his head. If you want to go back, just go. You don't need to worry about us. We've got hands and feet of our own. We can take care of ourselves. After a long contemplation with bowed head, Li Yang finally resolved himself. Sorry, Ms. Jiang. Right now, I can't go back yet. I must bring all of my brothers safely back to the base. He paused for thought, and then made a respectful bow to Jiang Yao. Please do me the favor of delivering a message to Zhang Jing. Once I've settled everything, I will come to find him. Tell him not to wander around, and to wait for me to come pick him up. Chapter 65, Big Brother Protection Mania. Jiang Yao didn't take it to heart. Alright then, but the fact that meals at my restaurant can help people awaken their superpowers, you should help me spread this news. It's best to publicize it more within the base. And tell them, mentioning your name will. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Get a free meal? Jiang Yao frowned. You wish. Mentioning your name gets a group of 10 a free glass of water. Li Yang. Yellow hair. What a stingy boss. Wait. The yellow hair suddenly widened his eyes as he realized what his boss and Jiang Yao had just discussed. Didn't she say earlier that her food could help people awaken superpowers? B-boss. What Ms. Jiang said before. The yellow hair quickly tugged at Li Yang's arm, stammering for a long time without completing his sentence. Li Yang brushed off his hand. It's true. My superpower came from her. Don't make such a fuss. It shows how little you know. Little knowledge? The yellow hair started doubting everything. Food and superpowers? Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be able to figure out how these two things could possibly be connected. Aren't superpowers based on fate? Some people have good luck. Eating zombie crystals or getting infected by zombies leaves them not only unharmed, but also awakening powerful superpowers. However, most ordinary people can only wait to become mindless zombies who attack others. Thus, except when forced into an impossible situation, almost no one would willingly eat zombie crystal cores or be scratched by a zombie without a reason. But what did Jiang Yao just say? She claimed that her food could help people awaken their superpowers? Moreover, his boss's superpower actually originated from her? Is the world crazy? Or is he crazy? Does she even realize what this means? This means she can mass-produce powerful superhumans. If she wants to, she could easily become the emperor of this post-apocalyptic world. As long as she offers that kind of food, there will be plenty of people willing to serve her for life. Once this information spreads, those powerful superhumans will eye her like hungry wolves until they completely devour her. Of course, Jiang Yao was aware of this. An innocent person holding great treasure commits no sin, but owning it makes one a target. But she isn't some fragile little girl. She has both strength and methods now. If they dare to come, she'll have ways to ensure they never return. Alright, enough talk. If you can bring me over 3,000 customers, I'll credit you for it. Later, when you come back, I'll give you some food that can enhance your superpower levels. Whoa, Yellow Hair immediately gasped in shock. Hack, hack, hack. Too cold, it choked him. He got a bit breathless. Liang looked at him disdainfully and patted his back hard, twice to help him breathe. Upgrade superpowers. Yellow Hair was stunned again by Jiang Yao's words, still reeling from the previous information. Apart from absorbing crystal cores, no one had found a second way to improve their superpowers. For a level 1 superhuman to reach level 2 requires consuming at least 100 level 1 crystal cores, 100 cores. In the time zombies evolved to produce crystal cores, killing all the zombies they encountered gave them only 50 to 60 cores. Not to mention reaching level 3 from level 2. There hasn't even been news of a level 3 superpower user yet, indicating the difficulty involved. But for Jiang Yao, these are small issues. She still has plenty of mutant animal meat left. Just the snake meat alone has nearly 300 to 400 kilograms remaining, let alone that huge octopus. Liang looked at him with disdain and patted his back hard again to soothe him. Then, on the other side, he nodded at Jiang Yao. All right, I've noted that. After I go back, I'll find ways to promote your cause. However, I'm worried. What if they don't believe me? Jiang Yao tapped her head twice. No worries. Go find General Li Feng after. Just tell him this is the interest on that account of mine. He will help you get this done. Li Feng. Liang silently repeated the name in his mind. All right, noted. Can I take him upstairs now to collect some supplies? Go ahead. Jiang Yao stepped aside to clear the path. With that matter settled, she's done everything she could. The rest depends on how much appeal the restaurant, or rather, the superpowers, has for the survivors. Lu Yin walked around the 4th and 5th floors and dejectedly emerged from the elevator. The 4th floor has nothing. The whole level is employee dormitories and offices. But we found a few boxes of unopened cigarettes and a few bottles of liquor on the 5th floor. Do you need them, Yao Yao? Cigarettes and alcohol? No thanks. She had collected quite a bit of those during her trip at the mall. Although the restaurant bans smoking and she doesn't drink, she can still store them in her living room for those who want to trade crystal cores for them. All right. Lu Yin glanced at the time. It was already 1:10 p.m., with only 20 minutes left before their group would assemble and leave. Xiaoro, go ahead and gather whatever is left on the 3rd floor. We need to prepare to leave. The girl named Xiaoro nodded, turning toward the shelves and packing the remaining supplies into her spatial item. Lu Yin turned again, looking silently at the brother and sister sitting quietly in the corner. Recalling how they stubbornly refused to answer 3 out of every 4 questions, she felt a headache building as she rubbed her forehead. If it weren't for her mission to rescue survivors, she wouldn't want anything to do with this kind of tough situation. And as for you too, she said, trying once more, I will ask one last time. What are your superpowers? And would you like to come back to the base with me? The man continued to stay silent, while the little girl's big eyes darted around mischievously. Suddenly, she pointed straight at Jiang Yao. We want to follow this sister. She had clearly overheard that Ms. Jiang could awaken people's superpowers and saw the respect Liang had shown her. She had a strong intuition. Following this woman alongside her brother would be the right choice. Jiang Yao shot her a glance and deliberately ignored her comment. This young girl wasn't old, but was sharp-witted beyond her years. Finally, the man moved. He pulled his sister's hand down. Explode. What? Screech. A blood-curdling scream followed. With a loud thud, a large gray rat fell off the shelf above Lu Yin and landed near her feet. Its body looked as though it had been blown apart, covered in fresh wounds. Lu Yin startled, stepping back immediately and turning to glare at the little girl. What did he just say? Explode. The girl vigorously nodded at Lu Yin, her face full of pride. My brother's superpower is amazing. Most of what he says actually comes true. Jiang Yao scrutinized the man with interest. Psychic-type power, word spirit? Are you by any chance surnamed Zhou? Called Zhou Bushi. Before the man could respond, the little girl's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know? Are you Zhou Xingsheng? Even saying it, Jiang Yao found herself laughing inwardly. Who would have thought they'd meet under such circumstances? And even more unexpectedly, the legendary fire and thunder dual elemental power user from the last life, the obsessed protective older brother known as brother protecting demon god, Zhou Xingsheng, turned out to still be so naive now. But Zhou Bushi indeed matched the rumors, silent and reserved. However, something about the situation tickled Jiang Yao's curiosity deeply. Chapter 66, Verbal Psychic Abilities. Lu Yin revealed an expression of contemplation. Yao Yao, do you know them? Jiang Yao nodded, not just knowing them. In the previous life, these two were among the top tier of strong people in the base. Especially Zhou Bushi's verbal psychic ability. There was only one such person in all of Huaxia. With a single word, he could kill a zombie king of level 5 or below. The brother and sister duo alone were worth more than a small team of 50-level psychics numbering dozens. But no matter how strong they were, what did that have to do with her? There was no reason that just because they said they wanted to follow her, she should agree. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhou Xingxing's eyes and opened her lips lightly, her tone solemn. If you come to my restaurant as customers for a meal, I welcome you. But if you want to become my companions, sorry, I don't need that kind of thing. Zhou Xingxing's face turned red immediately, avoiding Jiang Yao's gaze. You're overthinking this. Who would want to be your companion? We just want to eat. So what? Is that not allowed? Still, she felt somewhat guilty, her voice getting smaller and quieter until it was almost inaudible by the end. Huh. Jiang Yao let out a light laugh. That's enough. Lu Yin lifted his wrist again to look at the time. It's already 1:20 now. I don't have time to chat idly with you. You can go wherever you want. Xiaoro, are the things packed up? All finished, Captain. Let's go meet down there. Lu Yan went down from the third floor first, and Xiao and Liang hurriedly followed. Jiang Yao gave these two siblings one last glance before turning away without hesitation. Zhou Shengxing became a bit anxious, pulling on her brother's sleeve hard. All the supplies here had been completely taken by their group. If they couldn't leave together with Jiang Yao, their future life would definitely be problematic. Seeing his sister so desperately wanting to leave with this woman surnamed Jiang, Zhou Bushi naturally tried his best to fulfill his sister's wish. He activated his power directly. Staring at Jiang Yao, a flash of gold passed through his eyes. Halt! Jiang Yao's step forcibly paused. She wanted to take another step, but it seemed like something intangible had pinned her in place. Are these two people planning to keep this up endlessly? Jiang Yao's eyes turned instantly cold. Just now they wanted to kill her, and now they dare to forcibly restrain her. Do they really think she, Jiang Yao, is a soft fruit they can squeeze as they wish? Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? Take us with you. FFFFT. Saying just these few words drained all his strength, and a wave of blood sweetness surged up into his throat. This woman in front of him has at least a level higher ability than him. Otherwise, his power wouldn't be so labor-intensive. Brother, you're spitting blood. Zhou Shengsheng trembled as she wiped the fresh red from his mouth. Don't speak anymore. Let's not follow her. Let's just go back to the base. Since moving forward was futile, Jiang Yao stepped backward decisively, a flash of coldness appearing in her hand. The long sword, previously stored in her space, stood vertically once again before the two. The blade tip quivered slightly, as though ready to drink blood. Either release the restraint, or die. Zhou Shengsheng immediately spread her arms wide, like a fierce little wild animal protecting Zhou Bushi in front. What do you intend to do? Don't touch my brother. Jiang Yao abruptly pushed the knife tip forward half an inch, which seemed to pierce straight into Zhou Shengsheng's chest. Stop. The blade tip stopped just a finger's breadth in front of Zhou Shengsheng's chest, barely missing piercing through her thin chest. After uttering a single word, Zhou Bushi spat out a large mouthful of blood again. He realized Jiang Yao really intended to kill them, struggling to support himself against the corner of the wall and dragging his sister away forcefully. Lastly, he directed his final word toward Jiang Yao. Disperse. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Yao felt her body instantly feel relieved. Holding the knife high, she lunged forward, ruthlessly stabbing the sword into Zhou Bushi's chest. Brother, Zhou Shengsheng cried out mournfully. Zhou Bushi, who had been unsteady in breath anyway, collapsed under the blow, falling limply onto the ground instantly. Jiang Yao turned around and glanced behind her before descending the stairs. A second time, and I will mercilessly slay you. Wasting some time on the third floor, when they descended, Lu Yan's group had already turned the truck around and was waiting for her at the roadside. Lu Yan stood by the door, glancing backward upon seeing her descend. Seeing those two indeed hadn't followed up, she sighed, uncertain whether it was disappointment or relief. Let's go, Captain. We want to return to the base with you. Lu Yan turned to get on the vehicle, but heard a crisp shout behind her. Zhou Shengsheng carried Zhou Bushi upward. Zhou Bushi's face was pale as paper, half relying on Zhou Shengsheng's shoulder. His chest wound was loosely bound with a strip of cloth, continuing to seep blood as he walked. Let's go then, get in the car. Lu Yan nodded expressionlessly. In her eyes, the two people in front of her were nothing more than obstinate troublemakers now. To deal with troublemakers, one had to be tougher and more ruthless, completely ignoring them so they'd learn to obediently follow orders. Zhou Shengsheng had thoroughly suppressed the arrogance she originally carried. She knew very well that, to others now, they were burdens. A young girl dragging a heavily injured man near death. Only the official rescue teams would be willing to take them along. In any other faction, they'd have only been left out as bait for certain. Lowering her pride, Zhou Shengsheng spoke softly to Lu Yan. Captain Lu, could you give us some medicine? My brother suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid he won't make it. You can rest assured, we'll consider this alone. Once my brother recovers, we'll go find supplies to pay you back. Lu Yan glanced at Zhou Bushi briefly, then sneakily peeked at Jiang Yao. It was obvious that the wound came from Jiang Yao's knife. She didn't know what the man did to upset Jiang Yao, but it angered even such a gentle-tempered girl. Truthfully, she was a little worried about him dying. His ability was very special, and she wanted to bring him back to let the superior officer see if they could incorporate him into their group. That would also enhance the security assurance of their team. Jiang Yao maintained an emotionless expression, directly summoning her car, opening the door, and getting in. I'll wait ahead of you. Only after Jiang Yao drove away did Lu Yan wave over Xiao and asked her to take the medicines from her storage space and hand them over to Zhou Shengsheng. After Zhou Shengsheng helped Zhou Bushi rebandage his wounds, she hoisted him up and delivered both of them onto the vehicle. Just as Jiang Yao turned on the car's heating, she heard Lu Yan's cheerful voice coming through the walkie-talkie. Rao, catch up. We're setting off. Next stop, Starlight Plaza. Starlight Plaza was very close to this farmer's market. Crossing a 10-meter tunnel on the southern main road and driving straight northward, they'd reach her final destination, the largest library in the northern city. Chapter 67, Survivor Team. Right now, Golden Navigation, Grand Hotel. Zhang Shuai was clutching his growling stomach with a fierce look in his eyes as he glared at Li Ming. Class leader, our food and water are running out. How many days has it been? Does anyone know if that woman Jiang Yao will come to rescue her? And if she doesn't come, should we just wait here to die? Lu Jiahao stared at the remaining half bottle of mineral water in front of him, swallowing hard. Previously, that man would send supplies by drone every other day. However, it had already been 2 days since the last delivery of food. Why haven't the supplies arrived? He glanced at his phone. There was only 10% battery life left. He plugged it into a power bank, which showed 0 charge. I'll give him a call. Lu Jiahao tried to suppress the growing anxiety in his heart and dialed the number on his phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently not reachable. Please try again later. Sorry. Shit. Pick up the damn phone. Bang. He hung up the phone and redialed the number. Sorry. Damn it. Lu Jiahao cursed under his breath and dialed that familiar set of numbers again. Sorry. After calling almost a dozen times without anyone picking up, it was clear that he'd been blocked. Bro, quickly come take a look. Aren't those the people who've been delivering us supplies? They seem to be leaving. At this moment, a girl's voice rang out from beside the window. Let me check. Lu Jiahao pushed her aside and peeked out the window himself. Sure enough, there were over a dozen men and women standing outside the hotel entrance. Beside them, the door to a black Wuling Hongguang car opened from the inside. They handed things into the car one by one and then climbed inside, one after another. A red-haired woman seemed to have something on her mind and glanced upward before entering, showing off her heavily made-up lips painted bright red. Lu Jiahao's heart tightened. That woman was one of the people who'd initially brought them here. Class leader, they're leaving us behind, right? Zhang Liang had approached from beside the door, watching the movements below with an unpleasant expression. There's no question about it. It's clearly because Li Ming couldn't bring Jiang Yao here, ruining all their plans. So now they don't care about us anymore. As one of the 2 female members of the team, Lu Xiyu had long harbored disdain for Li Ming. Don't think she didn't know. Ever since Li Ming saw her brother, she wanted to cling to him. Her brother was a mutant with special abilities, while Li Ming, what exactly did she bring to the table? Did she even deserve him? In an instant, all unfriendly gazes fell upon Li Ming. Evidently, they all agreed with Lu Xiyu's view, believing it was due to Li Ming's incompetence that they'd been abandoned by that mysterious person. Once hearing this accusation, Li Ming immediately grew agitated. She feared most when others said bad things about her relationship with Jiang Yao. It meant her status within this group was the lowest, making her useless to them. She suddenly stood up and grabbed Lu Xiyu's wrist. What nonsense are you spouting, Lu Xiyu? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Big brother save me. That vile woman Li Ming wants to kill me. Fuck you. Li Ming, it seems you're asking for it. You dare lay hands on my woman. Bang. Before Lu Jiahao could act, Zhang Liang couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked Li Ming hard in the stomach. Li Ming clutched her stomach in pain, falling backward, her back hitting the bed frame with a thud. RRR. Her. Their screams drew the attention of zombies lurking in the hallway. Boom, boom, boom. The barricaded door started being violently battered once again. Within seconds, cracks half the length of a finger appeared in the wooden planks. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jiahao rushed to the door to prop it up. Looking at the group of inept fools near the window, he wished he could kill them. Didn't they realize what time it was? How dare they turn against each other? He roared at them. What are you waiting for? Come and help block the door. Do you want to feed the zombies? The group woke up as if from a dream and ran over to assist in blocking the door. Seeing Li Ming still sitting on the ground, Lu Xiyu gave her a dirty glare. Li Ming, why aren't you helping? Pretending to be dead, huh? Li Ming clenched her lips tightly, enduring the pain as she stood up. That damnable Jiang Yao. You clearly promised you would come to save her. They had waited here nearly 5 days already, and the food that man left was almost gone. Yet there was no sign of anyone coming. And that utterly unlucky and cursed man. It was clear they said they would help them awaken their special abilities, but in the end, because Jiang Yao hadn't come, that group of people didn't hesitate to abandon them here. Finally, Li Ming glared at Lu Jiahao and the others ahead with resentment. Just wait. Once she awakens her special abilities, all these people will have to pay the price for today's actions. Not a single one will be spared, not even one. In the corridor on the 6th floor, Qin Yin looked vigilantly at the front, his right hand lightly raised, signaling those behind him not to make rash moves. Not far away, there were 2 or 3 zombies aimlessly wandering around. Behind Qin Yin, Zhang Lei held a revolver, guarding the rear of the group, occasionally looking back to observe the surroundings. They were also among the survivors inside this hotel. Before the apocalypse erupted, Zhang Lei was on a business trip in Bay City and was staying on the 6th floor. The day before the apocalypse, he had just closed a contract deal and originally planned to play here for 2 days before going home. Who knew that this delay would mean he'd never have the chance to return? But he wasn't particularly sad. He originally had shallow family ties and was still single at over 30 years old. It made no difference to him where he lived. After the apocalypse erupted, he was depressed for a while, but as he watched his own food and water gradually decrease, he finally couldn't stay idle any longer. When he went out to search for supplies in the neighboring room, he rescued Qin Yin, who hadn't yet been bitten by several surrounding zombies. Qin Yin was a martial arts coach with some skills. That day, she had originally planned to break out of the hotel together with her boyfriend. Who knew that as soon as her boyfriend stepped out the door and saw the zombies, he panicked and screamed, attracting all the zombies from that floor. Then he turned back into the room and locked the door, leaving Qin Yin alone outside to deal with those zombies. If it weren't for Zhang Lei's timely arrival, she would have certainly been torn apart by those zombies long ago. Later, Zhang Lei took her back to the next room and tied her up. Fortunately, after being infected by the zombie virus, she didn't die, but instead awakened her special abilities due to misfortune turning into fortune. The first thing Qin Yin did after awakening her special abilities was to lure her useless boyfriend out of the room and kill him. Before the mobile network broke down, they saw the last official information about base construction released. The newly built safe base was right here in the Eastern District, less than 30 kilometers from the hotel. After they both calculated it, they decided to team up and head to the base together. Thus, they thoroughly searched all the rooms on the 6th floor and eventually found a male zombie police officer in room 605. They grabbed the gun in the male zombie's hand and worked together to clear out the zombies on the 6th floor. In the end, they saved 2 pairs of young surviving couples from other rooms. With the same goal to reach the safe base, after deliberating, they formed the current 6-person survivor team. Qin Yan, who possessed special abilities, was precisely their captain. Chapter 68, Problem Detected. Just as Qin Yan reached the stairway entrance, she spotted a second-stage mutated zombie lurking in the corner below. Its long nails gleamed with a black luster. Its ashen face bore completely pitch-black pupils. Its body was arched upside down, its slender limbs sticking firmly to the wall, resembling a colossal 4-legged spider from afar. The zombie slowly patrolled through the stairwell, apparently considering this staircase its territory already. Qin Yan swung her palm, and a green vine wildly sprouted out of her hand. She patiently waited. Finally, the zombie had patrolled to the closest spot above her. Qin Yan aimed at its neck and unleashed her supernatural ability. Crack! One hit eliminated it. The sound of the head dropping startled a few other zombies. They were slowly dragging themselves up the stairs with their intestines. A pitter-patter noise was emitted as they walked. Move! Seeing that she had struck successfully, Zhang Lei immediately led his team members rushing to the front. With a loud bang, the fire axes in their hands chopped ruthlessly into the heads of the zombies. Their skills were swift and efficient, cooperating seamlessly. They also achieved one-hit kills. Each picked up the crystal cores inside the heads of the fallen zombies at their feet, then silently readjusted their positions. Qin Yan returned to her leading position for reconnaissance, and the team swiftly passed through the stairwell heading toward the 5th floor. 2 flowers bloomed separately. Each has its own story. The snow fell heavily for 4 or 5 hours. When Lan Yu woke up from her nap, the accumulated snow outside the restaurant had already submerged past the ankles. Xiang, come here quick, look at this. So beautiful. Lan Yu sat by the door, entranced, looking through the glass door at the outside where goose feather-like snowflakes danced with the wind, more mesmerizing than a glowing swarm of jellyfish under the sea. It was a scene she had never seen before while underwater. Xiang had just delivered the takeout order of Li Feng. Hearing Lan Yu's shout, he slowly untied his apron and came out from the kitchen. He lifted his head and took a glance at the scene outside the door. A red flash crossed his eyes. It has started snowing. Such a cold day. I wonder how our master is faring out there. Hearing this, Lan Yu also sighed. She rested her cheek on her hand, shaping her face like a small flower. That's right, sister has been out for several days now. Next time, no matter what, I'm going with her. Staying at home is too boring. Not far away, Zhang Jing and his group were still battling against a horde of zombies. These days, their lives had become extremely regular. As soon as dawn broke, after eating breakfast, they would kill zombies and collect crystal cores. When they got tired, they'd go back to the restaurant to eat and heal wounds, then continue killing zombies after being fed. Zhao Yuan swung his iron rod, smashing the brain of the zombie, then quickly warmed his freezing stiff fingers with his mouth breath. Too cold. Holding the iron stick felt like gripping an icicle. Impossible to warm it up. So cold. Boss, isn't it not even winter yet? How did the weather change so suddenly? As another gust of cold wind swept through, Zhao Yuan instinctively tightened his meager clothing. Pang! Zhang Jing severed the neck of a zombie charging towards him with a shovel. It was indeed cold. He pulled up the zipper on his torn coat, standing upright with suspicion as he looked around. The broken, dirty ground was thoroughly buried under snow. All that could be seen was the glaring white. Cold winds whistled by piercing through his non-insulated clothing. Why was it so cold? Goodness, the outdoor temperature must have dropped to -4 or 5 degrees Celsius. The climate in Northern City has always been dry and oppressive. During normal winters, the temperature rarely dips below 0. Looking closely, he realized that most of his comrades were wearing clothes suitable only for early autumn, with some having merely added a jacket. From after lunch till now, the heavy snow had never ceased for nearly 2 hours. Almost everyone was covered in a layer of melting snow, huddled together trembling from the cold. So cold, I can't handle it anymore. I'm going to warm up in the restaurant. Let Boss Xiang get me some hot porridge. I'm coming too. Wait for me. Zhao Yuan bent over to dig out the crystal core, frowning as he watched his fellow teammates retreat back into the restaurant. After pondering for a moment, he approached Zhang Jing and shook off the snow on his shoulder. Boss, let's go in and rest for a bit. It's too cold outside. Zhang Jing, however, became distracted by the zombies nearby. He pointed to a zombie chasing a man opposite them and showed it to Zhao Yuan. Hold on a second, look at those zombies. Aren't their speed slower than before? Following his direction, Zhao Yuan noticed a skull-faced zombie whose head was half-chewed running crookedly ahead. But somehow, maybe due to the snowfall, its legs were frozen stiff, perhaps explaining the slowness. Its original speed, which was equal to a normal person running, had decreased by more than half. Moreover, after taking 2 steps, it would pause for a moment. At this speed, its head was soon burst by someone. Zhang Jing became increasingly suspicious as he watched. If low temperatures could restrict the zombies' activities, then it also meant they could safely leave this place to look for supplies elsewhere. There was no telling how long this winter would last. They must figure out a way to gather more warm clothing and shoes. It's always better to be prepared. Come on, let's go try. 3 p.m. A large and a small vehicle drove out of the tunnel one after another. On the street, wrecked cars with smashed windows were scattered haphazardly. The roadside guardrails and power poles were all knocked down, strewn everywhere. All the shops along the streets had been ransacked, their doors wide open, leaving only chaos on the ground. Roar. Not far away, a large group of zombies, attracted by something, gathered together and emitted low roars. In an instant, a large patch of blood soaked the snow beneath their feet, glaringly obvious and shocking to see. A few minutes later, a newly formed zombie with its abdominal cavity emptied stood up and began wandering behind the horde, seeking fresh human scents. Roar. The sound of the truck starting startled the zombie crowd, and through sound, they identified the direction and slowly started moving toward the truck. Jiang Yao remained calm, her right foot pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Following the truck in front, she sped along. Spurt. The high-clearance off-road vehicle she had specially chosen finally proved useful. The body of the car directly crushed the zombie blocking the way. Black and yellow sticky fluids splattered everywhere, covering half of the car's front. Chapter 69, Separation. Neither of the two cars chose to stop for collecting crystal cores. A few minutes later, the slow-moving zombie group lost their target again and began to wander around on the street. After another 10 minutes or so, the truck stopped in front of a tall building. Jiang Yao got out of the car and walked to Lu Yan's side. The entrance of Starlight Plaza was blocked from inside. Lu Yan and her group were gathered at the gate, discussing how to break in. Seeing Jiang Yao approaching, Lu Yan bent down to whisper something to Xiao Yang, then led Qin Yang through the crowd. Are you leaving now? Are you really not considering returning to the base with us? There is no feast that does not disperse. Though Jiang Yao had already made it clear to her that she would leave after reaching Starlight Plaza, when it came time to part ways, Lu Yan still wanted to try and persuade her to stay. Unfortunately, she couldn't convince such a powerful Psi user to join her. Jiang Yao was decisive, methodical in her actions, strong but not arrogant, which suited Lu Yan's taste perfectly. I'm not going back to the base. Jiang Yao took out Qin Yang's share of supplies from her space ring and placed them on the ground. Qin Yang, these are the supplies I previously promised you. I'll just leave them here for you to check. Then she turned to Lu Yan. Captain Lu, I have a small business proposal for you guys. Are you interested? What kind of business? Half an hour later, Jiang Yao traded those food and clothes for 30 level 1 crystal cores and 20 level 2 crystal cores from Lu Yan's group. Finally, she waved to both of them without looking back, quickly getting into the vehicle and speeding towards the library ahead. When passing by Golden Navigation Grand Hotel, she glanced coldly at the surroundings. There were more zombies in front of the hotel than elsewhere, and for some unknown reason, they all seemed abnormally excited. She immediately withdrew her gaze. Regardless of whether it's a trap or not, as long as she doesn't fall into it, any trap is useless. This is the apocalypse. Sympathetic saviors often die first. She wouldn't bother doing anything without benefit. Jiang Yao continued along the main road, taking a quick glance at her system panel while driving. The temperature had dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius. The warm air in the car wasn't as cozy as it had been earlier in the day. She had to hurry to get the books and return to the restaurant. She decided that before winter was over, she'd rest and recuperate in the restaurant. She wouldn't venture outside to freeze anymore. At this moment, people on the 5th floor heard the sound of a car engine. Lu Jiahao immediately leaned towards the window. Seeing Jiang Yao's off-road vehicle, he thought it was like seeing a lifesaver. If one could move freely through streets full of zombies, this person must be someone important. He immediately tore open the brightly colored curtain, opened the window, and waved the cloth energetically. At the same time, he wrote several large black words on a white bedsheet, having Li Ming and others each hold a corner hanging it down, ensuring the people below would certainly see it. Jiang Yao was indeed distracted by the red cloth in his hand for a second, unconsciously looking up at the 5th floor. On the bedsheet was written, "Save me. I'm a Psi user." Jiang Yao didn't even spare them a glance, buzzing as she pressed down on the gas pedal and sped away far into the distance. Brother, that person ran away again. What do we do now? Are we really going to die here? Zhang Shuai's tri-eyes brimmed with fierceness. I say we just charge out there, damn the zombies. Anyway, staying here will lead to starvation eventually. Charging out might give us a chance of survival. What do you think, boss? Lu Jiahao knew what he said was true, but facing so many zombies directly outside terrified him, no matter how much he denied it. While they hesitated, a loud sound of something heavy landing came from outside the door. The next moment, a voice like music sounded from outside the door. Is there anyone inside? Do you want to leave with us? Jiang Yao drove forward rapidly. After not knowing how many zombies she had run over, she finally reached the municipal library area. The library was located in the bustling district, surrounded by shopping streets and residential complexes. It had been over half a month since the outbreak of zombies, and most residents' stored supplies had been exhausted. They began grouping up and heading out to search for more resources. On the way here alone, Jiang Yao had seen no less than 3 groups of survivors smashing storefront windows. Those people saw her car, each gripping their own weapons, standing vigilantly watching her. Not until she had driven quite a distance away did they relax and continue their work. Fortunately, Jiang Yao didn't encounter anyone foolish enough to attempt stopping her. Of course, for her, even if she did, it would merely take a stab or a shot, no need to even get out of the car. In front of the library, Jiang Yao got out of the car and put it into her space ring. The gate was locked with chains. Jiang Yao placed her hand on the chain, moved a thought, and the next moment the entire chain was absorbed into the space. She pushed the door and entered. Suddenly, a shadow darted out sharply, its sharp claws aiming straight for Jiang Yao's face. She sidestepped to avoid the attack and swung her long blade with great force. It was the old man zombie missing an arm. The old man must have been responsible for patrolling the library before he became a zombie. He was wearing a green work uniform, and there was still a nightstick attached to his waist. Jiang Yao delivered another slash to his neck, causing the old man to convulse and fall to the ground. Zhang Yao retrieved the nightstick and stored it in her space ring. She then used the stick to stir around in the old man's brain, but found no crystal core. Forget it. She'd better hurry and look for the books. Zhang Yao tossed the stick aside and approached the classification sign in the first floor lobby, her eyes quickly scanning the labels. She only needed books about agriculture and planting. On the third floor, racing up to the third floor, Zhang Yao didn't bother distinguishing between the titles since these would all come in handy eventually. Without hesitation, she absorbed the entire bookshelf into her space. After clearing out the third floor, she returned to the second floor and collected some leisure reading material like novels and travel diaries to pass the time. The system alerted her that the space was running out of room. These books took up half the space capacity. Once again, her newly upgraded 500 square meter space was completely filled. After a quick search turned up nothing useful, Zhang Yao promptly made her way back the same route. As soon as she reached the first floor, she heard several muffled breathing sounds coming from behind the bookshelves in the hall. Were there people here? They must have followed her over. Zhang Yao pretended not to notice and took a few more steps forward before turning around and hiding behind the staircase. The group of men crouched behind the bookshelf glanced at each other after hearing the footsteps suddenly cease. They parted the books slightly to peek out. The first floor lobby was empty, devoid of any figures. Where's the person? A plump man squinted his eyes as he looked around everywhere. In the next moment, someone slapped his shoulder. Don't fool around. He thought one of his companions was playing a prank, so he shrugged to shake off the hand. A chilling voice sounded from behind him. Are you looking for me? Chapter 70, Going Home. Ah. An ice pillar pierced through his back, and within seconds, he turned into a puddle of black water. In the last moment before losing consciousness, the man met a pair of icy eyes. The two men behind the side shelves, upon seeing this, became weak at the knees. Streams of yellow liquid flowed from beneath them. A stench rose from their bodies. Disgusting. Zhang Yao turned her gaze away with disdain. Black light flickered in her hand. Terrified, the man immediately fell to his knees. He pounded his head on the ground repeatedly with a loud thud. Don't kill me. It was Fatso's idea. He said that since you looked clean, you definitely had lots of supplies, so we ambushed you. We were all forced by him. The other man was a bit smarter. Seizing Zhang Yao's focus on his companion, he turned and ran. But how could Zhang Yao let a tiger go free? Who knew if this man would harbor resentment and cause trouble for her later? So she decided to kill everyone here cleanly. Within moments, she dealt with the men in front of her, then walked out of the door and released her car. After refilling the car with fuel, she got in again. This time, the goal was very clear, to go home. The sun gradually set in the west, and the temperature dropped sharply again. Zhang Yao glanced at the thermometer. The current outdoor temperature had reached almost minus 20 degrees Celsius. After finishing her meal, Zhang Yao set the route forward. She pulled out 2 cashmere blankets from her spatial ring, one spread underneath her, and the other wrapped around herself. After instructing the system to watch over the car, she dragged her weary body into the thick blankets and fell into a deep sleep. Peng Weiwei thought she might die here. What bad luck. She should not have listened to those people who said a restaurant called 10,000 Realms Restaurant in the west of the city could help awaken superpowers. On impulse, she grabbed her bag and followed them to the west of the city. She bit her lips and touched her frozen face. They had searched all day. It was already dark. Where was there any restaurant? Clearly, these people were liars. Regret hit her just moments after leaving. Outside, zombies were everywhere, and an accidental encounter could lead to infection of the zombie virus. Truly about to die, especially today when it started snowing heavily. If only she were at home now. Though there wasn't much food, she wouldn't be freezing outside. She tugged twice at the hat on her clothes and shrunk her neck further down. Cold wind penetrated through her clothes, making her teeth chatter. Shall we look for it tomorrow? Let's find a place to rest tonight. As soon as she opened her mouth, cold air carrying snowflakes blew inside, shocking her whole body. The leader of the group was a young man with a scholarly appearance. Hearing Peng Weiwei's words, he paused. Turning his head toward everyone, he asked, "What do you all think? Should we rest or keep looking?" After speaking, he continued, "I think it's better to search at night. All the power is out on this street. We just need to find a place still glowing, which must be the 10,000 Realms restaurant." A girl nodded. "I think what the captain said makes sense. Weiwei, can we persist a little longer? This is the right street. Once we find it, we will have hot soup to drink." Hearing this, others became invigorated like someone injected them with adrenaline, agreeing enthusiastically. "That's right. We're almost there. We cannot fail at this point." "Yes, Peng Weiwei, don't act like a princess. Aren't you aware of the situation? Are we supposed to stay here waiting for you? If you don't want to go, stay behind. We're going without you." Humph. Peng Weiwei let out a cynical laugh. She was used to hearing such words on this journey. Anyway, no matter if her words made sense or what the topic was, they always ended up criticizing her. Let it collapse. She was tired. Seeing her lack of response, those people found it meaningless to continue. Walking under such weather was exhausting anyway, with barely enough food, and they had to avoid zombies throughout the journey. After a brief argument, the team fell silent again. Apart from breathing and heavy footsteps crunching through the snow, no other sounds came out. Suddenly, Peng Weiwei noticed a small patch of warm yellow light ahead. "It's light. There's light. We found it. We finally found it." Evidently, she wasn't the only one to see the light, as everyone instantly shouted in excitement. Overwhelmed with joy, Peng Weiwei sped up her steps towards the direction where the light appeared. Near the wall of the restaurant, old Zhao and a few others squatted here having a small meeting after dinner. Huff, huff, all the zombies in this area have been cleared by Zhang Jing and his team. We'll probably need to go farther tomorrow to collect crystal cores. Old Lu suddenly drew a big puff of smoke, circling it thickly in his lungs before exhaling. He then passed the remaining half-cigarette to Old Li, the bald man standing beside him. Squatting for too long had numbed his legs, so Old Li plopped down on his, but instead, he was about to take a drag from the cigarette when Old Lu's words made him pause and nod along in agreement. The red ember flickered faintly in the dark night. Sure, but I heard Zhang Jing plans to take a few brothers out tomorrow to find supplies for winter. Should we go with them? Old Zhao reached out to take the leftover cigarette, but watched as Old Li greedily inhaled deeply. In one inhale, half of what remained disappeared, leaving just the stub. Old Zhao slapped Old Li's bald head. This is the last cigarette, damn it. Give me at least 2 puffs. Old Li's head jerked forward from the slap, almost toppling onto the ground. He steadied himself against the wall and stood up quickly. Old Zhao, you little bastard. Are you trying to start something? Both of you shut up. Old Lu twitched his ears, his expression turning serious. The other two immediately quieted upon seeing this. Old Lu's awakened ability was enhanced hearing, which allowed him to clearly pick up sounds 5 kilometers away when activated. During zombie fights, he served as the lookout. If they encountered zombies they couldn't handle, Old Lu would issue warnings and guide their retreat. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. I hear something coming from ahead. A lot of them, probably more than 70 or 80. Old Li slapped his hand. They're not zombies, are they? Has a group of zombies come this way? It's not right. Old Lu's face changed. It's not zombies. I can hear people talking. What are they saying? Something like, we've found it, finally. Old Zhao scratched his head. Found what? What does that mean? Should we tell Manager Lan first? There's no need, said a sudden voice, startling everyone. Especially Old Zhao, who still held the cigarette stub in his hand. Seeing Lan Yu looking displeased, he quickly hid the stub behind his back. Oh, Manager Lan, why are you here at this time? Haha, today's weather sure is nice. Lan Yu turned to walk toward the direction of the sound. I'll take a look. By the way, Old Zhao has been smoking secretly again inside the restaurant range, minus 10 points. Don't do this, manager. I'm sorry. Lan Yu rolled her eyes, annoyed by anyone smoking within the restaurant grounds. They've been caught so many times, but they just don't change their ways. They'll definitely do it again if she doesn't severely punish them by taking points away. Someone seems to be coming, shouted someone. Pang Weiwei stopped abruptly and stepped back to join the rest of the group. A wise woman wouldn't stand near walls about to collapse. She lacked abilities herself, so if the newcomers had ill intentions, all she could do was try to escape amidst the chaos. Before they had a chance to fully halt, a well-dressed and peculiar-looking girl appeared in front of them, her pretty face glaring fiercely as she put her hands on her hips. Who are you people standing there? Wow, such a pretty little girl. Bai Lian's eyes lit up upon seeing Lan Yu. Stepping out of the group in excitement, she approached Lan Yu and reached out to pinch her chubby cheeks. Smack! Lan Yu slapped her hand away. How irritating. Not even her sister dared touch her face, yet this woman came over and touched her. Captain! Bai Lian's hand reddened immediately, but she bit her lip and looked into the crowd toward Lu Wenjun, suppressing the tears threatening to fall. She looked like a fragile lily enduring harsh winds, both hurt and resolute. What do you want? Lan Yu jumped back a few steps, keeping her distance. What's wrong with this woman? Did she cry because of just a single slap? Was she planning to extort her? The more she thought, the more likely it seemed. Her blue light flickered, and several water arrows floated beside her. At the sight, Captain Lu Wenjun finally decided to step forward from the group. If he didn't intervene now, who knew what kind of disaster Bai Lian could bring? Chapter 71, Gratitude Value. If they end up being dragged into the situation where they can't even have food, he'll have nowhere to cry. Lu Wenjun glared sharply at Bai Lian. This fool, Bai Lian. How could he not have noticed her lack of brains before? She doesn't seem to have considered well enough that in the apocalypse, when a little girl is seen alone outside, there are usually only 2 possibilities. Either she's strong enough, strong to the point where zombies and mutants don't even catch her attention, or she knows nothing and has no real awareness of just how dangerous this world truly is. No matter how Lu Wenjun looked at her, he didn't see this little girl as some naive dummy. Thus, there was only one possible explanation. This girl was someone extremely powerful, someone not to be provoked. Seeing the water arrows flashing menacingly next to Lan Yu, his whole body trembled. After rummaging through his pocket for a long time, he finally pulled out a small bag of spicy sticks. He forced himself to ignore the water arrow beside Lan Yu, crouched down so he was level with her height, and smiled flatteringly while extending the bag of snacks toward her. Hi, beautiful girl. We mean no harm. We're just here for dinner. Could you tell me if there's a restaurant called Universal Diner ahead? To eat? Lan Yu's eyes darted around. Her sister had said that new guests might arrive when she left initially, but those people had arrived several days ago already. So who were these folks? Regardless, as long as they produced crystal cores, they'd be accommodated. She grabbed the spicy sticks and shoved them into her pocket, then waved a hand at Lu Wenjun. Then follow me. I'll take you to eat. But behave yourselves, and if any of you dare touch me funny, I'll cut you. With that, Lan Yu turned around and flashed her teeth at them. Looking at their terrified expressions made her satisfied as she led them slowly towards the diner. Just as Zhang Jing and a few others were setting up makeshift beds in the living room, a large group followed Lan Yu inside. The 2 groups stared at each other momentarily, all surprised. Zhang Jing was about to lie down for rest when he saw more people come in. After some thought, he instructed his companions to put away the bedding first and place it in the usual private room. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjun was astonished by the warm air inside the house. How cozy it was. As soon as he entered, sweat began trickling down his back. When he noticed how Zhang Jing's group could sleep on the floor, an idea clicked in his mind with satisfaction. Looks like they could spend the night here too. In such a warm place, he didn't want to leave from the moment he walked in. Besides, with so many people present, resting would feel a lot safer tonight. Lan Yu guided them to the counter in front of the cash register and pointed at the device. Throw your crystal cores into the machine, and it will issue an account card based on the value of the core. You can use the points card to buy food from the vending machines nearby. The water dispenser also uses the same card system. And with that, she yawned widely. There is absolute security within a 2-meter radius of the diner, so there's no need to worry about zombie raids during the night. Staying overnight costs 20 points per person, and the second floor is off limits. All precautions are written on the wall. Ask any questions quickly. I'm going to bed. Lu Wenjun pulled out a crystal core the size of a fingernail from his pocket and inserted it into the machine. A few seconds later, a black card was dispensed. He studied the card in his hands for a long while until he spotted 2 small lines engraved on it. Name, Lu Wenjun. Points, 100. It seems that a first-level crystal core equals 100 points. He followed Lan Yu's instructions and inserted the card into the slot on the vending machine. A menu popped up. He chose the cheapest option, a rice bowl topped with diced potatoes and meat slices. Deducted points, 18. Within a few seconds, the vending machine released a neatly packed meal. Wow, this is amazing. Trembling hands retrieved the boxed meal from the slot and placed it on the table. He eagerly opened the packaging. Greasy potato chips mingled with large pieces of meat over a steaming pile of white rice. At the mere sight of it, saliva started pooling in his mouth. Gulp. Someone unconsciously swallowed saliva audibly. Lu Wenjun hastily tore apart the chopsticks and shoveled a large bite into his mouth. Soft, sweet potatoes paired perfectly with salty, chewy meat slices, all blended beautifully with the sauce-infused rice and finished off with a brightly colored bell pepper. Delicious. So incredibly delicious. How long had it been since they'd last eaten such normal, warm meals? It made him feel almost tearful. Wah. He missed his mother's home-cooked food. Wah. Captain, how's the food? Any issues? Bai Lian approached again, staring greedily at Lu Wenjun's plate. The smell was divine, and she was starving too. What problems? Still focused on devouring his meal, upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Lu Wenjun finally remembered that his team members hadn't eaten yet. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Just put your crystal cores into the machine if anyone else wants to eat. After saying that, he walked off with his meal to make room for others at the vending machine area. Out of kindness, Zhang Jing gestured toward the water dispenser nearby. There's clean water there. Just use your card, and you can get water in the disposable cups beside it. Wow, thanks a lot, buddy. Lu Wenjun placed his meal on the table and took his card to the water dispenser, where he poured himself a large glass of warm water. Seeing the clear, clean water streaming out of the dispenser shocked him once again. Most water outside was already contaminated, except for sealed canned water. Tap water had become pitch black. Earlier, someone in their group tried drinking it when they were desperately thirsty, only to turn into a zombie the next day. After that incident, they stuck solely to bottled or canned purified water. But purified water was too scarce to be drunk freely. They often stretched one bottle over 3 or 4 days, which was quite common. He hadn't expected that the water in this diner would still be so clean. It just made him feel happy inside looking at it. Lu Wenjun gulped down the whole glass of water, finding it slightly sweet, delicious, and quenching. Most importantly, such a big cup only cost 3 points, a real bargain. After finishing the water, he refilled his glass and returned to his seat. The team members had already lined up in front of the cash register and vending machines. At the thought of having fragrant meals soon and also drinking clean water, everyone's face lit up with contentment. Gratitude value +3, +3, +5, +3, +4. Jiang Yao sleeping soundly inside the vehicle didn't hear any of it. Throughout the night, the system notification sounds kept ringing non-stop, and the gratitude value directly accumulated to 500 points. At 4 a.m., it was still dark outside. The car sped through deserted streets. Beep, beep, beep. Reminder to the host. Destination is approaching. Jiang Yao woke up startled by the loud alert from the system. Rubbing her eyes drowsily, she sat up and looked out the car window. The heavy snowfall lasted the entire night, reflecting pale light off the white snow-covered ground. Chapter 72, Automatic Stir-Fry Machine. By now, the temperature outside had dropped to -26 degrees. The street was completely covered in a thick layer of snow, like a fluffy white blanket. She put on her down jacket and gathered blankets and other things from the car into her storage space. Then she opened the car window for ventilation. The cold wind woke her up instantly, blowing away any drowsiness. She felt fully alert. When she returned to the restaurant, it was still immersed in silence, as if asleep. Ding-ling. Jiang Yao pushed the door open and was startled by what she saw inside. Nearly 200 people were squeezed onto the first-floor ground and in the private dining rooms. The scene looked grand yet comical. If she hadn't upgraded the restaurant to level 2 earlier, the small place would have definitely been unable to accommodate this many people. System, how many more points do I need to upgrade to level 3? Upgrading to level 3 requires 10,000 points. Current restaurant points, 7,875. She was short of over 2,000 points. Judging by the number of people and their consumption patterns, just selling water and meals could earn her between 800 to 1,000 points per day. And at most 2 days, she would be able to upgrade them all. After level 3, accommodation functionality would be unlocked, so she wouldn't let these people sleep huddled together on the first floor anymore. It was unsightly. Just in the moment, almost everyone in the house woke up. Lu Wenjun sat up and immediately looked toward Zhang Jing. Seeing him lazily glance and then relax without movement, he too laid back down with peace of mind. Seeing that their leader wasn't panicking, none of the others spoke up either. Jiang Yao carefully skirted around the people lying on the floor and went directly upstairs. After sitting in the car for several days, she was utterly exhausted. Time for a shower and to continue catching up on sleep. Little Xiang had just sensed someone coming upstairs, opened his eyes, and found Jiang Yao had returned. He then closed his eyes again to rest and recharge. Refreshing. Jiang Yao's nap lasted until daylight filled the sky, and it was already 11:30 in the morning when she stretched and got up. Her own big soft bed sure was nice. The car seats were narrow and hard, and after sitting for several days straight, her whole body ached uncomfortably. Jiang Yao hugged the soft duvet and leaned against the headboard, zoning out for a while. Suddenly remembering something, she brought up the system interface. System, do you have one of those card swiping machines mounted on stands that can deduct points? I want to sell lots of stuff downstairs. Matching items found. The mall interface automatically switched, showing products that were mini tablet-sized displays with a small card slot in front. Prices range from 100 to 500. With sufficient points now, Jiang Yao directly focused on the most expensive option. Restaurant-specific POS machine. Can be installed anywhere on cabinets or shelves regardless of size. Prevents theft or vandalism of goods. Alert. For freeloading attempts, electric shock is provided. Good. This one. No need to check others. Jiang Yao directly spent 1,000 points to purchase 2 POS machines, which were stored in her space. She changed her clothes and slowly trudged down the stairs in soft rabbit fur slippers. In the hall, everyone was lined up to collect food. In the kitchen, little Xiang's spatula was flying wildly as Lan Yu helped with food preparation. There were more and more guests. Looks like they'd have to hire some more chefs to assist little Xiang. Speaking of which, she did seem to have an unused employment contract somewhere. But no proper candidates came to mind yet, so she'd wait for an opportunity. Still, practical solutions mattered most. She should think about how to lighten little Xiang and Lan Yu's workload. Jiang Yao walked to the cashier desk, sat on the sofa, and reopened the system mall. She searched for automatic cooking machine. Initially, she was just casually searching, but surprisingly, the system offered her a pleasant surprise. The item was actually listed in the store. Jiang Yao tapped the product details of the large machine. Pretty handy. Just throw in the necessary ingredients, set the cooking steps, and in dozens of seconds, the meal was ready. Even better, this machine could make at least 5 different dishes at once. Then came the price. Good grief, 2,000 points each? System, show yourself. Is this thing really worth this price? Look at the rivers. Upgradable. Max capacity reaches up to 100 servings in one batch post-upgrade. 100 servings? Startled, Jiang Yao rechecked the panel's detailed description. An upgrade costs 5 first-tier crystal cores. First level makes 5 meals. 10th level makes 100 meals. That meant, spending 50 first-tier crystal cores would give her a super chef capable of making 100 meals within a minute. Considering this way, it seemed reasonable. Buying it. Jiang Yao endured the pain of spending 2,000 points to buy the machine. She then went back inside the restaurant and stopped little Xiang and Lan Yu who were busying themselves. Lan Yu looked curiously at Jiang Yao placing the machine on the stove, where pots, pans, and all other tools used to be. Little Xiang, come over and test it to see if it works. At the master's call, little Xiang gently flicked its long nose and walked to the front of the stir-fry machine. After observing for a while, a red light flashed in its eyes. It directly placed all the vegetables that Lan Yu had washed into the machine's input slot, then tapped a few times on the machine's panel. Half a minute later, the machine's outlet delivered 5 freshly cooked meals. They were respectively chili chicken cubes, sour and spicy squid, seafood noodles, pork slices with potatoes, and a bowl of fish meatball soup. Jiang Yao randomly picked up the chili chicken cubes, pulled out her chopsticks, and took a bite. Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant. Compared to the food made by little Xiang, it was no less delicious, tasty. Most importantly, this was far more convenient and quick than cooking manually. Jiang Yao directly spent some crystal cores to upgrade the machine to level 10. Crystal cores can be earned again when they're gone, but this machine would be her cash cow in the future. She knew which side was heavier and lighter. Saving when necessary, spending when needed. She might as well ride a bike to a bar. After placing the machine properly, she wandered around the kitchen once more, taking out all the kitchen tools she had brought back from the mall. Blenders, ice makers, ovens. All these were placed on one side of the table for convenience whenever little Xiang or Lan Yu needed them. Finally, Jiang Yao left the kitchen and returned to the cash register, pulling out a large refrigerator from her space and placing it in the corner. This large refrigerator was also something she'd found at the mall, filled with Coke, beer, and various kinds of drinks. Jiang Yao took more drinks out from her space to fill up the fridge. Then she took out a POS machine and slapped it onto the refrigerator. After operating the POS machine for a bit, she set the prices and plugged the refrigerator into the power outlet. From now on, the restaurant would have another source of income. After doing all this, Jiang Yao thought for a moment and pulled out a shelf, placing it beside the cash register against the wall where everyone could see it upon entering. She put some daily necessities on the shelf. Feminine-specific sanitary pads and toilet paper were placed on the first layer. Disposable underwear for both genders were placed on the second and third layers. The lower 3 layers were stocked with cartons of cigarettes, alcohol, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and such items. Finally, after slapping the POS machine onto the shelf and setting the prices, Jiang Yao brushed off the dust from her hands. Alright, that's settled. Satisfied with inspecting her work for a bit, Jiang Yao walked to the vending machine. When everyone had taken all the items inside, she directly opened the vending machine's upgrade system. Each level upgrade consumed 2 first-tier crystal cores, and right now, among everything, crystal cores were what Jiang Yao had the most of. Without hesitation, she directly spent 4 crystal core points to upgrade the vending machine to level 3. In the future, she could directly store 1,000 meals inside. Chapter 73, Beastfolk Winter Retreat. After upgrading the vending machine, Jiang Yao walked over to the water dispenser and looked at it for a while. She stroked her chin. Should she just upgrade the water dispenser too? On second thought, full upgrade. She then spent 3 crystal cores to upgrade the water dispenser to the highest level. With that, the crystal cores she had obtained from this outing were almost all used up. The upgraded water dispenser transformed from a rudimentary one with a bucket of water on top into a black gold luxury model. The outer casing was made of black gold stainless steel, and its water reservoir capacity increased from 5 liters to 30 liters. The original manual switch was replaced by a touchscreen switch, which could also monitor the remaining water level in real time, as well as adjust the desired water temperature. A system-provided disposable cup still sat atop the water dispenser. Jiang Yao took a cup, filled it with lukewarm water around 60 degrees Celsius, and sipped a small mouthful. The water tasted the same as before, sweet with no strange odor. Looking at the increasingly presentable restaurant in front of her, Jiang Yao nodded approvingly. Good. Now, all they had to do was wait for customers. Sister, come try the juice. Lan Yu emerged from the kitchen holding a small tray, on which sat the spicy chicken chunks that Jiang Yao had tasted earlier, along with a beautiful glass of sweet berry juice. The juice is freshly made by Little Elephant with the blender. Sister, try it and see if you like it. Ice cubes floated and sank temptingly in the bright and attractive juice, creating a crisp popping sound as water was absorbed. Just looking at it was enough to make one's mouth water. Thank you, little Yuer, you're so well behaved. Jiang Yao took the tray and placed it on the table in front of the cash register, picked up the glass of juice, and took a sip. The sweetness hit her directly to her core. Instinctively, she ruffled Lan Yu's head, turning her sleek blue hair into a bird's nest. It felt nice under her hand. Hee, then sister should eat first. I'll go help Little Elephant in the kitchen. Feeling the gentle pressure on her head, Lan Yu closed her eyes contentedly. She looked like a kitten having its head rubbed, seemingly ready to purr at any moment. Good. Watching Lan Yu walk briskly back into the kitchen, Jiang Yao sat back down at the table again. This meal had her sweating profusely on her forehead, spicy yet refreshing. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yao tidied up the trash and threw it into an automatic decomposing trash can, walking in circles near the door to digest her food. The snow hadn't stopped, leaving the sky hazy and gray. Except for the area around the restaurant, everything else was covered in snow. It was too cold outside. Jiang Yao didn't wander far, but instead paced back and forth near the entrance. In just this short while, she spotted quite a few unfamiliar faces. They were likely survivors who came during the days she was away. Jiang Yao looked around curiously. Where was Zhang Jing? She seemed to have seen him inside yesterday, so why wasn't he here today? On the other side, on the neighboring street, Zhang Jing was leading Zhao Yuan and dozens of others further away. Behind them, old Zhao and several others trailed not too closely, nor too far. Dozens of minutes later, Zhao Yuan glanced furtively behind him once more, hurriedly catching up with Zhang Jing, who was leading the group. He whispered softly near his ear. Boss, those old men have been following us all morning. What exactly are they planning? Could they be waiting for a chance to ambush us? He noticed these people trailing them right after leaving the restaurant. Or rather, it seemed old Zhao and his group weren't even trying to hide it. At first, he thought it was merely because their paths coincided, so he didn't intervene. But now, having moved so far from the restaurant's vicinity, coincidences couldn't possibly last this long, could they? Clearly, they were coming after them. However, inside the restaurant, they always operated with extreme caution and care, never offending anyone as far as he knew. Zhao Yuan didn't understand, so he decided to run directly up to Zhang Jing and ask him. After hearing what he said, Zhang Jing turned around to take a look. Old Zhao and his companions immediately waved at him upon noticing him turn around, giving a mischievous grin. Turning back to face Zhao Yuan, Zhang Jing frowned deeply. He couldn't tell either what they wanted, but better safe than sorry. They must keep careful watch. For now, just ignore them. He calmly arranged everything. Zhao Yuan, you go back to guard the rear of the group. Issue a warning if anything unusual happens. Zhang San, you follow me in front for reconnaissance, and everyone else speed up. We'll need to get back before nightfall. Whatever they intended to do, let them come if they dare. They were accompanied by 10 or 20 psychics. There was no way they couldn't handle 3 old men. At 2 in the afternoon, Bai Yin stepped out from behind the second floor door once again. The teleportation channel only opens when Jiang Yao is present in the restaurant. Since his last visit, there was a large accumulation of various types of food on Bai Yun's side. This time, his arrival wasn't just for trading food and books. He was also here to seek Jiang Yao's help to ensure his clan could safely survive the winter. Winter in the beast folk world lasts for about 3 months. During those 3 months, heavy snow closes off the mountains, and temperatures plummet drastically. A few days ago, they had already relocated their entire clan to a high mountain cave for winter hibernation. During these 3 months, they wouldn't be able to go out hunting or gathering anymore and could only rely on the supplies they had stored previously. This was probably his last trip bringing supplies over, so this load was bigger than all the previous ones combined. There were thousands of pounds of mutated wild boars classified as second-tier anomalies, over 100 ginsengs as big as radishes, and various kinds of wild beasts, fruits, and vegetables. The 4 large baskets in every direction were fully loaded. After putting down the baskets, he turned around and went back through the teleportation gate, reappearing with a huge wild boar. The wild boar looked to weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and the system indicated it was a second-tier anomaly beast. After putting down the wild boar, he turned again to enter the gate. Wait for me a moment. There's still a lot of stuff left. I'll make one more trip. Jiang Yao stopped him with a gesture. Hold on, I'll go with you. Seeing him drag the wild boar inside, Jiang Yao immediately followed him into the beast folk world. It just so happened she also had a lot of things to take over, and after considering various options, she decided that her personal presence would be the most convenient. Following Bai Yun into the teleportation gate, everything turned pitch black momentarily, and she felt like she entered a dim space. A cold breeze seemed to blow from somewhere, accompanied by an odd smell, as if a dog that hadn't bathed for years suddenly jumped into hot water, releasing a stench of rancid sweat. Closing her eyes and opening them again, Jiang Yao adjusted herself gradually. She then realized it wasn't pure darkness in here, but instead faint light emitted by some weak minerals. She'd just come from the bright restaurant, so it took her a little time to adapt. This is our winter retreat cave. To avoid the wind, most of the entrances are blocked with stones, leaving only a few openings for entering and exiting. Bai Yun waited until she got used to the dim light of the cave before explaining softly. Has it started snowing outside already? Jiang Yao looked around curiously. Chapter 74. Restaurant upgrades to level 3. This place should be in the middle of the cave, with passages leading off in all directions on the walls. The entire cave looks like an underground anthill, with 7 or 8 tunnels dug around the main chamber that can only accommodate one person at a time. These tunnels likely lead to other caves. They are both warm and well ventilated, and convenient for escape in case of emergencies. Before coming here, she had thought that Bai Yun's cave referred to everyone huddled together in one big mountain cavern for warmth, but she hadn't expected how ingeniously designed it was. Indeed, no matter the time, the wisdom of working people must not be underestimated. Yes, please follow me. Everything we've prepared for you is here. Bai Yun nodded, chose a passage, and led Jiang Yao further into the cave. The deeper they went, the colder it got, feeling like entering a walk-in freezer. Jiang Yao guessed this was where they stored their food. Sure enough, in the next second, Bai Yun took out a glowing bead from her chest and stuck it into the wall. The soft light illuminated more than half the cave. Jiang Yao looked up. The cave was at least 5 meters high, with a decent area, looking like about 50 square meters, essentially a natural small cold storage. The ground was covered with water-absorbing, moisture-proof animal hides, and when she sniffed carefully, there was a faint spicy smell, which they must have used to repel insects. Dried ginseng herbs, various wild vegetables, and wild fruits were piled separately in one corner, while the other side was hung with cured, air-dried ham slices. Even the stack of potatoes they had previously given them was neatly piled in a corner. The most eye-catching was still the large wild boar right at the front, its head huge with 2 tusks gleaming coldly, appearing fierce yet terrifying. Its body was completely covered in frost, already frozen stiff as steel. It was identical to the one they had encountered earlier, also a level 2 anomalous beast. Jiang Yao directly asked the system to dissect the wild boar's meat, then took out a decomposed half-side of pork and placed it in their cold storage. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Bai Yun, puzzled by her actions, said, These are gifts from our people to you. Don't you like them? No, I like them very much. Jiang Yao smiled lightly. I will take the rest. These are left for you. They've already been processed. All of you can eat them. Miss Jiang, thank you. Bai Yun could see through Jiang Yao's thoughtful intentions. She was worried that they might not survive the winter, so she specifically left this food for them. Truly worthy of being their beast god, Bai Yun made a firm decision secretly. But just then, he heard Jiang Yao say again, By the way, I also have some coal. Since I'm not using it now, find a place, and I'll give you half of it. Coal? What is that? Bai Yun looked perplexed. Jiang Yao took out nearly 100 new coal stoves from the farmer's market and put them on the ground. This is a coal stove. If you ignite the coal and fill it in, it can provide warmth and boil hot water. It burns longer than wood. Coal stove? What's this? Bai Yun curiously reached out to tap it. The stove was entirely made of fine iron, looking pitch black, but clanging loudly when tapped. Jiang Yao casually picked one out and placed it at her feet, then fetched a few pieces of coal from her space ring, digging a pit on the ground and igniting the coal. She demonstrated to Bai Yun how to use it. Using tongs, red-hot coal was inserted into the stove's combustion chamber. Soon white smoke started drifting out from above the chimney's side. In the center was a round metal plate where a pot could be placed to boil water or cook food. As the fire spread, the surrounding air gradually warmed. Miracle. This must be a miracle. Bai Yun's face was full of amazement watching this. He reached out to touch the topmost iron sheet. Jiang Yao didn't stop him. This level of heat wouldn't harm him. Allowing him to feel the temperature himself would help solidify his understanding. Some things, even after thousands of words from others, cannot replace the experience of personal feeling. Sizzle so hot. As Bai Yun touched it, his hand was scorched, causing an immediate reflexive withdrawal. Though he was burned slightly, Bai Yun was still happy. How long had it been burning for? But already outside was so hot. And the temperature rose incredibly fast. This thing didn't require wood to burn. Simply putting those little black lumps inside was enough to keep it warm. Most importantly, this coal burnt without much smoke. Ordinarily, when they warmed themselves in the cave with dry firewood, though warm, it always filled the cave with dense smoke. And during sleep, they always needed someone watching the fire to prevent it accidentally catching on fire and destroying their food. But this unknown material coal stove brought by Beast God. According to her, filling it with just 2 or 3 pieces of coal would be sufficient to last through an entire night. Jiang Yao placed her hand near the stove to warm it for a while, then earnestly warned Bayun. You must be sure to keep the area ventilated when coal is burning. Otherwise, there's a high chance of poisoning. A mild case may result in unconsciousness and loss of awareness, while a severe one could lead to direct death. Bayun was shocked upon hearing this and silently memorized Jiang Yao's warning deeply. This item seemed unremarkable at first glance, but it carried great hazards. He must pass on all these instructions carefully to his tribespeople word by word. All right, I've got it. After taking out the coal stoves, and the books, Jiang Yao noticed the simple fur garment that Bayun wore, so she picked out some unisex and small-sized down jackets to leave for them. She didn't have any children, so keeping those items was useless anyway. They'd fit the children in Bayun's tribe perfectly. After doing some clearing up, the space felt cleaner. Jiang Yao took all the food Bayun had prepared and stored it into her spatial ring, then returned to the restaurant with Bayun. Taking Bayun downstairs, she taught him how to use the vending machine to serve himself. Finally, Jiang Yao went back to the kitchen and tossed all the ingredients that the system had already processed into the cold storage. This way, when Xiang and his group needed them, they could just grab what was inside. Bayun studied for a bit and recharged 5,000 points using ginseng. Then he took out an Jifun card and exchanged 200 portions of mutant beast meat rice from the vending machine. Jiang Yao opened the restaurant interface, and the restaurant Jifun instantly increased by more than 2,000 points. The total Jifun reached over 10,000, allowing the restaurant to upgrade to level 3. Jiang Yao stopped Xiang and Lan Yu, who were still busy in the kitchen, and asked the people warming themselves in the restaurant to step out. Sorry everyone, please wait outside for a little while. The restaurant needs to close temporarily due to some matters. Hearing this, everyone started grumbling. What? Closing? When will you open again, boss? It's freezing outside. It won't take long, at most half an hour. Jiang Yao confirmed with the system that the upgrade would only take up to 30 minutes. That's good then. We'll wait outside. Most people chose to head out, but there were still a few individuals stubbornly sitting in their chairs, unmoving. When someone questioned him, he loudly rebutted. I'm not going out. Why should I leave when I've paid? It's freezing outside. Don't you know customers are God? What kind of business sense does this owner have? That person glanced at Jiang Yao, then pushed him slightly. Shut up, don't talk nonsense here. If you want to die, don't drag us along. These people had witnessed Jiang Yao's capabilities before and knew she wasn't someone easily swayed. Chapter 75, Hard Nut. But the man in front of him was with Lu Wenjun's group. In his eyes, this restaurant was run by a woman and a little girl. Although the toys were somewhat mysterious, they had no real threat. The restaurant had water, electricity, and countless foods, which were most likely related to the woman's special abilities. Since the day he arrived, he had been thinking about how to provoke these people into imprisoning that woman and seizing this restaurant. Now this woman actually dared to kick them out, giving him a great opportunity. With a loud slap, he hit his hand down hard on the round table in front of him. Cracks appeared on the sturdy round table under his palm. The man stood up, stepping on a bench with one leg, pointing at those who were walking towards the door. You bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of from just one woman? Who knows how she managed to open this restaurant? If you're scared, then go ahead and leave quickly. Anyway, I'm not leaving. Oh, Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows. This was indeed a hard nut. If you don't want to leave, then stay, she said casually. A look of victory flashed in the man's eyes. He thought this foul-mouthed woman was all bark and no bite, and he was about to say something. The next second, there was a boom, blood flying everywhere. The man vanished instantly from his spot. 2 or 3 seconds later, the blood mist was completely cleared by the restaurant's self-cleaning function. From the moment the man began his rant to his transformation into blood mist, it took less than a minute. There was a sudden dead silence in the room. Jiang Yao sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a cup of hot water, looking as relaxed as if she were on vacation. She gently blew away the mist at the rim of the cup and glanced at the people at the door with a lifted eyelid. Is there anyone else who wants to stay? Speak up and I'll accommodate your wish. Lu Wenjun shuddered. He recognized that man, one of the group who had come with him. He hadn't intervened earlier because he wanted to test Jiang Yao's strength. Unimaginably, this female boss looked gentle but turned out to be so ruthless. It seemed like he had to change his strategy. Force wouldn't work, so let's try softness. After all, she was just a woman with a baggage. He was confident that if he could make this woman fall for him, the restaurant would become his property. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, What are you standing there for? Go outside. Don't disturb Ms. Jiang while she is doing her business. Yes, go already. Before leaving, he discreetly glanced at Jiang Yao's face. Humph, woman moved, aren't you? Watching these people in the restaurant leave one by one, Jiang Yao instructed Little Elephant to lock the door and then open the system interface. Do you want to start upgrading? Yes. Upgrading in progress. Please choose accommodation areas. Available rooms, 20 total, 0/10 8-person rooms, 0/10 4-person rooms, 0/5 double rooms, 0/5 single rooms. After some thought, Jiang Yao chose 10 8-person rooms, 5 4-person rooms, 3 double rooms, and 2 single rooms. Once she confirmed the upgrade, the restaurant began to transform. The first floor expanded by 200 square meters. The cash register area grew, now equipped with 2 cash registers. The sofas, originally as big as the cash register, expanded several times, and dozens of extra sets of tables and chairs were neatly arranged in the hall. The corridor deepened, and 10 additional private dining rooms were added on both sides. The staircase on the left disappeared, replaced by an elevator in the middle. Jiang Yao walked over, with Lan Yu and Little Elephant following behind. Only the restaurant manager can access the second floor, so Jiang Yao directly headed for the third floor. After exiting the elevator, turning right, The first room on the left was 301. Jiang Yao pushed the door open and entered. The space was around 15 square meters, a single room. Next to the door was an independent bathroom equipped with a toilet, shower, and sink. On top of the sink were free disposable toiletries and compressed towels. White tiles covered the floor, and the ceiling held a constant temperature air conditioner. A wooden bed, complete with mattress and quilt, was placed centrally in the room. At each end of the bed were nightstands. Deep color blackout curtains hung over the windows on the side. Near the wall stood a medium-sized armchair. The room next to it, 302, was a double room. The furnishings and size were similar to room 301, except it contained 2 small beds instead of 1. There were no nightstands or armchairs. Walking straight down the corridor, the last room on the right, 305, was also a double room. Returning back down the corridor, this time from the elevator heading to the right, the first room on the right was 311, a 4-person room. On the left side was 312, an 8-person room. The 8-person rooms didn't have independent bathrooms. Instead, there were bunk beds. 4 bunk beds lined the walls, separated by 2 tables in the middle. Both the 4-person and 8-person rooms lacked independent bathrooms. However, the 4-person rooms had much better bedding conditions. They did not have bunk beds, but instead featured 2 large beds. The space also appeared significantly larger than the 8-person rooms. At the back, there were separate public restrooms for men and women on both sides. Jiang Yao walked into the ladies' restroom and immediately saw a large exhaust fan hanging on the wall, keeping the air fresh at all times. Behind the sink were 5 stalls, each with doors that fit perfectly together without leaving any gaps. After inspecting the 3rd floor, Jiang Yao descended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was still her private domain, with the space having doubled in size. Next to the elevator was the teleportation portal. Stepping inside, she saw the entire living room floor covered with soft wool carpets. Oh, Lan Yu cheered, immediately taking off her shoes and changing into cotton slippers before darting into her bedroom like lightning. The master bedroom was centrally located and occupied the largest space on the 3rd floor. Next to the master bedroom, there were 3 additional bedrooms. Jiang Yao let Little Elephant choose one to stay in so that it wouldn't have to rest and recharge in the living room from now on. She entered the master bedroom herself, where a large walk-in closet had been added. Opening the door, warm yellow lighting filled the closet. Facing her was a large full-length mirror. Beside the mirror was a vanity table, with various pieces of jewelry and skincare products neatly categorized and stored in transparent boxes placed on top of the vanity. Around the vanity were rows of hangers, filled with clothes and bags she had retrieved from the supermarket, all sorted by season and color. In the middle was a row of drawers containing underwear, socks, and panties. At the very bottom was a long row of shoe racks filled with all kinds of her shoes. After inspecting everything, Jiang Yao returned to the 1st floor and noticed a sign had been added behind the cash register, displaying the prices for food and lodging. 8-person rooms cost 20 credits per person, 4-person rooms 25 credits per person, double rooms 30 credits per person, single rooms 50 credits per person. Below were images showcasing the different decorations of each room. Next to the introduction board were the restaurant rules previously established by Jiang Yao. The black background with white letters made them stand out prominently. System, open for business. Chapter 76, Accommodation. Stop moving forward. Old Lu's ears twitched, and he immediately ran to catch up with Zhang Jing's steps ahead. Zhang Jing stopped for a moment. Finally, the tails of these old foxes are revealed. He instantly turned around, gripping the iron stick in his hand, his gaze sharp like a knife. What are you doing? Old Lu, seeing this, was frightened and quickly stopped. But hearing the sounds approaching them closer and closer, he anxiously stomped his foot. Pointing forward, he said, "Don't walk forward any longer. There's a cluster of high-level zombies ahead, more than just 1 or 2. Roar." As if in response to his words, not far away came the angry roar of a zombie. The people in the group heard this noise and were startled, realizing that old Lu had been right. There was indeed a group of zombies ahead. "Captain, what do we do now?" Each of them was carrying heavy bundles on their backs, filled with waterproof and windproof clothes and shoes. These items were painstakingly gathered from clothing stores, and they had to bring them back. Zhang Jing decisively turned around. "We'll take a detour, quickly." Old Lu seized the opportunity to pitch himself. "Trust me and follow me. I can hear the surroundings. I'll help you avoid the zombies." The snarling sounds grew nearer. With no other option, Zhang Jing could only nod at him. These old men had followed them all along, finding quite a few things. They hadn't acted maliciously during the journey, but had helped them quite a bit instead. Letting them find a safe route back to the restaurant seemed reliable enough. "Follow me." Old Lu listened carefully for a while, then turned and picked a small path, speeding up and running forward. Zhao Yuan led the way at the front of the group, and Zhang Jing stayed at the rear, keeping an eye out to see if the pack of zombies behind them was chasing. Their team wasn't weak. Everyone was a first-stage ability user. Dealing with first-stage zombies was as easy as fish taking water. Occasionally encountering a couple of second-stage zombies, they still had the means to protect themselves. But from the commotion behind, there were at least 10 second-stage zombies. If they didn't hurry to run away, they'd surely end up as food for the zombies. He couldn't die here. He hadn't yet found Liang. Not too far away. "Brother, that group has left." Li Ningyu was lying down on the eaves, tightly focused on the telescope in his hands, rotating toward the direction where Zhang Jing and his group had departed. "All right, move." Li Feng gave a signal to those behind him, lifting the large machete beside him. Electric light flashed in his palm. The sharp blade body was instantaneously enveloped in a layer of purplish-red lightning, crackling loudly. It looked incredibly terrifying. Li Feng aimed at the nearest level 2 zombie, jumping down forcefully from the building, killing it instantly. Behind him, dozens of men and women in similar clothing followed him, gracefully forming a circle around the group of zombies and collectively annihilating them. Li Ningyu carried nothing, only using his fists. His boxing style was fierce, brimming with enormous power. One punch blew off the head of a zombie. These zombies had no resistance. 2 minutes later, the one-sided massacre came to an end. Li Ningyu took off his black boxing gloves and joined Li Feng and the others to bend over and dig for crystal cores. Brother, I always feel like there aren't as many zombies around here compared to other places. I wonder why. Li Feng shook the brain matter off the crystal core, looking up at the sky. Isn't this a good thing? I think it's almost dark. Let's find a place to rest. Li Ningyu glanced at the time on his wristwatch, surprised to find it was already 4 p.m. It would get dark around 6 o'clock. This was an extremely cold season. After sunset the temperature would plummet rapidly, reaching as low as -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Spending the night outdoors was impossible. They might freeze to death. Thinking about this, everyone's actions sped up. Let's go. Let's hurry to the restaurant. Li Feng placed the crystal cores into the cloth bags they each carried and continued forward. Li Feng had come on this trip to deliver the batch of crystal cores he had promised Jiang Yao before. Lately, zombies had started evolving gradually, so crystal cores weren't as rare a resource anymore. The old commander had always remembered Jiang Yao's prior assistance, piecing together 800,000 level 1 crystal cores from various sources and sending him to deliver them promptly. On the way, they also encountered several powerful survivors, and quite a few of the second stage ability users in their group had been absorbed halfway through the journey. Once this task was complete, they would join Li Feng and return to the base together, enlisting and joining the rescue team. Apparently, no matter the time, most people prefer public provisions. There is an old customer coming. Jiang Yao, who had just finished arranging accommodations for everyone and was lounging on the couch upstairs watching variety shows, suddenly heard the system notification. Huh, an old customer? I wonder who it is to visit at this time. She got up and put on a piece of clothing, stepping into her cotton slippers as she went down to the first floor via the elevator. There weren't many people eating in the lobby of the first floor. After the earlier spectacle at noon where they had made an example out of someone, now everyone regarded Jiang Yao like mice seeing a cat. Originally there had been some noisy chatter, but as soon as she appeared, it immediately became quiet. Jiang Yao wanted exactly this kind of effect, and upon seeing the reaction, she smirked. Walking through the corridor to the entrance, she saw a familiar figure standing there. Li Feng stood at the front, clad in a military green bulletproof vest. On his left was Li Ningyu similarly dressed. Behind them were several men and women in black clothes with caps and masks. Jiang Yao instructed the system to open the gate. Li Feng, have you come to deliver me crystal cores? She wondered which old acquaintance could find the restaurant at this hour. It turned out to be them. Boss Jiang, it really is you. Brother, and I almost didn't recognize you. Li Ningyu, upon seeing Jiang Yao, relaxed entirely as if meeting a long-lost friend, and hurriedly greeted her. When they first arrived at the door, they hadn't dared to enter right away. They couldn't believe how much the place had changed in just over half a month. The signboard outside for 10,000 Worlds restaurant had now become the sign for 10,000 Worlds hotel. From afar, they could see the rooftop sign glowing red, shining especially brightly amidst the darkness. They followed the guidance of the sign to get here. Li Ningyu's gaze swept over the people dining inside before landing on the 2 large signs behind the cash register. Food, water, and even accommodations. Level 1 crystal cores were worth 100 points. Level 2 crystal cores 500 points. Level 3 crystal cores 1500. Looking at the room prices, 8-bed dormitory 20 points per person, 4-bed dormitory 25 points per person. While the food was a bit more expensive than the accommodations, it was still within acceptable limits. After all, from the very beginning, she knew that Jiang Yao's food here was extraordinary, and if she were to price it herself, it would surely be even more expensive than these rates. Li Feng also stared at the introduction board for a while, before finally turning to look at his teammates. How about we stay here tonight? What do you think? Sure, let's go with what the captain says. Since the captain agreed, the others naturally had no objections. They spent their days and nights outdoors in harsh conditions, having slept in all sorts of places. This place at least looked clean and bright, with plenty of customers eating. It was undoubtedly more comfortable than those rundown houses without water or electricity. Moreover, at such a late hour, there was nowhere else for them to stay except here. Seeing that they all nodded in agreement, Jiang Yao stepped aside to make way. Come in first. It's quite cold outside. Chapter 77, New Guests. All right, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Li Feng led the way ahead, followed by Li Ningyu and a slim woman behind him. The woman was wearing a black down coat, with a small yet sharp, curved knife in her hand. Her exposed eyes were fixed tightly on Jiang Yao, with every inch of her body exuding wariness and skepticism. Isn't it weird that they're still in and fully equipped with water and electricity functioning during these times? But as they stepped inside, warmth surged from all around. All the snow and wind seemed to melt away under the indoor heating. So fragrant. Through her mask, Xiao Mukin faintly smelled the aroma of food. She directly removed her protective mask designed to block the cold, making the scent more intense. It was meat, unmistakably meat. Gurgle gurgle. Her stomach was growling. She swallowed her saliva. Since arriving at the base, she'd been eating either compressed biscuits soaked in cold water or plain instant noodles. She could not recall how long it had been since she last tasted a normal meal. Li Feng's siblings were doing better, though. They could order takeout with their bracelets, treating themselves occasionally. Jiang Yao returned behind the cashier counter, pointing to an advertisement board behind her. You look at the menu first. Come here to recharge your cores for credit, then get your meals over there. There is hot water next to the vending machine. Just pay with card. By the way, how many rooms do you plan to book? 1 4-person room, 1 2-person room. Li Feng had thought this through before coming in. They had 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. 4 cannot shower in the 4-person room, but the 2-person room does have its own bathroom. They can all take turns to wash up if they book the double. The 2 girls would sleep in the double, and the 4 men could squeeze together. Jiang Yao checked. The most popular currently were 8-person rooms, low points required, large space. Soon after the system upgrade, 4 or 5 of them were rented out. Next in popularity were the 4-person rooms, where only 2 remain now. Double rooms and singles were high-priced, so only 2 had been rented out until now, one of which Li Feng had just booked. Jiang Yao pointed to the cash register. Alright, it's a total of 160 points. Swipe card here. Use mine. Li Feng took out 2 second-grade crystal cores from his chest and recharged them onto his bracelet. The originally scarce points increased by another 1,000. Xiao Yukin also took out a crystal core and recharged it for 100 points. The others followed suit, each recharging 100 points alongside Li Feng. Jiang Yao shrugged indifferently. No matter what, everyone would eventually need to top up anyway. Xiao Yukin glanced at the black card in her hand, then curiously stared at the pale blue bracelet on Li Feng's wrist. Why was his different from theirs? Their recharges had merely given them cards. Why did Captain Li have a bracelet? But soon, she didn't have time to think further, because her teammates, standing beside the water dispenser, couldn't hide their excitement as they waved her over. Sister Chun, hurry over. There's water to drink here. Clean water. After operating her computer, Jiang Yao handed Li Feng 2 keys after opening the drawer. Room 302 and 314 on the 3rd floor. Just swipe the bracelet to enter. Take the elevator upstairs. The bathroom is at the end. Turn right. By the way, the gate will close strictly at 6 o'clock, prohibiting entries and exits. Handle any necessary matters before 6. Li Feng nodded after receiving the keys as an acknowledgement, handing the double room key to Li Ningyu. He then walked to his teammates who were drinking loudly, discussing something. They unanimously decided to eat first, bathe afterward, for men going first, and finally return to their respective rooms for rest. As dusk set in and night fell, Jiang Yao sitting behind the counter looked at the time. It was already 5:30 in the evening, leaving only half an hour before closing. Most of the dozens of people in the dining hall had finished eating and returned to their rooms. Lan Yu had long returned to her new bedroom to rest. The restaurant was desolate now, leaving only a few stray guests, while Xiao Xiang stood quietly behind Jiang Yao waiting for instructions. At this point, there probably wouldn't be any more guests. Jiang Yao stood up, stretched a big yawn, and was about to walk into the elevator holding her tablet. Xiao Xiang, turn off the lights outside. We don't encourage overtime work. After 6 in the evening, we're closed. When the elevator came down, she added, by the way, those who haven't checked in yet will be thrown out, and no one will be allowed to stay overnight in the hall on the 1st floor anymore. Yes, my lady. Xiao Xiang obediently walked to the door to turn off the outdoor lights, and prepared to lift those who intended to freeload and throw them out. Seeing this, they hastily pulled out crystal cores from their pockets. We want to check in, immediately. Book us an 8-person room. Humph. Jiang Yao sneered coldly. These people were untrustworthy, needing occasional reminders indeed. Did she really think these people could slip through unnoticed? They should not even bother to try. She wasn't running a charity. She turned and signaled Xiao Xiang with her eyes to give them a room. Just at that moment, the elevator arrived, and Jiang Yao walked onto it. Before leaving, she instructed Xiao Xiang. If no one comes, just close the door and rest. Don't exhaust yourself. Yes, my lady. Xiao Xiang took a U-shaped big lock from under the cash register and walked to the door, preparing to lock it up. Wait, don't close the door yet. I want accommodation. A distinct hand gripped the doorframe tightly. A pale-faced, blood-stained man stood outside, staring intently into the inn. He had been drawn here by the sign of the Multiverse Hotel. Initially, he only wanted to find a place with electricity to rest for the night, but unexpectedly, this hotel was actually still in operation. Moreover, the owner looked so young, probably not even 20 years old. And this establishment didn't just provide meals, it also offered baths and clean water to drink. Sumachin thought it might be some kind of scam. All the world's water sources had been contaminated. Even in their base, they relied solely on water elemental ability users to get drinking water. Getting food alone was already a blessing, and the idea of using water for bathing was simply a waste. But now he had no choice. Night was falling quickly. He didn't know if anyone would chase him later, so he had to spend the night here. I want accommodation. Afraid that Xiao Xiang might really close the door, he repeated his request in a low voice. Jiang Yao, who had been about to press the button for the 2nd floor, stopped and reopened the elevator doors before walking to the entrance. Xiao Xiang, let him in first. Xiao Xiang obeyed and reopened the gate. The man clutched his chest as he slowly entered. Jiang Yao instinctively used her finger to block her nose slightly. This person was drenched in an overwhelming stench of blood, whether his own or someone else's, it was unclear. Upon seeing this, the man realized that the smell coming off his body was too strong, so he stepped back a few paces to distance himself from Jiang Yao. The guest wants what kind of room? Look at the introduction board behind me first. Jiang Yao pointed to the board behind her, indicating he should take a look. On it were various details regarding the types of rooms available along with their charges. There were also instructions for recharging, taking meals, buying water, and purchasing daily necessities. These boards were made by Jiang Yao after upgrading the restaurant, asking the system to work overtime day and night to finish them. Vivid and detailed illustrations accompany the texts, making them easy to understand even for illiterate children. After silently reading everything, the man pulled out a light yellow crystal core from his pocket. Direct recharge, I want a single room. Recharging directly with a third-grade crystal core, how decisive. She liked it. All right. Jiang Yao accepted the card, swiped it to open the room, and handed over the key along with it. Out of goodwill for such a generous customer, Jiang Yao kindly added. Third floor, room 303, a single room. If you need to buy change of clothes or daily items, just go to the shelf on the far left on the third floor and swipe your card. Change of clothes? The man paused, lowering his gaze to see his own dirty appearance. Days of arduous battles had left him caked in dust and blood, indeed quite messy. Even if he couldn't bathe, he should at least change into something clean. Thank you. You're welcome. Call Xiao Xiang if you need anything. It's our front desk manager. The man fiddled around the water dispenser and vending machine for a while, eventually retrieving 3 servings of food and 2 large cups of water before heading upstairs. It was past 6. Jiang Yao simply instructed Xiao Xiang to lock the door, then turned off the lights and went to bed. Lying in bed, Jiang Yao opened the restaurant interface to check the points. The upgrade of the restaurant today cost 10,000 points, using up all the revenue accumulated over these days. However, the income from guests checking in and eating today earned more than 2,000. Also, those cigarettes, alcohol, toiletries sold quite well, and now her restaurant points amounted to 3120. Jiang Yao clicked to view the member level points table. First level member, Zhang Jing, 4870/8000. Bai Yun, 4140/10,000. Li Feng, 3460/5000. 10 million first grade crystal cores pending accounting. Second level members, Zhao Yuan, 2320/4000. Lu Leoi, 1680-2000. Old Zhao. The front numbers indicated their cumulative consumption points, while the back numbers indicated their cumulative recharge points. But even though they had recharged, if they hadn't yet consumed it in the restaurant, those points would not count toward the restaurant's revenue. Jiang Yao racked her brain, trying to think of other projects to earn more points. While pondering, she fell asleep lying on the bed. Chapter 78, Collecting Debts. Su Machin endured the excruciating pain in his chest as he stepped onto the elevator. The button for the second floor was gray. He tried pressing it, only to find he had no access. The third floor had a clean and tidy renovation like a pre-apocalypse chain hotel. Underfoot were mirror-like floors, while the snow-white ceilings and walls shone brilliantly above. Su Machin exited the elevator, turned right, and found his room, number 303. Upon entering, a bright but not blinding light illuminated the space, with a pristine bathroom next to the door. Su Machin mustered up his energy, placed the items in his hands on the table, took 2 steps into the bathroom, and turned on the tap directly. There was water in the bathroom, and it was even hot. That woman didn't lie to me. Crystal clear water flowed from the faucet into the sink. Su Machin stared for a few seconds before quickly cupping his hands to catch the flowing water and washing his face. After cleaning up, he sat by the table feeling dizzy, looking at the steaming meals he had fetched from the vending machine, finding it hard even to lift his chopsticks. A good night's sleep. Before dawn fully broke, Jiang Yao was awakened by her biological clock. She glanced at the system interface and couldn't believe it. It was just past 6 in the morning. She closed her eyes, trying to fall back asleep, but after a long time, she still felt no trace of drowsiness. Jiang Yao sighed softly. Her early rising habit was truly a curse. She couldn't enjoy even a little extra rest. After lazily hugging the quilt for a bit longer, she finally got up, dressed slowly, finished brushing up, and headed downstairs for breakfast. She wasn't sure when Zhang Jing and the others had returned. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw these people gathered around eating breakfast. Each person was wearing brand new cotton jackets and military overcoats. Seeing her come down, Zhang Jing waved his hand at her and said hello. Boss, good morning. Old Zhao and a few others hadn't seen Jiang Yao before, and this was their first formal meeting with the restaurant's boss. But all of them had already heard stories about her achievements from Zhang Jing and his team. Now seeing this young girl standing right in front of them, they dared not take her lightly at all. They abandoned their meal, stood up, and greeted her respectfully. Boss Jiang, good morning. Having points to collect in the morning made Jiang Yao exceptionally happy. She warmly exchanged greetings with Zhang Jing and the others. Good morning everyone. Eat well, drink well, buy more if you need to, and don't be shy. Little Xiang had already opened the shop doors. Jiang Yao took a cup of hot water in her hands, leisurely strolling to the entrance to watch. It showed no signs of stopping snowing, and instead, the snowfall grew heavier. The surrounding zombies had been completely cleared out by Zhang Jing and his team. The previous putrid smell of decaying corpses was now gone from outside the door. Truly, it was a wonderful day. Little Xiang and Lan Yu voluntarily went into the kitchen to prepare ingredients and cook, while Jiang Yao approached the vending machine and retrieved a bowl of ginseng millet porridge and seafood buns. With a gentle ding, the food tray slid out. Winter mornings demanded warm, steaming porridge. Jiang Yao tore open the packaging cover, revealing a box filled with 3 meat-filled buns, each larger than a fist. She picked one up, broke it apart with her hands, and inside was a mixture of plump shrimp and crab roe. A single bite was sweet and savory, absolutely delicious. Taking another sip of the millet porridge, it nourished her stomach and warmed her heart. When Li Feng and a few others stepped out of the elevator, they felt as though they were dreaming. Warm rooms filled with the scent of cooking meals. No need to worry about being surrounded by zombies. No need to endure harsh weather or conditions. And there was clean water for showers, toothbrushing, and hair washing. Not just Xiam Yukin and the others. Even Li Feng himself didn't want to leave. Captain, brother. Li Feng understood instantly what his team meant. However, they had come here to accomplish a mission. After handing the things over to Jiang Yao, he needed to hurry back and ensure the safety of the survivors. Not possible, not at least for now. We should make the most of our time, eat something, and then head out. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but now was not the time. The base was under vigorous construction, and now was precisely when manpower was in short supply. He couldn't abandon so many people at the base and run off to enjoy comfort here alone. However, after returning, he planned to write a report, urging the expedition team to accelerate its progress, aiming to incorporate the Western District into the base's coverage as soon as possible. This way, they wouldn't have to go through such effort every time they wanted to visit Jiang Yao and enjoy themselves. Xiam Yukin had guessed this would be his answer. She silently sighed and walked to the cash register, recharging another secondary crystal core herself. Since they couldn't stay here long-term, at least she could pack more food and water to take back with her, right? Anyway, she had storage space, and items would never spoil there. Jiang Yao noticed her action with just a glance and continued eating her own meal without any interference. As long as points were paid, whether taking it out to eat or doing anything else with it, it was none of her business. Other team members, inspired by her actions, suddenly brightened their eyes and gathered around Xiam Yukin. Chen sister, good sister, can you help me bring a few more portions? Sister, if you help me, I'll give you 1 meal, you can choose whatever you want. I'll give 2 meals. Say no more, I'll give 3. Jiang Yao listened for a moment and inwardly sighed that the market was being ruined by these people who were so obsessed with competition. Xiam Muqing covered her ears to stop the increasingly loud shouts. It wasn't anything else. These people were shouting loudly in her ear. Her hearing was almost impaired by it. All right, stop the noise. The maximum I'll carry for each of you is 20 portions. Anything more isn't possible. You can all help me get a meal as repayment. Li Ningyu chuckled, pulling Xiam Muqing's arm and pouting. Good sister, I knew you'd be the best to us. Xiam Muqing silently patted her head. Stop acting cute. Hurry up and buy. Our captain is waiting. After finishing their meals, the teammates started taking out from the vending machines what they wanted. Then each of them took out a water bottle, filling it with hot water. Li Feng led Xiam Muqing to Jiang Yao's side. Ms. Jiang, this is part of the crystal cores we owed you earlier. So far, we've only managed to gather 80,000. I brought it to you first. The rest may need some more time from you. 80,000 primary crystal cores? Jiang Yao silently calculated in her mind. Just enough for her to upgrade the restaurant to level 4. After reaching level 3, the restaurant's required points would start growing exponentially. Level 4 requires 100,000 points, level 5 1 million points, and level 6 10 million points. Xiam Muqing took out a pile of crystal cores as big as a small mountain from her storage space and placed them behind the cash register. Jiang Yao let the system count the number. There were exactly 80,000, not a single core more or less. The system immediately stored all the crystal cores, converting them into points. That was a total of 800,000 points. The system directly deducted 30,000 crystal cores which it had loaned to Jiang Yao before. Now there were still 50,000 primary crystal cores left. Ding, the accumulated restaurant turnover points reached 500,000. Reward, a diamond treasure chest. Ding, detected enough crystal cores. Do you want to upgrade to level 4? Jiang Yao didn't choose to upgrade right away. There were still quite a few people upstairs who hadn't come down yet. She'd wait until later. Aren't you going to count them first? Xiam Muqing watched helplessly as the crystal cores disappeared right in front of her eyes after being taken out. She guessed Jiang Yao must have the same spatial ability as her. No need, I trust you. Jiang Yao naturally wouldn't tell Xiam Muqing that the system had already counted them. She shook her head at Li Feng and Xiam Muqing. Xiam Muqing was shocked. Was this woman really stupid or pretending to be stupid? At this point, she could still be so naive. That was 80,000 crystal cores. Enough for a level 1 psychic ability user to reach level 4. Even she felt the urge to take the money and run when she saw the heap of crystal cores like a small mountain. And since these crystal cores were piled together, even if someone hid dozens or hundreds of them, no one would discover. She actually didn't even check? Should she say this woman was extravagant or innocently pure? Li Feng didn't think about it too much. He appreciated Jiang Yao's 100% trust in them. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the credibility of the authorities began to collapse rapidly. Many capable psychics preferred to act alone rather than approach the authorities. In such circumstances, Jiang Yao's trust became even more precious. They knew Jiang Yao's strength, so naturally, they wouldn't do something foolish like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Their leader hoped there would be future opportunities to cooperate again. Li Feng turned back toward his teammates. Is everyone ready? Ready, Captain. In that case, let's set off. After everyone said goodbye to Jiang Yao, Li Feng led his team toward the exit. They had to rush back to the base before dark. It was still early, not even 8 o'clock. Watching Li Feng's group disappear around the street corner, Jiang Yao instructed little Xiang to watch the shop, then went back upstairs to the 2nd floor via the elevator. Chapter 79, Hot Pot Restaurant. The customers on the 3rd floor were gradually coming down to have breakfast, and the restaurant began to get busier. Sitting on the couch, Jiang Yao took out the diamond chest that the system had just rewarded her. Unexpectedly, the chest was not big. It could be lifted with one hand. A shiny cube filled with intricate and lavish patterns covered all sides of it. Do you want to open the chest? Open. After the words faded, the chest glowed intensely, nearly blinding Jiang Yao's titanium alloy eyes. After dozens of seconds, the light dimmed. Inside was a transparent doorframe. The doorframe was palm-sized and looked like a delicate little figurine. The system's prompt tone timely sounded. Congratulations for obtaining the diamond-level treasure, mind-controlled teleportation door. Mind-controlled teleportation door feature. Set this door in an absolutely safe space. Regardless of where you are, as long as you think of it, you will surely be teleported home within 3 seconds. Jiang Yao was shocked after reading the description. Isn't this Doraemon's teleportation door? However, Doraemon's door is a two-way teleportation, while this door can only teleport you back home from another place. Jiang Yao played with the teleportation door in her hand for a while. It was icy cold, feeling like an ice block. This treasure, how should she put it, is better than nothing. It looks nice, but compared to a protective shield, it is significantly less powerful. Still, it would save her some time when returning home next time. Jiang Yao walked into her bedroom and stuck the transparent little door onto her bedroom door. She clicked to confirm placement. The small door expanded and encompassed the wooden bedroom door, then gradually disappeared into it. But Jiang Yao knew that the door had been placed successfully. After thinking about it, she went downstairs by elevator and pulled Xiaoxiang's arm. She silently thought, "Go home." In front of her eyes, she and Xiaoxiang were teleported back to her bedroom together. "Master." Xiaoxiang looked completely baffled, unsure why he suddenly appeared there. "No problem, I'm testing something. You go downstairs and take care of the guests first." After experimenting with the function of the teleportation door, Jiang Yao sat back on the sofa and opened the restaurant's upgrade interface. Actually, there wasn't much difference between a 4th-grade restaurant and a 3rd-grade restaurant. The only change was that the building turned from 3 floors to 4, and the 4th floor could unlock 20 more dormitory rooms. At the same time, it could also unlock a gourmet shop of any type chosen by Jiang Yao. Options included a bubble tea shop, a cake shop, a hot pot restaurant, or a snack store. Nobody mentioned it before, but as soon as someone did, Jiang Yao immediately remembered her favorite Sichuan-style hot pot. It was the most suitable food for such a snowy day. The crisp mutton slices, the tender beef, the smooth tofu skin, everything goes straight into the boiling spicy red oil pot. Cook, fish them out, then stuff them directly into your mouth. The result? Eating until you're sweaty all over. Just imagining it made her mouth water uncontrollably. Jiang Yao tapped on the upgrade interface, somewhat wanting to upgrade right now. Most people were either sleeping in their rooms or eating on the 1st floor anyway. It shouldn't affect anything, right? Who cares? Let whatever needs to happen, happen. After all, no way could it interrupt her eating hot pot at lunch today. Decided, Jiang Yao stopped hesitating and clicked the upgrade button at the bottom right. 100,000 points were directly deducted. She only had 40,000 crystals left. I can't believe it. The surrounding space twisted and reformed. Tables and chairs floated in midair. The sofa Jiang Yao was sitting on also floated up. After a few minutes, the furniture repositioned itself, and the space expanded again. This time, the 2nd floor had expanded to more than 500 square meters. The master bedroom occupied 200 square meters, and inside there was an additional living room, becoming a mini-suite with 1 living room, 1 bedroom, and 1 bathroom. Jiang Yao was currently sitting in front of a huge bay window. Turning her head, she had a clear view of the snow outside. In front of the warm yellow sofa was a projector, and a curtain hung on the wall for watching movies in the future. The overall decoration was simple and elegant, with top-notch lighting and ventilation. Jiang Yao pushed open the master bedroom door and walked out. There wasn't much change in the living room. The overall decoration was white-themed. The warm yellow sofa turned pure white. The LCD TV still hung up front. The entire living room occupied approximately 80 square meters of space, and 2 more bedrooms appeared on both sides of the master bedroom, each room occupying 50 square meters on average. Not bad. It can stay like this without needing any further changes. She certainly didn't want to keep moving around within the rooms every morning. By the time she reached the stairs, she might already be dizzy. After inspecting the rooms, Jiang Yao returned to the living room in her own bedroom and turned on the projector to watch a movie. This was a habit she developed long ago. Having some sound in the house prevents it from feeling too desolate. Then came choosing the dormitories placements. Jiang Yao directly placed all the 8-person and 4-person dorms on the 4th floor, while the single and double-person rooms were placed on the 3rd floor. Just like before, the elevator was still in the middle. 10 double rooms were on the left, and 10 single rooms were on the right. 10 8-person dorms were on the left, and 10 4-person dorms were on the right. At the same time, the 4th floor had 2 additional bathrooms apart from the public restrooms, both requiring gender-separated card swipes for entry. Taking a glance, everything was clear, convenient for herself and the customers. After doing all these things, it was finally time for the hot pot restaurant she had been longing for. She spent quite a bit of time flipping through the various food shop options until she finally found her favorite hot pot place. Hot pot restaurant. Monthly rental cost is 10 first-grade crystal cores. Ingredients and utilities are free. Do you want to rent it? Jiang Yao was stunned. So this thing wasn't a freebie, and she had to spend crystal cores to rent it? System, you're tricking me again, aren't you? Didn't we agree that this was my 4th-grade gift? The final interpretation right belongs to the system. Jiang Yao, damn. Then I don't want it. You take it back. Anyway, not having a hot pot restaurant won't stop me from eating hot pot. A string of gibberish rang in her mind. She didn't know how long the system deliberated, but it eventually spoke again. Ding! Detected that the host is about to open the first hot pot restaurant. Now gifting 1 robot staff member who doesn't require charging and can work non-stop for 24 hours. Robot staff? Sounds pretty advanced. Leaning back comfortably onto the couch, Jiang Yao said. Nope, too few. At least 10, otherwise no deal. 3, 8, 4, 6, 5, can't give any more. If I do, the main system will yell at me. Jiang Yao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. All right then, deal. System. Self-isolating, tricked by the host again. After clicking to place it, Jiang Yao positioned the hot pot restaurant on the side of the dining hall. From the ground floor layout, the hot pot restaurant had 2 passages, one opening inside the restaurant. The other was in front of the shop. After placing the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Yao took out the robots gifted by the system from the space. Machine attendant. Works 24 hours without worrying about wear and tear, no labor fees required. Disadvantage. Requires 1 first-grade crystal core monthly for charging. Once energy is lacking, it immediately becomes scrap. Note. System gifted, no charging needed, permanent use. Haha, she knew it. Chapter 80, Hot Pot Shop 2. The system won't easily let go of any chance to fleece itself. Fortunately, she was familiar with the system's quirks. Otherwise, for this hot pot shop, she wouldn't know how many crystal cores she'd be scammed out of. Please name the robot waiters. Jiang Yao looked at the tall, identical robots in front of her and stroked her chin. Then following the order, from left to right, Jiang 1, Jiang 2, Jiang 3, Jiang 1. Master, I'm here. The robot on the left stepped forward. Great. Jiang Yao nodded contentedly. This robot appeared somewhat dull, but reacted rather swiftly. After making the system implant all the restaurant rules into the robots, Jiang Yao turned off the projection screen and led these 4 or 5 tall robots into the elevator. There were already 2 elevators, one in the middle for customers, one on the far left, exclusively used by Jiang Yao and her shop partners. After stepping out, Jiang Yao noticed quite a few people standing outside the gate, most of them being guests who had booked rooms at the hotel yesterday. Before Jiang Yao could ask, Lan Yu quickly approached her side. She pouted slightly and showed dissatisfaction. Sister, the restaurant was just upgraded. Those people insisted that the restaurant was going to collapse, so they all ran outside, and I couldn't stop them. Jiang Yao affectionately rubbed her little head. Don't worry about them. Today, sister will take you to eat hot pot. Hot pot. Is it tasty? I want to eat it. Lan Yu's beautiful big eyes revealed longing. She followed her sister because her sister promised to make her lots of delicious food. But since arriving at the restaurant, her sister has been very busy. She could only stay quietly inside the restaurant every day, except for Xiaoxiang. She could only play with the group of fish and shrimp. Finally, when her sister came back, she was still very busy, so she didn't like to disturb her sister while she was working. Yes, little Yu has worked hard recently. Sister must reward you well. Come on, let's go to the hot pot shop. Jiang Yao extended her hand, held Lan Yu's small hand, and led her into the hot pot shop. The hot pot shop occupies an area of about 80 square meters, with 20 or so tables and chairs inside. On the walls hang lively posters of hot pot, and in front of the cash register is a large set meal menu. Jiang Yao scrutinized it for a long time before ultimately choosing a package of 6 meat dishes and 4 vegetables, costing a total of 230 points. But as the boss of this place, naturally she didn't need points to eat. Once the robot waiters entered the hot pot shop, they started busying themselves immediately, preparing the dishes, serving, welcoming guests, handling the cashier duties. No instruction from Jiang Yao was needed, as they automatically divided their tasks and returned to their respective posts. Jiang Yao chose a 4-person table close to the inside and sat down, with little Yu sitting across from her. Xiaoxiang saw his master in such high spirits and ran to the kitchen to prepare 2 sweet berry milkshakes on a tray to bring over. Beautiful sweet berry sauce was evenly distributed on top of the creamy milkshake, tangy and sweet, perfectly stimulating the appetite. Just at this moment, the server brought up the broth base. Considering Lan Yu might not have tried spicy flavors, Jiang Yao thoughtfully selected a yin-yang pot. The mushroom soup is fresh and sweet. The spicy pot is fierce yet refreshing and exciting. Even in the cold weather, the two were sweating profusely while eating together. So fragrant. It seems like the smell of hot pot, with the spicy flavor. The aroma of the hot pot drifted through the ventilation ducts and spread outside the restaurant. A group of people outside were puzzled. What happened? Wasn't it said the restaurant was going to collapse? How come it not only hasn't collapsed, but has become even more luxurious? And what's that next door? Why does it smell so good? A few brave and curious people stepped forward for a look. It's a hot pot shop. There's actually a newly opened hot pot shop here. On the other side, a few middle-aged men approached dubiously. Old Li touched his bald head and muttered nonstop. Real or fake? How can there possibly be hot pot at a time like this? Wow, old Zhao, come quick. It really is a hot pot shop. The smell comes from inside. It smells great. It's the taste of lamb. Hee fragrant. Old Zhao eagerly sniffed the air and smiled foolishly. He patted his stomach. It really smells good. I can smell it too. We haven't eaten lunch yet. Hey, old Lu, how about we 3 brothers go in and try it? Slap. Old Lu, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, jumped and slapped him on the head. Ouch. Old Lu, why did you hit me again? What's wrong with having a hot pot meal? Eat. All you think about is eating. Can our crystal cores withstand your extravagance a few times? Aren't the buns from the vending machine tasty enough? Zhao roared at him, his neck stiffening. How can they be the same? We can eat buns every day, but how long has it been since we last ate hot pot? Smell that. That aroma. Yeah, it's quite fragrant. Wait. No. Even though it smells good, it won't do. This hot pot just looks too expensive. Forget about it. I'll get you some self-heating hot pot later. Room 303. Sumachan had an excellent sleep. Since the outbreak of the zombies, he'd never experienced such peaceful days. Having eaten enough and dressed warmly, he lay in a soft bed, without worrying about sudden attacks from zombies or assassins. There was no foul stench lingering around his nose. Even his dreams were sweet, until he felt something beneath him continuously shaking. Strange. He should be on the bed. Why would the bed be shaking? No, it's an earthquake. Suemo Chun did a flip and jumped up from the bed with a start. Plop. He stepped into the void and landed face down like a dog eating dirt. Shit, is this place haunted? He rubbed his still groggy head and let out a scream. Who wouldn't shriek upon waking up only to see furniture floating everywhere in the room? A few minutes later, everything stopped moving, and the furniture returned to its original position as if nothing had happened. Suemo Chun almost thought what had just occurred was his hallucination. If he hadn't noticed the room seemed to have expanded slightly, he might have thought it was all in his mind. The blackout and soundproofing effects in the room were too good, so there was no way to tell what time it was. Suemo Chun walked to the window, pulled the curtain, and looked down. The daylight was shining brightly. Downstairs, a large crowd had gathered for reasons unknown, pointing fingers at the hotel entrance. What exactly had happened? Suemo Chun furrowed his brows, grabbed the new clothes he bought yesterday from the table, changed quickly, and headed downstairs. In front of the hot pot shop, Pang Wei hesitated at the door before finally making up her mind. Why did she kill zombies every day, risking her life if not to improve her quality of life? She was already so tired. Treating herself by eating stew wouldn't be too unreasonable, right? Yes, not unreasonable at all. After finding a justification within herself, Pang Wei stepped firmly inside the store with determination in her eyes. If you're not coming in, please move aside. I'm going in. With those words, she pushed through 3 big men blocking the entrance. Holding the soul's secondary crystal core tightly in her hand, she bravely entered the hot pot shop. Chapter 81. Either you die or I perish. Lao Lu. Shut up. I said you can't eat it, so you can't. You're such a buzzkill. Old Zhao angrily pulled Old Li into the dining hall. Not eating? No big deal. Today at noon, he would definitely eat 2 more buns. No 3. Welcome. Seeing someone approach, Jiang Yi, who was waiting at the door to greet customers, lit up and loudly called out. WC. A gender-neutral mechanical voice suddenly rang out, startling Pang Weiwei as her entire body trembled. Looking up, she saw a tall smart robot standing by the door, reflecting cold silver-white light under the store's illumination. The gentleman-like robot, Jiang Yi, politely extended its hand while kindly offering a warm towel. Guests, please wipe the snowflakes off your head. We have many packages for you to take a look at. Thank you. Pang Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but still chose to accept the towel from Jiang Yi and wiped her head. Got it. Jiang Yi's heart leaped with joy. The customer had come after all. It quickly guided Pang Weiwei inside. I'm Jiang Yi. If there's anything the guest needs, feel free to call me for help. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? I don't eat coriander. All right, please sit over here, and I'll bring you the menu. Would you like some water? We also have specially made beverages here, only 10 points per serving. Weiwei. Before she could enter, Bai Lian called out from a distance. Curious, Jiang Yi turned its head to see a pale, thin girl running out of the crowd and approaching Pang Weiwei. Seeing the second-grade crystal core in Pang Weiwei's hand, a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. After arriving at the restaurant, she also awakened to a superpower, but her ability was utterly useless. She could only temporarily change her figure and appearance within a short period. It gave her no combat ability at all. Her only option was to charm those dirty men, racking her brains to con crystal cores out of them in exchange for food. Unlike Pang Weiwei, whose awakened superpower was speed enhancement, attracting many teams that actively sought to recruit her. That second-stage crystal core must have been given to her by some other man. How unfair life was. How could Pang Weiwei awaken such an excellent ability while hers was utterly worthless? With these thoughts in mind, she forced down her dissatisfaction and flashed Pang Weiwei a gentle smile. Speaking softly, she asked, Weiwei, are you going in to eat? We're all hungry too. Unbeknownst to her, her self-assumed kind and approachable smile looked twisted and ugly to Pang Weiwei. Pang Weiwei filled her mind with question marks. If you're all hungry, just go eat already. Why tell me? I already said that I voluntarily left your team, so we'll all go our separate ways now. Are you deaf? Bai Lian clenched her own sleeve tightly, almost unable to keep her smile upon hearing Pang Weiwei's unkind words. I mean, how about we go in and eat together? Let's make it a farewell dinner. Oh, so all this talking was because she wanted her to foot the bill. Before Pang Weiwei could retort back, Lu Wenjun's eyes brightened as he stared at Jiang Yao eating in the restaurant and turned around to follow. Yes. Weiwei, we fought side by side for days as teammates. Since you're separating from us, it's only appropriate to host a farewell banquet for you. Pang Weiwei felt herself being driven to laugh in anger. Farewell banquet, my ass. She'd always known Lu Wenjun to be devious, treacherous, and shameless, but never did she expect him to be shameless to this extent. How could he even say something like that? She knew better than anyone what kind of treatment she received in their team. Asshole. Coldly spitting out these 2 words, Pang Weiwei ignored them both, turning directly to walk into the hot pot shop. Who are you calling names? Even before Bai Lian could speak, Lu Wenjun lost his cool first. Pang Weiwei had always given him the impression of being an overly sensitive woman prone to causing trouble. Just a little trick on his part, and she would fall right into his hands. He hadn't caught her earlier merely because he wasn't interested in this type of woman, wanting to test her nature a bit further. Unexpectedly, the little woman turned into a fiery little chili pepper. Humph, it was definitely because she saw him getting close with Bai Lian and became jealous. He knew it. His charm was irresistible. Even Jiang Yao. Sensing someone's gaze on her, Jiang Yao furrowed her brows and looked over. Just in time to meet Lu Wenjun's scrutinizing eyes sizing her up and down. Lu Wenjun tilted his lips upwards towards Jiang Yao, forming a slight smirk. If she didn't like him, how could she constantly keep tabs on his location? Clearly, Jiang Yao loved him deeply, just like Bai Lian. At the thought of this, a hidden sense of pleasure welled up inside him. What's the great and decisive Jiang boss to him, if not another person who will fall for his suit pants game? Upon seeing this look, Jiang Yao almost threw up the meat in her mouth. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep staring at me with such a nauseating look? Could he be planning to kill me and take over the restaurant? Thinking about this possibility, Jiang Yao's eyes filled with intense killing intent. Bring it on then. If you're not afraid of dying, come at me. As Peng Weiwei entered the room, Jiang Yi quickly followed. How much did you say that drink cost per point again? After entering, Peng Weiwei actually started regretting it right away. A second-grade crystal core is worth 1,000 points. 1,000 points can stretch far enough to last her a month of eating here if used wisely. Yet because of her craving and stubbornness, she was bound to overspend significantly. The meals in the restaurant weren't cheap, and hot pot? That would break her bank even more. Jiang Yi lowered his tone. 10 points only. Dear, and unlimited refills. Just 10 points? Peng Weiwei walked up to the counter to check the set meal prices, and what she found left her astonished. It was cheaper than the restaurant meals. 6 meat dishes, 6 vegetables, a 4-person meal for just over 200 points. Her eyes scanned through the menu. 3 meats, 3 veggies, a single-person set meal, originally priced at 120 points, now on discount for new customers at 70% off, merely costing her 84 points. My goodness, this is even cheaper than before the apocalypse. Could it possibly be true? Godlike boss, weep weep weep. Understanding the cost now, Peng Weiwei chose a seat near the window deliberately, making sure people outside could see her enjoying her meal from within. I'll take the single-person package, and also one of those drinks. Thank you. No problem, please wait a moment. With Jiang Yi's attentive and friendly service, Peng Weiwei had a fleeting feeling as though she'd traveled back in time. Though it had been less than a month since the start of the apocalypse, it felt like years to her. Jiang Yi went to the kitchen to prepare the drink, while she picked up the menu again. This time, she noticed a note at the bottom. Food items other than those offered by the restaurant are made with regular ingredients, serving only for fullness and providing no assistance in awakening or upgrading abilities. Peng Weiwei couldn't help but smile. This explained why the prices were so low. Even still, filling her stomach was all she cared about. She'd stepped inside precisely because of her craving. Just arriving downstairs, Su Machin had been lured by the appetizing aroma. Through the transparent glass wall, he could see the arrangement inside and where guests were seated. There were only 2 tables occupied. One of them held Jiang Yao and Lan Yu. Recalling the 1,500 plus points he had recharged yesterday, he entered without hesitation. Eat. Since these points will go to waste after he leaves anyway, why not spend them? Chapter 82, Base. After the first 2 trailblazers, more people entered the hot pot restaurant either out of curiosity or greed for food. In just a short morning, the hot pot restaurant earned Jiang Yao over 1,000 points. Even if one couldn't awaken special abilities, with its overwhelming aroma, fresh ingredients, and affordable prices, the hot pot restaurant attracted several wealthy groups of guests who didn't mind spending crystal cores. Jiang Yao's face nearly split from smiling at the accumulating points. No wonder they say the food industry is highly profitable. In just half a day, she had made back a month's worth of costs. If she could open more restaurants and turn it into an all-inclusive food street where people could stay, play, and eat, then wouldn't her points rise even faster? After the meal, Jiang Yao sat in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the snowy scenery outside. Actually, there wasn't much to see. The old town was already mostly deserted, with mostly small diners on either side. The storefronts' designs were so similar, down to their signs. The main road had long been covered by snow. Even the dilapidated cars on the street, the tilted telephone poles, and the abandoned greenery belts because of lack of maintenance were buried under the snow. Looking around, only her own restaurant stood out like a sore thumb against the dreariness of the street. The one difference was that here, you basically couldn't find any zombies. Occasionally, when one wandered over from somewhere else, it would be quickly dealt with by the customers. For some reason, 3 words suddenly popped into Jiang Yao's mind. Scavengers. These customers, who searched for zombies every day, were like scavengers in a dirty pool. They inadvertently maintained the last patch of clean land near the restaurant. A few days later, outside the security base, Qingyang was riding in the back seat of Lu Yan's car with her daughter, heading towards the nearby colossal steel city. The giant city was at least 10 stories high, surrounded entirely by steel walls. There were many armed soldiers patrolling it constantly, ready to act at the slightest sign of movement. Every so often along the top of the wall, there was a cannon turret rotating 180 degrees non-stop. The gates were blocked by thick steel fences, and everyone had to get out of their vehicles to undergo inspections before entering or exiting. Bang bang bang, the guard tapped on the front window. The window lowered, and the guard scanned through everyone behind Lu Yan, as if counting them. Please show your ID. Lu Yan and the others took out their squad emblems and handed them to the guard. Just then, Lu Yan noticed a few stinky bugs clinging to the car window without her knowing. She quickly grabbed something, wrapped the bugs up, and threw them outside. Strange. Where did these bugs come from in this weather? Gross. After inspecting them, the guard returned their emblems with a stern expression and waved them through. You may go ahead. All those behind need to get out and undergo virus testing and ability detection. Lu Yan nodded at them, then opened the back door of the driving compartment. She turned to look at Qingyang and Zhou Shangsheng, sitting at the back. Don't worry, the testing is quick. You can go down first for the tests. We'll wait for you inside the city. All right, Captain. Little Yang had already explained the rules of entering the base on the way, so naturally, they weren't worried. Inside the carriage, Li Yang heard Lu Yan's voice over the radio and proactively opened the door, signaling his companions to disembark together. Anyone who wasn't an ability user wanting to enter the base had to contribute at least 5 pounds of food. They were all aware of this rule, so obediently held their backpacks and pre-prepared food supplies, forming a line. Qingyang led her daughter to the information registration table. The person in charge was a no-nonsense older sister. She glanced up at Qingyang, pulled out a new book, tore out 2 sheets, and handed them along with a spring-bound pen. Fill out this form. Then take this paper and go queue up over there for the test. They will fill in your ability level. Next. Thank you. Qingyang took the form, glanced through it briefly, and filled in her own and her daughter's information at the top. Name: Qingyang. Gender: female. Ability level: unknown. Refer: Lu Yan. Name: Qingxue. Gender: female. Ability level: unknown. Refer: Lu Yan. After filling in the information, she took the 2 slips of paper and guided her daughter forward. Not far ahead, there were 2 machines. Simply place the palm of your hand on the machine and activate your ability. Within dozens of seconds, the ability level would be detected. There were only dozens of people waiting ahead, so it was soon their mother and daughter's turn. Qingyang handed the slip to the woman in front of the computer and followed instructions to press her hand against the machine. Dozens of seconds later, Earth-based ability, level 1. Enter. Next. Without looking up, the woman rapidly typed a few characters on her keyboard. Qingyang quickly moved aside and instructed her daughter to place her hand on the machine. As expected, her daughter had not awakened any special abilities. However, Qingyang was not worried. She silently thought that it seemed she would have to find time to bring her daughter back to the restaurant. After these people got out of the car, the iron gate was moved aside. Lu Yan directly drove the car over several meters long steel city gates and entered the outermost area of the base. She found an open space and stopped the car. A lot of emaciated people walked by on the roadside. Most of them were almost naked. The slightly better off ones just wrapped themselves in dirty and tattered old down jackets, their wet hair clinging to their heads. Young children with bulging eyes, full of bloodshot, stared like hungry wolves at every passerby. Seeing Lu Yan's car parked there, they lit up with a glimmer of hope for food and water. But after exchanging glances and moving cautiously toward Lu Yan's truck, they scattered immediately upon seeing the official insignia. Yes, even within the official base, there were different ranks. Here, only the strong were respected. Under limited resources, all advantages tilted unconditionally towards powerful ability users, because those ability users were truly the light of humanity. As for these common folk, who would care about them? The base was divided into 3 areas: outer ring, middle ring, and inner ring. All 3 zones were interconnected, but their living environments and security conditions differed greatly. The rental for houses in the outer ring was low, and they were all low-rise dormitories housing dozens or even hundreds of people. Therefore, most of the residents here were ordinary people who hadn't awakened any special abilities. You could live in the outer ring as long as you paid sufficient entry fees. Due to this, it attracted all sorts of people: thieves, beggars, and worse. Your supplies might be stolen or taken by force one day after another. There was nowhere to complain. The middle ring had a much better environment, mostly inhabited by relatively wealthy and capable ability users. Some were ordinary people who took missions from the mission hall of the base. Even though these people hadn't awakened any abilities, they had courage and strength. They could form small teams to scavenge or rescue survivors. These teams would be issued work badges by the base. They would submit a fixed amount of their monthly labor proceeds, while the base would ensure their personal safety and basic necessities. Here, you could see sporadic patrol teams alternating shifts. Rarely did anyone dare to cause trouble here. And then there was the inner ring, the net of heaven and hell for criminals. Chapter 83, I understand. The inner zone was where important figures of the base and high-level psychics lived. On average, every 10 minutes you could see a patrol team passing by. Even the soldiers patrolling here had to go through rigorous selection, but naturally, their salaries were also quite generous. So each time there was a selection process, the competition was exceptionally fierce. Lu Yan's small team with Xiaoyang rented a 2-story villa in this inner zone. Although the rent was expensive, 10 kilograms of grain per month, if they split it evenly among themselves, it wasn't too much. Now that a few more newcomers had joined their team, the rent each person had to bear was even less. Most importantly, living here ensured personal safety and property security. At least they didn't have to worry day and night about being robbed or attacked while sleeping. Lu Yan, Qingyang, and the others are back. Xiaoyang sat by the car window, constantly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Seeing Qingyang walk in through the gate, Xiaoyang quickly informed Lu Yan. After all, this was the outer zone, and if they didn't promptly bring them into the vehicle, things could get messy. Damn it. Lu Yan, hurry up and drive over. Xiaoyang's voice carried a note of urgency. Because he saw Qingyang's daughter, Qing Snow, pull out a bag of instant noodles from her backpack and happily hand it to a beggar pleading for help nearby. King Snow's face was filled with warmth as she extended the bag of noodles. In the next moment, countless disheveled survivors surrounded her. It started as, "Little sister, please take pity on me. Please be kind. I haven't eaten for days. Little sister, please give me something to eat. I'm starving." Then it turned into, "She has food in that bag. All food. Everyone grab it. The water. I found the water first. The water is mine. Bitch, let go. Let go or I'll beat you senseless. Believe me, I will. Ha 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 ha. This girl looks so tender. Why don't you come home with Uncle? Uncle will buy you candy sticks." Qing Snow was squeezed in the middle of the crowd, watching helplessly as these people glared at her with bloodshot eyes and pushed desperately towards her. Though terrified, trembling uncontrollably, and tearing up. She knew how hard-won those supplies were. She would not release them easily. She swung her bag wildly around her, hitting people. Hey, you can't take that. It belongs to me. Put it down. Don't snatch my bag. There's nothing in it. Mom, save me. Wah, dirty pervert, I'll kill you. Let me go, Mom. Mom. Qingyang's hand flashed with light, and a small earthen spike pierced outward from beneath the feet of one of the people trying to grab her daughter's face, causing him to fall. She had been quietly following her daughter since walking in the gate, and did not interrupt when she saw King Snow's actions. This was the first lesson she intended to teach her daughter. This is the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, always remember to keep your overly abundant but useless sympathy locked away. Otherwise, you'll only trap yourself in an unforgivable situation. Evidently, this lesson sank in deep. Even after they got into the car, King Snow still looked visibly shaken. Qingyang did not intend to gloss over the matter so easily. Stop pretending to be dead. Tell me, do you understand your mistake? Qingyang, aren't you being too strict? Xiaoyang couldn't stand seeing this happen. He actually liked King Snow a lot, finding her beautiful, warm-hearted, cheerful, and generous. The journey would have been much duller without her. Besides, she was still a child. Why say such severe words? Xiaoyang, go cross-reference the list of resources we collected with Xiaoru. We should rest for a bit before heading back to turn in our tasks at the mission hall. Li Yan intervened to stop him, knowing well the struggles women faced for survival. Even in peaceful times, women needed to worry about being taken advantage of, followed, or abducted. Let alone in the current apocalypse. Beautiful girls who lacked cunning would end up chewed down to no remains, both physically and emotionally. Moreover, this was the mother teaching her child. Why should an outsider interfere? Didn't you notice neither Xiaoru nor she opened her mouth to comment? King Snow wiped the tears from her eyes with her sleeve. I'm sorry, Mom. Captain Sister. I caused everyone trouble. Qingyang hadn't necessarily wanted her daughter to go through this experience. Seeing her pitiful expression, she sighed silently, then pulled her into her arms. I am not asking you to become a cold, heartless person. But no matter what, you must remember that kindness should have its edge. When you can't ensure your own safety, take care of yourself first. I won't always be around to protect you. You need to learn to grow up on your own. Zhou Shengxing quietly curled up in her brother's embrace, her gaze flickering upon hearing these words, her thoughts unknown. Jiang Yao was sitting in the lobby on the first floor watching TV. Boss, renew my room for 3 more days. Su Machin, exuding an air of dejection, walked in from outside, shaking the snow off his shoes at the doorway. Approaching the counter, he handed his bracelet to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao gave him a quick glance, and took the bracelet to perform the renewal process. Haven't found your companions yet. As she spoke, she returned the bracelet to him. This man had already been staying here for 4 or 5 days, leaving early every morning and not returning until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. At first, he had been full of enthusiasm, saying he would go out to find some of his brothers so they could come enjoy this place together. But now, after several days, no one had returned with him. He didn't have a single smile left on his face. He had left full of confidence, but returned looking disheartened and downcast each time. Hey, I'll go look again tomorrow. Mentioning it made Su Machin's sorrow deepen. He seemed cloaked in a dark cloud of despair. Keeping his head low, he shuffled over to the vending machine to retrieve 2 meals and a cup of hot water, drifting upstairs like a ghost. Lu Wenjun, who had been observing Jiang Yao's every move in the dining hall, finally saw his chance when Su Machin left. A sense of joy rose in him. He immediately puffed up his chest, adjusted his new clothes, crossed his hands behind his back, and approached Jiang Yao with a slight cough. Boss Jiang. Jiang Yao recoiled slightly in distaste. Is there something you need? Lu Wenjun, as if completely ignoring her discomfort, leaned in even closer and ran a hand through his hair. Then he dropped the bombshell. I know, Boss Jiang, you've always admired me. Huh. Sure enough, Jiang Yao was instantly fried by that comment. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. In disbelief, she fired back. What did you just say? Lu Wenjun smiled affectionately. He understood. Girls were just easily shy. Chapter 84, New Rules. Lu Wenjun's face revealed an indulgent smile. He understood. Girls are just easily shy after all. I'm not incapable of giving you a chance to pursue me. As long as you obediently hand over the sold crystal cores and this restaurant's supply channels to me, I'll let you be my woman. Jiang Yao's frown could have crushed a fly between her brows. She had now confirmed that this person was definitely crazy. Insane. Her face turned cold. If you're sick, then get treated. Why are you barking here? Lu Wenjun acted like a pig who didn't care about boiling water, firmly believing that Jiang Yao harbored deep affection for him. He reached out to pinch Jiang Yao's cheek. Humph. All of you young girls, play at being aloof but end up playing too much, which isn't interesting anymore. Jiang Yao grabbed his hand and twisted it backward with a snap, and there was a crisp sound of something breaking. Lu Wenjun's entire arm twisted unnaturally like a piece of wire. Stop, don't twist. I'm wrong. Lu Wenjun endured intense pain in his arm and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly lowered his head to beg for mercy. Jiang Yao paid no heed, her expression icy cold. She really detested these customers like grasshoppers, jumping around underfoot every day, deliberately trying to make her sick. Xiang, lock the door. After seeing Xiang directly lock the main door, Jiang Yao called out mentally. System, gather all the guests in the hall. The last time she killed too fast without making an impact. Now, she had to show these people the consequences of provoking her. Seconds later, the hall was packed with guests. Su Machin was originally taking a shower. Upon hearing the summons, he had no time to dress, hastily wrapping a towel around himself before being transported over. This time I've called everyone to witness the consequences of violating the store rules. As she spoke, a massive screen unfolded on the wall. All eyes subconsciously followed it. System, nullify his powers and send him into the midst of high-level zombies. A flash of white light appeared, and Lu Wenjun, who was previously standing before Jiang Yao, suddenly felt a chill run through him. The stench of death surrounded him. Roar! With a roar, the live broadcast began. The aimlessly wandering zombie horde, smelling the scent of living flesh, immediately went berserk. "Ah!" Lu Wenjun screamed. He completely forgot about his broken arm, trying to activate his powers to kill the zombies in front of him only to discover in horror that his powers were gone. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to run away. But zombies were everywhere, leaving no escape route. "Boss Jiang, I'm wrong. I truly know I'm wrong." Oh. His limbs were seized by the zombies, and they pulled with force, spraying blood everywhere. "I really am wrong." A zombie suddenly pounced on him, biting down on his neck and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. His stomach was ripped open, his intestines and organs spilled out onto the ground in a violent and bloody scene. "Everyone open your eyes and take a good look at him." Jiang Yao's voice was filled with killing intent. "System, cut clips and loop them daily in the hall. Anyone else behaving like this will be sent out immediately. Points deducted, set for cyclic playback. New rules updated." Behind Jiang Yao, a new rule appeared on the sign. Harassment of the store owner results in loss of supernatural abilities and a day trip into the high-level zombie zone. Take a good look at the rules. Please remember them clearly. Next time anyone dares to cross me. Humph. Jiang Yao curled her lips in a smirk. Sometimes things need not be said too explicitly. Let them figure it out themselves. After saying that, she silently thought of going home, and in a flash, she returned to her bedroom. That's all she needed to say. This would be the last warning. She hoped these people wouldn't misbehave and keep challenging her patience. Seeing she left, the customers finally dared to make some noise. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Abolishing supernatural powers? Can she abolish our powers? Are you joking? How can someone possess such ability? Someone incredulously opened their mouth. It's not a joke. Look at Lu Wenjun. His powers are really gone. Pointing at the video looping on the screen, someone reminded the others. Whoosh. The room fell silent again. If this was true, did that mean all their lives were entirely in Boss Zhang's hands? Some were delighted. The stronger the restaurant boss was, the safer it would be for them staying in the restaurant. But others were starting to have second thoughts. Their original intentions upon coming here weren't exactly pure. After being repeatedly subdued by Jiang Yao's strong presence, they could only think of fleeing sooner, fearing the day Jiang Yao decided to settle accounts with them. Returning to the room, old Zhao mysteriously leaned closer to old Lu and whispered, "Boss Zhang's methods are mysterious and ruthless, and her powers are formidable. Shouldn't we consider leaving here and going somewhere else? What if one day she gets annoyed and throws us to the zombies? Maybe we should escape." Old Lu stared at him for a while, making him look quite uneasy. "What? Is something wrong?" "Old Zhao." Old Lu spoke earnestly. "You're right about what you said, but don't say it again next time." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Old Lu walked over and patted his shoulder. There was nothing wrong with his brother except when thinking, he tended to be a bit inflexible. Had he not realized there was nowhere they could escape to? Zombies were everywhere outside, and water and food were more expensive than gold. Boss Zhang had extraordinary means. If they really offended her, even if they escaped, they would still end up dead. But staying here meant having access to water, food, and good lodging. As long as they paid their crystal core dues on time, paid attention not to oppose Boss Zhang, and didn't do stupid things, why would she fixate on them as if insane? In conclusion, it was more beneficial to stay in the restaurant. Some people were happy, some melancholy, and others terrified, contemplating whether they should leave. But no matter what everyone's attitude was, the day eventually passed uneventfully. At 6 o'clock, night fell, and all was silent. The only sound was the soft rustle of snowflakes landing on the ground. Old Street West, more than 10 kilometers away from the restaurant. A broken-down off-road vehicle sped along the bumpy street. Li Hua sat behind the steering wheel, looking exhausted and haggard. He sharply turned the wheel with his left hand, while a fresh wound slicing across his other arm continued to bleed slowly. The edges of the wound were smooth, its depth uniform, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. But he clearly had no time to attend to his wounds because a large group of zombies, attracted by the car's engine noise, trailed behind. Beside him, on the passenger seat, sat another pale-faced man, covered head to toe in blood, with countless injuries of varying sizes. The man, drenched in sweat, clamped down tightly on a corner of his shirt with his teeth, trembling hands wrapping bandages around his abdominal wound. "Are you sure our leader was chased this far to the West District?" Li Hua quickly glanced back at the rearview mirror before turning his gaze toward the passenger. Finally finished with bandaging, the man let go of the shirt, groaning as he took several deep breaths due to the pain. After a short pause, he weakly replied, "The old third brother did say so." The boss protected them and drove toward the West District. He said he'd meet up with us under the tallest signal tower here. Something seemed to have struck a nerve. Li Hua stomped hard on the accelerator, his face ashen with rage blazing in his eyes. That damn old dog Zhang. Thinking he can be the base leader just because he's an idiot? He should take a piss and see what kind of person he is. Once we pick up our boss, I'm gonna go back and kill that son of a dog. On the passenger side, the man began applying the bandage to Li Hua's wound. Upon hearing those words, he remained silent, yet veins stood out sharply on the hand gripping the bandage, his expression equally grim. If Su Machin were here, he would surely recognize them as the reinforcements he waited for, but never came. Chapter 85. There really is a hotel. They were the core members of the newly established Pinyin base, and also the subordinates and brothers of Su Machin. Half a month ago, Su Machin and them, including about 100 psychics under his command, had cleared out the zombies in a residential area located on relatively high terrain. They planned to use that residential area as a starting point to establish a base that could accommodate thousands of survivors, the Pinyin base. As the initiator, Su Machin was undoubtedly the worthy general commander of the base. Just as the base began to develop slowly, a man calling himself Zhang Laogo came from elsewhere to join their Pinyin base. His psychic ability was quite special. He could make weapons by rubbing metal with his hands. In other words, given a piece of iron, he could give you a gun in return. Su Machin and his group accepted him and made him the minister of weaponry of the base. Not only did they provide food and shelter, but they also arranged for someone to guard his safety at all times. Who would have known that the guy was ambitious, unsatisfied with being just a minister? He wanted to be the commander of the base. Taking advantage of the time when Su Machin took people out to look for supplies, he brought the psychics who had been bought off by him and controlled those left behind in the internal part of the base. He then even arranged for people to pursue and kill Su Machin, aiming to completely eliminate them all. Had it not been for their early discovery of something being wrong and their escape from the base at the cost of their lives, they might have already turned into a pile of dry bones. But even so, old 3. There were originally 4 brothers, and now only Li Hua and him were left. Li Hua gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas pedal, rushing into a dense cluster of buildings, looking for a hidden place to take cover from the wind and tend to his wounds. They had been fleeing continuously for 3 days. For the entire 3 days, he didn't dare to close his eyes. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, both he and his brother might die at the hands of zombies or the pursuers. Lu Yu endured the severe pain in his abdomen and helped Li Hua bandage the wound on his arm. Then, he collapsed onto the seat as if drained of energy, helplessly watching as the pristine white gauze was gradually soaked through layer by layer with blood. It was already dark, and if they couldn't find a place to stay before the temperature dropped sharply, they would either freeze to death or die from their wounds reopening and bleeding out. But deep down, he felt lucky. Fortunately, it wasn't scorching summer now, so there was no need to worry about the infection and fever caused by pus-filled wounds. He turned his head towards the car window, feeling that his life was like the current color of the sky, gradually coming to an end. The speed of the car also slowed down gradually, and in a daze, Lu Yu seemed to see a flash of red light in the sky. Impossible. He must be having hallucinations due to the cold. At this time, how could any hotel still be in operation? Lu Yu adjusted himself to a more comfortable position, closed his eyes tightly, and reopened them, only to see the red light still hanging in the sky. In the vast darkness, the 4 large characters were especially bright and striking. 10,000 Worlds Hotel. He whispered softly. What hotel? What are you talking about? Li Hua looked somewhat displeased, but his actions continued without stopping. Damn, the car was almost out of fuel. And now he heard his brother mentioning some kind of hotel. Was he joking? Didn't he realize what time it was? How could there possibly be a hotel around here? He managed to sneak a glance at his brother, who looked haggard, causing a pang of worry in his heart. Lu Yu's injuries were too severe, especially the wound on his waist that wouldn't stop bleeding. However, he didn't dare to suggest that Lu Yu close his eyes to rest for a moment. At a time like this, no one knew if closing their eyes meant they'd ever open them again. So he could only keep talking to him, finding various topics to keep him awake. Little 4, our car is almost out of fuel. What should we do? We may have to get out and walk. When he glanced back, his face lit up with joy. Hey, there don't seem to be many zombies here, and only a few following us from behind. There was no response, and Lu Yu sitting in the passenger seat remained eerily silent. Li Hua's eyes stung, unwilling to contemplate the possibility. He tried to lift his head to prevent tears from falling. It was too cold outside. Tears would instantly freeze upon contact with the air. Little 4, say something to your big brother. Don't be silent. Little 4, respond to me, please don't die. Little 4, if you don't speak up, I will tell everyone that you were still wetting your pants at the age of 10. Finally, the man who appeared to be resting his eyes showed some slight movement. Shut up. I'm not dead. Drive forward. There's a hotel ahead. Sniff sniff, little 4. Thank goodness you're alive. But how could there possibly be? As he spoke, he turned his head and actually saw the massive sign shining in the distance. Dear me, there really is a hotel? Lu Yu immediately grabbed Li Hua's arm. Don't delay. There must be a backup power source in that hotel. We're staying there tonight. Son of a bitch, you touched my wound. The restaurant on the first floor was nearly empty as it was about to close. Jiang Yao and Lan Yu were sitting together eating roasted meat. The sizzling hot meat oozed with grease, perfectly paired with a refreshing gulp of icy soda. One word, awesome. Right in the middle of their culinary delight, a sharp screech of car brakes came from not far away. There are guests arriving. Master, you keep eating, I'll go take a look. Beside them, diligent Xiao Xiang, who had been busy peeling shrimp, took off his gloves and walked to the door for a peek outside. 2 men, pale-faced, fully wrapped in bandages and looking utterly disheveled, supported each other as they shuffled from the side of the car into the restaurant. Hello, would you like accommodation? From afar, Li Hua could see what appeared to be a life-sized plush toy waving at him. Old 4, I think I see a ghost. The toys can talk. Lu Yu, isn't this just someone else's psychic ability? There's no such thing as ghosts in the world. Don't make such a fuss. Bring me over. Lu Yu leaned on Li Hua as the latter carried him to stand in front of Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xiang's voice was earnest. Guests, would you like accommodation? We have food, drinks, and even hot water here. Lu Yu calmly looked into the room. The building in front of him was identical to an upscale hotel before the apocalypse. Inside, there were two figures roasting meat together, one big and one small. From their shadows alone, it could be faintly discerned that both were women, clean all over and looking very fresh. Food and water? Li Hua stepped back several paces, raising his head again to look at the sign. 10,000 Worlds Hotel. They were not mistaken. This hotel was still in operation. But could it be some kind of scam? Xiaoxiang noticed they hadn't replied, so patiently asked again. Would these two esteemed guests like to check in? We are about to close. Closing? That wouldn't do. At this point in time, if this place shut its doors, where else could they find a place to stay? Hearing this, Li Hua became anxious immediately. Without hesitation, he fished out a crystal core from his bosom and handed it to Xiaoxiang. Yes, we'll stay right now. Please process it quickly for us. Please follow me, guests. Xiaoxiang led them to the counter and pointed to the sign for them to read. After reading it, the two conferred for a moment and then decided to book a double room. After deducting the corresponding points, Xiaoxiang returned the key and card. A few minutes later, the two men ascended the stairs in a daze, hugging a large heap of warm meals. There really is food. Could they possibly be dreaming? Chapter 86. Farewell. Half a month later. At 8 in the morning, the sky was brightly lit. Jiang Yao sat up as usual. However, when she pulled open the curtain, she saw a long mist sunshine. The snow had gradually stopped. The weather began to warm up. Jiang Yao got out of bed and changed into a set of sportswear. She walked downstairs and prepared to start her morning practice for today. As soon as she looked up, she saw Sum Yukin getting ready to leave on his motorcycle with two men trailing behind him. Li Hua and Lu Yu's injuries were more than halfway healed, and they were now energetic following closely after Sum Yukin. The weather was good today, and they were preparing to return to their base to check it out. The restaurant was great, but their base was the result of their hard work and also their foundation for survival in the end times. They couldn't abandon it. Especially that Zhang old dog. This time when they went back, they absolutely must kill him to avenge the other two brothers. Moreover, Sum Yukin had already upgraded the points card to a points bracelet. In the future, even if they weren't at the restaurant, they would still have endless food and water. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Sum Yukin appeared from somewhere in a leather suit, neatly flipping onto the vehicle, both hands gripping the handlebars, body leaning forward. He posed what he thought was an extremely handsome pose at Jiang Yao. Good morning. Jiang Yao casually and offhandedly responded, not even bothering to raise her eyelids, concentrating fully on loosening her shoulders. Sum Yukin helplessly shrugged his shoulders, long since accustomed to Jiang Yao's attitude. After all, Miss Jiang wasn't deliberately targeting him. She equally looked down on everyone present. That guy from before, what was his name again? Sum Yukin slapped his head. Right, seemed to be surnamed Lu. That guy was really fierce. His unsuccessful attempt at love confession actually turned into a direct grab of her, trying to force himself on her without consent. Mouthful of nonsense saying that Miss Jiang clearly had feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she stare at him every day? And then he told her not to be shy. If you love, just shout it out loud. My goodness, how would he know unless she stared back at him? In the end, Miss Jiang didn't buy any of it. Explanations or no explanations, a single kick sent his vital parts into ruin. Then she transmitted him into a zombie pile, broadcasting it live in the restaurant for everyone to see. TSK, his death was incredibly miserable, arms and legs forcibly torn apart. Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down Sum Yukin's spine. Forget it. He'd better hurry and set off with his buddies. Miss Jiang, we're leaving. We'll meet again sometime. Li Hua, sitting at the back, waved to Jiang Yao. The next second, buzz. The car roared to life and shot off like lightning in front of Jiang Yao. Far away, Li Hua's cries could be heard. Big brother, can you go a bit slower? I almost flew out. 2 hours later, outside the restaurant, Jiang Yao ran hundreds of circles around the restaurant as usual, warming up to end today's exercise. She wore a thin set of sports clothes, sweating profusely, with white mist rising from her head. Lan Yu stood guard nearby. Seeing her stop, she thoughtfully handed the warm towel in her hand to Jiang Yao. Sister, wipe your face. Thank you, little Yu. Jiang Yao exhaled a long breath of foul air, reaching out to take the towel and wipe the sweat from her face. One after another, they entered the restaurant one by one. Jiang Yao rested for a while downstairs. Once she felt her body adjusted to this temperature, she teleported herself upstairs to shower before going down to eat. It had been snowing nonstop these days. She didn't want to go outside, so she stayed at home exercising. After more than half a month of exercise, the results were very pleasing. Jiang Yao admiringly looked at herself in the mirror. Looking closely, the waist that used to have a little excess fat now showed hints of six-pack abs forming, smooth muscle lines in her arms and legs, radiating a healthy glow. After finishing her bath, she changed into a clean set of clothes and stuffed her sportswear into the automatic washing machine. This automatic washing machine was newly added recently, and it automatically dried after washing too. Not expensive, only 200 or 300 points per unit. She personally liked it, so she installed 2 units each on the 3rd and 4th floors, making it convenient for customers to wash their clothes, charging 2 points per wash. After changing her clothes and drying her hair, Jiang Yao tied it up high, rolling it into a neat bun. Finally, she took the elevator down to the 1st floor to eat. Just as she retrieved a portion of steamed buns and spicy soup, a group of people was seen standing at the door, chatting loudly, and she wasn't sure what they were arguing about. Confused, Jiang Yao looked up and recognized several familiar faces. Miss Jiang, we've come looking for you. The person grinning particularly insincerely was Liang. Behind Liang followed dozens of people, and the chatter was the sound of them talking and commenting. Yao Yao, I came too. We all came. Behind Liang, a figure popped out. It was Lu Yan. Lu Yan was also holding the hand of a rather young girl. The girl was obedient and solemn, greeting her with a smile when she saw her. Hello, Sister Jiang. My name is Qingxue. Hello. Jiang Yao swallowed the soup bun in her mouth and stood up. Qingxue? Surname Qing. Could she be the daughter of Qing Yang? Boss Jiang. Manager Lan. Long time no see. Speak of the devil. Long time no see. Jiang Yao squinted her eyes and sized up the person in front of her. Qing Yang had changed quite a bit. Her originally waist-length hair was now cut to shoulder length. Her whole appearance was dull, making her blend into the crowd and not stand out at all. It had only been about half a month since they last met, but it felt like several years had passed. Wow, this hotel is so big, and it's clean with a pleasant smell. Lu Yan walked straight in, feeling around and inspecting everything with envy in her eyes. This place was better than where they lived at the base, warmer and cleaner. Hot pot restaurant. Oh my gosh, there's even a hot pot restaurant here. Can we really eat hot pot? Lu Yan couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at the equally tidy and well-maintained hot pot restaurant next door and stepped forward tentatively to push the door. It wouldn't budge. The door was locked. Customer, our hot pot restaurant isn't open for business yet. We start at 11 a.m. and close at 10 p.m. Not far away, Jiang Yi, who was busy assigning rooms to everyone, noticed and promptly explained softly to Lu Yan. Oh, okay. I guess we'll just have to wait until noon to eat then. Lu Yan shrugged her shoulders and then realized the one speaking to her was a sleek robot. He had been squeezed behind the cash register and went unnoticed when they first came in. Whoa, is that a robot? So cool. Lu Yan, curious like a child, pushed through the crowd in 2 steps to marvel at Jiang Yi's futuristic body. She wanted to pinch it to feel what it was like, but thought better of it. It would be rude. After watching for a while, she reluctantly left the cash register and started wandering around the restaurant. After living in the base for some time, she now found everything novel and interesting. Xiao Yang and Li Xinro followed closely behind Lu Yan. Zhang Jing, who had just come downstairs to eat, glanced up and saw Li Yang standing in the middle of the group giving instructions. Thinner, darker. He mustn't have had it easy outside. Zhang Jing picked up a cup of warm soy milk, held it in his hands, and sat down to wait. When he disbanded the group, Zhang Jing eagerly ran forward and struck him on the back. Liang, good boy, you finally came. What? Did you just remember you still have an old man here? Zhang Jing, my god, how did you get so fat? Huh? Zhang Jing couldn't hold back and spat out all the soy milk in his mouth, evenly sprinkling it across the table. What was wrong with this guy? Was this something you said after such a long absence? Suddenly feeling a chill on his back, Zhang Jing turned around to face Lan Yu, whose expression was sour. He quickly forced a flattering smile. Haha, I didn't mean it. It won't happen again, I promise. Humph. Lan Yu let out a light snort and turned away from him, entering the kitchen to help Xiao Xiang prepare ingredients. Zhang Jing grabbed Li Yang by the arm and nudged toward the cash register. Come on, let's grab some food and talk back in the room. Today we're drinking until dawn. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time and both teared up as soon as they met. Chapter 87, Wasteland World. Could you help us get a 4-person room? Zhang Jing took out a level 2 crystal core to recharge Li Yang's card and then handed the card to Jiang Yi behind the counter. Sure, please wait a moment. While Jiang Yi was helping them check in, Zhang Jing bought more than 10 bottles of beer from the refrigerator and took 7 or 8 portions of food from the vending machine. Here's your key, guests. The elevator is over there. Go up to the 4th floor. Thank you. As soon as he received the key, Zhang Jing immediately pulled Li Yang and the others towards the elevator. Come on, I'll take you back to the room for a shower, and we can have a good chat about old times. Not until the figures disappeared from the 1st floor did Qin Yang turn to look at Jiang Yao. Never expected such big changes at Boss Zhang's place. She had just taken 2 plates of fried rice from the vending machine, handing one to Qingxue. Now she was sitting across from Jiang Yao with her daughter, eating slowly and elegantly. Haha, isn't it? Jiang Yao took a big gulp of hot and spicy soup, laughing it off without much detail. She didn't enjoy discussing too many things related to the restaurant. The guests should know their boundaries. Why ask so much? By the way, how do you feel living in the base? Are you comfortable? Qin Yang glanced at Lu Yan, smiled, and nodded. Captain Lu is very kind, taking good care of us. That's good. Jiang Yao wasn't exactly skilled at conversation, so the two fell into a slight, awkward silence. At this moment, Lu Yan came over eagerly. When Qin Yang told us, we couldn't believe it. Never imagined it was actually this good here. Sniffle, sniffle. I don't even want to go back to the base anymore. Jiang Yao picked up a steamed bun, but hadn't even put it in her mouth when Lu Yan spoke. Out of politeness, she had to put down the dumpling and answered with a laugh. If you don't want to return to the base, that's simple. Stay here a few more days. As long as you have crystal cores, you can stay as long as you want. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan lowered her eyes and looked somewhat disheartened. Well, I would like to, but we still have missions. We can't stay here too long. Then come back after you've finished your mission. Jiang Yao shoved the little bun directly into her mouth. No matter how big the event was, it wouldn't affect her meal. After catching up with old times, it was almost noon. Jiang Yi and Jiang Er, who had been busy all morning, couldn't rest either, going to the hot pot store to serve customers. Jiang Yao was not hungry at this moment, so she ate some snacks and prepared to go out for a look around. However, she hadn't stepped out of the door when she heard the system prompt. Ding, a cumulative total of 10,000 customers served. A reward of 100,000 points has been credited. Connecting to the new dimension. Connection successful. New customer is being transported. Transportation failed. Initiating corrective measures. Reverse transportation initiated. Jiang Yao. Really? Transportation could fail? Waste of a system. Wasteland world. All lands scorched black, soil polluted, animals and plants mutated. In just a few decades, humanity plummeted from the top of the food chain and became delicacies in the eyes of all species. Everyone knows this land has been abandoned by the heavens. Ginseng, which used to be the richest watery town, turned into a city covered with yellow sand throughout the year since its water sources vanished mysteriously. In the only oasis, a highly technological city stands firm. A pale blue light dome blocked the harsh environments around it, providing the only safe haven for the residents inside. In a trash alley, water. Shen Xingchen huddled in the corner, her throat parched, lips cracked severely, her body feeling burning heat. She knew she might die because she felt something in her body desperately trying to push out. To survive earlier, she drank a lot of juice from mutated vines. Those juices tasted normal at first, but drinking too much caused human bodies to become seed containers for the mutated vines. Unpolluted water was too precious. She couldn't afford even a milliliter of fresh water by selling all the energy stones she had. Dying, she was not afraid, but she felt resentful. The two mean people who caused her mother's death were still alive. And Yao. She promised her she'd find water to bring back. Looks like she will break her promise now. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, she seemed to hear a mechanical voice in her mind. A new customer has been selected. Teleportation gateway is activating. Gateway activation succeeded. Please enter through the portal. Customer, don't pass out yet. Teleportation failure. What's calling? Shen Xingchen struggled to raise her eyelids, attempting to locate the source of the sound, but all she saw was a cleanly dressed, rosy-faced beauty step out from a silver-framed door. The beauty stood looking at her for a while before bending down and hugging her. TSK, what an incompetent system. All right, let me take you to my place to rest. In a daze, Shen Xingchen thought she smelled a hint of lemon's freshness. Is she a fairy? Hotel lobby. After Jiang Yao brought the person back from another world, she went downstairs directly. She originally intended to take this person to the second floor, but the person was covered in sand and dirt stains all over. Jiang Yao reconsidered and dismissed the idea. She didn't care much herself, but Lan Yu had a bit of a cleanliness fetish. It would be better not to bring the person upstairs first. She'd leave them on the first floor to see when they might wake up. Looking at the woman's lips which had cracked and bled dry, it was unclear how long it had been since she last drank water. Jiang Yao beckoned Lan Yu over. Little Jade, fetch some water. All right. Lan Yu rushed to the water dispenser, filled a large cup with water, and then ran back. Sister, the water's here. When will she wake up? Jiang Yao propped Shen Xingchen up against the sofa backrest. As soon as the rim of the glass touched her lips, she greedily opened her mouth and drank all the water inside. She drank an entire big cup without stopping. Jiang Yao. System, when will this person wake up? It wasn't right for her to stay unconscious indefinitely. She had brought her here to do business after all. Notification. The customer has pollution levels that are dangerously high. The host is advised to exchange gratitude points for the realm-specific item, Purification Crystal. The crystal can alleviate pollution. Oh, so gratitude points were used for this. If the system hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about them completely. How many gratitude points do I have? 583. How many points does the Purification Crystal cost? 359. Then give me one. Exchange successful. Purification Crystal has been delivered to your space. With a flicker of thought, a cool sensation appeared in Jiang Yao's hand. The Purification Crystal looked quite ordinary, an opaque white crystal stone, no bigger than a thumb. She observed it against the light for a long time, but couldn't detect anything special about it. However, holding it for a while did make her feel invigorated. How do I use this thing? Jiang Yao asked the system in her mind. Mix it with water and drink. Jiang Yao was speechless. The usage method was indeed rough and straightforward, just like the system itself. She told little Jade to watch Shen Xingchen while she walked over to the water dispenser and filled another cup. With a plop, she dropped the crystal into the water. After waiting a little while, she figured the effect should be enough. Jiang Yao then fed the water to Shen Xingchen again, gulping it down once more. Shen Xingchen clearly hadn't drunk water in a long time. Her stomach felt bottomless, swallowing any amount of water poured in. Droplets trickled down her chin, washing away the mud and sand caked onto her face, leaving trails of clean streaks. Chapter 88. Check the room first. Lan Yu squatted under the sofa, frowning as she looked at Shen Xingchen's face. How did another sister who doesn't like to take baths come along? So dirty. After feeding water to Jiang Yao, she dragged a stool over and sat down, beginning to process the synopsis of the background from another world that her digestion system transmitted. This woman is called Shen Xingchen. She is 24 years old this year and was born in a poor family within the 334th Wasteland Fortress. The Wastelands are not much different from the current situation on Blue Star. Animals and plants have mutated, and both land and water sources have been contaminated, causing water and food shortages. However, the technology in the Wastelands is very advanced, especially weapons made from the energy stones inside mutated species. These weapons cause massive damage to mutated creatures. Of course, for Jiang Yao, what's precious isn't just the energy stones and weapons, but also the pale blue light barrier outside their safe fortress. The light barrier is created by artifact makers using high-grade energy stones. Though it appears thin and fragile, it can withstand attacks from over 1,000 level 5 zombies. What? You're asking how Jiang Yao knows? Because the system said so. Shen Xingchen groggily opened her eyes, feeling something wet on her face. She wiped her face with her hand and rubbed a handful of mud off. Mud? Wet mud? How could this be possible? Unbelievingly, she rubbed her face again, and muddy streaks crumbled off and fell. Am I dead? Is this heaven? But why does it feel so real? Could there be physical form, even in heaven? Hey, stop rubbing. Lanyu couldn't stand it anymore. How could this person be so dirty, yet rub mud all over the older sister's couch? Later, little Xiang will need to come over and disinfect, completely cleaning the entire sofa again. Huh. Shen Xingqian followed the voice, only to see a little girl crouching in front of her. The little girl had curly hair like seaweed and sapphire blue eyes. Her transparent pointy ears were adorned with pearls, making her look like a small fairy fallen from heaven. Beside the little fairy stood a familiar beauty, a tall figure who was estimated to be almost 170 centimeters in height, robust and muscular with fully exposed arms covered in muscle. Immortal. Before Shen Xingqian could fully react, the beauty's lips moved as if uttering words. Awake? If you're awake, then pay the water bill first, 2 cups of water. What? Although Shen Xingqian didn't quite understand the scene before her, the word water caused her mind to immediately explode. She drank someone else's water? 2 cups. Finished. Totally finished. The low-grade energy stones in her hands weren't worth even a drop of water, let alone 2 cups. At the sight of her reaction, Lanyu became instantly furious. What did that mean? What was the expression on her face supposed to imply? Did she not want to pay? With a dangerous glint in her eyes, her tone turned grave. Big sister kindly saved your life. Don't tell me you even intend to default on paying for 2 cups of water. As she spoke, her fingers cracked with a sound of snap snap. In panic, Shen Xingqian waved her hands frantically. No, it's not that. What do you mean by it's not that? Hand over the crystal core, or else I'll make you. Lanyu shouted fiercely. Crystal core? She didn't have any crystal cores. Shen Xingqian trembled all over, quickly pulling out a stone about the size of her palm and offering it up. I only have this energy stone. I'm not sure if it's enough. Lanyu took the energy stone, weighed it, and recharged it into the machine. Grade 3 energy stone, worth 1,000 points. 2 cups of water deducted 6 points from her balance. Lanyu handed the card back to Shen Xingqian. Here, we'll give the rest back to you. Don't say we bully you. Shen Xingqian didn't dare to accept it. She shook her head. No need. I know how precious water is. I'll find a way to repay you. Lanyu didn't bother to deal with her further. She stuffed the card into her chest directly, gave her an eye roll, and irritably remarked. Just take it. We're not those types who abuse customers. Oh, and hurry up and open a room to take a shower. You're covered in mud. It smells awful. Little you. Don't talk about guests that way. Jiang Yao frowned hearing Lanyu getting increasingly rude. This kid's mouth had become more venomous recently. She didn't know who he learned from. Shen Xingqian, startled, hurriedly got up from the couch, tugging awkwardly at her dirty cuffs. She carefully glanced at Lanyu, whose head was held high, and shook her head with tight lips. No need. She didn't mean it intentionally. I admit my body does smell bad indeed. In Jincheng, water is precious like gold. Giving people water to drink isn't even enough. Where could they spare some for showers? Ordinarily, they would pick dry sand and rub it against their bodies, which could help drive away insects to some extent. Jiang Yao returned to behind the cash register. Do you wish to stay at our inn? Both our single and double rooms have clean water available for bathing and grooming. Stay. Look at the hotel introduction on the back of the Jifun card first. Shen Xingqian clutched the black hard card in her hands, showing information on its front side. Member, Shen Xingqian. Points, 6 out of 1,000. On the back, in the middle, was a line of embossed gold lettering. Welcome to the 10,000 Realms Hotel. Below it were a few lines of small white text introducing the hotel rules. After examining the card, Shen Xingqian finally calmed down a bit. She looked around. The hotel's decoration looked new and very luxurious. It must have just opened not long ago. Strangely, when did Jincheng get such a big hotel? Why hadn't she noticed it before? Finally, she looked at the sign behind Jiang Yao again. The pictures on the sign were vivid, and she could easily understand their meaning. A single room costs 50 points per night, which isn't expensive, and the configuration shown in the picture also seemed great. But she didn't fully trust Jiang Yao's words. Bear in mind that all the clean water sources in Jincheng are controlled by those aristocratic financial tycoons. No one else could possibly get access to them. Could this young-looking boss really possess such great power? With this thought, she sized up Jiang Yao with her dark eyes. No matter how she looked at her, Jiang Yao didn't seem like one of those haughty nobles. Jiang Yao allowed herself to be observed without reservation. She could sense there was no ill intent in this woman's gaze, only pure curiosity. After some thought, Shen Xingqian asked a question. Can I take a look at the room first? Jiang Yao paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Of course, what type of room would you like to see? A single room. Please follow me, I'll show you. Jiang Yao came out from behind the cash register and led Shen Xingqian upstairs. Shen Xingqian glanced backward slightly, seeing the restaurant well organized. Several towering robots were bustling about, wiping already very clean machines and tables and chairs. There was also a life-sized plush elephant puppet wearing gloves carefully pulling out the sofa cushions and replacing them with new ones. Robots were something she had seen plenty of. In fact, nearly 80% of Jincheng's service industry was operated by robots. They don't need food or water. They just need to have their energy stones replaced on time to keep running forever. For those aristocrats, using robots instead of human labor saves a lot of resources, making it much more cost-effective than hiring real people. Chapter 89, Tremble. Jiang Yao turned around. Guest, please take the elevator. Shin Xingqian nonchalantly withdrew her gaze and nodded at Jiang Yao. The two remained silent, looking at each other. Jiang Yao directly took Shin Xingqian to a room at the far end of the third floor. Guest, this is the only single room currently available. It has good lighting, it's quiet, and it's close to the laundry room. Jiang Yao briefly introduced the single room's amenities, emphasizing the bathroom, where she could wash freely with unlimited hot water. According to the information provided by the system, her world was severely short of water. Sure enough, upon hearing these details, Shin Xingqian's eyes lit up immediately. She patiently listened to Jiang Yao's introduction, then quickly stepped into the bathroom, imitating Jiang Yao's action by turning on the faucet. Clear, transparent water flowed gently. It's really water. Shin Xingqian was overjoyed inside. The boss didn't deceive her. This hotel actually had water. Carefully, Shin Xingqian pulled out a small card from her bosom and placed it under the water flow to collect a little. After about a minute, the card remained clean and white. This proved that the water source was unpolluted and drinkable. Great. She finally found clean water. Yao would be saved. Shin Xingqian was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She cupped her hands and splashed water on her face. It was cool, moist, and clean water. Do you like it, guest? After a long while, Jiang Yao reminded softly. Shin Xingqian took a deep breath and said hoarsely, I'll take this room. Hearing this, Jiang Yao smiled faintly. All right, guest, follow me downstairs to check in. With the points already recharged, Jiang Yao directly helped Shin Xingqian check in and handed her the key. By the way, we have warm food and clean water over there. Having earned the points, Jiang Yao took the opportunity to recommend their meals and hot pot store. However, Shin Xingqian wasn't very interested in the hot pot. After retrieving 2 meals and some water from the vending machine, she went straight back upstairs to her room. She planned to take a shower first, then find some containers to fill with more water to bring home. Her sister was waiting at home. If she didn't hurry back, her sister would definitely be worried. This restaurant had water and food, and it was cheap. If possible, she wanted to bring her sister here to live together. Shin Xingqian ate one meal and set the other aside on the table. Then she turned into the bathroom, opened the shower head, and warm water flowed out. Shin Xingqian took off her clothes, instinctively reaching for the lump on her back. After drinking so much mutated vine juice, the seed must have grown even larger. She wondered how many more days she had left to live. When she first reached out, her hand touched nothing. The seed on her spine seemed to have shrunk. It was originally the size of a fist, easily felt with a touch. Shin Xingqian carefully felt around for half a day and finally, in the middle, found a coin-sized hard lump. She closed her eyes and focused, sensing the surge of her powers, which now seemed stronger than before. Was it an illusion? Shin Xingqian summoned her companion plant, the poison spike vine. A poisonous thorn vine shot out from her palm, rubbing against her fingers affectionately with its head that didn't have any spikes. The thorn seemed to have grown thicker. She recalled her day's activities meticulously and keenly noticed that these changes occurred after meeting Boss Jiang. What exactly was Boss Jiang? Why did she have the ability to slow down pollution? This ability was supposed to belong only to the purifiers in Central City. Purifier energy users were extremely rare. Why would one appear in Jean City, such a remote place? For some reason, she suddenly had a premonition. Things might change in Jean City. Jiang Yao was sitting on a pink sofa watching a variety show. Achoo! She sneezed loudly. It's snowing outside, and it's quite cold. Master, cover yourself with a blanket so you don't catch a cold. Little Elephant heard the sound, worriedly walked over, and pulled a blanket draped on the couch over her legs. I'm fine, it's actually pretty warm inside. Thank you, Little Elephant. Jiang Yao rubbed her nose. Her body was always healthy. Since returning from her rebirth, she had paid a lot of attention to exercise, so theoretically, she shouldn't get a cold. Perhaps someone was thinking of her. She immediately dismissed this small interruption and focused all her attention on this entertaining variety show. In the previous life, zombies broke out before she even graduated high school. Survival was the priority after the outbreak, leaving her unable to catch up on many anime series. In this life, she vowed to make up for it no matter what. People used to joke that some super long-running series wouldn't finish until the end of the world. Now, ironically, the real end of the world has come, and she truly won't see the grand finale. Oh well. She only indulged in melancholy for a few seconds before Jiang Yao was amused by the funny scenes in her variety show. Not long after finishing lunch, Jiang Yao saw Shin Xingqian descending from upstairs, cleaned and refreshed. Miss Jiang, I'd like to return home. Could you escort me out? Shin Xingqian frowned at Jiang Yao. Once again, that voice claiming to be the system sounded in her mind. It informed her that she was no longer in the original world but in another dimension. If she wanted to go home, she had to have Miss Jiang enable the access to the second floor. She didn't believe it initially, but when she pulled back the curtain, she was indeed shocked. There were no sandstorms on the street below, only white snowflakes everywhere. The blue light barrier which always hovered over their heads was gone too, sunlight shining straight down, illuminating the entire sky. Seeing this, Shin Xingqian believed she was no longer in Jean City or even in the wasteland, because her bracelet never indicated any level of nuclear pollution, which meant, in this world, there hadn't been a nuclear war, there was no nuclear pollution. How wonderful. Had her family always lived in such a world, maybe her mother wouldn't have passed away so early. Go back? Now. Jiang Yao blinked repeatedly, assuming that since Shin Xingqian had booked a room, she would definitely stay here for a couple of days. Yes, Alright, I've already opened your permissions. Take the elevator farthest to the left, and it will bring you back to the second floor. Once you enter through that silver white door, you'll be able to go back. Jiang Yao didn't let her finish her explanation, but immediately set up the authorization on the system panel and told her she was a guest and could leave whenever she pleased. It was her decision, her right to do so. There was no need to give Jiang Yao an extra explanation. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I'll come back after I'm done with my business. Shen Xingchen solemnly bowed her head as a respectful gesture of gratitude toward Jiang Yao. Miss Jiang had saved her life and was soon going to save her sister's as well. After she settled her sister down and took revenge, she'd return. Even if Miss Jiang asked her to work tirelessly, she wouldn't refuse. Ding, gratitude value plus 100. Huh. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yao finally looked away from her tablet and glanced at Shen Xingchen in front of her. This seemed to be the first time someone had granted her such a high gratitude value. Apparently, this woman possessed good character. Jiang Yao considered her further. If Shen Xingchen was willing, perhaps another position at her establishment could be filled. Shen Xingchen opened the silver door, and in the blink of an eye, found herself back in the corner where she had fainted. Yellow sandstorm hit her face, coating her clean cheeks once more with dust. The door vanished right in front of her eyes, as if dispersed into thin air. But the food and water still held in her hands reminded her that what she had just experienced wasn't a dream. She really entered another space, a paradise beyond worldly worries. Shen Xingchen clenched her fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within her body. Now, it was their turn to tremble. Chapter 90. Looking for Death. Shen Xingchen's accompanying plant was actually not weak. The venomous thorn vine had control and paralysis effects, and it could also attack from a distance. She herself always carried a fierce spirit and fought with great determination. Therefore, she had always been the core member of her team. Until 3 days ago, when she went with her teammates to hunt down a level 5 mutated beast in a cave, and they stumbled upon a simply dressed woman. The woman was very beautiful, with glowing skin and autumnal pupils that shimmered like ripples on water. When she looked at you, it felt as if she could see straight into your soul. But she wasn't wearing any anti-radiation gear or even a detection bracelet for pollution. She was completely clueless about how to survive in this wasteland. Shen Xingchen felt something was off and asked the woman a few questions. However, she was mocked by her own teammates, who accused her of jealousy towards the woman's beauty, which was why she was looking for trouble. The woman seemed to speak up for Shen Xingchen, but every word out of her mouth implied that Shen was targeting her. Later, Shen stopped questioning altogether and decided that her only goal was to kill the mutated beast, take its energy stone, trade it for water, and bring it home. At worst, she would split from the team and act alone. But those so-called good teammates actually stabbed her in the back while she was focused on fighting the mutated beast. They took away her radiation-proof suit and gave it to the woman, and they also stole the level 5 energy stone that she had risked her life to get. Had it not been for the guidance of the venomous thorn vine leading her to mutant vines, she would have surely perished of thirst in the wilderness. Shen Xingchen took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. She turned and left the alleyway, heading toward a nearby slum area close to the city gate. Since she had survived, those people would pay the price for their actions. Shen Xingchen's home was located in an old basement on the 5th underground level. Although shabby, the rent was cheap. Only 2 level 3 energy stones a month. Shen Xingchen stepped on the sticky floor with familiarity, skillfully kicking away trash lying around, and ignoring the prying eyes in the corners as she entered through the stairs to reach the 5th underground level. Stars has come back. Uncle Wong next door, holding his dirty little grandson, was just about to go out. Seeing what Shen Xingchen had brought, he quickly thought for a moment and, with a crafty look, blocked the entrance to Shen's house. What did you bring with you? Did you exchange for water? Let our grandson drink some. Shen Xingchen didn't usually get along well with these neighbors in the alley. These people were all capable, yet too scared to cut mutated beasts, instead stopping whoever had food or water each day and asking for handouts. If denied, they threw tantrums to prevent them from leaving. Some, annoyed, might toss them scraps. This only further fueled their arrogance. Initially, they asked politely, but eventually resorted to outright theft. With disdain, Shen Xingchen waved her hand, showing the thorny vine growing in her palm. Back off, or I'll kill you. The man instinctively retracted his neck, as if finally remembering that the woman standing before him wasn't someone they could provoke. But unwilling to lose face, he kept muttering, "Why are you so angry? Women like you deserve never to be wanted. Your family's destined to end childless. Good thing Shen Yao got taken away, serve her right." TCH. Shen Xingchen's face changed drastically, the tongue instantaneously wrapping around the man's neck. What did you say? Say it clearly. Who died? Shen Yao was taken by whom? Ugh, let go. Choked. The man thought his neck would snap. He desperately pulled at the thorny vine wrapped around his throat, his hands bleeding profusely from the sharp spines. Under Shen Xingchen's direction, the vine loosened slightly. The man greedily inhaled 2 big gulps of air. It was the Wang Hu brothers. They said your family owed them water money, so without payment, they just took your sister. That was a few days ago. Now, she probably doesn't stand a chance. Bang. When the man looked up again, Shen Xingchen was already gone. All that remained was the intense aroma of cooked food scattered across the ground. How fragrant. It's food. His eyes gleamed as he disregarded the filth underfoot and crawled down to lick the spilled meal. Shen Xingchen paid no attention to either food or water. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of her sister being captured, Shen Yao being kidnapped. The Wang Hu brothers had no humanity. Their mother had been killed by them. Mother had taken the last of their remaining energy stones to exchange for water, but after taking the stones, they gave not a single drop of clean water. When Mother tried to reason with them, they grew furious, lost their temper, and stabbed her to death. Then they claimed that Mother was caught trying to steal water, resulting in her death during the struggle. In the end, when the case reached the executive officer, it ended merely with compensation of a few level 1 energy stones. If it weren't for the fact that she had been concerned and followed her mother from behind, hiding by the doorframe to witness everything, she might still have been in the dark about it all. Even more infuriating were those executive officers. They took bribes and stood on the side of whoever paid them, disregarding the so-called truth completely. Their version of the truth was the only one acknowledged. Could it be that now even her younger sister? No, it wouldn't be. Shin quickly stopped the bad thoughts that came into her mind. Yao was so young, not even 10 years old yet. Those beasts couldn't possibly harm a child under 10, no matter how inhumane they were. If anything happened to Yao, she would die if necessary, but she would tear those two beasts limb from limb. Shin's legs blurred as she ran at full speed. After half an hour, she finally arrived where Wang Long and Wang Hu lived. They resided on the second underground floor, with water and electricity. Even the garbage in the stairwell was cleaned on schedule. Everything there looked countless times better than the poor district where Shin lived. 203, 205, 208. She found it. Without hesitation, Shin threw the vine in her hand with great force. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door couldn't withstand such strength and collapsed toward the inside of the room with a thunderous sound. Wang Hu, who was devouring meat and drinking wine in the room, was startled and quickly grabbed the axe next to him and stood up. His towering and muscular figure cast a large shadow in front of Shin. But when he saw that only a frail girl had come, he instantly became enraged. Hey, you damn woman, how dare you kick my door? You want to die, huh? Saying this, he swung his axe forward with all his might, aiming straight at Shin head. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty pleasure. Damn woman, die. Shin lightly touched her toes to the ground and swiftly moved back to dodge his axe. The vine in her hand suddenly grew longer and lashed fiercely at Wang Hu's face. Smack! A long bloody scratch appeared diagonally across Wang Hu's already vicious-looking face, as the sharp thorns on the vine mercilessly hooked into his skin. Chapter 91. The Savage Goes, Eat Her. Shin retracted the vine, tearing out a large piece of flesh and skin. His face felt both painful and numb. Wang Hu wiped his face with his big hand, only to find it full of blood and shredded skin. You wretched woman. I'll kill you today no matter what. Wang Hu's companion plant was a massive man-eating flower. Since awakening, he had been feeding it fresh blood and flesh every day to maintain its savagery and wild nature. Seeing that he couldn't do anything against Shin, Wang Hu summoned the man-eating flower with a wave of his hand. Savage goes. Devour her for me. As he spoke, he stealthily ran toward the house. His face had been pierced by the toxic thorn vine, and now more than half of it felt completely numb. There were antidotes inside the house, which he had to take quickly. Otherwise, if too much time passed, his face would definitely rot and become infected with pus. A 2-meter-tall man-eating flower appeared in the stairwell, each colossal petal bristling with sharp teeth. Crunch, crunch. The man-eating flower's twin mouths continuously opened and closed, drooling disgusting fluids. Shin took a deep breath and summoned her companion vines. J7. The vine fell to the ground, multiplying from 1 into 2, then 2 into 3. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of vine branches grew, swinging wildly with inverted thorns covering a chilling glow. Snap! The vine moved swiftly like lightning, striking directly onto the centermost petal of the man-eating flower. The flower tried to dodge this blow by shaking its head, but due to its size and clumsiness, it still got whipped by the venomous thorn vine. The petal was instantly shattered, and bright red blood flowed out from the wound. Taking advantage of the moment while her vines tangled the man-eating flower, Shin seized the chance to whip apart the giant leaves blocking the doorframe with her whip, deftly slipping through the gap into the room. Despite such a loud commotion, Wang Hu hadn't shown up, implying he wasn't home today. That was perfect. If these two were together, she would have to restrain herself for fear of being ambushed while fighting. But now that there was only Wang Long left, even heaven didn't want him to survive any longer. She had to act fast. She must cripple Wang Hu before Wang Long came back and save her sister. As Shin hurriedly rushed into the house, Wang Hu had just managed to swallow the detoxifying medicine. He felt a gust of cold wind behind him and instinctively crouched down. The rushing sound flew over his head. Squatting on the ground, Wang Hu firmly gripped the large machete. The medicine needed time to take effect, and now half of his body was paralyzed by toxins, making standing up quite strenuous. Realizing he couldn't possibly fight off this crazy woman, he softened his tone and expression, trying to reason with him emotionally and logically to buy himself recovery time. Hold on. If you want to kill me, let me know the reason at least. Tell me why you attacked me before I die. Her response was a ruthless lash from Shin. Snap. The whip mercilessly struck Wang Hu's body, again gouging out a large chunk of flesh and skin. Wang Hu screamed as he collapsed onto the floor, genuinely enraged. He was eating peacefully at home when suddenly a woman stormed in without saying a word, wanting to kill him? Even worse, when he tried to retaliate, he couldn't beat her? Damn it. Where the hell is Wang Long? Why hasn't he returned yet? Slap, slap, slap. Clutching her teeth, Shin unleashed dozens of lashes all at once. In moments, Wang Hu's clothes were shredded to pieces. Lying gasping on the ground, Wang Hu barely had strength left. Huff, huff. What exactly do you want? We have no grudges or hatred. Another whip struck his face. Where's my sister? Wang Hu had barely started to be pleased that this calamity had finally decided to speak when he heard her ask about a younger sister. What the heck? How should he know anything about some younger sister? Lost sisters are something to consult the enforcers about, not him. Snap. Another whip. Tell me, where's Yao Yao? By this point, Wang Hu's entire body was battered and bruised, the pain forcing him to roll around on the ground. But the toxin paralyzed his muscles, leaving his legs weak and powerless. All he could do was lie there helplessly, like a dead dog being tortured. Yeah, what the heck is this medicine you're talking about? I don't know where your so-called medicine is. Stop torturing me. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Kill me. Shen Xingqian radiated an aura of death. Kill you? That's far too easy. I will sever your 4 limbs, flay your skin, then throw you into the wilderness and let you watch your body slowly eaten away by bugs while you can only helplessly look on. Now tell me, where's the little girl you guys abducted 3 days ago from basement level 5, room 514 of the slums? Shen Xingqian walked to Wang Hu's side and wrested the axe from his hand. Crack. With a single chop, she cleanly severed his right hand from the wrist. Ah! Wang Hu let out a violent howl of agony. His whole body curled up like a boiled shrimp. Shen Xingqian raised the axe again. Every minute you refuse to speak, I will chop off one of your arms. And if 2 minutes pass in silence, I'll sever your thigh too. If you want to live, tell me where she is. Realizing there was no chance for survival, Wang Hu's heart sparked with defiance. Tisk. He spat a mouthful of blood at Shen Xingqian. Kill me. Try killing me. Let me tell you this, she's dead. The day we brought her back, we killed her right away. That was your sister, wasn't it? As he watched Shen Xingqian's expression darken, he began to feel less pain and an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ha! She's dead. Dead. Raped first, then killed. She was just a little virgin. Oh, the taste. Tisk tsk. After tasting her, even death would be sweet to me. Where is her body? Shen Xingqian's heart was racing wildly, her head spinning dizzily. But her voice remained eerily calm as she asked her next question. Body? What body? Long gone. We already fed her to my man-eating flower. 1 bite, that was it. Ha! Bang! Gah! Shen Xingqian's eyes turned crimson red as she lifted the axe and swung it down on his head with sheer force. Once, twice, 3 times. The room was instantly soaked in blood, coloring both its walls and her vision crimson red. By the time she realized what she'd done, the heap of flesh that used to be Wang Hu lay completely mutilated into unrecognizable pieces on the ground. Shen Xingqian felt as though there was a blazing fire burning within her, consuming any shred of reason left. She wiped the blood off her face and gripped the axe tightly, stepping into the stairwell. Her fierce battle with Wang Hu must have been noticed by the neighbors nearby. When Wang Long comes back and finds out about his younger brother's death, he'll never forgive her. She had to strike first. Wang Hu shared a lifelink with the man-eating flower, so after his death, the plant suffered immense damage too. The toxic thorn vine stripped all its petals and teeth away. Now it looked no different from Wang Hu himself, the same pathetic fool. Chapter 92. Dead? Not dead. Is he really dead? Shen Xingqian chopped off its root stem with 1 axe swing, dragging its huge head into the house. After cleaning up outside, she reinstalled the door that had been broken by the venomous thorn vine. Things inside the house were scattered near the entrance to make it look like someone had broken in and ransacked the place before leaving. After doing all this, Shen Xingqian looked around and hid in a dark corner that was not easy to notice, waiting quietly for her prey to arrive. Wang Long was in a pretty good mood today. A few days ago, he went hunting in the wilderness with his younger brother and they managed to get their hands on an energy stone of medium strength at the 4th level. The executioner had instructed him to steal something, which he succeeded in stealing quite smoothly. Once he hands over the thing safely to the right person, from now on, he will become the new executioner of this street. He and his younger brother would no longer have to live in the dim basement. When Wang Long returned, he deliberately took a detour. He exchanged that energy stone entirely for intermediate level nutritional liquid and some expired dry bread. Now he was preparing to bring it home to celebrate with his younger brother. As he carried things back home, he thought about later using a piece of bread to visit the widowed Mrs. Lu next door for a casual fling. Life's all about living for those few moments, isn't it? After walking through the long alleyway, he turned into the entrance leading to the basement. Just as he entered, he caught a familiar stench coming from the stairwell. He also heard the sound of bangs, as if someone was using an axe to chop the bones of a mutated beast. Wang Long wrinkled his nose. This smells awfully like my little brother's symbiotic plant. Oh no, could it be that some mutated beast invaded our home? With that thought, his steps quickened immediately. His younger brother wasn't particularly strong himself. Usually when he went hunting, it was mainly reliant on that man-eating flower. If indeed a powerful mutated beast intruded, he himself might not be able to handle it. Wang Long hurried down to the 2nd underground floor where the blood smell became even stronger and more suffocating. He turned the corner and walked toward his home. There was silence in the stairwell. No light was on inside. In the weak light of the staircase, the main door appeared broken by something. It looked like a big mouth of a monster. The remains of his younger brother's man-eating flower were left only with damaged flower centers, shrinking helplessly in a corner without knowing whether it was alive or dead. Many items were scattered near the door, along with faint traces of dark red footprints extending out of the room and into the stairway. Judging by the direction, they were heading outward. Seeing the chaos in front of him, Wang Long sensed something was wrong. He shouted a few times into the house. Huzi, Huzi, are you there? No one answered. A heavy stone pressed against his heart as he could barely breathe. Wang Long put the things in his hands in the corner and cautiously moved step by step into the house. Looking at the scene, he almost confirmed that it must be some enemies taking advantage of his absence to come and rob them. But the bastard probably didn't expect Wang Hu would be at home, causing a fight between the two after entering the house. Surely both of them were injured seriously. God damn it. I will tear him limb from limb if I find out who the hell it is. Furious as he was thinking, he rushed straight into the house and kicked the door open again, smashing it to the ground. The dilapidated wooden door completely collapsed this time. Feeling around the wall for the light switch, before he could find it, a blazing white light suddenly lit up in front of him, turning Wong Long's vision completely white. Damn, fell for a trap. That son of a bitch never left. A cold wind swept from above. Instinctively, Wong Long twisted his body to avoid. Chew. The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out. A searing pain shot through his waist and abdomen. Wong Long tried to summon his symbiotic beast, but the next moment, a streak of blood appeared on his neck. Even before realizing whether the person attacking him was male or female, Wong Long had already had his carotid artery severed. With wide-open eyes, he collapsed onto the ground. In the darkness, Shen Xingqian moved quickly to collect everything useful in the house. Having killed the Wong brothers, her life would not be peaceful going forward. Since Yao was dead, Shen Xingqian no longer cared about right or wrong. She planned to go home once, collect some of Yao's belongings, then take them to seek refuge with Mr. Jiang. She scavenged 10 third-grade energy stones and 2 second-grade energy stones from the bodies of Wong Long and Wong Hu. These stones would suffice for her to hide out for a while. Shen Xingqian was just about to leave when her toe accidentally kicked against something. A crisp sound rang out. Shen Xingqian paused mid-step. Could it be another energy stone? She turned on the lowest setting of her flashlight and shone it downward. To her surprise, she saw a 4-sided bronze object lying in the pool of blood. What is this? Though unable to understand what it was, she still pocketed it. It might come in handy someday. With that thought, Shen Xingqian bent down to pick it up. It didn't look big, but unexpectedly felt quite heavy in her hand. She stuffed it into her pocket casually and stepped out of the basement covered in blood, rushing home once more. Not long after she left, the neighbors finally dared to peek outside once the noises subsided. They saw blood-stained furniture scattered all over the staircase, along with some unopened expired bread. But everyone knew how cruel and vicious the two brothers Wong Hu were. Even though they coveted these items, no one dared to touch them. Until someone found a bucket of clean water and nutritional liquid in the corner of the wall. That's when everyone's eyes turned red with greed. Both people inside are dead. No one knew who shouted it, but this cry was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting everyone. The neighbors rushed toward Wong Hu's house, shoving each other to grab the nutritional liquid, food, or water. This is mine. Don't snatch it. This bread is for me. I saw it first. You dare to steal from my pocket? Do you believe I'll beat you to death, coward? Shen Xingqian didn't stop. She carried what she had in her hands, keeping her head low as she returned to her doorstep. The hallway was pitch black. Grandpa Wong had already disappeared with his little grandson. Shen Xingqian didn't turn on her flashlight either. She'd walked this road for decades and could find her way home even with her eyes closed. She took the key out of her pocket and deftly unlocked the door, but hesitated to push it open. She couldn't help but feel tears welling up, feeling that as long as she didn't push open this door, Yao would still be alive inside the house. And when she returned, he would still fly into her arms like a little sparrow. But Wong Hu's words kept echoing in her ears, shattering her unrealistic fantasy. Yao was gone, and from now on, she had no family left. Creak. The old doorboard was pushed open, making an unpleasant sound. Inside the house was eerily quiet, save for the footsteps she made when entering. There was no power, no lights. Even the person who always lit a candle for her was gone. Tears rolled down from her eyes, and Shen Xingqian shed off her exhaustion, closing the door behind her and crying silently by its side. She cried for her mother who had died too early, for her sister who never got a chance to grow up, and for herself, who lost her home forever today. Sister, you're back? A ghostly voice suddenly rang in her ear, followed by a warm sensation on her cheek, as if a soft little hand had pressed against it. Chapter 93, Return. Shen Xingqian abruptly raised her head, a glimmer of hope blazing in her eyes. Yao, where are you? Are you still alive? Sister, don't cry. I'm right here. The small hand touched the corner of her eye, wiping away her tears. Shen Xingqian looked for a long time, but still couldn't see anyone. She followed the sensation on her face and felt only empty air. There was nothing. She immediately turned on the flashlight to illuminate the front, but there was no one. Up and down, left and right, there was no one. Shen Xingqian let out a bitter smile. It must have been a hallucination caused by too much sorrow. She wiped her tears and stood up again. Yao, sister has already avenged you. You rest well with mother down there. Once sister finishes repaying my debt, I'll come find you, okay? The completely transparent Yao tilted her head at Shen Xingqian, not understanding why she said that she should go find her mother. Her mother had passed away many years ago. Wasn't it sister herself who told her? Sister, can't you see me? I'm right in front of you. I'm so thirsty, sister. Have you found water? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingqian's heart stung again. She dared not even think about how before Yao passed, she hadn't even been able to drink clean water. How did she endure all that? Shen Xingqian reached into her cloth bag and pulled out an unopened bottle of mineral water. This was something she brought from the hotel. Water, I've got some. Let me get it for you. After unscrewing the cap, she prepared to pour the water onto the ground as a tribute to her younger sister. The next second, the water bottle floated up into the air, as if an invisible person took it from her hands and started pouring it into their own mouth. Gulping sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, half of the bottle of mineral water disappeared. Shen Xingqian was startled and then overjoyed. Her sister was truly alive. She was really alive. This was no illusion. Yao, is that really you? Show yourself and let sister take a look. Yao looked at Shen Xingqian curiously, holding the mineral water and handing it to her. Sister, drink water. I'm right in front of you. Why can't you see me? Shin Xingqian frowned deeply, looking around. She couldn't see her sister. Why couldn't she see her? Invisibility? Chameleon? Until a Yao's voice came again. Sister, look quick. My companion plant has awakened. Its flowers bloom. They're beautiful and fragrant. Shin Xingqian hurried forward several steps. What kind of flower? The bud is white. When it blooms, it turns transparent. Transparent, it's the ice lotus. When the ice lotus blooms, it can put people into an invisible state, making them unseen and untouchable, like a ghost. Some call it the shadow flower. She didn't expect her sister to awaken such a companion plant. No wonder she wasn't taken away by Wang Hu and the other two. Surely, when they ran to grab someone, a Yao hid herself, and they didn't find her. Shin Xingqian quietly guided towards the direction of a Yao's voice. Try controlling the flower and make it close its bud. Okay. A Yao nodded, and then remembered that her sister couldn't currently see her, so she replied aloud. The space in front of Shin Xingqian rippled slightly, revealing the outline of a dirty tomboy from the top down. Seeing her sister staring steadily at her, a Yao smiled. Sister, can you see me now? Shin Xingqian choked back her emotions and rushed forward to hug her hard-to-find-again sister. A Yao. Knock knock knock. The door suddenly began to be pounded on. Shoo. Shin Xingqian grabbed her sister's hand, signaling her to be quiet. She pressed her ear against the door and listened carefully outside. A most fawning voice came from outside. It was old Wang next door. Enforce her to run. This woman lives here. Please wait. I'll bring her out now. Enforcer? They've been found out. It must be because of the killing of Wang Hu and his brother that it was discovered. Knock knock knock. Open the door. I know you're inside. Shin Xingqian, open the door. Shin Xingqian quickly turned off the flashlight. She placed her belongings on the table, lifted the curtain, and walked into the bedroom. This little house where she and her sister lived was just 20 square meters or so. She used scraps of cloth to sew a curtain, separating it into two parts. In front was the living room and kitchen, and behind was the bedroom. The bedroom only had a tiny bed, with neatly folded quilts. There were also a few old clothes thrown on the bed. She casually wrapped the clothes and shoes in the quilt together. Then, she retrieved a small box from under the bed and stuffed it inside as well. Inside were all the energy stones she had saved up. These were her entire fortune over the years. Knock knock knock. The door trembled from being beaten. You bastards, if you don't open the door soon, we'll just kick it down. Don't waste time, break the door. Shin Xingqian carried the quilt on her shoulder with one hand while holding her sister's hand. System, open the teleportation portal. A silver-white teleportation portal appeared before the two. Shin Xingqian took her sister's hand and walked in. At the same moment, with a loud bang, the old wooden door outside was kicked open. The enforcer in uniform rushed in anxiously, but only saw the retreating backs of the two. Stop right there. Where are you going? Give my stuff back. The enforcer's eyes widened in fury and lunged to grab the corners of their clothes. The portal slammed shut and vanished on the spot. All over. It's all over. The enforcer collapsed in despair on the ground. He had lost that item, and the Vice City Master would never forgive him. No. The enforcer's gaze turned fierce. He must cover this up, even if just for a little while. Shin Xingqian, this woman. Better pray I don't catch you. And anyone who knows about this must not be left alive. Old Wang timidly poked his head in behind him. They really aren't here. What are you doing sitting on the floor, Enforcer Duran? TSK. A streak of silver light flashed across his neck. GUH. On the second floor of the restaurant. Spring, the season of revival, when strong lions gather on the grassland. Lan Yu sat enthusiastically on the sofa watching Animal World. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Yao was holding dumbbells for her daily exercise. Guest is being teleported. The system notification suddenly rang in her mind. Jiang Yao glanced at the sky outside. It was still daytime, so it couldn't be 6 o'clock yet. They returned so quickly? She gently placed the dumbbell down and went to the bathroom to wash her face. As she stepped out, she met Shin Xingqian. She was laden with large and small packages, and leading a short-haired child, appearing anxious as she walked out of the teleportation portal. Shin Xingqian hesitated, not expecting to run straight into Boss Jiang like this. Boss Jiang, I'm back. Jiang Yao gave her a nod, her gaze sweeping over Shin Xingqian. There was a heavy smell of blood. She had killed someone? The little girl shyly hid behind her, curiously observing everything around her. Meeting Jiang Yao's gaze, she smiled innocently. Jiang Yao understood. This should be the sister she said she would go fetch. Chapter 94, Lifetime Member. Let's go. I'll take you down. Jiang Yao opened the elevator door, and the three of them took the elevator to the first floor. Standing in front of the cash register, Shin Xingqian pulled out a few energy stones from her backpack and handed them to Jiang Yao. Boss, I want to renew my room for a few more days. Sure, you can go over there and recharge it yourself. How many days do you want to renew for? Shin Xingqian thought for a moment. 7 days. The energy stones they had were enough for her and her sister to stay here for at least a month. But they couldn't just sit here eating up all their resources. The day would come when the energy stones would run out. Renew for 7 days first, wait for her wounds to heal, and during this time, she could also teach Yao how to skillfully master her own abilities. In 7 days, things should cool down enough, then she'll fight back. Oh yeah, when I entered the portal just now, that executive officer seemed to be constantly shouting for me to return something. So they probably haven't discovered the connection between the deaths of Wang, Hu's brothers, and me yet? But when did I take anything from him? She is nothing more than an honest woman in Jean City, never stealing or committing any sneaky deeds. It must be old Wang who set another trap against her. Miscalculation. She should have killed that guy before leaving home, so she wouldn't be bothered like this now. She slapped her thigh angrily, but her hand hit a hard, square lump in her pocket. This thing, seems like she picked it up from Wang Hu's house. Could the execution officer be referring to this thing? She pulled out the bronze-like cube from her pocket and held it up to Jiang Yao. Ms. Jiang, see if you need this thing. Jiang Yao took it, and her hand suddenly felt an unexpected heaviness. Strange, how heavy is it? She quickly stretched out her other hand to hold it with 2 hands, just as Shin Xingqian did, which made it feel a little easier. Ding! A grade 9 high-level energy core detected. Value 99,999 points. Do you wish to exchange? The system's cold mechanical voice rarely carried a hint of joy. Is it worth that much? What is it used for? Jiang Yao turned it over in her hands for a while. This thing looks very delicate. One hand can completely grab it. However, it's not light. It feels solidly built. Above level 7 mutated plants generate high-grade energy stones, exceptionally rich in energy, commonly used to charge advanced alchemical products. This information touched upon Jiang Yao's knowledge blind spot. What are advanced alchemical products? Alchemical products. She vaguely senses that they are probably a general term for high-tech weapons. But what qualifies as high-grade? Advanced alchemical products. Items created by senior alchemists using multiple high-grade raw materials, widely used with enormous energy consumption. Jiang Yao recalled the blue protective dome floating in the sky when she first went to the wasteland. That thing was probably what the system referred to as an advanced alchemical product, both rare and powerful. Yes, the protective shield above ginseng is a type of advanced alchemical product. It can block external radiation and conceal the signs of life within the city. Jiang Yao nodded. And what about you? Do you need this to charge? System. The host is terrifyingly sharp. I need it. I've accumulated enough points now. I'm on the verge of upgrading. This energy stone will help me upgrade directly. Oh, what benefits will there be for me after your upgrade? After upgrading, the substore system can be unlocked, and an upgrade bonus package will be gifted to the host. The host can spend points to open substores in various small worlds, perfectly replicating the scale of the main store. Revenue counts towards total revenue. Opening substores sounds quite interesting. Jiang Yao looked at Shin Xingqian, still standing by the vending machine selecting food. This thing, it can actually exchange for points. Are you sure you want to trade it? She suspects Shin Xingqian might not know the use of this energy stone. This is an energy stone from a level 9 mutant plant. Its acquisition difficulty unimaginable. Indeed, Shin Xingqian hasn't seen such a thing, but the attitude of the execution officer made her feel that this object should be extremely important and precious. Such things would only bring calamity to her if left in her possession. If Jiang Yao wanted it, she might as well give her a favor. She selected a few cheap rice bowls from the vending machine and then looked up at Jiang Yao. How many points can this exchange for? Forget it. If you want it, Boss Jiang, I'll just give it to you. On hearing this, Jiang Yao showed a hint of surprise on her face. Give it to me? Are you sure? Shin Xingqian nodded vigorously to express her determination. Absolutely sure, it's yours. Consider it as payment for saving my life and my sister's. She always remembered Jiang Yao's life-saving grace deeply. If it hadn't been for Jiang Yao suddenly showing up and bringing her to this hotel, she would have definitely died in that street corner long ago. If she were dead, her younger sister wouldn't last long alone in the world either. This thing was no more than a random rock she picked up. If giving it away could repay the favor of saving her life, then it was worth it. Besides, Miss Jiang and the system possessed incredible abilities, allowing her to travel through space. Using this item as goodwill payment seemed to offer only advantages. In just a few seconds, dozens of thoughts raced through her mind. Now it was Jiang Yao's turn to feel uneasy. She pointed at the energy core again and explained to Shin Xingqian. Actually, this thing is pretty valuable. It can be exchanged for at least several 100,000 points. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Shin Xingqian was instantly shocked. The unassuming little stone was actually worth hundreds of thousands of points. That means it could sustain her and her sister here for decades. But since the words were already spoken, there was no turning back. Energy stones could be found again, but such an opportunity to make friends with Miss Jiang might never come again. With this in mind, Shin Xingqian nodded firmly once more. I'm sure, I'm giving it to you. Hearing that Shin Xingqian still insisted even after knowing the core's value, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed with admiration. After pondering for a moment, she quickly tucked the energy core into her pocket. Alright, since you're being so generous, I won't treat you poorly either. Here, I'll give you 2 lifetime membership cards. From now on, both you and your sister can live here, eat, and drink without spending any points. System, that's not too much to ask, right? Ding. The memberships for Shin Xingqian and Shun Yao have been upgraded to the highest level. 2 lifetime free membership cards have been distributed to the bracelet. Please go to the recharge counter to collect them. Jiang Yao opened the drawer of the recharge counter and, sure enough, saw 2 transparent bracelets inside. It wasn't clear what material the bracelets were made of, but when held, they emitted a faint icy glow, looking quite high-tech. Jiang Yao handed the bracelet over to Xiao Yao. Here, little sister. This is your bracelet. Once you wear it, your information will be automatically bound, and from now on, you can buy whatever you need by simply swiping it. Chapter 95, Unlimited Fruit Store. This is embarrassing. The energy stone was supposed to be a gift for you, so how can I still? Shin Xingqian's face turned completely red. It was just a small stone of no value to her. But Boss Jiang had directly given her and her sister such a grand gift. Now, she owed Boss Jiang more and more, and it seemed like she would never be able to pay it back in her lifetime. No worries, I like straightforward people. Take what's yours. By the way, your room has been set as an exclusive one, and it will always be reserved for you too. If anything happens, call our waiters or the little bear. Seeing that a Yao was still dumbfounded, Shun Xingqian quickly stepped forward to take the bracelet. She tightened the package on her shoulder and took her sister's hand to help her wear the bracelet. Once the bracelet was put on, it automatically bound to the membership, shrinking snugly around Shen Yao's wrist. A Yao. Thanks Sister Jiang quickly. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yao smiled cheerfully. Don't mention it. You two go ahead with your things. I'll go upstairs for a bit. After storing the core into the space, the system had taken it directly to upgrade. The system then notified her in her mind that the upgrade was complete, and the gift was placed on the table in the living room upstairs. She prepared to go upstairs to check out what gifts the system had sent after the upgrade. Alright, then we'll go back to our room too. We don't want to bother you. As the sisters, Shen Xingqian, held hands and walked into the guest elevator, Jiang Yao took out a bottle of electrolyte drink from the fridge and returned upstairs again with a flicker of thought. Lan Yu changed her position and continued lying on the sofa watching the Animal World program. Jiang Yao looked around and saw a box indeed appeared on the coffee table in front of the TV. The box was very plain, just like those gray-yellow cardboard boxes used for shipping parcels. Jiang Yao went over and lifted the box slightly. It sounded like there were some small stones inside, jingling when shaken. What is inside? Jiang Yao asked herself in her mind. This is something I specifically requested from the main system. Host, you'd better open it yourself. Surprises are no longer surprises if they are disclosed beforehand. So mysterious? Let me see how big of a surprise it could be. Jiang Yao grabbed a pair of scissors and cut open the sealing strip on the box. Snap! A streak of tiny fireworks sparkled up in midair. Inside the box lay a fresh orange. Congratulations. You have obtained an unlimited fruit store. Please select the placement location. Ah, fruit store. That truly is a pleasant surprise. Jiang Yao exclaimed excitedly. An unlimited supply fruit store. It had been ages since she'd eaten fresh fruits. Jiang Yao opened the blueprint and placed the fruit store next to the hot pot restaurant. The ground floor area expanded again, swallowing all the surrounding unowned shops. Lan Yu, stop watching TV. Come on, let's go downstairs to eat watermelon. Huh? Watermelon? Do we have watermelon? Lan Yu shot up immediately. She often heard Jiang Yao talking about how delicious watermelons were, but watermelons didn't seem to grow in this season on Blue Star. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, she was even more excited than Jiang Yao herself, shutting off the TV instantly and dragging Jiang Yao to run downstairs. The fruit store stood quietly next to the hot pot restaurant, its door already opened by Jiang San. Jiang Yao went in and took a look around. Various kinds of fruits were neatly arranged on shelves. Apples, pears, oranges, bananas, big round white peaches, green watermelons. Basically, almost every kind of common or uncommon fruit available in the market was found in the store. Seeing these fruits adorned with dewdrops and the sweet fragrance filling the air, Lan Yu couldn't tear her eyes away. They all looked so incredibly delicious. Jiang Yao fondly petted her little head. You can take whatever you want, but don't take too much. Don't waste food, alright? Okay, I understand, sister. Ooh, time for fruits. With that, she joyfully dashed to the shelves, grabbed a large watermelon, and ran towards the kitchen. Sister, wait for me. I'll ask Little Elephant to make us some watermelon juice. Jiang Yao chuckled, shaking her head, while casually picking an orange from the shelves. She peeled off its golden skin and put a slice in her mouth. The sour-sweet juice burst between her lips and tongue, making her mouth water. Delicious. On the road outside, Old Lu and several others were rushing back to the hotel under the cover of night. Early in the morning, the group had gone out to hunt zombies. The reason was mainly because the crystal cores they had left weren't many. All the zombies nearby the hotel had already been cleaned out by other people, so they had to go further out if they wanted to obtain the crystal cores. Today, they had reached the street adjacent to their neighboring streets, where they found many groups of zombies gathered together. Today's hunt could be said to be quite fruitful, with enough crystal cores to renew their 4-person reservation at the restaurant for a whole week. Lao Lu had a foolish grin on his face. He was gripping a piece of cloth, carefully taking out each crystal core from the cloth bag, cleaning them one by one, and then putting them back in. After all, these were all going to be their food rations for the future. Not a single one could be lost. Lao Zhao, carrying a shovel on his shoulder, was walking ahead with a wide grin plastered across his face. Because the boss had said, since they'd killed so many zombies today, tomorrow at noon they would be rewarded with a hot pot meal. He had been craving that hot pot for quite a long time, dreaming about eating it. Hee, little lamb, fatty beef slices, they were just waiting for him. As they reached the entrance, Lao Zhao subconsciously glanced inside the hot pot restaurant and noticed something seemed off. Why was there another warm glow next to the hot pot restaurant? Could the owner have opened another eatery? In 3 large strides, he rushed to the front and immediately saw the fresh fruits on the shelves. Purple-red grapes, emerald-green raisins, and even watermelons as big as wash basins. Goodness, this many fresh fruits. He hurriedly gestured toward the 2 people slowly trailing behind. Hey, Old Lee, come over quickly. Why is there suddenly a fruit store here? There's watermelon, lychees, and even peaches. What? Fruit? Lao Lu exchanged glances with his partner, and both could see the disbelief on each other's faces. How could there possibly be fruits now? Not to mention how severe the pollution of water and soil had become after the apocalypse, making every produced fruit contain zombie viruses. Even before the outbreak of the zombies, this season should not have allowed for the existence of peaches or watermelons. While these two were still doubting reality, Lao Zhao had already zipped into the fruit shop like a streak of smoke. Just as Jiang Yao grabbed a handful of lychees and returned to the restaurant, she saw a notice pop up. The fruit store had gained 50 points. So someone had bought fruit so quickly. Jiang Yao popped a lychee she just peeled into her mouth while opening the member interface to take a look. Member Lao Zhao, at 5:43 seconds past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, purchased a watermelon and 10 peach fruits. Watermelon costs 20 points per piece, and peach 3 points per fruit. Jiang Yao had priced fruits fairly low. Since the store was an upgrade reward from the system, it required no rent. For her, this operation came with zero cost. Thus, for every point sold, she made pure profit. And for customers, it was nothing but a blessing. However, purchases were limited. Each membership card allowed the purchase of only 3 types of fruits per week. This rule was mainly to prevent those with spaces from buying in bulk and reselling them elsewhere at high prices. Chapter 96. Crisis. Fruits are difficult to preserve. It has been so long since the apocalypse that all the fruits in the market must have rotted away by now. It's only because she has this system as her cheat code that she is able to gather so many different types of fruit. In other places, it might not be possible to find them all. Thinking of this, she opened the restaurant interface again. From the last mission, she was rewarded with 100,000 points, plus what she had earned over these few days. She currently has almost 113,000 points and 38,000 level 1 crystal cores. If converted entirely into points, that would be nearly 500,000 points, yet she still needs another 50 million points for the restaurant to upgrade to level 5. It's a daunting task ahead. Oh right, something suddenly occurred to her. Before the system upgrade, it mentioned that once completed, it would unlock the ability for her to open franchises in other worlds. Jiang Yao exited the restaurant interface and opened the main interface, scrolling all the way down. Sure enough, there was a franchise module. Hotel franchise system. As the owner of a hotel across worlds, how can you only own one hotel? Choose a world you've visited and spend points to build your franchise. Note, once the franchise location is chosen, it cannot be destroyed or moved. Please choose carefully host. After placement, you may teleport freely between the main store and the franchise. Of the worlds she's visited, she's only been to 2. One is Beast World, which is still in the age of slash and burn agriculture. The tribes there are 2 loosely connected. Bayun's tribe currently only has around 100 residents, far from enough to satisfy her need for rapid point accumulation. The other is Wasteland World. Wasteland World is not much different from the current situation on Blue Star. Survivors lack food and clothing, and there are city-states where survivors gather. Regardless of how you look at it, Wasteland World is the most suitable choice for her right now. Looks like she'll need to go back to Jean City to find a prominent place with high foot traffic to place her hotel. But, Jiang Yao yawned. She'll go tomorrow. It's dark already now. It's time to rest when you need to rest. In the Wasteland, Jean City, the mansion within the City Lord's residence is brightly lit. In a secluded secret chamber, City Lord Bai Lixian sits at the head seat, his face grim as he gazes at the woman kneeling below. Still haven't found it? The woman is cloaked in a black robe covering her entire body, with a thin layer of black gauze covering her face, revealing only her eyes. Yet her brows and eyes remain cast downward, her long eyelashes obscuring any visible emotion in her gaze. She is one of Bai Lixian's specially trained secret guards, known as Ing. Ing keeps her head lowered, her voice hoarse and low. We found out it was someone from Vice City Lord's side who tampered with things. The core most likely ended up in their hands. Hearing this, the City Lord's expression brightened momentarily. Then hurry and bring it back. What are you waiting for? But, Ying's eyebrows knitted together. She looked up at the City Lord, confusion clouding her pale golden irises. The trail has gone cold. We traced the core's last handler, but when we arrived, we found both him and his family dead, killed due to revenge. The core is missing again. What? Bai Lixian abruptly stood up, eyes bulging wide, seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles white from the force. Jiahan, that scoundrel, he would dare kill his own people just to destroy evidence. Bai Lixian's chest heaved violently, his cheek muscles swelling, his facial muscles twitching slightly due to anger. He knew Jiahan had long coveted the position of City Lord, and he'd always kept an eye on him. But no matter how cautious he'd been, he never expected Jiahan to go so far as to plot against the energy core sent by the main city. Jiahan truly is a madman. A lunatic. That was Jean City's final line of defense. If nothing happens, it's fine, but if the protective shield really breaks, none of them will survive. Is Jiahan trying to drag them all to their deaths? Bai Lixian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that this thought wasn't quite right. After battling that wretch for so many years, he knew he valued his life more than anything and wouldn't do such a reckless act leading to his own demise. So, there could be only one explanation. Jiahan hid the core himself. Did he assume my nature would cause me to keep this embarrassing incident hidden from everyone? Therefore, he plans to make a grand entrance at the very last moment, becoming the hero of Jean City, showing everyone my incompetence before taking my place? If that's the case, I won't let things go according to your plan. I'll turn this whole thing into a spectacle and see how you handle the aftermath, Jiahan. After some time, suppressing his rage, he spoke again, spread the word. The power source of the protective shield has been stolen. Place the entire city under martial law. No one is allowed in or out. Start a house-to-house search beginning from the Vice City Lord's estate until we find the core. Yes. Ing received her order and turned to leave. Ha ha ha, that old fox Bai Lixian. He definitely didn't expect that I would just take the energy core right out from under his nose. Now he must be running around like a headless chicken in his own fortress. Good. This is exactly what we needed to bring him down a peg or two. Jiahan patted the back of Executioner Xia Yi's shoulder hard as his slightly chubby belly shook with laughter. The more he looked at this young man, the more satisfied he felt. Not only was Xia Yi innovative and tenacious, but most importantly, He had no qualms about being ruthless, very much like Jia Han when he was younger. It was clear that Xia Yi was destined for great things. Not bad at all. You've been well trained by our city lord. You're like an experienced horse that knows its way. With you leading us, we can proceed ahead without worry. Xia Yi's flattery brought on another round of uncontrollable laughter from Jia Han. Good, well said. My daughter has chosen an excellent boyfriend in you, and I feel assured there will be someone competent to carry my work forward. Oh yes, is it safe enough with you keeping the core? Perhaps you should bring it over here to me sometime. Xia Yi certainly dared not admit that the energy core had already slipped through his fingers. His eyes darted around rapidly, and his face took on an expression of concern. City Lord, Bai Xian will surely figure out soon that this was your doing. He won't let this slip quietly. Your villa may become the focus of their search during this time. Jia Han's smile faltered. In his excitement, he hadn't thought about this aspect. It seemed safer then, to leave the item in Xia Yi's hands for now. Seeing the slight change in Jia Han's expression, Xia Yi knew his persuasion had worked. Encouraging further, Xia Yi added, City Lord, please don't worry. I've already hidden the core in an absolutely secure location where only I know it resides. Soon, all you'll need to do is wait for Bai Xian himself to come groveling to you for help. At this remark, Jia Han could vividly imagine Bai Xian's daughter kneeling before him like a pitiful dog wagging its tail in submission. His mood improved immediately. Good. Xiao Yi, I have full confidence in how you handle matters. Come along. Andy has specially prepared a variety of high-end nutritional liquids for you. The mutated wild boar that the guard team captured a few days ago has also been purified. We're in for a feast today, you and I. Chapter 97 Extreme Heat. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Yao was woken up by the system's notification sound. Fruit store points income plus 50, plus 50, plus 50. She instantly became annoyed. She had gone to bed late last night watching dramas, and today she was being disturbed this early in the morning. She fumbled around on the bedside table for a while with her arm, and picked up a pillow nearby, throwing it at the empty air. System, can you turn off that damn point notification? You've been yapping since dawn, and won't even let me sleep. The system quietly shrank back as if scared of its host's bad mood upon waking. Notification sound effect has been turned off. Her mind finally quieted down, and Jiang Yao turned over in bed, hugging her quilt to go back to sleep. She slept all the way until 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yao yawned contentedly in bed and stared at the snow-white ceiling above her head blankly for a while before getting up slowly, walking to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing her teeth, she took the opportunity to check the system interface. In just a short morning, the fruit store had made more than 700 points, with watermelons selling the best. It seemed that very few Blue Star residents could resist big, sweet watermelons in winter. Summer watermelons, extraordinary quality. Winter watermelons, supreme quality. After finishing her morning hygiene routine, Jiang Yao found a dusty gray outfit from her wardrobe to change into, grabbed some masks to store in her space for emergency use, and lastly put on a black baseball cap. Last time she went to the wasteland, she found there was an especially strong wind with sand. When she returned, both her face and body were covered with sand. This time she was prepared thoroughly: water, food, masks, and most importantly, weapons. After reminding Jiang Yi and Little Elephant to watch the house, Jiang Yao stood in front of the teleportation gate and checked the supplies one last time before fastening the crossbow full of arrows onto her arm. Well, I'm going. Jiang Yao waved to the little elephant behind her and opened the portal. Sister, wait for me. I want to go too. Blue Jade suddenly leapt forward and hugged her waist just as Jiang Yao had stepped through with one foot. Before she could react, a flash of light appeared, and the scene changed abruptly. The bright, clean second floor of the restaurant turned into low, dusty cottages. Their sudden appearance did not catch the attention of the local residents. People rushed past close to Jiang Yao without even sparing them a glance. Sister, where are we? Her arm was lightly pulled several times, and only then did Jiang Yao notice that Blue Jade had followed her directly through the portal. The pearls and crystals decorating her hair had somehow been removed, tightly wrapped instead in a piece of black cloth. Her pretty dress was also gone, replaced by a plain gray long-sleeved shirt and pants. What's more, a layer of ash now covered her originally fair skin, making her look far away like a little refugee fleeing famine. If she was any thinner, she might look even more convincing. Jiang Yao helplessly patted her head twice. How did you come along too? Didn't I tell you to stay home? Hee, it's too boring at home. I wanted to follow sister out and have fun. Seeing that her sister wasn't angry, Blue Jade stuck her tongue out at her. Smart aleck. But how do you wear clothes like this and not care about dirt? Mentioning her outfit got Blue Jade excited. She immediately let go of the arms encircling Jiang Yao's waist and proudly puffed out her chest. This entire set was carefully styled by Big Sister Xingqian. What do you think? Isn't it perfectly fitting for here? Big Sister Xingqian? Calling her so intimately suggests that their relationship has progressed significantly recently. It fits well. Little Jade is really great. Jiang Yao gave her an approving compliment after looking her over carefully. She pulled out a sun hat from her space and placed it on Blue Jade's head to cover her pointed ears. But you must stick closely to me and not run off or get lost. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to the restaurant. Got it. Blue Jade wasn't the type of child who couldn't distinguish situations. She had the ability to protect herself and knew what she should and shouldn't do. Besides, since she had already come along, what else could Jiang Yao do but bring her along? It would be like taking her on a trip. Yeah, I remember. Blue Jade looked up curiously at her surroundings and probably didn't absorb much of Jiang Yao's warnings. Well, let's go and take a walk around. The weather in Ginseng seemed quite extreme. It wasn't so obvious the first time she came here. Jiang Yao just felt that it was hotter here than on Blue Star, and wearing long sleeves and jackets was sufficient. But now it was noon, with the sun hanging diagonally right in the middle of the sky, emitting intense, blinding white light. The asphalt road beneath their feet looked like it was about to melt, releasing a burnt smell. Occasionally, when a gust of wind blew by, it carried waves of scalding heat. Jiang Yao asked the system to detect the current temperature. The outdoor temperature had astonishingly reached 48 degrees Celsius, almost breaking 50. Keep in mind, this isn't even the hottest time yet. The peak heat should be around 2 to 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao was fine though. Having experienced even more extreme weather before, her body had adapted already. However, Lan Yu's condition was a bit pitiful. Having grown up in the cool underwater world, she'd never been through such weather. When they arrived, Shen Xingchen had dressed her warmly, but after walking just a short distance, she felt the air was so stifling it made her feel like she was choking. She wiped the sweat beads from her face. Sister, how much longer do we need to walk? I'm so thirsty. Jiang Yao pulled out the Ginseng city map provided by the system and matched their current location. They were directly teleported to the city center, where many small shops could be seen by the roadside. Most of the nearby buildings were bungalows with only a few 3- or 4-story buildings scattered among them. The streets were desolate, almost without any trace of plant life. Jiang Yao took a bottle of mineral water from her space, cooled it down in her hand for a while, then handed it over to Lan Yu. Take some cold water to relieve the heat. I estimate we'll have to keep walking for a little while. All right. Lan Yu listlessly grabbed the chilled water from Jiang Yao's hand, drinking all of it at once to cool herself down a bit. While walking, Jiang Yao observed the shops occasionally stepping into one. Most of the stores here sold various mutated animal and plant materials. There were almost none selling water or food. After walking along the asphalt road for a few minutes, they finally found a shop that sold water in a corner. In front stood an old yellowish glass showcase filled with plastic tubes containing water. Jiang Yao pointed at those plastic tubes at the very front of the counter and called out to the shop. Boss, how are you selling these waters? Receiving no reply, Jiang Yao called out again. Boss, is anyone there? Coming, stop shouting. A rough voice sounded from inside, full of impatience. Isn't the price label already on them? Can't you take a look first? Chapter 98, A Good Melon. A dark and burly man, fanning himself with a tattered palm fan, stepped out of his house. Likely due to the oppressive heat, he wore nothing but oversized shorts. Upon seeing a woman accompanied by a little girl, the man's eyes lit up. Women were good. In these times, as long as there was water to drink, plenty of women were willing to offer themselves for his amusement. He stood in front of the counter, sizing up Jiang Yao and the little girl from head to toe. The woman appeared quite young, and though her clothes were slightly worn, they were intact and largely undamaged. With a wide-brimmed sun hat on her head, the pale skin exposed still showed that she hadn't suffered much radiation or sun damage. She must be some high-ranking official's cherished pet bird who wandered out. But since she had met him now, there was no way he would let her go. As for the child, her brows were thick and her features sharp. Though her skin was darker, she was still beautiful. This kid could fetch some energy stones later if sold. And as for this woman, he'd take his time enjoying her before deciding what to do. Thinking of all this, a lascivious smile spread across his face, his squinted eyes fixating tightly on Jiang Yao, as if trying to strip her bare. Here's the deal. I'm not even going to negotiate with you. 10 quarts of 10 milliliter mutated vine juice, for a mere 10 level 4 energy stones. Sounds fair, doesn't it? He was sure this woman couldn't possibly have that many energy stones. He was waiting for her to beg for mercy, to embrace him willingly in exchange for water. Lan Yu reacted quickly. Upon hearing the man's voice, she immediately leaned over the counter to take a look. Clearly marked on the glass tube was mutated vine juice water, 1 level 1 energy stone for 10 tubes. And yet, this man dared to extort them? Did he think they were fools? Pointing at the counter, Lan Yu spoke directly to the man. It clearly says here, 1 level 1 energy stone for 10 tubes. Are you trying to swindle us? The man chuckled. Haha, can you brat actually read? That isn't the price for you, it's for others. I sell mine for whatever I want. What do you say about that? You? Lan Yu's hand moved to summon water arrows and deal with this despicable man. Jiang Yao quickly grabbed her wrist. Though the way this man looked at her was indeed disgusting, he wasn't wrong when he said it. It was his product, and he could charge whatever he liked. Besides, she wasn't really planning to buy the water anyway. She was just checking its price. Having seen it, she needed to find a proper place to set up the franchise as soon as possible. It was too hot outside, and she feared Lan Yu might get sunburned. Let's go. Jiang Yao took Lan Yu's hand and walked a few steps forward, silently memorizing the shop's location. Wait, he would regret this. Sooner or later, she'd return to exact retribution on this man. Hold it. Who said you can just leave? The man panicked and climbed right over the counter. He scurried up to Jiang Yao and blocked her path. His gaze roamed over her body like a greasy crawler, unfettered and lecherous, focusing shamelessly on the exposed part of her snow-white neck, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Looking closely, this woman had a pretty figure, with ample chest. What the hell? You're messing with me, huh? Wasting my nap time without even buying a single tube of water. Now you think you can just walk away like that? There's no such reason. Huh? And what do you think should happen? Jiang Yao frowned faintly. Thinking he would spare this man first, she realized he never intended to let them go in the first place. How naive of her. What should happen? The man's eyes glittered wickedly. Either you accompany me for some fun today, and serve me well enough so I don't need to collect payment for the water, or I'll sell both of you bitches as meat pigs. Think it over. I think there's another option. Jiang Yao shot the man a derisive smirk. What? The The man tilted his head curiously toward Jiang Yao. TSSS. An icicle pierced straight through the man's chest, toxins spreading rapidly through the wound. Before the man could utter another word, he dissolved into a puddle of green liquid. That is, sending you this useless waste to meet your maker earlier. At the sound of the commotion, passers-by merely glanced indifferently and turned their eyes away. Such incidents in Gene City were far too common. All survivors adhered to an unspoken rule. Sweep the snow off your own doorstep. Don't bother yourself with frost on someone else's roof tiles. In this wasteland, only the strong deserve to survive. Since the man was dead already, there was no rush to leave. Jiang Yao called for Lan Yu to retreat back inside to avoid the extreme heat. She herself returned to studying the map carefully. She noticed that the overall layout of Gene City was a bit strange, with roads forming circles intertwined like rings. The houses were built around the central villas, resembling layers of shields protecting the people who lived inside. In that case, the best spot for the branch would be at the very center. Jiang Yao tapped the location of the Lord's mansion in the middle and decided to place her branch near this mansion. If her guess was correct, those residing inside must be the authorities of Gene City. Those people were bound to have plenty of money. Will you spend 100,000 points to open the first branch? Do you confirm the placement location? Friendly reminder. Once placed, it cannot be removed or moved. Confirm. Jiang Yao replied decisively. Points have been deducted. Placement successful. A new option for the branch appeared in the restaurant interface. Jiang Yao opened the branch details, which displayed specific information about the store from top to bottom. Branch ID, Wasteland 001. Manager, Jiang Yao. Revenue, 0. Number of branch staff, 0. Number of customers served, 0. So, everything starts from scratch, she understood. Jiang Yao looked up at the sun gradually shifting west. It was too hot. She'd better return to the restaurant and cool off for now. Thinking that, Jiang Yao grabbed Lan Yu's small hand and mentally whispered, let's go home. When she opened her eyes again, both had already been teleported back to their bedroom. Hey, how do we get back? Lan Yu was still unclear about the situation. Wasn't she just resting and drinking water in that dark room? Why did they come home in the blink of an eye? But being blown by the powerful air conditioning in the house, Lan Yu soon relaxed and closed her eyes in comfort. It's so refreshing. I'm going to cut a watermelon to eat. Do you want some, sister? You go ahead. I'll take a shower first and then come down, Jiang Yao said. She had broken out into a lot of sweat after going out earlier, feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over. Jiang Yao went into the bathroom and quickly took a cold water shower before changing into a cool short-sleeve top and shorts. By the time she came downstairs, Lan Yu was hugging half a big watermelon, digging into it with a spoon. Sister, your half is already in the fridge for you. Lan Yu stuffed a large scoop of sweet watermelon pulp into her mouth and mumbled as Jiang Yao came down. Jiang Yao walked over and opened the fridge. The watermelon was almost bigger than her own head. Lan Yu had wrapped the half watermelon tightly in cling film and thoughtfully placed a stainless steel spoon beside it. As Jiang Yao took it out and scooped it with the spoon, juice immediately splashed everywhere. Lin Yuecheng dragged herself into the hall, utterly exhausted, only to be captivated by the scene in the room. A young girl dressed lightly and a blue-haired little girl were cross-legged on the sofa, each holding half of a huge watermelon and eating joyfully. The unique, sweet aroma filled the room and lingered. Her gaze couldn't help but focus on the half watermelon in the girl's hands, her atoms apple moving. Thin skin, thick flesh, full of juice, the red melon pulp had only a few scattered seeds. It was obviously a crisp and incredibly sweet watermelon. Chapter 99. Oh, surprise, let's have a discount. But how could such a remote city possibly have watermelons? This kind of thing would only appear in the main city. Lin Yuecheng, with disbelief, retreated outside and looked up at the sign on top of the building. Universal Hotel. Is it newly opened? I don't think I've seen it before. Hey, there's a customer. Jiang Yao felt a gust of hot wind come through the door. She looked up and noticed that a woman had somehow entered the room without her noticing. The woman was entirely wrapped in a black robe, and her figure was slim. Her eyes were fixated on the watermelon in Jiang Yao's hands, filled with desire. However, she was more concerned about another matter. System, why was I not notified when a guest arrived? Last time, she noticed this too. There used to be a wind chime that would ring when guests visited the restaurant, but since the upgrade, it seemed like the wind chime disappeared. When a guest came, all she received was a mental prompt from the system telling her, would you like to set up a welcome and farewell broadcast? 10 points for a month. Jiang Yao. Nonsense. You better give me back my wind chime. System, silently pretending to be dead. Hello, may I ask if you are the owner here? The hoarse voice brought Jiang Yao's thoughts back. She nodded at the woman. Ah, yes, I am the owner, surnamed Jiang. Are you here for a meal or to stay? Lin Yuecheng stared at Jiang Yao for a while. This woman didn't seem very old, probably just over 20 years old. She had a pair of large, watery eyes, rosy cheeks, and white skin. Her jet black hair hung loosely behind her ears. It was evident that her diet was rich in nutrients. Her fingers holding the spoon were long, with some barely noticeable calluses at the base of her thumb, suggesting habitual use of either a knife or a gun. She was tall and well-proportioned, with defined muscles in her arms, abdomen, and legs, displaying a beautiful sense of power. It was clear she regularly trained hard. As for her rank, Lin Yuecheng couldn't tell. If she couldn't see it, that means the person's companion plant might be stronger than hers, which meant trouble should be avoided. Lin Yuecheng quickly analyzed the situation in front of her, then smiled slightly at Jiang Yao to show she meant no harm. Can I still check in here? How many energy stones per night? Oh, and about that watermelon. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Should she be able to afford a small piece of this watermelon? She had just dealt with a group of survivors who tried to attack her, finding quite a few wild energy stones lying around on the ground. Checking in, please come in. With a smile, Zhang Yao led the woman to the cash register and gestured for her to check the prices on the sign hanging behind her. Lin Yueqing silently read the words on the sign and pulled out a second-grade energy stone from her pocket. The sign stated that one second-grade energy stone equals 500 points. One night in a single room costs only 50 points, so this one second-grade energy stone would suffice for 10 days. And here, there was electricity, even air conditioning. Staying here was much better than living in a dark, hot basement. So, I'll charge these first, and add more if needed. Give me a single room, please. Can I really take a shower here? Actually, she didn't doubt whether they had enough clean water. Just looking at these two people, no speck of dust on their faces or clothes, told her that they definitely bathed and washed their clothes often. Taking a shower. She hadn't used clean water for bathing in years. Of course, you can go up first to check, and if you're unsatisfied, you can refund your energy stones. Zhang Yao handed over the points card and key to the woman. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor, then turn right at the corner. There's also watermelon for sale in the fruit store. You can buy it with your points card. Seeing the woman spend generously, Zhang Yao took the opportunity to promote her store's fruits. Right now, besides fruits, there wasn't much else to sell. The vending machine was indeed copied over, but no food was placed inside yet. Neither was the hot pot shop open due to lacking staff to serve customers, nor had the system arranged for delivery carts to bring ingredients. After sending off the woman, Zhang Yao opened the system mall. She recharged 50 first-grade crystal cores into it. Now, her points in the mall reached 12,536. Searching for a robot, an interface appeared showing the type of robot gifted to her by the system. After seeing the price tag, Zhang Yao's pupils contracted sharply. Was the price this high? It actually cost 2,500 points per robot. How could she possibly afford this? It might be better to hire some real people to work at her store. 8 hours a day, food and lodging included, 1 day off per week with no overtime. Someone should be willing to do the job. But whom? She didn't know anyone familiar in this world. System, help me draft a recruitment agreement. Then post it both near the entrance and in the corridor where it's visible. How many people should we recruit? Should we put up notices in both stores? How many people to recruit? Zhang Yao tapped her chin and thought for a moment. The hot pot restaurant would need at least 4 waiters. 1 for greeting, 1 for cash register duty, and the other 2 to serve guests. The restaurant's kitchen would require 2 people. 1 to prepare dishes and another to stock the vending machine. Then, 1 person each would be needed for monitoring the main hall and the fruit store. After doing this quick calculation, Zhang Yao realized she would have to hire at least 8 people. So many people. Zhang Yao felt herself getting somewhat anxious at the idea. It seemed like a hassle to have so many unfamiliar people wandering around the hotel every day. With more people came more disputes. It was far better to rely on robots instead, which were worry-free. She decided to just buy more robots to keep in the store. Alright, I'll hire just 2 or 3 humans first. How about you give me a bigger discount on robots? I'm buying in bulk, so can you offer a big discount? The system beeped a few times, its mechanical voice as calm and steady as ever. I can offer you a maximum 30% discount. Beyond that, I'd have to submit an application form and risk my bonus. Zhang Yao frowned. Can't you be more generous? 60% for luck and prosperity. It symbolizes that our future tasks will run smoothly. System. Why does the host always try to squeeze more out of it? Every price given has already been the bottom line, yet it insists on haggling down further. There is no way. This should definitely be possible. Finally, the system gave in first. How about this? If you buy 5 or more robots, I'll give you 60%. Less than 5, no discount. Zhang Yao agreed. Alright, then give me 5 robots. Naming still follows the previous sequence, from Jiang Lu to Jiang Shi. 9,000 points deducted. 5 robot staff members dispatched to their positions. Do you wish to activate permanent recharging? Permanent recharging? That was essentially what the system had provided with the initial gift of the robot. How much for the permanent recharge? What about in terms of crystal cores? Epic level promotion price for new users. 99 first-grade crystal cores per robot. Zhang Yao calculated quickly. 5 robots. That would amount to 495 first-grade crystal cores. But since it was permanent recharging, it sounded like quite a good deal. This time, without any negotiation, Zhang Yao responded very readily. Let's do it. The system inexplicably sighed with relief, swiftly transferring the crystal cores away before Zhang Yao changed her mind and started haggling again. Chapter 100. Is that not correct, Commander? Crystal core has been deducted. In the blink of an eye, several robot shop assistants appeared in the store. Zhang Yao looked at the assistants standing neatly before her and felt more energetic. She calmly arranged the tasks one by one. Jiang Lu will be at the cash register to entertain customers and handle their needs. Jiang Qi will go to the kitchen to prepare food and fill up the vending machines. Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao will head to the hot pot restaurant to prepare for opening hours, while Jiang Shi will keep an eye on the fruit store. After doing all these, Zhang Yao bought 2 surveillance cameras from the system to install in the fruit store and hot pot restaurant, so she could quickly notice if anyone caused trouble. But she thought the cameras would not come into much use. So far, there hadn't been such obstinate customers coming to the restaurant to cause a scene. It was fine to just serve as a deterrent role anyway. After all, it didn't cost many points. Having finished this task, Zhang Yao opened the system mall and bought another wind chime to hang on the door. Whenever a customer enters or exits, the wind chime will ring. This way, next time people wouldn't come in without her noticing. The hotel began bustling again. and Jiang Yao relaxed on the couch with Lan Yu watching a variety show. It was a bit hot outside, so Jiang Yao didn't want to eat any steaming hot soup noodles. She directly went back to the main shop with Lan Yu and asked Little Elephant to make some cold braised dishes and cold noodles for both of them. They paired it with freshly squeezed golden orange lemonade, which was ice cold. The sour and spicy small braised dish couldn't stop once you started eating. Paired with refreshing juice, they ate their fill around the dining table. After finishing their meal, they took a walk outside the door to digest, looking at the snowman outside that was halfway melted. Her day had been filled with going back and forth between extreme heat and cold. Jiang Yao sighed as she gazed at the gray sky. Then she abruptly took a large bite of her dessert, cream-filled eclairs, and enjoyed it immensely with her eyes closed. Delicious. Little Elephant's cooking skills were truly getting better and better. Something significant happened at the North City General Base today. Lieutenant General Li Feng broke through the third level of his ability and successfully advanced to become the first four-stage ability cultivator within the base. This should have been a historic night, but after breaking through, Li Feng mysteriously fell into a coma. Under everyone's watchful eyes, while giving his report, Li Feng's body was completely covered in thorny vines. These vines tightly wrapped him, forming a defensive posture. Anyone attempting to get closer was indiscriminately attacked by the vines. The medical building hall was chaotic. Instruments. Quickly bring the testing equipment over here. Notify the healing type ability users to come over. The guards need to find a way to control these vines. Hurry, move the patient inside the room. It won't work, Dr. Jiang. These vines won't let anyone approach. Well then, don't move him yet. Are the healing ability users here yet? Check his vital signs first. They're coming. The healing ability users are here. From afar, Li Ningyu and his team stood guarding outside the warning lines that were drawn. Li Ningyu blankly stared at the humanoid figure completely enveloped by the vines, her eyes reddening. The old commander sighed deeply at her expression and lightly patted Li Ningyu's shoulder to console her. Ningyu, you go rest first. Let the guard stay here. If there's any situation, I'll send someone to inform you. Commander. Li Ningyu gave a look full of reliance and respect towards the elderly man in front of her. The old commander has always been the spiritual pillar for her and her brother. As long as the old commander was present, she always felt safe. The old commander's face grew even gentler and kinder. However, Li Ningyu turned her gaze towards Li Feng, who was securely bound by the vines. I'll stay here to accompany my brother. Her tone was firm and weighty. Their parents were recently transferred to the first sub-base in the Eastern District. Now, she is the only family member left beside her brother. Until her brother returns to normal, she won't leave this place. The old commander slightly frowned, his expression turning somewhat difficult, but only for a short second. Then he quickly returned to his kind elder image. All right, then I'll stay here with you too. Creak. The door was pushed open again. Wang Huayuan, wearing a lab coat, entered and slightly narrowed his eyes upon seeing the scene. He approached the old commander and saluted. Greetings, Commander. The old commander nodded solemnly. Huayuan, are you aware of the situation? Understood. I'll take him to the lab now to investigate the reasons. Speaking, the experimental staff behind him moved forward, holding special needles ready to approach Li Feng. Li Ningyu quickly blocked them, staring incredulously at the old commander. Wait, Commander? What does this mean? What do you intend to do? The researchers showed emotionless expressions, treating Li Ningyu like she was a dead person. Please don't interfere with our work. Commander? Li Ningyu turned to the old commander. However, she saw that he remained calm and steady, looking at her with a tender gaze. What's wrong, Ningyu? Director Wang is here to save Xiaofeng. Why are you blocking him? Commander. Li Ningyu shook her head and called out again. The old commander's expression immediately darkened. Li Ningyu, do you know your brother is an extremely dangerous mutant right now? We can't let him stay here threatening the lives of the residents. I hope you understand. I must be responsible for all the residents in the base. Upon hearing those seemingly honorable words, Li Ningyu's mind buzzed. All the things that puzzled her before suddenly connected in her mind. She had clearly submitted the illegal experiment report about Wang Huayuan long ago. Why did the commander not only fail to punish him, but also condone his actions? Why, knowing Wang Huayuan has been coveting her brother's powers, was he still handing over her brother to Wang Huayuan? Why choose this time to transfer her parents away? Unless the commander was involved in all this. Or even worse, the commander was the mastermind behind everything. If it was true, could she and her brother still leave safely? Li Ningyu felt as if her whole body was plunged into an icy well. She felt like a land-bound duck tied down by stones drowning in water, desperately struggling but unable to escape from the huge net in front of her. But there was one thing for sure, her brother absolutely cannot be taken away by them. Absolutely not. At this thought, Li Ningyu's muscles tightened, the yellow power belonging to a third-stage ability user flowing continuously throughout her body. Her killing intent surged like some kind of soul-stealing messenger come from hell. Whoever dared to approach would be killed without mercy. Li Feng's teammates were always paying attention to the nearby situation. When Wang Huayuan arrived, they hadn't made much of a move, truly thinking the old commander summoned doctors to treat their captain. After all, everyone was dressed in white lab coats. But when Li Ningyu moved, even the most dim-witted among them noticed something was off. Moreover, didn't the vice captain mention earlier that the man's name was Wang Huayuan? Wasn't this the very Wang Huayuan who the captain repeatedly warned them to stay away from? Could that old fox actually take advantage of the crisis to target their own captain? Would they just stand for this? All the teammates gathered around Li Ningyu. In no time, dozens of bright yellow ability energy balls lit up the first-floor hall, as teammates stood side by side in front of their captain to protect him. What do you mean? Where do you want to take our captain? We'll stay and guard the captain, ensuring he won't harm others indiscriminately. Do you think you can take him without asking us? Vice Captain, catch the gloves. A pair of black boxing gloves thrown by Xiao Mukin landed in Li Ningyu's hands, who quickly slipped them on. Humph. Wang Huayuan, upon seeing this, suddenly chuckled lightly. With a wave of his hand, he called the guards behind him. You are soldiers, and the soldier's duty is to obey orders. Those who don't understand this truth don't deserve to remain in the base. Isn't that right, Commander? Hearing these words, Xiao Mukin and others looked towards the old commander, who stood motionless where he was. Chapter 101, West District Subbase. At a glance, she acutely sensed that the old leader seemed somehow out of sorts. Upon hearing Wang Huayuan's words, the old leader slowly turned his head towards him and then nodded slightly. His face, full of wrinkles, remained somber, with an eerie stiffness. He didn't seem like a real person, but rather like a marionette. Old leader? Why aren't you speaking? Surely, you don't agree with Director Wang's actions, do you? Xiao Mukin harbored the intention to test things and used her words to provoke Wang Huayuan. Wang Huayuan gave her a faint glance. He slowly sauntered over to the leader, blocking Xiao Mukin's probing gaze. Then he waved for the guard behind the old leader to step forward. Leave this matter to me. Xiao Lu, take the leader back to rest. Yes. Xiao Lu stepped forward, supporting the old leader's arm as they walked away. It all looked normal, but a normal person's legs wouldn't move stiffly like sticks. Wait, you cannot leave. Xiao Mukin swung her curved blade toward Xiao Lu. She didn't know why she was doing it, but something told her Wang Huayuan must have done something to the leader. There was something terribly off about the old leader. They couldn't let them go. A crisp metallic clang resounded as her curved blade was blocked by a long spear wielded by a guard. The blade disintegrated into black fragments of space, slicing through the meteoric iron long spear held by the guard before vanishing on the spot. Stop them! Xiao Mukin cried out in alarm, prompting her teammates to spring into action. But it was too late. They were far too few in number, while a thick wall of people firmly barred their way. By the time they chased out, the old leader had already been escorted past the medical building doors by the guard called Xiao Lu. Wang Huayuan. Xiao Mukin gritted her teeth in hatred. She could now almost certainly conclude that Wang Huayuan, this crafty old fox, had definitely used some despicable means to control the old leader and the guards. Her posture was straight and stern, her gaze sharp like a blade piercing Wang Huayuan, brimming with pent-up energy, as if she were an arrow about to pierce the clouds. In no time, she wished to pin the man before her firmly against the wall. Don't look at me that way. Your opponent is not me. Wang Huayuan always kept a gentle smile on his face. He took a few steps backward, releasing a wave of intangible mental force that slowly expanded outward from his center. The researchers and guards instinctively formed a protective circle around him. With composure, he directed the researchers before him, as though those facing him were children playing house. The guards, stop them. The medical team, shoot the sedative onto the vines. Make sure we get rid of them quickly. Xiao Mukin flexed her fingers, and a faint layer of black substance wafted from her fingertips. With a firm grip, her entire body enveloped in jet black devoid of luster reappeared in her hand. A crescent blade made up of spatial fragments capable of cutting through any tangible or intangible object. This was her ultimate ace card. Today, she had no other option. Only battle. Li Ningyu tightened her fists, her eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. Friends, it looks like we're in for a tough fight today. The sound of a gunshot rang out, opening the curtain on the battle. Zhang Yao descended to prepare breakfast, seeing Lu Yan's group gathered around a large table eating and holding a brief meeting. Lu Yan poured a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge, gripping a plump, greasy braised chicken leg as he gestured grandiosely. Fellow comrades, our goal today is simple. Starting from the hotel, we will investigate every meter within 1 kilometer. The same old rules apply. Whoever digs out the crystal cores gets them. No grabbing, no internal strife. Got it. Got it. Zhang Jing just arrived downstairs and heard everyone saying in unison, got it. He rubbed his still fuzzy head from last night's hangover and curiously looked at Li Yang. What did they remember? They remembered the rules for clearing zombies in the team. Don't worry about it. Oh. Zhang Jing approached the vending machine to grab some hot porridge, suddenly remembering what Li Yang had said. Immediately, he turned sharply. Not right. Where are they going to clear the zombies? What's wrong? Li Yang stared at his good friend with total confusion. They're definitely cleaning the zombies around the hotel. Realizing Zhang Jing hadn't left the hotel yet and hadn't gone to the base, Li Yang patiently explained. This time, our mission here is to clean up the West District, arrange for part of the survivors to relocate here, and establish the second survivor base of North City's official government. Base relocation? Zhang Jing widened his eyes, nearly unable to believe his ears. Did he hear correctly? The base would be constructed around the West District? That meant he didn't have to do anything and could automatically become a citizen of the official base? SSH, don't yell anymore. Li Yang guiltily glanced at Zhang Yao and deliberately lowered his voice when speaking again. It's still early. We are just the first batch of the Vanguard Force. Our main task is to explore the distribution of nearby zombies, survivors, and those small bases. Later, there will be large teams arriving in batches to construct houses, plan land use, and integrate the survivors from those small bases. Then how long do you estimate it will take? Li Yang pushed him. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and grab your meal. I'm starving. After Zhang Jing bought what he wanted to eat, Li Yang picked up a portion of seafood big buns and ginseng millet porridge. The two found a corner near the door to sit down. Li Yang stuffed a bite of the bun into his mouth. Who knows? With such a huge project, it would take at least 3 or 4 months. There are quite a few Inungra over at the base, so infrastructure construction is pretty fast, but the trouble lies in clearing the zombies. It's rumored that when they were cleaning zombies in the East District, they directly mobilized over 10,000 soldiers, and it took nearly 2 months to finish. Oh, I see. Zhang Jing silently sighed in relief. There was still plenty of time, giving him ample opportunity to expand his own little power. When the authorities arrived later, wouldn't they give him at least some kind of position? Both had suspicious looks on their faces, unaware that all their conversation had been heard by Jiang Yao clearly from the start. The idea of the authorities building a second base here was good news for her. First, regardless of how many people would come here for meals and accommodations during the construction of the base, that would amount to a considerable income. Once the construction was completed, they would go out to save survivors and settle them here. This way, she wouldn't have to run around looking for guests. She could devise ways to make the system distribute flyers throughout the base, raking in points aplenty. How delightful. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yao took a white peach from the fruit shop and teleported to the branch store in the wasteland. Jiang Wu had already opened for business early in the morning, and when Jiang Yao went downstairs, she saw several more customers in the store. They seemed to have come together, quietly eating at a table. Upon hearing Jiang Yao descending from the elevator, the group only briefly glanced at her before turning back to their food. Boss Jiang, over here. Seeing it was Jiang Yao, Lin Yueqing hurriedly pulled out 1 or 2 square folded papers from his pocket and waved them at her. Chapter 102. Let's go and distribute flyers. What's wrong? Wait for me a moment. Jiang Yao finished the last bite of peach flesh, threw away the stone, and went to the kitchen sink to wash her hands. When she came out, she saw Lin Yueqing blocking the doorway to the kitchen. Seeing her come out, he handed her an application form with a very serious expression on his face. What is this? Jiang Yao looked at Lin Yueqing in confusion, but still chose to take the form. In the center of the form were black characters on a white background. Application form for applying to be a server at the Multiverse Hotel. Name, Lin Yueqing. Age, 23. Place of birth. Only now did Jiang Yao remember that yesterday she seemed to have asked the system to post such recruitment notices on all floors of the restaurant. This morning, no one had applied, so she thought it was probably because the salary and benefits she offered weren't attractive enough for people. You've prepared quite thoroughly? The form even included his innate plant level, specialties, and abilities. It was clear that this person sincerely wanted to work for her. Jiang Yao read through the application form again carefully and was relatively satisfied with Lin Yueqing's qualifications. All the work at the hotel was simple. As long as someone was willing to be dedicated, they could learn quickly. Thus, her criteria for choosing employees was straightforward, as long as there was no ill will toward herself or the hotel. For this purpose, she specifically spent 10 points, asking the system to help detect the friendliness level of this person. A score of 75, which was in the middle upper range, not bad. But still, conclusions shouldn't be made too early. Further observation was needed. So it would be best to set a 3-day probationary period for him. Jiang Yao looked up at Lin Yueqing. Have you read all the conditions on the job application? Lin Yueqing nodded. Yes, I've read them. I don't have many demands. I don't need a weekly rest day, and I accept unpaid overtime as long as I get free meals and lodging. Here we go. An overachiever arrives late, but sure enough. However, Jiang Yao did not agree with this idea. With the apocalypse here already, why overwork yourself when you can lie flat and enjoy life? We don't encourage overtime here. Work from 7 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. Open and close on time. When there are guests in the hotel, you do your job, and when there's downtime, feel free to relax. But remember one thing. Don't try to violate the rules of the hotel. Jiang Yao emphasized and reiterated these requirements seriously. She didn't want her employees to overwork themselves unnecessarily. It wasn't a good habit. They only needed to do their jobs properly. Lin Yueqing's eyes lit up, excited and almost speechless. All right, I can definitely meet the standards. So, Boss Jiang, does this mean I'm officially hired? Of course. Jiang Yao asked the system to draft an agreement. She handed the agreement to Lin Yueqing. Read the agreement carefully, then place your fingerprint once you're done. Lin Yueqing meticulously read the agreement from beginning to end, finally nodding satisfactorily before solemnly placing his fingerprint on it. With the contract complete, the document combusted spontaneously without any wind. Lin Yueqing felt a new sense of belonging towards the hotel. Starting today, she wouldn't have to endure the harsh sunlight outside the city, the deceitful survivors, or those powerful bizarre, mutated beasts anymore. As long as she stayed within the restaurant, no one could harm her. Finally, she could live like a normal person again. This was her new beginning. She bowed respectfully to Jiang Yao. Boss, I'll start working. Without waiting for Jiang Yao's response, she went straight to the kitchen to help Jiang Jiu prepare food. In the corner, a group of survivors huddled together whispering. That woman over there is the owner of this place? She looks so young. Definitely. Didn't you hear her being called boss just now? No idea what kind of background she has, but she managed to open a shop right here. This place is adjacent to the Lord's mansion. Every inch of land costs a fortune. Why care about her background? There's water and food, so let's eat as much as possible while supplies last. Who knows if this shop will still be here tomorrow? You're right. This steamed bun is delicious. So fresh. I must buy some to take with me. I must also stock up. Oh, by the way guys, have you heard about that thing recently? A thin man with bulging eyeballs took a sip of water, leaned forward, and lowered his voice again. What thing? You seem so mysterious. Well, about the reason why our city suddenly went under lockdown. I know. My cousin who works in the city lord's mansion told me. The backup energy source for ginseng's protective shield got stolen, so the city lord urgently contacted the main city for another delivery. It should take 3 to 5 more days. The thin man impatiently interrupted him. Oh please, that's outdated information. Apparently, the city lord has already found out who stole the thing. It was the vice city lord. No idea where he's hidden it, though. He refuses to hand it over. What? What exactly does the vice city lord want to do? If the protective shield really fails, he can't escape either, right? The man shrugged. Who knows? Their struggles are beyond our understanding. Another man dressed in black scoffed. I must say, you guys really have a few energy stones left in your hands. Whether or not you'll survive until tomorrow is still uncertain, yet you still care about the city lord's affairs. After he said this, everyone fell silent. Zhang Yao was lying on the sofa, listening to these people chatting idly while enjoying the cool breeze, and found it quite novel. Could the stolen backup energy refer to the 9th grade core nucleus she fed to the system? Heaven help her, that wasn't something she stole. She exchanged points for it. Never mind, as long as it doesn't affect her business. Zhang Yao supervised the system and had it design a nice-looking flyer. She intended to drive around Jinsheng with Jiang Jiu and Jiang Sherban today, then find an opportunity to distribute the flyers and attract more customers to the branch. To make sure customers believe there was really a hotel here, she specially bought a few custom-made insulated boxes from the mall. In these insulated boxes, she prepared plenty of chilled water, popsicles, and dozens of boxed meals. At the time, selling a meal would be paired with handing out one flyer. She believed soon enough, the restaurant would quickly fill up with people. After instructing Jiang Wu to look after the shop, Jiang Yao informed Lin Yueqing of her plan. As a result, she volunteered to lead the way for Jiang Yao, claiming she knew where most of the surviving squatters resided. Moreover, she argued she was the best living signboard. With her vouching, others would surely believe what Jiang Yao said. Jiang Yao thought about it and agreed, deciding to let Lin Yueqing replace Jiang Shi's position, sitting in the driver's seat to drive. The sun was high in the sky, with temperatures already reaching over 30 degrees Celsius early in the morning. Just as they stepped outside, Jiang Yao could feel beads of sweat forming on her head. Jiang Jiu placed 3 large insulated crates into the trunk and then curled himself into the back seat. Jiang Yao sat in the passenger seat, watching the swiftly passing environment through the windshield. Dry roads, low-rise shacks, and sand flying everywhere beyond the car windows were all telling signs of how severely this place suffered from water shortages. While she was observing the surroundings, she didn't realize that she herself also became the focus of someone else's attention. Ever since the car drove onto the main road, the surveillance heaven eye responsible for monitoring abnormalities at the city lord's mansion had already locked onto their vehicle. Beep beep beep. In the monitoring room, the mechanical voice indicating alert mixed with red flashing lights blinked incessantly. Ing-E followed the prompt to increase the detection range of the mechanical eye, showing surprise while staring at the brand-new off-road vehicle driven by Jiang Yao. This car, such an ancient model, hadn't they stopped production hundreds of years ago? How could it show up here? Chapter 103. Wanna buy water? She immediately retrieved all the surveillance footage from that street. Only then did she notice that, at some unknown point in time, a hotel had quietly appeared near the city lord's residence. That SUV had just driven out from in front of the hotel. The Universal Realm Hotel? She hadn't heard about any nobles opening a hotel recently. Could it be the deputy city lord's doing? She thought for a moment, and still called Ing Air. After instructing Ing Air to report this matter to the city lord, she followed the route taken by the SUV, driving off in pursuit. Lin Yueqing was indeed very familiar with the city's route conditions, as she had mentioned. After Jiang Yao told her about her idea of attracting customers, Lin Yueqing directly took Jiang Yao to the central part of the city. The environment here was much better than in the slum area, and the people living here were all awakened individuals who weren't short of energy stones. Thanks to the recent city lockdown, everyone had stayed at home avoiding the heat instead of going out to hunt mutated beasts. So when Jiang Yao's car arrived here, it drew quite a bit of attention. There were differences between the residential area and the trading zone next to the city lord's residence. The trading zone was all low-rise flat-roofed houses, but their walls were coated with a silver-white sun-blocking material to keep the indoor temperature within an acceptable range for the human body. The residential area, on the other hand, was all built underground, cool basements. On the ground were only dark underground tunnel entrances. Here, sunlight was the least valuable thing. No, here, sunlight was the most precious thing. The distance between 2 basement entrances was very close, leaving only a small alley wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Lin Yueqing parked the car by the roadside. Boss, let's get out of the car here. Inside is the survivor's residential area. The roads are too narrow for the car to enter. Jiang Yao naturally had no objection. After Jiang Yi took the things out, she directly waved her hand and retracted the car into the system space. But these people were all holed up in their homes. How could she get them out? Jiang Yao's eyes scanned around. Seeing the large thermal box in Jiang Yi's arms, Jiang Yao got an idea. She swapped the megaphone from the system mall. She turned it on for recording. Hey, can you hear me? The sound was clear and forceful. Cough, cough. Jiang Yao cleared her throat and started recording towards the megaphone. Dear residents, the Universal Realm Hotel is celebrating its grand opening with big promotions. Takeout meals and pure water being given away. Only 1 primary level energy stone per meal. Limited quantities available. First come first served. Hurry to purchase. After clicking confirm, she set it to loop play. Subsequently, Jiang Yao also exchanged a huge sunshade umbrella, 2 small chairs, and a table from the mall. Jiang Jiu had great strength. He placed the sunshade umbrella upright and put the table and chairs neatly under the umbrella. After arranging the thermal boxes on the table, he stood behind Jiang Yao, fanning her. Jiang Yao invited Lin Yueqing to sit down and tied the megaphone onto the sunshade umbrella. Then she reached into the thermal box and took out 2 bottles of chilled water and 2 ice popsicles, offering one to her. Am I really supposed to have a share? Lin Yueqing stared wide-eyed at the icy popsicle and swallowed hard. Who wouldn't want to eat something sweet and cold on such a hot day? But wasn't this brought over by Boss Jiang to sell? Shouldn't she charge for it? Hurry up and take it before it melts. Jiang Yao directly shoved the ice pop into Lin Yueqing's hand, then tore open the packaging of the ice lolly she was holding and bit down hard. Delicious. If it wasn't for the fact that system items are always top-notch products, this thermal box works wonders. After all that traveling, the ice stick was still like freshly frozen from the fridge. The two of them just sat there under the shade of the umbrella, each holding an ice lolly, waiting for customers to approach. They didn't have to wait long for someone to come. In the distance, a slow-moving white-haired grandmother appeared, leading a little boy by the hand. The little boy looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. His hair was dry and yellow, his cheekbones prominently jutting out. Clearly, he had suffered from chronic malnutrition. Originally, Li Fang was resting with her grandson indoors, but the weather was too hot, making the house suffocatingly warm. They would break out in sweat as soon as they lay down. Plus, the two of them hadn't eaten for a long time, their stomachs continuously grumbling in hunger. Tossing and turning restlessly on the bed, sleep was impossible. Just at that moment, her grandson said he heard someone selling water on the surface. 1 first-grade crystal core could buy a bottle. How could that be possible? Li Fang thought it was merely her grandson's hunger-induced hallucination. She patted his back, trying to coax him back to sleep. But her grandson kept insisting that he heard someone selling water, even meals, all for 1 energy stone each. To dispel his notion, she had no choice but to take him up to sea, hoping he'd follow her home afterward quietly after seeing nothing. It was too hot outside. Prolonged exposure to the sun could lead to dehydration. But after coming up, she actually really heard the voice that her grandson had mentioned. Following the sound, she found what? 2 girls were sitting under a sunshade. On the table in front of them were as many as 3 large boxes. And beside the boxes were 2 bottles of water. It was real water, not vine juice. She had just seen these 2 people drink by twisting open the cap. But could it be true that such a big bottle of water only cost 1 energy stone? Real or fake? Wasn't this a scam? Li Fang hesitated and lingered at a distance for a while. The boy's eyes were tightly focused on the mineral water bottle Jiang Yao placed on the table, and he swallowed hard. He tugged at Li Fang's arm. Auntie, I'm so hungry, so thirsty. When will Dad come back? Perhaps because he hadn't drunk water for too long, his throat was hoarse, and his words were barely audible. Li Fang's heart ached instantly. Her son Lu Yadong had left the city to hunt. Before leaving, he had provided them with enough food and water for a week, promising to return in exactly a week. But now, it had been half a month since he had left Jean City. A few days ago, Jean City announced a lockdown, with no entry or exit allowed. There was no telling how her son was doing right now. For half a month, the grandmother and grandson had been living frugally, only daring to eat a little bit each day and drink 2 sips of water. But water and food were always limited. Even with their careful conservation, all their food and water had run out 2 days ago. The little grandson already showed symptoms of dehydration. If he didn't drink water soon, he might not hold out much longer. Thinking of this, Li Fang made up her mind. She pulled her grandson and wobbled over to the shade of the sun umbrella. Lin Yueqing had noticed Li Fang lingering around the sun umbrella early on. She had been observing the grandmother and grandson, silently counting how many minutes it would take for them to come over. When she saw them finally approach, Lin Yueqing stood up early and greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome customers. Do you need to buy water or meals? Hello, is it you who are selling water? As Li Fang drew closer, she realized the strikingly different outfits of these 2 women. Both of them were wearing perfectly intact sun-protective clothes, neat and tidy, and upon getting closer, one could even smell a faint soap liquid fragrance. Especially the girl sitting on the right. Her face and hand skin was both white and tender, clearly someone who didn't lack supplies. Lin Yueqing opened the thermal box, took out a boxed meal, and opened it, revealing a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. Smelling the aroma of the meal, Li Fang stared wide-eyed. This is food. It's really food. She had only planned to bring her grandson here to try their luck, but these 2 girls actually had food in their hands. A full box of white rice was topped with sweet and sour sauce, along with shredded meat and carrot. She couldn't help but pinch her own thigh. Sigh, it hurt a little. It wasn't a dream. Chapter 104, A False Alarm. 1 energy stone for 1 meal. Do you want to exchange? Lin Yueqing noticed that the old woman was tempted and mischievously waved the lunchbox in front of her. Then, with a snap, she closed the lid. Hey, my food. Seeing the food vanish right before her eyes, Li Fang was startled awake. Yes, I want to exchange. For 1 meal. No, for 5 meals, 5. They, her, and her grandson, could eat 1 to fill their stomachs and take the others home to eat slowly later. She fumbled in the small cloth bag in her bosom and took out a grayish-white energy stone. After pondering for a while, she counted out 4 more and handed them all over to Lin Yueqing. Lin Yueqing accepted 2 and returned the other 3 to Li Fang. Sorry ma'am, we have limited food today. Each person is allowed to purchase 1 meal only. Li Fang hastily nodded. 2 meals also work. 2 meals are fine. As long as someone would sell her food, any deal would suffice. She could eat less. What mattered was to bring some back home for her starving grandson. With trembling hands, she took the box and felt its heavy weight. Li Fang placed it near her nose and deeply inhaled the scent. After tearing open the chopsticks, she passed them to her grandson. So fragrant. This truly is food. Fei, eat quickly. Watching her grandson eating voraciously, tears almost welled up in Li Fang's eyes as she forced herself to look away. She had grown old. A mouthful of food was enough for her to survive. As long as her grandson was full, that was all that mattered. Zhanggu, take a look. That kid has already eaten his meal, nothing wrong with him at all. There's definitely no fraudulence involved. Let's go buy some ourselves too, shall we? Crouched in a corner were 3 tall, skinny men. They too had heard sounds from home, venturing out hoping to find something by chance. The shortest among them, called Zhanggu, had a square face, appearing honest and thick-set. Since stepping out, his eyes remained focused on Jiang Yao and her group. His 2 followers, lacking much thought, wanted to rush forward with crystal cores to exchange for boxed meals and water. Had they not considered that in times like these, how could such cheap food even exist? Perhaps these people had drugged the food or water, luring them into being captured and sold off to outer cities as livestock. But they'd been squatting there for a while now. The child had certainly shoveled food into his mouth. He was still lively, not displaying signs of poisoning. Could it be that Zhanggu was imagining things? What if the seller was truly a good-hearted person? Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough interrupted their thoughts. Zhanggu, it's really poisonous inside, isn't it? Wang Lei exclaimed, patting his chest repeatedly, filled with regret. Good thing Zhanggu had the foresight. Otherwise, they might be suffering now. Look at that kid, so pitiful, already rolling his eyes back. Zhang Jian furrowed his brow. I don't know, let's wait and see. He thought it looked less like poisoning and more like. Fei, what's wrong with you, Fei? Don't scare your grandma, Fei. Li Fang broke out in cold sweat, trying desperately to pull at her grandson's clothes. Startled by the commotion, Lin Yueqing peered down to see the little boy sitting on the ground having a meal. His face turned purple. It was clear he struggled for breath, yet tightly clutched the lunchbox, unwilling to let go. Oh no, he ate too fast and got choked. Lin Yueqing hurriedly handed over her unfinished bottle of mineral water. I've got some water here. If you pour it in, it will smooth it down. Li Fang, flustered and not knowing what to do, nodded frantically upon hearing Lin Yueqing's words. She took the water and started pouring it into Lu Feifei's mouth, while gently patting his back. After swallowing a few gulps, Lu Feifei's condition clearly improved. Looking at him grip his lunchbox tightly while taking deep breaths, Li Fang felt both heartache and guilt. This young girl was good-hearted, not only selling meals cheaply to them, but also saving her eldest grandson, using her own water after her son had left them behind. They had been treated like rats everywhere they went since then, always driven away by others. They'd never met such a kind-hearted young girl before. She couldn't let this kindness go unappreciated. With that in mind, she handed the energy stones back again, sincerely thanking Lin Yueqing. Thank you, young girl, thank you genuinely. This energy stone is yours, consider it our payment for the water earlier. Her action instead made Lin Yueqing feel somewhat awkward. There wasn't much water left anyway. How could she accept an elder's energy stones? She shook her head. No need, no need. These are all trivial matters. Li Fang stood firm. No way, you must accept it. Is it because you think it's too little? Then I'll give you this second-level energy stone. Lin Yueqing insisted on declining, while Li Fang persistently tried to stuff it into her arms. Turning around and seeing the brochures piled on the table, Lin Yueqing suddenly came up with an idea. Auntie, here's the flyer. It shows the location of our shop. There's water, food, and constant cool air inside. Besides, the charge is very reasonable. If you don't mind, bring your grandson to our hotel for a while. Consider it as a way to repay me. 10,000 Worlds Hotel. Li Fang took the flyer and was indeed attracted by the described environment in the hotel. Is it really this good? Is there really endless food and drink? Of course. If you don't believe it, go check when it's cooler in the evening. The hotel isn't far from here. It's just half a day's walk. Good girl. I will definitely go. Li Fang's old tears streamed down. If there really was such a wonderful place, even if she risked her life, she had to make sure her grandson lived a good life. Looking at the 2 large thermal boxes on the table, she gripped the unopened box lunch in her hand and turned to leave. You wait here. I'll be back now to get people to come buy food. Hey, wait. Jiang Yao stood up wanting to stop her, but the elderly woman had already taken the child and disappeared into the basement entrance. Jiang Jiao, quickly follow the auntie. Make sure no one hurts her. It was just a widowed mother and orphan, and they were holding hotbox lunches. If those desperate starving people saw them, they wouldn't listen to any explanation, only choose to kill and snatch the food. Sending Jiang Jiao along would add an extra layer of protection. With Jiang Jiao watching, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Jiang Yao had been sitting silently on the chair all the time, observing how Lin Yueqing would greet customers and sell goods. The result was pretty satisfying. Lin Yueqing may appear cold, but in fact, she still harbored a touch of kindness in her heart. But kind-hearted people typically didn't last long in an apocalypse like this, just like Jiang Yao herself in her previous life. Jiang Yao appreciated this kindness. Just because of that impulsive action, handing the water over to the elderly without hesitation, Jiang Yao made up her mind. As long as Lin Yueqing didn't commit any major mistakes, she would allow her to keep working in the shop. Lin Yueqing didn't realize that just that small, unintentional move had helped her pass the store manager's probation period. She was now gazing at the tunnel exit with full anticipation, hoping more customers would emerge. Jiang Yao's investigative gaze fell onto a corner not far away. There were people there. She sensed several unfamiliar presences. Chapter 105, Seeing Guests Off. Zhang Jian felt an inexplicable chill down his spine and instinctively took a few steps back, ensuring that he was entirely hidden by the corner of the wall. Wang Lei noticed that Jiang Jiao, who had been standing guard behind Jiang Yao, had gone into the underground passage with Li Fang. He tugged at Brother Zhang's sleeve. Brother Zhang, look quickly, that robot is finally gone. Let's go and investigate the background of these two women. These two women looked frail with their slim arms and legs, but it must have been due to the robot following them that they could move around freely in the city. Now that the robot was gone, it was the perfect opportunity to find out the strength of those two women. They had so much food and water in their hands. If they could take it all, it would be enough for them and their brothers to eat for at least half a month. Zhang Jian didn't think so. His actions were always steady and smooth, and he was much more thorough in analyzing situations than his two companions. Where in Jean City would there ever be simple people? If he judged someone solely based on their appearance, he might have already died 10 or 20 times over. Don't make rash moves. I won't clean up after you if we anger the wrong person. Saying this, he peeked around the corner again and caught the gaze of the pale-skinned girl. What a sharp insight. We've been discovered. He muttered softly. This girl wasn't ordinary. The three of them had awakened as bamboo segment companion beasts, excelling at concealing their presence. When hiding in the shadows, almost no one could uncover their disguises. Unless, this person's abilities far surpassed theirs. Since they had been found out, there was no point in continuing to hide. It might be better to just walk out confidently. Understanding this, Zhang Jian straightened up and waved lightly. Let's go meet these two people. Wang Lei was delighted, thinking that Brother Zhang had changed his mind and decided to act immediately. But Zhang Jian issued another warning. Behave yourselves. Oh, Lin Yueqing saw some guests approaching and her eyes lit up. Welcome guests. Would you like to buy something to eat or drink? We also have popsicles, delicious and refreshing. Would any guest like one? Popsicles? You're selling popsicles? Is that real? Wang Lei widened his eyes, filled with excitement. Could one of them have awakened an ice-based plant? If they could capture and confine this ice user, wouldn't they then have access to ice every day? Most importantly, melted ice could provide drinking water. If they had more water, they could even sell it, and before long, they could upgrade from living underground to above ground. That would certainly be worth much more than the food they currently held. Haha, what fortune. Lin Yueqing frowned as she looked at his dazed expression. Big sister, don't mind him. His head. Zhang Jian helplessly pointed at his own head. Has some issues. Oh, Lin Yueqing nodded, though her alertness in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. She wasn't stupid. In this world, those with mental issues wouldn't survive past the second day. There was definitely something suspicious about these people. Looking at Boss Jiang, seeing her calmly seated in place gave Lin Yueqing a sense of reassurance. As long as the boss was here, there was nothing to fear. Each of Zhang Jian's group bought a meal and a bottle of water, then retreated back to the corner, quietly eating. Oldly, is what you said true? Did you really buy those meals on the surface? Neighbor Lu Chong couldn't believe it when he asked again. Who knows how crazy they went when they saw the delicious-looking meals in Old Li's hand. If not for the tall robot that followed her, they would have planned to rush and grab it by now. He glanced cautiously at Jiang Jiao, who steadfastly followed Old Li closely. What family has such a freakish robot? A hand can turn into a burst AK rifle. Of course it's true. What benefit would I get from lying to you? I'm only thinking about everyone being neighbors and sharing good things with each other. Li Fang maintained a calm demeanor as she explained to her neighbors. You hear that? The announcement from the loudspeaker. That's the seller on the surface broadcasting food and water sales. It's real. I heard it. They are having a grand opening promotion, cheap water, and boxed lunches. I heard it too, I heard it. Let's go. There's food to eat and water to drink above ground. A swarm of people emerged from the tunnel entrance. Boss, Aunt Li and her grandson are back. So many people, boss, our meals will surely sell out. But Jiang Yao shook her head. Not completely sold out. We'll only sell 50 servings. Keep the rest. We need to check out other places. Since they've braved the sweltering heat, it was important to fully promote the hotel quickly. Limiting the publicity to just one small area wouldn't be sufficient. She had asked the system to prepare nearly 1,000 posters. As they go along, they will spread the posters wherever they walk. Coupled with the residents who are buying items, this joint promotion will achieve the maximum effect. Lin Yueqing nodded. All right, I've noted down what you said, boss. Just as the two were conversing, the residents already followed Li Fang and walked over. Miss, are you really selling water and food? Is it true that only one first-level energy stone is required to buy? Someone in the crowd shouted a question loudly. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on Lin Yueqing standing behind the table, filled with eager anticipation for her response. Yes, but today there is a purchase limit, 1 set per person. We will sell at most 50 sets. If you want some, prepare your energy stones and line up here. Upon hearing this definitive reply, everyone exhaled a breath of relief. It seems Aunt Li didn't deceive them. These two young girls were indeed coming to do charity work. However, some families had complaints about the purchasing restriction. An unkind-looking old man took his food and still refused to leave, reaching into the thermal box for more. What are you doing? Lin Yueqing swiftly grabbed his hand and shoved it away. The old man looked dissatisfied. What's so strict about a little rationing? No one else does this. Moreover, we can afford more energy stones. What's the harm in selling us 2 extra sets? A middle-aged man waiting in line behind him also chimed in. That's right, that's right. Our family has elders and children. This tiny amount simply won't be enough. Miss, you seem like such a kind person. Could you please have some compassion and sell us a couple more sets? Lin Yueqing smirked coldly, snatching the box meal from the old man's hand and threw back the energy stone he had just handed her. Then go find another cellar without restrictions. Jiang Jiao, see this guest off. Chapter 106, Limited Supply. Jiang Jiao glanced at Jiang Yao and, seeing her nod, got up and pulled the old man's arm to lead him out. The old man stomped his foot and tried to break free from Jiang Jiao's grip with a clever twist of his hand, but human strength was no match for machinery. The mechanical arms held firmly onto his arm, preparing to toss him outside the tent. While struggling and screaming nonstop, the old man cried, "Hey, that's enough. Can't we just buy less? Let's just get one serving each." Lin Muching waved his big hand. "Sorry, we're not selling anymore. Jiang Jiao, throw them all out." He was referring to the family that followed the old man. If they broke this rule today for their sake, it would be like slapping themselves in the face. Managing these people later at the hotel would take 10 times the effort. They had to know that the hotel rules were absolute and could not be violated. The middle-aged man was grabbed by Jiang Jiao and tossed next to the old man, including the little boy holding his hand. Looking around at the familiar faces of old neighbors, the old man felt completely humiliated. Sitting on the ground with both hands pounding, he began to curse loudly. "You two smelly women, vile creatures. Useless bastards that everyone rides roughshod over. I haven't said anything, so why aren't you selling us food?" The long queue of neighbors all watched them curiously, as if watching a circus performance. Under those mocking gazes, the middle-aged man turned beet red with embarrassment. His original plan was thinking there were only 2 young girls present. Being face-conscious, the older father might cause a scene and perhaps get more food stocked at home. They weren't even refusing to pay with energy stones. Who would have thought the girl would be so ruthless, willing to turn away their business just to drive them away? Not only that, she even snatched back the meal sold to the old man. He hadn't eaten all day. This was all because of the old man's greed. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man shot an angry glance at the old man. If he had been calmer, he would already be at home enjoying his boxed lunch. But his son inside his arms had been spoiled rotten by the old man, squirming uncontrollably and screaming endlessly. "Waha, Daddy, Grandpa, I want to eat. I want water. I don't care, I must eat. I must eat. Waha." In anger, the man slapped his son across the face. "Eat, eat, eat. You think of nothing but eating. Were you born a hungry ghost?" The old man, who doted on his grandson the most, exploded upon seeing his son hit the child. Leaping up from the ground like a carp jump, he grabbed his son's hair and started yelling. "You useless piece of filth. How dare you raise your hand against my beloved grandson? All the trouble I endure is for your family's benefit. Today, I'll make sure you understand who the head of this family is." The middle-aged man instantly flared up, shoving the old man aside who was wagging his finger accusingly. "You decrepit old man, what are you barking about? Why would they sell to us if you went rampaging? Blaming me for being useless? Even if I am, I'm still better than your senile self. Get out of the way, or I'll cut out your tongue if you keep shouting." The heat was already unbearable, but with these two bickering incessantly, Jiang Yao became even more agitated. "Little Nine, throw these two farther away. I've added them to the blacklist. Even after reaching the hotel, we won't serve them." "Yes." Little Nine took a few steps forward. "Stay there. See who dares lay a finger on us." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's command, the man stopped arguing with the old man. Waving his hand, a small red frog perched on his palm appeared, a thumb-sized creature with a pulsating belly. "It's a poison dart frog, highly toxic. Everyone stay back." Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone quickly moved away. The man sneered with disdain. These fools actually thought he was arguing with his father earlier? He was merely waiting for the poison dart frog to wake up. Though this poison dart frog was supposed to be his companion beast, their relationship wasn't exactly friendly. It was a very temperamental frog. Every time he summoned it, it took numerous invitations. Even on the way there, he had kept inviting the frog to come out. Had it not been for its dislike of the heat, keeping itself asleep, these 2 women would already be dead. When someone recognized his frog, the man grinned widely. "Humph, you finally see sense. This poison dart frog is my companion beast. A mere touch of its venom will rip your skin open, leaving you beyond death." As he spoke, he gently raised the poison dart frog in his hand and slowly walked toward Jiang Yao. "Afraid now, aren't you, wench? If you're scared, hand over the food and water to me right away. Perhaps I'll consider sparing your lives." Jiang Yao just glanced coldly. "Jiang Jiao, he's too noisy. You damn woman still dare to pretend here. Do you know how toxic my frog is?" The man confidently approached Jiang Yao again while holding his dart frog, unafraid of anything. This poison only he could neutralize. As long as he splashed it on these 2 women, no matter how powerful the robot was, it would have to obey him. "Yes, master. What are you doing? Stay away from me." The man suddenly erupted, his eyes bulging, and soon, his skin swelled with many poisonous blisters. Dark red mucus oozed out from them, making him look like a monstrous human-shaped toad, both disgusting and terrifying. "Oomph, now let's see how you'll touch me." The man smirked triumphantly. This was his ultimate skill. Any formidable mutated beast that touched even a speck of the mucus on his body would die within 10 minutes. But Jiang Jiao showed no fear at all, and simply reached out to grab the man's arm. Puffed, dark red venom spewed from the man's mouth, attempting to corrode its mechanical arm. Instantly, he widened his bulging eyes in disbelief. "How is this possible? How can you be unaffected? Nothing should be able to resist his venomous erosion. It was only a small robot, yet how could it possess such an ability?" Jiang Jiao shook off the mucus on its hand, leaving its armor completely undamaged. Puffed, Lin Muching couldn't help but snicker. She thought he was some big deal, and that's all he had? Apart from covering our little Nine with saliva, what else can you do? "Yeah, I'm really angry now." The The man took a deep breath, his stomach continuously expanding and contracting as if gathering for a grand attack. Seizing the moment, Jiang Jiu grabbed the arrow dart frog out of his hands and gave it a strong squeeze. Puff! The dart frog exploded instantly. My frog, I'll fight you to the death. The half-prepared force within him abruptly stopped, causing excruciating pain in his chest. With the sudden death of his companion beast, half of his life force was taken along. He screamed and spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, collapsing limply on the ground. Jiang Jiu walked over, lifting up the man by his arm. The old man panicked and rushed forward to kick Jiang Jiu's leg. You nasty woman, what do you want to do? Let go of my son. Are you tired of living? Do you believe I will kill you? Jiang Jiu flung the squashed dart frog far away and then approached the old man. With her right hand, she lifted his left leg, hoisting him up just as she had done with the man. Her arms twirled them around twice like windmills. Wah-wah. The old man spun so dizzily that he shouted nonstop. Finally, snap. Using inertia, Jiang Jiu flung both of them into the horizon, leaving behind only 2 streaks of flying shadows in the distance. In the end, Jiang Jiu turned her head to the child cowering in the corner, her eyes flashing with red light. The child trembled violently, turning and running away. Aha! Murder! Chapter 107. Jian Rin doesn't seem like a good person. When Jiang Jiu took a step to chase after someone, Zhang Yao quickly spoke up to stop her. No need to chase. Come back. In just this moment, the temperature had risen to over 40 degrees. It was almost noon. They couldn't waste time anymore. The middle-aged man in the queue caught eyes with the sister next to him. Can he still survive? The sister shook her head. He won't survive. Definitely dead. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. What a miserable way to die. The sister nodded. Indeed. The survivors who were queuing exchanged glances for quite some time. They all eventually turned their gaze toward Jiang Jiu, who stood quietly behind Zhang Yao. There was only one thought in their eyes. This boss is certainly not an easy character. They'd better behave. Otherwise, if they offend the boss, it would already be good luck if the boss refused to sell them food instead of getting angry and killing them without anyone claiming their bodies. Seeing this, Wang Lei also secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, it was a good thing Zhang Gu had the foresight to hold him back. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, these robots would be enough to give them all trouble. However, Wang Lei looked down at the flyer in his hand. Is this place really that good? Air conditioning is on all day? Zhang Gu, should we go take a look? Zhang Jian nodded vigorously. Go? We must go. Let's go now. Joking aside, the boss here has such a strong robot at their disposal. It's just a little hotel with water and electricity. For her and the power behind her, it's absolutely as insignificant as a grain of sand. In Zhang Jian's view, Boss Jiang is undoubtedly some big family's young lady playing around by doing business outside. Didn't you see how formidable that robot is? It's definitely a specially assigned bodyguard from her family. Perhaps they are from the main city. Since this is the case, whatever the boss said they have, they sure do. It would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity. The three walked briskly under the scorching sun heading towards the hotel. Li Feng, after leading all these people over, returned home briefly with her grandson and left a letter and a flyer for her son. She packed up the valuables in her house using an old cloth, and the grandmother and grandson followed the route on the flyer to find the hotel. After listening to Ms. Lin, she realized the rooms in the store were limited, so they had to arrive earlier to enjoy. All those short-sighted ones have been dealt with, finally quieting the surroundings. Jiang Yao moved a stool and sat next to Lin Yueqing, responsible for collecting energy stones. Once she collected them, Lin Yueqing handed over the items they needed to buy, and finally, Jiang Jiu gave each person a flyer and briefly introduced the situation of the hotel. With smooth actions from the three, plus the cooperation of the survivors, within half an hour, 50 portions of food were sold out. As soon as she announced they were sold out, the survivors who had queued up in long lines behind immediately became dissatisfied. But given the precedent set before, they didn't dare to say anything unpleasant and muttered among themselves. Why can't we buy if we've waited so long? Can't we just buy one more portion? That's right, boss. We've honestly been waiting in line for a long time. How can there be none left? Can we buy a few more portions? Jiang Yao raised one hand. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. After the scene became quiet again, Jiang Yao continued. Those who didn't buy meals, don't worry. Our multiverse hotel has just opened, near the Lord's residence. Now, I'll let Jiang Jiu distribute flyers to everyone. The specific address of the hotel is written on the flyer. Please carefully read and remember the hotel's check-in rules. The hotel operates air conditioning all day, with unlimited food supply. All welcome to come eat and stay. Jiang Jiu held the flyers and distributed them one by one. Single rooms are 50 points per night, double rooms 30 points. What exactly are these points? Someone looking at the price on the flyer questioned. Are they energy stones? What else do we have besides energy stones? Is that right, boss? Could you explain to all of us? Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. In our store, points can be recharged with energy stones. Level 1 energy stone is worth 100 points, level 2 500 points, level 3 2000 points, level 4 5000 points, and level 5 10,000 points. Higher level energy stones above level 5 increase exponentially. Points can be used to purchase food, recharge, and even include daily consumption items like cigarettes and alcohol. As long as it's listed for sale in the hotel, everything can be purchased with points. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, everyone started discussing, excitement making their faces glow red. My goodness, even cigarettes and alcohol are for sale? Boss, you're truly amazing. Give me one. Give me one. I also want a flyer. This afternoon, I'll bring my family to have dinner there. Right, I also want one. Let's go together. A level 1 energy stone can be exchanged for 100 points, which means we can all live in the hotel, right? And there's air conditioning. Does that come free of charge, boss? Everyone had seen the boxed lunches and chilled water those customers bought earlier. The lunchboxes were packed with fragrant white rice and even had mouth-watering meat. That was real meat, tender and aromatic, unlike the foul-smelling mutated beast meat they usually ate. Even then, the mutated beast meat cost a fortune for just a tiny bite that would disappear before they could fully chew it. But the boxed lunches people had bought earlier were at least half filled with meat. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Lynn Muching handed out the flyers to everyone, ensuring each person had one. Hearing these questions, she smiled prettily. Everything provided in the rooms is free, including electricity, water, and air conditioning. There are no extra charges, so you can rest assured. Good. As soon as I go home and pack my things, I'll head over. Just thinking about having dinner tonight makes my heart race with excitement. After seeing off these customers, Jiang Yao walked to a shady spot and took out the cart. She instructed Jiang Jiao to fold up the sunshade umbrella and directly stowed the chairs and benches into her storage space. There were still 30 or 40 boxed meals and drinks left in the insulated box. Lin Yueching carried the insulated box and placed it in the back seat of the cart for easy access. It was already almost 11:30 in the morning. With a rumble, Lin Yueching's stomach announced its emptiness. Jiang Yao chuckled and patted her own belly. After a busy morning, it was indeed time for lunch. The scorching heat had killed their appetite. After consulting Lin Yueching, she simply asked Jiang Jiao to retrieve 2 cold noodle dishes from the insulated box in the back seat. They taught Lin Yueching how to set up the self-driving route, and then the two of them sat in the car, eating the cold noodles bit by bit. The sour and sweet, refreshing cold noodles were not only delicious, but also stimulating to the appetite. A cold cola afterward made the whole experience nothing short of supreme enjoyment. When Ing Yi arrived by car at the survivors' gathering place, all she saw were colorful flyers scattered all over the ground. She also encountered several groups of survivors carrying luggage, preparing to leave the area. She parked her car on the side of the road and entered the site, holding a black umbrella. Not far away, there were some deep indentations on the ground, looking as if someone had been here recently. At this moment, a colored flyer was handed to her by someone. Looking up from the flyer, she met the gaze of a man with dark features, shifty eyes that did not look trustworthy. Chapter 108, The Salesman. The man, with an air of wickedness, scanned her from head to toe and then shook his head as if deep in thought. Hey, are you also looking for the hotel owner? You're too late. They've already left. You'd better hurry over there before 6 tonight when they stop business. Why not team up? Since you have a car, give me a ride. If we run into trouble, I'll handle it for you. What do you think? He kept pointing at various parts of the colorful flyer, while Ing Yi's attention was completely drawn by the pictures on it. A clean and bright room, a faucet streaming clear water, fresh fruits, and countless delicious foods. She snatched the flyer out of the man's hand to take a closer look. The man didn't expect her to move so quickly and subconsciously tried to grab it back. Hey, why are you stealing my stuff? Ing Yi cast a stern glance and revealed a sharp blade from her palm toward his neck. Get lost. You. Fine, I'll go. He fled like he was escaping a battlefield, but soon picked up another flyer and aimed for another solitary woman with a car. Hey, since you have a car, how about we? The bracelet on Ing Yi's wrist flashed. She took a quick glance. It was sent by Ing Air. It was surveillance footage of this road from 2 hours ago. A purely black SUV had driven down this way. Their destination seemed to be near the deputy mayor's villa in the suburbs. Confusion flickered in Ing Yi's usually cold eyes. What exactly were these people trying to accomplish? Why were they heading to where the deputy mayor lived? Could it be that the real boss of this shop is actually the old man, the deputy mayor? They had opened a shop right under the enemy's nose, yet none of them noticed? No, this matter must be reported immediately to the city master so appropriate precautions could be taken. She opened her watch and dialed a number directly. What could Jiang Yao do? Still, Lin Yueching kept repeating that the wealthiest person in Jin City was Deputy City Lord Jiahan. But the Deputy Lord had never been close to the City Lord, which is why he never lived in the city center. Instead, he built himself a villa in the suburbs and relocated his entire family there. Over time, most of the Deputy Lord's forces also moved there, giving them the appearance of being somewhat independent. Jiang Yao thought, if the Deputy Lord was so rich, wouldn't all the wealthy individuals living with him in the suburbs make good targets? How should one deal with such filthy rich targets? Definitely take as much advantage as possible. To Jiang Yao, those living in the suburbs represented the biggest group of easy pickings. How could she pass up a chance to hit them hard? Jiang Yao sat in her car, enjoying the cool breeze. Along the way, she encountered several teams and distributed flyers to them. Only one team bought 5 boxed meals, while the other 2 refused to eat what they brought. However, Jiang Yao wasn't worried. There wasn't much left in her insulated box anyway, and even if they wanted to buy, she wouldn't sell. They still had to go to the suburbs. As the car drew nearer to the suburbs, greenery started showing up occasionally along the road. Every 100 meters or so, a few young trees could be seen sprouting green buds. As they went further, plants grew more abundant. The tree trunks became thicker and thicker. The largest tree required at least 3 adults encircling it. With lush branches and leaves providing shade, a cooling breeze blew. As they drove in, Lin Yueching instinctively tensed and almost pressed the brakes to turn around. This scene almost made her believe they had driven out of Jin City and entered some wilderness. Yet, glancing at the distant gleaming coating of silver paint, she relaxed suddenly. That was the color of sun-blocking paint on buildings. They were still inside the city. Jiang Yao curiously looked up as well, and from far away, she saw dozens of tall walls reflecting silver light, extremely dazzling. They must be nearing the outskirts, so she adjusted the car's speed to its maximum setting. Anyway, nobody lived here, and there were no obstacles on the road, so they could just drive straight through. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain makes the horse tired. Though the cluster of villas appeared to be close, it took them over 10 minutes at full speed to finally reach the entrance of the villa area. Jiang Jiao slowly decelerated the vehicle. Jiang Yao rolled down her window and looked out. The waves of heat swept past, yet the environment here was notably better than within the city. At least there was no mouthful of sand awaiting her. On the gray steel gates, white painted characters read clearly, "Military restricted area, no trespassing." The entrance was blocked by multiple layers of roadblocks. On each side stood guard booths housing armed security guards. Seeing a car slowly driving in from outside, the two guards were startled, as if they hadn't expected anyone to come at this time. "Captain, someone's here." "I see it. I'll be right there." Hearing their captain's response, the two immediately stepped out of the security booth, quickly adjusting the aim of their psi-ability guns toward Jiang Yao's tires. At the same time, a voice came through the loudspeaker hanging outside the gate. "Stop. What are you doing here? Get out of the car now for inspection. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "Boss, the car can't go further," Lin Yueqing said anxiously as she looked at Jiang Yao. "Don't worry, let me get out and take a look first," Jiang Yao reassured her, then pulled out a small sunshade umbrella from her pocket dimension. The car door opened silently. A flowery patterned umbrella sprang open outside the car door, followed by a woman with a sun hat and protective clothing who strolled over leisurely. A woman. The two guards glanced at each other, then simultaneously looked toward the captain standing at the front. A young woman drove up to their gate in a brand new black car. This situation felt odd. One of the men cautiously shifted his gun barrel toward Jiang Yao's forehead, a transparent aiming point appearing on her brow. "Captain, there seems to be someone else in the car." "A robot," shouted another man, who had crept closer to Jiang Yao's vehicle during this exchange. He peeked inside through the already opened car window, only to be met by a silvery mechanical face. Jiang Jiao's red eyes flashed ominously as he stared directly back at him. "Tell them to get out," the captain ordered harshly at Jiang Yao. "All right," Jiang Yao replied calmly, turning around and shouting an order. "Little Orange, Little Nine, both of you bring the stuff down and let the security officers inspect." When the two individuals plus one robot aligned themselves neatly in front of the captain, with the two guards holding energy guns stationed on either side vigilantly keeping an eye on Jiang Jiao, it was clear how much fear they harbored about his potential aggression. Names: Jiang Yao, Lin Yueqing. "Jiang Jiao, where are you from?" "The inner city." "What brings you here?" "To sell things." "Sell things? What exactly?" "Lunch boxes and water." "Do you need any?" The captain thought Jiang Yao was making a joke, so his expression darkened instantly. The gun in his hand moved closer to Jiang Yao's head by 2 inches. "Give me a proper answer. What are you selling?" "Food and water. Ice water and lunch boxes." Let Jiang Jiao take it out for the guard to have a look. "Yes, sir." Jiang Jiao bent down ready to place the insulated box on the ground to retrieve items from within. The captain's face drastically changed, pointing his gun again toward Jiang Jiao and shouting loudly, "You stop that. Halt what you're doing." Chapter 109, Research Institute. As he spoke, he gave a glance to the young guard on the right, signaling him to check what was inside. Jiang Yao slightly frowned her eyebrows, but still instructed Jiang Jiao to stop. "Jiang Jiao, stop. Stand still and don't move for now." The security guard directly lifted the lid of the thermal box and was about to throw it away. Again, he heard Jiang Yao's warning. "Be careful when you touch it. If you dirty my stuff, I will go to your deputy mayor to claim this debt." The team leader picked up the thread in her tone, suddenly uncertain about her relationship with the deputy mayor. If she really were an honored guest invited by the deputy mayor, they would surely regret offending her today and might have tough days ahead. With that thought, his eyebrows knitted together. "Be careful with your movements." Hearing the change in the team leader's tone, the guard naturally dared not be careless. The cover, which was originally intended to be thrown aside, was gently placed on another thermal box. He reached inside and casually picked out a boxed meal. As he opened the packaging, a strong fragrance of food wafted out. His eyes lit up, so fragrant. "Leader, these are really meals." "What kind of meals? A new flavor of nutritional fluid? Let me see." The team leader coldly scoffed. Who didn't know all the nutritional fluids in Gene City came from under the deputy mayor? Almost all senior nutritionists lived in the villa area. How novel could any flavor get? This rookie probably knew nothing and treated everything as if it were a treasure. The guard ran to the team leader with the boxed meal in both hands, so excited that his voice trembled. "No, not nutritional fluid. It's meat and rice. Really, really fragrant rice." "How is that possible?" The team leader glanced at it disdainfully. "Have you even seen rice? Do you know how expensive rice is? Holy cow, it actually is rice." The team leader poked through the rice a few times with chopsticks. It was clear white rice, each grain distinct, incomparable to the broken rice he had eaten before. He took a deep sniff and felt the air itself was permeated with the fragrance of the rice. The young guard's expression, however, changed abruptly. He pulled the team leader aside by tugging at his sleeve and whispered nervously, "Leader, they really may be here to deliver meals to the city lord. Should we have stopped them like this?" Yet his eyes couldn't help glancing at the food in the leader's hand, full of longing. So fragrant, it would be wonderful if he could take a big bite. "You're making me lose face." Seeing his drooling appearance, the team leader reprimanded him. We're following the rules. They have no token of authority in their hands. Checking them thoroughly is entirely appropriate. What are you afraid of? Yes, the captain is right. The young guard admired the captain deeply. No wonder people say older people have more wisdom. Look at the captain's momentum, his confidence. He has so much more to learn. Even though the captain was putting up a front, he was also a little uneasy inside. He reviewed his own actions and words since Jiang Yao got out of the car again. Thinking he hadn't said anything wrong, he quietly checked Jiang Yao's facial expression and nodded silently to himself. Humph, this woman doesn't seem angry, should be fine. Thinking this way, he directly closed the lunchbox and walked over to Jiang Yao. They certainly wouldn't dare to greedily keep such precious items. There must be strict counts of them. If they embezzled one, the higher-ups might come looking. Perhaps he'd even lose his current job. I've checked all of your things. There seems to be no problem. I can open the gate for you right now. Go ahead. Humph. We've been telling you we're just here to sell goods. Who knows what suspicions you've had? Lin Yueching scolded him and took back the boxed meal, stuffing it back into the top layer of the thermal box. Routine checks, part of our duties. Please understand. The team leader apologized humbly. By the way, he suddenly shifted the subject. Lin Yueching startled slightly, suspecting he'd realized they lied. She feigned covering by wrinkling her nose, her face dissatisfied. What now? If there's nothing, let us in quickly. It'll be bad if we delay the deputy mayor's meal. What will you do then? The team leader waved his hands frantically. Not. I was thinking that since you want to see the deputy mayor, let Xiaolu guide you. You're probably first-timers. You don't know where the deputy mayor lives yet, right? He had intentions of wanting to please Jiang Yao and the others, while also letting Xiaolu follow and supervise them, so they wouldn't say anything detrimental to him. No need. Lin Yueching wanted to refuse. All right, let's go. Get in the car. Jiang Yao immediately agreed with a nod, turning towards the car. She glanced at the young guard named Xiaolu and retracted the words she was about to say. Then she nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. As the SUV gradually disappeared from sight, another guard struggled to swallow his saliva. Captain, that food smelled so good. Didn't you catch a whiff of it? Go back to work. That's not something for you to be daydreaming about. The captain waved his hand and turned around, returning to the booth to take over the position from the young guard. After a long while, the guard stared at the captain's retreating figure and spat quietly. Huffed. He's just a dumb squad leader. What's so great about him? I'll be eating that kind of stuff sooner or later. Driving past the heavy gate, what first caught their eyes was the dome made from thick alloy and tempered glass, gleaming with a cold silver-white metallic luster under the blazing sunlight. That dazzling silver reflection they had seen from afar earlier was precisely this. As they continued deeper into the compound, they could see residential areas arranged neatly along the streets. In front of the residential areas, there was a uniquely shaped street lamp placed every 5 meters or so. The street lamps emitted green light, as if charging. Around each residential building, mutant plants grew abundantly. These plants not only shaded the residences, but also acted as the first line of defense. Meanwhile, groups of 10 guards patrolled the area at regular intervals. Jiang Yao carefully observed for a moment and noticed that the living conditions of the residents here were vastly different from those in the city center. The people in the city center were clearly survivors who often went hungry and dressed poorly. Besides the longing for food in their eyes, they harbored deeply buried killing intent. Every one of them was a bloodstained killer. But the people living here, aside from being a bit dirty, mostly appeared energetic and bright-eyed. They rode their low-energy vehicles toward the back of the residential area. Seeing Jiang Yao constantly gazing curiously at these people, Xiaolu scratched his head and took the initiative to explain. These are all staff members of the Research Institute. The Research Institute is right behind the residential area. It's already after 1 in the afternoon now, so I guess they've just started working. That's why there are so many people on the road. Jiang Yao became even more curious. Research Institute? What do your local Research Institute study? Xiaolu thought carefully. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about the details. All I know is that our deputy mayor runs a very diverse business operation. Things like purified water, nutritional fluid, low-energy vehicles, and energy guns. They sell all of these. At this point, he leaned closer to Jiang Yao and whispered softly. And I've also heard that the deputy mayor used to be someone from the main city side. No idea why he ended up coming here. But all these technologies were brought over by him from the main city. Chapter 110, Peach. The arrival of a stranger drew the attention of the residents, who curiously watched the car slowly driving towards the deputy mayor's villa. Boss, take a look. It's so beautiful. At this moment, Lin Yueching suddenly tugged at Jiang Yao's sleeve and pointed with surprise at something not far from the car window. Jiang Yao looked in the direction indicated and saw a vibrant scene of colorful flowers and lush greenery surrounding the entire villa. Only a narrow path was left open for cars to enter and exit at the very front. That's where our mayor lives. No other vehicles are allowed except for the mayor's. We might have to get out and walk, Lu Xiaoqixing said responsibly. He was somewhat worried that this Jiang boss, known for her short temper, would act capriciously and refuse to get out of the car. The captain and his team were always on guard nearby. If she refused to get out, there was a possibility they could shoot both the car and her without hesitation. He had already prepared to jump out of the car and leave if Jiang Yao didn't agree. Fine. Surprisingly, Jiang Yao appeared unusually agreeable regarding this matter and readily consented. She instructed Jiang Jiao to park the car at the entrance of the small road. After Jiang Jiao moved all the items out, she waved her hand and absorbed the car into her space. Lu Xiao's face filled with envy. It seemed that this boss possessed a folding space. Moreover, storing such a large car without any effort indicated how vast the space must be. He had never seen anything like it in Jean City before, only hearing rumors that they sold them in the main city and at extremely high prices. Even if he sold everything he owned, he wouldn't be able to afford even one. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yao glanced around, sensing many strong presences hidden nearby. She didn't expect the deputy mayor to fear death so much that he employed so many bodyguards. But she wasn't afraid of these people since she had a protective shield. As someone here to do business, there was no need to unnecessarily offend others. Thus, she merely gave them a passing glance, acting as if she hadn't noticed anything, then calmly followed Lu Xia inside. A winding path led to a secluded spot. It was evident that the person who designed this villa had excellent taste. Passing through a long pathway flanked by blooming trees, the group arrived at a small, shady pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat a melancholic classical beauty wearing a light green cheongsam, holding a small round fan, watering plants outside the pavilion. Clear water flowed cleanly from the hose in her hands to the roots of the plants. The well-watered plants gleamed even more emerald green, presenting a picturesque scene brimming with vitality. Jiang Yao was secretly astonished upon seeing it. Even with her profitable restaurant, she wouldn't waste water like this. If those people outside learned that a single drop of clean water that she would die for in her position was being used here indiscriminately to water plants, they might tear her apart. Seeing this, Lu Xia quickly approached Jiang Yao to introduce. That's the daughter of the deputy mayor, Jia Wei. They say more than half of the deputy mayor's businesses were built up with the help of Miss Jia. She is the sole goddess of Jean City, kind and gentle with an excellent personality. I'm sure you'll like her. The noise of their footsteps reached the ears of the person sitting inside the pavilion. Jia Wei lightly touched the light green earring on her ear, listened to the report from the guards, and maintained her calm expression, saying, I understand, I'll meet with her. She abandoned the hose still running water, allowing it to flow freely onto the ground. Walking inside the pavilion, she dried her fingers wet with droplets. Her thick lashes fluttered like a butterfly, slightly lowering and faintly concealing the shadowy expressions within her eyes. Lu Xia greeted Jia Wei with a foolish grin. Good day, Mississippi. I've brought Zhang Boss here to deliver meals to the deputy mayor. Hello. Jia Wei gave Lu Xia a warm smile, showing two small dimples on her face. Lu Xia blushed deeply and shyly looked away. Haha. Seeing this, Jia Wei covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled lightly, turning her gaze to Jiang Yao. Is it Ms. Jiang? It's truly hard for you to come all this way to deliver things. I wonder when my father placed the order. Jiang Yao gestured for Lin Yueqing to step forward, taking a flyer from her and handing it over. I forgot. Anyway, your dad hasn't paid yet. How many servings do you want? I'll show you the food, then I still need to go sell elsewhere. Time is precious, don't delay me. Confused, Jia Wei tilted her head and examined the flyer carefully. Seafood porridge? Unlimited non-mutant meat dishes? There's electricity and water too? Hot pot and fruit shops. The consistently calm expression finally showed a crack. These melons? Apples, peaches, kiwis? You have all of these. Of course, would you like to try? I brought some with me. Jiang Yao flipped her hand, pulling out a large, bright red peach from her space. The tiny bristles on the peach's surface were still standing before it was washed and put into her space, water droplets glistening on its fuzz. It looked just like it had been freshly picked from a tree. Jiang Yao effortlessly split the peach into two halves with a strong hand, releasing an enticing aroma of sweetness. She offered one half to Jia Wei. Here you go, I'll share half with you. It's free, no charge. Jia Wei's eyes instantly lit up. She excitedly walked towards Jiang Yao, eyes fixated on the fruit in her hands. Is this a peach? Why does it smell different from the taste of our nutritional supplements? I don't know. I've never tasted your supplements. Try our store's fruit. Jiang Yao bit into the peach she held, juices streaming down as she savored its immense sweetness. Seeing Jiang Yao eat it first, Jia Wei let go of any hesitation. She took the peach gently and bit into it cautiously near her mouth, her eyes lighting up more and more with each bite. In that instant, she was captivated by the sweet fragrance. It was too delicious, 10,000 times better than the peach-flavored nutritional supplement developed by researchers. She dared to say those researchers had never even tasted a real peach. No one knew that Jia Wei was actually an extreme fruit enthusiast. Her lifelong dream was to taste all truly excellent fruits considered the best. But in the wasteland of Jean City, there were no fruits, only nutritional agents approximating the flavor of fruits. Fruit was so rare that fruit trees were difficult to plant and maintain, and even when they survived with great effort, they bore bitter and sour fruit. These fruits were inedible, their sole purpose being the extraction of vitamins by laboratories for inclusion in concentrated nutritional supplements. And if these fruits could be juiced and added to the nutritional liquids, their product would absolutely stand out in the market. Nutrition liquid blended with real juice. It would definitely sell again in large quantities, and it might even reach the main city markets. If that happened, she could return to the main city sooner to find that person. With this thought, she immediately made her decision and spoke directly to Jiang Yao. How much of this fruit do you have? I want them all. Jiang Yao stood opposite her, her bright eyes patient. Please read the hotel rules on the back first. Thank you. Rules. Jia Wei slightly furrowed her brow, impatience stirring within her. From childhood to adulthood, it was always others who followed her rules. This was the first time she was asked to follow someone else's. Chapter 111. My rules are the rules. Only the weak need to follow rules, but me. Jia Wei tilted her chin slightly upward, with an air of haughty disdain. I only need to set the rules. What a coincidence. Jiang Yao stood firm against her, without any trace of fear in her eyes. In my hotel, my rules are the rules. The last customer who didn't listen? Grass on his grave is already 2 meters tall. Interesting. Jiao Wei let out a low chuckle. When she spoke again, her tone was gentle, like a lover's whisper. Then I'll kill you first and get what I want afterward. You can't kill me. Jiang Yao remained unperturbed. If I die, the hotel will disappear along with me. She felt as if she were simply stating a fact. The hotel and she were bound together. If she really died, the hotel would lose its host and inevitably be forcibly retrieved by the system. It could only be reactivated when it found the next host. Oh, so you're threatening me? Jiao Wei didn't believe a word Jiang Yao said. That was a real estate building. How could it vanish upon the death of one person? In her view, Jiang Yao was just trying to intimidate. She gently lifted her hand. Without form, several energy guns had already locked onto Jiang Yao. All they needed was for Jiao Wei to give the command, and the guard squad's energy guns would unleash powerful shockwaves that would riddle her body with bloody holes. Just like that useless fool Xia Yi who lost something. Thinking of Xia Yi's dying face, she showed a hint of bloodthirsty satisfaction in her eyes. Useless things should not live in this world, wasting resources. As her fertilizer, it would be perfect. Thinking of this, Jiao Wei couldn't help but curl up her lips, her peach-like face showing a tender smile. Aye. Seeing her smiling face, Jiang Yao couldn't help but shiver violently. Smiling like that, with such ill intentions, there must be a problem. Host, your opponent does not come in peace. Do you need me to take care of those people? Just 20 points. It's quite a bargain. The system took every opportunity to promote itself vigorously, trying to squeeze more points from the tight-fisted Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. I'll call you when I need you. Good. I'm always ready at your command, my esteemed Queen Majesty. The system conjured up an image of a child in tails in Jiang Yao's mind, elegantly bowing to her. Jiang Yao's lips twitched, suddenly realizing that since the system had upgraded to level 2, it had started speaking more humanly. Just a bit, too sticky sweet. To gain some points, it was even trying to charm her now. But don't get her wrong. Compared to the cold machine it used to be, this experience was much better. Jiao Wei's words snapped her back from her wandering thoughts. She said, then I won't kill you. I'll trap you here forever, break your hands and feet, and lock you up. All the fruits in the hotel from now on will be mine. While speaking, she deliberately stretched out her tone, like a poisonous snake coiled around someone's neck, its cold tongue pressing against the enemy's artery, ready to bite down any time. Jiang Yao knew that she had truly made up her mind to do so at this moment. But Jiao Wei's calculations were doomed to fail, because Jiang Yao was not the kind of soft touch who could be manipulated at will. To control her, one had to see if they were good enough. After pondering for a while, stroking her chin, she nodded in approval. You can try. I have only one thing to say. If you can't kill me, then I will kill you. Oh, is that so? Shall we gamble? Jiao Wei sat on the round table and poured a fragrant cup of flower tea, pushing it towards Jiang Yao. What are we betting on? Jiang Yao casually sat down, glanced at the tea in the cup, but did not drink it. What to bet on? Let me think about it. Jiao Wei propped her chin in both hands, relaxed. Her index finger tapped lightly on the marble-carved small table, producing a faint sound. Let's make it whether you can dodge faster or our guns are faster. If you win, I'll agree to completely follow your rules from now on. If you lose, then you die. No thanks, not interesting. Jiang Yao clearly wasn't interested and waved her hand to reject. If you don't want to buy my stuff, then I'm leaving. You don't have a choice not to gamble. Jiao Wei's face immediately darkened, lifting her hand embroidered with gold silk toward the guard behind Jiang Yao. Seeing this, the captain hiding in the dense forest who was monitoring the situation instantly gave the order to the security officer behind Jiang Yao. Attack. In the next second, in absolute silence, a transparent energy ball shot straight toward Jiang Yao's head. However, the expected scene of brains splattered everywhere didn't happen. Instead, there was a muffled groan coming from the direction where the energy ball was fired, then followed by the sound of heavy objects falling. The unexpected event happened within a few short seconds, right before the captain's eyes as he watched the guard who fired the shot die right in front of him. He was utterly shocked and hurriedly jumped down to check the cause of death. A gunshot burn injury in the skull, caused by their specially designed energy gun. The energy round had directly burned his head entirely black, leaving only a pitch-black skull exposed. But he hadn't even seen from which direction the energy round was fired, nor had he received any danger warnings from the nearby monitoring equipment. This could only mean one thing. All their trump cards had been thoroughly uncovered by the forces behind Jiang Yao. Moreover, the other side possessed even more advanced weapons and concealment devices than they did. Jiang Yao was someone they couldn't provoke. Die! A sudden shout of rage echoed from the flower hall. Trouble! The young miss was still inside. With eyes bloodshot, the captain propelled himself with both legs and rushed out of the dense forest toward the flower hall. Jiang Yao's face suddenly filled with anger as a mass of green mist swirled around her palm, carrying sharp and piercing black ice spears. Whoosh! The black ice spear shot towards Jiao Wei. Miss, be careful! Bang! The captain roared as he fired his energy gun at the ice spear. With an immense impact force, the trajectory of the ice spear was knocked off course. The ice spear shattered into fragments that fell to the ground, eroding it into small pits. At the same time, the guards concealed in the dense forest immediately aimed their guns at Jiang Yao. Don't move. Startled, the captain hastily stopped his subordinates' actions. The suspicious death of the guard earlier suggested this woman might possess some peculiar life-saving skills. He couldn't risk letting his men endanger themselves again. Jiang Yao flicked her wrist, and dozens of ice spears floated around her body. Boss, please don't act rashly. Lin Yueqing quickly stepped forward, attempting to hold onto her arm upon realizing Zhang Yao was about to attack Jia Wei. They were currently deep inside the enemy's stronghold. Even if Zhang Nine was incredibly powerful, she wouldn't be able to get them out safely while being surrounded by so many highly trained guards. Boss, I beg you, restrain yourself a little. I just want to live longer and enjoy the good life we've gained. Seeing Zhang Yao's calm expression, Lin Yueqing wanted to cry. She shouldn't have mentioned anything about wealthy people in the vice district when Zhang Boss was present. It was all her fault for having such a big mouth. She'd cut her tongue as soon as they got back. Jia Wei was startled by Zhang Yao's sudden move, but the captain stood behind her, and her own people surrounded the area. Thinking about this, Jia Wei felt quite confident. When Zhang Yao stared at her intently, with murderous intent in her eyes, Jia Wei clenched her teeth inwardly. You actually dare to harm me? Do you believe I can't kill you now? The black ice spear swayed up and down slightly in front of Zhang Yao, looking from afar like an impenetrable black fortress that firmly protected her at its center. Zhang Yao brushed aside an ice spear obstructing her view with her hand, her gaze sharp like a blade. I trust you to do what you say, just as I will. Good, good, good. I admire your boldness. I hope your strength is as strong as your words. Soldier, give me. Jia Wei laughed loudly, preparing to order her men to take action. But the captain abruptly moved closer and whispered something, causing her laughter to freeze. Chapter 112, Agreement Reached. Miss, this person has powerful connections. We can't kill them. What do you mean? Jia Wei's finely arched eyebrows formed a frown. But before she could ask further, she felt a chilling wind coming from behind her, accompanied by Zhang Yao's harsh words. I told you, you can't kill me. Now it's my turn. Miss, be careful. A beam of energy shot out from the dense forest and collided forcefully with the sharp ice spike that Zhang Yao had released. The ice spike initially aimed straight at Jia Wei's head was once again deflected. The venomous ice spike grazed a lock of her hair, lodging itself into the wooden pillar behind her. Sizzling, sizzling. The wooden pillar was corroded into water by the venom, and the ceiling of the flower hall began to tilt quickly. Broken wood chips mixed with vines wrapped around the top of the pavilion fell down together, kicking up large amounts of dirt and dust. Zhang Yao, not lingering after her failed attack, immediately pulled Zhang Jiao and Lin Yueqing out of the range of the flower hall. Since Jia Wei had only moved once, so would she. Jia Wei wanted to take her life, but Zhang Yao hadn't even bothered to remove the venom from the surface of the icicle. She was saved by a protective barrier, and Jia Wei was rescued by her guards. So this time, they were even. As for just now, she didn't really intend to take Jia Wei's life anyway. It was just a small punishment. Otherwise, she would have shot out all the ice cones, and even with multiple layers of protection, Jia Wei would have been riddled like a sieve. Hey, wait for me. Little Lu, who had been completely engrossed in the spectacle, had his eyes glued to Zhang Yao's figure. Seeing her leave, he hurriedly followed her out. 3 minutes later, a sharp roar echoed across half the city district. Zhang Yao, I really will kill you. Jia Wei, shielded by the captain, stumbled out of the collapsed flower hall, looking thoroughly disheveled. What was once a lovely little face now covered with dust, her light green qipao smeared black with mud-soaked earth. Zhang Yao retracted the ice spikes before her. Leaning carelessly on Zhang Jiao, arms crossed, she let out an exaggerated yawn. You can't kill me. Ah, you. Jia Wei was nearly driven insane with rage, but Zhang Yao wasn't wrong. She couldn't kill her. Not only that, she had almost been counterattacked. No, wait. One of her elite guards had already been defeated. That was someone she had trained through countless energy stones, a top-notch expert chosen among 10,000. He had accompanied her from the main city all the way to Jin City, doing countless tasks for her. And just like that, he had simply been killed? Jia Wei was both distressed, angry, and heartbroken. Not that she was someone who didn't know how to admit defeat gracefully. But, did this woman really need to embarrass her so publicly in front of all these subordinates? Growing up, Jia Wei had always been doted on by others. Even after arriving in Jin City, such a poor and remote place, she had never experienced suffering like this. The more Jia Wei thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, until tears streamed down her cheeks. Pushing away the hand of the general captain trying to console her, she directly crouched down on the ground, covering her head as she cried. You bully me, why? Why is she crying now? Zhang Yao stood up and scratched her head. Oh no, it seemed she'd gone too far and upset the young girl. Approaching her, she patted Jia Wei's shoulder, saying, Don't cry, I can't bear seeing girls cry. Jia Wei turned her head and ignored her. Zhang Yao shoved her head under Jia Wei's arm. Are you crying? But then Jia Wei flashed a cold smirk, the glow in her palm flickering. With a flash of electricity, the energy dagger shot straight at Zhang Yao's face. Ouch, what's this sneakiness? Zhang Yao dodged instinctively, and Jia Wei swept her leg, catching Zhang Yao off guard and knocking her flat on the ground, landing face first. That makes us even. Jia Wei elegantly stood up, brushing off the dirt from her qipao, and withdrew the electrical baton hidden in her sleeve. Looking down at Zhang Yao, she regained her haughty attitude once more. Oh dear, is the boss all right? Get up quick, the floor is cold. Lin Yueqing, as if just reacting now, stifled her laughter while rushing to help Zhang Yao up. Zhang Yao took her hand to sit up and saw Lin Yueqing's flushed face, noticing her suppressed giggles. Her lips twitched involuntarily. Laugh if you want. Don't hurt yourself holding it in. Look at her face, it's almost distorted. Ha! Before Lin Yueqing could laugh, a loud, arrogant laugh erupted nearby, turning with disbelief. It was Xiao Lu. Standing some distance away, he clutched his thigh, laughing uncontrollably, leaning back and forth extravagantly, without a trace of dignity. All their gazes gathered onto him. Jiawei narrowed her eyes dangerously. This person, had he seen everything embarrassing earlier? Maybe he should. Meeting those menacing stares, Xiaolu suddenly froze, spine freezing in terror. Ha 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 ha, my dad's about to give birth, I'll go to school to pick him up. Jili Galu seemed to have said something incomprehensible, but he turned and ran away in the end. PFF, Lin Yueqing couldn't help but bend over with laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yao also couldn't hold back. She sat on the ground grinning widely. Yet, she didn't forget her most important goal. She looked at Jiawei. Now can we talk things out properly? Jiawei squinted her eyes and arched her eyebrows upon hearing this. Sure, but I want to take a shower first. Zhang Yao nodded slightly. All right. I also want to eat a water peach. Jiawei pressed further. Fine. The sunlight streamed through the collapsed flower hall, casting a light golden hue over everyone present. Half an hour later, the flower hall was repaired and restored. Jiawei and Zhang Yao sat left and right of the central stone table, with a black and white agreement placed right in the middle. Jiawei read every word carefully before signing her name. There were 2 copies of the agreement. Zhang Yao took hers and extended her right hand toward Jiawei. Pleasure doing business with you. Startled, Jiawei put her left hand on it and shook slightly. Pleasure doing business with you too. Here's the deal. Your hotel will supply me with 500 caddies of fruit each month, and within 2 years, you'll be my exclusive supplier. Payment in advance for goods, and I'll accompany you tomorrow to collect the first month's share. She could hardly wait to add real fruits into the nutrient solution to try it out. If not for Zhang Yao mentioning they didn't have enough time today, and Jiawei herself had things to handle, she would have insisted following Zhang Yao right away for the fruit. But tomorrow would do as well, just one more day. All these were minor issues. Zhang Yao nodded. Okay, then I'm off. I still have many flyers to distribute and boxed meals to deliver. Jiawei pulled her hand firmly. It's so hot outside now. Few people are willing to come out. Take a rest here. I'll join you at 6 o'clock. The square gets particularly lively during dusk with lots of people. Later, I'll arrange for the security team to announce via broadcast and gather everyone at the square. We can just wait there. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, Zhang Yao agreed. It was now 2:30 p.m., the hottest part of the day. She didn't want to take her staff out in such blazing heat either. Waiting until it cooled down was better. Seeing her agreement, Jiawei smiled a little more genuinely. She summoned a small robot. Let's have Xiaoyang arrange a room for them. Follow it back and rest for a while. I have a bit of business to handle, and we'll meet again in the hall later. Okay. Zhang Yao asked Zhang Jiao to leave the box meals ordered by Jiawei on the table, and, after greeting Jiawei, the 3 followed that small robot into the villa. Until their figures vanished deep into the winding path, the captain approached Jiawei closely. Miss, shall we? Saying this, he gestured with a chopping motion. Jiawei also cast aside her amiable mask, a subtle look of interest flickering in her eyes. Not yet. Once I obtain their sourcing information, then we'll discuss. Summon all senior researchers from the Nutrient Agent Institute to meeting room 5 on the 5th floor. Yes. The captain stood straight, saluted, and immediately went to execute the order. Jiawei curled her lips into a smile and murmured softly. Zhang Yao, with so much unpolluted food, who exactly are you? No matter what kind of identity, since you've appeared here, you'd better serve as my stepping stone obediently. Chapter 113, A Great Gun. Jiawei's villa was filled with a generous amount of cold air, comparable to that of a hotel. There were at least 3 or 4 hours until 6 o'clock. With nothing to do, Zhang Yao decided to lie down on the bed and nap for a while. Host, detected low affinity from Jiawei. The system suddenly spoke up, startling Zhang Yao, who had just lain down. System, can you warn me before speaking next time? Never mind. There's no way to do that in advance. She hugged a thin blanket and sat up, curiously asking in her mind. You said Jiawei has low affinity? How low? According to system detection, Jiawei's current affinity is 30 points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao lay back down again, ready to try and fall back asleep. As she drifted off, all the system heard was the host's faint murmur. Ah, that really is quite low. This nap lasted for more than 3 hours. When Zhang Yao woke up, the red sun was beginning to sink in the west, like a fiery ball, painting the horizon orange and red. Faint rays of light filtered through the mottled leaves and quietly entered the room. The golden beams penetrated the windows, spreading out and lending some warmth even to the cold furniture inside. Zhang Yao stared out at the beautiful scenery outside the window for a long time, until the knocking at the door brought her back to reality. Bang bang bang. Boss Zhang, are you awake? The night market has already started, and your employees are already waiting downstairs. It was Jiawei's voice. Awake, coming right away. Zhang Yao pushed the thin blanket aside and shouted in response. At the same time, she put on her shoes and went to the bathroom to wash her face. The icy water dispelled the drowsiness caused by an overly long nap. After drying the water off her face, Zhang Yao opened the guest room door. Jiawei was standing outside, waiting for her. Seeing she came out so quickly, Jiawei habitually wore a slight smile. Boss Zhang, let's go. Zhang Yao nodded and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Let's go. Jiawei had specially prepared low-energy vehicles commonly used by residents of the area for Zhang Yao and others, as well as a new, unactivated communication bracelet for Zhang Yao. Without batting an eyelid, Zhang Yao slipped the bracelet directly onto her wrist. System, help me check if this bracelet has any installed eavesdropping or monitoring chips. Scanning, scan complete. 2 listening devices detected, 1 positioning chip monitoring environment and location. Would you like them removed? Not yet. We'll remove them after we leave here. Understood. The group rode their low-energy bikes, basically small electric scooters powered by low-grade energy stones, under Jiao Wei's guidance, all the way to the central square. The central square was located behind the Vice City Master's villa, built along the city walls. It was an elevated platform compared to the residential areas, with 2 long stone steps in front. Shops of all kinds could be seen on either side. Judging from the scene, the market had already been going on for some time, with various low-energy vehicles parked below the steps. Jiang Yao parked her vehicle under the steps, stepped up onto the platform, and curiously observed the different shops on either side. Most stores had hanging advertisements. As they walked past, a water shop had several transparent large water barrels placed outside its entrance. Water being purified flowed slowly in machines before finally converging into the barrels. A shop selling exotic beast meat had set up a dragon gate array at its entrance, offering freshly carved beasts for sale. Initially crowded with just over a dozen people, when the owner brought out a giant wild boar from inside to butcher, Jiang Yao watched as the queue kept getting longer and eventually reached the stairs. There were also shops buying and repairing low-energy vehicles, where the owner was bent over inspecting a tire and the energy source for a customer. Businesses in most of these shops were relatively ordinary, except for the meat shop and the weapon shop. The weapon shop owner was retrieving new energy guns from the counter for customers, swiftly assembling the scattered modules into functioning weapons with dexterous fingers. Then he took the customer to the target range in the center of the square, which was the best place for everyone to test out new weapons. Jiang Yao joined many onlookers following curiously. The owner took out an energy stone and loaded it into the gun's internal energy reservoir, adjusting his stance as he aimed the gun muzzle at a target 5 meters away. Everyone pay attention. I'm demonstrating the low-energy mode now. Saying that, she gripped both handles and lightly pressed the switch. An energy beam shot out of the muzzle like lightning, rapidly approaching the target. In merely 2 seconds, the energy beam struck the stone target made from rock, leaving a hole as big as a bowl on its surface. The surrounding area was scorched black from burning. Great. This gun is really nice. Yes, it has this much killing power on low energy. High energy must be stronger then. Show us high energy. Yeah, high energy, high energy. The onlookers applauded enthusiastically, urging her to demonstrate the high energy mode once again. The boss's face lit up with joy. In fact, this energy gun was a batch of defective products she had purchased at great expense from the research lab. To the researchers, these were considered defective due to their high energy consumption and less than optimal utilization of energy stones, resulting in insufficient power. But for the mercenaries in this area, those who risked their lives daily, this gun represented one of the most advanced weapons they could get their hands on. If it weren't for her sister working in the lab, no amount of money would have been enough to acquire such items. Now, hearing everyone express such satisfaction with the effect of the energy gun, it confirmed that she was definitely going to make a fortune this time. She raised the energy gun high and shouted loudly. Since all of you are so eager to see the high energy mode of this gun, I'll definitely show you today. Good. The crowd became highly excited, raising the atmosphere to its peak. The boss wiped the sweat from her face with her shoulder, then took out another second-grade energy stone and inserted it into the weapon. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, she adjusted the gun's settings to the highest level of energy output, aiming once again at the same large rock. A deep purple high-energy beam, accompanied by lightning, shot toward the target at light speed. The space around the gun muzzle warped slightly due to the release of immense energy, similar to the distortion of heated air during a scorching summer day. It was even possible to observe the subtle deformation of light passing through this point with the naked eye. The release of energy caused a sudden expansion of air, forming a powerful heat wave emanating from the gun muzzle, scattering dust and debris nearby. Those standing closer in the crowd could even feel a wave of intense heat sweeping over their bodies. With a thunderous bang, the energy beam tore straight through the thick stone block. The central pit was instantly vaporized and disappeared, leaving only some fragments scattered around the edges. Unexpectedly, however, the gun in the boss's hand backfired violently. There was an abrupt silence in the air. The onlookers exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. A gun that exploded so easily wasn't just unsafe. It wouldn't last long after purchase either, making it seem like a bad deal. The boss's face turned alternately black and red as embarrassment overwhelmed her, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the ground and disappear. Jiang Yao, however, was stunned by the sheer destructive power of the weapon. After all, that was merely a palm-sized small handgun, yet it possessed such tremendous power. Then what about the weapons held by someone like Jiao Wei, who belonged to the elite class? Surely, they were even more formidable. Jiang Yao recalled the silent energy attack she had endured in the reception hall. Had it not been for her personal force field, she might not have escaped that assault unscathed. Nevertheless, a new idea struck Jiang Yao. If she brought this kind of weapon back to Blue Star or the Beast World, wouldn't it sell like wildfire? Great gun. This gun is compact and easy to carry, hidden in the sleeve. In moments of life and death, it would surely provide the ability to fight back. Jiang Yao exclaimed sincerely, genuinely impressed. Chapter 114, Purification of Pollution. A gleam of light flashed in the boss's eyes, and she gave a grateful look at Jiang Yao. She had wanted to say this but couldn't. If she said it herself, it would be like an old woman praising her own melons and force-feeding excuses. The guest would never buy it. But if it was said by an onlooker, its credibility would significantly increase. The crowd listened, and it seemed to make sense. Even though it ended up exploding, a gun this powerful could still be used as a one-time life-saving item, which wouldn't be a bad deal. They hunted strange beasts and mutated plants in the wild. Every day was about racing against death. With something like this, it would be like having an extra life. Jiang Yao seized the opportunity, raising her voice. Boss, how many of these guns do you have left? I'd like to order one for my own protection. The boss quickly followed up, looking at the situation. Not many left. This gun is custom-made. There are only about 10 or so. Would you really want to buy it? Sure. Jiang Yao took a hot meal from the insulated box and walked over to the boss. I wonder if this bowl of rice and a watermelon can exchange for one of your guns. Rice? Is this some new type of nutritional agent? The boss hesitated as she opened the container. A large portion of Yangzhou fried rice lay within. Fragrant egg bits mixed with rice, full of shredded meat, corn kernels, and large pieces of sausage. As a finishing touch, a sprinkling of bright green spring onions added to the appeal. The smell wafted through the air, making everyone salivate. How fragrant! The spectators' eyes sparkled. Ever since the advent of nutritional agents, they hadn't eaten proper meals for years. Such fine rice could not be grown in Jincheng, this impoverished place. It was likely that only in the main city, where there were awakened individuals capable of stimulating plant growth, such produce existed. However, after realizing what she had just said, the boss nervously turned toward Jiang Yao. What did you just say? And what else? A watermelon, a crisp and sweet watermelon. Jiang Yao retrieved a pre-chilled giant watermelon from her system space. The watermelon was as thick around as an adult's waist, perfectly round, and even had a greenish-yellow stem attached, looking extremely inviting. The boss could hardly believe her eyes. You actually have a real watermelon? A real watermelon. No wonder she was astonished. For today's wasteland, normal edible fruits had become extinct more than 10 years ago, subjected to long-term nuclear radiation and land mutations. Both animals and plants mutated severely. In such conditions, it was impossible to cultivate any fresh fruit or vegetables suitable for eating. Forget about a watermelon this size. Just a small, bitter wild gourd would have been enough to cover the cost of her entire store. Nutritional agents containing real fruits were high-grade products reserved exclusively for nobles. Here was this young girl offering to trade a large watermelon for her gun. You're serious? The boss hesitated, looking at Jiang Yao. How could a girl who could produce so many good things care for an old gun in her possession? Of course, and other weapons in your store. If possible, I'd like to acquire some as well. Jiang Yao smiled as she placed the watermelon at the boss's feet. This was her primary goal. Those weapons were all ordinary in this plane for them, but if transported to the Blue Star, they'd be perfect for dimensional advantage. By buying low here and reselling at a higher price back at the shop, she could significantly increase hotel revenue. Nevertheless, she didn't forget the most important reason she had come here. At this moment, more and more people were gathering around. She signaled Zhang Jiao and Lin Yueqing to bring over the items and once again took out a megaphone. Hi everyone. I'm the owner of the Multiverse Hotel located at the city center. My surname is Jiang. I've come to the peripheral district today to share some good news with you. Upon hearing these words, murmurs spread throughout the crowd below. Multiverse Hotel? Never heard of it. What kind of place is it? The owner has already explained, right? A hotel, for eating and lodging. What else could it be? If the hotel is at the city center, why does it need to recruit customers here? Ridiculous. We're not without places to stay anyway. Jiang Yao increased the volume of the megaphone, ensuring that everyone in the square could hear her. The Multiverse Hotel is newly open, with air conditioning available all day long and clean water provided 24/7. From 7:30 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening, buns, dumplings, noodles, rice bowls, stir-fried meat. Our foods are complete. Additionally, the water in our water dispensers can purify infected awoken individuals. On the first floor of our dining area, we also sell various disposable hygiene supplies, cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. Meanwhile, we've opened shops offering unlimited supplies of fruit and hot pot. As long as you have energy stones and desire to eat clean, risk-free food, feel free to come visit us and get membership cards anytime. Jiang Yao opened the thermal box, took out a packed meal from inside, and unwrapped it so everyone could see clearly. A full bowl of rice like this only costs less than 20 points in a restaurant, and a first-grade energy stone can exchange for 100 points. Her words sent ripples through the crowd like a stone cast into still waters. The onlookers immediately became agitated. So we could trade one first-grade energy stone for 5 meals. Goodness, a first-grade energy stone here couldn't even buy the lowest-grade nutritional agent, but could get you 5 meals at the hotel? How could that be possible? She surely must be joking, right? That was what most people thought. Idiots, do your eyes only see the food? Didn't you hear Ms. Jiang say she can purify pollution? That's the important part, isn't it? Purify pollution? Is she maybe an awakened individual with purification abilities? The crowd exclaimed again. How could that be possible? An awakened individual with purification powers would never end up in our small place. She's definitely lying. Yes, that's correct. She's definitely lying. But another voice emerged from the crowd. What if she's telling the truth? Silence fell among the group for a moment. Yes, what if she were telling the truth? If that happened, wouldn't they or their families no longer need to lie in bed waiting to die? Whether true or false, why not just go take a look? Even if it turns out to be a scam, being able to eat some delicious meals before dying won't make us lose out either. In a corner, a woman covered head to toe reached up to touch the pus-filled bumps faintly swelling on her face. Her gaze toward Jiang Yao carried resolve and determination. Chapter 115, Back to the Hotel. Jia Wei had left the square long before the crowd started crowding, and was now standing at a higher ground, gently waving the fan in her hand. When she heard Jiang Yao say that she could purify pollution, a hint of surprise quickly flashed through her eyes. It seemed that the power behind Jiang Yao was indeed not to be underestimated. They could even find such a precious purification awakened one to serve Jiang Yao. They also had machines that could purify water sources here, but the machine could only handle less severe contamination, and it couldn't possibly remove the source of pollution from a person's body. People who were contaminated by mutated beasts or plants could only try every possible way to delay their organ failure, without being able to restore themselves to a normal state. Only a purification master could achieve this. But purification awakened ones were extremely rare, with only one among millions. Each one was immensely valuable. Even she had only seen one when she was very young. That was because her mother was poisoned by unpurified water. Her mother's lovers then invited an old purification master to help heal her. But she wondered, what exactly was Jiang Yao, or rather, the powerful people behind her sent here for? Was there something here they coveted? It seemed that she needed to reassess her relationship with Jiang Yao. If she could truly connect with this important person through her, she would definitely be able to return to the main city sooner. Jiang Yao seized the opportunity, immediately calling upon Jiang Jiao and Lin Yueqing to lay out all the remaining 20+ portions of water and food from the thermal box on the ground. She then took out some fruits from her space bag and placed them at the back. These are the last supplies we brought today. 1 energy stone for each portion. Those who want should come line up now. Everyone rushed to the boss, shouting, "Boss, give me a meal. I want it too. I came first. Line up everyone. Let's line up. I want that melon. No one can take it from me. Damn it, who stepped on my foot? Do you want to die?" The square became chaotic. Don't rush. Who has energy stones? Line up here. No need to jostle. I just don't have much brought over today. You can go directly to the hotel according to the address on the flyer. There's unlimited supply at the hotel. As long as you follow the hotel rules, I guarantee that everyone can eat clean meals and fruits. I have an energy stone. I have one too. Me. With Jiang Jiao and Lin Yueqing directing in front, the crowd obediently formed a long queue. The more than 20 portions of food, water, and ice lollies were soon sold out. The surviving ones who exchanged successfully happily hopped around, taking the flyers from Jiang Jiao's hands and quickly returning home to share the delicious food with their families. As for those who didn't manage to exchange, they weren't complaining either. They remained queued up, because the boss said that anyone who lined up but didn't get food could get a small slice of watermelon. Jiang Jiao cut the remaining large watermelon into evenly thin slices and distributed them one by one to the customers waiting in line. This single watermelon was cut into hundreds of slices, ensuring that each person on site could eat a little. Thus, whether they bought it or not, everyone trusted Jiang Yao's words almost entirely. If she didn't really have so many fruits, how could she willingly give away such precious watermelon for them to eat? Jiang Boss was beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous, and she would absolutely not deceive them. This mysterious multiverse hotel was worth checking out tomorrow. On the other side, Yi followed the footsteps of Jiang Yao to the outskirts outside the deputy city wall. She sat in the car, with a stern gaze, staring at the thick steel gate for a long time. It seemed that her guess was right. That hotel was indeed colluding with the deputy city lord and his gang. The villainous Jia Han actually stationed spies so openly under their noses. Did he really think that their city lord's intelligence network was useless? At this moment, however, the detector on the city wall suddenly scanned the presence of her vehicle. Beep beep beep. An ear-splitting alarm sounded across the sky. Enemy attack. On alert. The guard next to the alarm shouted, and well-trained soldiers swiftly advanced towards her direction. Shit. Discovered. Yi quickly activated the car's power source, turned the car around, and made an urgent withdrawal along the original route. Just wait. Their city lord would never let this go easily. She needed to hurry up and set traps on their way back. After distributing the flyers sequentially, Jiang Yao directly returned to the weapon shop owner's store to retrieve the energy gun she exchanged for earlier. The weapon shop was filled with shelves arranged in grids. These shelves were stocked with all kinds of different weapons. There were over 100 styles of energy guns alone. Jiang Yao took out a pure black pistol from the adjacent shelf and examined it carefully before returning it to its place. Besides these guns, do you sell communication bracelets here? Bracelet. The owner paused momentarily, not expecting Jiang Yao to be interested in buying a bracelet as well. Bracelets were one of the most basic communication devices available everywhere on the streets. Why would she need to come specifically here to buy something so cheap? Who exactly was this boss Jiang? If she were a commoner, why did she dress so well and eat so lavishly, possessing so many fine things? But if she had power and wealth, why did she seem naive as if she'd never seen anything, even lacking such basic equipment like a communication bracelet? The owner scratched his head. Yes, we do have them, but no one really buys these. They're all stacked in the warehouse. I'll have to go find some there. How many would you like? Jiang Yao glanced at her watch. It was already 7 o'clock. The sky outside was just beginning to dim, which meant they still had time to return to the hotel. I'll take 20. How many energy stones will that cost altogether? All right, let me check. 5 first-grade energy stones should be good enough since they're practically worthless anyway. In the end, Jiang Yao purchased 10 energy guns and 20 bracelets from the owner, paying a total of 30 first-grade energy stones. She planned to sell these items in the multiverse hotel. If they sold well, they could become permanent stock. After the purchase, Jiang Yao politely declined Jia Wei's invitation to stay overnight and lightly waved goodbye to everyone. We'll be heading back then. We look forward to seeing you all at the multiverse hotel. With reluctance, the crowd said their farewells and accompanied her all the way to the entrance gate. Farewell, Boss Jiang. Safe journey, Boss Jiang. Take care on the road, Boss Jiang. Once the car drove far enough that it was out of sight, Jiang Yao glanced backward once more. The city gates had been closed, and those outside the city had long since departed. It was getting late. She decided they should teleport directly back to the hotel instead of driving for half the night. Jiang Yao got out of the car, shrinking it into her storage space. Then she held Jiang Jio's hand in one hand and Lin Yueqing's in the other. Whispering softly, "Let's go home." In an instant, the scene around them shifted, and all three appeared in Jiang Yao's bedroom on the second floor of the hotel. "All right, I'm heading back to the main branch for a few days. Little Orange, you'll manage the store while I'm gone. Use the bracelet if there's any issue." Jiang Yao pulled out the new communication bracelet she'd traded from the weapon shop owner. Chapter 116, Energy Gun. She spent another 10 points to have the system check and modify things. This would ensure that messages could be sent between them at any time or place. From now on, this would be used to keep in touch with everyone in the restaurant. Jiang Yao handed a bracelet to Lin Yueqing, and she herself also wore one on her hand. As for the one that Jia Wei had given her, she had long since taken it out and thrown it into her spatial ring. The space can block the bracelet signal, so it was just put there for now. It might still come in handy later. Lin Yueqing quickly snapped out of her brief shock after being stunned. Weren't they just outside earlier? In the blink of an eye, they were back. Today, she got a good glimpse of Miss Zhang's skills. Even if tomorrow Jiang Yao told her that she was actually a celestial being, she wouldn't be surprised at all. She took the bracelet and put it on her wrist. The bracelet automatically scanned and bound to her information. Upon opening the main interface, she saw only one contact, Jiang Yao. There was also a group, hotel work group. A total of 4 people, including Miss Zhang and her, along with 2 others inside. The bracelet wasn't unfamiliar to Lin Yueqing, so she quickly got the hang of it. She glanced at Jiang Yao and pulled Jiang Jio towards the elevator. "Thank you, boss. We'll go downstairs and get started." "Go ahead." After the 2 left, Jiang Yao walked towards the teleportation gate and returned to the main store. Just as she stepped downstairs, Shen Xingchen and her sister were sitting by the door, occasionally peeking outside. It seemed like they were waiting for something. The hot pot restaurant nearby was bustling with customers, and Jiang Yi was busy serving them enthusiastically. There were still quite a few diners eating at their own restaurant, while Lan Yu lay lazily at the cash register watching a variety show. The baby elephant was busy clearing and restocking the items on the shelves. Hearing the sound of the elevator opening and closing, Lan Yu perked up immediately. She straightened her body and poked her head to look. "Sister, you're back." Seeing Jiang Yao exit the elevator, Lan Yu greeted her with a big smile. Has nothing unusual happened in the store today?" Jiang Yao asked casually as she walked over to the vending machine, grabbed a newly stocked Sichuan hot pot meal, and then took a large cup of chilled fruit juice from the fridge. She then sat down on the couch with Lan Yu and enjoyed the variety show alongside her dinner. "Of course not. With me here keeping an eye on things, you don't need to worry," Lan Yu said proudly. "Good. I completely trust you guys to watch the store." Jiang Yao sipped the sour and sweet fruit juice. It's orange juice, freshly squeezed. By the way, there is actually something I want to tell you." Lan Yu nervously tapped her fingers, looking at Shen Xingchen, who was still hesitating, trying hard to signal her to come over and speak. "What is it? Tell me." Jiang Yao kept her eyes glued to the TV screen, where a handsome young idol's face appeared. She reached into her food box with her chopsticks, picked up a piece of spicy lotus root, and chewed it crunchily. For a while, there was no response, which made Jiang Yao realize something was amiss. She finally looked down, questioning Lan Yu with a puzzled look. "What's wrong? Is your eye uncomfortable?" At least, that's what Jiang Yao thought it might be. Lan Yu shook her head furiously, like a tambourine. "It's not my problem. It's Sister Xingchen who has something to tell you. Maybe you should finish eating first before she talks to you." Jiang Yao glanced at Shen Xingchen, who was seated by the door, anxiously looking at her, and swallowed the mouthful of food. "All right, let's discuss it later then." Jiang Yao didn't particularly like discussing matters during meals either, so she slowly finished eating. She then collected the disposable tableware and threw it into the trash bin. She went to the back kitchen to wash her hands and came back standing behind the counter to digest her meal. Shen Xingchen had been attentively following Jiang Yao's every move. Seeing that she had finally finished up, she quickly seized the recruitment form and walked over. "Miss Jiang, I'd like to apply." "Apply." Jiang Yao wiped her water-soaked hands on her clothes and took the application form to glance through it. "I don't need more staff at the moment, but the branch store still lacks a deputy manager. Would you like to help oversee the branch store for me?" "Deputy manager?" Shen Xingchen couldn't hide her excitement. "Can I directly take up the position of deputy manager? Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Jiang Yao sincerely nodded. "Yes, you can. I believe in your ability. Today, a new employee was hired at the branch. Why don't you go there and sort out the arrangements?" Yesterday evening, she had let the system post a few job recruitment notices. However, no one had applied this morning except for Lin Yueqing at the branch. Actually, she had always favored Shen Xingchen for the deputy manager position at the branch. Firstly, she was originally from the wasteland and must be well acquainted with the situation there. Working under such conditions would make her feel comfortable and adaptable. Second, these are people personally selected by the system. Their fortune and character wouldn't be bad. There was no need for her to go through the trouble of testing them. Why not just reap what the system had prepared for her? That's why, as soon as Shen Xingchen handed over her employment contract, Jiang Yao immediately instructed the system to take out the final permanent binding contract awarded during the restaurant's upgrade. Under mutual agreement, it took merely a few minutes for both parties to sign the contract. Jiang Yao gave Shen Xingchen a quick overview of the branch's situation and also handed her one of the communication bracelets. Still in a daze, Shen Xingchen pinched the bracelet tightly as she returned upstairs to pack her belongings. Just like this, it was all settled? Didn't she need to be tested? Could Manager Jiang really trust her so completely? When Lu Yin stepped out of the elevator, she was surprised to find that Jiang Yao had already returned. Seeing Shun Xingqian standing blankly at the elevator entrance, ready to step inside, Lu Yin hurriedly came out to make way. Turning around, she saw Jiang Yao holding a few small guns and placing them into the new glass display cabinet on the right side of the passenger elevator. Hey, Yao, you're back. Where did you go today? I didn't see you all day. Oh, I went out in the morning to take care of something and just got back. Do you need me for anything? As she spoke, Lu Yin walked over to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup of water to moisten her throat. Jiang Yao glanced at her, then proceeded to stick the price tag she'd just printed onto the energy gun. During dinner, she had thought there was no need to set the price too high yet. Selling each energy gun for 1,000 points would suffice initially. Once everyone realized how useful these were, raising the price later would seem entirely reasonable. After sticking the price tag and manual beside the energy gun, Jiang Yao closed the glass cabinet door. Nope, nothing urgent. I was just curious and wanted to ask. Holding her water cup, Lu Yin approached Jiang Yao. Inevitably, her eyes were drawn to the elegant energy guns displayed in the counter. The guns were petite, silver-white all over. Even a child could easily hold one with a single hand. The section originally designed for bullets was made into a semi-lattice shape, with a transparent crystal embedded inside. The crystal was attached to the gun body with an unknown material and slowly rotated, appearing flawlessly integrated, exquisitely ingenious. Beautiful as it was, it still felt like a toy gun, not lethal at all. Lu Yin quietly criticized it in her heart. Then, her attention was caught by the manual pasted next to it. Chapter 117, Hotel Rankings. After reading just a few lines about the energy gun, her breathing became increasingly rapid. The more she read, the more shocked and excited she got. If this energy gun was truly as described in the manual, it could burn through zombies' skin and flesh, incapacitating them, without damaging their crystal core. That would mean they wouldn't have to engage zombies in close combat anymore. They could simply hide in a suitable location and eliminate them from a distance. And if these guns could be issued to ordinary people who hadn't awakened their special abilities, then they wouldn't have to worry about becoming zombies after being infected by the zombie virus, which could significantly improve the survival rate of ordinary people. If base leaders saw this stuff, they'd definitely go crazy for it. Jiang Yao noticed her deeply engrossed in reading and didn't disturb her. Instead, she opened the glass on the right and placed the remaining bracelets to the right of the energy gun. The price was 5 level 1 crystal cores. After setting it up, she walked to the entrance, quickly scanning the layout of the lobby. Upon entering, there was a general merchandise display cabinet containing everything from toothpaste and toothbrushes, detergent, sanitary napkins, disposable towels, to underwear and socks. All sorts of things were piled together carelessly. At the bottom were various kinds of cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and other side dishes. Near the elevator wall stood a large coat rack and glass counter filled with items she had gathered during previous outings at zero cost. The glass cabinets displayed weapons and bracelets. To the left was the cash register, and next to it, in the corner, was a big freezer stocked with cold water, drinks, and popsicles. After pondering a bit, Jiang Yao bought a smaller storage cabinet and moved the sanitary supplies from the general merchandise counter into it. She then called over Jiang Yi and instructed him to move the small storage cabinet upstairs to the 3rd floor, placing it near the public restroom's washing machine. She also added an identical display cabinet by the elevator on the 4th floor and purchased a POS machine, spending a total of 515 points. The large general merchandise cabinet at the entrance was replaced with a smaller cabinet that only sold cigarettes and alcohol, located beside the weapon cabinets. As for the large coat rack, she simply had the system recycle it, replacing it with 2 small racks. Jiang Yao placed the underwear, pants, and clothes inside, and had the system move it outside the communal bathing area on the 3rd floor. Since there was no public bath on the 4th floor, she left it near the public restroom. This way, everyone could buy fresh clothes directly when going to take a shower. After making these arrangements, Xiaoxiang took out paper and pen, beginning the daily stock reconciliation and restocking process from the tobacco and liquor cabinet. Lan Yu followed behind Xiaoxiang enthusiastically and possibly causing trouble. Jiang Yao returned behind the cash register, sitting cross-legged on the couch, chin propped up by her hand as she contemplated. She wondered whether she should open another branch at the main base. The situation here at the main store was already relatively stable, and she didn't have to worry about customer flow in the short term. The construction teams from the base, relocated survivors, residents, and even rescue teams heading outside the city for further exploration all required food, water, and accommodations. This meant there was bound to be plenty of income in the form of points. System, open the restaurant interface. Let's see how many points I've accumulated. Hotel points, 76,580 points. Mall points, 5,326 points. Remaining exchangeable crystals, level 1 crystal cores/energy stones, 36,878 pieces. Level 2 crystal cores/energy stones, 121 pieces. It seemed that she had been somewhat lax recently, rarely venturing out to hunt higher-level zombies and accumulate more crystal cores. These level 2 crystal cores were collected by Lan Yu and the others while playing outdoors. However, the hot pot shop and fruit shop businesses exceeded expectations, showing that many new customers visited in her absence. Judging from this, the hotel's reputation must have spread across North City. Since the points were sufficient, Jiang Yao no longer hesitated. Building the branch was necessary. Hesitation led to failure. Once someone decided to act on something, the decision often came in a split second. Meanwhile, Luyan had completely fallen for the attractive and powerful energy guns. She took one out from behind the counter, playing with it in her hands, and eventually couldn't resist buying it using crystals. Hiding the gun in her jacket like a thief, she sneaked off toward the upper floors. Behind her, Jiang Yao's icy warning sounded. Weapons are not allowed to be used within the hotel. Consequences will be borne solely by the violator. Luyan felt disappointed. She had been thinking of trying the gun out the window later to test its power, but realized she had been seen through by Jiang Yao. Your disappointment won't help either. If you misbehave, I'll throw you into the midst of zombies. Jiang Yao pointed to the gory scenes on the wall, which began replaying once again. Watching such bloody content in the middle of the night? You're really twisted, Yao Yao. Luyan hastily glanced away from the screen. Too gory. She feared having nightmares tonight. Jiang Yao smirked sarcastically. She hadn't seen such cowardice before when killing zombies. She flicked her finger towards the glass cabinet next to the energy gun. There are communication bracelets over there that allow contact between groups without distance restrictions. Do you need them? Do communication bracelets not require Bluetooth or base station signals? They don't. The bracelet itself acts as a small base station. Jiang Yao yawned wearily, feeling drowsy after eating and drinking to her fill. Let me check it out. Luyan lowered his head and began reading the instructions for the bracelet. Why was she so sleepy? Jiang Yao yawned repeatedly, tears in her eyes as she glanced up at the clock. It was already 7:30. She immediately stood up and briskly walked toward the elevator. Xiaoxiang, turn off the lights. We're closing down for the day. Yes, my lord. If she hadn't looked at the clock, she wouldn't have realized it was already 7:30. Next time, she needed to get a watch that reminded her of shift times. The main reason was today's nightfall came later than usual, causing her to overlook the fact that she'd been working overtime for nearly an hour. Tomorrow, she had to sleep in a bit and wake up late to make up for lost time. However, Luyan's earlier behavior gave her a hint. Those customers all had special abilities and weren't exactly easy to manage. What if they fought in the hotel while she wasn't there and broke something? Wouldn't she then have to spend points to repair everything? No, she had to find a way to prevent this from happening. Stepping out of the elevator, Jiang Yao went into the restroom to brush her teeth. System, is there any equipment that can forcibly suppress the abilities and weapons of guests? This function will unlock automatically after reaching level 5. Please upgrade the hotel sooner. Host. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao remembered something. System, previously we could see the direction and changes after upgrades. Why can't I see the changes of a level 5 hotel now? What does a level 5 hotel look like? The system beeped twice. Hotels are divided into 3 ranks in total. Levels 1 to 4 are low-rank hotels with only basic dining and accommodation functions. Levels 5 to 7 are mid-rank hotels. Mid-rank hotels can unlock various luxury suites, gourmet shops, and all kinds of daily necessity shops. Levels 8 to 10 are high-rank hotels. A high-rank hotel is equivalent to an absolutely safe small fortress where the host can choose franchise options freely and cover everything related to the guest's eating, clothing, accommodation, and transportation, including but not limited to food, medicine, weapons, and clothing. Just as Jiang Yao was indulging in the grand scene depicted by the system. But the tone of the system changed. To reach a high-level hotel, the host needs not only enough points, but also plenty of luck. Luck? What is that, and how do I obtain it? Jiang Yao asked curiously. The system paused for a moment. I cannot tell the host yet. The luck value will appear after the hotel reaches level 7. Alright then. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes. The system always liked to play mysterious. Upgrading to level 7 meant at least earning 5 million points. That was still a long way off. Time to sleep. She'd been busy all day and was completely exhausted. Chapter 118 Kill. Jiang Yao quickly took a hot shower and didn't long after lying down on the bed fell into deep sleep. So she didn't notice. The system was cautiously tucked away in her mind, getting a harsh scolding from the main system. Even the tiny bit of golden light it had collected with great effort dimmed by 3 points. Woo, it would never dare to talk recklessly again. The main system was so fierce. In an old building in the west of the city, Qin Yin and his team just finished their last wave of battle. They were sitting together recuperating. Click click. In the quiet air, only the sound of Zhang Lei replacing the new clip on his gun could be heard. The light from the small lamp in the middle gradually dimmed. Obviously the electricity would soon run out. Li Meng stared at Qin Yin who leaned against the wall resting her eyes, moving her lips silently twice before finally couldn't help but criticize. Captain Qi, our team's mission has already been completed. Why don't we return to the base as soon as possible? Why do you have to go look for a hotel? Are you trying to kill us all? Li Meng, shut up. Zhang Lei didn't expect her to suddenly criticize, looking up and glaring at her. His brows showed nothing but protection for Qin Yin and condemnation for Li Meng. This expression again. People who didn't know would think it was all Li Meng's fault. Clearly, she also awakened with special abilities, precious wood-type abilities. She could grow food. Although now it was only a first-level ability, she could generate at most 1 lettuce a day. But such abilities placed elsewhere, she would definitely be treated as a distinguished guest. Why does everyone still ignore her like this? Li Meng felt a wave of anger surge from her heart, standing up abruptly. Why should I shut up? What qualification do you have to make me shut up? I think the one who should shut up is you. Li Meng, you lower your voice. What are you going to do? The other teammates were surprised and stood up too. What am I going to do? Li Meng stretched out her finger towards Qin Yin who remained quiet in the corner. Why don't you ask her what exactly she wants to do? Our task was completed 2 days ago. Why not hurry back to the base to submit the report? Why do we have to come here from the east area to find a hotel? Why must we endure such hardships because of you? The teammates frowned, collectively falling into silence. Obviously, they all harbored resentment towards Captain Chi's behavior. However, the strongest ability among them belonged to Captain Chi, relying on her protection throughout the journey. Thus no one dared speak actively. Qin Yin's tightly closed eyes gently moved, opening with difficulty. Her eyes were red-rimmed, filled with bloodshot veins. I said it from the start. Qin Yin's voice was hoarse. Her lips cracked due to lack of water for too long. She subconsciously moistened her lips, continuing. There's no need for you to accompany me. The mission has been completed. Those who wish to return to the base can directly go back and hand in the report. It's easy for you to say. Li Ming, holding her chest, looked at her, her eyes full of hatred. How hateful Qin Yin was. Clearly everyone had wooden abilities. Yet her wood vine possessed such strong attack power. Her own abilities could barely protect herself. Her tone was unbearably sharp. We are a team. If we really leave you behind, how will the leaders in the base view us? I see that you are well aware of this, hence deliberately saying those seemingly honorable words telling us to leave. Enough. Li Ming, don't overdo it. Just as the couple followed Qin Yin breaking through from the hotel upstairs, they saw Li Ming pointing fingers and criticizing their captain. Jiang and ran over in a few steps, pushing Li Ming's hand aside, firmly protecting Qin Yin behind him. Husband, quickly give the captain some water. She seems dehydrated. Okay. Shui Junyu pulled out the remaining bottled mineral water from his backpack, squatting down to lift Qin Yin to feed her water. Li Ming glared fiercely at the half bottle of mineral water in Shui Junyu's hand, swallowing hard. She gritted her teeth, sowing discord. Water? Why do you still have water? Isn't the water supposed to be with the space element ability wielder? She's dead already, right? Good job, you've been hiding resources. Shut up. Slap. Jiang turned around and slapped her a big slap across the face. Li Ming felt an intense pain and fell on the ground clutching her face. If you weren't so greedy, trying to provoke that level 3 zombie. If it wasn't to protect you, this burden, how would Captain Chi suffer such severe injuries? And how would Tao Tao die? And now you're saying these things here? Trying to stir up more trouble? And you? Jiang Yin's glare cut like a knife, slowly slicing these so-called teammates piece by piece. Has the captain not been good enough to you all? And at a time like this, you can't even muster up the courage to speak up? If I hadn't come back, would you all be standing here blaming the captain? Her gaze swept over them, making the teammates feel somewhat ashamed, but most still felt entitled. A thin and dark man picked his nose, dismissively waving his hand. She is our captain, shouldn't she treat us well? We're not that bad to her either, right? Besides, it really was her fault. If it weren't for her insisting on coming here, we might all be sleeping comfortably in the base now, instead of being surrounded by zombies waiting to die. Now we can't even say a few words. With someone taking the lead, others began expressing their pent-up grievances. That's right, what have we done? Can't we even complain a little? We haven't eaten for days, we're almost dead. Who has the strength to care about captain or no captain? Whoever can keep us alive should be the captain. Right. Well said. Exactly. At least Li Ming can provide us with food. What can Qin Yin do? She lies there half dead every day and we still need to take care of her? Li Ming deserves to be our captain. Long live Captain Li Ming. Long live Captain Li Ming. Qin Yin, get out of the team. Qin Yin, get out of the team. Seeing everyone supporting her, Li Ming wiped her face and stood up, looking smugly at Jiang Yin. You're so smart, aren't you? You talk so well, don't you? Keep talking then. Humph. Jiang Yin gave a cold snort. Fine. If you all don't want us here, then please leave this room. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and never interfere with each other again. You have 10 minutes. Anyone still here after 10 minutes? Jiang Yin's expression hardened. Kill. Chapter 119, cannot die. Why should we leave? If anyone should leave, it should be you. You despicable woman. How dare you hit me? Haven't you thought that if it weren't for me, would any of you still be alive? Ungrateful ingrate. Li Ming, seething with anger, rushed forward, raising her arm to strike Jiang Yin. Her eyes brimmed with the satisfaction of revenge. This slap was payback. She couldn't believe that with so many people here, they could possibly be threatened by Jiang Yin. Slap. Jiang Yin instantly grabbed her hand, and without hesitation, slapped her back. Li Ming spun around like a top, her cheeks visibly swelling until she looked like a pig's head. Jiang Yin was a strength-type mutant. Even holding back, she could easily deal with Li Ming, who had only just awakened her abilities and was practically useless. Stiffened darkness. You're crazy. Li Ming clutched her dazed head on the ground for a long time. Jiang Yin let out a cold laugh, kicking her in the stomach with force. Am I crazy? Yes, I am crazy. Today I will beat you, you troublemaker, to death. Zhang Lei quickly rushed forward to pull Jiang Yin away, standing in front of Li Ming to shield her. Jiang Yin, stop hitting her. She'll really die if you keep going. Li Ming's face was full of fear as she belatedly realized that this woman really wanted to kill her earlier. Seeing Zhang Lei coming over, she felt like she'd found her savior, crawling toward him and hiding behind him. As Jiang Yin stared at her expressionlessly, Zhang Lei tightened his grip on her arm, but showed no signs of scolding her. Instead, his face displayed concern. Jiang Yin, calm down. If you kill her now, how will the captain and everyone else survive? Jiang Yin shook her right hand, which had gone slightly numb, and forcibly broke free from him, giving him a cold glance. Oh, Zhang Lei, you're still alive? I thought the zombies got you. Even before leaving, she had explicitly instructed him to take care of the captain. But was this how he had taken care of her? They had insulted the captain so much, yet he didn't even know how to protect her? What are you talking about? Zhang Lei's face darkened. No matter how good-tempered someone is, hearing something like that suddenly can't help but make them lose control. Besides, Zhang Lei always prided himself as the elder brother of the team and usually cared for his teammates. This was the first time Jiang had so openly disrespected him. But as his peripheral vision caught the gaze of his teammates, and considering his consistent reputation for being kind and honest, he ultimately chose to remain steadfast in front of Li Ming and not move. Seeing that he still dared to block her, Jiang was immediately filled with anger. Get out of my way, otherwise I'll beat you too. Shaoan, give your brother some respect. Can you calm down? Zhang Lei's face was tense, yet he wasn't afraid of Jiang's threat. He simply thought Jiang was speaking in anger. After all, he and Jiang had worked together as husband and wife for so long. Although her temper wasn't great, she had never attacked a teammate. I said get out of the way. Jiang's already limited patience had finally run out. She delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Lei's thigh. With a loud thud, Zhang Lei lost his balance, his knees crashing onto the ground. Despite the excruciating pain causing him to sweat profusely, he refused to step aside and let Jiang pass. Shaoan, you. Shut up. Pang. Without hesitation, Jiang kicked him hard in the stomach again. Zhang Lei's abdomen took the heavy blow, and for a moment, it felt like his internal organs had shifted. Clutching his stomach, he curled up on the ground, extremely pale-faced. Is she serious? The teammates gasped involuntarily, exchanging looks before taking several steps back. Jiang, how dare you attack Brother Zhang? A female voice screamed furiously from the crowd. A frail-looking woman then ran out. It seemed she wanted to help Zhang Lei up, but due to her own weakness, after multiple attempts, she failed. In the end, she extended both arms to block Jiang's path. I won't let you touch Brother Zhang even a hair. If you want to kill Brother Zhang, you have to trample over my dead body. What an idiot dares to speak such words and risk her life? The teammates exchanged odd glances toward the woman who had spoken earlier. Oh, it's her. Never mind then. This person was a survivor saved by the captain and Zhang Lei from the mouths of the zombies. But they all thought this woman might have mental issues, running around Zhang Lei all day, claiming she wanted to repay him for saving her life. She also constantly proclaimed in front of everyone that Captain Qi was always trying to seduce Zhang Lei and wanting to be with him. Are you kidding me? Would Captain Qi, such a strong woman, bother trying to allure a man who doesn't even have any special abilities? Although they didn't particularly like Captain Qi either, they weren't stupid enough to fall for this nonsense. Jiang furrowed her brows, looking at the woman with confusion. After pondering for a while, she finally recalled some information about this person from the recesses of her mind. If you're brain dead, go see a doctor. I don't waste words on psychos. Get out of my way. She shoved the woman aside and headed straight for the corner. Li Ming was tightly huddled in the corner. Her face, once somewhat pretty, was now swollen beyond recognition into a pig's head. Terrified and enraged, she shrank further into the wall, scared stiff that Jiang might actually kill her. This is bad. This psycho even has Zhang Lei unable to stop her. Jiang saw her reaction and let out a cold snort. In one fluid motion, she flicked the dagger in her hand and plunged it into the wall just above Li Ming's head. Li Ming went pale, her pupils constricting sharply. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing faint clicking sounds. So close, so incredibly close. Just a fraction more and the blade would have pierced straight into her brain. The dagger hovering over her head was a stark warning. Jiang was letting her know that she could kill her anytime without hesitation. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang's voice laced with killing intent cut through the air. If you don't want to leave, die here then. Your choice. Without waiting for Li Ming's reply, she turned and walked towards Qin Yan. Captain Qi still lay sprawled on the ground, and Jiang needed to check her condition immediately. Death. At the sound of this word, Li Ming's glazed eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of life. She didn't want to die. She couldn't die. She had to live. She'd just awakened her power and had many good years ahead of her. How could she just die like this? Run, run. Get out of here. She can't die? Chapter 120, Insect Disaster. With all her might, she dragged her weak legs to stand up and pulled the dagger off the wall. She then walked out with the dagger in her hand. Li Ming, don't go. She has no right to drive you away. Zhang Lei vomited a large mouthful of blood and called her name. Li Ming paused for a moment, shaking her head, her eyeballs turning lightly backward. In the next second, she took a deep breath, pretending as if she hadn't heard anything, and left the room directly. Zhang Lei bit his back molar forcefully. If only he had awakened to his supernatural ability. But he didn't dare say much anyway. He was just an ordinary person with physical abilities not even as good as Li Ming's first-stage awakened individual. He also received 2 kicks from Jiang earlier, suffering severe internal injuries. Now he couldn't even stand up. Jiang had vented her anger, but by now she had calmed down more. She went to Qin Yan's side, crouched down, and examined her injuries. Qin Yan's wound was inflamed, and she was burning with fever, her face bright red. She could vaguely sense people constantly arguing around her, but no matter what, she couldn't hear clearly. Until someone stuffed a bitter pill into her mouth and sweet water poured inside. She unconsciously swallowed the medicine and water, and her consciousness grew hazy again. Captain, be good. After taking the medicine, you'll get better soon. Jiang patted the captain's head and comforted her to take the anti-inflammatory drugs she had found earlier. Then she stood up, drew the heavy sword from behind her, and turned it to point at everyone. From the perspective of the teammates, the blade still bore traces of dark red blood stains. Aren't you guys leaving yet? Do you all want to die here? We won't leave. You driving us away now is no different from killing us. Unless, you split the supplies you brought back equally among us. Jiang dangerously narrowed her eyes. Impossible. Then we absolutely will not leave. The thin black man shouted. Yes, if you don't split the supplies, we won't leave. Shuiyu had already fed Qi Nian the last drop of water. Hearing these teammates talk about supplies, he instantly became enraged. There are no supplies. There's nothing outside anymore. We couldn't find anything when we went out. Impossible. The teammates stared intently at the bag Shui Junyu held in his arms, their eyes full of greed. We saw it just now. Shui Junyu, what's in your bag? Are they food and water? You even managed to find medicine? We're teammates. Shouldn't the things you found be shared with us? Everyone was restlessly waiting for the first person to rush forward to grab the stuff. Once they start, they would quickly swarm and tear Shui Junyu apart. Foolish dream. Jiangyan stood up, her pretty face cold, staring at the people opposite her, a sneer curling at the corners of her lips. Don't say that we have nothing. Even if we do, we wouldn't share anything with people like you, who have wolf hearts and dog livers. Hee. Jiangyan, stop being this way. At the end of the day, we're all one family. The thin black man flickered his eyes and let out a dry laugh, trying to mediate. We are all brothers and sisters who live and die together. Why make relations so tense? If you find any food, give us all a portion, and we'll pay you double when we return, okay? Jiangyan remained unmoved. You have 2 minutes. Leave or die. What did you say? Bitch, hand over the stuff immediately, or we won't be polite to you. Why bother talking nonsense? Just rush forward and grab it. Whoever grabs it first owns it. Several men roared and rushed towards Shui Junyu, reaching to snatch the bag in his arms. I'd like to see who dares. Jiangyan raised her long sword to block in front of Shui Junyu. Her heavy sword swung horizontally, and blood flashed. The man rushing in front could only manage a scream of pain before being split into 2 by Jiangyan. Wherever the sword pointed, blood flowed in rivers. Blood droplets slowly dripped from the edge of the sword, and Jiangyan wiped her face casually, looking up at everyone. Anyone else? Come on all together. The remaining few dodged in time, drenched in their companion's blood. This scene made them feel numb on the scalp, hesitating for a while, not daring to move closer. Zhang Lei felt oppressed in his heart. Crazy. Jiangyan was indeed crazy. They just wanted to see some food, and she actually killed people right away. Wasn't she afraid of being expelled from the base later? Jiangyan certainly didn't care. For now, the ones who should be scared were not her. She extended 3 fingers and began counting down. 3. The team members looked at each other. A small half of them backed down and left. 2. Zhang Lei realized she was truly determined and forced himself to say through gritted teeth, help me up, let's go. All right. The woman fumbled to support Zhang Lei, bearing half of his weight on her. The 2 of them leaned on each other as they walked toward the door. 1. Either leave or die. Jiangyan stepped forward with her sword, its blade quivering slightly. A shriek pierced through the air, blood splashing everywhere. The man closest to her had both arms chopped off. Go, we're leaving now. Don't block the way in front. Hurry and run. The black skinny man pushed aside the teammate blocking the doorway, stumbling anxiously towards the exit, fearful of being killed by the devil behind him even if delayed by a second. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Roar, 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 roar. The heavy scent of blood spread out quickly, soon followed by clear groans from zombies below. Everyone's faces turned instantly. They've messed up. They were so busy fighting that they forgot this area was infested with high-level zombie hordes. Zombies are highly sensitive to the scent of the living, let alone such a strong smell of fresh blood. Surely, more than one group of zombies would have picked up the scent and be heading this way. The zombie horde is coming. A terrified male voice sounded. One of the survivors looked down through the window and nearly fainted from fear, collapsing onto the floor. Shuiyu glanced in the same direction, his pupils suddenly contracting. The zombie groups downstairs had started stacking themselves on top of each other. In just a few seconds, the stack reached as high as 1 floor. Upon seeing this, a member of the rescue team went pale. They've shown intelligence. They can climb buildings. There must be at least a level 3 zombie leader among them. We're done for. Shuiyu quickly scanned the incoming zombie horde surrounding them, finding the weakest gap in their defenses. He made a quick decision and tore apart an old piece of clothing, preparing to strap Qi Nian onto his back. Jiangyan, it's unsafe here anymore. Quickly, help lift the captain onto my back. Tie her securely, and you lead the way ahead. We need to rush out as soon as possible. Okay. The next morning, a shout erupted outside the hotel. What the hell? Why are there so many bugs all of a sudden outside? Shit, they're crawling on me. Zhang Jing, quick, help me brush them off. What the hell? I hate bugs the most, As Lu Yin and others stepped out of the safe zone of the hotel, they found the ground swarming with various types of insects. Every step produced a crunchy sound. Long-legged centipedes, hard-shelled black beetles, slimy mollusks, leaving trails of sticky white slime on their boots as they crawled past. It was as if these bugs had all agreed to emerge overnight from beneath the earth. Look over there. Zhang Jing's sharp eyes immediately spotted the garbage pile across the street where they had disposed of the zombie bodies. The stench of decomposing flesh filled the air around the garbage pile, which also happened to be the worst hit spot for insects. Leon casually picked up a rock and threw it at the pile. With a buzz, he startled a huge cluster of dense green-headed flies. Underneath the flies lay a mass of squirming maggots, all white and wriggling. Chapter 121. Boss Jiang has arrived. Ugh, Xiao Ro has a shallow stomach, and at the sight of the scene, her face turned green. She couldn't help but cover her chest and threw up. Are you alright? Qingyang stood beside her, gently patting her back to soothe her breathing. Qing Snow saw this and quickly ran back to the dining room to fetch a cup of water, handing it to her once she'd finished vomiting so she could rinse her mouth. The expressions on everyone else's faces weren't any better either. This was simply too disgusting. Before, with the snow covering it, they hadn't noticed much during the cold weather, but now that the snow had melted, the smell was unbearable. They should have been more diligent and dragged these things further away before discarding them. Slap. Pang Weiwei felt an itch on her face, and with a slap, she killed a large black mosquito bloated with blood in her hand. Pang Weiwei nonchalantly flicked off the mosquito's corpse and scratched her face twice. There are so many bugs here. I assume it's the same outside. Can we still go out today? After thinking for a moment, Little Yang adjusted his glasses and reined in Pinyin, his dog that had become overly enthusiastic upon stepping outside. It must be due to the sudden warming of the weather, causing the insect eggs originally buried underground to hatch prematurely. Everyone needs to be careful not to get bitten. I can see that many of these are poisonous insects. Though their toxins aren't lethal, getting bitten will still cause quite some discomfort. White Lotus kept swatting away the midges flying everywhere, her delicate eyebrows tightly furrowed into a knot. Then can we still go out and kill zombies today? I don't have many crystal cores left. Behind White Lotus followed a tall man who rarely smiled. The man patted a bug crawling up her trouser leg and said gently, "If you're afraid, don't go out these days. I'll find the crystal cores myself." White Lotus smiled brightly at him. "Thanks, Brother Lu. But I don't trust leaving you alone. I still want to go with you." Old Zhang snorted. "How big of a deal is this? Just some pests? Look how scared you all are. Step aside, let us go first." With that, he stepped forward. "Let's go, Old Lu. Today, no matter what, we have to take down that level 3 zombie." Coming. Old Lu and Old Zhao each carried a shovel and followed behind him. These were weapons chosen after extensive experimentation to be the best ones. They could attack when needed, defend when necessary, and one swipe could burst the head of an ordinary zombie. Little Yang tapped Lu Yan on the shoulder. "Let's go. By the way, Captain, didn't you say you got new weapons yesterday? Let us see their power soon, alright?" Lu Yan nodded. "Alright, everyone, let's prepare to depart." Qingyang furrowed his brows and stopped everyone. Wait for me. I'll be right back." Upon seeing all these bugs as soon as they went outside, Qingyang immediately led his daughter back to a safe place. As such, only their bodies remained untouched by the bugs. Seeing that everyone decided to still go out today, she thought for a moment, then returned to the hotel, grabbed a pack of cotton swabs and a large bottle of flower essence. She also tore up her old clothes from the room into strips and distributed them among the team members. "Everyone, use these to tie up your pants cuffs and sleeves like this." Saying this, she thoroughly checked every inch of her daughter's body, sprinkling flower essence on her inner clothes, then used fabric strips to tightly bind around her daughter's pants cuffs and sleeves. She ensured that no bugs could creep inside through the seams. Finally, she pulled out the sticks of the cotton swabs and stuffed the cotton balls into her daughter's ears to block the holes. After completing all these steps, Qingyang crouched down, covered her eyes, and softly asked, "Can you still hear mommy talking?" Qingsnow lightly nodded. Watching this entire routine made Lu Yan impressed. "Wow, Qingyang, you're really smart. With this, we can avoid those bugs from getting under our clothes." Qingyang, while tying her own pant cuffs, shook her head. "It can only prevent some. Mainly, everyone still needs to be careful. This method was merely treating the symptoms and not the root cause. If they wanted to go out in this environment, they would need something that repelled insects. It was uncertain if the flower essence would have any effect." Liang mimicked her actions and rushed back to the hotel to buy a bag of cotton swabs. He waved grandly towards his teammates. "Brothers, hold off going out for now. First, find something to tightly bind the cuffs of your shirts and pants, and plug your ears. Be cautious not to get bitten by these poisonous insects. Receive." "Alright, boss." Jiang Yao woke up when it was already 11:30 in the morning. Bang bang bang. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the living room door. Lan Yu's anxious voice pierced through the wooden door. "Sister, come out quick. Something's wrong at the hotel." Jiang Yao sprang up from the bed like a rocket, grabbed her coat, and headed out. "What's wrong? What happened? Don't panic, just lead me over to check." "System, what exactly happened? Why didn't you remind me? The reminder function was turned off by you, the host, a few days ago. This can't be blamed on the system." Jiang Yao gave an awkward smile. Seemed like, perhaps, maybe, there was indeed such a matter. "Sister, come with me quickly." Lan Yu grabbed Jiang Yao's hand and ran towards the elevator, explaining the situation to her while they ran. Earlier, guests came back from outside for lunch. They were just eating when their entire bodies began swelling up red. Then they all clutched at their necks and fell down. Now everyone suspects that there is something wrong with our food, so they are gathering downstairs in protest. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the first floor. Jiang Yao stepped out of the elevator quickly, only to be hit by a pungent smell of rotten meat. The restaurant was in chaos with a cacophony of voices. My son, if anything happens to you, how will I go on living? Whoa, husband, wake up. Please hang on, Miss Jiang is coming. Dear, how have you turned into this? Someone, please save my wife. I'll trade all my crystal cores for her cure. Please, anyone, save her. The boss, I want to see Manager Jiang. Eating here has led to this. She must give us an explanation. Manager Jiang has arrived. Someone sharp-eyed noticed the elevator door opening and shouted. Chapter 122. Where's the problem? A middle-aged woman pushed past the person in front of her and rushed forward, kneeling down with a thud in front of Jiang Yao. Boss Jiang, please save my husband. Please, I'll give you however many crystal cores you want. Jiang Yao remembered this woman and her husband. They were long-term guests who had stayed at the hotel for quite some time. Don't do this. Get up first. She quickly reached out to help the woman up. But the woman either lost strength in her legs or something else happened because as soon as Jiang Yao let go, she collapsed again with a thud. I beg you save him. Save him, woo 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 woo. The woman covered her face and cried loudly. The woman was too emotional, unable to hear what Jiang Yao was saying. She released her and took a few steps back into the crowd. In the middle of the crowd, dozens of people lay stiff on the ground. There were men, women, and children, and the only thing they all had in common was that they all had blisters of varying sizes on their bodies. The blisters were bright red, as if their skin had been severely burned by something. Only the slight rise and fall of their chests indicated that they were still alive. Seeing her move, everyone surrounded Jiang Yao. Boss Jiang, what exactly is going on here? Why are people like this after just having dinner? Boss Jiang, please save everyone. How can we dare to stay here otherwise? Yes, Boss Jiang. What is really happening here? You must give us an explanation. Jiang Yao was distracted by the noise. Everyone, quiet down. No one listened to her. Everyone continued to chatter nonstop. Please calm down and listen to me first. Jiang Yao raised her voice and lifted her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Woo woo woo, what should we do? My child, woo woo woo. What exactly is wrong with them? It does seem like poisoning. Could it really be the food here? No way. Haven't we been eating this food every day without any issues? The restaurant now resembled an early morning market, filled with constant chatter and noise. Jiang Yao twitched at the corner of her forehead a couple of times, then pulled out her megaphone and turned the volume up to the maximum, enunciating each word clearly. Quiet down. Everyone's eardrums buzzed, and the scene immediately fell silent. Seeing that she had captured everyone's attention, she lowered the volume of the megaphone a bit before speaking again. Everyone, rest assured. I will investigate the cause of this condition among our customers as soon as possible and find a solution. I ask for your patience. The man hidden among the crowd immediately spoke up in contradiction. Who knows if this wasn't poison from you? Hand over the antidote immediately, or we'll wreck your hotel. Jiang Yao instantly turned her head and locked onto the direction the man was speaking from, gesturing for Jiang Yi to act. There's no benefit to me if customers die. I have no reason to do something so unproductive. I now suspect you may be the one responsible for the poisoning. Xiao Xiang, grab him. Muzzle him. Once Xiao Xiang bound the man and set him aside under supervision, Jiang Yao looked at everyone and spoke again. I hope all of you can remain absolutely quiet. The more you speak now, the greater the danger to your loved ones. Pausing for a moment, she continued. If you want me to take action, monitor each other and maintain silence. Xiao Xiang, Wan Yu, keep a close watch. Anyone who tries to obstruct me next might be the real culprit behind the poisoning. With those words, those who had previously thought of taking advantage of the chaos and causing trouble quickly became obedient. They dared not speak or move recklessly anymore, because standing around them were the family members and friends of patients awaiting treatment, each pair of eyes glaring fiercely at the strangers around them. When the restaurant finally grew completely silent, Jiang Yao slowly walked to the nearest patient and observed. This was a man, and his symptoms already appeared severe. His body was full of red swollen ulcers. His entire skin had swollen into large water-filled bubbles, even showing signs of accumulated fluid moving inside. Next to the man lay a woman. However, the woman's symptoms were relatively milder. Her skin had just begun to swell, not reaching the most serious point yet. At a glance, there were at least 5 to 60 patients like this in the restaurant, all exhibiting identical symptoms of swelling and ulceration. What did these people have in common? System, scan the cause of their disease and identify the treatment. 50 points. Take away, hurry up with the scan. After silently instructing the system, Jiang Yao pointed at the 2 people in front of her and questioned. Raise your hands if you're relatives of these 2. 2 people in the crowd raised their hands. Tell me everything they've done today and where they've been. Don't miss a single detail. The 2 said together. Jiang Yi, you come over and take charge of the recording, focusing on noting down the overlapping points in their movements. After speaking, Jiang Yao randomly pointed to 2 other patients. The family and friends of these 2 also come over. Similarly, recount their trajectories. Zhang Er, you take the notes. The system then emitted a somewhat surprised electronic tone. I found it. The symptoms of these people are very clear. They were bitten by mutated poisonous mosquitoes. A common antidote can resolve the toxins within them. Bitten by poison mosquitoes? Where do these poison mosquitoes come from? Isn't it winter now? However, after understanding the cause and knowing how to treat it, half of the heavy burden on Jiang Yao's heart finally lifted. How much antidote is needed? Can mixing the antidote with water and drinking 2 sips solve the issue? Just feed them as you see fit. Those with severe symptoms should drink more, those with milder symptoms can drink less. But I must warn the host that time is tight. These mosquitoes parasitize in blood. Do you see the man next to you? I estimate that the eggs inside his body will mature within 10 minutes at most. Once matured, the poison mosquitoes will break out directly. At that time, not only will no one be able to save him, but probably none of the customers in this room will escape either. Jiang Yao sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Hiss. What kind of poison mosquito is this vicious? Could it really incubate eggs inside people? Because they've mutated. All living beings in this world are mutating. Humans can already awaken to superpowers, so why wouldn't insects mutate too? So does the host want to buy the antidote? Jiang Yao looked up and saw the despairing, numb, or pleading gazes of the survivors before her. She trembled at the sight. At the end of the day, these were all her compatriots. How could she possibly just watch them die? She decided. A bloody great sale, 5 second-level crystal cores for a tube of antidote. Just as she made up her mind, Jiang Yi and Jiang Er had finished recording and returned to her side. Master, we've completed the records. Both of them went to capture zombies near Bridge East Street this morning. Master, the 2 on my side also went to Bridge East Street this morning. Bridge East Street. It's Bridge East Street. Yes. My grandson mentioned before he left that they would go to Bridge East Street today to kill zombies. An old woman suddenly cried out in realization. Seeing everyone's eyes turn towards her, she felt somewhat timid. Grandma, please continue. Be specific. Only knowing the exact situation can I think of ways to rescue all of you. Jiang Yao encouraged her gently. The old woman nodded, carefully thought for a moment, and then began to speak. I remember that my little grandson came back last night saying that they found a large group of second-level zombies near Bridge East Street. He also said that they would go there again today to sweep through. He added that he could get more crystal cores this time, so when he got back, he would buy me a watermelon to taste. But shortly after returning home, he changed into this state. After her words, everyone immediately expressed agreement. That's true. That's absolutely right. My friend also mentioned yesterday going there. My son too. My son also went there and ended up like this. My family members too. The customers on site suddenly understood. So, the problem wasn't with the hotel, but at Bridge East Street. Since everyone had already guessed, Jiang Yao didn't hide it any longer. All these people have been bitten by mutated poison mosquitoes. The red swellings and ulcers on their bodies are due to the poison eggs laid by mosquitoes inside them. Once the eggs burst forth from their bodies, both them and all of you may likely lose your lives. Chapter 123, Dilemma. What? How could this happen? The old woman's face changed drastically, and her withered face was streaming with tears. It's all my fault. It's all because I am useless. If I could also go out and kill zombies, my grandson wouldn't have gone to that harmful place for the crystal cores. Whoa, it's all my fault, my fault. A young man nearby seemed to think of something, limping over on one leg, and looked at Jiang Yao full of hope. Boss Jiang. Since you know how this injury came about, surely you must have a way to solve it, right? If you can save my lover, I'm willing to give as many crystal cores as you need. I just beg you to save her. The man had come here with his lover. She was only 25 years old. They had been married for 4 years and were deeply in love. If the zombie outbreak hadn't suddenly happened, they would have welcomed a lovely baby this year. His parents turned into zombies on the day of the outbreak, and later his lover's mother also passed away, leaving only the two of them struggling to survive in this world. Later, when they went out looking for supplies, they encountered a group of 50 or 60 people at a small supermarket, most of whom were beautiful women. Those women held baseball bats, each more ruthless and decisive than the last. They fought the zombies like their lives depended on it. These people left water and food for the couple and informed them that there was a restaurant in the West District where people could awaken to superpowers. They originally intended to leave the place they lived and seek a new life elsewhere. After hearing this news, they immediately decided to follow the group to the Boundless Worlds Hotel. Later, both he and his lover awakened to superpowers. He had wind powers, and his lover had fire powers. His lover often teased him, saying they were a great duo, one who fanned flames and another who ignited them. They always hunted zombies together during their missions. But yesterday, he accidentally injured his foot, so he stayed at the hotel today to rest. Not long ago, his lover was still boasting to him about collecting many crystal cores that morning. She said tomorrow they wouldn't leave, planning instead to stay home and rest. But within an instant, she collapsed into unconsciousness, fell to the ground, and then her entire body swelled up, foaming at the mouth, clearly gravely injured. Now, the man couldn't even squeeze a tear from his eyes as he closed his sore eye sockets tightly. Silent grief runs deep. He and his lover relied on each other. They were the anchors of each other's lives. He had already resolved that if anything happened to his lover, he would not live alone in this world, to live under the same quilt, and to be buried in the same grave. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yao's expression softened somewhat. This person is pretty reasonable. Not bad. She liked him. This person's family member could be treated first. Still, she pretended to hesitate. I indeed have a vial that can detoxify, but its ingredients are precious and the production process is intricate and complex. This is a treasure I've kept to save my own life. The man's face lit up with joy. He took out a dusty cloth bag from his chest, trembling as he handed it to Jiang Yao. I have them. I have crystal cores. All of my crystal cores are yours. Piles of crystal cores spilled onto the table, glittering under the room's light. There are 22nd tier crystal cores and 31st tier crystal cores here. Is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll go kill zombies now, collect crystal cores. Please grant me the medicine, please. The man's face alternated between crying and laughing, and his whole body was shaking slightly. We also have crystal cores. We do. Please, Master Jiang, give us the medicine. I offer 60 crystal cores, treat my wife first. 70. Iggy, treat my son first. 100 crystal cores. Second tier. The bids escalated higher and higher, reaching 300 second tier crystal cores per dose. Jiang Yao remained silent, neither speaking nor stopping them, merely smiling enigmatically as she watched them bid fiercely. At this moment, everyone realized they had argued amongst themselves quite happily, but the key issue was that Boss Jiang hadn't made any statements at all from start to finish. Wasn't that all for nothing? Are you all done? When the room became completely quiet, Jiang Yao slightly arched an eyebrow. She took out 70 newly prepared antidote vials from her space pouch, opened the packaging, and placed them neatly on the counter. Faint whispers began to ripple through the restaurant again. That is medicine? So much medicine? Boss Jiang is generous. Let's not argue anymore. With this much medicine, surely everyone can buy some. Chill. Be quiet. Without raising her head, Jiang Yao said, quiet down, don't cause trouble. Once Jiang Yi gives the green light, anyone who makes noise will be thrown out directly. Yes, master. After finishing, Jiang Yao started organizing everything methodically. Next, the relatives whose patients I mentioned come take the medicine. Each vial costs 5 second-tier crystal cores. Little Xiang, come here to prepare for collecting crystal cores, and after finishing, come to me to pick up the antidotes. This one, and this one. The family members of these patients come up to collect the medicine first. She looked around and pointed at a few guests who clearly showed severe symptoms. There wasn't much time left for them, so they needed priority treatment. The relatives she indicated were filled with joy, hurrying over to little Xiang to obediently form a long line. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you. The first in line was none other than the limping man from earlier. Little Xiang had already returned his crystal cores bag after recounting them. He carefully took out 5 second-tier crystal cores from his cloth bag, then respectfully received the vial from Jiang Yao's hand, holding it close and feeding it to his lover. Everyone gathered around them, eyes glued to the woman's condition. Hey, you all, take a look, she's better. She's really better. This medicine works, it really does. Boss Jiang is truly extraordinary. As the medicine melted instantly upon entering her mouth, the woman's breathing immediately stabilized and deepened. The red swelling on her face gradually subsided, and the ulcers visibly began to heal as her eyelids slowly opened. Confused by what she saw, she instinctively reached out for the familiar hands beside her. Husband, what happened to me? Upon seeing her reaction, the man knelt down halfway, supporting her back to help her sit up. I'm here. I've always been here. My love, you're finally awake. How are you feeling now? Any discomfort anywhere? Seeing the woman shake her head, the crowd fully relaxed. It worked, that was good. As long as their loved ones could be saved, earning more crystal cores would always be possible. People formed an orderly queue, each handing over their crystal cores directly to little Xiang, and then rushing to feed the antidote to poisoned family or friends. Witnessing the full body swelling recede rapidly before their eyes, everyone felt both elated and concerned. They were thrilled that Boss Jiang was willing to share such miraculous medicine to aid them. Yet they also worried because conditions outside were worsening day by day. Earning crystal cores would only become harder moving forward. Without crystal cores, they wouldn't be able to stay long-term in the hotel and would have to face those strange venomous insects again. It was a dilemma with no clear solution. Chapter 124, Dealing with the Bugs. Lan Yu stood behind Jiang Yao. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, he waved his hand. Well, if there's nothing else, everyone can go back to what they were doing. Don't crowd on the first floor anymore. It's interrupting our work. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Manager Lan. We'll head back to our rooms. Go ahead. As people dispersed, Lan Yu pulled the man who had been yelling about tearing down the hotel to Jiang Yao. Sister, what should we do with this guy? Should we let him continue to stay at the hotel? The man tried to smile apologetically, but with his mouth gagged, he could only mumble incoherently, shaking his head as his eyes pleaded for mercy from Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao gave him a casual glance, unwilling to waste her energy on someone with ill intentions. Violation of the store rules. Throw him straight into the zombie group. All right. Jiang Yao walked out the door intending to observe the current situation outside. However, as soon as she stepped outside, the sight before her shocked her. Within the safe perimeter of the restaurant, everything seemed normal, but everywhere else was a wasteland of desolation. It wasn't too much to call it a living hell. Trash, decaying bodies, flies, bugs, scorpions, centipedes, and snakes of vibrant colors twisted and intertwined, making the place uninhabitable for humans. Just one look made Jiang Yao's scalp tingle uncontrollably. No, something must be done to clean all these disgusting things up. Not only was it unpleasant to the eye, but it would also severely impact her business. With all the bugs swarming near the entrance, how could customers possibly feel safe coming here? Boss, is this an insect swarm? The commotion below disturbed Shen Xingchen, who had been packing up things with her sister inside the house, preparing to move. When she descended the stairs and saw the pile of patients lying near the entrance, her heart sank. Their symptoms closely resembled those bitten by mutated insect beasts. In a few quick steps, she went to the doorway and looked out, immediately feeling despair upon seeing the scene. She confirmed it. It was indeed an insect swarm. Such insect swarms often occurred during the transition between winter and spring. If her memory served right, it had just been snowing outside the hotel not long ago. 10 years ago, Ginseng had experienced a large-scale insect swarm, when their city's protective dome was only capable of blocking wind and sand, a mid-level shield. Those insects followed the human scent, burrowing underground into the city and causing countless deaths among the residents. Her father died during that insect swarm, and so did Yao Yao, the little girl adopted by her mother after that disaster. That battle dealt nearly catastrophic damage to Ginseng. What was once a relatively prosperous city became nearly empty. The underground water source of Ginseng was completely depleted, and it has never reappeared to this day. It was because of this almost city-destroying disaster that the main city decided to spare no expense in upgrading all survivor cities' protective domes to the highest level. But wasn't this another world? Why would there be such large-scale insect swarms here in another world? She didn't even have time to think further when she saw Jiang Yao stepping outside and rushed forward to pull her back. Mr. Jiang, don't go out there. These bugs have been hungry all winter, and now they need to replenish their nutrients. As soon as you step out, you'll become their food. Jiang Yao looked oddly puzzled. Do you know what this is? Shen Xingchen's breathing suddenly quickened, and her dark eyes filled with fear. Looking at the scene before her, flashes of the horrific nightmares decades ago returned vividly to her mind. She closed her eyes momentarily, as if trying to shake off those memories. It's an insect swarm. They're very dangerous. I witnessed it when I was young. Jiang Yao quickly asked, do you know how to deal with these bugs? Shen Xingqian stared blankly at her for a moment, then helplessly shook her head, a bitter smile pulling down the corners of her lips. There's nothing we can do. There will always be insect eggs where there is land. We can only wait. Jiang Yao was surprised. She hadn't expected such an answer, so she pressed further. Wait? For what? Until the temperature rises or drops. Mutated insect beasts reproduce rapidly, but their lifespans are generally very short, usually not exceeding 3 months. Once the breeding-friendly season of spring passes, the bugs will retreat back underground to hibernate again. Jiang Yao furrowed her brows, perceiving the unspoken meaning in Shen Xingqian's words. However, when spring comes next year, the insect swarm will return, won't it? Yes. That's troublesome. Jiang Yao sighed inwardly. In the previous life, she was struggling to survive in High City around this time. All she remembered was that High City had suffered a large-scale earthquake and tsunami, destroying countless buildings and bases. Unexpectedly, the disaster happening here in Bay City was a bug plague, and quite a severe one at that. She wondered how the authorities handled such plagues in her previous life. But it wasn't hard to guess. It probably involved reinforcing defenses, stockpiling supplies, enhancing security, developing new pesticides, and enduring until the plague subsided. But the authorities might be able to wait. Jiang Yao certainly couldn't. Even though she knew there was a protective shield preventing the bugs from entering the hotel, she simply couldn't stand the idea of these insects settling and breeding around her home. They had to be dealt with as soon as possible. System, does the store have any insecticides that can penetrate underground to kill insect eggs? I'll check for you right away. Hurry up. Jiang Yao turned back, sat behind the cash register, and waited silently for a moment. Found it. The Invincible brand insecticide. Safe, green, and harmless, targeting all kinds of insect beasts and their eggs without damaging the land. How many points does it cost? The system scratched its head in difficulty. Host, this is a product from the interstellar side, and we haven't connected to that plane yet, so? Jiang Yao. If the system had a physical form, she swore she would kick it, but hard with a big leather shoe. If you can't buy it, just tell me. Can you switch to something available instead? The system quietly adjusted its cybernetic glasses. I know you're in a hurry, but please calm down. Let me check the data again. Check quickly. Boss. Shen Xingqian, lost in thought, followed over. Seeing Jiang Yao's worried expression, she tentatively said, if the boss really feels these things are disturbing, I can use a specially made flamethrower to handle the nearby ones first. But I can't guarantee how long it will last. They reproduce too fast. Right? You reminded me. Jiang Yao immediately became full of energy, her eyes brightening. Finding something to temporarily solve the bug problem at the entrance would work too. At worst, she could make Jiang Yi and others work hard to go out every morning and deal with the bugs. After all, it was for the convenience of customers. System, does the store sell large-scale flamethrowers? Preferably ones that can control the flame range and turn these bugs into ash. Let me find it for you. Got it. Here it is. Found it. Let me redirect you to the interface for a look. The system brought up the store interface in front of Jiang Yao, and all the items on the main page turned into various brands of flamethrowers. Strong Flame Quick Spray Gun, starting price 800 points. Suitable for cutting, welding, etc., with the flame temperature reaching over 3,200 degrees. No, this one's design was too cumbersome. It weighed 150 pounds. And from the video description, the sound when it starts is enormous. Too noisy pass. Jiang Yao swiped through the interface and opened the next item details. Plasma Flamethrower, starting price 500 points. Driven by energy stones, it has extraordinary power and a unique firing mechanism. Compact design, can be operated with one hand. This looks pretty good, but still, compare prices from multiple sources before making a decision. Universal brand Durable Flamethrower, starting price 350 points. Various styles, long-lasting. Whether it's for clearing garden weeds, crafting, or dealing with snakes, insects, rats, and ants, it can handle it all easily. This one was also acceptable. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yao finally chose to buy the plasma fire gun for 500 points. Chapter 125, Did the Cave Collapse? This gun appeared to have a stronger power. Most importantly, it had a full intelligent temperature control system, which could automatically identify the target and adjust to the required temperature. It also featured a silent function, allowing her to sleep in without being disturbed when exterminating bugs in the morning. After paying the required points, a pure black flamethrower appeared out of nowhere and landed in Jiang Yao's hands. The gun gleamed with the luster of obsidian. Its nozzle was made from variable material, and its center handling section was curved to fit the shape of the palm, with a thoughtful addition of a velvet cloth wrapping. There was an ignition button for the thumb, as well as a smart temperature control display screen. The rear part resembled a magazine, capable of manual loading and unloading of energy stones. On the magazine was a dark red embossed trademark, featuring an X-shaped icon. Jiang Yao played with the gun in her hands for a while after becoming familiar with its structure and methods of use. She took out the energy stone, loaded it into the gun, and walked out of the door carrying it. She was going outside to test the gun's effect on those mutated bugs. Upon seeing her get up, Shen Xingqian hurriedly followed. His gaze naturally fell on the gun in her hand. Ms. Jiang? Is that a flamethrower in your hand? He had once seen this kind of gun in a weapon shop. He also recognized the emblem on it. It was a prestigious brand from the main city with considerable value. He didn't expect Ms. Jiang to pull something like this out so easily. It seemed her guess was right at first. Ms. Jiang definitely had an extraordinary background. As soon as they stepped outside, the system alert sounded off. Ding. Detection of teleportation gate activation. An otherworldly visitor is being teleported. Jiang Yao was somewhat surprised. Currently, the only otherworldly visitors were Bai Yun and Shen Xingqian. Since Shen Xingqian was right by her side now, it meant the one coming must be Bai Yun. Why would Bai Yun come at this time? Weren't his people still hibernating in the cave? Could it be that they've run out of food and water? With that thought, she called Lan Yu and instructed, "Little Yu, remember, there will be guests coming to the second floor shortly. You can greet them first and find out their needs. I'm going outside to deal with these bugs, but I'll be back soon." "All right," Lan Yu replied cheerfully. A little head soon popped out from the kitchen. "I've got it. Don't worry, leave it to me." Lan Yu detested those dirty bugs outside too, so hearing that Ms. Jiang was about to deal with them brought him great joy. Tiptoeing upstairs, he prepared to welcome the guest mentioned by his sister. Standing within the safety range outside the restaurant door, Zhang Yao adjusted the flamethrower to medium mode and aimed at the swarm of insects near the entrance, pulling the trigger. With a roar, a fiery orange flame surged forth like a dragon's breath, immediately engulfing a large area in front. On the ground, the bugs burst with a series of crackling sounds due to the intense heat. Everywhere it touched, the air twisted and warped under the scorching temperatures. As the flames raged, the bug swarm writhed and struggled. In just a few moments, what was once a dense mass of harmful pests turned into a patch of charred earth. The dancing tongues of fire moved freely, reaping lives mercilessly, much like death's scythe cutting through countless lives. The surrounding areas were filled with the strong stench of burning and various other nauseating smells mixed with decay and blood, creating an overwhelming sensation. The flamethrower worked even better than Zhang Yao anticipated. Within just a few minutes, the entire area of insects had been reduced to ashes. What was most valuable was the controllability of this weapon's burning range. She set it to cover an area of 100 meters in radius, and the flamethrower calculated both the duration and the scope of combustion automatically, ensuring that no major fire accidents occurred while eradicating the bugs. This level of control gave Zhang Yao a great sense of comfort. Having tested the flamethrower's performance, Shen Xingqian voluntarily took over the task. Zhang Yao, thinking Bai Yun was still waiting for her inside, handed over the flamethrower to Shen Xingqian. "All right, be careful. Stay within the protective shield if possible. Let me know if you need anything." "Yeah." Bai Yun hastily emerged from the teleportation gate, but saw only the young merman next to the beast god. "Where's Ms. Jiang? Is Ms. Jiang around? I have urgent news for her." Seeing Bai Yun's disheveled appearance, Lan Yu did not dare to slack. He nodded quickly and reassured him. "Yes, my sister is downstairs. Let me take you down." In a hurry, Bai Yun pushed Lan Yu onto the elevator. "Quickly, faster. There's no time left. My people can't hold on much longer." Ms. Jiang, save us." As soon as Zhang Yao entered the door, she heard Bai Yun's frantic shouts. She hurried forward, asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Sit down and explain slowly." "Xiao Xiang, bring a glass of water over." Bai Yun was incredibly anxious, but upon seeing Zhang Yao, his mood finally eased a little. He looked at Zhang Yao, and his golden vertical pupils immediately filled with tears, making him look pitiful. "Boss Zhang, you have to save us." Zhang Yao frowned, noticing the dust and snow mud on Bai Yun's clothes, along with bruises and wounds on his face and neck. However, his mental state was still okay, and he didn't appear underweight, so it wasn't likely due to a lack of food or clothing. Could it be that their cave was attacked by strange beasts? "Master, here's the hot water." Zhang Yao took the hot water from Xiao Xiang's hands and handed it to Bai Yun. "Come on, drink some water to calm down. Tell me what happened slowly. I'll help you find a solution." Bai Yun took the water, feeling the scorching warmth in his palms, took a few deep breaths, and forced himself to suppress his agitation before speaking. "This morning, the cave suddenly collapsed, injuring many adult clan members." As he said this, his voice choked with emotion, and tears streamed down his face. "Winter won't end for at least another half-month. Our cubs have nowhere to go. I don't know what else to do, but seek your help. We're willing to exchange all our remaining supplies for a place where they can stay. At least until they can survive through this winter." "What?" Zhang Yao was shocked, her eyes widening. She had seen the cave herself. It was built into the mountain, dug out carefully with proper ventilation, insulation, and durability. Thick beams supported its structure all around. How could it possibly collapse all of a sudden? Bai Yun covered his face and broke down in grief. Making this decision meant he would have to abandon all the injured members of his clan. To him, those clan members were not just people. He considered them family, friends, beloved elders. But as the clan leader, he understood his responsibilities, exchanging all the clan's food for the chance to ensure the survival of their race. No matter how painful or heartbreaking it was, he had no other choice. Yet he absolutely wouldn't let his clansmen die without a fight. If the cubs were safe here with the beast god, he would trust them to their care while he searched for a new cave to relocate the injured clan members. He would spare no effort to protect them safely. And if death came, it would come to him first. Death. He didn't want to die. He was still so young. As these thoughts crossed his mind, tears poured down like broken strings of beads. Zhang Yao sighed inwardly, her expression somewhat awkward. Chapter 126, agreed. Zhang Yao was utterly baffled. She patted Bai Yun's broad shoulder. "Stop crying. I didn't say I wouldn't agree with you. If you don't have a place to stay, move into the hotel. There are plenty of rooms." Bai Yun's body suddenly trembled, and he cried even more intensely. Zhang Yao's face froze. "It's not that I haven't agreed already. Why are you still crying?" With a sniffle, Bai Yun said, "You hit my wound. It hurts." Zhang Yao quickly removed her hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you bring the clan members over first? I'll arrange rooms for all of you. You can stay here for a while. After winter ends, you can leave." "Really? Baiyun wiped his tears. His eyes at the corners were red along with his nose. Tears hung on his frosty lashes like morning dew in early winter, reflecting beautifully against the sunrise within his golden irises filled with tears. Jiang Yao just realized how decent this tall Beastman looked. White hair, golden eyes, handsome appearance, muscular and well-built frame, with clear, rugged muscle lines. When crying, he resembled Lin Daiyu who could uproot willows, creating an impressive contrast. Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you? All of you come, and I'll keep rooms reserved for each one. She rested her hand on Baiyun's solid bicep, subconsciously pinching it, and droplets of envious tears fell from the corner of her mouth. These muscles, so beautiful. When would she be able to train to have such good muscles? Feeling the warmth on his arm, Baiyun snapped back to reality. What did I just do? He actually cried in front of the beast god. Oh no, does the beast god think he is useless? Baiyun's ears turned bright red in embarrassment. So embarrassing. He shyly covered his face and muffled out. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Do you need me to go along? For some reason, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered riding on Baiyun in his beast form earlier. Big and mighty, a great white tiger. She grinned in anticipation. Little tiger cubs, they should be easy to play with. In the future, she could sit on the sofa watching TV, holding one tiger cub in her arms, one on her left, one on her right, and another lying under her feet. No, I'll go back now and tell the clan members this news. Go ahead. The more tiger cubs coming, the better. Unaware of Baiyun almost fleeing in embarrassment, Jiang Yao remained lost in her daydream of casually playing with little tiger cubs. Ding dong. Sister, your saliva is dripping. Lan Yu's voice chimed along with the message prompt tone, interrupting Jiang Yao's fantasy. Jiang Yao retracted her foolish grin, instinctively wiping the corner of her mouth. Dry, no saliva. She glared at little Yu. Ho. Lan Yu made a funny face at her, then turned around and dragged Xin Yao out the door to find Xin Xingqian. That flamethrower looked so fun to play with, so off to find Sister Xingqian. Jiang Yao sighed helplessly. She opened her bracelet, where a message from Lin Yueqing awaited. Boss, City Lord by Li Mu has brought a group of black-clothed people looking for trouble, asking for you by name. Come back soon. Picture. Jiang Yao took a look at the picture that came with the message. It seemed like Lin Yueqing had taken a covert photo from behind them. There were roughly a dozen people in the picture, but all showed their backs, making it hard to see their faces. The gender could barely be discerned. Most appeared to be slender women. The most prominent figure stood in the middle, a stout, bald man wearing a high-end suit. To maintain such a corpulent physique during these times of scarce resources clearly suggested that he eats well regularly. He must be the city lord, by Li Xian. Jiang Yao replied. Understood, I'm coming right away. Then, she instructed Xiao Xiang to issue cards for Baiyun's group once they arrived, and open a few 8 bedrooms to rest and recuperate first. They could discuss matters after her return. Xiao Xiang was always reliable, so she felt confident leaving the hotel under his care. In the world of beasts, near the collapsed cave, the snow never ceased, covering every inch of the mountain with thick layers. Whoosh, 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 the sound of cold winds stirring snowflakes striking the ground. Boom. A tree branch bent lower and lower under the weight, and finally broke under the pressure, snapping under the heavy snowfall and crashing onto the ground with a dull sound. Alas, a faint sigh hovered in the air. Do you think our leader managed to convince Lord Beast? Will Lord Beast be willing to help take care of our children? The members of the White Tiger clan huddled together with their young ones, clustering behind the wind-protected rock wall for warmth. I don't know, but I trust that little guy Baiyun. He will definitely persuade the beast god to help us, said Auntie Fat nonchalantly. After being well-fed throughout the winter, Auntie Fat had grown even more robust. She transformed into her beast form, a magnificently colorful giant tiger with vivid patterns on her fur. Standing guard on the outer perimeter, she used her body to isolate the wind and snow, creating a warm shelter for the cubs and the injured members of the clan with her massive frame. The newly born cubs, who couldn't understand what they were talking about, curled up in their mother's arms innocently, drinking milk with their wide, confused eyes half open. Slightly older cubs huddled close to their families, trying to keep warm. Hearing Auntie Fat's voice, Bai Chao hesitantly spoke up. Perhaps, the beast god will agree. She has been so good to us. She wouldn't be heartless. Bailing frowned and cut him off. But we've kept accepting gifts from the beast god while giving very little in return. Isn't it normal if the beast god refused our request? Why would it make her seem heartless? That was true. The clan's spirits were already low. The beast god had helped them immensely already. The fine salt, charcoal, books, food. If not for the beast god, they might never have known how wonderful these things could be. Even if the beast god truly refused their request, there would be no reason to blame her for being heartless. They hadn't deserved any of this generosity in the first place. Gradually, the soft murmurs ceased, and the sound of the wind and snow once again became audible over everything else. Ding dong. Suddenly, a doorbell rang. Ears perked up among the clan members as they listened intently. Ailing, Annie Flower, I'm back. The beast god agreed to let all of us move in with her. Let's not waste any time. Let's go. Chapter 127, Provocation. It's Baiyun. He's back. The clan members were startled, and one by one they looked up. In the air, the silver-white doorframe opened from the inside, and Baiyun emerged with an excited look on his face. The beast god has said he will accept us. Everyone, quickly gather your things and follow me. Unexpectedly, no one moved. Each person stared gravely at the young ones who were surrounded in the center. A lactating female, tears welling in her eyes, bent down to affectionately kiss her baby's soft cheek. then resolved herself and handed the little cub to Bai Ling. "Ai Ling, we leave them in your care." Bai Ling's eyes turned red. She wrapped a down jacket around the small cub tightly and nodded firmly. "Sister, don't worry. I'll take good care of everyone." Bai Yin called out outside for quite some time, but seeing that no one was budging, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been too excited and forgotten to clarify Jiang Yao's intent to everyone. The beast god isn't just taking in the young ones. The entire clan can come through. What? Flower Ant sharply turned her large round head, her tiger-like eyes wide open. "Bai, is what you're saying true? Can we really go together with the young ones?" Whoosh. As if a torch about to go out had been doused with a bucket of gasoline, the atmosphere instantly heated up. Bai Ling hurriedly returned the cub to its mother and squeezed outwards. Brother, is what you're saying all true? Can all of us really live with the beast god?" Everyone fixed Bai Yun with burning eyes, waiting for his response. Hope rekindled in each pair of eyes. They had long heard Bai Yun speak of the place where the beast god resided, warm, bright, luxurious. It was a paradise, far beyond what their cave could compare to. But now, could they truly enter this paradise? True. Everyone, follow me quickly. Even if you aren't afraid of the cold, shouldn't these young ones be concerned? Bai Yun grabbed the remaining food that the clansmen had packed and stepped first into the portal. Oh, long live the beast god. Bai Chao also followed Bai Ling out, feeling as though the piercing cold winds had become warm. Fantastic. They wouldn't have to separate from their clansmen. When Jiang Yao arrived at the branch store, a table of guests sat in the middle of the hall. Other patrons had been squeezed to the edges, leaving a vast vacuum around them. Bai Li Xian received intelligence from Ying and initially found it hard to believe. And it appeared out of nowhere at the city lord's mansion, yet not a single bit of information about the owner could be found. If this was the deputy city lord playing tricks, wasn't that slapping his face directly? Only today when he brought his guard team here did he see a golden sign standing proudly at the shop entrance. On the sign, it said the shop provided clean water that purified pollution and unpolluted food, with unlimited electricity, water, and air conditioning supplied. Through the transparent glass doors, he could see the neat and elegant interior decoration, and several robotic waiters walking around attending to guests. At the cash register stood a huge meal machine, and unknown where the supplies came from. He saw customers swiping their cards, after which the machine delivered packaged hot meals. Seeing the bustling customers in the hotel, Bai Li Xian frowned unhappily. All of them were covered in dust and dirt, unable to even afford a single clean piece of clothing. At a glance, they were nothing but cursed low-class wretches. How could such peasants deserve to eat such delicious meals? If he were the owner of this store, he would definitely double, or no, quadruple, the price. He would carefully select the guests allowed to dine here. These delicacies and water would only be sold to the nobles within the city. As for these scum, giving them a few bones to gnaw on would already be considered grace. Thinking more made Bai Li Xian angrier. Looking at these people inside the shop, he couldn't help but want to drive them all out right now, to prevent dirtying his territory. Lin Yucheng was originally crouching behind the cash register, keeping an eye on Bai Li Xian to prevent him from suddenly attacking anyone in the store. Upon noticing the elevator door behind her opening, she rushed over to greet. "Boss, you've returned." Jiang Yao slightly nodded, her gaze shifting toward the fat man sitting sprawled out in the hall like he owned the place. This obese man, despite having a fat head and big ears, possessed a mature and composed demeanor due to his well-defined features. Noticing the boss's confusion, Lin Yucheng quickly approached and whispered into Jiang Yao's ear. "That's Bai Li Xian, the city lord of Ginseng. As soon as he arrived, he demanded to see you. I'm not sure exactly what he wants, so I alerted you immediately." I understand. You go ahead, I'll handle him." Bai Li Xian was also attracted by the commotion and turned his head toward Jiang Yao. The woman standing before them was a towering figure at 178 centimeters, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She wore a plain white t-shirt on top and a pair of straight-leg denim jeans below. On her feet were a pair of white sneakers. Her exposed skin glimmered as if it could blind someone. She had a full forehead, bright eyes, and a well-defined nose bridge that was slightly upturned. Her complexion was rosy and radiant. Even the spaces under her nails were spotlessly clean, void of any dirt. She exuded freshness and gracefulness, looking far from the typical survivor struggling for life in the wasteland. Bai Li Xian's eyes flickered quickly with admiration as they landed on Jiang Yao. He hadn't expected the hotel owner to be a woman, and such a young, beautiful one at that. But whatever thought crossed his mind, that admiration was soon suppressed. Ahem, puffed up with arrogance, he stood, pretentiously brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. Satisfied when all eyes were on him, he sat back down contentedly. His critical gaze swept around the hotel, feigning disdain. Are you the owner of this place?" "I am," Jiang Yao nodded lightly, her eyes gleaming with interest. It had been a long while since she'd encountered such a guest, so she really wanted to see what kind of trouble this person was going to stir up. Upon hearing her reply, the man's face abruptly changed, slamming his hand hard on the dining table, producing a loud thud. "Who gave you permission to open a store here? Do you have an operating license? Are the ingredients safe? Have you received approval from my city lord's mansion?" Crossing her arms over her chest, Jiang Yao glanced at him curiously. "Then what do you suggest I should do? This didn't seem right." Internally puzzled, Bai Li Xian wondered. Ordinarily, commoners seeing him would tremble like mice encountering a cat, too frightened to speak coherently. This woman looked rather young, and according to his expectations, she should have appeared overwhelmed by his sudden aggression. In his plan, he'd intimidate her with himself and his group of guards, then point out the irrationalities in the hotel. After a little patient persuasion, the woman would willingly offer up the shop's revenue to share with him. This trick worked perfectly with those disobedient vendors he had dealt with before. The combination of a stern threat followed by some rewards always left him satisfied. But why had it been shrugged off so easily this time? However, not panicking yet, he decided he could still turn the tide since she went along with his statement. Gathering his thoughts, he continued, "In my opinion, your hotel being here is both illegal and improper. I give you until today to move the store. Otherwise, we'll have to resort to force." He deliberately pressed his lips downward after speaking. Relocating such a large shop within a day was simply an impossible task. Wouldn't this woman come begging him for mercy next? Chapter 128, Another Idiot. Jiang Yao was at a loss for words, having thought this person to be some kind of capable individual. How did another fool show up? If you can move it, then go ahead and do it. If you can move it away, I'll listen to you. Huh. The system had already stated that once the hotel's placement was confirmed, it could never be moved for the rest of its existence. If he had that ability to move the hotel, Jiang Yao would even thank him. After saying this, she ignored these people completely. She had just noticed a lot of new guests at the entrance, but they were all stopped by the man's subordinates and couldn't get in. How dare these people delay her from making business and earning points? Could she bear with this? System, blacklist all of them and throw them out. Never let them come back here again. Understood. Bai Xian didn't hear any pleading that he imagined, only feeling his dignity as the city lord severely challenged. You. Bai Xian felt a flash before his eyes as if he were lifted by something. Baiyu. Bang. Not until he harshly bumped onto the ground, the intense pain spreading through his back, did he realize that not only himself, but also every one of those subordinates had been thrown out of the hotel by Jiang Yao. Bai Xian tumbled like a big bouncy ball 3 or 4 times, so furious that the little hair he had left stood straight up. He was helped up by his subordinates, standing not far away, angrily yelling curses. Damn. You're asking for death. People, demolish this shop full of ignorance. Understood. The subordinates immediately grabbed their energy guns, ready to rush into the store. But before they reached the door, they suddenly felt an enormous force pushing them dozens of meters away. This protective shield? The subordinates looked at each other while lying on the ground. Who would have thought that such a small hotel would have a protective shield for protection? Bai Xian was already both angry and humiliated. Seeing these useless subordinates made him even angrier. He waved his porky hands furiously and roared. I told you to take action. Can't you hear me? All of you rush in and destroy this place. Understood. But there was no way around it. The subordinates couldn't disobey the city lord's orders. They still needed their paychecks from him after all. So they helped each other up and launched another assault on the hotel. They charged repeatedly and were flung back repeatedly. It was getting hotter. Everyone's backs were drenched in sweat. Yet, the city lord seemed blind and insisted they keep doing this fruitless work. Jiang Yao had already walked to the door, ignoring the subordinates charging inward. She looked at the guests gathered outside hesitating to enter and smiled warmly, inviting them in. Come on everyone, it's too hot outside. The hotel is cool inside. But beside her, the fat old city lord continued to threaten and shout at the guests. I'll see who dares enter. Whoever enters will never come out again. With that, the originally approaching guests all stopped, faces filled with deep conflict. In the end, a man decided to step out from the hotel. Sorry boss, I cannot offend the city lord. Jiang Yao nodded. I understand, no need to say more. Just wait a moment, I'll handle it immediately. Customers. What is she planning to handle? Jiang Yao curved her lips into a cold smile. Of course, it's about dealing with the old city lord. Jiang Yao truly hadn't expected it, as the city lord, to act so tastelessly, blocking the entrance of the hotel and threatening customers. How could such a thing happen? System, this guy has broken the hotel rules, right? Disrupting the hotel operations. Send him to the zombie pile. Got it, host. Wait, there don't seem to be zombies here. Only mutated beasts and plants. Then send him to the mutated beast's nest for a one-day tour, and record it to play as a teaching material on loop. Message received. The city lord was directly teleported to the wilderness by the system. Suddenly, the electronic billboard at the entrance switched to a large image of the city lord's chubby face. The camera slowly pulled back, showing the saliva-dripping mutated beasts surrounding him. They stared with blood-red eyes, focused entirely on the city lord. In the next moment, they pounced. Ah, save me. The city lord screamed loudly, tears and snot smeared across his face. His expensive clothes were now crumpled into a mess, looking worse than even the commoners he usually despised. Bang! The mutated beasts were blocked outside by the plasma protective shield carried on his body. As if remembering something, the city lord hastily retrieved a bunch of weapons from his ring. He aimed his energy gun at the leader of the wolf pack rushing toward him again and shot a headshot. Probably encouraged by his energy gun and protective shield, full of anger and hatred, he raised his gun towards the remaining wolves, firing energy bullets in quick succession. Ah, I'll fight till death with you animals. Jiang Yao watched for a while, shaking her head lightly. Should she say, not bad for a city lord? This guy has quite a few treasures. It seemed that his survival in the wilderness for a day wouldn't be so difficult. She shifted her gaze. Jiang Yao smiled again at the customer who was about to leave just now. The problem has been solved. Can you feel assured and go in to eat now? Sure, I'll go now. The guest's forehead was drenched with cold sweat, yet he didn't dare to say he wanted to leave. If he said no, wouldn't it be his turn to disappear next? He grabbed the energy stone and rushed to the cash register. I want to top up. Seeing that the customer's issues had been successfully resolved, Jiang Yao felt relieved and smiled. Sigh. She had already said it. She was such a good person, except that she was overly protective of her guests. She couldn't stand seeing others bullying her guests. The guests who were blocked at the entrance by the city lord started moving again. Jiang Yao swayed her head as she walked out and noticed someone attempting to cut in line. She immediately pulled him out and pushed him to the back of the queue. Everyone, please enter in an orderly manner without cutting or crowding. There's an unlimited supply of food in the hotel. Don't worry about not having enough to eat. The city lord's subordinates got up slowly from the ground, fearful of catching Jiang Yao's attention and getting thrown into the beast's nest along with their boss. Their boss wasn't lacking in money or equipment and could hold out for a while. But if they went, they would surely be the first ones eaten by the beasts and divided among them. A man with a scar on his face tugged at the sleeve of his leader beside him. Boss, what do we do now? Do we wait here for the boss to come back? The man referred to as the leader swallowed hard. Chapter 129, The Arsenal. He was originally a member of the reclamation team outside the city, but later caught the attention of the city lord due to his courage in combat and was recruited with generous payment as the captain of the city lord's personal bodyguards. Having been by the city lord's side for so long, he'd seen countless dignitaries, but no one had dared to treat the city lord this way. No matter how powerful an awakened individual might be, as long as they wanted to stay in Jean City, they had to give the city lord some respect. But this woman, she showed absolutely no fear of the city lord's retaliation or even revenge from the main city. This could only mean that this woman's status was higher than the city lord's, and the force behind her was much larger. Upon hearing the subordinate's question, the leader brushed the mud off his clothes and gritted his teeth. What are you waiting for? Withdraw now. We can't afford to provoke her. Let's wait until the city lord returns. Move it. The city lord would definitely not die, but if they stayed any longer, their lives wouldn't be safe. Go, 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 we're leaving. As they were about to flee, suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out from behind them. Hold your horses. Did I tell you to leave? Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao, drag them inside. I have questions to ask. Following her command, Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao stepped forward, each grabbing the collars of the men and dragged them into the house. The subordinates trembled all over like little chicks grabbed by a mechanical hand, unable to rise a single thought of resistance. Are you kidding me? Didn't you see our boss disappear instantly? Even if energy guns and cannons were physical attacks they could try to block, but disappearing in thin air, this bizarre skill unheard and unseen, they didn't know what to fight against. Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao acted swiftly, and in just the blink of an eye, the men were thrown into a corner of the dining room again. Cold air blew through the room onto the men, drying their sweat completely. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao sat on the couch still looking at the images on the large screen without making a move. The leader couldn't immediately figure out what Jiang Yao intended to do. After thinking for a moment, he plastered a full grin across his face and flattered her to break the silence. Miss Jiang, if you have any questions, just ask directly. We brothers have been close associates of the city lord for many years, familiar with many matters. As long as you ask, we will answer without hesitation or reservation. Absolutely no hiding anything. The other members also nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, Miss Jiang, just ask. That's right. Tell us what you want to know, and we certainly won't lie to you. Jiang Yao waved dismissively at them. Stop yelling. Let me watch a bit longer before deciding. On the screen, Bai Li Su took out a new weapon from his space ring, fighting fiercely with the toxic mosquitoes and insects nearby. This weapon looked like a long whip, crackling with electricity. One sweep, and within 10 meters around him, mosquitoes and flying insects fell to the ground. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled repeatedly. She had a feeling that this thing would sell well on the current blue star. Also, the protective shield that appeared on the fat man earlier. It felt similar to the one given by the system to herself. However, the one from the system should be the genuine article, not only providing protection but also repelling damage. This one in the fat man's hands seems like a stripped-down version, only used for protection with no other function. Still, it made Jiang Yao envious. With that protective shield, those wild beasts generally couldn't get close to the fat man. If this item were taken to the blue star, wouldn't it be crazy sought after? Each would sell for at least 2,000 credits, or even more. You dead fatso, there sure are a lot of good things in your possession. If only we could get hold of them. The captain observed for a while and finally understood something. He cautiously asked, does Miss Jiang like the weapons in the city lord's possession? Jiang Yao finally deigned to look these people straight in the eye. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Like it. Such useful stuff. Who wouldn't like it? Do you guys have a way to obtain such items? The captain nodded eagerly. Yes. I know where the city lord stores his arsenal, but the sole key is on him. Without the key, no one can enter. If you bring back the city lord, he'll surely willingly hand over the key to you. Arsenal? Jiang Yao was genuinely intrigued. The city lord's arsenal, filled with undoubtedly countless high-tech marvels that don't cost her points to buy from the system store. If she could get hold of them, it would be a pure profit deal with no capital needed. Seeing Jiang Yao's expression hinting at interest, the captain rejoiced inwardly, a shadow passing through his eyes. Seems like this Miss Jiang isn't as hard to deal with as imagined. If it were known how easy it was for her to trust with just a simple sentence, why did the city lord suffer such a calamity? All he needed to do now was convince this woman to quickly summon the city lord back. Earlier, they had underestimated her and failed to bring along the most elite soldiers from the city lord's residence. These soldiers were all battle-hardened warriors, each capable of fighting 100 enemies single-handedly. Not to mention the high-grade bombers and high-energy rifles equipped by the city lord. Those could obliterate half a city. That was the most important reason why the city lord could establish roots in Jean City. As soon as the city lord returned, he would definitely summon the battalions from his residence and bomb this cursed restaurant into oblivion with one shell. At that time, no matter what her status or skills were, they would all be turned into mush by the bombers. Upon hearing this, the other subordinates immediately understood their leader's meaning and quickly urged Jiang Yao on. That's right, the key is with the city lord. Boss Jiang should bring him back first. He will surely admit his mistake and not dare to provoke you. Yes, the treasures in our boss's weapon repository are incomparably better than these. When you ask him for them, he will definitely offer them up willingly. Willingly? Good. Then I'll summon him back right now. Jiang Yao let out a cold scoff. She didn't believe that the dead fatso would be so kind-hearted. Once he came back, it would probably be just enough time to try to kill her. And these people, just because she couldn't see through their tricks, thought they could get the fat man back? Fine, she'd oblige them. She wanted to see who would come out on top, that fat man or the system. Boss Jiang is generous. Boss Jiang is such a good person. Hearing this, the subordinates were overjoyed instantly. Once their battalions arrived, they'd see if this woman still dared to act so arrogantly. System, act now. Chapter 130, The City Lord's Secret. Host, go ahead with peace of mind. The system will provide you with absolute security logistics support. In his mind, the system was patting its own chest vigorously. As a top-notch product of a great world's advanced technology, if it couldn't even suppress these minor tricks from such a small world, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the main system? Bailey Xian was about to explode in anger. Facing these venomous insects and mosquitoes, he mercilessly vented all his pent-up rage. The innkeeper of this hotel was incredibly audacious. Ever since he took office as the city lord of Ginseng, who among those who dealt with him dared to humiliate him like this? Everyone treated him as a distinguished guest, showing him the utmost respect. A mere innkeeper from a little inn, using some bizarre trickery, actually dared to teleport him to this desolate wilderness. He had originally planned to take over that inn for his own use, but now, all he wanted was for that foul woman to die. He had already signaled his shadow team. Just wait. Once he returned, he would definitely make sure that the female innkeeper ended up without a burial place. He would crush that cursed inn into a pile of mud. Thinking this way, gritting his teeth, he once again swung his electric whip forcefully at a mutated plant, cautiously extending its branches before him. Snap! The juice sprayed everywhere. The mutated plant trembled and retracted its branches. The city lord stepped out with one foot, and the scene in front of him swayed. The next second, he was back inside the hotel. He still held the long energy whip in his hand, the astonishment on his face yet to fade. But the subordinates who were closely monitoring the screen instantly knew that Jiang Yao had been tricked and teleported the city lord back. Seeing the city lord appear in the hall, the scar-faced man immediately went forward to greet him. The city lord has returned. The leader also rushed up, pulling at the city lord's sleeves and wailing. Boss, you finally come back. You almost scared us to death. Are you alright, boss? Have you been bitten by any wild beasts? On the round body of the city lord were sticking various leaves and foul-smelling beast blood. At the sight of his suddenly appearing subordinates, he instinctively lashed out with his whip, muttering to himself, so good. There are actually mutated beasts capable of creating illusions. Just watch me tear all of you animals apart. With full force behind this whip strike, it caused the scar-faced man to convulse and fall onto the ground, clutching his head while screaming. The leader, standing behind the scar-face, instinctively retreated several steps. He shouted loudly at the city lord. Boss, don't hit. It's us. This isn't an illusion. Not an illusion? Jiang Yao looked at this fatty, her eyes shifting from fierceness to bewilderment, and then to sudden understanding. She shook her wrist and started walking towards the fat man. All right, I've seen enough of your farce. Hand over the item. At the sight of Jiang Yao, Bailey Xian felt a boundless surge of anger rise from his feet to his head. With wide open eyes, he swung his whip directly toward Jiang Yao's face. Filthy woman. Today I'll kill you. Jiang Yao remained unperturbed. System. Act. The moment Bailey Xian raised his hand, it was as if something extremely strong blocked him, preventing him from advancing an inch. No matter how hard he tried to swing the whip in his hand, his arm seemed frozen in place, not obeying his commands at all. Watching Jiang Yao walk right up to him, he opened his mouth to call on those subordinates to step forward to protect him. But his lips were sealed as if glued together. No matter how red his face turned with exertion, he couldn't utter a sound. Boss, I'm here. The leader rushed over, intending to grab their boss, but just as he took a step, the system immobilized him on the spot too. Thus, he could only maintain a single-legged stance not far behind the city lord. Useless thing. Waste. All the people he raised were nothing but wastes. Bailey Xian, so infuriated his nose was crooked, could only helplessly watch as his spatial ring flew off his finger and landed in Jiang Yao's palm. The ring glowed faintly with a dark light, looking very technological. Upon seeing this, Bailey Xian sneered with disdain. What's the point of getting my ring? This ring is bound to me. Other than me, no one else can possibly open it. Besides, when I bought it, I specially installed a self-destruction system on the ring. If I die, the ring explodes. Forcing it open will also cause an explosion. Humph. Dead woman. Let's see what she can do now. Jiang Yao held the ring in her fingers and observed it for quite a while, then put it on her own finger. After waiting for a while, she still didn't feel anything unusual. This ring seems impossible for her to open. When in doubt, seek the system. How do I open this thing? 10 points. Deduct. Forcing puja in progress. Success. Point the ring at your eyes, and it will automatically extract your information for binding. Once bound, you can activate the space dot. Jiang Yao followed the instructions. A few seconds later, a small transparent card appeared in her hand. She didn't know what material it was made of. It felt cool to the touch, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bend it. She pointed the card at the leader with the scarred face. Is this thing the key to your arsenal? Before the leader could react, the fat city lord became restless first. His face turned red, his breathing quickened, and his eyes bulged out almost ready to burst. Combined with his heaving big belly, he looked like an extremely irritable toad. Ugh, bitch, put down my stuff. With a wave of her hand, the electrical whip originally in his hand flew into Jiang Yao's hand. What are you barking about? Shut up. As she said that, Jiang Yao swung the whip down towards his head. Wei Lixian trembled all over as he got electrocuted, his already sparse hair standing straight up like lightning rods. Smack. Jiang Yao skillfully swung the whip again, hitting the leader this time. Tell me, where's the weapon storage in the city lord's residence? If not, none of you will leave today. You'll all stay here to try out my newly acquired weapon. As she spoke, she pulled out a supersized repeating energy gun from the ring space. The dark gun muzzle was aimed directly at the leader's forehead. Jiang Yao pulled the trigger, but since she wasn't proficient with it, the gun wobbled around wildly, making everyone feel like the next second the energy bullet might hit them instead. The leader's body shook uncontrollably. If the system hadn't been keeping him steady, he would have collapsed long ago due to weak legs. Ugh. I'll talk. This time, Jiang Yao understood, but she still didn't let go of the man. Another lash landed on his face. Speak fast. The weapon storage is hidden in the underground passage of the city lord's residence. Only the shadow team knows. Go ask them if you want to find it, Aya. After finishing, he suddenly covered his mouth. He could talk now? And move? But immediately, the city lord's lethal gaze pierced through him. It's over. The leader felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, drenched in cold sweat despite the scorching weather. He had just blurted out the city lord's secret. There was no way the city lord would spare him now. Chapter 131. Survive. Jiang Yao obtained the information she wanted and released her finger from the trigger. She put the gun back into her storage space. She swung the whip in her hand and sat back on the couch with a lazy posture. Shadow Guard. That sounds interesting. Tell me more. This. The leader hesitated, looking around cautiously, only to find that the hotel had somehow already been packed with people. Curiosity is human nature. After customers fetched their food and water, they didn't leave, but instead sat nearby, ears perked for gossip. This was the city lord, a big shot that most of them would never meet in their entire lives. Who would have thought that this restaurant's owner was so powerful that she dared to hit even the city lord? Looks like Jean City was about to change hands. Hurry up. What's taking so long? Lin Yueqing stood behind the cash register and glared at him. She just finished helping the last customer check in and return the key and room card. Seeing this person hesitating and unwilling to speak, she decisively stepped forward and kicked him down. Speak. Haven't you seen that our boss is waiting? The leader stumbled after being kicked and roared. You're asking for it. But upon seeing Jiang Yao narrowing her eyes and staring dangerously at him, he quickly changed his tone. Actually, the Shadow Guard is essentially the city lord's henchman, mainly responsible for handling some unpleasant matters on his behalf. The location of the weapon stockpile is known only by the Shadow Guards besides the city lord. Only the Shadow Guard can mobilize the core of Jean City. The Shadow Guards usually personally protect the city lord's safety. Scarface finally recovered and climbed up from the ground. Yes, everything our leader said is true. Yes, I can vouch for it. Our leader isn't lying. The city lord's pupils suddenly constricted. He wished he could devour these traitors alive. But controlled by the system, he couldn't even move his eyeballs. He could only stand there and listen as his subordinates gradually revealed all his secrets one after another. Jiang Yao touched her chin. Shadow Guard. According to what they said, this wasn't just the equivalent of ancient secret guards? In the surveillance room below the city lord's mansion, Yingyi sat before hundreds of electronic screens, eyes glued to the live feed sent by Li Xian's wireless monitor. A few other electronic screens beside showed Li Xian's disappearance and reappearance repeatedly, and the frozen images of several people immobilized in the restaurant. What's going on? Have you found the reason yet? A female voice sounded from behind. A tall figure stood in the shadows near the doorway, face unclear and expression hidden. Yingyi's expression was serious, shaking his head slightly. Master, the appearance of this hotel is really suspicious. We've investigated all over Jean City recently, but haven't found where exactly she came from. In these teleportation techniques she used, there were no detectable energy fluctuations. But we preliminarily suspect that this hotel might have deep ties with the Vice City Lord, or may even be a spy sent by the Vice City Lord to gather intelligence. The woman shook her head, tone leisurely, murmuring, No, you guessed wrong. This probably wasn't done by Jiahan. If that fool had such means, he would have shown off long ago and wouldn't have waited until today. Yingyi frowned, tapping a few fingers in the air, calling up another screen. Then, could she possibly be Mrs. Person? This, she, naturally referred to Jiang Yao. The surveillance showed scenes of fruits being transported out of the hotel early this morning by the people sent by Jia Wei. In the footage, Jia Wei was standing at the door while the crowd loaded crates of fruit onto the cold chain transport truck. Lin Yueqing seemed to say something that amused her slightly, softening her features. The woman's gaze fell on the smiling figure of Jia Wei in the image, and her lips curled faintly. She took a few steps forward, bright lights shining down, revealing her pale face. She looked strikingly similar to Jia Wei in the image. Lowering her brows and pondering silently for a moment, she made a decision. Go investigate. If she really is Weier's person, since she wants Li Xian's arsenal, let's secretly help her out. Yes. It wasn't until Yi turned to leave that the woman remained gazing at Zhao Wei and the screen for a very long time. At the same time, Zhang Yao, sensing something, looked up, locking eyes with the super micro camera cleverly hidden on the shoulder of the city lord. Zhang Yao tilted her head slightly, her eyes flickering darkly. Lin Yueqing scratched her head, and when she looked again, Zhang Yao had returned to normal. Strange, was it an illusion? Why did she feel a killing intent from her boss, just now? I found it. The excited voice of the system exploded in Zhang Yao's mind. I found the basement where this old scoundrel hid, and I also found the connection location of the camera on his body. What do you think? Should we set out now to raid their den? Zhang Yao rolled her eyes at it. Are you crazy? Go raid the city lord's mansion in broad daylight. Are you trying to get killed? Then what should we do? Zhang Yao stretched her arms. Let's deal with it tonight. With the heat outside, she didn't want to torture herself. Anyway, as the city lord was in her store, she wasn't worried that those people would do anything stupid or reckless. In fact, she was waiting for them to show up. Since everything was fine here, she still wanted to go back and check how Bai Yun was settling in. She instructed the system to teleport these people back to the wilderness again, and then informed Lin Yueqing in advance about Xin Xingqian's matter. Lin Yueqing was cooperative, assuring Zhang Yao repeatedly that he would follow all arrangements from the deputy manager completely. Then, Zhang Yao greeted Lu Feifei and her grandparents who were having dinner. Lu Feifei was freshly washed and had changed into a new set of clothes. She politely greeted Zhang Yao when she saw her. Zhang Yao took out the candy she had bought earlier for Lan Yu and handed it over, receiving heartfelt thanks from the grandmother and granddaughter. Before leaving, she noticed a woman cloaked entirely in black robes crouching in the corner. The woman wouldn't even take off the black veil over her face while eating or drinking, but instead poured water into the cloth and slowly sipped it into her mouth. When the woman looked up and caught Zhang Yao's gaze, her eyes were dark gold, very unique. But they were filled with bewilderment, fatigue, fragmentation, regret, and a touch of decisiveness. She resembled a worn-out doll someone had discarded after playing with her enough, not understanding why she was abandoned and refusing to accept her fate. In her past life, Zhang Yao had seen this kind of look many times, so many times. In the apocalypse, women and children who hadn't awakened to superpowers always had much harder lives. Some were treated like goods, passed around among superpower users. Others were used as bait to lure zombies, and when the team was in danger, they were thrown out without hesitation. Most people sought just a small chance of survival, but many others refused to be forced by the world or their own people, choosing to end their lives actively. Zhang Yao waved to summon Lin Yueqing. Xiaoqing, come here. Lin Yueqing walked over to Zhang Yao without knowing why. Just then, Zhang Yao spoke. Help me send a peach to the woman in the corner. Tell her, no matter what happens, as long as she's still alive, there will always be a chance for things to improve. Chapter 132, Savingly Foam. Blue Star. Not far from the hotel, on a large road, a truck with the main base emblem was speeding towards the hotel. Sitting in front were Lu Yan's exploration team. Behind them were Qin Yan and two others whom Lu Yan had recently rescued from a group of zombies. Lu Yan was driving up front, while her husband Shui Junyu and Xiao Yang stayed at the back, busy tending to Qin Yan's injuries. Qin Yan lay faintly conscious on a soft cushion, with a large piece of gauze stuffed into her mouth. Her already thin face had turned deathly pale due to significant blood loss. Her back, riddled with scars, had been torn open by a zombie at some point. Even the slightest bump could cause her to start bleeding uncontrollably. Xiao Yang carefully took the disinfectant passed by Xiao Rou and poured it over her wound, cleaning it before administering anesthetic. Finally, he picked up the needle and thread beside him and skillfully passed through for the first stitch. It took time for the anesthesia to work, and the intense pain caused Qin Yan to let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat immediately breaking out on her forehead. A faint glow of milky white light appeared in Shui Junyu's hand, enveloping the area where Xiao Yang had stitched her up, slowly repairing the huge tear on Qin Yan's back. Xiao Rou kept a close eye on the gauze bitten by Qin Yan, making sure she wouldn't bite off her own tongue due to pain. Jiang sat nearby, watching them intently with a dog named Pingyan crouching beneath her feet. Mechanically, she petted the dog's head again and again, anxiously waiting for the surgery to be completed. 10 minutes later, the stitching was finally finished. Xiao Yang sprinkled white medicine powder onto Qin Yan's wounds, then took over with bandages layer upon layer. The anesthesia had taken effect, and Qin Yan's originally tense muscles relaxed, sinking into unconsciousness. Xiao Rou gently removed the bloody gauze from Qin Yan's mouth, softly opening her lower jaw to check her oral cavity. Finding that only her gums were slightly bleeding from having bitten too hard earlier, she exhaled deeply in relief. Seeing everyone stop, Jiang quickly poked her head to ask, "How is it? Is the captain out of danger?" Xiao Yang looked at her and replied, "Relax, this kind of injury isn't severe. As long as it doesn't get infected later on, there won't be any problems." Hearing his words, Jiang relaxed dramatically. "Oh good, good. We really owe you all, and Captain Lu, a lot today. Otherwise, both our lives and Captain Chi's would definitely have ended out there." Xiao Rou cast a puzzled look at Jiang and the rest. "Why are you here? I remember you were sent to the northern area for exploration. And how come only 3 of you are left? What about the other members of your team? Have they all perished?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang and Lu Yan driving up front both became alert, equally curious about this matter. However, the situation just now was too serious to ask more questions. Our mission was completed a long time ago. However, on the way back, the captain came down with a high fever. After the fever subsided, she seemed like a completely different person, saying she had something extremely important to do. She insisted we had to go to Wanjia Hotel in the West City District to find Jiang Yao. So, we rerouted to the west. But along the way, we encountered a level 3 or higher zombie king. The captain got injured protecting a team member from the zombie king. Her wounds got infected, and she'd occasionally lose consciousness. Jiang let out a bitter smile. As for those teammates, when they saw the captain being beaten by the level 3 zombie king and losing combatability, they thought the captain had become their burden, so they broke away from us. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan cursed furiously, "A bunch of traitorous bastards." Xiao Rou nodded in agreement and continued asking, "So why did Captain Qi have to find Boss Jiang? Was there something particularly urgent?" "I'm not too clear on that either. Since her fever episode, the captain has seemed a little strange. She often mumbles something about saving lives and rebirth. We all assumed she was delirious because of the fever, so we didn't pay much attention." Jiang shook his head, eyes carrying equal confusion. Xiaoyang lowered his eyes, deep in thought, his hands continuously moving as he slowly packed away the remaining usable supplies and handed them to Xiao Rou to store in her dimensional space. Shui Junyu quietly kept channeling his nascent healing abilities into Qin Yan to treat her wounds. Having just awakened to his power not long ago, his current level only allowed for basic curing skills. Healing larger wounds was quite arduous, but better than nothing. At least it could help alleviate some of the pain. Qin Yan felt somewhat relieved only during these semi-comatose states. Suddenly, a voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz emerged. "Jiang Yao? Wanjia Hotel. Base. Save me." Qin Yan's lips moved faintly, repeating these few words endlessly. "What?" The sound she produced was incredibly small. Xiao Rou leaned closer, listening intently, but still couldn't understand what she was trying to say. Shui Junyu thoroughly drained his last bit of energy. The light in his hand brightened suddenly. "Captain Qi, hold on a little longer. We'll arrive soon. We're almost at Wanjia Hotel." As the glow subsided, Qin Yan's complexion improved greatly. This time, everyone understood what she meant. She said, "Jiang Yao, save Li Feng." Li Feng. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. As the only third-rank lightning-type psychic in the base, Li Feng was even more famous within the base than the old commander. Almost everyone present knew him. But wasn't Li Feng always staying inside the base? How could he be in danger? And who could possibly put him in such a perilous situation? Could it be that some high-level zombies broke into the base and hurt him? At the thought of this possibility, everyone's expression turned extremely grim. But how did Qin Yan know about this? The base station signal could only cover the range within the base, so there was basically no signal outside of it. How did they get in contact? Screech. Lu Yan suddenly slammed on the brakes. Just now, she had almost collided with a utility pole by the roadside. What happened to Li Feng? But Qin Yan was still unconscious and couldn't hear Lu Yan's question. Over and over again, she kept saying, "Save. Save Li Feng. Jiang Yao. Save." In a flash, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered what Jiang Yan had mentioned earlier. Qin Yan had said she had been reborn? Fever rebirth? Saving lives, finding Jiang Yao? So, Captain, quickly go to the hotel. Something has happened at the base. Chapter 133, Branch Store Mall. Captain, hurry to the hotel. There's been an incident at the base. What? Although Lu Yan didn't understand why he suddenly said this, she knew Xiaoyang's character. He must have discovered something which made him so anxious. She slammed her foot on the accelerator, and the car sped forward at 150 miles per hour. Just as Jiang Yao returned to the restaurant, Little Elephant came up to greet her. "Master, the guests we received earlier totaled 115 people, with 85 adults and 30 young ones. I arranged 10 8-person rooms for them. Also, I had Jiang Yi deliver clean water and food." Jiang Yao paused for a moment, realizing that Little Elephant was referring to Bai Yun and their group. But their whole clan only consisted of over 100 people? She had assumed they would be at least 200 or 300. Jiang Yao nodded with approval and smiled faintly. "Well arranged. Little Elephant truly is my great assistant." She never held back her agreement or praise when it came to her teammates. Indeed, hearing Jiang Yao's compliment made Little Elephant's eyes gleam with happiness. "Thank you, Master, I'll go work now." As Little Elephant left, Jiang Yao couldn't help but rush to the door to check out the scene outside. The flame gun turned out to be very effective. All the snakes, insects, rodents, and trash at the entrance were incinerated into ashes. Thick ash lay on the ground like a gray carpet, drifting away in the wind. Jiang Yao took a big bite out of a large apple fetched from her storage space. Snap! The crisp sweetness of the apple juice overflowed. Chomp chomp chomp. She wasn't sure how long this effect would last. Snap. According to Shun Xingqian's meaning, insect eggs spread across various underground areas. Chomp chomp chomp. Probably after a few days, it would return to what it was this morning. A complete solution still needed to be found soon. But how? The system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The turnover of the 001 branch has broken through 10,000, successfully unlocking the Branch Store Mall. Branch Store Mall? What was it? Jiang Yao opened the System Mall interface and flipped to the end, discovering that indeed a new classification had been added to the store. At the top, it read Wasteland Interface. Below were various weapons and tools, some she'd seen and others not, within the wastelands. Skimming through quickly. Low energy vehicle, a transportation tool powered by crystal cores or energy stones. 10 points per vehicle. Ordinary energy gun, basic weapon powered by crystal cores or energy stones. 10 points each. Communication bracelet. The variety of products was dazzling, ranging from airplanes, tanks, even nuclear submarines. Looking at the string of zeros beneath the super energy shield capable of covering the entire city, Jiang Yao fell silent for once. This thing was definitely not within her reach financially. Not only was it expensive to buy, but charging it was also costly. However, the stripped-down version of the protective shield wasn't overly expensive. It could be bought for 500 points. Jiang Yao had seen this before. It was the same kind worn by today's overweight mayor. This shield looked similar to hers, but its usage was entirely different. The stripped-down version required constant charging. A level 1 crystal core could only protect for 10 minutes. Also, its coverage area was significantly limited, protecting only one person inside the shield. Most importantly, its operation was far less convenient than hers. In dangerous situations, manual activation was required. Even so, Jiang Yao could confirm this item wouldn't be short on sales. Imagine survivors being surrounded by high-level zombies. At the edge of life and death, the survivor activates their personal protective shield, keeping those zombies completely locked out of the shield. They can then hide inside the shield, using an energy gun to kill the zombies. One shot down each zombie. Wouldn't that make them practically invincible? Especially against bugs. As long as there were enough crystal cores, they no longer had to fear those dead bugs. So, 3,000 points each. She would put them all in the display cases on the first floor to sell. There were actually those spatial rings worn by mayors too. This product was also a stripped-down version. For a spatial storage ring with 10 square meters, it cost just 300 points, or equivalently, 3 level 1 crystal cores. Besides, once purchased, these rings were permanently bound to the buyer. Selling them at the price of 10 level 1 crystal cores shouldn't seem unreasonable, right? With zombies evolving faster now, surely anyone who survived until now had accumulated plenty of crystal cores. It wouldn't hurt to hand them over to her instead of hoarding them. At this rate, she'd quickly be able to upgrade the restaurant to level 5. Her milk tea shop, snack street, everything was getting closer to Food City. Jiang Yao, a promising future indeed. Gag gag gag. Boss Jiang. Just as Jiang Yao was happily munching on her half-eaten apple, Bai Yun walked out from the house. He saw Jiang Yao facing away from the door, her whole body trembling slightly. He thought she was worried about those bugs at the entrance. Coincidentally, he had come for this very reason too. Jiang Yao quickly composed herself and concealed her obvious joy as soon as she heard his voice, her face once again displaying its usual calmness. She turned around while gripping the apple in her hand. What's wrong? Bai Yun handed over the parcel in his hands with sincerity in his tone. I came to thank you. My clan members have all been properly settled down already. They asked me to personally bring these things to you as an expression of our heartfelt gratitude. As for room and meal fees, after we return home when spring arrives, we will definitely double pay you back. Jiang Yao waved a hand in refusal. No need. Since I agreed for you all to stay here, you can rest assured. As for your plans when spring arrives, I have other arrangements. Arrangements? What do you mean? Just take it literally. Do you still remember what I told you before? Cultivate wasteland, grow crops, escape the situation of relying solely on heaven for food like wild beasts, and move toward a small peasant economy. Bai Yun paused, confused by her words. If he'd read so many books, why couldn't he fully understand beast god's meaning? Jiang Yao would certainly say if she knew his thoughts. Of course. Because all the books I gave you were agricultural ones on cultivating wasteland. But Bai Yun quickly reacted and automatically translated Jiang Yao's words into something understandable by his clansmen. To break free from relying on heaven for food? Small peasant economy? Are you going to bestow blessings upon us, White Tiger clan? Jiang Yao blinked. Just interpret it this way for now, that works. Bai Yun was elated. Did the beast god mean she was formally accepting them as her subjects? He didn't know how to express his happiness. Looking up at the sun hanging high in the sky, despite restraining himself repeatedly, he failed. Roar. The thunderous tiger roar reverberated through the heavens. WC. Shut up and stop bellowing. Jiang Yao wasn't prepared and let out a sudden curse. Standing too close to Bai Yun, she hadn't expected such a sudden roar, leaving her ears ringing incessantly. But this tiger roar utterly terrified the customers who were having meals and resting on the first floor. They stopped eating, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out of the hotel, shouting loudly to Jiang Yao standing outside. Boss, what just happened? Were zombies attacking? The sound seemed more like a wild beast roaring. Are you alright, boss? Jiang Yao twitched her lips. Weren't they wild beasts? A big tiger with his entire family had moved in. Chapter 134, Releasing the Task. However, she still took out an energy gun from her spatial ring and waved it at everyone. Don't worry. I was just testing a new weapon. The effect is pretty good. Do you guys want to buy one and use it? Weapon? What kind of weapon? A customer, driven by curiosity, took a few steps closer to Jiang Yao, wanting to take a clear look at what she held in her hand. Gun, an energy gun. As she spoke, Jiang Yao casually aimed at a rock across from her and fired a shot. As fragments of the rock splintered everywhere, Jiang Yao saw that the eyes of all the guests sparkled with excitement. Boss Jiang, how much does this gun cost? Sell me one. A man stepped forward first from the crowd. Jiang Yao noticed he seemed unfamiliar, probably a new arrival here. Nevertheless, anyone with crystal cores was a good customer of hers. For good customers, Jiang Yao always had infinite patience. She raised the silver-white energy gun, which shone beautifully under the warm sunlight outside. This gun is called an energy gun, and it's powered by crystal cores. One first-grade crystal core is equivalent to 30 bullets. Its power, as you have all seen earlier, can blast off a zombie's head without any problems. More importantly, it will not damage the crystal core inside a zombie's brain. As for the price, 10 first-grade crystal cores per gun. So cheap. I'll buy one, the man said while instantly pulling out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket. The onlookers were greatly shocked. They saw colorful crystal cores in the man's hand. White, red, yellow, and even 2 green ones which represented 4th grade crystal cores. To be able to kill a 4th grade zombie meant the man must at least be a 4th grade ability user. Among these people, the highest rank among them would merely be 3rd grade, yet the man was already a 4th grade strongman. This proved his immense strength and extraordinary talent. Of course you can. Jiang Yao took the crystal cores from him and handed over the energy gun. Lu Yi affectionately caressed the energy gun in his hands. His greatest passion in life was studying various kinds of weapons. This gun's structure struck him as ingeniously designed from the moment he laid eyes on it. Once he held it in his hands, he felt like he truly had an eye for recognizing treasures. It was undoubtedly a rare and wonderful weapon, a new milestone in the history of launching's weaponry. Those fools couldn't see its value. Only in his hands could this treasure play its maximum role. Soon, Jiang Yao's voice rang out again. Next, I will demonstrate another treasure to everyone. The super energy shield. Jiang Yao once more handed a gun to Bai Yun, telling him to pull the trigger towards her body. Bai Yun had just witnessed Jiang Yao's full performance before and now, seeing this gun, his eyes were full of fear. But because of his trust in the beast god, he followed Jiang Yao's instruction and shot a bullet towards her chest. The customers personally watched as the energy round was immediately dissipated by the protective shield, leaving Jiang Yao completely unscathed. To enhance the credibility, Jiang Yao randomly picked a few onlooker customers and had them attack her with their abilities. Seeing their skills easily negated by the protective shield made the customers' eyes turn red. Half an hour later, another long line formed in front of Jiang Yao's weapon cabinet. Jiang Yao looked at her ever-growing points and secretly rejoiced. If only she'd known selling these things could make her so much money. Why did she even open a hotel in the first place? Opening a weapon store wouldn't have been better? Beast God, Boss Jiang, I have something else I need to talk to you about. Bai Yun, who had just come out from witnessing the miracle performed by Jiang Yao, suddenly remembered his main purpose for finding Jiang Yao. He returned the gun to Jiang Yao, and after rummaging through the package he brought for a long time, pulled out a large petal. Seeing Jiang Yao's confusion, Bai Yun proactively explained, "This is a petal from the smelly flower. Although the flower smells very foul when blooming, the petals can repel insects. In our area, almost all insects refuse to approach the smelly flower. I heard earlier from Lan Yu that there are many bugs outside here, and this petal should be helpful to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao reached out to take the petal and carefully examined it. The petal was entirely red, about the size of a palm, and had fine small fuzz on the back. It gave off a pungent, spicy smell. It looked dry, seemingly having been plucked for a long time. However, it was incredibly resilient and no amount of kneading could break it. No wonder Bai Yun and the others managed to preserve it for so long. Jiang Yao recalled having smelled this scent in the natural cold room where they stored food. At that time, she thought it might have been some kind of spice, but hadn't expected it to be this thing. Ding. Mainline task released. Find the smelly flower field. Target reference point has been sent. Reward, bug repellent perfume. Bug repellent perfume. Made primarily from the pheromones of the smelly flower. Spraying it on yourself will make mosquitoes and insects keep their distance. Note, after obtaining the smelly flower, you can list it for sale in the system mall. Jiang Yao. System, you're such a know-it-all after the fact. When she asked the system for bug repellent earlier, it said there was none, but now that Bai Yun has delivered the petals, suddenly it's available. The system, feeling wronged. You haven't opened a branch store in the beast world yet. My energy reserves are limited, so I can't detect all the resources there. I can only focus on specific items. Jiang Yao. Fellow players, does anyone understand this? This system is as unresponsive as a brick wall. It was exactly 4 in the afternoon. In the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Yao and Lan Yu were both enjoying lamb slices cooked in the hot pot. The lamb was freshly delivered by the system's hot pot shop. It was tender, with no trace of gaminess. Hiss, it's spicy. Lan Yu stuffed a large chopstick full of red broth cooked meat into her mouth, dipping it lightly in sesame sauce before wolfing it down. Her eyes watered from the heat. Have some drink. Jiang Yao quickly handed her a carton of pure milk to relieve the spiciness. Lan Yu drank a big gulp through the straw. The burning sensation in her mouth finally subsided a little. Seeing her pitiful state, Jiang Yao smiled and ladled her a bowl of mushroom soup, setting it aside to cool. If you can't handle the spiciness, have the mushroom pot. It's also quite fresh. Lan Yu's azure eyes still shimmered with moisture, but hearing Jiang Yao's care, she quickly nodded. Okay, thank you, sister. Just then, an urgent sound of a large vehicle braking came from outside the window. Jiang Yao glanced out through the glass to see a deep green military truck stopping steadily in front of the hotel. Was it Lu Yin returning? The front door of the truck clicked open, but the first person who jumped out wasn't Lu Yin, it was a strange woman. Were they receiving new guests? Jiang Yao didn't think too much about it. Lu Yin and his group would often bring back survivors when they went out exploring. She speared a piece of beef with her chopsticks, coating it generously in sesame sauce that smelled good enough to drop shoe soles, then shoved the whole thing into her mouth. A satisfying mouthful, delicious. While eating, Jiang Yao glanced curiously at the scene outside. After getting out of the car, the woman didn't rush into the house. Instead, she stood by the ground and helped carry someone from the vehicle, hoisting them onto her back. Judging by the shape, it was a woman, one severely injured. Her back was wrapped in bloody gauze and bandages, her hands hanging limply over the carrier's shoulders. She must be unconscious, completely reliant on the woman's strength to support her. Next, a strange man got out of the car, followed by Xiaoro and Xiaoyang holding a dog leash, jumping out from the driver's side, one on each side. Finally, Li Yin's noisy voice reached them. Hurry up, Xiaoyang. Go inside quickly and help Qin Yin arrange a 4-person room for them to rest. My whole body is covered in insect saliva, so I need to take a hot shower first. Afterward, let's head straight to the hot pot. Once they had eaten their fill and recharged, they'd be better equipped to deal with what needed to be handled. Chapter 135, The Disaster of Peace Base. Liu Yan's mindset has always been optimistic. As Xiaoyang would say, their captain sometimes lacks a bit of common sense. Didn't you see, everyone was anxious about Qin Yin's words like their heads were on fire? At this moment, she turned out to be the calmest person in the team. But what she said made sense too. Now Qin Yin was still unconscious, and her 2 teammates knew nothing when questioned. Even if they were eager to figure out the situation, they couldn't do anything. At times like this, people should eat when they're supposed to eat and rest when they're supposed to rest. Matters of great importance also had to wait until Qin Yin woke up. Take care of oneself, have a full meal, and adjust one's mental state. If something major really happened, they could deal with it in the best condition. Watching the figure of their captain who ran back upstairs as soon as she got off the car, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. Alright, let me take you to a room to rest first. Meanwhile, Qin Yang also brought his daughter and other teammates out from the back of the truck. Qing Shui looked curiously at the ground, which looked different than when they left, and exclaimed, "Huh? Mommy, look quickly, why are there no bugs here anymore?" After her shout, everyone immediately noticed something odd. This morning, there were still countless bugs all over the place. After a day, according to logic, there should be even more bugs. But now outside, there was only a thick layer of dust and hardly any bugs. Not right, where did the dust come from? Liang stomped his foot, instantly raising a large cloud of dust in the air. Whoa, so much dust. Did Boss Jiang burn all those bugs at the entrance? Qing Shui pulled her mother away from Liang a little further, pinched her nose, and waved away the dust in front of her. Brother Liang, stop stomping. This dust is falling on us. Liang scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Sorry. I'll stop stomping, hee hee. Aren't you all hungry? Let's go inside and have dinner first. At the shop entrance, Zhang Jing came out holding the weapon he had just bought. Seeing that his good buddy was finally back from outside, he eagerly held his gun and showed it off. Hey, Liang, you're back? Come on. We were just about to test the gun and protective shield we just bought. Gun? What kind of gun? Let me take a look. Seeing a silver-white object in his hand, Liang directly reached out and snatched it. Looking at the familiar style, Liang gave Zhang Jing a hard pat on the shoulder. Isn't this the energy gun our captain used today? Where did you steal it from? Zhang Jing's eyes widened as he tried to grab it back. What nonsense? Who stole it? I bought it with crystal cores. Give it back quickly. Bought? Would our captain be so nice as to sell this thing to you? Although Liang was suspicious, he knew his brother wasn't the type to do something sneaky. He had seen their captain use this gun today, and its power was truly enormous. A level 3 strength-type zombie was instantly killed with one shot. The zombie's brain didn't even explode. It completely evaporated. Only the crystal core was left on the ground. That scene certainly envied them all. They thought it was a new weapon developed by the base. When they asked for it from the captain, she refused, being very secretive and cryptic, saying they'd know when they got back. Unexpectedly, as soon as they returned to the hotel, he saw his buddy casually waving around an identical gun right in front of him. Could it be that this gun also came from Boss Jiang? When Zhang Jing heard he still dared to suspect him, he choked Liang by the neck. Damn you. Believe it or not. Give me the gun, or I'll kill you, scumbag. Liang stuck out his neck, stuffed the gun into his chest, and wouldn't let go. No way. Unless you tell me where this gun came from first. I've already said I bought it. It's for sale in the weapons cabinet next to the passenger elevator. If you want it, buy it with your own crystal cores. Really? Yes, really. Go check yourself. Only then did Liang somewhat gleefully hand the gun back to Zhang Jing. Then you come with me and take a look. If it's not there, I'll mess with you. Zhang Jing was full of black lines, kicked Liang in the ass. Get lost. Jiang Yao took a bite of cool, spiciness-relieving watermelon slush, closing her eyes contentedly. In just this afternoon, nearly a tenth of the weapons taken out from the City Lord's space ring had already been sold, bringing her almost 20,000 points in revenue. Almost every guest at the hotel owned an energy gun and energy shield, along with low-energy vehicles and mortars purchased by many others. It seemed that everyone had saved quite a few crystal cores recently. Thinking about it, Jiang Yao mentally created a plan. She would visit the City Lord's mansion tonight and clear out his arsenal. After waking up tomorrow, I'll go straight to the Beast World to find that stinky flower field. Once we put the insect repellent spray on the shelves at the hotel, we can open a branch at the main base. Oh yeah, Li Feng still owes me 20,000 crystal cores. It's been such a long time, and he still hasn't sent them over. This time, I'll make sure to collect the debt. If possible, I'd also like to do another deal with the authorities. The officials tend to be quite generous when they act. Maybe they could buy up a large portion of my weapons and supplies in one go. Peace Base was thrown into chaos, filled with piercing screams rising one after another. The insect disaster struck suddenly, as tens of thousands of bugs surged out of the ground overnight. They entered people's homes through drainage systems, sinks, and various pipes in residential buildings. The psychics didn't suffer much loss since their sensitivity to danger was extremely acute. As soon as they heard the rustling sounds, they immediately got up to defend themselves. Even if they were accidentally bitten, their bodies were stronger than ordinary people's, allowing them to endure it long enough to run to the medical building for treatment by healing psychics. The common residents who hadn't awakened to their psychic abilities had it the worst. Poisonous insects crept in silently, carrying unknown viruses and bacteria, biting anyone they encountered. A scorpion the size of an adult's fist, swinging its black venomous stinger, crawled onto a sleeping survivor. For these creatures, human skin was no different from a layer of plastic foam. It could be pierced effortlessly. By the time the survivor felt pain, the swarm of scorpions had already injected venom into their bodies. This was followed by swelling wounds, convulsions, and difficulty breathing. It wasn't until the survivor lost all vital signs that the toxic insects would gather together for a feast. These insects seemed intelligent. They didn't attack individually. Rather, an entire clan occupied an area. Hundreds, or even thousands of nettle caterpillars climbed into another room, corroding everything in their path into residue. A massive spider with compound eyes spun webs on the rooftop, claiming the entire building for itself. Looking closely, you could see countless baby spiders crawling on its back. The baby spiders zipped around inside the building quickly, weaving an enormous web covering the entire structure, turning the residents unable to escape into their food supply. Ants formed teams, building nests with their queen. In just one night, the population of Peace Base, which originally numbered close to 5,000, was reduced to fewer than 1 in 10 survivors. Chapter 136, 61 points received. Reinforced concrete buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar. For thousands of years, plants and animals had been squeezed out of their living space. Overnight, they underwent rapid evolution in an attempt to take back the planet that was originally theirs from humans. An apocalyptic scene unfolded in every corner of the blue planet. Global evolution had officially begun. From this point forward, humanity would fall forever from the top of the food chain. Only 200 meters away from the base's entrance, energy orbs belonging to psychics flickered repeatedly. Dozens of metal-based psychics used their abilities to construct 5-sided shipping containers, with their heads, feet, and sides completely surrounded by airtight steel barriers. The only unblocked position was at the front, where other psychics took turns guarding against the insects trying to burrow in. Sumo-chun stood at the forefront, drenched as if he'd been washed over by water. His jaw clenched tightly, his face deathly pale, yet he still forced out the last bit of his psychic power and hurled it towards the swarm of insects in front of him. The people behind him weren't faring much better, their appearances haggard as they collapsed in exhaustion on the ground. After fighting these mutated insect swarms for an entire day and night, everyone was already overwhelmed. If it weren't for the container allowing them to take turns restoring their powers, they might have already been eaten alive by these bugs. In the face of life or death, everyone acted with perfect coordination. As soon as one person fell at the front, another quickly moved up to fill the gap. All those standing up front were holding on strongly, not daring to relax even a little. They all knew that once they let their guard down and allowed the insects to find an opening to break through, there would be only one result: complete annihilation. Boss, be careful. Li Hua hurled a fireball at Su Emochen's shoulder. SSS. A completely emerald green snake carrying the fireball crashed into a pile of rats, coiling its body and flicking out its tongue. G. A cat-sized rat pounced, wanting to devour the snake, but instead, it got caught by the flames, letting out a blood-curdling scream as it rolled frantically on the ground, trying to put the fire out. Gagaga. Its fellow creature's eyes glimmered with eerie red light as they leapt together onto the burning creature. Fire spread within a small range and was then quickly extinguished by countless insects rushing in. Sounds of tearing and chewing accompanied by the smell of burned, scorched insects wafted in the air, making everyone feel even more nauseated. Taking advantage of the slight disturbance among the insect swarm, Li Hua rushed up in 2 strides and pulled back Su Emochen. The healing-type psychic worked quickly and proficiently, using their ability to treat the wounds on Su Mochen's arm. One of his arms had been pierced through entirely by a massive venomous stinger, now swelling up and continuously seeping foul-smelling pus. The healer, gripping pliers tightly between furrowed eyebrows, yanked the venomous stinger out with a loud splash of blood and pus. While treating Su Emochen's injuries, the healer kept searching through their own backpack. Damn it, I'm out of sutures in my bag. Wang Chui, do you have any left? I'm all out too. All the medicine I had is gone. It's fine, just wrap it tighter. A bit of blood loss won't kill me. Intense pain nearly sent Su Emochen into unconsciousness. He fiercely bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay conscious. He absolutely could not fall. His teammates were still fighting ahead, and he needed to recover quickly to go support them. With no choice, the healer tightened the bandage again. All right, endure it a bit. Let me add one more round. At that moment, the excruciating pain made Su Emochen see as if his long-deceased grandmother had come to meet him. Fuck, that hurt too damn much. Severe pain caused cold sweat to pour from him, but it also awakened his fading consciousness. Struggling, he raised his other hand to open Jiang Yao's bracelet, wanting to buy some food that could replenish their strength. The new item markers on the bracelet flashed continuously. Originally, Su Emochen had only wanted to open the food delivery system, but he accidentally clicked on the update interface. When he saw what was on sale on the page, joy flashed across his pale face. There's hope. Ding, you have a new food order. Please handle it promptly. Little Xiang, who was washing the juicer in the kitchen, suddenly heard the bracelet alert tone ring. He opened the food ordering interface, thinking it was dinner ordered by Li Feng or Su Emochen. However, instead of food, they had ordered weapons. Energy guns times 300, protective shields times 300. Little Xiang shook his trunk. When did the bracelet start offering these updates? Without him noticing, Jiang Yao sat on the couch watching TV. Today, the television featured Genoan legend, and the drama had just reached its most captivating part, the blood test for royal lineage. Deeply engrossed, she barely noticed little Xiang's robotic voice beside her. Master, someone wants to buy weapons. Who is it? How many? Just send it to them. On the TV, the Emperor's chief eunuch pricked his own finger, letting a drop of blood fall into a water bowl to mix with the blood of 2 others. Jiang Yao didn't even glance away, asking half-heartedly. In her mind, the system was snacking on cybermelon seeds and fully engrossed in the drama. Actually, this blood test isn't scientific at all. Theoretically, human blood has the same components, so anyone's blood could blend together. Little Xiang enlarged the bracelet interface, blocking Jiang Yao's view. It's Su Mo Chun. He wants to buy 300 energy guns and 300 protective shields. We don't have that much stock in our weapon cabinet. Hearing Little Xiang's words, Jiang Yao seemed somewhat surprised. She put down her melon seeds and took the bracelet to take a closer look. Sure enough, 61 and 3,000 points had already been paid. Buying this many? Has something unexpected happened at their base? Little Xiang shook his head. I'm not sure, but he marked it as an urgent need. All right, I'll send it over now. Jiang Yao stood up, brushing off the melon seed shells from her clothes. She pulled out 300 energy guns and 300 protective shields from her ring and sent them to Su Mo Chun via the bracelet. Just as she was about to hand the bracelet back to Little Xiang, she suddenly noticed something. That's strange. Why hasn't Li Feng ordered takeout recently? Let me briefly explain the prices. Level 1 crystal core is 100 points. Level 2 is 500. Level 3 is 1500. Level 4 is 5000. Level 5 is 10,000. Energy guns and protective shields each cost 1,000 points. 600 of them total up to 61 points. The additional 3,000 points are for the delivery fee charged by the bracelet, 5 points per item. Chapter 137, A Big Harvest. It's strange. Why hasn't Li Feng been ordering takeaway recently? Jiang Yao checked his order records and found that he hadn't used the wristband to buy anything for several days. Could he be out on a mission? Or did he leave his wristband at home? Or, had something unexpected happened? She couldn't figure it out. Whatever, she'd just have to wait until she saw him in the base in a few days to ask. Jiang Yao was slightly puzzled for a moment, but quickly dismissed this thought from her mind. She had enough of her own problems to deal with. How could she waste time worrying about others? She needed more rest. There was a tough battle to fight tonight anyway. 8 nights out of 10 in the wasteland were rainy. The drizzling acid rain splashed down from the sky, hitting the ground with a series of corrosive sounds that made one's teeth hurt. Jiang Yao, wearing a black raincoat that protected her from the acid rain, carefully avoided the surrounding searchlights. She glanced at the time on her wrist. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. The searchlights rotated every 5 minutes, and each rotation lasted for 40 seconds. She had to find the next hiding spot within those 40 seconds. Turn right. Go straight to the wall corner 300 meters away. That's a blind spot. You can jump over directly. Without a word, Jiang Yao followed the system's guidance and leaped from the corner into a small courtyard within the city lord's estate. Her timing was perfect. Just as she covered herself, the next second, the searchlight swept over. Jiang Yao crouched patiently in the corner waiting. Soon, another 10 minutes passed, and the searchlights began to rotate again. With a flick of her toes, she darted forward, moving as agilely as a black cat. Yes, go forward. Do you see that rock sculpture ahead? The armory is inside it. Go for it. Drip. Verification passed. Welcome, master. Upon inserting the chip, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. WC, don't yell so loud. Do you want to die? Jiang Yao was startled and looked around furtively, but there wasn't a single guard anywhere in sight. Something seemed off. Isn't this the armory? Why are there no guards even near the entrance? Host, rest assured. I've checked. There isn't a single living thing in this courtyard. Proceed without worry. The system was considerate and promptly reassured Jiang Yao. Although she still felt a little odd, since the system said there was no one, there definitely was no one. Perhaps they believed the traps inside the armory were secure enough, making guarding unnecessary? Jiang Yao didn't have much time to ponder as the rock sculpture opened like a door, silently parting from both sides. From the outside, it looked like a descending tunnel, wide enough to only accommodate one person. Jiang Yao stepped in, waited for a few seconds, and then the door quietly closed behind her. Reaching behind her, she pulled out her sunglasses and hung them on her ears. In an instant, the empty narrow corridor revealed countless infrared detection beams. The mechanism is 3 inches to your right-hand side. Press down, then swipe the chip to enter. Jiang Yao placed her hand on the wall and searched carefully. Sure enough, she touched a place that was completely different from everywhere else. Everywhere else on the wall was smooth and flawless, whereas this part felt like sandpaper. Jiang Yao slapped her chip onto the mechanism, hearing a soft drip. When she raised her eyes, those infrared lines disappeared instantly. Soft lights lit up step by step with her steps. As soon as she entered, Jiang Yao saw a large smart holographic projection sand table. It presented various weapons parameters, deployment locations, and status in real-time 3D form, with the light shimmering and information continuously updating like flowing water. Jiang Yao tapped the sand table with her finger, freezing the interface. The weapon she clicked immediately zoomed in, displaying detailed diagrams. Jiang Yao didn't fully understand these parameters, but her gaze was entirely captivated by the gun racks that lined an entire wall on the left. All the gun racks were supported by deep, gray, high-strength engineering plastics, with various energy guns neatly hung on them. Below were multi-layered drawer storage compartments. Jiang Yao casually pulled open one, revealing neatly arranged dozens of level 4 energy stones in the compartment, gleaming with a cold, greenish luster under the light. Jiang Yao quickly pulled a few more drawers open. Sure enough, they contained a large quantity of energy stones used to recharge the energy guns, classified and organized according to levels, with clear labels. Wow, big score. This city lord was really rich, leaving so many energy stones in drawers like this. If it were her, she would lock them up in a safe for sure. Heart pounding, hands trembling, Jiang Yao pocketed everything. She wouldn't miss a single thing. Not only the guns, but also the energy stones. She wanted them all. And even that sand table which looked incredibly advanced earlier. She took it, too. Everything must go. Further inside, after passing through the wall, the space suddenly expanded. Inside was a vast underground space, with tall multi-layered shelves arranged in order. Each shelf had an independent intelligent control system, precisely managing the weapons stored within. Outside, there were several science fiction-looking drones parked, each uniquely shaped with smooth lines that shone with a mysterious luster under the lights. Behind the drones lay the electromagnetic weapons zone, where massive electromagnetic railguns stood silently, their barrels thick and pointing outward, radiating a sense of advanced technology. Jiang Yao was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time, finding everything fascinating. She didn't care whether things were valuable or useful. As she walked through, she gathered everything, weapons and shelves alike, and stashed them all into her spatial ring. In less than 10 minutes, the armory was swept clean, not even a single wire was left behind. Finally, Jiang Yao touched the alloy walls of the armory, contemplating the possibility of dismantling and taking away the walls themselves. In the surveillance room, Ingyi watched in stunned silence as Jiang Yao plundered all the items from the city lord's private armory. All those things were what the city lord had spent huge amounts of money to bring over from the main city. It was said that it had cost him at least half his fortune. If he were to see this scene, wouldn't he spew blood from anger? TSK. She felt almost sorry for Bai Lixian. Instead of achieving her goal of seizing the hotel for herself, she ended up losing her base in one fell swoop. Whoever saw this wouldn't say anything other than miserable. But they couldn't go too far either, in case that fatso came back later, and things became difficult for the sisters to handle. So when Jiang Yao wanted to take everything, including the walls of the armory, Ingyi decisively pressed the alarm button. Woo, woo, woo. The deafening warning sound suddenly rang out, waking up at least half the residents of the city center. Ah, so thrilling, we've been discovered. Host, run fast. In her mind, the system panicked and screamed loudly. Oh, looks like I can't take these walls. Jiang Yao glanced disappointedly at the wall before turning around and running without hesitation. Shut up, quick scan for weak defensive areas, and I'll break us out. The next morning, shortly after 5:30 a.m., the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature was pleasant. From a distance near the hotel, there came dense, uneven footsteps. Sumaching had wrapped his injured arm with gauze around his neck, gripping an energy gun with his other hand, dragging his long softened legs while walking silently at the front of the group. Yesterday evening, after exchanging many energy guns and protective shields from his wristband, he had successfully dealt with most of the insect swarms blocking the entrance to the base. He also ordered hundreds of servings of the cheapest food and water through his wristband. Everyone gathered and ate heartily together for what might have been their last satisfying meal. The sight of his comrades devouring their food in such a hurry made him feel heartbroken repeatedly. They were filled with hope that stepping outside the base would mean a new life. Little did they know that conditions outside the base were only worse, filled with mutated toxic bugs and high-level zombies gathered in clusters. The road they safely ran on was built on the bones of their fallen teammates. Of thousands of psychics, only more than 500 remained alive. Sumaching regretted it. If he had convinced everyone earlier to live inside the big base, could they have survived? Li Hua walked behind, sighing deeply as he looked at the despondent figure of his leader. Seeing everyone in the group move with exhausted steps and blank eyes, looking like they were about to collapse any second, he still opened his mouth to encourage them. Just hold on a bit longer, we're about to reach the Wanjia Hotel. There's unlimited food and water there, and you can rest safely. But these words didn't work much on them. Upon hearing his voice, the survivors barely moved their eyeballs, not even with the strength to echo his words in agreement. He'd been saying these same words since before leaving the base. They had walked all day without seeing a glimpse of the hotel. Most of them thought that maybe these were just lies from Li Hua and the base commander. Like yearning for plums to quench thirst, having some hope was better than doing nothing and waiting to die. How hard it is to survive. Was this heaven's retribution on humanity? First, zombies, then insects. What would come next? Could they still survive? No one knew the answer to this question, just as no one expected that upon turning a corner, they truly saw a towering, luxurious Wanjia hotel standing by the street. Chapter 138, Find Something to Do. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Yao got up from bed right on time. Yesterday, she explored the city lord's mansion with the system, and she replenished her stock significantly. Now, she didn't have to worry about money anymore. As soon as she thought of the piles of energy stones in her space, Jiang Yao was eager to go on a shopping spree in the system mall. But after flipping through it for a long time, she didn't find anything she wanted. In the end, she could only spend a few hundred points and exchange them for 2 sets of clothes and shoes that maintained a constant temperature. After changing into new clothes and heading downstairs, Jiang Yao immediately saw various customers eating breakfast in the hall. Good morning, everyone. Jiang Yao smiled and greeted the customers. Good morning, Boss Jiang. After spending some time together, everyone understood what kind of person Boss Jiang was. She was strong, decisive, and had principles. But if you didn't intentionally pick a fight with her, then she was just a kind young girl to you. Of course, her biggest hobby might be sleeping late. After all, it was almost 11 in the morning, and they were already eating lunch when she came downstairs. Jiang Yao directly went to the vending machine and took a portion of preserved meat 8 treasure rice, then grabbed a cup of new flavored fruit tea from the fridge. After looking around, she noticed that all the tables on the first floor were full. Were there this many people yesterday? Seeing her looking around, Bai Yun thought she might not find a seat and quickly waved at her. Boss Jiang, come here. We have a spot. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up, indeed noticing an empty seat next to Bai Yun. On his other side sat a white-haired little beauty. With large, round eyes blinking, she had 2 furry, white cat ears on her head, looking extremely adorable. So this was their clan's offspring? Jiang Yao walked over with her plate and sat down. Seeing the little beauty's eyes following her every move without blinking, she took out a few candies from her space and handed them over. Have some candy. The little beauty's eyes immediately widened and shone brightly. Jiang Yao assumed she might not know how to eat it since she probably hadn't before, so she was about to tear open the wrapper for her. But just as she did, the girl tore open the package, popped it in her mouth, and casually shoved one into Bai Yun's mouth too. Sweet. Just as sweet as the one Sister Lan you gave me yesterday. Her pointed ears quivered slightly, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly enjoyed it. Oh, Lan you must have taught her yesterday. Jiang Yao opened the disposable cutlery and took a sip of juice. It tasted a bit like peach oolong tea, but not as sweet. It was actually quite refreshing. Ling, say thank you. Bai Yun, caught off guard by the unexpected candy in his mouth, quickly pushed his sister's arm after reacting. Thank you, divine beast Darun. Bai Ling smiled sweetly at Jiang Yao, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. You're welcome. Jiang Yao felt an itch in her heart and unconsciously rubbed her fingers a little. Her ears were so cute, she wanted to pet them. How is everyone doing here? Is everything comfortable? Jiang Yao put a bite of the preserved meat rice in her mouth and curiously asked. She had been busy these past few days dealing with matters at the branch store and hadn't paid much attention to these people. She wondered how they were feeling living here. It's great, we all love it here. It's warm and bright. There's clean hot water for bathing and laundry, much better than where we used to live. A hint of gratitude and embarrassment showed in Bai Yun's eyes. However, when they first arrived, they knew nothing. They caused a minor incident because they weren't familiar with the public restroom and shower facilities, but later, the Little Mermaid helped them sort it out. These minor issues didn't need to be reported to Divine Beast Adult. She was busy enough as it was. They shouldn't bother her more. Jiang Yao noticed a bit of awkwardness in him, but since he didn't want to mention it, she didn't ask further. Okay, if you have any problems, feel free to talk to me or Xiao Xiang Lan you anytime. Just stay here peacefully and treat it like home. Don't feel restricted. Alright, I understand. Bai Yun nodded obediently but suddenly remembered something. Oh, Boss Jiang. The clansmen all want me to ask if there's anything we can help with at the shop. If there is, just let us know, we can do anything. With so many of them, it was really embarrassing to keep eating here for free. Although Boss Jiang never mentioned paying rent or food expenses, they had observed in the hotel. The hotel accepted crystal cores. Only those with crystal cores could stay and eat here. These crystal cores looked exactly like the beast cores from their place. They had all decided that if Boss Jiang needed help, some of them would stay to assist her in managing the store while the rest would go out with others to hunt for crystal cores. If Boss Jiang didn't need their help, they would return to the beast world together and find spirit cores from strange beasts. In any case, they couldn't let the divine beast raise them without doing anything. There shouldn't be anything at the moment. But the staffing arrangements at the shop are managed by Xiao Xiang. You can ask him later if he needs more help. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and didn't outright refuse. Recently, she had entrusted all matters of the shop to Xiao Xiang and Lan Yu. The two of them worked together to serve customers and sometimes seemed more like the boss than she did. This gave her immense peace of mind every time she went out. As for the staffing issue, since Xiao Xiang hadn't mentioned it, she really didn't know if the shop was shorthanded or not. However, Bai Yun's willingness to offer help satisfied Jiang Yao greatly. This showed that she had indeed judged correctly. Bai Yun's clanspeople were grateful and knew how to repay kindness. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Bai Yun nodded, quietly speeding up his eating pace. Chapter 139, Seeing Qin Yan. Bai Yun silently sped up his eating. After finishing the meal, he would go find Xiao Xiang, the store manager, and ask her to get the tribespeople busy this afternoon if possible. Those who need to work should work, those who need to hunt should hunt. Don't stay cooped up in the house eating and sleeping all day, or you'll even forget your talents. Yao Yao, it's great that you're here. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. When Jiang Yao heard the hurried voice, she knew it was Lu Yin coming down. She quickly ate the last bite in her bowl, took the napkin beside her to wipe her mouth. What's the urgent matter? Lu Yin saw that the customers in the store were staring at her unhappily, so she finally realized her voice had been too loud. Sorry, I'll try to be quieter. Enjoy your meals, everyone. She smiled and waved, then leaned closer to Jiang Yao's ear and whispered, it's very urgent. Do you remember the squad we saved yesterday? Their captain woke up just now and says there is a major event that they will only tell you. What? Jiang Yao almost thought she'd misheard. Of course, she remembered the 3 severely injured survivors that Lu Yin had brought back yesterday, but didn't she seem unfamiliar with those people? Why did they need to see her for some big issue? After saying this, Lu Yin stopped speaking and instead vigilantly looked at Bai Yun and his siblings by Jiang Yao's side. As soon as Bai Yun saw her posture, he understood completely. This matter shouldn't let others know. With great perceptiveness, he voluntarily stood up, tidied up the utensils on the table, and prepared to leave, dragging his sister along. We've finished our meal, so we'll return to our room. Boss Jiang, please take your time. Hey, brother, my food. Bai Ling was forcibly pulled up by one arm, still gazing longingly at the unfinished meal on her plate. Bai Yun bent down to coax his younger sister. Good girl, brother will take us back and eat it. Once the two of them disappeared into the elevator, Jiang Yao took a large gulp of juice, then gave Lu Yin a dismissive glance. Can you speak now? What exactly is the matter? Lu Yin again leaned close to Jiang Yao's ear and whispered. Qin Yin said she has been reborn, and she claims she knows the reason for this apocalypse. After finishing this sentence, she immediately tightly watched Jiang Yao, fearing to miss any changes in her expression. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao's focus was different from hers. Who is Qin Yin? Does she know me? Then she seemed to suddenly realize something. Her brows furrowed slightly like a Chan character. Since this is such a big deal, why doesn't she go to your superior instead of finding me? I don't know. Through micro-expressions, Lu Yin confirmed that Jiang Yao wasn't lying. She truly didn't know Qin Yin. In no uncertain terms, she spit out 3 words, threw up her hands, and leaned back against the chair. Actually, she also found herself baffled about this incident. If it were herself being reborn, the first thing she would do would be to seek a trustworthy superior to report the matter. After all, an issue concerning the survival of humanity wasn't something a little nobody like her could decide. But Qin Yin chose to risk everything to find Boss Jiang. It was undeniable that Boss Jiang's powers were indeed remarkable. However, she had always worked alone and hadn't ever been to the base. Even if they found Jiang Yao, what could they possibly do? Would Boss Jiang really follow her to the main base to save people? Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was also lost in deep thought. Regarding this apocalypse, in the previous life, she'd also heard many versions. Among the most popular rumors were 2. One claimed it was Earth's self-evolution, something akin to a revival of spiritual energy. So some survivors awakened abilities. Other humans, unable to withstand this infusion of spiritual power, became zombies. The second rumor was more intriguing. Roughly, it suggested that this was actually an invasion by a higher civilization on Earth. They used zombie viruses and various natural disasters to completely exterminate Earth's original human inhabitants, allowing them to plunder the planet's resources at will. Though these 2 rumors spread widely, until Jiang Yao's death, they were never able to discern their accuracy. Now, after reincarnating into a new world, someone had specially sought her out to say they were also reborn and they knew the cause of the apocalypse? Did something happen after her death in the previous life that was closely related to herself? What does she have that's worth other people worrying about? Hotel? Powers? Or perhaps, the system? Thinking of a certain possibility, Jiang Yao looked a bit troubled. The appearance of the system was indeed a mystery. She had also indirectly asked around, wanting to know why the system appeared in the small hotel her mother gave her and why it bonded with her. But every time, the system either dodged the question or feigned ignorance and stayed silent. The usually somewhat foolish system was tight-lipped about this matter, refusing to divulge even a hint. Could the woman who claimed to be reborn possibly have the answer she sought? There's only one way to find out. Jiang Yao snapped herself back to the present and swirled the dwindling juice in her glass. After finishing the last sip, she disposed of the trash on the table in the bin, then stood up and walked towards the passenger elevator. Halfway there, she suddenly noticed something amiss. She turned her head to look at Lu Yin, who was still sitting there, lost in thought. Let's go. Lead the way. What are you waiting for? Lu Yin looked up, still somewhat confused. Seeing the elevator doors already open, she hurriedly rose and approached. Oh, I'm coming. Jiang Yin and the others were arranged by little Xiang into the last 4-person room. Hey, isn't that Boss Jiang? Hello, Boss Jiang. The 3rd floor was fully occupied. A few women holding clothes emerged from the laundry room. Upon seeing Jiang Yao cross through the stairwell, they smiled and greeted her warmly. Jiang Yao kept walking, responding with a smile. Hello, are you all comfortable here? The women hadn't expected a response and were delighted as their eyes crinkled with joy. Yes, very comfortable. It's much better living here than outside. That's good. As they spoke, Jiang Yao had already arrived outside the last room by the stairwell. Lu Yin quickly knocked 3 times on the door, and soon it was opened by a young man. Captain Lu. Upon seeing Lu Yin, the man immediately stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Jiang Yao took the lead in stepping inside, bypassing the corridor and bathroom until she saw a woman lying face down on the bed. The woman's delicate back was entwined with yellowed bandages, which faintly bled through with red stains. At the sound of someone entering, she lifted her face. The woman didn't appear older than 25 or 26. Her chin was sharp, her eyes lifeless, and her complexion ashen like paper. These were clear symptoms of anemia caused by significant blood loss. The moment she saw Jiang Yao, a bright glimmer ignited in the woman's eyes. In them lay emotions that Jiang Yao couldn't fully comprehend: regret, longing, and overwhelming joy at regaining something lost. Jiang Yao almost thought there was something wrong with her vision. Chapter 140. Do you remember your mom? That gaze harbored emotions Jiang Yao couldn't quite fathom: regret, longing, and the ecstatic joy of a reunion after loss. Jiang Yao nearly thought there was something wrong with her eyes. She was certain she had never known this woman in either of her lifetimes. What kind of reunion was this? The woman was Qin Yin. Upon seeing Jiang Yao's face that bore an almost 90% resemblance to another woman's, Qin Yin struggled fiercely despite the wound on her back, trying to get up. Jiang Yao, you're Jiang Yao, right? It's definitely you. I wouldn't mistake you for anyone else. Wonderful, we're saved. We're saved. Captain, don't move around. Your wound will tear open. Shui Junyu noticed something off about her mood and quickly rushed over to hold down her shoulders. A somewhat irritable voice came from behind Jiang Yao. It was Lu Yin. Captain Qi, I brought you the person you're looking for. Can you now finally tell us what's going on? Lu Yin wasn't one known for her patience either. Initially, she had expected that upon waking up, Qin Yin would clarify those things about rebirth and the end of the world properly. Who knew that although Qin Yin did wake up, it seemed like her soul hadn't fully returned yet. She'd been constantly acting crazy, screaming to see Jiang Yao. Fine, since she wanted to see Jiang Yao, Lu Yan went and fetched Jiang Yao so she could meet her. Now, Jiang Yao had arrived, but Qin Yan was still rambling nonsensically. Lu Yan started doubting if the person's brain was scrambled due to getting hit by a zombie king. Why should she abandon a whole day's worth of work just to accompany her craziness, dragging Yao Yao into it as well? Was any of it worthwhile? Standing beside the bed, Jiang Yao observed that with all the commotion, the woman's back appeared to have developed a slight tinge of dark red again. This was unacceptable. If she bled out before saying anything, where would she find someone who remembered a rebirth scenario? After pondering, she grabbed Lu Yan's arm and made motions toward leaving. If you can't calm down soon, we'll leave. We don't have time to sit around waiting. Sure enough, at these words, Qin Yan reacted as if shocked, shouting loudly, "Don't go. I have something to say." Jiang Yao's lips curled slightly, thinking this compliance could have come sooner. She then dragged Lu Yan back towards the bed, then lied down and stopped moving. With a look full of awkwardness, Lu Yan stared at her baby-soothing gestures, yet cooperated all the same. This strategy worked well. Qin Yan stopped fussing around and obediently lay prone, staring longingly at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao pulled out a stool and sat down beside the bed. "All right, speak your mind. Afterward, I have things to attend to." Qin Yan nodded, organizing her thoughts in silence before slowly recounting the events leading up to her death. "In fact, I've come back from Rebirth. In my previous life, when I died, the global human population was down to only 200 people left." At this, her gaze dimmed, as if plunging deep into memories. "It all started after a mission I once undertook when I ventured out of base. I remember that particular task wasn't particularly dangerous, just dealing with a level 4 psychic class mutated zombie. My teammates and I were all capable espers above level 5. With our joint effort, the beast fell swiftly, and its summoned horde of lesser zombies was wiped out effortlessly too." Level 4, level 5? Scholar Shue's expression shifted immediately. Up until now, he'd heard nothing of espers breaking beyond level 4. Exactly when had Captain Qi reincarnated? What happened next? He pressed eagerly. Qin Yan shot him a glare. "Don't interrupt me. I know you have questions, but wait till I'm done speaking before asking them." With that, she picked up the nearby bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Afterward, once the mission was complete, I returned with the rescued survivors and my team members to hand in our report at the main base. However, even after all this time, just thinking about the scene caused Qin Yan to shiver involuntarily. It was ruined, entire base gone. An uncountable number of high-level mutant beasts and a massive wave of advanced stage zombies stormed into the North City base. Overnight, hundreds of thousands living within the base perished. Later, we found out it wasn't just this base that night. The remaining bases scattered across the entire blue planet were destroyed. Qin Yan's resentful eyes locked onto Jiang Yao's face, her lips trembling continuously. "And all this is all because of you, Jiang Yao. They were looking for you." Hiss. Everyone in the room felt a sudden chill rise from their feet to the top of their heads, as though some poisonous snake had begun climbing their spines, making their hands and feet quiver involuntarily. "Gone. All the bases wiped clean. Doesn't that imply they were?" Struggling painfully, Lu Yan managed to croak out. "You? How do you know all this? All this sounds like a one-sided statement. Do you even have any proof?" Qin Yan shook her head. "No proof. This incident will happen 2 years later. But recently, you might have noticed that the mutation of those bugs and plants and animals outside has been accelerating. Oh, and the zombies, their levels should not be too high now. After this insect disaster passes, the first real zombie king, a level 5 mental control type zombie, will appear in Haishur. This zombie king will lead an army of tens of thousands of zombies to attack the Haishur base. In less than half a month, the Haishur base will completely fall. It will then become a paradise for zombies and mutated beasts. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see if what I say comes true." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly bit down hard on her tongue. Qin Yan was telling the truth. In the previous life, she had stayed in the Haishur base for half a year. She had been one of the survivors of that catastrophe. That zombie king looked exactly like a regular human being and possessed the cunning intelligence of a human. It mixed freely with the people in the base, and it was impossible to distinguish it as a zombie just by appearance alone. Only when a strong smell of rust filled her mouth did Jiang Yao snap back to reality. She stared into Qin Yan's dark eyes. "Why are you so sure that those abnormal beasts and zombies are looking for me? Can't they just be killing for the sake of killing?" Lu Yan suddenly raised his head. "That's right. Even if all this is true, what does it have to do with Jiang Yao? How could she possibly know that the fall of the base is related to Jiang Yao? Do zombies really tell others why they kill before committing murder? Stop making jokes." But Qin Yan looked at Jiang Yao strangely and asked a question entirely off topic. She said, "Jiang Yao, have you ever seen your mom? Do you remember what she looked like?" Jiang Yao felt a jolt in her heart under Qin Yan's gaze, but she maintained an outward calm demeanor and replied with composure. "Don't dodge my question. I asked you first." Mom. She remembered her mom was called Shenrong. Her voice was always soft when she spoke, and she carried a sweet scent. Her hands were warm and deft, capable of cooking delicious meals. But what did she look like? Yes, what did she look like? Why couldn't she recall her mother's face? Qin Yan gave a derisive smile. "You don't remember, right? Do you know why?" Chapter 141, still very important. Qin Yan gave a sarcastic smile. "You don't remember, right? Do you know why?" "Why? If you know, just tell me quickly. Why are you making me wait with this suspense?" Lu Yan was an impatient person. When she heard Qin Yan speak half of the truth, she nearly wanted to press her head down and force her to finish speaking all at once. Qin Yin directly ignored Lu Yin. She only stared at Jiang Yao, madness flashing in her eyes as she prepared to reveal the truth. Because your mother was not human at all. She never belonged to Blue Star. She was the vanguard of the high-dimensional invaders, the origin of this disaster on Blue Star, and the sinner who caused us to end up like this. The more Jiang Yao listened, the tighter her brows furrowed. You're talking nonsense. After my mom passed away, I personally presided over her funeral rites. Are you now going to say that even the corpse was fake? I think you've gone mad. Go see a doctor soon. After a string of verbal abuse, she turned and walked away. Hilarious. She had thought this person might actually say something useful, but instead, the other person fabricated absurd tales like this. What nonsense about a higher civilization and invaders. Not a single word would she believe. Mom clearly died in that car accident, and she'd seen her face when performing the rites. That was her mom's face. As for why she didn't remember her mom's appearance, she thought it made sense. After all, combined across both her lives, she hadn't seen her mom in at least 2 or 3 years, and there were no photos left at home. Forgetting seemed natural enough. Yet, deep in Jiang Yao's heart, a tiny voice was questioning her thoughts. No, something wasn't right. Her memory wasn't that bad. Not even her mother, whom she'd longed for day and night over the years, let alone classmates from her previous life who she hadn't interacted with much. She could still vaguely recall their appearances. Round face or long face, big eyes or small eyes, long hair or short hair. These significant facial features couldn't have been forgotten so thoroughly after such a long time. But despite her efforts to recall, she was horrified to find that all her memories of her mother lacked a front view of her face. It was as if someone had taken an eraser and gently wiped her mother's face frame by frame, leaving behind those warm memories, preventing her from noticing the change immediately. Like a frog being boiled in warm water, Jiang Yao was the frog submerged in lukewarm water. If it weren't for Qin Yin dousing her with a bucket of cold water and waking her up, she might never have realized until death exactly when this phenomenon began. She needed to find a quiet place and interrogate the system harshly. A premonition told her the system must be involved in all these matters. It definitely knew the truth. If what Qin Yin said was all true, then the system's appearance must surely have something to do with her mother. Her own resurrection might also have something to do with her mother. But the next words from Qin Yin made her freeze mid-action with her hand on the door handle, confirming some of her suspicions. I'm not sure about what you've said, but I remember before I died, I saw a huge light screen appear in the sky. There was your face on the screen. A woman's voice said that if you were still alive, they might consider sparing our human race's lineage. But you were dead, so she decided to make all of humanity suffer under her wrath. I can't possibly mistake your face, or rather, every human who experienced that apocalyptic scene would never forget. After all, on that day, the entire human population teetered on the brink of extinction. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom fell upon everyone present. If Qin Yin was telling the truth, that meant they might only live another 4 to 5 years at most. Humanity would become extinct in 4 to 5 years, and Blue Star would be occupied by the high-dimensional civilization. Wouldn't all their struggles, their efforts in building bases and rescuing survivors, everything they did to survive better, then be reduced to a great joke? Jiang Yao lowered her head and remained silent for a long while. Her emotions were extremely complex at the moment. That was her mother, the only family member she had left in the world. Even if the entire world betrayed her, she never imagined that person would be her own mother. But she was someone who had lived again. Her psychological defenses weren't that fragile. Even if Qin Yin's story was true, and her mother really was the vanguard of so-called invaders, so what? Whoever tried anything with her would face retaliation from her until either fish or net was broken. Even if she were to die, she'd take others down with her. Qin Yin revealed all these matters in one breath, regardless of whether anyone else could handle such a large amount of information. After finishing, it seemed she felt her tone had been too serious. After taking a deep breath, she softened her tone. So, Jiang Yao, the first thing I did after rebirthing was to find you. I only hope that you can live well. Only in this way can we juncture more time for the development of our Blue Star. We will have more time to grow rapidly, and perhaps we can truly preserve a spark for the future. Jiang Yao gripped the doorknob again, her tone carrying an unshakable determination. You don't need to tell me this. Naturally, I will live better than anyone else. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Yin finally gave a sincere laugh. She understood what Jiang Yao meant. She would stand on the side of humanity. As soon as her spirit relaxed, Qin Yin felt an intense pain in the wound on her back. Ouch, it hurts like hell. She struggled to pull over her coat from the bedside, took something out of her pocket, and tossed it to Jiang Yao. Here, give me some effective painkillers and antibiotics. I know you definitely have good stuff. By the way, I have one more small matter to tell you all. It's about that old fox Wang Yuan and Li Feng's group. Jiang Yao reached out to catch it, a light yellow grade 3 crystal core. Jiang Yao took out 200-year-old Sanchi plants from her space and threw them to Shui Junyu beside her. Grind them into powder for her to take orally. After finishing, she turned her head impatiently towards Qin Yin. You've got 3 minutes. Say what you want quickly. I have things to do today and don't have time to chatter with you. Thankfully, Qin Yin no longer dragged her words but spoke at high speed, briefly summarizing the matter. The main base has had an incident. That old fox Wang Yuan and the old chief were secretly conducting experiments in the base using the lives of psychics, stripping others of their abilities for themselves. The first one to be stripped was Li Feng, originally a genius psychic of the lightning element. I think we can cooperate, taking Wang Yuan down first. If possible, we should try to save psychics like Li Feng because humanity cannot afford too many internal conflicts. SSS. There was another sound of sharp intakes of breath. Lu Yin and Xiao Yang exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. Could she really believe this? And how could the old chief possibly do such a thing? That was their respected old chief. Is Qin Yin even aware of what she's saying? Qin Yin sighed, showing a hint of helplessness when she saw the expressions on Lu Yin and others' faces. I know it's hard for you to believe, but this matter is true. In just a year after the outbreak of the Otherworld last life, they caused the deaths of at least 1,000 psychics in the base. Later, during a power struggle between several deputy chiefs of the base, this fact was accidentally uncovered. Not long after, their underground labs strangely exploded, and everyone found that the basement was already piled up with corpses. How could it be possible? Lu Yin still found it hard to believe, but the words spoken by Qin Yin today were so shocking. The shock was so great that if tomorrow alien spaceships landed on Blue Star, she might feel, it makes sense. Compared to the event of the extinction of humanity, Wang Huayuan and the old chief's deeds seemed less serious. No. Lu Yin lightly slapped herself. It was still very serious. What if she was among those who died? After all, didn't Qin Yin say? Even Li Feng, the widely recognized expert in the base, fell victim. Chapter 142. Go find the stinky flower. Qin Yin was still trying to persuade Jiang Yao, hoping she would agree to return to the base with him. So, Boss Jiang, I hope. Fine. Before Qin Yin could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Yao nodding her agreement. Surprised that it hadn't required much persuasion, Qin Yin paused for a moment. Jiang Yao then waved her hand. You guys prepare. At the latest, we'll depart tomorrow afternoon and head for the main base. After finishing her statement, without waiting for Qin Yin's reply, she unlocked the door and walked out. Going to the main base wasn't entirely because of Wang Huayuan. Primarily, she had already planned to open a branch there. This time just happened to align perfectly with her plan. But before that, she had something more important to do. System, aren't you going to come out and explain? Realizing it couldn't avoid the question, the system hesitantly chuckled. Good morning, host. Are we now looking for the stinky flower? Let me tell you, the stinky flower grows in the Snow Eagle tribe. Seeing Jiang Yao's expression darken, the system's voice grew quieter. Host, you're too weak right now. This is not something you should know at this point. I really can't tell you. Otherwise, the main system will make it difficult for me. Jiang Yao asked gently. Can you answer one question? What's the relationship between my mother and you? System. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. Since it didn't dare to answer, it seems there must be some connection. After thinking for a moment, she continued. Did my mother send you? The system hemmed and hawed for a while before forcing out a response. No, not exactly. Not exactly. That means yes. It came here, bound with her, and all these were related to her mother. She also thought about the rescue missions the system had previously released and the tasks for gaining gratitude values. Were those things related to her mother as well? Do these imply that her mother wasn't necessarily destined to destroy this planet? Or further reasoning, perhaps the force her mother represented wasn't necessarily bent on destroying humanity either? Jiang Yao set this speculation aside for now and complained inwardly against the system. If you can't tell me this or that, then you should at least let me know when I can learn the truth. When you upgrade the hotel to level 6 or above. In her mind, streams of data were frantically refreshing in front of the system. It had calculated that by that point, the luck it gathered would likely be enough to help most humans escape from being monitored by those people. Then it would fully disclose what it knew to the host. Hopefully, the host will work harder and not disappoint it. Level 6. Jiang Yao opened the hotel interface and took a look. Currently, the main store business points have reached around 750,000. There had been daily revenues of 30,000 to 40,000 in recent days. The best-selling items were the protective shields and energy guns she had acquired from the wasteland. The branch store accumulated over 5,000 points, with an average daily revenue of 3 to 4,000. The top-selling item there was water infused with purification crystals, along with food and fruits from the fruit shop. Seemed like they weren't very enthusiastic about Hot Pot. Next time, after the upgrade, she might open a fruit tea store instead. Cool, cheap fruit teas they should like. Jiang Yao quietly calculated. With approximately 200,000 more points, she'd reached the goal of 1 million. And she still needed to reserve some for opening a branch in the main base. Each time the hotel upgrades, the price for opening a branch doubles. So, it'd be better if she first established the branch before the final collective upgrade. In total, it would require 1.1 million points. Still 300,000 points short. That was at least selling another 300 energy guns or protective shields. Last time, she had scoured nearly 2,000 different energy guns from the City Lord's weapon cache, along with 5 to 6 electromagnetic cannons. She wanted to keep the electromagnetic cannons as a defensive weapon for the hotel. As for the energy guns and drones, which she couldn't use, she could take them all to the base. There was also the electronic sandbox, which any official who wasn't completely clueless would surely choose to accept. This thing was essentially equivalent to a universal weapons manufacturing guide, so anyone knowledgeable would recognize its significant value. She wasn't asking for much. It was reasonable to demand 1,000 third-level crystal cores. If she successfully sells this item, the hotel would directly upgrade to level 6. However, now she must first go to the beast world to retrieve the stinky flower. Insect-repelling perfume was indeed necessary. After all, the protection dome activation duration was measured in minutes. During this period of insect infestations, many customers in the hotel were afraid of incidents and no longer dared to risk going outside to fight zombies. This won't do. Otherwise, how was she supposed to trick or earn their points? Boss Jiang, wait for us. Just as Jiang Yao had input the coordinates and prepared to teleport to the beast world, A shout came from behind her. Turning her head, she saw Bai Yun, who had changed into a set of animal skins, along with dozens of male and female tribespeople hurrying after her. What are you all doing? Boss Jiang, we want to go back with you. Seeing that Jiang Yao had paused, Bai Yun gave an apologetic smile. The heavily wounded tribesfolk were recuperating in the hotel, while the younger ones stayed behind to help out in the store. They didn't want to sit idle either, and it just so happened that Jiang Yao was also planning on visiting the beast world today. After a brief discussion, they decided to follow her, providing extra security for Boss Jiang's safety, though she probably didn't need their protection anyway. Jiang Yao glanced behind Bai Yun and spotted a stout auntie looking at her with a friendly smile. One doesn't reject those who smile, so Jiang Yao gave her a nod in return. You all want to come? Then stay behind me. As she spoke, the portal already finished locking onto its anchor point and opened up. Seeing Jiang Yao stepping through, Bai Yun quickly urged everyone else to follow. In an instant, all of them felt a flash of white light before them. Regaining their senses, they found themselves standing amidst a snow-covered plateau, dazzlingly silver in the frosty landscape. Flurries of snow danced down like petals scattered by celestial maidens, gracefully falling. In the distance, undulating mountains were entirely cloaked in white snow, merging seamlessly with the pristine horizon, blurring the boundaries of space. A sharp, biting wind swept past, carrying the crisp chill of snow, refreshing the mind and spirit. Nothing else needed to be said. Just being in the beast world, where technology hadn't yet polluted the environment, was already a great thing. Every time she came here, the sight gave Jiang Yao an immense visual shock, as fresh as ever. Chapter 143. Who are you? Wow, what a beautiful snowy mountain. With this much snow, how many orcs must have frozen to death? The tender voice of a child and Bai Yun's sigh echoed at the same time. That's not right. A child's voice. Where did this little cub come from? Bai Yun looked around, and sure enough found a white-haired, small dwarf in the crowd. Oh well, these little cubs clearly didn't listen to him at all, did they? In such cold weather, they dared to secretly follow along. They truly deserved a beating. Bai Yun rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Come out, I want to see whose kid you are. Didn't I say you should stay in the hotel? Ah, caught. Bai Ling's face was full of guilt as she kept her head down and tried to hide among the crowd. Quickly hide, quickly hide. If her brother catches her, she will definitely get scolded again. But unexpectedly, a pair of large, rough hands pinched her cheeks. Her cheeks immediately hurt and turned red. With tear-filled eyes, Bai Ling looked up and cried in protest. Ouch, Andy, don't pinch my face. It hurts. You still no pain? And yet you dared to follow. If bitten by those strange beasts, it would hurt much more than this. The stout aunt withdrew her hand, then grabbed Bai Ling's collar and lifted her like a chick in front of Bai Yun. There you go. It's your kid, you'd better keep an eye on her. Bai Yun glared. Bai Ling. Despite being young, Bai Ling was quite cunning. She glanced around and rushed through the crowd to the front. She clutched onto Jiang Yao's thigh tightly, refusing to let go. And at the same time, she muttered continuously, wah wah wah, brother is so scary, Sister Jiang save me. Unfortunately, it was just thunder without rain, making it obvious she was faking it. Why are you grabbing onto Boss Jiang's clothes? Come back here quick. Bai Yun took 2 steps to try to pull her back, but Bai Ling simply released her grip and started circling around Jiang Yao to avoid him. Main focus, rebellion. Rigidity set in. Bai Yun felt his fists stiffen again. When would this mischievous demon calm down? Could such weather possibly allow her to act so carelessly? There's so much snow on the mountain, and the temperature is so low. Any large movement might trigger an avalanche. Even their thick fur as adult beast folk doesn't guarantee safety in an avalanche. This little one is only a few years old. If buried alive, it would certainly mean death. But curiously, this child kept holding onto Lord Beast's clothing. Lord Beast hadn't said anything, so Bai Yun couldn't easily force her away. Bai Yun could only helplessly lower his tone. Ai Ling, come over quickly. Stop fooling around. Let Miss Jiang send you back to the hotel. With this much snow, aren't you feeling cold? As he spoke, steam rose and formed a thin mist in front of Bai Yun. In the blink of an eye, the mist condensed into ice crystals, falling together with the floating snowflakes. Not cold, not at all. If you're cold, brother, come here and I'll warm you up. Bai Ling brushed off the snowflake that landed on her face, shaking her head excitedly. Her fingers spun slightly, creating a small flame. The flames swayed in the cold wind, but didn't go out. Jiang Yao's eyes showed a trace of surprise. This child's fire was interesting. She remembered that the flames of low-level fire-type psychics could be extinguished by water. But Bai Ling's flame, although small and weak, stood firm despite the strong wind. At level 1, her flame could already match the quality of the flames from level 2 or 3 psychics. Was this due to the unique qualities of the beast folk race, or was it simply this child's extraordinary talent? Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Seeing that threats and persuasion weren't working, Bai Yun began to feel angry too. His expression darkened suddenly, and he dragged Bai Ling by the arm toward the teleportation portal. We don't need your fire to keep us warm. You need to go back now. Miss Jiang, I'd bother you to open the teleportation portal so she can go back. The weather here is too severe for kids. Jiang Yao nodded and summoned the teleportation portal with her hand. Seeing her brother was really going to send her back, Bai Ling kicked her short legs wildly in resistance. No, I don't want to stay in the hotel. I want to be with you guys. I awaken my abilities too. I won't slow everyone down. Brother, just take me along, see. I can make fire for everyone to keep warm. While struggling chaotically, a cluster of flames slipped silently from her hand and flew to a nearby tree. Jiang Yao took a brief glance and saw a flicker of sparks jump on the core spark for a few seconds before being quickly extinguished by the icy wind. All that remained was a faint black mark of carbon, oddly embedded within the mottled bark. Seeing that no disaster such as a fire occurred, Jiang Yao didn't pay much attention to it. Meanwhile, Bai Yun had already picked up Bai Ling's arm and pushed her into the teleportation portal. The door closed and disappeared again, leaving only Bai Ling's low wails echoing in the air. Brother is the worst. Just now, Jiang Yao had taken the time to familiarize herself once more with the information about the stinky flower fields transmitted by the system. The stinky flower was a very peculiar plant, growing only in high-altitude plateau regions. Looking at the pictures sent by the system, this plant resembled morning glory, its branches and leaves clumped together in large masses. When it hadn't bloomed yet, it looked thin and fragile. But once it bloomed, the flowers were especially large, like big red heads growing on thin necks. Since the pungent, stimulating scent when the flowers bloomed always drove away the insects that would have pollinated it, the stinky flowers did not rely on insect pollination for reproduction. They propagated through rhizomes. As long as the branches touched soil and water, new root stems could grow. Even a single leaf falling on the ground could possibly spawn an entire patch of flowers. Stinky flowers were unafraid of scorching heat or freezing cold, usually blooming in the two most extreme seasons, summer and winter. The Snowsculpt clan beast folk who lived on the plateau often gathered some stinky flower petals in the summer to exchange for food with low-altitude beast folk during the winter markets. These petals might not be useful in normal times. However, when everyone began storing food for winter hibernation, almost every tribe bought a batch. They used them to prevent stored food from being eaten by rats and various bugs. The petal Bai Yun had given her earlier was one they had exchanged with the Snowsculpt clan at the Grand Market. Their current location was exactly where the Snowsculpt clan resided. Someone had arrived. Jiang Yao's thoughts returned to the present, and she lifted her head. In the distance, a massive white eagle was circling in the air ahead, its wings stirring up countless snowflakes like cloud waves. The white eagle opened its lead gray beak. A clear, resonant male voice echoed through the air. Who are you? What brings you to the dwelling place of my Snowsculpt clan? Chapter 144. Are you guys raising bugs? Who are you? Why are you here at the Snow Sculpture Tribe's residence? Shuesan was one of the guards on patrol duty today. Today, he was originally going to do a routine inspection in midair and then quickly return to warm himself by the fire. It was too cold. So cold that as soon as he stepped out, he wanted to go back to his cave. But just after taking off, he noticed some unusual movement on the nearby hill. At first, he thought it might be an extremely hungry strange beast trying to find food around their tribe. This kind of incident had happened before. Out of caution for any strange beasts, he instructed the teammate patrolling with him to report the situation to the chief, while he pressed lower into the air to observe the scene from close range. As soon as he arrived, he saw several beast people standing there. Among them a big and small pair were quietly debating something. He wanted to get closer to listen, but noticed that the big beast pushed the little one into a door, causing the small one to disappear instantly. After observing carefully, he realized these people didn't seem to have wings. That meant as long as he stayed in the air, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Most importantly, he couldn't stand to see someone harm a young girl. His sense of justice didn't allow him to stand by idly. Seeing that these people only stared at him without responding, Shuesan's wariness heightened, and he abruptly rose a few feet higher. Where is that little cub? Where did you take her? Hand her over immediately, or you won't leave this mountain. Bai Yun blinked innocently. Cub? Was he talking about his little sister? I'm talking to you, white-haired but dressed in black boy. Don't think I didn't see you hiding the little female somewhere. If you don't give her up right now, I will show you no mercy. Bai Yun flipped his finger and pointed at himself. Me? Am I the one you're talking about? Shuesan flapped his wings hard. A series of ice spikes shot down towards Bai Yun. You? How dare you pretend to not know what I'm talking about when you've committed such an abominable act? Here comes my heavenly falcon meteor spike. Not wait. That's my sister. Bai Yun screamed in panic and ran around like a rat trying to escape. Jiang Yao, the group. Only after Jiang Yao opened the portal to bring back Bai Ling did Shuesan finally stop attacking Bai Yun with his ice needles. He folded his wings and landed on a distant tree, blinking his small green pea-sized eyes. You guys aren't really vagrant beast people trafficking cubs, are you? There was still a trace of doubt in his voice. Bai Yun was already exhausted from explaining. Speaking weakly, he said, No, this is truly my sister, born from the same mother. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. Bai Ling looked at her older brother and then at the big bird perched on the tree, preening its feathers. She suddenly got an idea, and her eyes lit up just as she was about to speak. Jiang Yao gave her a cool glance, warning her. Bai Ling's shoulders dropped immediately, all intention to cause trouble gone. Big bird uncle, what he says is true. He is my real brother. My only blood brother. Shuesan still didn't believe it. Then where did you put her just now? How could she vanish like that? In a hotel. Bai Ling explained matter-of-factly. A hotel? What hotel? Shuang tilted his head, thinking hard. What hotel? Had he ever heard of such a place before? A hotel is the divine realm of beast god. There are many things to eat and drink, hot water, it's very warm, there's no snow, no cold wind. Most importantly, it has no dangerous beasts. It's comfortable. All our clan is there. Bai Ling waved her hand to draw a huge circle, introducing Wanjia Hotel's facilities to Shuesan. Shuesan's eagle-like eyes widened dramatically. Oh huh? Such a place exists? Can our tribe go there? Watching the conversation getting further off topic, Jiang Yao finally interrupted the chit-chat between the young ones. Shue. My name is Shuesan. Alright, Shue-san, can we discuss hotel accommodations later? Could you please come down from the tree? Jiang Yao looked up with her head tilted high, feeling her neck almost straining from looking upward. This tree was too tall. Step back a bit. I'll come down now. Seeing everyone obediently stepping back a few steps, Shue-san carefully jumped down from the tree trunk, transforming into a young male Beastman. Jiang Yao carefully compared Shue-san with Bai Yun. Bai Yun has white hair and golden pupils. He also has white hair and golden pupils. Bai Yun was a pure white tiger with silver white spots on his fur, which were almost imperceptible at first glance. As for the snow sculpture tribe, they were mostly white, with only a few indistinct brown stripes on their heads and backs. After Shue-san transformed into human form, the most noticeable feature was the streaks of brown in his snow-white hair, giving him a rather fashionable look. It seemed that even when so people transformed into human form, they retained some distinct features of their original forms. But there was one thing, there were no ugly so people. So far, the Shode people she had seen all had different appearances, yet each one was muscular, clearly honed from life and death experiences. Noticing Jiang Yao staring at him, Shue-san felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his nose, his round cheeks inexplicably turning red. He had noticed while he was hovering in the air that this female was really beautiful, even more beautiful than the snowflakes of their tribe. Now that she was closer, she looked even better, like a sacred gassa flower blooming on an ice mountain. Seeing him blatantly staring at Lady Beast God, Bai Yun felt a tinge of displeasure rise within him. He took a step forward, blocking Shue-san's view. Shue-san glared fiercely at Bai Yun for obstructing his line of sight. You damn tiger, I didn't like you from the first moment. What's wrong? Jiang Yao didn't understand the silent exchange between them, but she could feel something odd about the atmosphere between the two. Nothing. Shue-san lowered his head and pressed his hand against his burning face to cool it down. Once the heat subsided a little, he lifted his head and gave Jiang Yao a gentle smile. You still haven't told me why you're here. Our captain will probably be here soon, so you can tell me now, and I'll explain to her later. Jiang Yao watched as he spoke, his face growing redder, like a monkey's bottom. She silently stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between them. I came here to find the petals of stinky flowers. Do you know where I can find them? Can you take me there? I won't let you help for free. I'll give you this. As she spoke, Jiang Yao took out a bag of salt and a bag of sugar from her spatial storage. However, Shue-san didn't even glance at what she was holding. Stinky flowers? Are you guys raising bugs? Chapter 145, My Grapes. Smelly flowers? Did you encounter some bugs over there? Shue-san looked curiously at Jiang Yao. That's not right. In this kind of weather, the bugs shouldn't choose to come out. Did you put your food in your warming cave? They only come out when they sense the surrounding weather getting warmer. Kind of. Jiang Yao didn't know how to explain the matter of the other world to him. It was too complicated. Since someone had already provided her with a plausible excuse, she simply agreed. Shue-san revealed an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. You people really have an irresponsible leader. He didn't even tell you something so important. As he spoke, he shot a harsh glance at Bai Yun. It was obvious who he was talking about. Don't think he didn't hear them. Those beastmen all called him their leader. Just then, a loud cry suddenly came from above. The surroundings darkened instantly as a pair of huge white wings blocked the light from above. Whoosh! Dozens of snow eagles dived heads first at the same time, their infant arm-thick and sharp beaks aiming directly for Jiang Yao's group. There's a strange beast. Everyone prepare for battle. Bai Yun roared, transforming into his beast form and getting ready to withstand the attack with his tough fur. The other tribe members followed suit, and in an instant, more than 10 giant tigers surrounded Jiang Yao and Bai Ling tightly at the center of the crowd, showing protective postures. Jiang Yao quietly clenched her fists, her muscles tense, ice spears covered in black smoke prepared for use. Shue-san was startled by Bai Yun's roar. Hastily jumping out, he waved his hands and explained. It's my people. Don't panic. I thought you were some strange beast earlier, so I sent them to help bring reinforcements. I'll go explain to them. After finishing, Shue-san transformed back into a snow eagle and flapped his arms, flying high into the air. Jiang Yao only saw 4 or 5 snow eagles larger than Shue-san in the sky. They affectionately rubbed their heads together, exchanging information. After a round of communication filled with squawks, Shue-san returned to the ground, turned back into human form, and smiled. I've just told our captain what happened. She suggested that if you're here to find smelly flowers, it'd be best to wait until noon. When the temperature is higher, the bug-repelling effects of smelly flowers are the strongest. And since she often goes hunting outside, she knows which mountains have the best blooms. If you don't mind, she can take you there later. Of course we don't mind. But I won't let you lead us without compensation. I'll pay you. With someone willing to guide them, Jiang Yao naturally agreed happily. The remaining few snow eagles circled in the air for a while before finally choosing to land. The one walking boldly ahead was likely the captain Shue-san had mentioned. Jiang Yao stared intently at this hormone-laden beastman. Tall and muscular, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. At least 2 meters tall, standing in front of Jiang Yao, like a massive wall. Her skin wasn't as tender white as Shue-san's from lacking sunlight, but rather had a wheat yellow hue, appearing somewhat rough. Her short silver hair was neat and decisive, her facial features deep set, her gaze sharp and ferocious. When she stared straight at you, it could make your entire body sweat coldly. While Jiang Yao observed her, the woman was also scrutinizing Jiang Yao. This girl's skin was delicate and her eyes bright, obviously someone who hadn't endured much hardship. Even the material of her clothes seemed unfamiliar. Seeing that Jiang Yao wasn't wearing thick fur, she looked confused. Such thin clothing, could it possibly keep her warm? This young female was so small and frail, thin arms and legs. She seemed easily bullied. Hearing Xiao-san say that she was here looking for smelly flowers, these kinds of things were usually purchased uniformly by the tribal leaders and distributed to families, weren't they? She must have been bullied within her own tribe, receiving no allocation of smelly flowers, forcing her to take risks traveling such a long distance to pick them here. How pitiful. The more she thought about it, the more sympathetic she felt toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao. Something wasn't quite right. This gaze. Shuesang lowered her head, looking at Jiang Yao, whose height barely reached her chest, with complex emotions. The poor little female insisted on thanking them despite her state. What could she possibly have? It must be something she saved up on by being frugal. Forget it, don't pressure her anymore. She pushed the bag of salt and sugar Jiang Yao offered back into her hands. There's no need for payment. Keep your things safe and don't lose them. Anyway, I'm going to that mountain today too. I'll just take you along. Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh helplessly. No, she rarely showed such generosity. She wanted to give something away but couldn't. If she can't give it away, never mind, she'll keep it for herself. Jiang Yao flipped her palm and stuffed the items back into her spatial ring. All right, then I'll bother the captain. The wasteland of Jincheng. Chaos erupted in the city lord's mansion. The streets were abuzz with fervor. Big news. The weapon cache of City Lord by Li Mu had been robbed. Everything in the arsenal had been cleaned out by that little thief, not even a strand of wool left behind. Most importantly, the core just delivered from the main city was among the stolen goods. It concerned the protective shield of Jincheng, as well as the life and death situation for all survivors of Jincheng. Almost everyone who knew about this incident spontaneously surrounded the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Bai Li Xian, get out here. Return our core. Give us an explanation. Bai Li Xian and his group had spent an entire day and night at the hotel. They finally managed to sneak out when Jiang Yao wasn't around, only to be greeted by this terrible news upon entering their residence. They also heard the crowd outside demanding him to step down from his position as City Lord, saying he wasn't worthy of it. Inflamed with emotion, his eyes rolled back as he clutched his chest and collapsed directly. Hey, City Lord, Knife Scarface and others hurriedly supported his rotund body. Boss, the City Lord is in bad shape. Quickly go fetch a doctor. The boss had just carried Bai Li Xian on his back from the hotel and returned, not even getting a chance to rest, before being urged out again. Ying-yi quietly rolled her eyes from a corner where no one could see. Useless things, always causing trouble for them. According to reports from those present, the unconscious victim only managed to leave 2 words before blacking out. Thorough investigation. Ying-yi, the most trusted subordinate of the City Lord, turned the tide dramatically by immediately signing a military decree. She subsequently deployed her forces and took control of the overall situation. All the forces of the City Lord's mansion went out fully mobilized, with a determined air reminiscent of warriors who would not return until victory was achieved. At that moment, inside the surveillance room, Ying-yi casually dangled her legs on the desk, her whole body relaxed into the reclining chair. Her posture was carefree, her expression calm. The door suddenly burst open. Boss, someone said they saw the appearance of that little thief. Here's his testimony, should we? Just as Ying-er burst in with great urgency, she happened to see her boss about to pop a deep purple grape into her mouth with a flick of her finger. Startled by the commotion, Ying-yi dropped the grape, which rolled straight to Ying-er's feet. Seeing the large bunch of lustrous purple grapes glistening with water droplets on the table, Ying-er paused momentarily. Before she could react, she took another few steps forward. Suddenly, her shoe sole felt like it pressed against something soft and elastic. She applied more pressure underfoot. Squish. Juice splattered everywhere. Crap. Ying-yi abruptly sat upright, her eyes glowing red as if there was a fierce fire burning within. Her grape, the one she had washed carefully, hadn't taken even a bite of yet, and paid dearly to have someone queue up at the hotel to purchase for her. The only bunch of grapes. Chapter 146, Insect Repellent Spray. Poor Inger still had no idea what was about to happen. She looked at Ying-yi full of accusation. Leader? What are you doing? We're about to fall apart from all the work, and you're actually sneaking around eating behind our backs. Didn't we say we would thoroughly investigate that little thief? Didn't we say we'd be up all night worrying for the City Lord's sake? Looks like the ones losing sleep are just as hardworking people, huh? A sinister smile curved at the corner of Ying-yi's mouth. She beckoned to her second-in-command with a gesture of her finger, her tone light. Come over here, Inger. I have something important to tell you. As soon as Inger saw her fake smile, she took quick steps back towards the door and tried to flee out. Leader, I suddenly remember I've got things to do. Next time. The next second, a hand with distinct knuckles grabbed her collar and pulled her inside. Her scream was cut off within the surveillance room door. Half an hour later, Inger, with dark circles under her eyes, limped out of the surveillance room. Ying-yi, holding in her hand the suspect's profile picture generated according to witness descriptions, had a deep expression in her eyes. With a few casual taps on her bracelet, she sent the photo to an unknown account. After a few seconds, her bracelet vibrated a few times, and a message came back. Cleanly handled. Understood. Buzz. Her bracelet vibrated again. This time it was a message from Ying-san. Leader, the City Lord has woken up, yelling for you to see him. He seems angry. Looks like he's going to cause some trouble. Woke up. This fast. Apparently, the stimulus wasn't big enough. She lightly tapped a few times, replying, I'm coming. Beast World, 11:40 a.m. The snowflakes gradually decreased. The temperature slowly recovered. The area where Shuesong discovered the thriving stinky flowers was located deep in a canyon between 2 mountains. This canyon was really inconspicuous. If it weren't for Shuesong leading the way, they definitely wouldn't have found it. Jiang Yao bent down to pick a stinky flower. Actually, this flower isn't smelly. Its strong odor smells pungent and spicy. It doesn't carry the refreshing aroma of other kinds of flowers. The system voice sounded. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations, host successfully found a large field of stinky flowers. Raw material gene analysis completed, purification finished. Please confirm whether to produce and list insect repellent spray. Hint. One plant of stinky flowers can make 100 bottles of 30 milliliters insect repellent spray. Processing fee 10 points. Confirm. The next second, the stinky flower in Jiang Yao's hands was directly taken away by the system. Production successful, listing failed. The insect repellent spray is stored in the system space. Beast Continent Store module not unlocked. Do you want to spend 100 points to force unlock a product module? Unlocking the Beast World Mall section requires her to build the hotel on the Beast Continent. In fact, she had thought about this before. Currently, it's not suitable to establish a branch on the Beast Continent, unless someone can gather all the original residents of the Beast Continent together, ensuring her hotel establishment can quickly recover its costs and generate benefits. Perhaps it might be considered in the future, but for now, let's settle the matter of the insect repellent spray first. Jiang Yao took out a bottle of insect repellent from the space. The spray was contained in a transparent glass bottle with a nozzle like a perfume bottle. The system introduced its features. Insect repellent spray, a powerful insect repellent made from stinky flowers. Just one spritz, and snakes and insects will choose to stay away from you for 2 hours. Colorless, odorless, no side effects. Can be reused multiple times. Colorless and odorless. This glaring red thing looks like blood. Was she blind or something? System, are you sure you call this stuff colorless and odorless? Jiang Yao grumbled inside her mind, shaking the bottle in her hand, making the dark red liquid inside sway. The system played coy. Why don't you try spraying it? Jiang Yao gently pressed, and the gooey liquid inside sprayed uniformly around her like water. She sniffed twice, finding that there was absolutely no smell after the stinky flower was processed into a spray. Only the cold scent of the snowflakes remained. Truly colorless and odorless. The system chuckled, its proud little tail perked up once more. I've improved the originally pungent stinky flower for you. Now it's the plus version of the insect repellent spray. Guaranteed not to release any odor at all. How about that? Am I considerate? Considerate, incredibly considerate. Jiang Yao enthusiastically gave double thumbs up. She originally wanted to find a bug to test the effect, but since it was winter and surrounded by stinky flowers, after flipping through the leaves and branches of the stinky flowers for a long time, she couldn't even find a single trace of a bug hole. Well, let's test it when we get back. Anyway, if the effect isn't good, she'll make the system pay for it. Let's put it on the shelves. Start with 100 bottles placed on the counter of the hotel lobby and in the bracelet takeaway. This is a consumable item, so we shouldn't price it too high. Let's sell each bottle for 30 points. 100 points have been deducted. Insect repellent spray is now on sale. Sold quantity, 0/100. Listening to the cheerful prompt from the system, Jiang Yao looked at the vast fields of stinky flowers in front of her. She felt as if she were standing in front of a massive gold mine. So now, it was time to get to work. Outside the hotel, the trio of old Zhao and his friends, who had disappeared overnight, returned looking disheartened and supported each other as they walked back toward the hotel. Old Li gently touched his swollen red head and looked full of sorrow. What was once a shiny bald head was now bitten and puffed up like a pig's head. Old Zhao squeezed his numb arm and let out a deep sigh. If only they hadn't overestimated their abilities yesterday and insisted on going hunting under those conditions with the boys. When they thought about that toxic centipede at least 2 meters tall they encountered in the afternoon yesterday, old Zhao still felt a chill down his spine. Just a touch of that centipede's venom could paralyze half your body. If it weren't for old Li, who was walking behind them, noticing the new notifications on his bracelet and quickly purchasing 3 protective shields and an energy gun to defend themselves, they might have already lost their lives there. It was terrifying. How had this world suddenly changed so drastically? They wondered how the hotel was holding up. They hoped that Ms. Zhang's powers were strong enough. Otherwise, if even the hotel fell, they would truly have no chance of survival. Chapter 147. Intruders. Big brother. Is our crystal core running out again? Old Zhao supported them both as they entered the hotel. The protective shield was effective, but it consumed too many crystal cores. The 3 of them had been killing zombies to replenish their cores, rushing back in a hurry. Despite all their efforts, the cores they had gained barely compensated for what they had spent. Old Lu took out a cloth bag from his chest and weighed it. He wore a worried expression. That's all we have left. If we use sparingly, it might last us 3 or 4 days of food and lodging at the hotel. This protective shield is good, but it's also a waste of crystal cores. In the future, we'd better act separately. Alas, let's go back first. It will take a few days for our wounds to heal. We'll just have to figure out other ways if there aren't enough cores. Someone sighed again. By the time they spoke, they had already approached the hotel entrance. Lan Yu held her flamethrower, patrolling around the hotel. When she saw bugs crawling out from the gray mist, she would fire a shot. What used to be a flat path was now ablaze with fire and clouds of dust everywhere. Lan Yu pinched her nose, showing obvious distaste. These repulsive bugs reproduced far too quickly. Just this morning, she dealt with a batch, yet by noon they were back again. Sister Xingqian had already returned to the branch store, leaving no choice but for her to handle it herself. The ash on the ground accumulated layer upon layer, and when old Zhao and the others stepped down, half their legs sank in. Old Lu struggled to pull out his leg, looking confused. What is this? Is this still the hotel? It should be, right? We didn't take the wrong path. Blue Jade got irritated when she saw these big fools, especially since they were standing around the entrance murmuring to each other. She raised her flamethrower. Hey, you idiots, get inside if you're going in. What are you hesitating about? Do you want to try the power of my flamethrower? Old Zhao nodded. Big brother, this place is definitely the hotel. Slap. Old Lu leaped and slapped him. Do I need you to tell me that? Help me get inside. Oh, Old Zhao rubbed his head. It didn't hurt at all. Hee. From afar on the eaves, two figures watched them intently. The man scratched his bald head, put away his binoculars, and whispered to his crouching companion on the roof. Erlang, those people all seem to have run to the back. Should we follow them? The man called Erlang was dressed all in black and short in stature. Follow. I'll check where they got all those things from. Go back and report this matter to the boss. If we can get our hands on it, the boss will definitely give us a big reward. With that, he crouched low, pressing his entire body tightly against the rooftop, his limbs clinging to the wall like a gecko. In seconds, he blended into the color of the roof tiles behind him. I'm off. You find the boss quickly. All right, go ahead. Be careful not to get discovered. Wang Erlang nodded, and within seconds vanished before the man's eyes. After his partner left, the man nimbly slid down the eaves and rushed toward their lair to inform the leader. He himself had personally seen the three men being targeted by the venomous centipede. He originally thought they would certainly die, but who knew they suddenly pulled out some guns and drilled a big hole in the centipede's head with one shot. My lord, even their big boss stayed far away from that venomous centipede. Yet, the three men he observed had limited abilities, and the bald one seemed only just at level 3. But according to their boss's analysis, that centipede was at least a 4th or 5th level mutated beast. And just like that, it was taken down with a single bullet? It felt like a dream. If only every one of them could have a gun like that. Hee. Wouldn't they then be able to dominate City B? Evidently, the small boss thought the same way. Therefore, when Baldy reported this incident to him, his first reaction was, heaven must help me. As long as they could find out where they got the guns from, and somehow get control of all the weapons, then not only could they overthrow the minor boss, but perhaps even establish themselves as kingmakers. He loudly praised Baldy for his responsibility, sending him back to keep watch, and instructed him to come and report immediately if anything happened. Then he dug through his personal stash, pulling out a small pack of compressed biscuits. As he prepared to hand it over to Baldy, he hesitated and took it back, tearing open the bag and breaking off more than half. Forget it, if you don't lose the bait, you won't catch the fish. Heartbroken, he handed over the remaining bit to the bald man, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, You've done well. I never shortchange my good subordinates. Keep doing a good job, and in the future, you'll definitely receive plenty of benefits. The bald man held the compressed biscuits tightly in his hands, his excitement causing his head to tremble slightly. This trip was absolutely worth it. Promotion and wealth were just around the corner. He straightened his posture, speaking solemnly. Yes, I will not let my leader down. After seeing off the bald man, the minor boss paused for a moment, then decided to directly go upstairs and report to the big boss. Such matters relied on an information advantage. Since he knew earlier than others, he had to swiftly pass this information up the chain, so the big boss would be pleased, perhaps rewarding him with food or drink. Adding his own embellishments to what the bald man reported, the minor boss spoke at length to the big boss. Sure enough, he saw the big boss's eyes gleam with excitement. The big boss shoved the woman lounging in his arms, dressed provocatively, aside, clapping and laughing loudly. Good. Very good. What's your name? The minor boss rubbed his hands together. Boss, my name is Lu Quan. I am the captain of the 3rd squad in the patrol team. The big boss waved his hand approvingly. Good, Lu Quan. From now on, you are the vice captain of the entire patrol team. You've done well this time. Go find my secretary later and collect a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. Oh, by the way, have you determined which base they came from? The minor boss narrowed his eyes, smiling widely. Hey, thank you, boss. This is all thanks to your excellent guidance. You're like the sun in the sky. With you, we can always find our direction forward. Who doesn't love flattery? Upon hearing this, the big boss laughed heartily. In a better mood, the big boss found Lu Quan increasingly likable as he looked at him. Picking up a small orange from his desk, he tossed it to Lu Quan. You're buttering me up too much. Just spit it out. Did you find out which base they're from? Lu Quan accepted the orange, bowing his head in gratitude, flashing a sly grin towards the big boss. Rest assured, boss. I already sent someone secretly to trail them a while ago. They should return soon, and when that happens, we'll. Good lad. The people from the patrol team are at your disposal. As long as you bring back the item you mentioned, the rewards will be yours. Yes. Dismissed. The big boss reclined back onto the couch, gesturing for the woman to resume massaging his shoulders. Lu Quan gently closed the door behind him. Overwhelmed with joy, he peeled the orange and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn, how sweet. Though eating and drinking weren't primary concerns, this opportunity to leave an impression on the big boss wasn't something that came along often. It might mean being remembered for any upcoming opportunities. Look at the present situation, jumping directly from squad captain to chief captain. Normally, climbing through the ranks by achievements alone would take years. If his rivals saw this, wouldn't they envy him to death? With the orange in his mouth, Lu Quan whistled a little tune as he descended the stairs. Erlang followed old Zhao's group from a distance, watching them disappear into a hotel. 10,000 Realms Hotel? When did it open here? Chapter 148, Dead Anyway. Erdiger patiently lay in wait, trailing not too far behind the 3 men led by old Zhao, maintaining the safest possible distance. Close enough not to lose them, yet distant enough not to be detected. In the end, He helplessly watched as the trio entered a 4-story tall high-rise building. This building was strange. Within a certain range around it, the ground was all covered with tiles. On these tiles, there weren't any zombies, nor even any small bugs crawling about. Seeing them enter, Erdiger then slowly revealed his figure. Upon raising his head, he saw the large sign on top of the building. Wanjia Hotel, when did it open here? Erdiger muttered while crouching against the corner of a wall. The hotel had 4 floors, which were estimated to be about 18 to 20 meters tall. Through the glass door, one could see many tables, chairs, and shelves inside the first floor. There was also a big water dispenser placed before the elevator. Its refined decoration was just like the 5-star hotels before the apocalypse. Amidst the desolate ruins stood this highly modern hotel, creating an atmosphere that was entirely incompatible with its surrounding scenes of decay. What mattered most was that there were indeed quite a few guests dining, drinking water, and conversing inside. It felt like a mirage, presenting an eerie absurdity. After some thought, he still decided to enter secretly and investigate. The sudden appearance of a business-operating hotel in a desolate city just didn't seem right. Maybe the guns those people held came from here. He'd better not alarm them for now. Warning, intruder trying to sneak into the hotel. Jiang Yao, who was still picking flowers in Beast World, suddenly saw a red warning message pop up in front of her eyes. Intruder? Jiang Yao was slightly taken aback. Who is so daring as to dare invade her territory? Can't they see the big screen downstairs that's continuously broadcasting warnings? Is it a branch or main store? Main store. Tie them up and throw them into the zombie pile. Meanwhile, move the first floor display screen to the outermost side. Add the hotel rules to the loop broadcast. Preferably let each guest entering the hotel see it at first glance. Jiang Yao issued orders directly. No matter who it was, if they came openly to stay as guests and spend money, she would definitely welcome them with utmost sincerity. But if someone wanted to sneak in and cause trouble, then sorry, she could only fight fire with fire. Let them learn the rules from the zombies. Yes. Outside the hotel entrance, Erdiger, who was crouched against the wall sneaking in from the crack, suddenly felt a wave of coldness down his spine. He felt as if he were being stared at by something extremely dangerous. Shit, why can't I move my arm? Erdiger tried hard to lift his arm and retreat back outside the way he entered. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, he couldn't control his limbs. It was as though an invisible barrier wrapped around him completely, tightly tying his hands and feet, so he couldn't budge an inch. Damn it, he'd been careless. Erdiger cursed inwardly. Suddenly, the air around him became stirred by an unseen hand, growing thick and oppressive. He felt something easily choking his throat, causing his eyes to bulge and fill with bloodshot veins, but he could still see nothing. Next, streams of dazzling blue light shot out from every gap in the floor, walls, and even the ceiling, instantly enveloping him. With widened, frightened eyes, Erdiger attempted to mobilize his ability to counter this unexpected danger. Focusing his mind, he desperately tried to disappear from sight. However, the familiar ability was now seemingly restrained by some formless force, making it difficult and powerless. It didn't move a bit. Erdiger's breathing became rapid and heavy, sweat beads the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead, soaking his shirt. No, it's impossible, he roared with hoarse voice. Suddenly, the power that confined him vanished. He frantically waved his hands, attempting to crawl out, yet was once again tightly bound within this blue energy cage. The blue light grew increasingly intense. Erdiger only felt as if his body was pierced through by countless steel needles, excruciating pain spreading throughout. His consciousness began to blur, the view before his eyes gradually twisting. In an instant, a flash of light, Erdiger disappeared from the hotel lobby. The next second, he appeared in a desolate wasteland. A pungent stench hit him, seeming like it could corrode his internal organs. Erdiger instinctively clutched his mouth and nose, coughing violently. As his vision gradually cleared, the scene before his eyes made his blood freeze instantly. Zombies swarmed towards him from all directions like floodwaters. Their twisted bodies, grotesque faces, and bone-chilling roars caused Erdiger's legs to weaken uncontrollably. All of them were high-level zombies. No, Erdiger desperately ran for his life. These zombies, some of them with tattered clothes and rotten flesh hanging from their bodies, others missing arms or legs, but still relying on instinct, charged towards him recklessly. In the eyes of these zombies, Second Tiger, now without his supernatural ability, was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Within just a few minutes, he was torn into 2 pieces and devoured completely. The heavy night draped the entire city in thick darkness. Lu Quan sat in his office, waiting from day till night for Second Tiger to return from chasing the people, but there was no sign of him. Long waits easily breed anxiety. For the 10th time, Lu Quan got up from the sofa and paced back and forth in the dim room. The sound of his steps was disordered and hurried. Second Tiger, this young man, how could it take so long to chase someone? Aren't those people's residences close enough? He muttered to himself, frowning heavily as his old face was written with unease. He had just gained some favor with the big leader today, thanks to Second Tiger and 2-2, but if something really happened to Second Tiger, he wouldn't know how to explain that to the big leader. Just then, there came a light knock on the office door. Lu Quan's eyes lit up. Was Second Tiger back? But the voice outside shattered his fantasy. Captain Lu, it's me, 2-2. I have something important to tell you. It wasn't Second Tiger, but 2-2. Lu Quan exploded in irritation. Can't your matter wait for a while? Can't you see I'm worried already? There's been no news of Second Tiger so far, and I don't even know whether anything has happened to him. Captain Lu, it's exactly about this. I know which way Second Tiger went. That road leads to only one place. We can go look for him. Look for him. To be honest, Lu Quan didn't want to take this risk at all. If Second Tiger were truly dead, then that meant the base they'd encountered was not someone they could afford to offend. He kept circling around in the room, time slipping away bit by bit, every second stretching endlessly. But if they did not go to find him? Thinking of the big leader's usual style of handling things, Lu Quan's growing unease turned into an overwhelming flood that drowned him entirely. Finally, he stopped pacing, gritted his teeth, and opened the door. We can't wait any longer. Sticking out our neck is death, pulling it in is death. If we find him, there might still be a chance for survival. Baldy, let's go. Show the way. Lu Quan quickly gathered a few capable subordinates, and the group set off in a rush. In the dark night, the barren streets appeared especially quiet. Chapter 149, Miracle. Little female, have you truly decided to leave now? The snowy mountain at night is both cold and dangerous. Or shall I escort you tomorrow? In the dim cave, Xueseng stood beside Jiang Yao, strongly dissuading her with a disapproving face. Behind them, the fire crackled and spat sparks. Leaving at this moment was far too risky. Out of sympathy for Jiang Yao, she still hoped these people would reconsider. The temperature drops quickly at night, turning water into ice as it falls. Unless necessary, their tribe almost never ventures out during the night. Jiang Yao stood by the cave entrance, looking outside. It was already deep into the night, and dark clouds floated over to obscure the bright moonlight. The entire land grew darker and quieter, leaving only the howling of the cold wind and the gentle sound of snowflakes falling. Jiang Yao rubbed her hands together, exhaling warm breath onto them. It was so cold, so dark and cold. Whether inside or outside the cave, it felt like being in an icy cellar, easily freezing if one wasn't careful. Additionally, because they constantly kept fires burning, the cave was perpetually filled with a strong smoke smell, the surrounding walls stained pitch black from years of wood fumes. Living conditions in the beast world were indeed very harsh. With shining eyes, Jiang Yao looked at Xueseng's worried frown and proposed. How about all of you come with me? Xueseng looked down curiously. Huh? Where? To the hotel. Without further explanation, Jiang Yao immediately pulled Xueseng and others and summoned a portal, taking them all inside together. Suddenly, the environment around them lit up brightly. The sounds of wind and snow abruptly stopped. Unaccustomed to such brightness, Xueseng's eyes saw nothing but large white spots. She instinctively closed her eyes. Even though she couldn't see anything temporarily, she could feel warmth spreading across her body, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting from all around. Captain, have we arrived in heaven? Xueseng couldn't help shouting. What? Xueseng faintly sensed that Jiang Yao had brought them to another place. Although teleportation through space was rare, it was not unheard of. In fact, she once heard the chief talk about high-ranked talent bearers who used to create small spaces themselves, leading the whole clan into self-sufficient lives. Perhaps Jiang Yao possessed such a gift? After pausing for a while, Xueseng slowly opened her eyes, her pupils expanding. Everything here was completely unfamiliar to her. The white stone beneath her feet, whatever material it might be, felt incredibly smooth, clean, and radiant. In front of her stood rectangular objects, with a seam in the middle resembling doors. What were those? Xueseng reached out and felt warm air blowing down from above. Looking up, she noticed a neatly arranged hole on the snow-white ceiling, into which white sticks vertically extended with elegance. And the warm breeze she felt came precisely from those holes. I get it. This must be Jiujian, Gourmet Haven, right? Xueseng slapped his hands and suddenly remembered Bai Ling's introduction of Jiudiantam. She said it was clean, warm, smelled pleasant, and even mentioned it was the territory of the great beast god, the most beautiful haven under heaven. At the time, he envied that place to no end, thinking that if such a place truly existed, he'd surely want to move the whole tribe in there. He never expected Jiang Yao to actually bring them inside within moments. Xueseng felt like it was all a dream. So, could Jiang Yao really be? His gaze towards Jiang Yao became one of surprise mixed with reverence. Are you the messenger of the great beast god? Were you sent by the great beast god to welcome our clan? What? Xueseng exclaimed in shock, her heart rate speeding up. Little female, is it true? By this time, Jiang Yao had already opened the elevator door, inviting them to descend along with her. Hearing this claim, she chuckled without contradicting or explaining. She knew the original inhabitants of the beast world believed in the beast god. Explaining using terms like technology and civilization would only complicate matters unnecessarily compared to simply letting them believe all of this was a miracle. Come, let me show you the rooms. Saying this, she walked directly into the elevator. However, Xueseng and others mistook Jiang Yao's silence as consent. That's right, no wonder. She should have realized earlier. In such cold seasons, beast folk long ago secured winter quarters and began hibernating. How would there be a young female traveling high into these plateaus alongside several beasts? Unless they were all the favored ones of the beast god, protected under the beast god's grace. Xueseng's attitude grew increasingly reverent and respectful. Perhaps this was the test granted to them by the Lord Beast God, testing their nature and abilities. And they, obviously having passed the test, were brought to such a sacred place as a reward. Look, how magical it was here. Walls radiated with a holy white light. Before long, the group descended to the first floor. Master, you're back. Following the voice, Xueseng saw a gray baby elephant coming forward. How strange. It didn't look human, nor did it resemble a beastman. It had two round black eyes like ink, with no whites visible, its pupils occasionally flickering red. Its entire body was covered in soft fur, and it wore a thin pink feline head cloak over its shoulders. Despite having features of an elephant, it walked upright, just like a human. Its mouth was concealed beneath a long trunk, making it hard to see clearly, and its floppy ears lay against its fluffy face. When speaking, the sound emanated from somewhere unseen, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. The little elephant had already grown used to Jiang Yao bringing new guests home now and then. It flapped its ears a couple of times and stepped forward skillfully. Dutifully, it began guiding everyone on a tour of the hotel, introducing rules, facilities, and their uses one by one. Accompanied by constant exclamations, the group was led upstairs by the elephant to choose their accommodations. After a busy day, Jiang Yao stretched lazily, gazing at the receding figure of the little elephant with admiration. Having drawn such a top-notch helper as this little elephant truly was the blessing of 8 lifetimes. She walked over to the side of the guest elevator where shelves displayed various weapons she had brought back from the wasteland. Next to the weapons, a new transparent shelf had been added, holding the insect repellent spray Jiang Yao had obtained that day. Underneath each item was neatly labeled with a price tag and detailed description for clarity. Jiang Yao opened the system interface and switched to the sales section of her main store. The bug spray wasn't selling as well as expected. Only 30 bottles or so had been sold in the afternoon, earning her just 900 points. This was much less than she'd hoped for. Was it because people weren't interested, or had they not noticed the new stock? Boss Jiang, you're back. Zhang Jing had just finished eating and was about to go upstairs to rest when he passed by the elevator and saw Jiang Yao standing in front of the display cabinet, seemingly looking at something. Out of habit, he also leaned over to take a closer look. He immediately spotted the bright red perfume bottle placed on the right. It had only been a few days, and Boss Jiang was already stocking new items? Chapter 150, Security Defense. But, selling perfume. Who knows who gave Mr. Jiang this bad idea? With the current harsh environment outside, everyone's crystal cores are either used for food or to power energy guns and protective shields. Where would anyone have extra points to buy these useless little trinkets? He chuckled with a dismissive smile. Mr. Jiang is still too young. He hasn't been taught a lesson yet. He must be fretting over why no one is buying his perfume. Thinking of this, he confidently spoke up. Mr. Jiang, don't take it personally, but you shouldn't be selling this perfume. It's too strong, no one will buy it. You do better selling more weapons. Do you have any large-scale, high-damage weapons? Something that can blast away a horde of zombies in one shot. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes dramatically at his paternal tone. She remained silent and turned around to leave. There aren't any, and by the way, this isn't perfume. There was no way Jiang Yao would bring something like this out to sell. Zhang Jing did remind her, though, she still had several mortar electromagnetic cannons stored away, originally intended for installation around the hotel for security purposes. Vaguely, she remembered that earlier today, the system had alerted her that someone was trying to sneak into the hotel. She suspected the hotel might have caught the attention of certain individuals. Jiang Yao was mentally prepared for such situations. Each time the hotel upgraded, its area doubled. However, the surrounding environment deteriorated continuously through natural disasters, turning into ruins. This meant that the hotel, which possessed water, electricity, food, and exquisite decor, became an easy target in the eyes of various forces. For this, she had long been ready and didn't worry much about it. The hotel's protective shield wasn't just for show, and neither was the system idling. Nevertheless, she remembered she needed to go out to the main base tomorrow. It would be wise to install those gadgets soon, so she could feel more assured when she left. The system worked quickly, 20 points deducted, and within minutes, the mortars appeared refreshingly placed at the 4 corners outside the hotel. They provided the hotel with comprehensive firepower coverage. Their dark cannon mouths pointed outward in unison, exuding considerable power, putting immense psychological pressure on those with ill intentions. At the same time, Jiang Yao specifically spent 3,000 points exchanging for devices that suppress the abilities of psychics, instructing the system to install them within the hotel. As long as someone entered the hotel, their psychic abilities inside would all be suppressed. In the future, apart from the staff, everyone inside the hotel would be ordinary people, with no difference in ability. This was also to prevent them from causing trouble in the hotel when she wasn't there. If they damaged the hotel's facilities or harmed her employees, she would be heartbroken. After arranging these things, Xiaoxiang had already led Shuesang and others downstairs. Shuesang followed Xiaoxiang, gripping the beast core to open rooms. After asking Jiang Yao for permission, Shuesang, led by Bai Yun, returned to the beast continent. She planned to bring her entire clan to reside in the hotel. Her clan wasn't large, counting every single member. There were only about 30-odd individuals, including several baby hatchlings. However, the adult snow geese were each formidable in martial prowess, exceptionally fast, and had amazing vision. Each was excellent for reconnaissance and fighting. They'd definitely be great farmers too. Jiang Yao nodded silently in agreement. She also opened the entrance and exit permissions for the beasts so that they could hunt zombies here to obtain crystal cores. Low-level zombies were easier to kill than strange creatures. She believed these people could live well here. After arranging for the beasts, it was the turn for her employees. Jiang Yao called Xiaoxiang over and instructed him to watch the store carefully. Her employees each had their own work systems, so usually, Jiang Yao didn't get involved much in their tasks. Thus, her focus was mainly on the intruder she encountered today. She informed both Xiaoxiang and Lan Yu of her speculations, reminding them to be careful with everything. If they encountered problems or people they couldn't handle, they should retreat to the hotel quickly. Use the communication bracelet to send her a message or wait until she returns to deal with it. In short, nothing was more important than ensuring their own safety. When Lan Yu heard that Jiang Yao was leaving again, Her tearful eyes showed her desire to follow. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and agreed. It would be fine to take her along for a walk. That would mean Xiao Xiang would need to stay alone in the hotel. Xiao Xiang showed no emotion. After all, it just needed to obey its master's orders. After everything was arranged, Jiang Yao took a look at the doorway. By afternoon, Lan Yu had already exterminated a wave of bugs outside, but now another large group had crawled up from the ground. Black masses everywhere, making people who suffered from trypophobia almost sick. Jiang Yao opened the system mall and searched for a drug spraying machine, pesticide sprayer. There really was one. The coverage area for the large one is a 200 square meter radius around where it's placed. System, can you modify this thing for me? Make it so it sprays around the hotel in a 20 square meter perimeter. It should operate on a schedule and automatically spray at designated times. Also, make more of the concentrated insect repellent for me. One application should last at least 3 days or longer. Modifying the spraying machine requires 50 points and a handmade fee of 20 points per liter for the high concentration bug repellent. Host, are you sure about this? Jiang Yao rested her chin on her hand as she looked outside at the densely packed, writhing mass of insects twisting around each other. Her body shuddered, breaking out in goosebumps. TCH. So disgusting. She rubbed her arms. Go ahead. Do it quickly. Start by making me 30 liters of the high concentration bug repellent. After saying that, she felt like something was still missing. How would she get to the base? From the hotel to the base, it was at least a 3 to 4 day journey. An off-road vehicle wouldn't work, too small and cramped. Short trips were fine, but long-distance journeys would be pure torture. Or maybe she could hitch a ride with Qin Yin in a truck. No way. Jiang Yao shook her head. She really, especially, extremely disliked being crowded with others. Especially since she'd be bringing Lan Yu along. It wasn't just inconvenient, but most importantly, uncomfortable. Oh, does the system space sell recreational vehicles, RVs? It needs to come equipped with all facilities, sturdy and impact resistant. Ideally, it should also come with a safety protection shield. I'll check right away. The system went back to sift through the mall options. While it was doing that, Jiang Yao teleported to the Wasteland branch store again with a thought. Lin Yueqing was sitting behind the front desk, processing guest check-ins. Shen Xingchen pushed a cart out of the storage room, busy restocking the display cabinets. Shen Yao wasn't idle either. She pushed a small cart from the kitchen, gradually placing freshly prepared meals into the vending machines. Occasionally, shouts came from the private rooms upstairs, sounding like a group of people were eating inside. Jiang Yao circled around the first floor. Overall, the business at the branch store was doing quite well. Everyone worked efficiently and cooperated smoothly, functioning rather harmoniously. Boss. Lin Yueqing caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. She looked up and, sure enough, saw Jiang Yao. Quietly speeding up, she finished helping the few guests who wanted rooms. Then, she quickly walked over to Jiang Yao's side. Boss, you're finally back. There's something I want to talk to you about. Chapter 151, Buying a Camper Van. Boss, you're back. I have something to tell you. What's wrong? Jiang Yao was preparing to have the system install the remaining 2 mortars at the front and back of the branch store, and she was about to go out to check where would be appropriate. Hearing Lin Yueqing call her, Jiang Yao stopped in her tracks. Lin Yueqing briefly organized his thoughts. Boss, here's the thing. Recently, many customers have been telling me that our closing time is too early. With the weather getting hotter, sometimes they want to leave later for hunting, but they worry about not making it before we close. So I thought we could extend our business hours. Jiang Yao stared outside into the endless night, lost in thought. She hadn't noticed this before. The weather in the wasteland was indeed too harsh, with daily highs reaching up to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. This was still under the protection of the city's shield. But these survivors must venture out into the wilderness to hunt for energy stones. Although she hadn't been there much herself, she could guess that the temperatures in the wild would be even higher than inside the city. If the hotel could stay open later, they would be able to start their hunting trips later and avoid suffering from the scorching heat. Alright, let's change the hotel's operating hours to 7 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. The hot pot restaurant and the fruit store will close at 8 p.m. You guys can also finish work at 8 p.m. The remaining time can be handled by Jiang Wu and the others to entertain guests. Anyway, she had previously purchased permanent charging for those robots, and since Jiang Wu and the others didn't need rest, extending their shifts wouldn't matter. Lin Yueqing nodded. Yeah, I understand, boss. I'll tell Xingchen about this later. While the two were talking, several more guests walked in through the door. I'll go attend to the guests first. Go ahead. Host, I found the camper van you wanted. The system popped up the interface, showing a white large camper van on the main page. It looked very attractive, with ample interior space and complete facilities, including a big bed, bathroom, shower room, small refrigerator, holographic projection, and there was even a mini walk-in closet. The highlight was that it came with automatic obstacle clearing, invisibility functions, among others. The vehicle's protective shield could repel all kinds of attacks. Its body material was special, capable of automatically absorbing solar and wind energy and other natural resources, then converting them into kinetic energy stored within the car to keep it running continuously. The roof could be manually opened or closed, allowing one to enjoy the night view when desired. The color of the car body could be changed at will. Everything about the camper van was perfect, except for its price. Expensive. This camper van cost 300,000 points. Is there a discount? No. Can you give me a better price? No. Must I pay in full? Jiang Yao felt a pang of pain. 300,000 points. It wasn't a small amount. She had planned to upgrade the hotel after arriving at the base. The system's stance was firm, no room for negotiation. Jiang Yao scrutinized the detailed introduction of the camper van over and over again, liking it more each time. Everything was perfectly aligned with her dream of a camper van. Points can be earned again, but missing out on something you love might lead to lasting regrets. Alright, buy it. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and consoled herself. It's fine, everything will be alright. Isn't she working hard to earn points so she can live comfortably? Besides, a camper van isn't something that can only be used once. At worst, she could drive it every time she went out anyway. After all, the system said it would offer lifetime repairs and replacements if anything breaks down. Points have been deducted, and the camper van has begun transmission to the space. Please confirm receipt. Jiang Yao opened the space and, sure enough, saw a shiny new vehicle parked right in the middle. The car was fully charged, sparing her the need to charge it herself. She stepped out, retrieved the vehicle, and went inside for a personal experience. Then she was utterly captivated. As soon as she entered the vehicle, a second later an electronic voice accompanied by gentle music started playing. Dear owner, hello. I am your personal housekeeping intelligent manager, Xiaoyan. Would you like me to introduce the facilities and layout of the car step by step? There's even a butler, such attentiveness. Apparently, the high cost truly reflects its value. Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, please. Alright, please first look to your left. There's the driver's seat. Following Xiaoyan's guidance, Jiang Yao moved further inside. The driving cabin was spacious. Immediately upon boarding, 2 leather sofa seats were visible. On the screen ahead were features for self-driving, automatic navigation, and automatic obstacle clearance. The radar would proactively detect all environments within hundreds of meters around, mapping out the most suitable route. Behind near the window was a long, foldable dining table. The black metal tabletop was tidy and elegant. Below the dining table was a whole row of white fabric sofas. There was a small button on the sofa. When needed, press the button to extend it automatically. When not in use, it could be retracted to save space. Opposite the dining table stood a double-door built-in large refrigerator. Next to it was an ultraviolet disinfection dish cabinet, neatly storing various new utensils and glassware. Moving inward, around the corner was an independent bathroom. Outside the bathroom was a vanity sink with a mirror cabinet that contained shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. There was even a set of expensive-looking skincare products from an unknown brand, all brand new and unopened. A life-sized hairdryer hung by the sink, with a small combined washer-dryer below it. There were 2 openings, one for undergarments and the other for outerwear, ensuring separate cleaning. In the middle of the bathroom, separated by a glass door, was the shower area and toilet, efficiently separating dry and wet zones. On the right side was a mini kitchen where simple meals could be prepared. At the very back was the bedroom containing only a soft double bed, equipped with invisible storage space at the head of the bed. The large and bright windows on both sides were complemented by invisible lighting on the ceiling. At the foot of the bed was a hidden holographic screen that allowed watching TV or movies while lying down to avoid boredom during trips. After finishing the introduction, the music gradually faded out. Have I covered everything? Do you have any further questions? Jiang Yao was satisfied. I'll explore on my own first. If I need anything, I'll call you. Alright, respected owner. Looking forward to serving you again. With that, another gentle piano melody played as Xiaoyan exited the scene, allowing Jiang Yao some personal time to fully experience the atmosphere inside the vehicle. Jiang Yao walked around the interior several more times, her hands lovingly running over the seats that maintained a constant temperature and the high-tech driving cabin. She thoroughly approved, finding great value in the 300,000 points she had spent. After exiting the van, Jiang Yao instructed the system to install the remaining mortars. She also purchased 4 solar-powered waterproof lighting lamps from the store, spending 800 points. After successfully concluding such a big transaction, the system was much more cooperative this time. With a generous gesture, it offered Jiang Yao a 60% discount and even provided free installation of the lights and mortars. Instantly, the dark street corner lit up like daylight. Far away, a group of stumbling survivors who had come a long way suddenly saw the bright light. Feeling hopeful, they rushed toward the source of the light. Chapter 152, Preparations Before Departure. At the hotel, Lin Yueqing also carefully explained the new operating rules to the customers. Upon hearing that the hotel would delay its closing time in the future, everyone became excited. Even more so, several quick-witted individuals glanced at the time and formed a group on the spot, preparing to leave immediately to hunt for energy stones. Li Fang and her grandchild Lu Feifei had lived here for some time, and their energy stones were almost depleted. However, sometimes when the shop was too busy, Shen Xingqian would find some trustworthy customers to help recruit guests, offering some energy stones as compensation. Jiang Yao didn't have any objections to this matter. She even granted Shen Xingqian access to withdraw funds from the restaurant's private treasury. 9 times out of 10, Li Fang would be selected for such opportunities. Each time Li Fang was chosen, her grandson Lu Feifei would busily help around as well. Lin Yueqing would then treat this little one to a meal and a bottle of water. During these days, Lu Feifei ate well and slept soundly, finally gaining some weight on his face. With food in his belly, he no longer drooled every time he saw others eating. This caused many customers, including Li Fang, to feel a strong sense of belonging and security towards Jiang Yao and the hotel. Now that they heard that Jiang Yao had extended the store's closing time, the grandmother and grandson sharpened their knives, ready to join everyone else in going out to hunt strange beasts. She had her own selfish thoughts. She always believed her son was still alive. Perhaps venturing out more might lead to finding him. Jiang Yao stood in front of the cash register discussing something with Shen Xingqian. In a corner, The woman in black robes listened attentively to Lin Yueqing's words, took a bite of the steamed bun, and stood up, expressionless, heading out the door. As she walked, she pulled out an energy gun from her waist, deftly replacing it with a level 3 energy stone. Her dark golden eyes remained emotionless all along, showing a rare flicker of sentiment only when she caught sight of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was completely unaware of this. She reiterated the instructions given earlier to Xiao Xiang once again to Xin Xingchen and handed over the instruction manual for the mortar. With that done, she returned directly to the hotel with the recreational vehicle, RV. It was already 8:30 p.m. The darkness enveloped the hotel like a great beast lying in wait with its mouth wide open, waiting for unwitting prey to step right into its jaws. Jiang Yao ordered the system to install the 2 remaining waterproof lighting lamps on either side of the entrance. The lights illuminated, driving away the darkness. Outside, the burnt remains of dust had already been cleaned up by Xiao Xiang and her team. Jiang Yao parked the car outside, returning inside the restaurant to pack things up. She prepared 3 or 4 sets each of long-sleeved and short-sleeved outerwear and inner layers. She packed 4 pairs of shoes, blankets, pillows, thin blankets, sun hats, and sun umbrellas. 2 sets of everything were brought along. Other odds and ends were all present in the car and thus did not need additional packing. Seeing that most things were packed, Jiang Yao headed back to the kitchen to pick her favorite boxed meals, taking 10 of them and placing them in the RV's fridge. Then, she selected 30 cups of various flavored juices and placed them in the refrigerator. While traveling, it was important to replenish vitamins. Finally, snacks were needed. In her previous life, her biggest wish during school was to travel extensively during her university years and see all the beautiful scenery in the world. Jiang Yao considered this trip her first ever self-driving tour. Given how infrequent trips were, food and drinks must be meticulously prepared. Lan Yu placed specially made dried squid and beef jerky in the RV for her. Jiang Yao went to the kitchen and packed cured meat, sausages, steaks, and lamb chops. She prepared well-cleaned seafood such as lobsters and abalones and stored them in her space, ready to take them out and cook them when necessary. Then, she proceeded to the hot pot store. She loaded some sliced beef and mutton, various fresh vegetables. Peeled and sliced yams could be boiled into porridge or used in hot pot. She grabbed some crispy kung kai that she enjoyed chewing on. Carrot slices, glutinous rice dumplings, and Chinese cabbage, all were packed. Lastly, she went to the fruit store. Apples, tangerines, crystal pears, pineapples, mangoes, peaches, and big watermelons. She picked 2 or 3 of each and stored them in the fridge. Watching the fridge being filled with provisions, Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Filling the fridge was both satisfying and stress-relieving, especially with all kinds of delicious foods inside. This exposed her tendency to stockpile. The water tank in the RV was large and empty, so Jiang Yao had the system connect a tap from the kitchen. The water tank would take at least 3 to 4 hours to fill up. Jiang Yao called out Jiang Yi to help watch over it, reminding it to close the faucet once it was full. By the time all preparations were finished, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yao returned to her bedroom, had a comfortable bath, and promptly laid down to sleep beauty sleep. The night was thick, like a curtain soaked in ink, tightly enveloping the hotel. The lighting lamps at the hotel entrance stood firm like 2 steadfast guards, holding their ground and keeping the darkness at bay. However, this limited illumination seemed particularly weak and pale against the dense night, as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. At the end of the street, dozens of figures flashed through the darkness. Baldy and Lu Quan's gang had already reached the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Realms Hotel, following the direction Air, who came from. Baldy and Lu Quan were pulled along by their speed-based mutant teammate, rushing forward at an incredible pace. Big brother, quick look, there's light over there. Baldy, patting his shiny bald head, pointed excitedly at the distant flicker of light. In the deathly silent atmosphere, his voice rang out with unusual clarity. It seemed that the insects underfoot had also been startled awake by this sound. The speed-based mutant clearly felt that every time they landed after teleporting, the speed of the wriggling insect swarm beneath their feet grew faster. Hush, keep it down. I see it, there really is light. Hurry, take me there to check it out. Lu Quan, terrified, drew his legs upward a little more, whispering instructions to the speed-based mutant carrying him. But even he hadn't noticed. Somewhere along the way, both his legs had already been bitten bloody by poisonous insects. With sharp mandibles, the venomous bugs had chewed holes into the mutant's legs, releasing toxins that paralyzed their nerves. This left them completely unaware that their legs had long since been wounded. Thus, the bugs could feast on his blood and gnaw at his flesh without restraint. Crunch crunch. The subtle sounds of chewing were hidden amidst the howl of the swift wind. Streams of fresh blood, resembling ugly red centipedes, meandered down from his legs. The stench of blood further incited the underground swarm of insects, driving them mad as they clawed and bit their way up onto the body of the mutant. Unbeknownst to him, his legs had already been reduced to nothing but white bones. Chapter 153. Hurry up and leave. Lu Quan suddenly felt a slight stabbing pain in his chest. The pain was so faint, so gentle, that one might mistake it for an illusion. Without giving it much thought, he casually scratched his chest twice. His eyes were focused only on the hotel entrance not far away, lit up with lights. Closer, even closer. The group was no more than 200 or 300 meters away from the hotel. But as they got closer, Lu Quan's heart inexplicably tightened. This hotel was strange. Complete silence surrounded it. No zombies, no snakes, bugs, or rats, not even the trash that usually litters the area. It was as if an invisible barrier had isolated the hotel, creating a clear boundary between it and the outside world. Inside, everything was clean, just like the entrances of five-star hotels before the apocalypse. And far away, there was only desolation. Outside the main door, a bright white RV was parked. A thick hose extended out of the hotel's entrance, all the way to the RV's water intake. Through the hose, one could almost hear the sound of gushing water. Just as they finally reached the hotel entrance, a blinding red light flashed. The large screen outside the hotel, sensing their presence, automatically began playing the gruesome scenes of those who violated the hotel rules. Lu Quan instinctively squinted his eyes, and when he saw the images on the screen, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. In the image, a short man was surrounded by countless zombies in the center, helplessly swinging his arms and screaming in despair. The screen switched, revealing the man's face. Could it be anyone other than Wang Eru, whom he had waited for all day? Wang Eru's arms and legs had been torn off, and his intestines were scattered everywhere. There was no way he could survive. Shit. Lu Quan clenched his fists, staring fixedly at the large screen at the entrance. The bald man also saw this scene. Tiptoeing over, he whispered softly, "Captain Lu, Eru is dead. There must be some powerful figures inside the hotel that we can't handle. What should we do? Or how about we go back right now and report this to the higher-ups?" "No, we can't return empty-handed. The leader will never forgive us." Lu Quan gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting to the thin as a bamboo stick psychic standing beside him. I remember you can pass through walls. Right now, I want you to go inside and check out what's going on. Be careful not to disturb anyone. Take a quick look and come back out. If successful, I'll give you 2 packs of compressed biscuits." "Really? Then I'll go right away." The psychic's face lit up at this statement. Isn't it just about passing through walls? He was experienced at this. Going inside and coming back would earn him 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Where else could such fortune fall from the sky? Seeing this, the others secretly resented themselves. Why wasn't their ability something as good as passing through walls? After saying this, Lu Quan remained silent, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the man preparing to pass through the wall. The screams in the screen still echoed in his ears. He thought he could almost smell the heavy rust-like scent through the electronic display. No, wait. This smell, it was coming from them. Realizing something, Lu Quan quickly started to tear off his shirt. "Captain Lu, what are you doing?" My leg. My leg is gone." A scream interrupted him mid-sentence. Turning around, Baldy's pupils shrank sharply. They saw that the speed-based psychic who had led them here had collapsed directly on the ground. Beneath his rolled-up trouser legs, all that remained were 2 white, bone-like stumps. Dark red liquid dripped from his clothing, vanishing instantly where he had stood. From the corner, the energy mortar cannon was already locked onto them and gathering power. Once Xiao Xiang gave the command, the mortar capable of demolishing the entire building would obliterate them into fragments. Xiao Xiang stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window, looking down arrogantly at the unexpected visitors outside the hotel. Suddenly, after receiving some unknown information, a flash of red light ignited in his pitch-black eyes. He slowly walked back into the living room, closing his eyes to charge energy. Drip, drip. Warm, moist liquid dropped onto Baldy's nose. Wiping it away, Baldy looked up to the sky. Is it raining? The next moment, pointing upward with a trembling finger, panic filled his face as he cursed loudly. Shit, what the hell is that thing? Lu Quan looked up, his expression growing extremely grim. At some point, an ominous black cloud mass had gathered in the air above the hotel. Powerful black-purple currents of electricity darted through it, emitting eerie, buzzing sounds. Most terrifyingly, the cloud had precisely positioned itself directly above the psychic who passed through walls, with no abnormalities elsewhere. Flashing several times, the cloud unleashed a heavy downpour of rain. Simultaneously, a thick, dazzling lightning bolt raced toward them faster than the blink of an eye. "Get ready fast, get ready," Lu Quan shouted loudly. At the critical moment, one of the psychics conjured up a turtle shell barely large enough to protect 3 or 4 people and managed to withstand the blow. However, the rain beneath their feet had become the best conductor of electricity, causing everyone to feel momentarily paralyzed. Then, an icy cold, emotionless mechanical voice thundered in their ears. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Eviction protocol initiated immediately. Before anyone could react, an overwhelming force had already tightly enveloped the psychic, hurling him away like trash with brute strength. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by countless zombies. Outside the hotel, on the large screen, the footage of a new massacre began to play. Lu Quan's legs gave way beneath him, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He hadn't even been able to clearly see who had struck when Lung Chu had already vanished from their sight. As the ominous cloud above them began gathering again, Lu Quan grabbed the only healer in their group. "Hurry, fix his leg. We can't stay here. Go, let's go." Chapter 154, Distribution Plan. The next day, early morning, just as Jiang Yao climbed out of bed, she heard the system notification sound off. Yesterday's intruder encountered outside the hotel has been dealt with. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered for a moment. She had a premonition that the intruders were probably accomplices of the person from yesterday. It seemed they were truly stubborn and would not give up until hitting a wall. "But, did you find their base yet? I'll deal with it on my way. "Yes, I have found it. The coordinates are being sent to you now. "Yes, yesterday Jiang Yao had intentionally let them go. These people came repeatedly to provoke her. Did they think she was some soft pushover? Jiang Yao considered herself anything but a do-gooder. If anyone dared offend her, they must be prepared to pay the price. Not one of those people would escape her wrath. As she walked out after breakfast, the automatic sprinkler machine outside the hotel was working. Jiang Yao glanced over and saw that the motorhome's water tank had already been filled up. A considerate little elephant was arranging for employees to spray high-concentration insect repellent on the surface of the motorhome. What's this? A motorhome? Where did the motorhome come from? It's so beautiful. Qin Yin curiously approached to take a look. After staying in the hotel recuperating for several days, her wounds had healed by more than half, and she could finally get out of bed and walk around. Their team's truck had long disappeared into an unknown spatial rift after the death of the space ability user. They originally thought they'd have to walk back, but as soon as they stepped outside, they saw this shiny new motorhome. It must belong to Boss Jiang. After all, in such a post-apocalyptic era, who still manufactures vehicles like these? Seeing no one paying attention to her, Qin Yin wasn't embarrassed and kept looking closely at it, until Xiao Xiang, little elephant, came over. Customer, please step back a bit. We need to spray insect repellent here as well. All right. Qin Yin didn't react immediately to what it said and instinctively took a few steps back. Very soon, her eyes widened dramatically. You just said what was that? Insect repellent. Her voice was loud enough to attract customers who had just walked out of the hotel gate. They gathered around. What? Insect repellent? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Do you sell this insect repellent? How many points does it cost? I want to buy some. I haven't gone outside in a while to collect crystal cores, and in another 2 days, I won't even be able to afford food. Who wouldn't feel the same way? Outside is full of those poisonous bugs. Those bitten people last time haven't recovered yet. Honestly, I don't dare to go out anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yao took the chance to promote her insect repellent. Zhang Jing looked at the small red bottle in her hand that resembled perfume. His face turned red. He remembered, wasn't this thing the very product he sarcastically mocked Boss Jiang about the other night, claiming it would never sell? That wasn't perfume, it was actually insect repellent. Goodness, thinking about how confident he was that night, suggesting Boss Jiang replace it with weapons made him feel awkward. In reality, this item was much more important than any weapon right now. Jiang Yao paid no heed to his thoughts and dutifully introduced the insect repellent to the various customers. After finishing her introduction, she pointed towards the clean open space outside the door and raised her voice. Everyone, take a look. You all know that just recently, we were still using flamethrowers to handle the swarms of insects around the hotel. Although the flamethrowers are useful, each time we finished handling them, countless bugs would again emerge from underground. And there is another drawback to this flamethrower. After burning, it leaves ash everywhere, making it extremely annoying. Jiang Yao paused here. But ever since we acquired this insect repellent, spraying once can last at least 2 hours. Everyone can carefully observe the ground within the safety perimeter of the hotel. As long as you find a single bug, I will reward you with a level 2 crystal core. At this statement, the entire scene erupted. 1 bug equals 1 level 2 crystal core. Boss Jiang sure is generous. No. I think Boss Jiang is just confident in her product. She must be so sure that after using the insect repellent, all bugs will avoid the area around the hotel to make such a bold claim. No, your focus is wrong. Boss Jiang, how do you plan to sell this spray? Yes, exactly. How much? Just tell us the price, Boss Jiang. We're all anxiously waiting. 30 credits per bottle, each containing around 30 milliliters. No purchase limit, and we even encourage you to buy more to resell in other bases for distribution. This distribution strategy was decided upon after Jiang Yao and the system discussed it for a long time yesterday. Jiang Yao had the system help her customize a batch of exclusive containers. They featured the large logo of 10,000 Worlds Hotel, along with the hotel's exact location. This way, everyone would instantly know that this insect repellent was a product from their 10,000 Worlds Hotel. Firstly, this could enhance the hotel's reputation among survivors and bases. After all, Jiang Yao was just one person, and there was no way for her to visit every big or small safe base personally. But these survivors certainly could, and as long as there was profit to be made, they'd likely do it even more diligently than Jiang Yao herself. Secondly, Qin Yin's words before had more or less influenced Jiang Yao somewhat. She might not be able to accomplish great deeds, but she could still contribute by preserving humanity's fighting force within her capabilities. After all, she had lived under human society for so many years and always considered herself part of the human faction. Speaking of which, upon hearing the price, some immediately lit up with excitement. Only 30 points. So cheap. I'm going to buy 10 bottles to stockpile. Others focused on the latter half of what Jiang Yao had said. A few who were in business before the apocalypse erupted realized at once that the mention of distribution might mean an opportunity to get rich quick. They began stirring with anticipation. Distribution? Can we set our own selling prices? A man who looked honest and middle-aged opened his mouth to ask. No. Jiang Yao shook her head seriously. You can only increase the price by up to 3% above the hotel's designated price. Moreover, we will have specific methods to screen distributors. Only those meeting all conditions will be considered for signing a distribution contract. At the same time, once any distributor is found violating the contract rules, we will automatically revoke their distribution qualifications and permanently blacklist them, ensuring they can never purchase any products from the hotel afterward. The middle-aged man's name was Chen Ning. After listening to Jiang Yao, Chen Ning quickly calculated the true profit he could make. 3% net profit, minus some loss-related deductions, conservatively estimated about 2.5%. Having been a businessman before, he clearly knew that such insect repellents, once introduced, would never lack buyers. In fact, when the 10,000 Worlds Hotel expanded in the future, undoubtedly more businessmen from other bases would come calling. Even a mere 2% would absolutely let him earn substantial profits. What was most important was that he was near water and could drink first. Manager Jiang was so powerful that as long as he seized the advantage early on, he would later rely on her strength and definitely develop better and better. The more he thought about it, the more he became excited, and he almost wanted to sign the distribution contract with Jiang Yao right away. Looking at Jiang Yao, his eyes glimmered as if staring at a gigantic golden money tree. Manager Jiang, can we? Jiang Yao frowned deeply at his blatant stare. I've already fully entrusted this matter to Xiaoxiang. Those interested should find Xiaoxiang to pick up application forms. If selected later, I will directly upgrade your credit cards into bracelets and notify you through the bracelets. Oh, understood, Manager Jiang. We'll remember that. Chen Ning smiled honestly, revealing a full set of teeth. Chapter 155. Cut the grass and remove the roots. Hey. All right, Mr. Jiang. We've noted it down. Chen Ning smiled innocently, revealing a mouthful of large teeth, then turned and ran to wait by Xiaoxiang's side. Mr. Jiang, are we riding this recreational vehicle back to the base? Qin Yin stepped forward, staring intently at the shiny new RV parked at the entrance. Jiang Yao reached out and shoved her aside. What we? That's my car, and I'm definitely driving it myself. After saying that, she looked at the packages in Jiang An's and Xue Junyu's hands and revealed an expression of sudden realization. You guys don't have a car? Why didn't you say so earlier? I know a way. Jiang An and Xue Junyu both raised their heads immediately, their gazes carrying faint expectations. Jiang Yao smirked with a curl of her lips. I offer a car rental service. How about that? Do you guys need to rent a car? In the end, Jiang Yao rented her SUV to Qin Yin and the other two for 10 second-grade crystal cores per day, 5,000 points per day. They originally thought it was expensive and hesitated quite a bit, until Jiang Yao mentioned that the compensation included providing obstacle clearing, guidance, and insect repelling services for the SUV, ensuring the three of them would arrive safely at the base. Their faces lit up with excitement, and they quickly decided on renting the SUV. If they lacked points, no problem. Surely, they would encounter many zombie groups on the way back to the base. As long as Jiang Yao could guarantee absolute safety inside the car, they could freely go out and hunt zombies to acquire crystal cores. Even if they got injured, there was no fear. Jiang Yao had medicine. They could trade crystal cores for her medicine, lie down in the car, and rest for a couple of days. It took them nearly a week to drive from the base to this western district area, because on the road, they encountered wave after wave of zombie groups, constantly battling those increasingly powerful high-level mutated zombies. Keep in mind, back then, the insect plague hadn't even erupted yet. The return journey now would be even more challenging. But if Ms. Jiang leads the way, things will be different. Who knows? Maybe they'll not only get back safely, but also make a hefty profit. So, let the price be high. It's not unaffordable. Upon agreement, Jiang An directly handed over today's crystal cores to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao retrieved the SUV, and Xiaoxiang promptly returned with Jiang Yi and the others to spray bug repellent all around the SUV. 15 minutes later, the large and small vehicles were parked one in front of the other at the hotel entrance. Jiang Yao pulled Xiaoxiang aside and gave him some instructions. Xiaoxiang, I'm leaving with them right now. Stay at home and watch the hotel carefully. If anything happens, just send me a message via the bracelet. Handle troublemakers according to the store rules. If it's something you can't handle, tie them up and wait for me to come back. Xiaoxiang slapped his furry chest, making it resonate, while his long trunk swayed slightly from side to side. Master, please rest assured, everything is under control. Jiang Yao opened the RV door, paused briefly to look back at the hotel's entrance. Then, together with Lan Yu, she directly turned and got into the vehicle. Off we go, time for an outing. But before heading out, she still needed to deal with the troublesome intruders first. Cutting the grass without removing the roots means it grows again with spring wind. The moment she got into the car, she kicked off her boots and changed into comfortable slippers. She then took out the fruit platter Xiaoxiang had prepared and placed it on the dashboard. Jiang Yao lounged casually, sinking deep into the driver's seat, holding a silver fork in hand, and popped a piece of apple into her mouth. She swung her arm wide. Xiaoran, start auto-driving. Let's get ready to depart. The smart motorhome manager, Xiaoran, displayed the auto-driving interface, showing the entire star map of City B on the left. A red dot in the middle represented the current position of the RV. A bright, gentle voice emanated from inside the RV. All right, dear owner, please input the coordinates of your destination. Jiang Yao entered the coordinates provided by the system. A blue route appeared on the star map. The route planning is complete. Estimated arrival time at the final destination, Star Dream Bay, is 1 hour. Starting the vehicle? Start successful. The vehicle moved smoothly along the street. The streets in the city center weren't very smooth. Various buildings lay scattered across the roads, and on both sides, the dilapidated flower beds were overgrown with wild weeds with thick roots. Their branches extended endlessly from the roots, easily entangling themselves under the car if you're not careful. Xiaoran, activate the obstacle clearing function and the protective cover function. All right, the obstacle clearing and protective cover functions have been activated for you. Lan Yu climbed aboard the motorhome with Jiang Yao. She was excitedly pressed against the window, watching as the hotel faded into the distance. The weather was clear, cloudless skies stretching for miles. Today was an exceptionally good day. Lan Yu, with her watery big eyes, looked curiously out the window, fascinated by the ever-changing scenery. Her lips curled upwards slightly, obviously filled with anticipation for this trip. This was the first time she went far away with her sister. That time when she joined the group to build a branch in the wasteland doesn't count. She barely survived that half-day ordeal and nearly became jerky. Fortunately, the weather on Blue Star is still relatively suitable for going out. Lan Yu looked at the deep blue sky above her head and opened the car window to breathe in some fresh air. However, an overwhelmingly nauseating smell rushed into the car. Jiang Yao and Lan Yu immediately held their breaths together. The strong, fishy stench from zombies, the pungent secretion of poisonous insects, and the omnipresent rotting flesh smell all intertwined. Every inhalation was like swallowing the despair of this ruined world. As soon as Lan Yu opened the window a crack, she quickly shut it again. She almost threw up inside the car. Whoa. She took large gulps of the fresher air inside the car before the dizzying odor finally dissipated slowly from her nose tip. Thankfully, the vehicle had an air circulation function. Otherwise, with conditions outside like that, she might have been either baked alive or suffocated by the smell. Jiang Yao smiled inwardly, shaking her head slightly, and handed her a glass of clear water. The smell outside isn't pleasant, is it? Even if Jiang Yao, in her previous life, had seen much worse scenes than this, the sudden hit of such strong odors still made her feel uneasy. How much harder would it be for the little mermaid, who grew up underwater? She probably needed more time to adapt. Lan Yu frowned, taking the water to rinse her mouth. Sister, where are we going now? Jiang Yao took another bite of the icy and sweet watermelon slushy. What a wonderful life indeed. To Star Dream Bay, Sister has some accounts to settle with someone. At this moment, in the topmost floor of the Star Dream Bay residential complex, Lu Quan looked utterly disheveled, with his trouser legs and chest fabric torn apart. He crouched low, wishing he could bury his head underground. Boss, the people we sent to track were killed. Big Boss Jiang Shuping was sitting on the sofa, cleaning his gun. Hearing this, he slammed the gun he had just wiped clean onto the table hard, making the teacup on the table tremble twice. Lu Quan kept his head down, not daring to look up. The muscles on the man's face twitched, the veins bulged on his forehead, and his originally gentle-looking face instantly darkened with anger. His voice carried suppressed fury. What did you say? They're dead. Who killed them? How did they die? Did you find the place? Lu Quan felt his teeth trembling uncontrollably. No idea. When we found them, we only saw a video looping at the hotel entrance. Erdiger was directly ripped apart alive by those high-level zombies. We tried sneaking in quietly, but that hotel is too weird. We were discovered even before entering, and then got thrown out. Afterward, it seemed as though something stopped us, and we couldn't go in no matter what. Jiang Shuping furrowed his eyebrows, forming a crease like the Chinese character Chuan. Hotel? What hotel? Lu Quan subtly raised his eyes to glance at him. Seeing that he was indeed attracted by the hotel he mentioned, his tension eased a bit. Chapter 156, An Encounter with a Zombie Swarm. Lu Quan sneaked a peek. He saw that his words about the hotel had indeed caught their attention. Instantly, he felt relieved. Perfect. He knew for sure that the big boss would be interested in this hotel. So, all that was left to do was... Lu Quan's eyes twinkled mischievously. When he spoke again, he immediately exaggerated the Wanjia Hotel into an absolutely safe house, something unmatched both on Earth and in heaven. Things like having water, electricity, and endless supplies were small matters. The most important thing was that it could provide complete immunity to all attacks and harm. Zombies, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, all would be stopped hundreds of meters away from the hotel. Even those high-tech energy guns they had seen before were supposedly made in that very hotel. He didn't care whether it was true or not. As long as anything was tied to the hotel, it was perfect. Sure enough, as expected, Jiang Shuping was thoroughly captivated by the scene he described. Lu Quan smirked. Big boss, I've already scoped out the location of the hotel with my team yesterday. As soon as you give the order, we'll risk our lives to secure that hotel for you. Upon saying this, he noticed the approving gaze of the leader. Excellent. You're excellent. After I take control of the hotel, I'll make you the head captain. Thank you for cultivating me, boss. On the other side, Jiang Yao and Lan Yu were happily sitting on the couch, munching on preserved foods. As the scenery outside the car window rushed by, Jiang Yao contentedly bit into a 5-spice preserved chicken neck. The spicy and sweet preserved duck feet, duck necks, and preserved seaweed and golden mushrooms were all incredibly appetizing. One just ate and stayed quiet. SSSS, HHHH. Gulping. Lan Yu took a big gulp of chilled mango juice. She was typically someone who wasn't good at many things, but loved to eat. Although little Xiang also prepared some 5-spice preserved food for her, she preferred the kind that could literally burn off one's skull cap. But the 5-spice ones were pretty good too, so Jiang Yao certainly didn't mind them. Since Lan Yu disliked eating, Jiang Yao gladly took over all the dishes. The RV steadily drove along the uneven road, and whenever it encountered obstacles, a barrier would pop up from the vehicle. This barrier pushed aside vehicles and various obstructions on the roadside, clearing a path for the RV and the jeeps closely trailing behind. On either side of the road, what used to be a bustling city was now a desolate ruin. Skyscrapers were riddled with holes, walls covered with bullet marks and dried, blackened bloodstains. Shattered glass lay scattered around like lifeless, empty eyes silently telling the story of humanity's fragility and helplessness under such disasters. Suddenly, Lan Yu focused her gaze sharply. Sister, look ahead. There are so many zombies. Horf. As if responding to her statement, roaring sounds echoed continuously. Without any panic, Jiang Yao wiped her hands clean with a tissue and then moved to the driver's cabin, looking outward through the transparent glass. Not far ahead, the road was blocked by a dense crowd of zombies. These zombies had dim eyes, were covered in dust, and their limbs twisted in bizarre angles. Some lacked arms or legs, their bellies torn open with entrails dragged on the ground, leaving behind streaks of gray-yellow traces. Jiang Yao gave a sweeping glance and realized there were a couple of zombies distinctly different from the rest, clearly higher-level zombies. High-level zombies were easy to recognize. They usually had some specific mutations. For example, the zombie right in front seemed to have developed powerful leg-jumping abilities. It leaped at least as high as one building every time. The one behind it appeared to have awakened wind-based powers. Its feet floated in midair, and its walking speed was clearly faster and steadier than the other zombies around it. They heard the sound of the approaching vehicle and turned their heads. They emitted deep growls from their throats, shuffling toward the RV. "Sister, they seem to be coming over," Lan Yu said, stepping closer to the car window. Her eyes showed disdain, excitement, and readiness, but not even a trace of fear. Just as Jiang Yao parked the car, Qin Yin and others following them behind also came to a halt. Two beeps came from the walkie-talkie, transmitting Jiang Yin's voice. "Boss Jiang, are there zombies up ahead?" Jiang Yao smiled faintly. "Yes, lots of them." "All right, Boss Jiang, no need to get out of the car. We'll take care of it swiftly." Jiang Yao heard the sound of doors opening and closing. Soon after, glowing energy balls appeared, belonging to the abilities of the adepts. Energy bullets whistled toward the zombie swarm, each taking down a large number of low-level zombies. "Watch me." With a roar, Jiang Yin swung his heavy sword like thunder itself, splitting the head of a third-grade zombie in half. Qin Yin's twine in his palms kept swinging, flashing with a sharp green light. He aimed at the zombie's head and lashed out hard. The massive impact force sent the surrounding zombies tumbling to the ground, causing chaos within the zombie horde for a moment. Jiang Yao was holding a large bucket of mango juice in her hands, sipping it while watching the fight ahead. Qin Yin and his team were truly warriors who had fought their way back from the brink of death. Every move they made used skillful force, maximizing results with minimal effort each time. But the zombies before them weren't real humans. They had no sense of pain, nor emotions like fear or terror. Seeing their companions fall one by one only fueled their bloodthirsty intentions even more. The zombie horde surged forward like an unstoppable tide, continuously rushing toward the group. They were scattered repeatedly, only to regroup swiftly each time at incredible speed. Most were held off by Qin Yin and his team in front of the RV. However, a significant portion broke through Qin Yin's blockade and charged toward Jiang Yao's RV. But as they approached the RV, they suddenly lost their target and began running around aimlessly. Jiang Yao knew that this was the effect of the zombie friend reward she had received earlier from the system. Sitting in the driver's cabin, Jiang Yao tapped the touchscreen display. She activated the RV's protective shield button. Her main concern was that the zombies might dirty the RV's exterior. Instantly, a transparent protective barrier spread out from the body of the RV, tightly enveloping the entire vehicle. As the zombies got closer, they snarled with wide-open mouths and clawed wildly. Boom. The first zombie to collide with the shield was instantly shattered into a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. Chapter 157. Speaking ill of someone to their face. Bang. The first zombie that rushed forward instantly turned into a bloody mist and dissipated, leaving the car still as pristine white as ever. "This won't do. The crystal cores are all crushed." Jiang Yao muttered a couple of words, watching as more and more zombies gathered around the car, her brows furrowed. "No, I need to think of a way to preserve the crystal core." Beep. Jiang Yao tentatively honked the car horn. The crowd of zombies was attracted by the sound. As if being led by an invisible hand, they began to stumble forward following the sound. But subconsciously, they treated both Jiang Yao and her motorhome as their own kind, with no desire to attack. So the zombies just slightly raised their heads for a glance, and after failing to find a target, they slowly dispersed again. "I've got an idea. Shaoran, turn on the external speakers on the body of the car and loop play any random song loudly. Let's keep stimulating them so they gather around the car continuously." Understood. Soon, for not too large pits appeared in the body of the car. The white speakers slowly rose from these pits. As music with a very rhythmic beat began to play, Jiang Yao stood up and walked into the living room, pressing a black button. The car windows slid open on both sides, and a round control panel slowly rose from beneath her feet. It was a platform that could accommodate two people standing shoulder to shoulder, in the middle of which stood a black machine gun. Jiang Yao took out an energy stone and inserted it into the machine gun, adjusting its direction before pressing a red button. The control panel gradually ascended, directly lifting Jiang Yao to the very top of the RV. The muzzle of the gun exposed itself, level with the open sunroof, forming a perfect sniping space with Jiang Yao sitting on a high stool. Jiang Yao extended her hand to grasp the gun, cool and smooth, providing excellent tactile feedback. Most importantly, this gun was very easy to operate. All she had to do was aim at the designated area, and the machine gun would incessantly fire energy bullets, striking the surrounding zombie group. Jiang Yao quickly operated the control panel, eyes tightly fixed on the data jumping on the screen while rapidly tapping buttons on the panel. At the tip of the machine gun, there was a green progress bar, which began to rise rapidly as the gun stored energy. 10 seconds later, the energy was fully stored. Jiang Yao pressed the start button. A brilliant blue light emitted from the muzzle of the gun, gathering energy rapidly. Taking this opportunity, Lan Yu hung the raw meat he brought from the dining room on a hook behind the car, the length just protruding beyond the protective shield and obstacle clearing function. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Roar! The zombies started a rampage, forming a small-scale zombie tide. They jostled to get closer to the raw meat outside the protective shield, drooling foul-smelling saliva from wide-open mouths. Jiang Yao, seeing the long line of zombies gathered behind the car, shouted excitedly. "Xiaoyu, Buckle up your seatbelt and sit well. Xiaoran, speed up and drive the car to an open place. Xiaoran drove the vehicle forward continuously until finally stopping it in the center of a square. As soon as the car stopped, a deafening roar was heard. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from the RV, scattering the mass of zombies in disarray. The bodies of the zombies were torn apart mid-air, and for a moment, countless arms and legs flew through the air together. After the explosion, Lan Yu stuck his head out to look. A small area around the RV had been temporarily cleared, but the loud explosion also attracted the zombies from afar. Again, a dense swarm of zombies surged toward the RV, stepping over their comrades to get closer. Good job they came, Jiang Yao bellowed, then opened the continuous fire mode on the machine gun. Da-da-da. The energy gun fired rapid shots, beams of energy breaking through the sky, each one precisely hitting a zombie's neck. Every shot caused a zombie to fall to the ground, raising dust everywhere. Master, detected zombies approaching from the right. Xiaoran activated the RV radar and faithfully alerted Jiang Yao about the situation around her. Jiang Yao quickly adjusted the gun muzzle and fired bursts towards the group of zombies on the right. The flashes of light from the energy gun never ceased, time and again eliminating zombies trying to approach. Tens of minutes later, Qin Yin whipped the neck of the last level 2 zombie with a lash. Jiang Yin and others took gloves from their backpacks, sprayed some more insect repellent on themselves, and started collecting their spoils of war. Qin Yin shattered the skull of the level 2 zombie in front of him with vines, pulled out the crystal core, wiped off the brain matter on it against the ground, and then placed it inside the pocket of his overcoat. After collecting the crystal cores, she suddenly remembered something and abruptly stood up to look around. Where's Mr. Jiang? Where's the RV? Where did they go? Jiang paused, squinting against the light, pointing his finger towards the shaded area near the distant forest. Isn't it right there? I just saw Mr. Jiang drive the car over there to cool off. Qin Yin looked, and sure enough, it was there. In the square, under the tree shade. By the street, a brand new white RV was parked. Around the RV, the area was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Yet, the RV remained spotlessly clean, not a speck of dirt on it. Dozens of small contraptions resembling mechanical claws extended around the RV. They were busy rummaging through the piles of bodies. Whenever they picked up a zombie's head, they would instantly crush it with force, extract the crystal core inside, clean it off, and then accurately toss it into one of the 3 small buckets beside the vehicle. Inside the wide-open transparent car window, Jiang Yao, wearing a light blue tracksuit, lay comfortably on a large bed, sipping icy fruit juice and watching a comedy show. Her demeanor was nothing short of leisurely. Qin Yin stared blankly at the mechanical hands for a moment. Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Yao, and finally to her own hands covered in dried blood and brain matter. She thought about how arduously they fought the zombies and had to endure the stench and filth to retrieve the crystal cores from their skulls. Envious tears involuntarily trickled down from the corner of her mouth. What a great RV. I wonder if Mr. Jiang will sell cars like this in the future. The idea of owning an RV of her own flickered in her mind, but it was quickly defeated by the harshness of reality. What? This car costs 400,000 points. After Qin Yin finished collecting the zombie crystal cores and came to pay the next day's rental fee, she casually asked about the price of Jiang Yao's RV. She could imagine the car must be expensive, but she really didn't expect it to be this costly. In her mind, no matter how high-priced this car was, it couldn't exceed 250,000 points, right? But it actually cost 400,000. To make matters worse, when she first asked, Mr. Zhang looked sincerely at her and patiently explained the internal structure of the car and some clever features. When she heard that the car had an invincible protective shield that didn't require constant recharging using crystal cores like energy shields, her long-silenced heart was once again touched deeply. But as soon as she heard the price, her excitement cooled down. Damn it. She would never come back to embarrass herself like this in front of Mr. Jiang again. Seeing Qin Yin leaving after being clearly dealt a heavy blow, Lan Yu tilted his head in confusion. Chewing on squid threads, he mumbled unclearly to Jiang Yao, sister. What's wrong with Captain Shi? Jiang Yao shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's menopause? Qin Yin, standing nearby with excellent hearing, stumbled forward, almost falling. Hey, she wasn't even far away yet. Can't people speak ill behind someone's back? Chapter 158, An Encounter with Strangers. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, the zombies nearby had been completely cleaned up by the mechanical arms. The crystal cores were separated into different buckets according to their levels. There were the most of level 1 crystal cores, over 100 in total. There were about 30 level 2 crystal cores, and only 5 level 3 ones. Jiang Yao instructed Xiaoran to initiate self-cleaning mode, which flushed away all the dirt from the mechanical arms. She then retracted the arms. After washing the crystal cores twice in water, she stored them all in her mall account. Ding! Congratulations on adding 26,800 points. After resting for a few minutes, the motorhome started moving again. Obstacle clearing mode was activated. Mechanical arms dragged vehicles crowded on the road and threw them aside, producing a grating sound of metal scraping against the ground. At exactly 11 o'clock, the sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze stirred the branches of trees, making them rustle. The golden sun hung high in the sky, giving everything around a faint golden edge. If one could ignore the ruins of buildings, the dried bloodstains, and zombie crowds wandering on the streets, it would indeed be a picture of revival and vitality. Xiaoran kindly reminds you, we are expected to reach Xinghe Bay Base in about half an hour. Drivers, please get prepared. Jiang Yao, who was laughing heartily at the variety show on the projector screen, heard the reminder from Xiao Ran, the RV manager. She stood up and took a look at the terrain map in the cockpit. There were about 20 kilometers left to Xinghe Bay. Great. Jiang Yao quietly shook her wrist and smiled slyly. Xinghe Bay residential area, a small base of just 2,000 or 3,000 people. And they dared to repeatedly offend her taboos, secretly trying to take over her hotel. It's uncertain whether those people are ready for her retaliation. On the street, dozens of figures were rushing along hurriedly. These people exuded a menacing aura, showing no fear of making noise that might attract zombie groups. Nor did they fear being bitten and eroded by venomous insects underfoot. Their energy levels suggested they weren't amateurs. Lu Quan was surrounded and protected by several high-level energy wielders at the center. His entire body gleamed golden, as hard as steel. From afar, he looked like a life-sized gold statue. By his right side stood another man who was entirely metallic. His gaze, and his entire arm, had transformed into a sharp-edged long blade. Beside him, another energy wielder hovered lightly in the air, fiddling absent-mindedly with a grass leaf plucked from the roadside. Lu Quan glanced down at the dead insects wriggling aimlessly beneath his feet and sneered. With a single stomp, he crushed the venomous creatures below him. Early that morning, Lu Quan had led nearly 30 high-tier energy wielders out from Xinghe Bay to rush toward the hotel. Last night, he originally intended to sneak inside with his group and check things out. However, they were blocked by the hotel's protective barrier outside. Even the sole wall-penetrating energy wielder in their team got trapped inside. For survival, he placed all the blame on the hotel. Lu Quan embellished the matter for the senior leadership. Indeed, this interworld hotel intrigued the superior officer deeply. For this reason, the leader even allocated the most powerful group of energy wielders within the base to him, allowing him to command them. All to quickly claim the hotel so he could move in and enjoy himself. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, an eerie, bone-chilling sound came from the distance. The forward-scouting energy wielder perked up his ears, raised his hand, halting the team's progress. He leaned in to listen closely. What is it? Tense, Lu Quan turned towards the street indicated by the scout's ear direction, eyes locked on the street's end. It wouldn't be some mutated wild beast coming, would it? His apprehension wasn't unfounded. Just this morning, as soon as they exited the base gates, they encountered an unusually large mutated wild boar. Its tusks were long and sharp. In an instant, upon spotting them, it charged with a fatal collision. The tusks pierced through the belly of a level 2 energy wielder in their group. He personally witnessed the energy wielder's blood and intestines spill across the ground, and even now, the pungent smell of blood lingered on his nose. The auditory energy wielder frowned. It doesn't sound like it. Then what is it? I don't know. It sounds like, here it comes. Quick, hide. With that, he pulled Lu Quan's arm and swiftly ducked into the broken-down building beside the road. The rest quickly followed suit. Through the cracks in the windows, everyone peeked cautiously outside. Instantly, everyone's hearts jumped up into their throats. With such a loud racket, they wondered if it was some kind of mutant beast or a zombified creature. Would they be able to escape? But soon, a brand new luxury motorhome flashed by on the street. The silver-white body shimmered with a faint halo in the sunlight. For such an intact car to suddenly appear on the street, making all that noise without any zombies following behind, could it be a level 5 master inside? Everyone at the rear was stunned. Lu Quan, hiding in the corner, took a quick peek, his face full of disbelief. Is that a motorhome? How could there possibly be a motorhome at this time? No, there's another one behind it. Black, an off-road vehicle. The group looked over and indeed saw a large off-road vehicle with high clearance following closely behind the motorhome, roaring past. Behind the vehicles, clouds of sand were stirred up. What's going on? Lu Quan stammered. After all, ever since the zombie outbreak, very few dared to drive such noisy cars so openly. Zombies were extremely easily startled by sound. One misstep could trigger a wave of zombies. Even official base personnel drove specially treated vehicles, lowering the engine sound during movement to the minimum. Yet, these two vehicles right in front of them were just driving through the city full of zombies and mutated venomous insects, as if they owned the place. A thought occurred unanimously among everyone. Could it be they don't fear? Perhaps those inside were truly level 5 experts? It must be so. Only level 5 experts would have enough confidence to escape safely amidst thousands or even millions of zombies. The wind-type abnormal ability user admired the scene with starry eyes, watching the off-road vehicle drive away from the street. One day, he too would become such a powerful expert. Unknown. What does that have to do with us? Since it's not zombies, let's continue. In a corner serving as the backdrop, the metal-type abnormal ability user crossed his arms, glancing disdainfully at Lu Quan with evident impatience. What a guy, only thinking about fawning and scheming his way up the ranks. He shouted louder than anyone when that big wild boar showed up, nearly getting himself killed, and almost endangering the person nearest to him. Goddamn leg-pulling burden. If it weren't for the repeated instructions from the top leader telling them to take good care of him and ensure his safety, he would have already thrown this fellow to the zombies long ago. Chapter 159 Arrival, Star Moon Bay Base. Lu Quan silently clenched his fist, then quickly relaxed it the next second. It wasn't time yet. He wanted to arrive at the hotel safely, and he couldn't do it without this Metal Series Psi-Human. Just wait. Once he took control of that hotel and became the big boss, he would first make these people obey him completely. The Metal Series Psi-Human saw Lu Quan's move and rolled his eyes with a cold scoff. The sounds on the street were getting quieter. After patiently waiting for a few more minutes, ensuring those two cars had driven far away, the group slowly emerged from the dilapidated building. Only after Lu Quan determined the direction did the group set off again, beginning their journey. 15 minutes later, a black and white car stopped in succession outside the grand gate of the Star Moon Bay base. The iron gates of the base were tightly closed, entwined with crackling electric grids. Dark purple lightning traveled back and forth on the iron gates, looking quite formidable. Inside the gates, two men sat chatting idly by the entrance. They wore the same style of old uniform, with a black pistol holstered at their waists. The man on the right suddenly felt something flash before his eyes. He lifted his cap brim, squinting to look. He saw a huge white car slowly driving towards the base gates. The man patted his companion's shoulder. "Old Wong, whose car is that? I don't think I've seen it before." "What car?" Old Wong was sitting on a stool, half asleep from the sun. Hearing the sound, he struggled to open his eyelids and glanced up. It was just a large white vehicle. New colleagues always liked making a fuss over nothing. He lazily lowered his eyes again, covering his mouth as he let out a huge yawn. It's probably one of the scavenger teams that just seized another vehicle. It's not the first time this has happened. After you check their credentials, just open the gate for them. Is that so? But why do I feel something's off? They're not even slowing down as they drive towards the base. The man squinted, keeping his eyes locked on the recreational vehicle. His intuition told him something was wrong. If they truly had stolen the vehicle, why didn't it have any bloodstains? Neither the glass nor the front of the car had any damage. When he finished speaking, he looked at Old Wong. In no time, Old Wong had fallen asleep, even snoring. "Damn, are you a pig or what? Falling asleep like that?" The man grumbled in dissatisfaction, but seeing the car approaching the gate, unwillingly picked up the loudspeaker and stepped out through a small side door. "Hey driver, slow down and stop. Show me your credentials if you want to enter." Jiang Yao simply acted as though she hadn't heard, and the RV continued its unstoppable forward motion. The man's expression changed drastically, immediately becoming alert. He grabbed the pistol at his waist, aiming it at the RV's tires, shouting loudly, "Your mother's son, do you understand Chinese or not? I said get the hell down. Stop, or I'll shoot." Seeing that Jiang Yao showed no sign of slowing down, the man fired a warning shot into the sky with the pistol in his hand. Bang! The loud sound woke Old Wong, who had just fallen asleep inside the base. At the same time, it also alerted the survivors within the base that someone was attempting a forced entry. In an instant, the Psi humans who heard the sound all gathered towards the main gate. But the RV opposite rushed madly towards the base's gate like a wild beast gone berserk. The man stared wide-eyed in terror, instinctively stepping aside. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Yao curled her lips slightly. "Xiaoran, stop the car first." The wheels made a precise, screeching halt, stopping just 10 centimeters away from the man's toes. The immense shock from near death made the man's legs go weak, stumbling to fall onto the ground. After stabilizing himself, his face deathly pale, he didn't dare hesitate, turning around and scrambling back inside the gate. As he ran, he shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Captain, quick, there's someone invading the base. There's an RV trying to forcefully barge in." "Boss Jiang, didn't we agree to find zombies? Why have we stopped here?" From the walkie-talkie in the car came Qin Yan's puzzled voice. Qin Yan had followed Jiang Yao's RV and stopped together outside the gate. She leaned her head out of the car window to look at the signs on either side of the gate. Star Moon Bay Residential Complex. This name, she seemed to have heard it before. This place, she found it very familiar too. Ah yes, now she remembered. That small base that only accepts Psi humans and doesn't take regular survivors. Originally, the Star Moon Bay base was a high-end residential complex named Star Moon Bay. Nestled by mountains and water, it had a serene environment. Before the apocalypse, the electricity and water systems here had already been fully installed. And to sell more units, the developer had meticulously decorated most of the houses. It was just one final inspection process away from being delivered, but then the zombies broke out. Later, Lu Quan and his gang occupied it and set up a small safety base here. The base only accepted those psionics who were of similar disposition to them. In their view, ordinary people were nothing but lowly slaves who could be arbitrarily ordered around, insulted, or beaten. Such situations were rampant after the apocalypse. A society without order saw an immense growth in the malevolence within humans. In the previous life, when the authorities recaptured City B to restore order, this base had already been developing secretly for quite some time. The fact that everyone there was a Psi human once caused significant trouble for the official side. But you can't twist arms against larger forces. They were eventually convinced by the authorities. After their base leader died, this small base composed entirely of Psi humans was directly merged into the main base, greatly enhancing the combat capability of the main base. But why did Jiang Yao suddenly come here? Qin Yan furrowed her brows. In the previous life, she hadn't heard of anyone taking action against this base before the authorities took over. And given Jiang Yao's nature, unless someone directly offended her, she wouldn't casually attack others. There's something going on. Jiang Yao coldly tossed 2 words and turned off the walkie-talkie. She got up and left the cockpit. She walked under the skylight, re-raising the platform for the machine gun, opening the protective cover. By now, the other security guard, Old Wong, who was holding a gun, had figured out the situation. He stood up directly and went aside, adjusting the power supply of the electric fence to the maximum. Then he lazily stretched, standing waist-high next to the iron gate full of wires, lifting his hand. His gun muzzle pointed at the front windshield of the car, swaying slightly to the left. "Who are you? Get out of the car quickly for inspection if you don't want to die." He was very confident about the base's electric gate. This iron gate was specially made by high-grade metal series Psi humans, extremely sturdy. It also had nearly 3,000 volts of electricity installed. Regardless of a large vehicle, even if a level 3 or 4 zombie came, it would only end up being electrocuted to ashes. It had already been said many times, those new colleagues were too easily alarmed. They were impetuous and lacked patience. How big of a deal is this? Worth disturbing the captain? Hey, there's actually a chick. Through the window, he seemed to have seen the raised ponytail inside the car. Old Wong couldn't help but pull up his pants. It had been a long time since he'd met such a tender woman. Now he was in for some good fortune. He wanted her. And he wanted the RV too. Xiao ran, drive straight in. Whoever dares to stop us, run them over. Seeing his contemptuous expression, Jiang Yao sneered and gave the order without hesitation. The wheels rolled forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the gate. Cho. Chapter 160, Kill Them All. The RV was racing toward the gate at breakneck speed, raising a long trail of dust behind it. Old Wong's face darkened and his lips sank. Shit, the bitch is asking for death. Stop immediately. At the critical moment, he roared with anger and pulled the trigger instantly. The bullet drew a cold arc through the air and whistled toward Jiang Yao's windshield. However, before the bullet even touched the RV, he saw a transparent protective shield suddenly pop out from the front of the car. The bullet hit the protective shield and bounced back as if it had struck a layer of cotton. The very bullet he had just shot flew straight back towards his shoulder, blooming into a bright splash of blood. Old Wong screamed in agony and fell to the ground, blood flowing steadily from the wound. At the same time, there was a thunderous boom as the RV collided hard with the iron gate. What he had once been proud of, his iron gate, was no stronger than paper against the protective shield. It was smashed into pieces instantly. Jiang Yao smirked coldly and aimed her energy gun at Old Wong. Bang! This time, she targeted his chest. You dare! The energy bullet had barely been fired when the ground in front of Old Wong rapidly bulged upward, forming a thick earth wall that shielded his entire body. The energy blast shattered the earth wall, filling the air with flying dust and obscuring the view ahead of the vehicle. Jiang Yao quickly pulled up the radar. The display clearly exposed the figures of several psychics around the car. Jiang Yao roughly counted, and there were more than a dozen psychics. Sister, someone's coming from the right. Lan Yu lowered the car window, water vapor swirling in her hand. The invisible psychic who was climbing silently inward rejoiced inwardly. This driver really was an idiot, actually daring to open the car window and look out. This made things easier for him. The next second, a water arrow pierced vertically through his chest. He looked up to see a chubby little face. The invisible psychic was lifeless, falling off the car and revealing his form. Instantly, a large pool of blood formed beneath him. His mouth opened wide, as if he didn't understand why he was discovered, or why he had been killed by a girl who looked harmless. Jiang Yao and the others had no time to care about the thoughts of the dead. More psychics surrounded them. A water element psychic swung her hands, launching streams of water arrows at the RV. In a blink, she was hit by her own water arrows and tumbled awkwardly onto the ground. By the time she tried to get up and leave, Jiang Yao's energy cannon had already locked onto her. Bang! Bang bang bang. It started raining blood in the air. A lightning-based psychic hid behind the car, summoning streaks of lightning with a wave of his hand, striking toward the RV. But he was also struck by the reflected lightning, trembling all over, his hair standing on end, looking utterly ridiculous. By the time the security captain arrived belatedly, many psychics were already lying on the ground. His face went pale. He shouted angrily from afar. Stop! All of you stop! Hide yourselves, you fools! Don't you see how bizarre that car is? The next second, a burst of white light approached. Jiang Yao drove the RV rampaging through the base, scattering the psychics everywhere in her path. She scanned the surroundings sharply and suddenly noticed a survivor hiding in the corner, trembling with fear. Jiang Yao abruptly stopped the car, opened the door, walked a few steps forward, and grabbed the collar of the survivor's shirt, lifting him up. Where's your base leader? Jiang Yao asked coldly. The survivor, terrified, stammered. I don't know. Please don't kill me. Jiang Yao frowned, a flash of impatience appearing in her eyes as she tightened her grip slightly. You'd better tell the truth, or... The survivor could feel the strong murderous intent emanating from Jiang Yao, almost breaking down in tears, hurriedly saying, I really don't know. But the best building here is over there. The base leader might be living there. Saying this, he shakily pointed in one direction. Jiang Yao followed the direction of his finger, and sure enough, behind the green belt stood a tower king that had a better lighting area and exterior decoration compared to other buildings. She threw the survivor to the ground, turned around, and returned to the RV. She restarted it, and continued driving toward that direction. Along the way, some psychics attempted to block her, but either they were repelled by the powerful strength and solid protective shield of the RV, or their companions restrained them from intervening. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yao drove to the courtyard of the Mansion King. Many people gathered around, among whom a tall, middle-aged man with a sallow complexion stood in the hall, surrounded by the crowd. Jiang Yao guessed that he should be the base leader of this place. She parked the RV in front of the building and slowly poked her head out of the sunroof. The big leader looked grimly at the young face emerging from the top of the vehicle. A woman? The big leader almost laughed in anger. So many psychics in the base, and they had been beaten up by a single woman? What a bunch of useless trash. All they did was eat without working. They couldn't even deal with one damn woman. Once this matter was over, he would have to figure out a way to train them all. But for now, he needed to find out why this woman suddenly showed up here. Are you the base leader? Jiang Yao casually played with the 2-2 gun in front of her. The muzzle slowly moved toward the big leader, creating an intense pressure. A cold drop of sweat slid down the back of his neck. He forcibly suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Frowning, full of confusion, he couldn't help but ask, who exactly are you? Why did you suddenly intrude into our base and cause such a commotion? His voice was deep, carrying the authority of someone in a higher position. His gaze tightly locked onto Jiang Yao, trying to detect any sign of guilt or fear on her face. But Jiang Yao fearlessly stared straight into his eyes, her gaze as cold as frost, her tone filled with disdain. You know very well what your people have done. If you want to live, trade crystal cores for your lives. The big leader's heart sank. His clenched fists turned pale from exertion, and an overwhelming hostility radiated from him. Great. Now they were being robbed right in their own territory. Thinking about it, his expression became even darker. The subordinates behind him also began to grow restless, and the air was thick with tension. You'd better stop spouting nonsense. Our base's purpose has always been to protect survivors and create a good living environment for them. We wouldn't possibly do the things you accused us of. The big leader sniffed coldly, putting on an air of finality, attempting to overwhelm Jiang Yao with sheer presence. Seeing that he was still pretending to be innocent, Jiang Yao let out a derisive snort. When you sent people to sneak into my hotel, did you never think there'd be a day like today? Chapter 161, Spider Tide. Jiang Yao gave a cold scoff. Didn't you think there would be a day like this when you let someone sneak into my hotel? You dirty woman, so sharp-tongued. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and knock her down. Don't kill her, capture her alive. I like sassy girls like her. The leader's eyes turned cruel as he took a step back, retreating behind his followers. Whoever captures this woman first gets a liter of pure water. The leader said this while waving for the psi ability users around him to attack. Seeing the restless psi ability users approaching, Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes dangerously. TSK, so stubborn. Since reason doesn't work with them, she'll have to resort to force. Jiang Yao pulled out her sunglasses and put them on. The blinding white light was now shielded by the sunglasses. Another one-sided massacre followed. 10 minutes later, the facade of the skyscraper behind her was already shattered by energy bullets, exposing the steel reinforcement rods. Under the clouds of cement dust flying through the sky, the underlings of the leader lay covered. Jiang Yao thought herself somewhat merciful, since she only killed those who tried to attack her. As for those who didn't make a move against her, she let them leave freely. When the dust finally settled, Jiang Yao climbed down from the roof of the car, opened the door, got out, and stepped down. The leader's arm had been blasted open, causing him excruciating pain. He was lying on the ground, clutching his injured arm and sweating profusely. Thud, thud, sounds of the Martin boots touching the ground. Jiang Yao stopped in front of the leader and lightly patted the dust off her shoulder. The leader's face was pale, his voice trembling. His eyes carried 3 parts of dimness and 7 parts of panic. What do you intend to do? If you dare to kill me, you will never get our crystal core. Madwoman, this woman is insane. Lu Quan, that fool. How could he make him irritate such a crazy person? Afterward, a scream of agony erupted. Jiang Yao kicked straight at the knee of the leader, putting all her force behind it. Surrounded by water arrows, the leader dared not move an inch. There was a crack, the sound of his kneecap breaking. Jiang Yao nudged the leader's chin with her shoe tip and leaned forward slightly. Her bloodthirsty gaze resembled that of a demon from hell. A low whisper sounded near his ear, filled with intent to kill. Tell me, where's the crystal core? If you don't say, you'll die being eaten by those bugs outside. The body of the leader uncontrollably trembled slightly. You don't go reckless. If you harm me, the entire base won't let you live. He attempted to intimidate with words, but the trembling in his voice betrayed the fear within him. Ho ho. Jiang Yao gave a light laugh. He suddenly understood the meaning behind Jiang Yao's laughter. The Star Moon Bay base was gone. With even the base commander captured, no one else could possibly handle her. The leader moved his lips, intending to say more begging words, but then suddenly heard a sound of squeaky friction. At first, the sound was subtle, almost indistinguishable, akin to the buzzing wings of mosquitoes. But within moments, it quickly intensified, as if a storm surge was rushing toward the base. It seemed like thousands, perhaps millions of something were crawling rapidly towards them, or countless rats gnawing on bones, emitting a grating sound. The leader suddenly realized something, shaking his head to look at Jiang Yao with a desperate expression. Did you crash open the gates? Those insects were blocked outside by the special metal attached to the gates. Once the gate broke, without any obstacle, upon smelling the scent of living beings, they would invade this place in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yao furrowed her brow, looking at a distance where layers of frost were rapidly forming on the ground. What? She fixed her gaze. She noticed countless white figures surging in waves from every direction. It turned out to be tens of thousands of mutated spiders. These spiders were enormous, each about the size of a palm, their bodies completely white, looking particularly eerie under the glaring sunlight. They moved swiftly, densely covering the ground towards the base, making the ground seem like it was submerged by a wave of white tide. The frost on the ground was the web spun as they passed by. In the blink of an eye, the mutated spiders rushed into the base. Crawling rapidly over the ground, walls, and buildings, wherever they went, they left resilient strands of silk. Vast spider webs spread across the base, enveloping building after building, street after street. The survivors ran out of their residences, plunging into chaos at the horrifying scene before them. Some screamed in panic, others fled everywhere, tripping over the spider webs and finding themselves in deeper trouble. The mutated spiders began attacking. They wrapped the trapped survivors layer by layer in spider silk, forming giant cocoons. And these cocoons would become incubation containers for their next generation. Oh no, it's an insect tide. Jiang Yao took 2 steps and jumped into the car. She had a good idea. Xiao ran, activate the spraying function. The range should be about 3 meters in diameter around the RV. Turn on the loudspeaker. I have something to say. Yes, respected owner. As she finished speaking, with a low mechanical hum, the roof of the RV opened from both sides, forming a sizable gap. A large nozzle extended out from the gap. Sizzle. Fine pest repellent mist sprayed out from the nozzle on the top of the RV, forming an invisible water mist barrier around the protective shield. Jiang Yao glanced outside the car. Spiders had already densely covered the surrounding ground and were crazily rushing towards the RV. But upon smelling the pheromones of the mist, they quickly moved far away from the RV as if encountering some kind of natural enemy. The leader saw this scene, and his eyes flashed with a glimmer of survival desire. Jiang Yao faintly heard a shrill cry coming from outside the car window. Save me. Please save me. Jiang Yao turned her head to look, only to see that the leader was already crawling with spiders. The spiders started from his feet, rapidly spinning silk to entangle his legs, crawling upward. The leader, dragging his broken leg, was enduring excruciating pain while slowly crawling towards the RV. The spider web had already reached his waist. Save me. If you save me, all the crystal cores are yours. I'll give them to you now. As he spoke, his fingertips shimmered with bright light, and with a clatter, a pile of colorful crystal cores fell from his hands. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, somewhat tempted. She had just spent a large number of points exchanging for the RV, and at this moment, she was precisely in need of crystal cores to replenish her small treasury. This person had quite a few crystal cores, so it would be nice to take advantage of the situation. Lan Yu was chewing on beef jerky, smiling brightly as he looked at Jiang Yao. Sister, should we save him? Those bugs are suffocating him. Jiang Yao nodded and tossed a dagger and some spray to Lan Yu. Go cut off the spider silk on his body, spray him twice, then bring him within the safe range of the RV. Alrighty. Lan Yu accepted the mission and jumped down from the RV. The next second, the intercom on the RV suddenly rang out. After a burst of static, Jiang An's anxious voice came through. Ms. Jiang, what's happening? Are you alright? Don't know why, but there are suddenly a lot of big spiders outside the SUV. Is it an insect tide? Too terrifying. They're everywhere. What should we do? Jiang Yao grabbed the intercom, her tone steady. Why panic? Find a safe place and hide first. Try not to make a lot of noise. I'll come pick you guys up after I'm done here. After finishing, Jiang Yao turned off the sound receiving device on her side of the intercom and patted the microphone on the dashboard. Why can you hear me? The sound directly transmitted to the ears of Jiang An and others outside the gate. We can hear you. We all can hear you. Jiang An's voice came through the intercom. Being able to hear is enough. Chapter 162, Big Business. By now, Lan Yu had already dragged the base leader by his only good arm into the range of the pest spray. Sister, I've thrown him in. Lan Yu shook her head and hopped onto the vehicle. Good job, thanks to our little Yu. Jiang Yao thought for a moment, then still got up to open the car door and pulled the base leader into the RV. As soon as he got on the car, the base leader collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. This was the second closest time to death in his entire life. The last time was during the zombie outbreak. Back then, he trembled in the corner of the prison, only to be bitten by a passing mutant zombie inmate. It was this bite that turned out to be a blessing in disguise, awakening his space ability. Later, things went smoothly. He led those fellow inmates here and established the Star Moon Bay base. But this time, he almost died. Jiang Yao didn't have time to care about his disheveled state. She kicked him directly. Don't pretend to be dead. Get up and do your work. Use the RV's loudspeaker to gather the remaining survivors toward the RV. Say around the RV, we've sprayed insect repellent. Spiders won't come near. Jiang Yao's idea was simple. Isn't this situation perfect for selling the bug spray? As long as they hand over the crystal cores, she would let them stay under the RV. If they pay enough, she can even help them escape from the base. Haha, she was truly a little business genius. Okay. The base leader obviously hadn't fully recovered, but after being kicked, he dared not complain. He could only nod quickly, and under Jiang Yao's instruction, went to the loudspeaker control station. Picking up the microphone, his trembling voice shouted loudly. Everyone, run toward the tower. You can avoid spiders around the RV. The sound spread through the loudspeaker throughout the entire base. Those survivors who heard the call saw a ray of hope amidst their despair. They rushed towards the direction of the RV. They ignored their exhaustion, desperately weaving through the gaps of the spider tide, dodging spiders that could attack at any moment. Jiang Yao closely monitored the situation outside the car. As soon as she noticed survivors getting close, she directed them to quickly hide in the safe zone around the RV. When there were nearly 100 able-bodied people gathered around the RV, Jiang Yao held the collar of the base leader and, with a smile, walked down the car. After all, these were her customers. She knew the basic ways of treating guests well. Everyone, it's time to pay the protection fee. Saying that, she threw the base leader back to the ground and pulled out a small folding stool from her spatial pocket to sit on. Go ahead, base leader. Let's start off by setting an example. Base leader hit the ground so hard that stars appeared before his eyes. He almost spat out blood. But seeing Jiang Yao's eerie grin, he dared not mutter a word. With a flick of his hand, more than 1,000 crystal cores piled instantly in front of Jiang Yao, forming a small mountain. Jiang Yao swiped everything into her spatial pocket. 15 10,000 mall credits have been added to my account. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Yao laughed even brighter. Not enough. Keep bringing out the goods until we're done. Don't think I don't know you've hidden some stuff away. 10,000 credits received. Bring out more. Keep going. Try anything tricky, and I'll chop off your hands. 5 10,000 credits received. More. Keep going. 10 minutes later. Looking at the heaps of crystal cores, gold, silver, jewelry, valuable food, rice, flour, mineral water, and various drinks on the ground. The heart of the base leader bled metaphorically. All these things were what he'd saved for nearly half a year. This damn woman emptied him out. Die, you woman. Better yet, just kill him outright. Too cruel. So cruel. He completely forgot that all this was due to his own greed when he tried to take over someone else's hotel. Jiang Yao accepted everything without hesitation, taking everything on the list. Lan Yu rummaged through the pile of jewelry for a while and found a pair of golden bracelets embedded with sapphires to wear. The crystal-clear top-level sapphire combined with the unique twisted wire design made them appear both exquisite and beautiful. It seemed like the base leader looted it from a high-end jewelry shop after the apocalypse. Now, it all fell into her hands cheaply. Who doesn't love beauty? Especially these meticulously crafted jewelries. Even if they could only be worn a few times, just having them displayed in her closet would bring her comfort. No more, really none left. The base leader looked ashen-faced, collapsing on the floor as if all vitality had been sucked out of him. Fine. Next person. Jiang Yao believed his words. His space was a level 2 space, with about 200 square meters or so. These heaps of food and water probably took up half of it already. She pointed at the man beside the base leader. Taking out a small bucket from her space, she placed it in front of herself. You, put 30 first-grade crystal cores or 6 second-grade ones in the bucket. After you're done, go to the other side and find the little girl to take the insect repellent spray and energy gun. Then you can leave directly. Me. The man pointed at himself. Hurry up, I'll give you 2 minutes. There are people waiting behind you. If you waste more time, I'll throw you out. Throw out. The man looked at the surrounding, increasing giant spiders that were constantly growing larger. His whole body trembled. He quickly pulled out a big bunch of crystal cores from his inner pocket, not counting them. Just threw all of them into the small bucket. Jiang Yao took out a handful of sunflower seeds and slowly cracked them open. Enough. Go get your energy gun. By the way, if you don't know where to go later, check out our Myriad World Hotel. Safe environment, reasonable price, honest with both young and old customers. The man didn't say anything but rushed toward Lan Yu. Lan Yu handed over the spray, energy gun, and hotel flyer together. Then she picked up a white slip of paper from beside her. This is the instruction on how to use the energy gun and the spray. Don't use it incorrectly. We won't be responsible if you die. Oh. The man hurriedly grabbed everything and first examined the energy gun. Then he flipped through the manual. His eyes shone brighter as he read on. By the end, his gaze was solemn, and he bent down low, bowing sincerely to Jiang Yao. Thank you. I will visit the Myriad World Hotel. After saying that, the man sprayed some repellent on his body, then stepped out of the protective shield. Everyone else looked at the base leader on the ground who had been tormented into something barely human. Then they watched as the man walked away safely for a long distance, hope rising in their eyes. Any hint of rebellion that had sparked within them immediately dissipated without a trace. Thus, when Jiang Yao began collecting the crystal cores one by one from everyone, each person obediently handed them over. They were saved. No one wants to die when they have the chance to live. Chapter 163, Cleanup Mode. They were saved. When there's a chance to live, no one chooses death. Starting from this day, the reputation of Boundless Hotel was completely established among the survivors. The name Jiang Yao would spread like wildfire among the survivors in the Star Moon Bay base and eventually across all the secure bases in City B. Similarly, Boundless Hotel also attracted the covetousness of many forces. After all the survivors from Star Moon Bay left, Jiang Yao poured gasoline over the spider silk on the ground. She lit the lighter and threw it out of the car window. Boom. The flames licked the earth, spreading along the web with a sizzling sound. The silver-white RV rushed out of the base, like a sword being unsheathed, leaving behind a sky full of fire. The scenery outside the car window began to quickly recede. Night fell soon. Jiang Yao lay comfortably in the RV, starting to organize her supplies. From those survivors, she had collected a total of 6,000 first-level crystal cores and 1,200 second-level crystal cores. Adding the 25,000 private points she obtained from the base commander, she now had 1,500,000 private points and 800,000 hotel operation points. Consider that this base had less than 1,000 survivors. This also reminded Jiang Yao. Actually, for high-ranking psychics, crystal cores aren't that hard to accumulate. The crystal cores each person has can support them living comfortably in the hotel for quite a while. Not to mention the base commander. Most of these crystal cores were searched and confiscated from his space. It seems it's time to upgrade the hotel again. Those luxury suites should also be arranged. Then open a few new shops and see if merchants can be recruited to collect rent. Thinking about the crystal cores in the hands of those people in the main base made Jiang Yao feel a stirring excitement inside. Fat sheep, they are all just waiting to be slaughtered. Fat sheep there. Xiaoran, speed up. Let's try to reach the main base before tomorrow morning. It's at most 27 to 8 hours from the West District to the East District. However, because Jiang Yao and her group had been hunting zombies along the way, they had long deviated from the route. Returning to the correct path now, they estimated needing to run an additional 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Yao stood up, took a steak from the fridge, and placed it on the dining table. After drying it, she placed a piece of butter into a frying pan and began to carefully fry it. As night deepened, outside the hotel gate, the lights were bright as if it were daylight. A group led by Lu Quan crouched down, hidden behind the bushes opposite the hotel, several pairs of eyes staring fixedly at the hotel entrance. By his side, a few dark figures closely followed. Their breathing was suppressed and heavy, particularly distinct in the silent night. What's going on? Why is this hotel still open at this hour? Lu Quan lowered his voice, confusion and uneasiness filling his tone. The last time we came at this point, it was already closed. Has our movement been exposed? Looking at the continuously moving hotel entrance, the Metal Series psychic knitted his eyebrows into a Chuan character. Lu Quan, don't tell me all you said earlier was just bullshitting me? This clearly looks like a regular hotel. How could there be such guns here? Lu Quan became agitated. How could that be? I'm sure Air who died here. The guns the boss wants are also from here. As he spoke, he cautiously hid his body even deeper into the shrubs. Everyone must be extra careful. This hotel is eerily mysterious. I personally witnessed Air who and that invisible psychic get thrown into the zombie crowd by a transparent giant hand. Humph, coward. The Metal Series psychic was tightening the bandage on his injured arm. Hearing Lu Quan's words, he snorted disdainfully. All the members of their group were high-ranking psychics capable of making small bases tremble when they stepped out. No matter how powerful the owner of this hotel is, one fist can't match four hands. Plus, he still had an ace up his sleeve. Only someone like Lu Quan would be scared of everything. Spit. What nonsense. Lu Quan stayed silent, not wanting to argue with him. He hadn't even clearly seen what that big hand was back then. He only knew that there were definitely high-ranking psychics in charge at the hotel, not to be provoked lightly. Anyway, he had done his part reminding everyone. Whether these people would listen and how much they'd take in wasn't something he needed to worry about. Just at this moment, red light lit up. The screen at the entrance looped again, displaying the hotel rules and the fates awaiting those who violated them. Watching an invisible psychic directly get thrown outside to feed the zombies, screams echoed in everyone's ears. It was real. This hotel indeed housed such advanced level psychics. The followers' hearts tightened. They glanced at each other, none daring to make a sound. After a while, a thin man cautiously opened his mouth. Boss, why don't we withdraw first? We can come back another time. Retreat. The Metal Series psychic abruptly turned his head, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Do you think I'm some kind of pacifist? We've come this far, and you're talking about retreating? Though his voice was low, it carried an unyielding authority. Everyone fell silent, like mice before a snake. The man took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down as his gaze swept back and forth at the hotel entrance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, a plan forming in his mind. Listen carefully. Since we can't attack forcefully, let's try wit instead. Pretend to be tourists and get inside to investigate the situation first. With that, the group straightened their somewhat disheveled clothing and strode confidently toward the hotel. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, warm yellow lighting enveloped them, creating a striking contrast with the darkness outside. Welcome. Would you like to dine or stay with us? The robot receptionist approached them, polite and smiling, nodding slightly in greeting. Xiang stood behind the counter, his eyes scanning each member of the group thoroughly before stopping on Lu Quan, who had concealed himself at the back. It's him, the intruder. Just then, the Metal Series psychic at the front of the group made a sudden move. The two hands that had been hidden behind his back swiftly moved through the air, conjuring a golden assault rifle. Raising the gun, its menacing barrel pointed directly at Zhang Jing, who was relaxing in the hotel lounge area. He roared, "Call out your boss, or I'll kill him." The unexpected turn of events startled everyone inside. The previously lively lobby became deathly quiet in an instant. Zhang Jing blinked, leisurely swallowing the crab meat bun in his mouth. You mean me? At once, all eyes were fixed on these unwelcome guests. His expression mocking. It seemed like watching rats in their final throes. Lu Quan stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Zhang Jing. Kid, cooperate and call him out now, or don't blame me for being rude. Tisk. Zhang Jing glanced sideways at Xiang, who was still behind the counter checking them in. Mr. Xiang, does the hotel intervene in situations like this? Xiang stood up, and his mechanical tone devoid of any emotion resonated from within his chest. Customer safety under threat detected. Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San. Commence cleanup mode immediately. To be continued.